A blinding flash of white light illuminated the surroundings, and a figure with a martial stance gradually emerged. Clad in a deep blue martial arts uniform, adorned with white gloves and shoes, he bore the characteristic black hair of a scion, standing upright like flames, yet two strands of bangs drooped over his forehead, hinting at a connection to another M.S. He slowly lifted his gaze. The increasingly prominent orange inner shirt subtly suggested the presence of Goku. Upon his nascent emergence, he sensed his extraordinary power, a confident smile breaking across his face, while the earrings at his side swayed slightly. He excitedly swung his fists, expressing his exuberance. How wonderful! Meanwhile, Majin Buu silently sensed his energy, dissipating the energy sphere he had just gathered. Buu found it laughable. The fused scion before him seemed rather insignificant. Let's call the fusion of Kakarot and Vegito. The man hardly regarded Buu, eagerly bestowing a name upon himself. In truth, as he was newly born, the conflicting memories of two distinct individuals intermingled in his mind, causing a brief moment of confusion. Yet this state lasted scarcely a second. Fueled by the boiling scion blood within him, he yearned to test his newfound strength, soaring into the air and swiftly striking with his fists. This is incredible. Even better than I imagined. Buu felt a twinge of anger. This brat completely disregards me. The more Buu pondered, the more incensed he became, planning to torment Vegito thoroughly before ultimately absorbing him. At that moment, having completed half of his warm-up, Vegito merely smiled slightly and threw a punch into the air, the immense wind pressure slicing across Buu's face. Such a nonchalant strike effortlessly breached Buu's defenses. Far beyond the earth, in the realm of the Supreme Kai, the old Kai had begun to sense the outcome of the battle. Though it seems absurd, the fate of the entire universe rests upon this young man. The old Kai mused inwardly, reflecting on how a warrior race, once known for invading others' planets, had become a universe's sole hope. It was truly fantastical. Master Ancestor, how remarkable. The fusion of Mr. Goku and Mr. Vegeta might genuinely defeat Majin Buu. Beside him, the Supreme Kai of Time, Jebbit, was ecstatic, watching the live broadcast through a crystal ball, fervently cheering. Observing the youthful exuberance of his inexperienced junior, the old Kai chose silence, continuing to watch the unfolding spectacle. Back on Earth, the once triumphant Buu now found himself doubting his existence under the relentless onslaught from Vegito. His frequent self-repair had left him feeling precarious. Nevertheless, the next moment saw him charging directly at Vegito, who maintained a confident smile, effortlessly gliding over Buu's fist, followed by a side kick that sent Buu's head askew. You insufferable fiend! Fuming with indignation, Buu concentrated on mending his neck, then distanced himself, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts. Yet, as the smoke cleared, the man remained unscathed, his smile unwavering. Unleash your true power. If you refrain from doing so, then I shall be a touch more earnest for the time being. Sparks danced around Vegeta as a magnificent aura of golden energy erupted forth, his emerald eyes coldly fixed upon Majin Buu, his golden hair billowing in the wind. This is Super Vegito. How pathetic you are! In a fit of frustration, Buu hurled an energy blast, only for Vegito to effortlessly deflect it with his arm. Buu hastily recoiled to evade the attack, yet the next moment, he was met with a fierce kick from Vegito, resulting in a stream of purple blood from his nose. Quite an unsightly sight. It was far safer before all this, that Vegito's gaze brimmed with sarcasm, embodying Vegeta's sharpness and Goku's playfulness in equal measure. Buu wiped away the blood, still resolute that he would never concede to Vegito. The more you provoke me, the quicker your demise will be. Meanwhile, within the realm of the Kaioshin, the elder Kaioshin could hardly bear to watch, realizing that this fused scion was merely toying with Buu. Quickly, put an end to this fool. The elder Kaioshin, filled with frustration, pounded the ground, while the god of time, Jebbit, also grew anxious, watching as Majin Buu resorted to a myriad of bizarre techniques. In desperation against Vegito, their hearts raced, especially when they witnessed Vegito transform into a candy, nearly believing all was lost, until the absurdity of a cosmic candy battle against Majin Buu unfolded before them, akin to a B-grade film, allowing them to finally exhale in relief. These scions are far too presumptuous. Observing Vegeto perform an inexplicable yet highly insulting dance after breaking the spell, the elder Kaioshin could only sigh in exasperation. I acknowledge your strength. Now swiftly dispose of this adversary. Chapter 2. The battle concludes as the old Kai had anticipated. Veget merely toyed with Bu. However, in truth, he had already devised a different plan, one that was audacious and could very well spiral out of control. Excellent. This fool has reached a dead end. Veget effortlessly evaded Bu's desperate strike, seizing his leg and hurling him forcefully to the ground. Then, he approached the terrified Bu once more, delivering a knee strike that sent Bu soaring back into the skies. Yet, Veget did not cease his pursuit. He soon caught up to Bu, channeling a ki blast that coalesced in his palm and struck Bu squarely in the chest. A cataclysmic explosion erupted in the air, reducing Bu once again to mere fragments. As the attack subsided, Veget leisurely observed the pieces of Bu slowly regenerating, while he calculated Bu's impending actions. Ha 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 ha. Bu reappeared before Veget, looking utterly disheveled and devoid of his former vigor, beads of cold sweat streaming down his face. He was both anxious and furious, yet utterly powerless against Veget. How despicable. Resorting to fusion tactics. Huh. Yet you were the one who sought out others to fuse from the very beginning. You are the true fusion fanatic. In response to Veget's scorn, Bu, once again filled with rage, charged at him. However, his furious fists were effortlessly parried by Veget using only his feet. With a swift kick, Bu's neck twisted grotesquely. Humph, is that all you are capable of? Veget regarded Bu with disdain. Though he did not glance behind him, he was acutely aware that the remnants lay directly beneath him. I shall give you a 10-second countdown. Either rush at me and be obliterated into nothingness, or turn and flee to prolong your existence. The choice is yours. Bu's heart raced in a tangled frenzy, and at that moment, he noticed the fragments severed by the candy-coated Veget conveniently situated at his feet. Veget, too, was apprehensive. He understood the peril of his plan. Should Bu successfully absorb him, it could spell doom for the entire universe. Nonetheless, Veget would never unleash his full might upon the current Bu. For his 3 children and a dear friend resided within him. He could never bring himself to slay his own offspring. It is crucial to remember that Veget's very existence was born from Vegeta's desperate desire to save his family, not to mention that his other half, Goku, was renowned for his benevolence. Phew, I initially aimed to swiftly eliminate this scoundrel, but I truly do not wish to harm Gohan and the others. Moreover, the most significant factor is that he now possesses great confidence in his own power, akin to Goku's choice to spare Frieza and Vegeta's decision to allow Cell to evolve. Veget did not believe he would falter. As the countdown progressed, the pink mass gradually ascended, all unfolding as Veget had calculated. The massive mass rapidly encircled him, and Veget adeptly activated his protective barrier, hoping it would prove effective. As Vegeta had anticipated, the infiltration plan for the protective shield was a resounding success. Phew, the gamble paid off. Vegeta wiped the cold sweat from his brow, feeling exhilarated. He was finally poised to rescue his child and dear friend. Ha ha ha. The triumphant laughter of Bu made Vegeta disdainfully cover his ears, inwardly cursing Bu for being such a spoilsport. After rescuing Gohan and the others, he would undoubtedly eliminate this scoundrel at the swiftest pace. However, he soon redirected his focus to the rescue operation. The sight of the interior of Bu's body was repugnant to Vegeta. A plethora of unidentifiable pink tissues thrived within, creating a grotesque spectacle. Ugh, how revolting. Vegeta once again expressed his disdain for Bu's inner world. Initially, he had removed the protective shield, but now he donned it anew, swiftly navigating through Bu's body while sensing the energy of Gohan and the others. Soon, rows of pink cocoons appeared before him. Excellent. Gohan and the others are all here. Although he felt a tinge of disappointment not seeing Krillin and the rest, he could act decisively after rescuing the current hostages. Let us start with Piccolo and the little ones. If I act on Gohan first, that fellow will likely sense something amiss immediately. Meanwhile, Majin Bu was overjoyed, reveling in the bliss of being the strongest in the universe. Although he sensed a hint of discord, he soon found himself utterly bewildered as he regressed to the state he was in right after absorbing Fat Bu. Phew, I must make my escape swiftly. Lingering here gives me an ominous feeling. Just as Vegeta was about to flee with 4 cocoons in hand, he was taken aback by an additional cocoon in the distance. Inside it was none other than the Fat Bu, who had been transformed into dessert. How could this be? Could it be that others are also present? No, only he received my special treatment. Bu's form gradually emerged behind Vegite, infuriated by Vegite's relentless provocations, while Vegite remained confidently unperturbed. Oh, do you wish to be obliterated once again? But as he turned to unleash a devastating attack upon Bu, he immediately sensed something was amiss, and Bu, noticing Vegite's rare expression of uncertainty, chuckled triumphantly. You have now shrunk to a size smaller than an ant. Have you not studied biology? Well, given that your two fusion components possess rather low academic prowess, it is understandable. In the face of Bu's taunts, Vegite outwardly accepted the humiliation while inwardly devising a strategy. How about this? Vegite displayed a smile that rivaled that of a villain, swiftly embracing the cocoon of Fat Bu. Bu's expression shifted dramatically as he attempted to halt Vegite. Stop. If you do that, I will cease to exist. Naturally, Vegite would not relent. In the next moment, the cocoon of Fat Bu was forcibly torn away. Instantly, the Bu that had been pursuing Vegite began to dissolve in excruciating pain, while his body underwent an extreme transformation. Truly a peculiar entity. For now, I should prioritize escaping. Vegite soared into the sky, cradling the four cocoons, and escaped through one of Bu's air vents, instantly returning to his normal size. Meanwhile, Gohan and the others trapped within the cocoons regained their original forms, landing on a rocky outcrop beside Vegite. At last, we have saved Gohan and the others. Now it's time to vanquish this scoundrel. Vegite cracked his knuckles, bracing himself for the impending confrontation. At that moment, he noticed Bu's form was gradually diminishing, and his energy seemed to wane slightly as well. Finally, under Vegite's watchful gaze, Bu completed his transformation, and the onlookers, including Satan, who had been spectating for quite some time, were filled with curiosity regarding Bu's change. What a peculiar creature. His energy has diminished yet again, Tien Shinhan remarked. What astonished him even more was the man who stood between Goku and Vegeta. His aura far exceeded anything he had anticipated. Bu was hardly a concern in comparison. Can Bu revert to his former self? Satan pondered, fixated on the image of the chubby Bu. If only he could return, he lamented. I am uncertain, but for now, Earth must surely be saved. Dandy gazed at Vegite with hope, recognizing that this man represented their final chance. Back on the battlefield, Vegite regarded the newly transformed little Bu, only to be taken aback as Bu flashed a wicked smile and prepared to unleash a devastating energy blast aimed at obliterating the Earth. You madman. Vegite teleported in an instant to intercept the energy sphere, delivering a swift punch that sent it hurtling beyond the atmosphere. He then reappeared before Bu, utilizing a Kamehameha to shatter Bu's upper body. Yet, Bu, unfazed, drove his legs into the ground and burst forth from the Earth's crust toward Vegite, exhibiting a chaotic fighting style. Seizing one of little Bu's feet, Vegite yanked him out and hurled him skyward. Just as Vegite prepared to unleash a devastating attack to eliminate Bu once and for all, he heard a desperate cry. Please, stop. Mr. Satan. Vegite paused, aware of the bond between Satan and Bu, thus formulating a plan. You wish to save that chubby Bu, don't you? Yes, indeed. Vegite withdrew the Kamehameha in his hand, blocking the torrential barrage of little Bu's punches and kicks while engaging in conversation with Satan, who was in a state of panic. This man seemed not entirely unapproachable. Would he truly assist Satan? Well, there is a method, but it may be a bit intense for you. Huh? What? Vegite maneuvered little Bu towards Satan, then stepped aside, leaving Satan completely exposed before the diminutive menace. Ah! Terror consumed Satan, while little Bu, seemingly confused, halted his fist mid-air, his expression transforming into one of anguish. To everyone's astonishment, the original chubby Bu struggled to emerge from his mouth, shielding Satan in the process. Do not harm Mr. Satan. Vegite smiled gently, the plan unfolding successfully. With a sudden and unexpected kick, he sent Majin Bu soaring into the air, his signature confident smile assuring everyone, fear not. I shall utterly resolve this menace. Accompanied by a blinding flash of white light, the enhanced, unsightly sparks obliterated Bu down to the last cell, marking the end of the chaos instigated by Majin Bu. Chapter 3, Troublesome Aftermath. Splendid. Dandy exclaimed, elated at the complete disappearance of Majin Bu. Peace had returned to Earth at last. The pressing matter now was to resurrect those who had perished. Having concluded the battle, Vegeta brushed the dust off his attire. The Dragon Balls on Earth would require 4 months to recharge, and he needed to utilize a different set of Dragon Balls. Next, I must make a trip to Namek. Once the folks at the Heavenly Temple are revived, I would appreciate your assistance in their care. I understand. Rest assured, Goku, replied Tien, still somewhat confused about Vegeta's current state, calling him by Goku's name. Nevertheless, Vegeta did not mind. Explaining things should not pose a challenge once Goku and Vegeta returned. Farewell. After bidding farewell with a wave, Vegeta utilized instant transmission and arrived at Namek in the blink of an eye. To his astonishment, a group of Namekians had already prepared the Dragon Balls, awaiting his arrival. Welcome, hero of Earth. Huh, how did you know? Vegeta gazed at the 7 enormous Dragon Balls before him, feeling both astonished and touched. However, the Namekian Dragon Balls could only resurrect one individual at a time, which posed a slight complication. The great King Kai informed us of the grave crisis facing Earth and the need for our assistance. So we prepared the Dragon Balls ahead of time. Is that so? I am truly grateful. After a brief exchange, the Namekians understood Vegeta's needs, and soon the colossal Porunga reappeared in the skies above Namek. Rest assured, Mr. Vegeta, the Dragon Balls have been upgraded by the new Elder, allowing for the resurrection of multiple individuals at once. Ah, that is a relief. The Earth Dragon Balls are still unavailable. At that moment, Porunga spoke, indicating he could grant 3 wishes. The first wish was to resurrect those who had perished following the World Martial Arts Tournament, excluding any evildoers. Vegeta pondered deeply for a moment, contemplating his next wish. Should it be to restore the ravaged cities? However, upon hearing the Namekians describe the first wish, Porunga's eyes briefly flickered with a crimson light, and he gestured with his hand. All right, Mr. Vegeta, the people of Earth have been revived. The amiable Namekians awaited. And Vegeta had formulated his second wish. The second wish was to erase the memories of Majin Buu from the people of Earth. This wish was successfully granted, aimed at alleviating the terror instilled in Earth's populace by Babidi dreadful threats regarding Majin Buu. Then came the third wish. Let me revert back to Goku and Vegeta. Vegeta genuinely believes that he should cease to exist, for both Chi-Chi and Bulma are eagerly awaiting the return of their only Goku and Vegeta. He firmly believes that these two families could never accept the absence of the two. He is acutely aware that his existence is forever that of a stranger to them, for he is neither Goku nor Vegeta. Closing his eyes, Vegeta reflects that he has fulfilled his mission and now it is time for him to vanish. Regrettably, this wish is beyond Porunga's current capabilities. Yet, reality does not align with his desires. He remains. Vegeta's eyes widen in astonishment, surprised to discover that even the Eternal Dragon has limitations. What is happening? Porunga currently lacks the ability to separate their souls. As although the Namekian Dragon Balls have existed for a considerable time, this situation is unprecedented. The Great Elder of the Namekians shakes his head in embarrassment. Subsequently communicating with Porunga in the Namekian tongue, Porunga reveals that there are 3 potential solutions to facilitate your dissolution. Oh, there are so many methods. Vegeta scratches his head, astonished by the uniqueness of his existence. The first method involves wishing to weaken the fusion potency of the Patera earrings. However, as these earrings are sacred relics, their power remains formidable, necessitating approximately 2 years to upgrade Porunga. Isn't that an excessively long time? Vegeta thinks to himself. He does not wish to linger. For the longer he exists, the more chaotic the lives of Goku and Vegeta's families will become. He fears the disruption might affect Gohan's studies, and without Goku's return, Chi-Chi will surely be heartbroken. Bulma, upon realizing Vegeta's absence, might even take out her frustrations on him, causing Vegeta to break into a cold sweat at the mere thought. The second method involves upgrading Porunga to grant him the ability to separate souls, which would take about 1.5 years. Could it be expedited any further? The third method entails sending someone to Yardrat to learn the spirit separation technique, followed by a wish to enhance the potency of this technique, thereby enabling your dissolution. Porunga estimates that this could be accomplished in about 4 months. Vegeta exhales a sigh of relief. A year seems manageable, and the Dragon Balls on Earth will be available in 4 months' time. Thank you. Now I can provide an explanation to Chi-Chi and Bulma. Vegeta feels a weight lifted off his shoulders, as he dreads the thought of facing inquiries from either Bulma or Chi-Chi. I may not fully comprehend the nature of Earthling families, but I sense that you could relax a bit. Sometimes, matters are not as dire as we imagine. Indeed. Thank you for your comforting words. Vegeta breaks into a bright smile reminiscent of Goku's, his spirits lifting slightly. For the final wish. Let us restore Earth to its state at the commencement of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Thus, Earth returns to its former glory, and soon Vegeto bids farewell to the Namekians and arrives at the Supreme Kai's realm. Unfortunately, at this moment, Jebbet was narrating the current circumstances, and most unfortunate of all was his mention of the permanent fusion of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Kiki immediately fainted, and Gohan rushed to support her. Little Goten was bewildered, innocently sucking on his fingers, while the more mature Trunks, initially stunned, began to sob softly upon realizing that his father would not return. Bulma, overwhelmed with sorrow, knelt on the ground, only to catch sight of Vegito, who had just appeared beside Jebbet, gazing at the face that was a blend of her childhood friend and beloved. Bulma's emotions became tumultuous. Once again, she felt the sting of losing both Vegeta and Sun Wukong. Anger surged within her, and she stumbled to her feet, rushing forward to grasp Vegito by his collar, demanding furiously, "Why? Return Vegeta and Sun Wukong to me." As for Vegito, he found himself utterly bewildered. Witnessing Bulma on the verge of tears left him at a loss. Despite his invincibility, he did not wish to inflict pain upon Kiki and Bulma. "Calm down, Bulma. I have a way to bring them back." Vegito gently pried Bulma's hands away, adopting a pitiful expression reminiscent of Wukong's to elicit her sympathy. Seeing the reflection of her dear friend's expression on his face softened Bulma's heart. Beside them, Piccolo observed the calming demeanor of Bulma and the comforting Vegito, pondering that even the formidable Saiyan Vegito was still just a tender-hearted individual. After some explanations, the group finally grasped the general situation, and Vegito let out a sigh of relief. Facing the wrath of Kiki and Bulma was far more terrifying than confronting 100 billion Bu. Thankfully, their tempers had finally settled. "So we need to find someone to learn that separation technique, right?" Krillin inquired, having pieced together the situation, while Piccolo began contemplating how to arrange this journey. "If we finalize our plans, I can take him to Yardrat immediately. I have already consulted with King Kai and the elders there." Vegito understood the gravity of this matter, as it was closely tied to the harmony of both families, and it was imperative to arrange for someone promptly. "I shall go. After all, I have been training consistently, so it should pose no issue." Piccolo volunteered, but to his surprise, Gohan stepped forward. "No, let me go, Uncle Piccolo." Gohan's gaze was resolute, prompting astonishment among the others. It seemed the events of the past few days had indeed transformed him. "Gohan, are you certain?" Kiki regarded her changed son with both pride and concern. "Well, given that father has turned out this way, I must bear some responsibility." Gohan lowered his head slightly, looking at Vegito, as if transported back 7 years to the Cell Games. Due to a moment of arrogance, he had temporarily lost his father, but now he had a chance to bring him back. "Gohan, Wukong has never blamed you." Vegito felt a pang of sorrow. Gohan, this child, was not particularly fond of fighting. The others present were equally touched. "I understand, but I still wish to atone for my mistakes," Gohan said, scratching his head and smiling shyly at his father before him. He recognized that Vegito was not a bad person, despite being unjustly reprimanded by Aunt Bulma. Vegito had patiently tried to persuade her and was also making an effort to soothe his mother's emotions. In truth, when viewed in isolation, Vegito was quite a commendable individual. However, his current position was exceedingly awkward. For him, as well as everyone else present, disappearing seemed the most prudent course of action. Is brother leaving again? Little Goten gazed at Gohan with innocent eyes, tugging at his brother's shirt. "Yes, this time I will be away for about 4 months. Be sure to behave and listen to Mom while I'm gone," Gohan replied, ruffling Goten's hair. Over the past 7 years, Gohan had become a figure akin to a father for Goten. "All right, I understand, brother." Chi-Chi added her own admonition, reminding Gohan to take care of himself during his training. "Don't worry, Mom, I will return safely." "Gohan, are you truly going to train there?" "Yes, I believe I can no longer solely rely on Dad and Uncle Vegeta. I intend to cultivate my own strength," Gohan declared. Everyone bid farewell to Gohan in their own way, and eventually, little Goten obediently walked over to Chi-Chi, accompanying her as they sent Gohan off to planet Yardrat. Gohan waved his goodbye to the crowd. Before long, Vegito escorted Gohan to his destination and reappeared before everyone. The aftermath of the battle with Bu had left Vegito somewhat fatigued as he pondered how to spend the next 4 months. He had no intention of going to Capsule Corp or the West City, for he did not belong to either. After discussing with the others, he chose to remain at the sacred world of the Kais. "I hope Gohan can master his training soon. Vegeto thought as he lay on his bed, silently cheering for Gohan. Now, the question remained. How should he spend these 4 months? At this moment, the mightiest scion on Earth was lost in deep contemplation. Chapter 4. 4 Months, Part 1. As a pure-blooded scion, Vegeto, like his previous fusion counterparts, Goku and Vegeta, was an ardent devotee of training. He began his physical regimen early each morning. Similarly, Piccolo also held a comparable habit, and the two quickly became acquainted over the first month, occasionally engaging in sparring sessions. During this time, Piccolo became the first warrior to have profound interactions with Vegeto. Those two fused beings wield tremendous power, Piccolo mused. At this moment, having concluded their morning exercises, Piccolo and Vegeto sat together in the hall, resting. Throughout the past month, Piccolo noted that Vegeto had never once utilized any Super Saiyan forms. It was evident that his base form possessed strength surpassing that of all existing warriors. Just the thought of this sent a shiver down Piccolo's spine. No wonder you had the leisure to rescue us back then. With a hint of self-deprecation, Piccolo jested, fully aware that he was no match for Vegeta at present. Besides our shared concern, perhaps it is also your own overwhelming confidence at play. Vegeta was slightly taken aback, surprised that Piccolo had almost accurately discerned his thoughts at that moment. Do not speak so callously. I truly do not wish to harm those 3 children. He replied with a smile reminiscent of Sun Wukong. No matter how invincible he appeared, he remained a father to those 3 children. The memories of Sun Wukong and Vegeta were not merely distant recollections to him. He was acutely aware of the emotional nuances and sensations experienced by those involved. Moreover, Piccolo, Vegeta seamlessly transitioned into a serious tone akin to that of Vegeta. Have you not already fused twice? A subtle smirk played on Vegeta's lips as he crossed his arms. Resembling Vegeta, yet his playful banter was distinctly a trait of Goku. We have also fused. That makes it entirely fair, does it not? Piccolo's emotions became complicated at that moment. He comprehended Vegeta's earlier introduction of himself to the others. I am neither Sun Wukong nor Vegeta. Despite possessing the memories and emotional intricacies of both, Vegeta's thought process was wholly independent of them. He was a distinct individual, a stranger familiar to the warriors. Humph, you actually remember that? Piccolo retorted with a smile, having observed Vegeta over the past fortnight. In Piccolo's perspective, Sun Wukong and Vegeta were almost polar opposites. Yet the fusion of these two extremes had birthed Vegeta, who, despite an inherent pride, exhibited a personality closer to that of an ordinary person. It was truly marvelous. He mused, contemplating the notion that 2 negatives could yield a positive. After their conversation, Vegeta felt a touch fatigued, lying back to relax his body. Piccolo found it challenging to articulate his emotions. Despite possessing a visage akin to Vegeta's, his demeanor was unmistakably that of Sun Wukong. He silently scoffed at this peculiar contrast, while Vegeta curiously noted Piccolo's reaction. What's the matter? You look a bit odd. It's nothing. This feeling is difficult to articulate. As they engaged in casual conversation, a small figure stealthily approached the Kai's temple, inching closer to Piccolo and Vegeta. Who is this? Vegeta quickly sensed something amiss and slowly rose, aware of the presence despite its deliberate attempt to suppress its energy. Meanwhile, Piccolo had already set off to find the little one. Before long, Piccolo brought Goten into the room. The young boy appeared somewhat bashful, having snuck away from his mother. Goten vividly recalled the overwhelming aura emanating from Vegeta during their first encounter, leaving a profound impression on him. Thus, he had contemplated asking Chi-Chi about Vegeta, yet he sensed her reluctance to discuss him. Thus, this mischievous little fellow stealthily made his way here, intending to witness him with his own eyes. Before long, the child was unexpectedly discovered by the two. Now, standing before Piccolo and Vegeta, Goten lowered his head in embarrassment. However, to his surprise, Vegeta did not intend to scold him. Instead, he offered a warm smile akin to Goku's, gently ruffling Goten's hair. With hands on his hips, he patiently educated Goten, reminding him to inform his mother next time before sneaking out, warning that if he continued to come over secretly, he would have to be taught a lesson. Goten obediently nodded, while Piccolo quietly observed the father-son duo. Understood, Dad, he said as he bid farewell to the unexpectedly arrived child. Piccolo and Vegeta sighed in relief, hoping that Chi-Chi had yet to discover Goten's escapade. The little one's energy was indeed boundless. Perhaps it would be beneficial to involve him in training to channel some of that vigor. Vegeta jested, fully aware that he was not Goten's biological father, yet he unconsciously accepted the title. However, Chi-Chi would likely not approve. Piccolo watched Goten depart, ensuring that the child truly returned home. I'm hungry. Thus, just like the preceding fortnight, this day swiftly concluded in the monotony of training. As Vegeta presumed that the upcoming 4 months would be spent in similar tranquility, the following afternoon, Goten arrived at the Sacred Realm with great excitement. Dad, Uncle Piccolo, Mom agreed to let me come to the Sacred Realm. Goten exuberantly announced this delightful news, contingent upon his academic performance. Really? Vegeta responded with genuine happiness, eager to witness his son's strength. It seemed the coming months would not be dull. Observing the elated father and son, Piccolo couldn't help but smile, anticipating that the Sacred Realm would be quite lively in the ensuing months. Hey, Dad, are you planning to teach me how to fight? Goten inquired eagerly. Indeed, there are numerous techniques you can learn. Soon, Goten immersed himself in a sparring match with Vegeta on the platform before the Sacred Realm, with Dandy and Mr. Popo observing the duel with keen interest. Remember to hold back. We don't want to damage the surroundings with energy blasts, Vegeta cautioned. I understand, Dad. Goten quickly charged forward, launching an assault against Vegeta. Although Vegeta could easily defend himself with a mere fingertip, he chose to engage with both hands and feet, embodying a father's mercy. Good job, Goten. Now, I will maintain the same defensive stance. How will you break through? Upon hearing his father's guidance, Goten halted his attack, reflecting on Vegeta's movements before charging again. As Goten rushed towards him, Vegeta remained steadfast in his defensive posture. However, in an instant, Goten veered to Vegeta's side and struck, yet it was still insufficient to bypass his defenses. What about this? Goten smiled lightly, transforming into an afterimage and launching an attack from behind, successfully landing a hit on his father. Piccolo chose to remain silent, acknowledging that Goten's performance was indeed commendable. However, it seemed that Vegeta had deliberately held back against him, engaging in what felt like an eternity of playful exchanges, while effortlessly dispatching others in mere moments. It was evident that Vegeta had taken a particular liking to the young boy. Witnessing Vegeta openly dote on Goten, Piccolo felt a warmth within him. Dandy and Bobo couldn't help but reflect on how delightful it was to see Vegeta so joyful, a rare sight in recent weeks. With Goten as his companion, the days passed swiftly. Yet, to Vegeta's astonishment, one day, Trunks joined Goten in his escapades. Does Bulma know you are here? Vegeta inquired with the familiar seriousness characteristic of his persona. Don't worry, Mom knows I'm here, Trunks replied. Can I call you Dad like Goten does? Trunks hesitated. Unlike Goten, who had lost his father early on, Trunks had always regarded Vegeta as his father and found it difficult to accept Vegeta's role in that capacity so readily. It's perfectly fine if you don't want to call me that, Trunks. There's no need to force yourself, Vegeta reassured him. Don't be too sad. Both you and Goten's father will return. Yes, Dad will come back. Trunks relaxed slightly in the presence of Vegeta. You know, Trunks, this new dad is incredibly powerful. He has taught me so many techniques. Goten remained blissfully innocent and endearing, having developed a considerable fondness for Vegeta over the past few days. Really? I want to learn too. Soon, the two boys became involved in Vegeta's daily training regimen. Over the next 2 weeks, while Vegeta honed his skills, he also found joy in playing with the two children and imparting some combat techniques. Before they knew it, 2 weeks had slipped by. After concluding his training, Vegeta sat on the floor, gazing at the two children peacefully slumbering on his bed, a smile of contentment gracing his face, accompanied by a complex array of emotions. To be honest, the thought of his inevitable disappearance stirred a slight discomfort within him. With that realization, Vegeta felt a mixture of resignation. He stretched his limbs, acknowledging that he was more emotionally attached to this world than he had anticipated. Nevertheless, Vegeta had resolutely decided that he would sacrifice his own existence to bring back Son Goku and Vegeta, for those two were the true fathers of these children. Chapter 5. For months, Part 2. One afternoon at the Supreme Kai's temple, Vegeta was prepared to train his two children as usual. However, on this particular day, the two boys had secretly fused into Gotenks to challenge Vegeta. The era of our fathers is coming to an end, Gotenks exclaimed, brimming with excitement at his reappearance. Now brimming with confidence, he transformed into Super Saiyan 3, convinced he could defeat his own father, Vegeta. It's time to give you a stern lesson. Vegeta gazed at the mischievous child with a frown. Despite the fact that Gotenks, born from the fusion of the two little ones, was his true son in every sense. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of disdain for this boisterous little imp who seemed to disregard even his own father. Goten and Trunks had always been relatively well-behaved, yet this one was utterly audacious. Vegeta silently critiqued the situation in his mind, and soon enough, Gotenks launched an all-out assault on him. Employing a series of attacks typical of a child acting on impulse, Vegeta effortlessly evaded each strike, though a hint of irritation began to bubble within him. The boy had seemingly forgotten everything he had taught him just moments ago. I shall settle this with one decisive blow. Gotenks swiftly swung his right fist, gathering all his might as he aimed a powerful punch at his father's face. In an instant, a cloud of dust enveloped Vegeta. As expected, I am still superior. Wait? Sensing a shift in Vegeta's aura, Gotenks was suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of foreboding and quickly retreated. As the dust settled, Vegeta emerged unscathed, transformed into a Super Saiyan. Observing his father adopt Vegeta's signature pose, arms crossed, fingers rhythmically tapping against his biceps, Gotenks realized that his father's patience had reached its limit. Panic set in. I am sorry, Dad. Vegeta used his aura to intimidate Gotenks back into his normal state. But he certainly would not let this opportunity for a lesson in discipline slip away. Their earlier antics had already damaged several sections of the sacred world of the Kai's flooring, despite their prior agreement not to cause destruction here. With that, Vegeta seized the fleeing Gotenks and delivered a firm spank to his backside. Meanwhile, Piccolo silently approved of Vegeta's actions, believing that this unruly child truly needed a stern reprimand. Fortunately, the damage to the sacred world was not too severe, and Gotenks soon reverted from his Super Saiyan form due to the immense energy drain. Trunks and Goten rubbed their sore backsides as they approached Dandy and Bobo to offer their apologies. I'm sorry, Dad. I didn't expect it to turn out like this, Trunks began, feeling responsible since the idea had originated with him. I'll be more careful next time. Gotenks is just too difficult to manage. Vegeta scratched his head, exasperated by this once adorable child now rendered problematic. Oh, I almost forgot. Mom mentioned she wanted to speak with you about something tomorrow. Trunks, scratching his head, suddenly recalled Bulma's request. Why does she want to talk to me? Vegeta was filled with curiosity, but he knew he had to heed Bulma's words. Although he felt an uneasy premonition, the prospect of not attending seemed even more foreboding. Despite his misgivings, Vegeta agreed to accompany Trunks to Capsule Corporation the following morning to converse with Bulma. Why does Aunt Bulma want to talk to Dad? Goten echoed his curiosity. Vegeta shook his head, yet he was determined to keep the appointment. The next step was to contemplate how to reach Capsule Corporation. After some thought, he decided to lower his air pressure and glide towards the outskirts, gradually approaching the destination. Despite never working, Vegeta would still venture out, and surely, the fusion of Vegeta and Kakarot would find a way. So be it. See you the day after tomorrow, Dad. Goten and Trunks bid farewell to Vegeta. Piccolo, with his keen hearing, grasped the situation and offered some advice. Bulma's home is in the metropolis. It would be wise to fly a bit higher to avoid any complications if discovered. How I wish to use instant transmission, but there are too many people, making it hard to sense the energy. The following day, Vegeta set off early towards Bulma's residence. Fortunately, his memory served him well, and the journey went smoothly. As expected of me, quite uneventful. Vegeta soon arrived at the doorstep of Bulma's house, where Mrs. Brief had been waiting eagerly. You must be Mr. Vegeta. You resemble Vegeta remarkably. Mrs. Brief greeted him with her usual warm smile and graciously ushered the somewhat bashful Vegeta inside. The furnishings were almost identical to what Vegeta remembered. This will do, thank you. It was quite extraordinary to hear such candid words from Vegeta's visage. Mrs. Brief mused, noting that Vegeta rarely spoke so openly with others in his day-to-day life. Is that so? Then I shall go find Bulma. Farewell. Upon hearing this, Vegeta suddenly comprehended the subtle expression Piccolo had worn that day. If Vegeta himself were to learn of this contrast, it would likely drive him to madness. With this thought, Vegeta felt an uncontrollable flush on his cheeks and quickly sought an excuse to escape. Such a reticent demeanor remained unchanged. Mrs. Brief continued to smile as she headed to the garden to tend to the animals. Meanwhile, Vegeta swiftly found Bulma, who was seated at a table in a room, patiently awaiting him, as if expecting the return of an old friend. Hello, you must be Vegeta, right? Yes, it is I. Vegeta felt a whirlwind of emotions as he nervously took a seat across from her. No need to be so tense, Bulma chuckled, gesturing for him to help himself to the drinks on the table. Vegeta knew well that the beverages were those typically enjoyed by Goku and himself. Indeed, Vegeta relaxed slightly and opened a bottle to take a sip. I shouldn't have lost my temper with you that day. I apologize, Bulma said, lowering her gaze. Although Vegeta did not mind, he replied, "It's nothing. That incident occurred ages ago. I'm not as petty as Vegeta." He displayed a cheerful smile reminiscent of Goku. In his memories, Vegeta had often sulked over trivial matters when he first began his relationship with Bulma. Huffed. Observing the expression of Vegeta, Bulma couldn't help but laugh. Her curiosity piqued regarding Vegeta's memory structure. Is that amusing? No, it's nothing significant. Merely the peculiar contrast of someone resembling Vegeta lamenting about his pettiness is rather intriguing. Soon, the two began conversing, with Vegeta sharing with Bulma some amusing emotional nuances from Goku and Vegeta's memories, as well as certain events involving Trunks in the Supreme Kai's realm. By the way, do you find yourself influenced by their memories? Certainly, their recollections are far from a mere passive observation of others' lives. Instead, I can profoundly experience their emotions and thoughts. So, is your thinking independent? Well, as I have stated, I am neither Goku nor Vegeta. Bulma contemplated this, realizing he was indeed a completely autonomous persona, igniting her innate curiosity as a woman. What are your thoughts on me and Chi-Chi now? Vegeta suddenly felt tense. With the memories of Goku and Chi-Chi, as well as Bulma and Vegeta's couples intertwining in his mind. Well, shall I share it? No one else is here. Bulma, being one of the strongest women on Earth, pressed further, and Vegeta was tempted to teleport away, but Bulma swiftly grasped his sleeve, leaving him with no choice but to comply. If I must say, I like both you and Chi-Chi. Under Bulma's persistent inquiries, Vegeta blushed and provided this answer. You mustn't tell anyone else, Vegeta exclaimed, his face flushed, and then he turned away to regain his composure, wishing to hide his embarrassment from Bulma. As Bulma stifled a laugh, she turned her head away, realizing that in matters of affection, Vegeta bore a striking resemblance to the reticent Vegeta. Apologies, rest assured. I shall keep it to myself. Speaking of which, Vegeta doesn't seem to particularly favor Chi-Chi, does he? Bulma mused. Recalling her interactions with Chi-Chi's family over the past 7 years, Vegeta's exchanges with Chi-Chi were exceedingly sparse. Vegeta, now back to his usual demeanor, was surprised by Bulma's question. Yet he responded nonetheless. Vegeta doesn't dislike Chi-Chi. In fact, he has a bit of an affection for her. Really? After all, he enjoys her cooking immensely. Bulma found herself somewhat speechless, yet it made sense. To quickly endear oneself to a scion, aside from fighting, one must possess exceptional culinary skills. Vegeta is unexpectedly simple-minded in some respects. His reluctance to engage probably stems from perceiving her as somewhat occupied. Bulma silently critiqued, lamenting that all scions are terrifyingly straightforward. Perhaps she was overthinking it. After concluding their gossip, Bulma shifted to more pressing matters. She wanted Vegeta to take Trunks and the others out for some fun. Alas, this was a promise made by Vegeta, Vegeta thought, perplexed. Is he expecting me to help Vegeta repay a debt? Well, it's not such a burden, after all. You have nothing else to do, so why not entertain those two little ones? With that, Bulma produced the smartphone she had long prepared and handed it to him. What is this? Vegeta carefully held a thin metallic object in his hands, fearful of crushing it with a careless squeeze. This is a mobile phone. You can contact me for any issues, Bulma said with a joyful smile, delighted to finally put this device to use. Previously, Vegeta had dismissed it without a second glance. But now it seemed he could finally wield its potential. Chapter 6. For Months, Part 2. Thus, Bulma insisted on teaching Vegeta how to operate the phone, and she made him promise to go out with Trunks and the others after some time. It's settled then, she declared, brimming with happiness. In her eyes, Vegeta was far more amenable than Vegeta, who rarely heeded her words, consumed by his relentless training. So, can you use the phone now? It should become quite convenient with frequent use, she inquired. Vegeta cautiously navigated the phone's interface, finding the contraption rather fragile in his grasp. There's one more thing, Bulma said as she produced a measuring tape, beginning to collect data on Vegeta's physique. You can't possibly wear that training uniform for outings. True enough, he conceded. Vegeta was intrigued by what kind of attire Bulma would design for him. It was quite remarkable. Despite being the fusion of Goku and Vegeta, he stood slightly taller than Goku. Oh really? I hadn't noticed that, Vegeta remarked, astonished, pondering how Vegeta might react to this revelation. given that height had always been a sore point for him. Eventually, Beget bid farewell to Bulma and departed from Capsule Corporation, returning once more to the Supreme Kai's realm. Upon his arrival, Din approached with curiosity. "Welcome back, Mr. Beget. What is that you have there?" "Oh, this is a mobile phone," Beget replied. "Bulma said I could use it to contact her." Din listened with keen interest as Beget explained the device, marveling at how technology had transformed lives. It's quite astonishing that he is learning to use such a gadget, Piccolo thought to himself, bemused by this extraordinary sight. Goku and Vegeta, two individuals unwavering in their ways, had never shown interest in Earth's technology, let alone using it. The fact that Goku had merely learned to drive was already a miracle. Reflecting on those days spent learning to drive alongside Goku made Piccolo feel a twinge of discomfort. "Hey Piccolo, how are you?" Beget called back to him. "Same as usual," Piccolo replied, rising to inquire about Beget's experiences at Bulma's. He was genuinely curious about what Beget had encountered. "Nothing much, just dealing with Vegeta's affairs. He promised to take Trunks out for some fun. So you plan to take that little rascal out?" "Something like that. After all, I carry half of Vegeta within me. It's akin to settling his debts," Beget said with a resigned scratch of his head. Only Piccolo saw through Bulma's underlying intentions. "She seems to care for him quite a bit." "What are you talking about?" Beget asked. "Nothing much. Why don't you go check out West City in the next few days? Just be sure not to get lost." "Ah, indeed. That fellow Vegeta does not venture out often. I must memorize the route." As anticipated, despite his cleverness in combat and straightforward learning, he remains quite oblivious when it comes to emotions. Piccolo observed Vegeta, who was engrossed in his mobile map, lost in thought. Soon, the appointed day arrived, and Vegeta set off early to Bulma's residence to collect his attire. Bulma, brimming with joy, ushered him into the fitting room, where a fashionable sports leisure outfit awaited him. It bore a striking resemblance to his training uniform, a deep blue jacket paired with long pants, complemented by an orange t-shirt and sneakers that matched his current footwear. "The color scheme is identical to what I am wearing now," Vegeta mused as he examined the clothing, thoroughly content with its quality and texture. "I believe this combination suits you splendidly. Do try it on. The effect should be remarkable," Bulma encouraged. As she predicted, Vegeta looked exceptional in his new ensemble. "It feels a bit unusual," he remarked while gazing at his reflection in the mirror, yet he found himself quite fond of this new appearance. "Mom, have Dad and Trunks arrived?" Trunks knocked on the door, sensing Vegeta's presence, and Bulma gestured for him to enter and witness Vegeta's transformation. "You look so cool, Dad," Trunks exclaimed with delight, calling for Goten, who also admired the new outfit. "Haha, it seems the effect is indeed impressive." After ruffling the heads of the two children and thanking Bulma, he took them to a nearby amusement park. Now, clad in his new attire, Vegeta resembled an ordinary Earth father, enjoying an outing with his children. "Excuse me, are these two little ones your brothers?" a lady inquired. "No, they are all my children," Vegeta replied with a hearty laugh. Although he was now a man in his 40s, his scion heritage rendered him looking merely in his 20s or 30s. "Oh, I see. My apologies for intruding," the lady said, discreetly departing upon realizing he had a family. The two children watched her leave with curiosity. How strange. Why did she ask, and then just walk away? Goten pondered innocently, his finger in his mouth. "I have no idea," Vegeta shrugged, redirecting his focus to the next route. Shortly thereafter, the trio arrived at the amusement park entrance, and after passing through ticket inspection, the children joyfully engaged in play, with Vegeta accompanying them throughout. "This amusement park is truly delightful, Trunks," Goten exclaimed, the happiest among them, enjoying his first visit to such a grand place. "Next time we have the chance, we can explore even farther." Trunks excitedly shared his future plans with Goten, while Vegeta trailed behind, observing the throngs of visitors with interest, reminding them not to wander off. "Ah, I am genuinely happy. Though I am slightly fatigued," he sighed contentedly. After a while, the two little ones finally grew weary from play. Vegeta suggested they take a break, just as Bulma approached, saying, "I need to take a call. You two stay here, all right?" "Okay, I understand. Be quick." However, lurking in the shadows of the amusement park, a pair of ill-intentioned individuals were stealthily advancing toward them. "What is the matter, Bulma?" Vegeta, carefully adjusting the strap of his phone, answered the call. "Something serious has happened. A group of wanted criminals has been spotted at a nearby mall." "Criminals?" "Yes. It seems they have fled towards your amusement park." "I understand. I will ensure their safety." Just as Vegeta hung up, one of the assailants pressed a knife against his neck, yet Vegeta remained unfazed. How unfortunate that we have found you, the criminal sneered. Vegeta remained silent, intently observing as the miscreants were surrounded by a scruffy team of police officers. Cease at once. The hostage, please remain calm. We are here to rescue you. The standoff continued between the police and the criminals, while Vegeta remained indifferent. Dad, Trunks, hearing the commotion, spotted his father in peril. Trunks, go back. Your mother wouldn't want you to get hurt. I understand, Dad. Be careful. Trunks calmly turned away, displaying a composure that belied his age. To an outsider, his concern might seem like typical worry for his father's safety, yet between them, it was more about fearing Vegeta's potential severity. What's with this kid? He's far too composed. He doesn't seem to regard me at all, the robber muttered, and at last, Vegeta spoke to him. This time, I shall spare your life. Reflect upon your actions in prison. Huh, what nonsense are you spouting? Before he could finish, Vegeta raised his hands, fingers outstretched before his face. Solar flare. In an instant, the criminals were overwhelmed by the blinding light and subsequently subdued by the recovering officers, who apprehended them and took them into custody. Alas, the incident disrupted the normal operations of the amusement park, forcing the trio to depart prematurely. Those despicable fiends. Trunks grumbled on their way home, while Goten consoled him. Don't be upset, Trunks. We still had a great time. Yes, that's true. Vegeta observed the two lively boys, a smile gracing his lips as he gazed into the distant sky. Unbeknownst to him, for months had quickly passed, and the time for another promise to be fulfilled was drawing near. I never expected I could feel sentimental. It seemed there were only 2 weeks left. However, he hesitated to voice this harsh reality, reluctant to burden the 2 children with such a cruel truth. What's wrong, Dad? Nothing. Let us hurry home. Bulma must be quite anxious. After safely escorting the boys back to Bulma's house, Vegeta returned once more to the temple of the Supreme Kai. Unlike usual, Vegeta took the initiative to approach Dandy to discuss the upcoming ceremony that would take place in half a month's time. Dandy, how are the Dragon Balls faring? Rest assured, just as anticipated, they will be ready for use in half a month. Is that so? I must thank you for your efforts over these past few months. Dandy shook his head, indicating that he was the one who should express gratitude, for Mr. Vegeta had also worked hard during this time. Is the Dragon Radar still with you? Yes, I've kept it safe with Mr. Bobo. Dandy summoned Mr. Bobo and handed the Dragon Radar to Vegeta. That's good. Upon receiving the Dragon Radar, Vegeta smiled innocently like Goku, feeling a bittersweet sense of parting as he prepared for his imminent departure. Piccolo remained silent, reminiscent of the time he bid farewell to the self-destructing Vegeta. Now, he was about to send off another friend, though this time it felt like a true farewell. Chapter 7. Farewell to everyone. Perhaps the time for parting was drawing near. In the Supreme Kai's temple, Trunks appeared somewhat distracted today. Goten initially failed to comprehend why his friend seemed so troubled and, in his naivety, worriedly inquired about Trunks' demeanor. You fool, Goten, my dad is leaving us forever tomorrow. Trunks gazed at his friend with a complex mix of emotions. He undoubtedly wished for Vegeta's return, yet he also dreaded the thought of Vegeta's permanent absence. Goten was momentarily stunned before his expression quickly darkened. How can this be? The 2 boys soon found themselves enveloped in a heavy atmosphere. Despite having lost their parents during the battle with Buu, they were still unwilling to let Vegeta depart. Outside, Vegeta overheard the boys' conversation and managed a rueful smile. He had just received a call from King Kai, informing him that Gohan had completed his training and was planning to return. Thank you, Lord Kai. Is Gohan coming back by spaceship? No, he is attempting to use instant transmission to return on his own. Is that so? Gohan is truly working hard, Vegeta mused. Having already gathered the Dragon Balls, with everything prepared for the ritual, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, guiding Gohan's return. While Gohan on Yardrat felt Vegeta's formidable energy and successfully pinpointed Earth. Thank you for taking care of me all this time. Farewell. Gohan bid farewell to the Yardrat people, who were pleased to see him leave successfully. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the Supreme Kai's temple on Earth. Long time no see, Gohan. I trust your studies have gone well. Vegeta greeted him with a familiar warm smile, and Gohan reciprocated with pleasantries. Yes, everything is ready. In the room, Goten eagerly approached Gohan. The brothers, reunited after 4 months, embraced, with Goten joyfully exclaiming, Brother, you're back. Thus, the next day, in the presence of family and friends, the separation ceremony officially commenced. Come forth, Shenron, and grant my wish. Dandy summoned the Dragon of Earth, and instantly, the skies above the planet were engulfed in darkness. Meanwhile, Vegeta had closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, while Gohan placed a hand upon his shoulder, preparing to cast a spell. Speak your wish. I can grant you two. Please enhance the effect of this separation ritual. A trivial matter. Soon, Gohan felt a tremendous power augmenting the potency of his incantation. As Vegeta's form began to gradually split into two figures, though his eyes were shut, he was acutely aware that the two children were surely shedding tears of sorrow. Father, will you truly never return? On the day Gohan had just returned, Goten uneasily recalled Trunks' words, thinking, but that can't be right. If another formidable foe emerges in the future, surely I would have another chance to appear again. Vegeta consoled Goten with a half-truth, and the innocent boy felt a measure of relief. Then let us play again when that time comes. Indeed, it is settled. Reflecting on his final conversation with Goten, Vegeta felt a twinge of guilt. Forgive me, Goten. It seems there may not be another opportunity for us to meet. In a blinding flash of white light, Son Goku and Vegeta returned to the mortal realm once more. As time passed, Son Goku joyfully shared lunch with Vegeta in the Supreme Kai's temple, while Trunks and Goten indulged in delicious food. Hey you. Humph. I have no desire to lay eyes on that guy again. Vegeta, listening to the nonsensical sounds emanating from Goku as he ate, declared his usual proud proclamation. Bulma and Chi-Chi watched the two of them devouring their meals with delight, as if they had been transported back to those blissful and tranquil days of yore. Trunks and Goten were secretly discussing something, although Trunks felt a tinge of sadness upon witnessing his father's disdain for him. Gohan was conversing with Piccolo about his experiences on planet Yardrat and his future plans, while Krillin was overjoyed by his friend's return. However, he was somewhat troubled by the whereabouts of a certain little one, prompting him to inquire about Son Goku's plans. Goku, what do you intend to do about that little guy? Son Goku pondered for a moment, then swallowed his food and boldly announced his thoughts. Upon hearing his father's words, Goten was filled with immense joy, while Trunks felt a slight disappointment. Goten approached Goku to confirm whether he truly intended to proceed. I do plan to do so, Goku said, casting a glance towards Chi-Chi, immediately becoming apprehensive. But your mother may not agree. It's fine. Chi-Chi's response left Son Goku astonished and exhilarated. Really, Chi-Chi? However, Goku, you must work diligently. Faced with his wife's request, Goku hesitated. Yet upon seeing his youngest son's pleading gaze and his own yearning for more intense battles in the future, he compromised with Chi-Chi. Kakarot, you should find that little one now. His energy has begun to stir. The meticulous Vegeta set aside the food he was about to bring to his lips, cautioning Goku. Although his current strength was on par with that of Trunks and his companions, should he stir up trouble, it would certainly pose a dilemma. All right, I understand, Vegeta. Goku temporarily departed from the group, heading towards a certain room. After all, that fellow could be considered a blood relative, right? He opened the door to find the small figure, both familiar and foreign, had already risen from his bed and gazed at him in astonishment. Who are you? Goku, taken aback by the question, pointed to himself and replied, I am Son Goku. Son Goku? The small child echoed the name in a daze, instinctively feeling a profound connection to this man, as if Son Goku were an integral part of his very being. Do you truly remember nothing at all, Vegeta? Goku bent down to scrutinize the child closely, tilting his head in concern, wondering if he had suffered a childhood injury that led to amnesia. Vegeta? Is that my name? The little one tilted his head. Goku scratched his own head, and, upon realizing there were no signs of injury, smiled warmly, gently patting the child's head and suggesting they go out for a meal. The child readily agreed. Hey, I'm back, everyone. Goku entered, reminiscent of the time he first brought Goten to Master Roshi's place, presenting Vegeta to the group. The others regarded him with curious eyes, while Vegeta remained unconcerned, quietly enjoying his meal at the table. Vegeta, aren't you going to compete with me for him? TCH, I have no desire to revisit that bothersome fusion, Vegeta retorted, still harboring some resentment towards Goku for concealing the Super Saiyan 3 transformation. Goku, do you genuinely intend to adopt him? Krillin observed the surprisingly refined eating habits of the young Vegeta, intrigued by his friend's unexpected enthusiasm for the idea of adoption. Oh, I can already envision how strong this child will become in the future. Once he matures, I would relish the opportunity for a proper sparring match with him. Krillin and the others found themselves momentarily speechless, while Vegeta merely scoffed, deeming such thoughts quintessentially Goku. Goku, with an innocent smile, waited for Vegeta to finish his meal. Suddenly, His expression turned serious as he lifted the child for inspection and approached Vegeta, saying, "Hey, Vegeta, what is it, Kakarot?" Vegeta assumed Goku had a significant matter to discuss, perhaps about the Saiyan growth cycle. Instead, Goku inquired, "Whom do you think he will resemble in height when he grows up? Shall we place a wager?" Kakarot. Vegeta finally lost his temper. His mood had already been sour. In the midst of everyone's gaze, Goku cradled the small Vegeta in one arm while using the other to fend off Vegeta's playful assault. The scene was utterly comical, eliciting laughter from nearly all, save for Piccolo, whose lips merely curled into a slight smile. "Enough of this nonsense, you two." Bulma was the first to raise her voice, attempting to put an end to the antics of the two. However, at that moment, Son Goku suddenly recalled some memories of Vegeta due to Bulma's oddly familiar commanding presence. "You, Bulma, have you coerced Vegeta into these actions?" Goku's expression shifted, reflecting a hint of resentment. "What are you talking about?" Bulma, sensing the situation was deteriorating, quickly feigned ignorance. "I recall a bit as well." Meanwhile, a vein throbbed on Vegeta's forehead, and a slight flush appeared on his cheeks. Observing the two who had now united against a common foe, Bulma felt a wave of panic. This time, she was clearly at fault. "Let us take a moment," she said. "I apologize, I was merely curious." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Bulma swiftly changed the subject. "If Vegeta's memories have transferred to you, does he still recognize us?" "Actually, I remember nothing at all," Vegeta finally interjected after being forced to remain silent on Goku's shoulder for several minutes, hoping Goku would set him down. Upon hearing this, the two children hurried over, encircling Vegeta. "Hey, I'm Goten, do you remember me?" Vegeta shook his head, indicating he did not recognize him. Trunks, standing nearby, introduced himself as well, but Vegeta offered the same response. "Yet, there is a curious sensation upon seeing you." Vegeta consoled them, feeling inexplicably pained by their sorrowful expressions. "Do not be so disheartened." Yamcha observed the scene with a smile. "He has merely lost his memory. At least he hasn't entirely departed from you. Memories can always be recreated." Bulma looked at Yamcha with surprise, appreciating his eloquence in a critical moment. Sometimes, he proved to be quite reliable. "Thank you, Yamcha," she thought, exhilarated by his brilliance. In matters of rhetoric, it seemed that Saiyans could not compete with Earthlings, and Piccolo, who had seen through it all, chose to remain silent. "Indeed, Yamcha," he agreed. Although Goku and Vegeta felt that something was amiss, it was enough that Goten and the others were happy. "By the way, Vegeta is indeed related to me, Goten, and Dad," Goku mused. "After all, he shares half of my essence, although I am still unsure how he suddenly became an independent entity." Goku reflected on the dragon's explanation, which suggested that Vegeta had developed a strong sense of self during his 4-month existence and had formed a significant attachment to the present world, thus being recognized as an independent individual by the ritual, albeit at the cost of losing most of his power and memories. And his body had reverted to that of a child. As an individual educated in modern times, Gohan found himself contemplating the ethical relationship between his family and Vegeta's lineage. Genetically speaking, Vegeta is half his father and half Uncle Vegeta. Thus he is considered a child of both his father and Uncle Vegeta. Vegeta immediately exuded an intimidating aura, prompting Gohan to awkwardly chuckle and quickly amend his statement, suggesting that Vegeta could indeed be regarded as a brother to both him and Goten. "Does that mean I have another brother now?" Goten exclaimed joyfully, grasping Vegeta's hand in a gesture of welcome to this new family member. Trunks felt a twinge of envy. Yet his clever mind quickly deduced that Vegeta could now also be considered his brother. "From now on, I too have an older brother," he mused with excitement, having longed for a sibling like Goten since childhood. At that moment, Gohan's curiosity was piqued by Vegeta's earrings, leading him to inquire of Piccolo whether those items were still functional. "Can his earrings still be used?" Piccolo replied affirmatively, recounting the Supreme Kai's remarks that these earrings could be entrusted to Dandy for safekeeping, should they ever be required again. Reflecting on the Elder Kai's praises of the earrings, Piccolo emphasized the importance of their preservation. Those things are rather perilous," Goku interjected with dissatisfaction as one of the victims of the Patera earrings. "The notion of permanent fusion is troublesome, and I would prefer to rely on my own strength in battle." Vegeta concurred with Goku's sentiment, and ultimately, Vegeta's earrings were removed and temporarily stored on Earth. Thus, after resolving a series of events, the warriors bid their farewells. Goku returned to his home on Mount Payaz with his 2 children and wife Chi-Chi, along with Vegeta, who was now considered an adopted son. Meanwhile, Bulma's family returned to Capsule Corporation in West City, and Vegeta would likely resume his usual training at home. Krillin and Android 18 headed to Kame House, while Yamcha resumed his everyday life. Tien and Kairatsu would continue to live in seclusion, managing their martial arts school. What awaited them was a protracted period of peaceful existence. Chapter 8. The true essence lies in simplicity. Upon returning to Mount Payos, Goku was the happiest among everyone except Chi-Chi, as he was finally able to indulge in her culinary creations. In his mind, the food from the afterlife could never compare to the delectable dishes prepared by Chi-Chi, especially her homemade meals. Chi-Chi, when can we eat? I am eagerly anticipating it, he exclaimed, bringing back a bounty of wild game from Mount Payos, which had rekindled a sense of nostalgia from his long-awaited hunting expedition, though his thoughts swiftly shifted to his yearning for a feast. Seeing the exuberant Goku, Chi-Chi happily assured him that she would prepare a grand meal. Noticing the affectionate exchange between the couple, Gohan, who was in the throes of romance himself, discreetly retreated to his room to organize his study materials for the next day. It had been quite some time since he attended school, and he hoped he could catch up with the academic progress. As for Goten and Vegeta, they were early on sent away by Wukong to play in the mountains, under the pretense of allowing Goten to familiarize Vegeta with the living environment. Look, brother, this is a dinosaur I know. Goten joyfully soared through the air, introducing little Vegeta to his delightful realm in the Baozi Mountains. At that moment, an adorable little dinosaur approached, happily licking Goten's face. Can I pet him? Little Vegeta, too, was quite fond of this charming creature, and he held a very favorable impression of the Baozi Mountains, with their fresh air and expansive skies, devoid of the clamor of the bustling city. It is worth noting that Vegeta's aversion to venturing outdoors is well-founded. For him and Goku, both formidable warriors, the overwhelming sensory perceptions of a large metropolis are rather off-putting. As a child with deep-rooted connections to both, little Vegeta instinctively gravitated towards the tranquility of the Baozi Mountains. Of course you can. Really? Vegeta reached out to stroke the little dinosaur's head, marveling at the smooth scales, which felt pleasantly cool against his palm. The creature, unperturbed, turned and resumed licking Vegeta's small face. Ha ha ha, you are quite the lively one. Vegeta relished the dinosaur's affectionate antics, while little Goten laughed heartily nearby. When dinner time arrived, Chi-Chi dutifully presented a sumptuous feast, and the Scion's appetites did not disappoint her. She swiftly attended to her own meal, all the while smiling at the three father and son figures devouring their food. Unlike Goku and Goten, who ate with exuberance, Vegeta maintained a serene demeanor during meals, savoring each bite, and soon they finished all the dishes laid out before them. How intriguing! This child is unexpectedly quiet, Chi-Chi mused. Reflecting on her few interactions with Vegeta, he seldom engaged in lengthy conversations, often remaining silent even during social gatherings forcibly arranged by Bulma, displaying only the slightest emotional shifts during meals. His tranquil demeanor was reminiscent of Vegeta, she thought. Before long, she began to tidy up the plates, resuming her usual chore of washing dishes. However, with 2 additional Scions present today, her workload noticeably increased, prompting Goku to offer his assistance. I'm sorry, Chi-Chi. Washing so many dishes alone must be exhausting. May I help you? Goku said with a silly grin, as he joined her in clearing away the utensils. Chi-Chi returned his smile, her heart warmed by his gesture. Oh Goku, I am your wife. This quantity is hardly a challenge for me. Observing his parents reunited once more, their eldest son Gohan was filled with nostalgia, as if transported back to those blissful days 7 years ago. Little Goten, perplexed by his brother's joyful demeanor, looked on, while little Vegeta, even more bewildered, merely gazed at the remnants of food on the table, imitating Chi-Chi as he began to clean up. Gohan watched in mild surprise. As this reminded him of certain habits of Uncle Vegeta, he recalled that, in contrast to his boisterous father, Vegeta was unexpectedly meticulous about the details of daily life when together with Aunt Bulma. This attentiveness was strikingly similar to Uncle Vegeta's. Gohan sighed, contemplating that in the future, Vegeta might take the initiative to undertake some household chores. That little rascal would undoubtedly resist the notion of attending school and would likely remain at home to train with his father. Gohan was acutely aware of the stark psychological divide between pure-blooded Scions and their hybrid counterparts. Whether Vegeta would eventually integrate into society remained an open question. The likelihood of pure-blooded Scions securing legitimate employment was virtually non-existent, for they were born warriors, incapable of settling down to a mundane job. Pondering this, Gohan gazed at Vegeta with a mix of emotions. He quickly tidied part of the table, while Chi-Chi, who was washing dishes, noticed his efforts. Is Goku planning to have that child stay home to train? She mused. Haha, that's indeed my intention, Goku replied, a hint of concern in his tone. His memories were still tethered to the crisis 7 years ago during the Cell Games, when Chi-Chi had steadfastly refused to allow Gohan to train amidst such dire threats. Then Goku, train him well, she encouraged. Really? Chi-Chi, Goku exclaimed, elated at her unexpected approval for Vegeta to focus on training, as he had initially assumed she would insist on the child attending school. After all, Goku and Vegeta had always been fervently dedicated to combat. Chi-Chi, somewhat resigned, remarked that while Vegeta was indeed family-oriented, it was also a fact that he had never held a job. Goku was no different. The money left for the household over the past 7 years had come solely from his first victory at the World Martial Arts Tournament. Fortunately, Goten had recently won a substantial prize of 5 million, which would sustain the family for quite some time. Perhaps it's good for him to do some chores and farm work at home, Chi-Chi concluded. Goku, filled with joy, vowed to contribute diligently at home. However, the matter of him slacking off at work later was another story altogether. The years of peaceful living passed swiftly, and soon Gohan found himself at the stage of discussing marriage with Videl, while Piccolo observed them from the rooftop of their new home. Meanwhile, the strongest farmer on Earth, Son Goku, was plowing the fields with a tractor, grumbling about a stubborn tree stump that resembled Vegeta. Back at home, Vegeta was assisting Chi-Chi in preparing lunch for Goku. As for how he learned to cook, it stemmed from his simple desire to help Chi-Chi, who was often busy in the kitchen. Surprisingly, despite her initial low expectations, Chi-Chi found that Vegeta had a knack for it, managing to identify various seasonings and prepare simple dishes. Years later, Vegeta would take pride in having accomplished something neither Goku nor Vegeta could do. With lunch now ready, he announced, Aunt Chi-Chi, I'm off to deliver lunch to Mr. Goku, hoisting a large bag of takeout as he bid her farewell. Be careful on your way, she replied. All right, he responded, soon arriving at the fields where Goku had created several large holes, clearly the result of his training. Meanwhile, young Goten was driving the tractor, assisting his father with the plowing. Hey, lunch is here, Vegeta called out. Wow, just in time, I was getting hungry. Wukong reverted from Super Saiyan to his normal state, eagerly devouring his meal. Goten, be careful. Stop right now, Vegeta cautioned, glancing anxiously at the roaring tractor. There was a time when Goten nearly fell off while driving it for Wukong. All right, I understand, brother. Goten obediently halted the vehicle. Meanwhile, Vegeta observed the carefree Wukong and the surrounding large pits, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. You remain unchanged, father. He murmured the last 2 words so softly that they barely escaped his lips. Years of living alongside the Sun family had ingrained him into their dynamic. Yet he retained the quintessential prideful demeanor of a scion, rarely referring to Chi-Chi and Wukong in such a manner. At that moment, Wukong had just finished his meal. His extraordinary perception revealed a rarely seen cunning side to him. You still call me that, huh? He engaged Vegeta in conversation despite his reluctance, while little Goten dismounted the tractor, curiously observing the two. What are you talking about? I said nothing. Vegeta feigned ignorance, as he was typically reticent about matters of the heart. Is it so wrong to call me that again? Wukong displayed an innocent expression akin to that of a small creature, scratching his head. If it's not permissible, then it simply isn't. Vegeta, feeling flustered, attempted to mask his embarrassment, while Wukong laughed heartily. The naive Goten exclaimed, Brother finally called you father. With the revelation now complete, Vegeta's face turned crimson. Witnessing his son enter a state of shock, Wukong quickly shifted the conversation to training. Initially, when Wukong first encountered the unusually quiet Vegeta, he suspected that he might possess a lower desire for battle, akin to Gohan. However, after their first sparring match, he realized his mistake. A pure-blood scion is inherently driven by an insatiable thirst for combat. He profoundly sensed the exhilarating feeling of risking his life while battling Vegeta. Upon hearing Wukong's words, Vegeta swiftly returned to his combat-ready demeanor, showcasing his transformation into a Super Saiyan. Not bad. You've mastered full power, Wukong remarked, feeling quite pleased. As he contemplated how to further his training, Vegeta smiled slightly, with sparks of energy crackling around him. A single lock of hair standing upright. He had successfully reached the Super Saiyan 2 stage. Wukong was somewhat astonished. knowing that both he and Vegeta had spent considerable time achieving this level. Only Gohan had managed to transcend this form in a remarkably brief period through sheer potential. This form feels different, yet somewhat similar. Vegeta quipped about the subtle changes of Super Saiyan 2, while Goten eagerly circled him, observing with curiosity. This is Super Saiyan 2, and there's still Super Saiyan 3 beyond this. Can you transform again? Vegeta inquired, intrigued by the appearance of Super Saiyan 3. But the only one present who could achieve that form, Wukong, declined, citing the potential for significant destruction in the arena. Let us hasten to cultivate the fields, lest Kiki scolds me once again. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Sun Wukong stealthily climbed onto the tractor, urgently remedying the day's labor. Meanwhile, Wu Tian engaged in conversation with Vegeta about Di Li's wedding gift, hoping that Vegeta might offer some inspiration. The back mountains of Baozishan are adorned with exquisite flowers. I believe they would suffice. Vegeta stroked his chin, recalling from his scant memories the joy on Kiki's face when Sun Wukong presented her with flowers. Indeed, that idea seems quite splendid. I shall consult Trunks shortly. Thus, little Wu Tian ventured towards the west while Vegeta remained to assist Sun Wukong with the agricultural tasks. Ultimately, Di Li received a bottle of spring water and a bouquet of fresh flowers, while her father gifted Sun Wukong a monetary reward of 100 million yuan. Upon witnessing the young Vegeta, Satan was pleasantly surprised and wished to express his gratitude for saving Fat Bu, although Vegeta had long forgotten the incident. Faced with Satan's enthusiasm, Sun Wukong initially intended to decline, until he realized that with such funds, he could train under King Kai. Vegeta's words awakened his realization, and thus, Wukong graciously accepted the money. Gradually, a mundane day passed for Sun Wukong's family and the other warriors, despite a looming crisis quietly approaching Earth from millions of light years away. Or rather, beginning to awaken. Chapter 9. The approaching crisis on a planet farther from Earth. A horde of pig-headed aliens frantically prepared a feast for the entity they served, Beerus, the god of destruction. Please, Lord Beerus, take a look, the pig-headed leader said nervously. Despite the absurdity, this banquet was crucial for the survival of their entire planet. As Beerus glanced at the array of dishes, he sniffed a selection of meat slices and tapped a high-stemmed glass filled with what appeared to be a dessert. What is this? He inquired. This is Alla Planet Che, made from organic vegetables and sterile beef. The name sent a shiver down his spine. Beerus remarked dryly before taking a bite of the dessert. The pig-headed beings were on edge, yet Beerus seemed somewhat satisfied with the sweet treat. Mediocre. But I suppose it will do, he commented. Just as they were about to voice their concerns, in an instant, half of their planet was obliterated. In the realm of the Kais, the Elder Kai was filled with trepidation. Once Lord Beerus awakened, it would surely incite countless disturbances. After 37 years, he had stirred from his slumber. The Elder Kai still remembered the events of Beerus being sealed within the sword and anxiously thought of the seance on Earth, hoping that this time, no great calamity would ensue. Back on Earth, Wukong was elated as Kiki had permitted him to train under King Kai. Soon, he utilized instant transmission to bring the equally excited Vegeta to King Kai's planet, while the poor King Kai dared not express his displeasure. Let us see how this technique fares. With both hands positioned beside him in a lotus formation, Goku had already concentrated his energy into the Kamehameha, intending to unleash it towards Vegeta. Meanwhile, Vegeta offered a slight smile, raising one hand to form an energy sphere in his palm. This was a technique familiar to Goku. The Big Bang Attack, a signature move of Vegeta. Witnessing this, Goku felt a twinge of annoyance. After all, Vegeta had incessantly claimed he wished to avoid encountering Vegeta. Yet here he was, orchestrating a battle. Goku silently scoffed at Vegeta's hypocrisy, just as Vegeta, training in the gravity chamber, sneezed unexpectedly. As the two energy blasts collided, a significant crater was formed on King Kai's planet. As the dust settled, it became evident that Vegeta, lacking the upper hand in strength, lay sprawled on the ground. While Goku was not much better off, covered in ash as well. You are already quite powerful. Goku helped Vegeta to his feet, who, though unharmed, expressed gratitude before brushing off the dust. After all, if Chi-Chi discovered he had soiled his clothing, he would surely be in for trouble. Still, it remains woefully insufficient. Vegeta recognized the gap in strength between himself and Goku. Despite his normal power being only slightly inferior to Goku's, his fighting experience and techniques were still too immature in comparison. Indeed, The prowess of Mr. Goku and Uncle Vegeta was evenly matched. Vegeta recalled an occasion when he and Goten had visited Trunks' home, only to be inadvertently pulled into the gravity chamber by Vegeta. He had gained first-hand experience of Vegeta's fighting style and even learned some of his techniques, though Vegeta himself had been rather indifferent about it. Have you fought with Vegeta before? Yes, I greatly admire his fighting style, so I subconsciously mimicked it. No wonder you employed that technique. Hee, it worked quite well, didn't it? Meanwhile, King Kai and his pet could only marvel at the destructive capabilities of these two. It was a world where only they would sustain injuries. King Kai helplessly rubbed the halo atop his head, lamenting that for all these years, Goku had never wished for his own revival. Tomorrow is Aunt Bulma's birthday. Gazing at Goku, Vegeta recalled how excited Chi-Chi had been to share this delightful news, insisting he convey it to Goku. Oh, I nearly forgot about that. Goku chuckled heartily, scratching his head in slight embarrassment. He was not particularly invested in the festivities and would likely forget again by the next day. Just then, King Kai, who was busy repairing his abode, received a call from old Kai, urging him to keep a close watch on Goku and the other Saiyans, ensuring they did not cause any trouble. Lord Beerus has awakened, and we must monitor Goku and the others vigilantly. Understood, I won't let them know. While he was on the call, a curious Goku leaned in closer, startling King Kai and causing paint to splatter all over him. What are you talking about, King Kai? The oblivious Goku inquired, while King Kai attempted to mask his anger beneath a facade of composure. Do you even have the audacity to ask? Because of you, our food supply for 2 years has vanished. Apologies, Lord Kai. Upon witnessing the furious Kai pursuing Goku, Vegeta swiftly intervened, diligently wiping the Kai's face with a towel he had brought along. Now, this is more like it. The Kai expressed his appreciation for Vegeta's thoughtfulness, noting that if it were the careless Goku, he would likely have used a filthy rag from the ground to clean his face. It seems that at times, having a half Goku is indeed preferable. The Kai silently mocked Goku, who continued to smile cheerfully, while Vegeta meticulously cleaned off the paint, also becoming slightly influenced by the atmosphere and smiling faintly. Meanwhile, Bulma was busy organizing the servants to prepare the prizes for tomorrow and arranging the rental yacht. The birthday party of the world's richest person was sure to be an extravagant affair. Everything was nearly ready. Bulma was overjoyed. Ever since the battle with Bu, her husband Vegeta had shown a noticeable change in attitude. Although Vegeta had already helped him settle his debts, he still spent the entire day playing with her and Trunks. Tomorrow was bound to be an unforgettable day. Little did Bulma know, her seemingly casual remark would come to fruition in the most unfortunate manner. On Beerus's planet, Beerus continued his search for information about the so-called opponent who could match him. However, he had yet to recall the name of that deity. The name eluded him. Beerus, lazily lying on his bed and rubbing his ear, pondered the hazy premonition he had dreamt about, while his master Whis suggested that he wait a little longer. As he might remember, there was still plenty of time. He could take it slow. Indeed, it was best to sleep for now, as he felt that upon waking, he might recall something. Thus, due to Whis's words, the crisis was postponed until the following day, while the warriors on Earth remained oblivious to the terrifying foes they would soon face. Chapter 10. Earth, once again on the brink of destruction. In response to the invitation from the world's richest person, the warriors showcased their abilities and gathered at the scene, instantly filling the yacht with excitement. Brother, shall we embark on an adventure on the yacht? Young Goten eagerly inquired of his adoptive brother, having noticed Vegeta in deep thought moments earlier. I'm afraid I have a rather ominous premonition, Vegeta replied, gazing towards the coast while turning to look at Goten, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Goku. It then struck him that Goku had once again forgotten about the birthday party, despite his earlier reminder to not get too carried away with training that morning. What a troublesome father. Vegeta silently lamented Goku's forgetfulness, while gently patting young Goten's head, hoping that as he grew, Goten would not turn out to be as inattentive to family and friends. It's nothing. Let us go have fun. After all, once this guy returns. Bulma and Chi-Chi 1T let him off lightly. Subsequently, they explored various corners of the yacht accompanied by the mischievous little Trunks, during which they spotted Master Roshi peering through a telescope, blood streaming from his nose. The innocent little Goten approached with genuine concern. Master Roshi, are you all right? Do you need a tissue? Vegeta casually handed him a paper towel, although he felt an inexplicable disdain for the silly smile on Roshi's face. No, I'm fine. Master Roshi wiped his nosebleed and intended to return to gazing at the beach beauties he so adored. Meanwhile, Oolong wanted in on the action, insisting that it was his turn. What are they doing? Trunks inquired, perplexed, as he was astute enough to realize that Master Roshi was not merely admiring the scenery. Never mind, let's look at something else. Sensing the irate Chi-Chi approaching Roshi, Vegeta swiftly led his two brothers away to play. At that moment, Trunks suddenly adopted a mysterious demeanor, eager to show them the prizes from the tournament. Haha, this time the rewards will surely exceed your wildest imaginations. Trunks, brimming with pride, stealthily guided the curious duo into the prize storage area, only to be met with an unexpected group of individuals. It was none other than Pilaf and his gang, long-standing adversaries of Goku. Naturally, Goten and Trunks did not recognize them, but Vegeta sensed no malice from the newcomers and had no intention of resorting to violence. The trio was initially taken aback before questioning their identities. Who are you? Trunks ventured, pondering if they were friends of his parents. We are friends of the young master. I stammered nervously, fabricating a lie, thinking these children were merely passers-by. Young master? That would be him, Vegeta remarked playfully, pointing at Trunks from behind, already piecing together the unexpected guests' identities. This kid seems oddly familiar. Pilaf King exclaimed in a panic, his hastily concocted lie instantly exposed. The subsequent entrance of Goten was impactful, reigniting their memories of the fear they had experienced under the control of the Great Ape Goku. Pilaf and his gang immediately scrambled away, leaving the three children in a state of confusion. However, before departing, I gifted a diamond to little Trunks. This is for you. In that fleeting moment of her glance back, Trunks was utterly captivated. Observing Trunks, who appeared enraptured, Goten looked quizzically in the direction they had fled, while a silent Vegeta chose not to comment, content that Trunks was happy. Little did they know, years into the future, Goten too would find love. It is said that the future is always the most unpredictable. Meanwhile, on King Kai's planet, Goku had transformed into Super Saiyan 3 and was engaged in battle with Beerus. Within mere moments, Goku was knocked to the ground, creating a sizable crater in the floor of King Kai's realm, leaving him unconscious. In stark contrast, Beerus appeared remarkably at ease, yet had yet to locate the Super Saiyan God. Whis, let us depart for Earth. Perhaps Vegeta might know something. In a somewhat languid tone, Beerus remarked that the power of Super Saiyan 3 was merely an appetizer to him. Meanwhile, Whis respectfully rose, preparing to teleport to Earth, wishing Lord Beerus a safe journey. The Kai Shin, trembling with trepidation, watched Beerus depart, fully aware that Earth was on the brink of unprecedented calamity. Once Beerus had left, the Kai Shin immediately initiated a long-distance call. Vegeta, who was on Earth, swiftly received this alarming message. Although he had just been reluctantly dragged by Bulma to attend a birthday party, the mere mention of Beerus's name sent him into a panic, his heart racing with alarm. This was a rare childhood trauma for Vegeta, especially upon learning that even Goku, who surpassed him in strength, had been easily defeated by Beerus. The proud Saiyan Prince found himself unusually anxious. Damn it, why now of all times? The moment before, Vegeta had been lounging lazily in a chair, but now he was standing tensely against the wall, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he pondered his strategy. Vegeta? What's wrong? Bulma was the first to sense something amiss. It was uncommon for Vegeta to exhibit such nervousness. At that moment, Whis and Beerus arrived discreetly on the cruise ship. The first person they encountered was Gogeta, who was enjoying some juice and admiring the scenery. After spending some time playing with Trunks, Gogeta instinctively chose to be alone. Goten, well aware of his companion's habits, happily joined Trunks to savor the culinary delights, making Gogeta the first to interact with Beerus. Hello, are you friends of Aunt Bulma? Gogeta inquired politely, bowing slightly as he set down his juice. His manners, instilled by Chi-Chi before boarding the cruise, seemed to please Beerus and the others. Greetings. Yes, we are here to discuss some matters with Mr. Vegeta. Whis and Beerus replied courteously, though Beerus was already captivated by the aroma of the snacks. Uncle Vegeta is nearby at the party. You should be able to find him shortly. Gogeta pointed towards the crowd, blissfully unaware of the terrifying crisis that would soon erupt. After thanking Gogeta, Whis proceeded towards the party. Despite being outsiders, Bulma enthusiastically welcomed the two guests. Upon seeing Beerus and Whis, Vegeta was the most anxious of all, even as the warriors interacted jovially with Beerus. Observing Vegeta behaving unusually complimentary towards others, Gogeta, who had come to join the fray, noticed a hint of his uncle's distress and discreetly approached him for a chat. Uncle Vegeta, Are these two your friends? Be careful. They are not ordinary individuals. Vegeta wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, fully aware of Gogeta's temperament. He decided to lay bare a fragment of the truth. Indeed. So do not provoke them. Otherwise, Earth will be destroyed. Vegeta found it hard to believe that a party, which had just moments ago been filled with merriment, had suddenly descended into a realm of potential peril. He could not help but feel a sense of unease. No wonder he experienced an inexplicable dread upon first encountering them. Meanwhile, Bulma had commenced the introduction of the competition's prizes, showcasing an array befitting the world's wealthiest individual. Airplanes, cars, castles, all manner of opulence. The grand prize, however, was of monumental significance, the Dragon Balls, capable of granting any wish. Wait a moment, it seemed one was missing. The keen-eyed Yamcha quickly discerned the anomaly, and alongside him, Pilaf and his companions brandished a self-destructing truck, claiming to possess the 4-star ball, threatening the unsuspecting little Vegeta, who was merely a spectator in this unfolding drama. This situation felt eerily familiar to Vegeta. He observed Trunks, who appeared somewhat bewildered, and rather than fear the gun pointed at his forehead, he was more concerned about the strange sense of DJVU Gohan, typically reliable, had imbibed too much and eagerly joined the farce, leading to a chaotic scene where a bullet inadvertently struck Beerus. This was rather bothersome. A wave of ominous purple energy began to emanate from him, and Vegeta immediately sensed Beerus's fury. What are you doing? Vegeta, uncharacteristically agitated, rushed onto the stage. The thrilling event was about to commence. Thus, the proud prince of the Saiyans was compelled to forsake his dignity and dance to the hypnotic music. The warriors, aside from Vegeta, were left in shock, as today's Vegeta appeared utterly deranged. Yet, this humiliating display successfully quelled Beerus's wrath. Uncle Vegeta, drenched in sweat, marveled at his elder's self-sacrificial spirit. He understood Vegeta's nature well. Whatever had compelled him to abandon his pride and partake in this awkward dance must be truly formidable. In that moment, the aura exuded by Beerus sent a chill down his spine. He knew all too well not to underestimate this seemingly languid purple feline. At this juncture, the inhabitants of Earth remained blissfully unaware that they had flirted with the precipice of life and death that very day. Chapter 11. An inevitable crisis. It appeared that the only pure-blooded Saiyans present were the recently encountered Mr. Goku and Prince Vegeta. The others were likely mixed descendants of Earthlings. Whis brought forth a few takoyaki balls, sharing the scant information with Beerus, who lazily stretched and sampled the delicacies, instantly brightening his mood. These are quite delectable, Beerus remarked, enjoying the culinary delights while leisurely observing the few remaining Saiyan children. As Whis had indicated, the remnants of the Saiyan race could be counted on one's fingers. It seemed they were unaware of the information regarding the Super Saiyan God. Beerus felt a tinge of disappointment, but found solace in the delicious cuisine of Earth, deciding not to take any action against its inhabitants at this moment. Meanwhile, Bu was indulging in a mountain of pudding, the curious treats naturally captivating Beerus's attention. An unforeseen conflict was on the horizon. On the planet of the King of Worlds, Sun Wukong finally regained consciousness, struggling to rise to his feet. He understood that Earth was undoubtedly engulfed in a significant crisis, and he realized he must hasten to its aid. The thought gnawed at him. His friends on Earth surely needed him now. Take a moment to rest, Wukong, the King of Worlds kindly reminded his disciple. Knowing full well that the current Sun Wukong was no match for Beerus. Master, I comprehend that I cannot possibly defeat Lord Beerus, Wukong said, laboriously taking a few steps, placing 2 fingers against his forehead, as he had no intention of courting death. I plan to use the Dragon Balls to inquire about the whereabouts of the Super Saiyan God, Wukong declared confidently, bidding farewell to the King of Worlds, who silently wished him good fortune. In the next moment, a battered Sun Wukong arrived at Korin Tower, where both Korin and Yajirobe were taken aback by his appearance. However, Wukong had no time to explain. Please, give me some senzu beans, he implored. Back on the cruise ship, Bu was reluctant to part with his pudding, unwilling to easily relinquish the dessert given to him by Mr. Satan, and Beerus, having been denied, was beginning to show signs of displeasure. Absolutely not. Mr. Bu, please remain calm. Mr. Satan cheerfully intervened, attempting to mediate and coax Mr. Bu into relinquishing a pudding. Yet, contrary to their intentions, Mr. Bu remained obstinate, still harboring resentment over the interruption of his morning snack, defiantly spitting all over the pudding in protest. In a fit of rage, Beerus struck Bu with a powerful punch. leaving all the warriors momentarily stunned. The first to charge in was Android 18, but Beerus effortlessly knocked her to the ground with a casual blow. He then seized a pair of chopsticks and subdued Piccolo and Tien Shinhan with ease using pressure points. Seeing Piccolo fall, Gohan surged forward in a fit of anger, only to be struck in the abdomen and collapse instantly. Brother Gohan, a flabbergasted Vegeta, fully aware of Gohan's strength, understood that despite Gohan's slow progression since the battle with Buu, he would not be outmatched by either Vegeta or Sun Wukong. Damn it, I cannot allow him to destroy Earth. Although Vegeta knew he stood no chance against this wrathful giant cat, he remained resolute, his brow furrowed. A flash of golden light enveloped him as he transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and charged forward. Meanwhile, Beerus, with his back turned, did not even glance back, preparing to extend his fist backward. Vegeta instinctively sensed the power behind this seemingly nonchalant strike and retreated just in time. I am no match for him. Though he had narrowly escaped this blow thanks to his formidable combat instincts, Vegeta was drenched in sweat, his body trembling. You've got some spunk, kid, Beerus remarked. In the next instant, Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief as he mechanically turned his head, realizing that Beerus had already appeared behind him. He understood that his fate was sealed. He bears a striking resemblance to that fellow, possessing quite the prowess. He truly is his father's son. After Beerus expressed his admiration for Veget, a large crater suddenly appeared on the beach. Nevertheless, Veget resolutely crawled out of the pit, managing to retain his consciousness amidst a brief exchange with Beerus. Indeed, I cannot defeat him. This marked the first time in his life that he found himself teetering on the brink of life and death, with his only hope resting on Goku and Vegeta. In the midst of the chaos, Bulma, the birthday celebrant, was instantly infuriated, striking Beerus with a slap. Vegeta, who had been motionless, was taken aback. Even if the Earth were doomed, he never wished for Bulma to be the first to suffer. However, contrary to his hopes, Beerus retaliated with a slap of his own, sending Bulma sprawling to the ground. Unable to contain himself any longer, Vegeta erupted in fury. How dare you strike my Bulma? Although Vegeta was currently in his Super Saiyan 2 form, his overwhelming rage propelled his power beyond that of Super Saiyan 3 Goku. He could feign madness for the safety of Earth, but he would never permit anyone to harm his wife and children. Enraged, Vegeta charged at Beerus, delivering a powerful blow that sent the aloof god crashing down, followed by a swift kick that sent Beerus flying once more. Remarkable, Vegeta exclaimed, feeling the increasing energy emanating from Vegeta. Perhaps he could seize a glimmer of hope. Struggling with his injuries, he recalled the moment he transformed into Super Saiyan 2, achieved during a training session with Goku. It had been a natural progression, but this time, the circumstances were different. Yes, this is it, he thought, understanding that transforming into Super Saiyan 3 would be reckless given his current state. Goku had warned him repeatedly about the immense energy drain of this form. Yet he felt he had no choice. This was a singular opportunity. Meanwhile, Vegeta had fallen to Beerus. Though reluctant to accept it, he had reached his limits. As nearly everyone lay defeated, they could only watch Beerus with despair. Suddenly, a familiar figure emerged amidst a blinding light. It was Gotenks. Hey, Gotenks is back. Gotenks, exhilarated at his reappearance, quickly transformed into Super Saiyan 3. However, Vegeta, lying incapacitated on the ground, knew that these two youngsters would not stand a chance against Beerus. Stop. This is beyond your capabilities. As Vegeta had anticipated, within moments, Gotenks was reverted to his base form, leaving yet another crater by the shore. What a pair of fools. Observing the unfortunate fate of his two younger counterparts, Vegeta felt a pang of sorrow. He understood that they had acted out of concern upon witnessing the dire situation of their friends. If only I could grow stronger. Vegeta once again transformed into Super Saiyan 2, desperately attuning himself to the shifts in his power, the oppressive force exerted by Beerus, and the profound anger bubbling within him. Is that little rascal not yet defeated? Beerus observed the metamorphosing Vegeta with keen interest, noting his remarkable potential, truly a testament to the lineage of father and son. In the next moment, Vegeta, now embodying Super Saiyan 3, charged at Beerus, unleashing the last remnants of his energy in a Kamehameha wave. Beerus, taking the attack with unwavering composure, did not even blink as he absorbed it effortlessly, remaining entirely unscathed. Damn it! Exhausting his final reserves of energy left Vegeta feeling disheartened as he reverted to his normal form, succumbing to unconsciousness. At that moment, Son Goku finally arrived at the scene. Witnessing his fallen friends and family, he felt a pang of sorrow, yet respectfully approached Beerus, asserting his capability to locate the Super Saiyan God that Beerus coveted. My apologies, Lord Beerus, but I truly have a way to find him, Goku declared. Observing Goku's unwavering determination, Beerus, his fury somewhat abated, particularly given the culinary delights Earth offered, decided to forego his plan to obliterate the planet. Please, grant me a little time. Goku smiled brightly, hoping for another chance from Beerus. Very well, I shall grant you an opportunity. Beerus slowly retracted the destructive energy sphere. Meanwhile, Vegeta, having risen, ushered Trunks and the others back onto their ship. Kakarot, do you have a plan? Vegeta inquired. Well, I have a rough idea. As was his custom during crises, Goku radiated boundless hope. Now, pointing toward the grand prize of the tournament, he grinned at the awakening Bulma. May I borrow this prize? To use the Dragon Balls? Indeed. With that, Goku fed a Senzu bean to the exhausted Vegeta, who soon revived. You really are reckless. I told you that Super Saiyan 3 is a heavy burden. Vegeta chastised. My apologies, Father Goku. Vegeta quickly amended his words, nearly slipping up. Goku, eyeing his proud son, jested with Vegeta. He truly takes after you in this regard. Vegeta, silence, Kakarot. Now, quickly use the Dragon Balls to inquire about the whereabouts of the Super Saiyan God. Vegeta retorted, while Trunks procured the Dragon Balls. Under the gaze of all present, the Eternal Dragon once again emerged, enveloping the earth in darkness. Chapter 12, God and God, Part 1, Whatever Wish You Desire. I can fulfill 3. The Eternal Dragon proclaimed with its usual gravitas, and Goku boldly articulated his request. Could you bring the Super Saiyan God here? Of course. A trivial matter. Just as the Eternal Dragon prepared to unleash its power, Goku's words left it utterly flabbergasted. How splendid. The Earth shall remain safe from Lord Beerus's destruction. Excitedly, Wukong proclaimed this delightful news to everyone, while Bulma, observing the flustered Shenlong, inquired curiously about Lord Beerus. Who is Lord Beerus? Is he the one who just fought with us? He is the god of destruction in the universe, quite formidable. Where is Lord Beerus? Before Wukong could fully extol Beerus's renown, he was interrupted by the anxious Shenlong, who was sweating profusely while searching for Beerus's presence. Meanwhile, Beerus and Whis lounged leisurely on beach chairs, indicating that they were indeed present. Does the Super Saiyan God truly exist? Beerus stretched lazily, prompting Shenlong to respectfully unveil the truth about the Super Saiyan God. The Super Saiyan God is a deity created by the Saiyans themselves. So does he actually exist? Of course, as long as there are 5 Saiyans with hearts full of justice who channel their spirit into another Saiyan of the same virtuous nature, the Super Saiyan God can be born. Shenlong hastily disclosed the method of creating the Super Saiyan God, wishing to avoid any conflict with Beerus. This was the truth recorded on planet Namek regarding the Super Saiyan God. Then I shall take my leave. In the next moment, Shenlong vanished in haste, and the 7 Dragon Balls scattered once more. Pilaf and his gang were left in a state of furious impotence, while Sun Wukong began counting the number of Saiyans present with his fingers, exactly 6. Overjoyed, Wukong gazed at Vegeta, this unexpected Saiyan, feeling a sense of relief. Had Vegeta not appeared, Earth might still be doomed to destruction. Seems like our luck is holding up. Unlike the optimistic Wukong, the vigilant Piccolo cast a glance at Vegeta, still doubting whether Vegeta had truly reformed. That little brat, Vegeta, is fine, but does that guy, Vegeta, meet the criteria now? Don't say such things, Piccolo. Wukong chuckled, looking at the prideful Vegeta, who had indeed been resurrected by Porunga as a good-hearted individual. Moreover, Vegeta was now a devoted father who accompanied his family on outings. Chi-Chi, holding little Goten's hand, concurred, believing that in this regard, Vegeta even surpassed Wukong. The proud Saiyan prince turned his head away, engaging in a debate over who should take the lead. Kakarot, who should take the lead between us? If we are to choose, that fellow seems quite capable. Wukong, with an air of mystery, approached Vegeta and placed a hand on his shoulder. Vegeta, bewildered, caught the surprise of both Vegeta and Gohan. Although still young, Vegeta displayed remarkable potential, a fact that even Vegeta, who had spent little time with him, recognized. He had witnessed Vegeta's rapid advancement, surpassing the limits of Super Saiyan 2. Thanks to the intense pressure imposed by Beerus during their training just days prior. Nevertheless, Vegeta deemed this choice rather reckless. Meanwhile, Son Gohan couldn't help but reminisce about his own childhood spent on the battlefield. He reflected on the years he lived alongside his brother, Vegeta. Although Vegeta relished the thrill of combat, it was rather unsuitable for a child of merely a decade or so. Enough with the nonsense, Kakarot. He is still just a child. Do not place him in such perilous situations. He exclaimed, Father, this is far too dangerous. Both the protective Vegeta and the rational Gohan promptly dismissed the proposal, while Beerus exhibited a flicker of interest. Is this little one stronger than you? He inquired. Theoretically, yes. Upon hearing Vegeta's objection, Goku awkwardly scratched his head, gazing at his son, Gohan, and hesitating. As memories of the Cell games from years past flooded back to him, this decision was indeed fraught with danger. Is that so? Beerus smirked, intrigued as he observed the young, inexperienced Vegeta. If your intention is to have that child participate, I would not mind offering him a concession. With a smile, he raised 3 fingers, stating, I shall only utilize 30% of my current power until he fully masters his abilities. Whis, while enjoying his meal, watched the scene unfold with interest, marveling at Beerus's rare display of benevolence. After all, after exerting such effort, it was only fitting for him to engage in battle with the mightiest of Super Saiyan gods. With that, Beerus withdrew his hand and gestured for Goku and the others to select a participant swiftly. How to choose? Lord Beerus's terms are quite favorable, Goku pondered, glancing at Vegeta, who had directly approached Bandit. Do you intend to fight Lord Beerus? The serious Vegeta asked, confronting the equally troubled Bandit. Of course I do, Bandit replied, beads of sweat forming as he glanced at Beerus behind him. He understood that this would be an exceedingly challenging battle, one that risked the safety of the entire planet. Yet he still yearned for the fight, the Saiyan blood within him boiling with anticipation. Humph, is that so? The proud Saiyan prince was quite satisfied with this response, analyzing the condition of each participant. Among those present, he and Goku were undoubtedly the strongest, followed by Gohan, whose fighting spirit was somewhat lacking, and the young Bandit. If Beerus truly intended to grant this concession, Kakarot, that little one should be able to hold his own. Uncle Vegeta, is that true? Gohan asked, feeling a twinge of anxiety. However, even Uncle Vegeta was willing to support Bandit, and he was inclined to trust their judgment. Should we let Brother Bandit participate? The other 2 youngsters were equally astonished, yet they too were willing to place their faith in their father's choices. Under the watchful gazes of all, Goku, Vegeta, and the other Saiyans transformed into Super Saiyans, channeling their energy towards Bandit. A crimson aura emerged among the 6 Saiyans, converging upon Bandit, who stood at the center. Clint, Tianjin Fan, and others found this phenomenon quite intriguing, while Beerus gazed with a smile at his long-cherished formidable opponent about to emerge. It had been millions of years since he had engaged in a truly exhilarating battle. Whis, contemplative, had already surmised the outcome of this confrontation, given his status as an angel. In a burst of immense crimson light, the god of Super Saiyans was born. As the red flames of energy gradually dissipated, the onlookers were astonished to realize they could no longer sense Vegeta's presence. Amidst the crowd's gaze, a red-haired, red-eyed Vegeta materialized, smiling gently as he faced the god of destruction. Though he was unsure why, his perspective had inexplicably elevated, but it was of little consequence. Thank you, everyone. I feel ready to challenge Lord Beerus now. Vegeta expressed his gratitude to his dear friends, only to discover he could see above the heads of Trunks and Goten, and even the not-so-tall Vegeta was within his line of sight. What is this? His expression swiftly transformed from a confident smile to one of astonishment. He had grown taller. How marvelous! You are even taller than I. The ever-curious father, Goku, circled around him like an inquisitive child, while the other warriors marveled at the grown-up red-haired Vegeta, speculating whether this was a result of divine energy. Bulma felt a twinge of envy towards the Saiyans, realizing that Goku and Vegeta were already in their 40s yet appeared so youthful without any enhancements. As Goku curiously examined Vegeta, Beerus urged them to commence the battle. Having been patient long enough, unleash your power, boy. I am no longer a mere boy, Lord Beerus. With newfound determination, Vegeta waved goodbye to the onlookers, reining in his crimson energy, and flew before Beerus, signaling the impending clash. As agreed, if I defeat you, you will spare Earth. Rest assured, a god never breaks his word. No sooner had he spoken than both unleashed formidable auras, causing the surrounding waters to boil as tension enveloped the ship. The impending battle between gods promised to be monumental. Impressive. The optimistic Goku was awestruck by the overwhelming energy, while Vegeta observed the 2 combatants like a teacher supervising students. Humph, there's still a vast difference. In the Earth's atmosphere, the two figures, one red, one purple, fiercely clashed. As Beerus had anticipated, despite Vegeta's significant power increase, he lacked experience. Such attacks cannot harm me. Beerus effortlessly dodged a punch from Vegeta and retaliated with a similar strike. Vegeta blocked with one hand, yet Beerus continued his assault, swiftly delivering a punch that struck Vegeta's left cheek, sending him flying and leaving him bruised. Indeed, even with merely 30% of my power. One must not underestimate Lord Beerus. Vegeta, somewhat disheveled, wiped the blood trickling down his face, yet maintained a confident smile. Initially, he had struggled to acclimate to this formidable form, but now he felt at ease. Let us resume our battle. Beerus, also pleased, chuckled softly. This little one was proving to be more entertaining than he had anticipated. With each passing second of their engagement, the boy's skills and strength were rapidly advancing. It appeared that today would not be tedious after all. Meanwhile, in a distant, unknown corner, an enigmatic figure observed this fascinating timeline. How intriguing. Let me witness how far this scion, who was never meant to exist, can go. Fixating on Vegeta as he battled Beerus, the mysterious individual paused the scene. Simultaneously, Whis, as if sensing something, halted his sushi preparation and gazed into the boundless sky. Today promised to be quite an eventful one. Chapter 13, Gods and God, Part 2. In the vast cosmos above Earth, the clash of divine energies intensified. A relentless crimson energy sphere surged toward Beerus, encircling his path forward and backward. Yet, Beerus remained unperturbed. With a mere wave of his hand, he dissipated the majority of the energy, sidestepping the remaining spheres effortlessly. He shook his hand, reflecting, my hand seems to have grown slightly numb. Meanwhile, Vegeta seized the opportunity, launching a kick at Beerus' exposed flank. Unfazed, Beerus caught his foot, hurling him into the sky like a volleyball, intending to deliver a couple of punches while Vegeta was suspended in midair. However, in the next moment, the astute Vegeta, anticipating this, redirected the energy sphere that Beerus had sent flying back toward him. How about this? Performing a graceful somersault in midair, Vegeta extended his palm, crimson flames swirling within it, and unleashed a torrent of energy spheres, offering no respite to his opponent. Caught off guard, Beerus took the brunt of the assault. As the smoke cleared, he emerged relatively unscathed, albeit with a trickle of blood from his left cheek. Interesting, you hold quite the grudge, don't you? After all, that blow from Lord Beerus truly stung. Facing the scion before him, Beerus smirked, wiping the blood from his face. A potent destructive energy began to coalesce in his hand, while an ominous premonition surged within Vegeta. His eyes widened, and his smile vanished. This terrifying energy was perilous even for his currently peak condition. It seems you have approached your pinnacle state. Beerus grinned maliciously, his aura instilling a cold sweat in Vegeta. That advantage has now expired. Ultimately, the god of destruction is indeed a god of destruction. Despite possessing divine energy, Vegeta was acutely aware that he remained leagues apart from Beerus. Akin to the difference between graphite and diamond, composed of the same material, yet fundamentally distinct. Very well, I have yet to unleash my full power. In the instant when the two divine energies clashed, the cosmos felt a tremor. The old Kaioshin and Jebbet were both drenched in sweat. Although they had anticipated a cataclysmic confrontation, the quaking of the entire Kaioshin realm still sent shivers down their spines. Hasten to conclude this. If this continues, the universe itself shall perish. The old Kaioshin slumped helplessly to the ground, while Jebbet anxiously gazed at the live broadcast. The battle had reached an intense climax, as Vegeta and Beerus simultaneously unleashed their fists, causing ripples in the Earth's atmosphere. Behind them, countless nameless planets were affected to varying degrees, witnessing the awe-inspiring standoff between deities. The two individuals at another broadcast site appeared somewhat calmer, with one expressing astonishment and excitement. Incredible. Is this the power of a god? This lad merely possesses divine energy. Does that mean there is potential for even greater strength? The other, seemingly disinterested in answering this trivial question, stretched languidly. In his view, despite Vegeta's exceptional talent and arduous training, he remained too inexperienced. He stated the harsh truth. That lad is already beginning to falter. Observing Vegeta, who was exerting every ounce of strength to withstand Beerus's destructive energy blast, the mysterious figure calmly proclaimed this grim reality. Beerus, Vegeta, and that group truly are reckless. That fellow is still just a child. Embracing divine power is simply too premature for him. On the screen, Vegeta, transformed into a Super Saiyan, struggled desperately against Beerus's colossal destructive energy, which was returning to its normal state. Feeling the searing heat emanating from his hands, Vegeta fought valiantly on the brink of unconsciousness. Every cell in his body being scorched, yet a final flicker of will urged him not to surrender. Despite these efforts being nearly futile, his body was already battered, and his gaze began to dull. I refuse to end like this. A magnificent golden aura erupted in an instant, the speed of the energy sphere gradually slowing. Yet, Beerus merely smiled slowly, flicking his finger, causing the energy sphere to swell further. To be fair, you and I were nearly equals in that previous state. I am actually quite enjoying myself now. Whether Earth survives hinges on this strike. The weight in his hands intensified, perhaps signaling his impending doom. As fleeting memories from just a few years past replayed in his mind, cherished days and nights on Mount Payos, and the family who embraced him and shared their lives with him. Now is not the time for such thoughts. In the throes of extreme emotional turmoil, he momentarily sensed a surge of crimson energy returning to him, the divine power he had longed to feel during his fierce battle with Beerus. That force, akin to hope itself, continually inspired him as he teetered on the edge of life and death. This is the feeling. He struggled to gather the dissipating energy from the battle, and soon, having regained some strength, Vegeta was finally able to discern the scene before him. He had anticipated that upon opening his eyes, he would behold the blazing energy sphere. Instead, he found himself adrift, like an audience member, outside the frame of this peculiar tableau. The image of the destructive energy blast had transformed into a remarkable black and white still, while above him, Beerus lounged with crossed legs, smiling as he watched the final, desperate performance unfold. Am I dead? Vegeta, taken aback by the oddity of the scene, frantically patted his head, checking for missing limbs. He had never encountered such a bizarre spectacle. Before he could dwell on his panic for long, a slow, familiar male voice echoed in his ears. I've given you a 3-hour reprieve. If you wish to live, you must quickly master the divine power. Without affording him the opportunity for questions or the chance to reconsider, the mysterious voice vanished, akin to a teacher issuing a final ultimatum to their students. Stunned, Vegeta pondered, who was that? Why are they helping me? Despite the myriad questions swirling in his mind, he quickly focused, attuning himself to the divine energy, which swelled increasingly around him. Though uncertain of the circumstances, he understood that he must harness this power. He did not know who that individual was, but he was determined to seize this opportunity. Observing this scene, the mysterious figure felt a flicker of satisfaction. It seemed this young warrior was not entirely foolish and possessed some degree of insight. Meanwhile, another spectator, lacking the same perspective, watched as Vegeta once again approached the realm of the divine within a mere second, intrigued by what the enigmatic figure had done to grant him a moment's grace. The solitary individual, accustomed to a life of seclusion, found the incessant queries of this curious onlooker somewhat vexing. After all, the other fellow was not dim-witted. Soon, the divine energy re-emerged around Vegeta as he transformed once more into a Super Saiyan god amidst flames. Without hesitation, he exerted the last of his mental fortitude to propel the destructive energy blast away from Earth, causing the immense and searing energy to vanish without a trace. Exhausted, Vegeta glanced nervously at the intact planet. Now you can. Before he could finish his thought, an overwhelming wave of fatigue surged through his nerves, akin to a person who, in a moment of heightened excitement, forgets their pain only to succumb to excruciating agony upon returning to consciousness. Vegeta's state mirrored this. In his moment of intense focus, he had overlooked the debilitating effects of such heightened cognition. How could this happen? He sensed impending doom, yet could only watch helplessly as he began to fall through the air. In a daze, he heard Beerus's praise, but he could no longer respond. When he awoke once more, the sounds of electronic devices beeped around him, and he stared at the blank ceiling, realizing he was in a hospital bed. Observing his body, now swathed in bandages, Vegeta tentatively moved his left hand, only to cry out in pain as if electrocuted. It hurts. The cry summoned his caregiver, who was taken aback upon seeing him. You have finally awoken, dressed in a dark long robe and white trousers, with hair resembling flames and a strikingly stern expression akin to his own. Could it be that he was still dreaming? Shocked, Vegeta turned his head, awkwardly raising the corner of his mouth. How could it be that Vegeta had not been training but had come to the hospital to tend to him? Why was he dreaming such a thing? You are not dreaming. It is indeed me, Vegeta said, somewhat displeased as he brought over a large box of takeout. Although Bulma had threatened him regarding the training room's repairs, there was a hint of voluntary intent in his actions. After all, he was the one who had urged Vegeta to battle Beerus, and thus he felt a sense of responsibility to care for the severely injured Vegeta. In any case, Earth was safe now. You succeeded. Vegeta handed chopsticks to the usable right hand of Vegeta, passing the meal box to him, signaling him to eat quickly. But you have been unconscious for 3 days. Is that so? Kakarot had likely faced his wife's scolding due to this, and during this period, he probably dared not slack off at work. Ha ha indeed. After a meal that vanished like a whirlwind, Vegeta finished eating. Despite the restoration of his strength, his mind was still plagued by mental fatigue. He felt a peculiar lack of energy. Time is abundant, you can rest slowly. True enough. After bidding farewell to the proud Vegeta, Vegeta surveyed the hospital surroundings, realizing he would need to lie down for a while longer. Although the mysterious figure who had aided him was now silent, he had a premonition that this individual might reappear. Under the influence of exhaustion, he slipped back into slumber. Chapter 14. Care to watch a live broadcast? The multiverse kind now, Vegeta gently touched his head, wrapped in bandages, genuinely wishing for a swift recovery. The days spent lying in bed were undeniably tedious. He wondered if Mr. Goku was genuinely working diligently. Vegeta struggled to envision Goku in earnest labor. Glancing at the calendar, he noted it was Wednesday. Goten must be at school, while Chi-Chi was likely busy with household chores as usual. No wonder it was Vegeta who had been compelled to care for him these past few days. Vegeta found the situation both amusing and exasperating. Observing Vegeta, whose personality bore striking similarities to his own, Vegeta couldn't help but ponder his origins. He had previously inquired about his family history, and ultimately, Goku had arranged to meet him in the wilderness for a fishing trip, during which he unveiled the secrets of his birth. In summary, your arrival was entirely unforeseen. On that sunlit afternoon, from Goku, who possessed the memories of the former Vegeta, the last 3 pure-blooded Scions on Earth learned of all that transpired within him, realizing that he was merely an unexpected anomaly that should never have existed. Is that so? Vegeta pondered, attentively observing the amiable visage of Sun Wukong, a countenance that bore many resemblances to his own. Subsequently, Wukong affectionately patted his head, signaling that there was no need for concern. Haha, don't overthink it. Aside from that guy Vegeta, everyone else is quite eager to get along with you. I understand. At that moment, Vegeta resembled a youthful Sun Wukong, nodding cutely and readily drawing close to him, much like a pair of affectionate father and son. However, as Vegeta matured, he began to adopt some of Vegeta's reticent demeanor. On one occasion, when Wukong lifted him high into the air, Vegeta's face flushed crimson as he expressed his reluctance. Wukong himself had once remarked that the freshly born Vegeta was more endearing. I was so. Recalling this embarrassing chapter of his past, Vegeta's face turned slightly red, and he promptly buried his face in the blanket. The thought of his innocent former self filled him with immense embarrassment. I was such a fool. Enough of these awkward memories. Under the torment of this sense of shame, Vegeta swiftly drifted into slumber. Unlike usual, he found himself extraordinarily alert within his dreams that night, aimlessly traversing an endless, dark road. Could dreams be this vivid? Curiously observing his surroundings, he realized he could distinctly sense the changes in the environment. Ah, you finally arrived. A voice that was all too familiar emanated from behind him. Vegeta, unwilling to engage, continued walking without turning back. Don't be so cold. I really am Sun Wukong, though not the one you know. The voice of this Wukong seemed a touch aged and deeper, pitiably hoping for a glance from him. What? I know who you are. When Vegeta, slightly impatient, turned around, he was taken aback. This Sun Wukong was indeed entirely different from the one he recognized. Clad in a cyan training uniform, yellow trousers, and sporting a tail, they shared a long, awkward gaze. Vegeta appeared bewildered, while this Sun Wukong continued to smile amiably and greeted him. This can't be a dream. Reflecting on his encounter with the mysterious figure, he realized this was likely not a dream. Did you assist me? That wasn't my doing. Wukong quickly shook his head, indicating that matter was unrelated to him. I'm merely his, partner. Partner? How suspicious. Ha ha ha, don't be so wary. The honest Sun Wukong instantly grew flustered, fully aware that this child bore a striking resemblance to his dear friend Vegeta, particularly in matters where he was exceedingly meticulous. Is that so? Then what is this place? I'm not entirely sure. I haven't been here long myself. He pointed in a direction, suggesting they could sit there, and Vegeta nodded, following him into that realm. The sight that greeted them was profoundly astonishing. Within an immensely vast expanse of pure white, countless black rectangles of varying sizes floated in the air, creating a remarkably spectacular scene. What are these things for? This piques my curiosity as well. I only know that these phenomena can unveil glimpses of another realm. It indeed bears a resemblance to a live broadcast. Vegeta reminisced about Gohan before his relocation, when Gohan frequently utilized his computer to conduct online lectures with other professors. During Gohan's absence, Vegeta, driven by curiosity, took a glance at the ongoing stream, where the individuals on the screen were equally astonished to see a child who bore some resemblance to Dr. Gohan, until Gohan returned to interrupt him, explaining that he was engaged in a live broadcast. A live broadcast, you say? It does bear a striking similarity. The naive Goku chuckled. Much like the Goku from Vegeta's world, his understanding of live streaming was limited to Gohan's online symposiums. By the way, why do you have a tail? Observing Goku's agile tail, which quivered with each shift in his emotions, Vegeta recalled having heard a bit about Saiyans from Vegeta, that the former Saiyans all possessed tails. This is quite a lengthy tail. Suffice it to say, I am not the Goku you know, but rather a version of him from a distant future. A distant future? Vegeta was taken aback, despite having idly perused some scientific journals and grasping the concept of parallel universes. Witnessing it firsthand was still astonishing. Yes, I would estimate my age to be around 57 years. You are from a future approximately 15 years hence. Vegeta observed Goku, who remained youthful and cheerful, though faint lines of age were evident on his face, and his voice had taken on a deeper timbre. But why are you here? Due to a crisis. I intend to seek collaboration with that individual who once assisted you. Goku feigned ignorance about the identity of that person, while Vegeta pondered, surveying this extraordinary space that resembled a colossal theater. The proprietor of this domain must be an exceptional individual, Vegeta mused, considering that this person managed to buy time under the watchful eye of a god of destruction. At that moment, a black screen illuminated, swiftly capturing their attention. It displayed scenes from another world, where it was Goku, not Vegeta, who was contending with the god of destruction. Indeed, I also have an opportunity to confront the god of destruction in another world. Goku, brimming with pride, placed his hands on his hips, and his tail excitedly twirled. Meanwhile, the voice of the mysterious figure resonated. It appears you have made a commendable recovery, Vegeta. Although Goku felt somewhat slighted by being completely overlooked, he dutifully awaited the mysterious figure's instructions. Indeed, I am recovering well. So, what exactly did you do to me back then? I merely accelerated the time of your mental deliberation. As long as your mental realm operates swiftly enough, it can secure a brief moment of reaction time in reality. The mysterious figure replied with a nonchalant demeanor, this tactic being perfectly suited for Vegeta, who was utterly inexperienced in the construction of mental spaces. I see. So are you a deity? No, I am merely a rather idle spectator. The ambiguity of the mysterious individual left Vegeta slightly perturbed, yet he had no choice. Upon entering another's abode, he could only comply with their words. In any case, these screens serve not merely as instruments for viewing images, but often function as detectors, utilizing the displayed scenes as coordinates. The enigmatic figure, with a hint of pride, introduced his remarkable creations, feeling a tinge of disappointment that Vegeta and Sun Wukong categorized these screens as live broadcasts. This implies, can we truly partake in those worlds? Sun Wukong was exhilarated, having already set his sights on several formidable opponents, eagerly yearning to engage in battle. Ahem, theoretically, it is indeed possible, but I must select the worlds with care. After all, during interdimensional travel, angels, destroyers, and the Kaishin of time invariably pose the greatest challenges. Should one be captured, dire consequences await. Is that so? Vegeta, too, felt a surge of joy, realizing he would not be overly bored during his hospital stay. In any case, you ought to awaken. I shall call for you at the first sign of news. Once again, Vegeta stirred from slumber in the hospital, yet this time, he felt considerably more cheerful. The prospect of interdimensional travel was truly fascinating. At this moment, one of the strongest Saiyans on Earth lay in bed, his emotions tumultuous. Chapter 15. The Marvelous Adventure of the Saiyans, Part 1. During his days in the hospital, although Vegeta still experienced moments of ennui, he at least had something to look forward to. Moreover, in the past few days, besides visits from Vegeta, others had come to see him. Undoubtedly, The most joyous occasion was the arrival of Goten and Trunks, as these two children had always been his dearest companions. They chattered excitedly about their recent experiences, while Vegeta listened patiently, embodying the role of an elder brother. Bulma is pregnant. Gohan is overjoyed, exclaimed little Goten, gesturing animatedly to convey Gohan's mixture of surprise and anxiety. Really? Then congratulations to him. Vegeta responded, equally pleased that Gohan would soon be a father, while Sun Wukong was on the verge of becoming a grandfather. Alas, Goten, does this mean you will soon be an uncle? The astute little Trunks chimed in, noting how young Goten would assume such a role. Indeed, but doesn't that mean you, brother Vegeta, will also be an uncle? Meanwhile, as Gohan arrived to pick up Goten and Trunks, and to check on Vegeta, he couldn't help but feel his face redden at their conversation, though he quickly regained his composure. Vegeta, are you recovering well? Well, aside from still being unable to move. I'm managing quite well. Brother, he seems quite spirited. Thus, Gohan successfully took the two children away, and Vegeta concluded his reminiscence, turning his thoughts to the experiences within that peculiar realm. Who could that mysterious figure truly be? Whenever he recalled the dialogue with the enigmatic individual, a remarkable sense of familiarity enveloped him. However, he harbored no malice and even invited me to experience those wondrous devices alongside that Sun Wukong. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Vegeta gradually drifted into slumber, finding himself transported directly to the enchanting White Hall. There, the azure-clad Sun Wukong greeted him with palpable excitement. Hey, it's good to see you again. Sun Wukong beamed his usual innocent smile and gestured towards a brightly lit screen. It truly is astonishing, merely by taking a nap, one can be conveyed to this place. Vegeta mused silently, bemused by the absurdity of such a teleportation method. Following Sun Wukong, he approached the screen, revealing a glimpse into another realm. In the center of the screen, a scion clad in blue light armor awoke. Albeit unfortunate as he had lost his memories and was reluctantly embroiled in a desperate battle across time and space. This world is exceedingly chaotic. Sun Wukong scratched his head, observing the clashes among individuals from various epochs, his astonishment palpable. No wonder this world was chosen. One could easily blend in without suspicion. The astute Vegeta marveled at the cleverness of the mysterious figure behind this arrangement, realizing that most inhabitants of this realm were outsiders, making their presence inconsequential. This world was specifically tailored for that fellow Sun Wukong. You have other plans. Why go to such lengths for me? Vegeta inquired. Because you maintain your identity no matter where you are. The mysterious figure retorted, displeased. Sun Wukong, as a protagonist, was the most challenging entity to manage in parallel world travels. His formidable identity was difficult to regulate. The potential for catastrophic butterfly effects loomed if Sun Wukong decided to act against his will. The observer certainly wished to avoid attracting trouble, imagining angels, destroyers. And even the Omni King investigating was utterly chilling. Where am I to go? Vegeta curiously gazed at another illuminated screen, still uncertain of the adversaries or allies he would encounter. Since this is your first endeavor, I simply selected an old rival of your two fathers. This foe should be slightly stronger than you from your world. Vegeta approached the screen, revealing a humanoid creature adorned with numerous green spots, resembling an insect. At that moment, this monster was being mercilessly pummeled by Super Saiyan 2 Gohan. It seems I won't need to intervene, he mused, scratching his bangs in confusion. As to Vegeta, Gohan appeared to be in a position of overwhelming advantage. Not necessarily. The tide of battle can shift at any moment, Sun Wukong remarked with a complex expression, confirming their suspicions. Under immense pressure from Gohan, Cell opted for self-destruction in a desperate attempt to reverse the situation. As for Sun Wukong, he remained steadfast, choosing to shield the others by using instant transmission to transport Cell away. How could this be? Vegeta exclaimed in shock, taken aback by Cell's ruthless tactics that forced Sun Wukong into a fatal confrontation. Remember, soon this creature named Cell will resurrect once more. He may even emerge stronger. I understand. Sun Wukong replied with grave seriousness, imparting all vital information regarding Cell to Vegeta, who nodded in acknowledgement, indicating he would remember. In that world, much like many of his choices, Sun Wukong relocated Cell to the King Kai's planet, leaving the King Kai and his pets in a pitiable state. This must be the vicinity of King Kai's planet. With remarkable speed, Vegeta dashed toward the King Kai's realm, and as he had anticipated, the colossal spherical form of Cell was situated upon the planet, while the flustered King Kai found himself with no escape. I apologize, King Kai. Before Sun Wukong could finish his apology, in the blink of an eye, both he and the king had scarcely reacted when they were whisked away from the King Kai's planet to the Snake Way, miles away. In the distance, the resounding echoes of Cell's self-detonation could be heard, and the unfortunate King Kai's planet was momentarily reduced to dust. Huh, we are unharmed. The oblivious Sun Wukong, scratching his head, realized he hadn't donned his halo. The King Kai was equally astonished and elated. Of course, I saved you. At that moment, a child clad in a deep blue training outfit, arms crossed, and wearing an impatient expression, remarked, his spiky hair reminiscent of Vegeta. What a coincidence. Your attire resembles mine. Enough with such foolish talk. That fiend is not yet defeated. We must hasten to Earth, or it shall face destruction. In Sun Wukong's eyes, the child appeared rather mature for his age, and despite the incredulity of the situation, he readily agreed to assist in saving Earth. I understand. Hold on tight. We shall return to Earth at once. Farewell, King Kai. With that, the two vanished, leaving the King Kai and his pets in a state of disarray. On Earth, as Vegeta had predicted, Cell successfully resurrected and, empowered by the characteristics of Scion cells, became even more formidable, with flickering currents of electricity surrounding him as irrefutable evidence. Roar! You severed an arm to protect Trunks, Son Gohan. Upon seeing the significantly weakened Son Gohan, Cell reveled in his triumph, believing that no being in the universe could now rival him. Witnessing the severely injured Son Gohan, the future Trunks, lying on the ground, was filled with regret for having been saved once again by Son Gohan. Damn it, I cannot even protect my son myself. Meanwhile, Vegeta was equally furious and felt ashamed for indirectly burdening Son Gohan. Confronted by the reborn, electrifying Cell, the warriors fell into deep despair once more. Just as they believed Earth's doom was imminent, an orange figure reappeared, leaving everyone in disbelief with widened eyes. Father, Kakarot, Wukong. The warriors saw hope in the returning Sun Wukong, their morale soaring, while Cell, somewhat exasperated, mocked him, asserting that the current Sun Wukong was no match for him. Well, to be honest, even now, I am not his opponent at all. Sun Wukong chuckled wryly at the crowd, and just as their spirits began to wane, a small figure clad in deep blue stepped forward, proclaiming, "Allow me to be your opponent." Huh, you want this little brat to challenge me? Upon hearing this, Cell erupted into laughter, dismissing the young boy's audacity. However, before he could revel in his arrogance, a punch from Vegeta struck him squarely in the face, compelling Cell to stagger back several paces. It's your own fault for being so wide open, Vegeta taunted, assuming a fighting stance and gesturing for Cell to engage him swiftly. The onlookers, aside from Goku, were utterly astounded. Typically, ordinary Earthlings could hardly withstand a few blows from Cell. Only Super Saiyan stood a chance against him, and even then, only Gohan, who had just transcended to Super Saiyan, could confront Cell head-on. Who on earth is that boy? Vegeta pondered, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity wash over him, reminiscent of his first encounter with future Trunks. Not allowing the astonishment to linger, the two combatants clashed fiercely. The proud Cell launched the first attack, targeting various parts of Vegeta's body, yet all of his strikes were effortlessly evaded. Vegeta retaliated, only for Cell to block his blows with his arm. Their hands met in a struggle of strength, causing the ground to crack under the pressure, affecting the spectators nearby. You're incredible, Dad. Do you know him? Gohan, his arm bleeding profusely, extended his uninjured hand to shield the remaining survivors from the swirling dust. He was the strongest in the vicinity, able to discern the movements of the two amidst the chaos. I don't know him. However, he saved me, and his energy carries no malice. He can be trusted. Gohan, you should rest for a bit. Let me protect everyone now. Okay. Meanwhile, the battle on the ground intensified. After several exchanges, Cell began to grasp the true extent of Vegeta's power and resolved not to underestimate him any longer. As the dust settled, Cell and Vegeta stood face to face, as if nothing had transpired. I admit, I underestimated you, Cell remarked with a smile, acknowledging Vegeta's strength. Vegeta, maintaining a stoic expression, scratched his nose, urging Cell to unleash his full power. This is utterly dull. Show me your true capabilities. Cell felt a twinge of irritation, but nonetheless unleashed his full energy, causing the very earth to tremble, instilling fear in Gohan and the others. Vegeta, finally satisfied, smirked, "You do possess some merit. Humph, your demise is imminent. Since you are utilizing your full strength, I shall take this seriously as well." What? Cell, observing the aura radiating from Vegeta, recognized the transformation process he was all too familiar with, the full power of Super Saiyan from his initial battle with Goku. Cell could not help but laugh heartily. Even Gohan at full Super Saiyan 2 might not be able to defeat him, let alone a mere Super Saiyan at full power. But how will you know unless you try? Vegeta smiled silently, while Cell casually cast a glance at him before rising to approach from behind, intending to deliver a lethal chop. However, Vegeta effortlessly seized Cell's hand. What? That strike was meant for Gohan. With that, Vegeta yanked Cell, who wore a face of dread, into his view and landed a powerful punch squarely on Cell's face. The disheveled Cell managed to break free from Vegeta's grasp, retreating in disbelief while covering his face. Who on earth are you? What? Is it not obvious? I am a Saiyan. At that moment, the golden-haired, blue-eyed Vegeta exhibited an innocent smile, starkly contrasting with Cell's flustered demeanor. All right, I shall no longer toy with you. Let us conclude this. Remembering Cell's treachery, Vegeta decided against prolonging the encounter. Electric currents enveloped his golden aura, and a strand of his hair vanished, before Cell could utter another word. A signature explosive attack from Vegeta engulfed every cell of his being, thus marking the end of Cell's nefarious existence. Vegeta then reverted to his normal form, dusting himself off with an air of nonchalance. The others remained speechless in shock, except for Goku, who approached him with a cheerful demeanor. You are incredibly strong. Are you also a Saiyan? Vegeta had no intention of divulging his origins, as it would be too cumbersome to explain. You resemble that fellow Vegeta, and you even used his techniques. Vegeta shot an irked glance at Vegeta, urging Goku to focus on the matter at hand. Kakarot, forget about that guy and quickly search for the Dragon Balls. There are many deceased Earthlings who need to be revived. Subsequently, Vegeta hoisted his son Trunks and departed from the scene of Cell's game, with Piccolo following closely behind. Goku, feeling somewhat embarrassed, chuckled softly. At that moment, a bold conjecture crossed his mind. Could you also hail from the future? Vegeta, still a bit juvenile, froze momentarily. He intended to refute, but realized he had been exposed. Yes, I indeed come from a certain future. Vegeta candidly revealed his origins, while Goku pondered, casting a thoughtful glance at his son Gohan, then considering Vegeta's son Trunks. You wouldn't happen to be Vegeta's son, would you? Goku leaned closer to little Vegeta, whispering. The bemused Vegeta opted for silence, contemplating the possibility. What if I become your son in the future? Observing Goku cleverly evade the correct answer, Vegeta remained quiet. In the future, you will naturally know, if the opportunity arises. I believe I shall become your ally. Is it truly that mysterious? The ever-curious Goku could only return home with Gohan, while Vegeta bid farewell to the warriors of this world, concluding his journey. Finally back. How does it feel? Just average. That fellow Cell was somewhat intriguing. Vegeta gazed intently at the world to which Sun Wukong had ventured, seemingly reveling in the company of his old adversaries. A sense of longing stirred within Vegeta. That fellow was truly having a splendid time. For now, I shall leave it at this, as this is merely a preliminary exploration. Next time, I wish to test the waters in an alternate realm governed by different rules. Am I, then, the subject of this experiment? Almost. For I seldom allow others to partake in the journey through parallel worlds, prioritizing safety. With that, the enigmatic figure expressed mild frustration regarding Sun Wukong's destructive capabilities, noting that the transformation of that world was accelerating. In the next instant, the tattered-clad Sun Wukong was summoned back. Alas, I have not yet had my fill of fun. Do not dwell on amusement. Do not forget our agreement. Oh, how careless of me. Sun Wukong chuckled awkwardly, having disrupted the natural order of yet another world. Vegeta kindly reminded him that it was time for a change of attire, as his garments were perilously close to being mere rags. This is of no consequence. The boundaries of this space are rather nebulous, and mending an article of clothing is a trivial affair. In an instant, Sun Wukong's attire was restored to its former glory, and he curiously touched the fabric. Vegeta, having caught wind of the spatial boundaries mentioned by the mysterious individual, inquired further. I did not expect you to take an interest in this matter. I can teach you, should you wish to learn. Really? It doesn't seem too difficult, after all. Saiyans possess a modicum of magical or even mystical prowess. Vegeta, intrigued, asked the enigmatic figure how he intended to impart this knowledge, to which the mysterious one simply smiled. Tomorrow, you shall understand. When Vegeta opened his eyes once more, the familiar ceiling of the hospital greeted him as expected. That individual truly acts on a whim. He muttered in exasperation about the mysterious figure, yet he had already begun to contemplate the so-called magic and sorcery that had been mentioned. What marvels would tomorrow's encounter unveil? Chapter 16. The Enigmatic Adventures of the Scions, Part 2. Is this truly magic? It is entirely different from what I had envisioned. The last 3 pure-blooded scions on Earth observed the happenings of another realm, their eyes wide with curiosity, like newborns marveling at novel phenomena. Is that so-called magical energy akin to Qi? Their understanding was commendable, yet the principles of magic extended far beyond this. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, seated on the ground beside them, was utterly perplexed, scratching his head in frustration as he lamented to the mysterious figure. It seems these chaotic phenomena are less destructive than a straightforward punch. Oh, do not focus solely on the combat aspect. The enigmatic figure expressed irritation at Sun Wukong's singular perspective, while the latter offered an awkward smile in return. How fascinating. The manner in which humans in that world utilize Qi is entirely distinct. It appears that without a magical circuit, one cannot wield magic. Having grown accustomed to the daily quarrels of the two, Vegetto continued to delve into the images from the alternate realm, feeling a twinge of regret for potentially lacking magical talent. How intricate. My mind can scarcely keep pace. The azure-clad Sun Wukong had relinquished all contemplation, observing the pensive Vegeta. He silently mused to himself. Indeed, that fellow Vegeta is far more astute than I. Just then, an astonishing query suddenly struck Sun Wukong's mind. May I pose a question? What question? The enigmatic figure felt an ominous premonition, aware that this restless lad was poised to inquire once more. After Vegeta separates, when I and Vegeta merge again, will there still be Vegeta? Of course there will. How could he possibly vanish? The mysterious individual marveled at how Sun Wukong had inadvertently broached a pivotal question. At that moment, Vegeta too was captivated by the inquiry, wondering if the original Vegeta had not truly disappeared. Then what was his own existence? What indeed am I? Contemplating the imminent peril, the thought of the two merging again raised a troubling prospect of encountering 2 Vegetas. You must have looked in a mirror, right? You and that Vegeta share the relationship of a living being and its reflection. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, while the mysterious figure adopted a rare seriousness. In fact, there existed many Sun Wukongs and Vegetas who had undergone identical experiences in this world, yet amidst the countless parallel realms, there was no other Vegeta like you. The two stood in astonishment, with Vegeta so dumbfounded that he could utter not a word, while Sun Wukong gazed at him, as if observing a rare creature for an extended period. This exemplified the distinction between magic and sorcery. The mysterious figure then shifted focus, illuminating a vast screen that displayed myriad images from various worlds. The Vegeta formed by the fusion with Sun Wukong exhibited countless distinct forms. Some were the familiar Super Saiyan, while others were enveloped in the crimson aura of Super Saiyan God, and yet others possessed deep blue eyes, their bodies cloaked in wild ape fur. Among all these manifestations, only one young Vegeta nestled beside Sun Wukong. Whether it be magic or sorcery, both inherently possess the power to invoke miracles. However, unlike magic, the miracles wrought by sorcery cannot be replicated by any existing human technology. Even if there exists another individual whose experiences mirror that of a sorcerer, that person cannot become a sorcerer themselves. Such is the essence of magic. Observing the two ensnared in a cerebral tempest, the mysterious figure exhaled contentedly, secretly cursing Sun Wukong. That rascal Kakarot always manages to stir up trouble. Behind the scenes, veins began to throb on the figure's forehead, as Sun Wukong had once again unwittingly expanded the scope of his exposition. Suddenly, Sun Wukong sneezed. He rubbed his own crab-like head and lamented how these individuals were indeed quite difficult to deceive, yet he still hoped to avoid premature exposure of his identity. As time pressed on, he bid farewell. Alas, today is too. Before Vegeta could finish his thought, he vanished from the space. With Vegeta's departure, the mysterious figure no longer concealed himself and boldly appeared before Sun Wukong. You scoundrel! We agreed not to ask unnecessary questions. That query was still too daunting for him to confront at this moment. With a swift punch, Bardock struck the head of the blue-clad Sun Wukong, who, feeling aggrieved, gently touched his head. I was merely a bit curious, he mused, observing the pitiable appearance of his son from another realm. Bardock sighed, subsequently engaging Sun Wukong in a serious discussion. Have you made up your mind? Who do you intend to enlist for that task? That child seems rather capable. However, the time is not yet ripe. Sun Wukong beamed with a hearty smile, expressing his gratitude to Bardock, who had consistently sheltered and cared for him. I must admit, I've never properly thanked you. I never anticipated you would actually agree to assist me with such a capricious request. Bardock remained silent, turning away with a feigned air of disdain, yet inwardly reflecting on how, in countless worlds, he had seldom held a place by his son's side. Consider this a debt I owe you, you little rascal. Thank you, Dad. TCH, spare me the sentimentalities and go enjoy yourself. Before Sun Wukong could retort, the proud Bardock kicked him into the rift of time and space, sending him to yet another world. Meanwhile, on the other side, Vegeta awoke from his slumber. After a brief period of recovery, he was now able to rise from his bed and take a few steps, gazing at the familiar ceiling. He couldn't help but lament the capriciousness of his mentor, feeling that the man had been keeping secrets from him. Vegeta understood that the intentions were not malevolent, yet as he lay there staring at the ceiling, he found himself contemplating these matters. Come to think of it, he has yet to reveal himself. Seizing upon what seemed an intriguing lead, Vegeta excitedly sat up, crossing his legs as he began to analyze the enigma surrounding that individual. Much like a detective in a novel. However, being a Saiyan, it was not long before a grumbling sound emanated from his stomach, compelling him to abandon his thoughts. I'm actually hungry, he sighed, recalling his father Goku's words. A Saiyan can't accomplish anything when they're hungry. Reluctantly, Vegeta reclined once more, his eyelids growing heavy as if everything had been orchestrated, and he drifted back into slumber, slipping into an unconscious state. When he regained consciousness again, he found himself on a desolate planet. Initially, Vegeta believed he was still dreaming, but the acrid scent of smoke and blood in the air made his hair stand on end, and he soon realized this was no mere dream. So sudden, instantly alert, he surveyed the distant ruins of a city, instinctively suppressing his energy and stealthily maneuvering through the surroundings. The energy signatures belonged to Saiyans. As a pure-blooded Saiyan, Vegeta felt a mix of emotions watching the Saiyans boldly traverse the city. He had heard tales of their former endeavors from Bardock, but witnessing it firsthand was profoundly shocking. There were no other survivors left. A rotund Saiyan with a watermelon-shaped head was boastfully reporting to the leader of their group, who turned to reveal a face strikingly identical to that of Goku. Hidden behind the rubble, Vegeta was taken aback, and this sudden shock caused his energy to surge momentarily. The scouter worn by the Saiyans reacted instantaneously. Who goes there? Show yourself. The ever-cautious Delmar had already prepared an energy blast, ready to confront this unexpected visitor. Realizing that he could no longer remain concealed, Vegeta stepped out from the pile of rocks, boldly facing the assembly of Saiyans. Could you spare my life? Vegeta feigned a pitiful demeanor, hoping this group would show him mercy. Huh, is there a Saiyan child here? A surprised Bardock activated his scouter, which indicated a reading of 270. Vegeta was astonished that they recognized his race, until he finally noticed a tail stealthily emerging from behind him. Oh, Vegeta had not anticipated that he would one day grow a tail. Meanwhile, Bardock and his companions murmured among themselves about the sudden appearance of this young boy. 270. Not bad for a Saiyan child. Showing a modicum of compassion, Bardock decided to take Vegeta back to Planet Vegeta, while Papkin and the others were intrigued by Vegeta's familiar visage. Although Vegeta had not yet fully matured, he evoked a sense of déjà vu within them. This little boy resembles Bardock, Papkin remarked first, prompting an annoyed glance from Bardock. Kakarot has only just been born. Don't attribute this to me. If he resembles me, he must be some distant relative. Bardock corrected Papkin's assumption, though he would be utterly speechless upon discovering Vegeta's true lineage. Meanwhile, Vegeta pondered over certain matters, daring to entertain bold thoughts about someone's identity. Chapter 17. The Marvelous Adventure of the Saiyans, Part 3. What brings you here? Celebi, the team member fond of children, approached kindly, prompting Vegeta to step back cautiously. Due to unforeseen circumstances, I have found myself here, Vegeta replied partially truthfully, scrutinizing Bardock and his companions. He recalled Goku mentioning that the former Vegeta was once a fearsome Saiyan. He wondered if this group would be willing to take him in, considering their shared heritage. Are you a half-breed? Bardock contemplated the available space at home, accessing his scouter to check on his relatives. No, I am not. The thought of a familial connection to Vegeta left Vegeta feeling a sense of foreboding. Is that so? Come here, Bardock beckoned, summoning a spaceship. As the leader, Bardock issued his orders, and the other Saiyans, except for the usually taciturn Totep, showed interest and began chattering excitedly. Are you planning to let this little boy stay at your place? As Dima reported the results of the mission to his superiors, he playfully teased Bardock. After all, that fellow Raditz was in need of a worthy opponent, and a battle power of 270 would certainly suffice for some amusement. You have changed quite a bit since your marriage, Bardock. The rotund scion chuckled as he hoisted Vegeta by the collar, much like one would lift a small chick. Although Vegeta was somewhat displeased, he could only feign compliance, sensing that it would be wise to avoid causing a scene, as that individual had previously warned him about the complications arising from alterations in the timeline. Enough of this nonsense, Pabukin. Bardock took Vegeta from Pabukin's hands, cradling him with a single arm in a manner that showcased the expertise of a father with two sons. In the face of this stark difference in treatment, Vegeta found himself developing a measure of fondness for Bardock. It was no wonder he was Mr. Goku's father. Even his way of holding a child was reminiscent of Goku's. Vegeta began to comprehend Bardock's uniqueness, recognizing that, in contrast to the other Scions, Bardock possessed a degree of humanity. However, when Vegeta beheld the desolate corpses strewn across the ruins, he quickly realized that this compassion and kindness were likely reserved for his kin alone. Soon, aboard the ship, Vegeta was on his way to planet Vegeta, nestled securely in Bardock's embrace due to the limited space. Saliba, too, wished to hold him but was respectfully declined by Bardock. "What is your name?" Saliba inquired, feeling a bit bored after being rejected. "I am called Jita." Vegeta naturally refrained from revealing his true identity, as the resemblance of his name to that of a renowned figure from planet Vegeta would undoubtedly lead to complications, especially given their similar appearances. "I see. What about your parents?" "To some extent, I remember being alone." Though a half-truth, Vegeta maintained a facade of indifference, while internally he found the situation amusing. Bardock, feeling fatigued, halted Saliba's inquisitive nature. "This young lad is probably only in his teens. Let's not make it too difficult for him. Focus on resting. We have much to attend to shortly." With that, Bardock closed his eyes and dozed off, and the perceptive Saliba complied, sitting quietly beside them. After a few hours, the spacecraft successfully landed on planet Vegeta. Vegeta was finally granted the opportunity to set foot on the Scion homeworld. Curiosity piqued, he gazed around, observing the Scion society up close for the first time in Bardock's embrace. Bardock's companions bid him farewell, but only the team's strategist, Dima, engaged Bardock in a discussion regarding the recent decree from King Cold. "It seems he is contemplating abdicating?" Dima whispered this tidbit into Bardock's ear, to which Bardock cautioned him to refrain from meddling in such matters. "Do not dwell on such matters," Bardock subsequently cautioned Vegeta, who had overheard their conversation. Reflecting on Vegeta's deliberate display of weakness before their group and his prolonged life of wandering, the astute Bardock recognized that Vegeta was far from being an oblivious fool. "You are not foolish, my child. Do not speak of today's words outside," Bardock advised. "Understood," Vegeta replied, somewhat astonished by Bardock's prudence, silently lamenting how Goku lacked his father's remarkable attention to detail. After bidding farewell to Bardock's companions, they ventured into a Scion residential area. "Ah, Mr. Bardock. What is this child doing here?" "Oh, he is a relative I found while wandering. I intend to get him registered." Despite being a low-ranking warrior, Bardock held a certain status among the Scions, and Vegeta observed the respect many showed him. On planet Vegeta, Bardock's reputation was also commendable. Unlike Earth's towering skyscrapers, the architecture on planet Vegeta lacked such exaggeration, and the Scion population was only around a few thousand, contrasting with Earth's bustling crowds. As Vegeta brushed his bangs, he meticulously analyzed his surroundings. The registration process Bardock undertook was not complex. They lingered only briefly before returning to Bardock's home. Upon arriving at their abode, which also served as Bardock's wife's workplace, a meat processing facility, Bardock's return brought great joy to Jine, who greeted him with a light step. "Bardock, you have finally returned." Behind her, a small Raditz peeked through the door, noting that his father was accompanied by a boy of similar age. "Dad, who is this?" "He should be a relative's child. One I found during my mission," Bardock casually introduced Vegeta's background. Jine appeared initially surprised, but soon approached Vegeta with warmth. "What is your name?" "Vegeta." "I see. Then you shall stay here from today." Observing Jine's amiable demeanor, Vegeta suddenly comprehended the source of Goku's character. In stark contrast to the kind Jine, young Raditz activated his scanner, exclaiming, 270, "Huh, that's enough for me to play with." He then cast a glance at Vegeta, who was resisting Jine's affectionate head pat. His thought process was akin to that of any ordinary Scion. Meanwhile, A weary Bardock sighed lightly, rubbing his forehead, reflecting on how he had not even been present during his youngest son's birth, lamenting the recent surge of missions. Jine, how is Kakarot? He is doing well. Would you like to see him? Yes. May I also take a look? Jine then led Bardock to the nursery, with Vegeta curiously trailing behind them. Of course. But be quiet. He is napping now. Jine gently reminded him, while his elder brother Raditz disdainfully turned away, showing little interest in a sibling whose combat prowess was considerably lower. Raditz's complex feelings mirrored those of Bardock from years past. However, he recognized that he could no longer rein in Raditz's actions. Ultimately, all he desired was for both brothers to live well. For seeking familial bonds among the Scions was a futile endeavor. Shortly thereafter, the trio visited the slumbering Kakarot. Jine joyfully pointed out Kakarot's identical hairstyle to Bardock's, while Bardock merely smiled, caressing the glass dome. Vegeta dutifully fulfilled the role of a silent observer. Is this what they call love? Vegeta, somewhat bewildered, gazed at the cheerful couple, understanding that in this timeline, Goku was born into a nurturing family. After bidding farewell to the sleeping Kakarot, Bardock's family commenced their lunch. Jine presented the lavish feast she had prepared, while Bardock and his son devoured their meal with fervor, starkly contrasting with Vegeta's composed demeanor. Jine observed him with the affectionate gaze one might reserve for adorable creatures. Are you a half-Scion, Vegeta? No, I am a pure-blooded Scion. Is that so? How fascinating. It's rare to see a Scion eat so quietly. As a staff member at the food processing station, Jine had witnessed countless Scions devour their meals with reckless abandon. Indeed, Vegeta calmly swallowed a mouthful, attributing his behavior to mere personal habit. Noticing Vegeta's unperturbed attitude towards the food, Bardock silently noted this detail, despite his silence during the meal. Shortly after dining, Raditz grew eager to spar with Vegeta, who equally felt the itch to engage, suggesting they could begin at once. Bardock called them to a nearby open space, recognizing this as one of the Scion family's traditional methods of welcoming outsiders to combat, as one's battle power determined their familial standing. If you're going to fight, do it swiftly and mind your surroundings. Well, that suits me just fine, Raditz exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Vegeta, shedding his previously quiet demeanor, wore a confident smirk, proclaiming, "Bring it on." No sooner had the words left his lips than Raditz charged at him, only for Vegeta to deftly evade, delivering a knee strike that landed squarely in Raditz's abdomen. Raditz, momentarily startled, quickly regained his composure and blocked the blow. Not bad, he remarked with an unfriendly grin, before delivering a forceful punch towards Vegeta. Observing the impending danger, Bardock realized Raditz's battle power was approximately 500, and the impact of this strike would undoubtedly be significant. Raditz, Bardock began, but before he could finish, Vegeta braced himself and absorbed the blow, his power skyrocketing to 660 in an instant. Rest assured, Uncle Bardock, I've survived this long for a reason. Moments later, Raditz found himself effortlessly bested by Vegeta, leaving Bardock taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. At this point, the discontented Raditz reluctantly accepted the presence of yet another individual in the household who surpassed him in strength. You can actually manipulate your battle power? It's merely a trivial skill. If you wish to learn, I can teach you. Observing as Vegeta swiftly befriended Raditz, Bardock felt a sense of relief and thought, "Ah, an intriguing young lad. Though his origins remain a mystery, it's best to offer him shelter for now." Not long after the family of four was reunited, Bardock embarked on yet another expedition, though this time he did not intend to be away for long. As Dima had anticipated, changes were indeed unfolding within the Cooled Army. However, Vegeta, who was busy instructing Raditz and assisting Chilled in caring for Kakarot, remained unaware of the impending upheaval. Chapter 18. The Marvelous Adventures of the Scions, Part 4. On the morning of Bardock's departure, Vegeta awoke groggily, just rising from his slumber. Despite Chilled's suggestion to don the Scion battle attire, he insisted on wearing his deep blue training uniform. As for young Raditz, he had awakened early and was secretly observing from behind the door. This fellow certainly did not embody the essence of a Scion with such laxity. Young Raditz felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, lamenting internally that since Vegeta's arrival, he had never emerged victorious against him, but rather had been thoroughly bested and subjected to on-the-spot lessons. Though Bardock maintained a stoic expression while spectating, he felt a surge of joy within. It was said that every villain has their match, and finally, someone was there to properly educate the arrogant Raditz. "Raditz, it's time for breakfast. Don't wait for me," Vegeta called out after changing his clothes. Unlike the other Scions who relied on battle power detectors, he possessed the unique Earthling skill of sensing energy. He understood that Raditz was not waiting specifically for him. "All right, I got it," Raditz replied, startled at being discovered but feigning calm as he proceeded to the dining table. Throughout the meal, the begrudging Raditz fixated intently on Vegeta, while Chilled stifled her laughter behind her hand. "Hurry and eat. Soon, I shall challenge you to a spar," Vegeta urged. Before long, the training grounds were graced once again by those two classic rivals. The other Scions were all too familiar with the duo, and a few audacious individuals approached, eager to gossip. "Oh, look who's back, Raditz," a fellow Scion child teased with a grin. "Humph, mind your own business," Raditz retorted, clenching his fists in frustration. Meanwhile, Vegeta maintained his ever-composed demeanor, stepping into the center of the arena and beckoning Raditz to commence their duel. "There's little point in striking a child like that. Let us begin the match," he urged. From every conceivable angle, Raditz was merely an appetizer for Vegeta. Regardless of how cautious Vegeta was, Raditz could scarcely last a few seconds. "Damn it, I am a warrior of the elite." Once again, filled with resentment, Raditz found himself helplessly seething on the ground, just as he had the day before. Yet, despite possessing merely a combat power of 660, Vegeta effortlessly secured victory. While a few passing adult lower-class warriors, intrigued, activated their scouters and smiled appreciatively. Could it be that he is truly the son of Bardock? Observing Raditz sprawled on the ground, Vegeta rarely bestowed a cheerful smile, yet this grin harbored a hint of malevolence. As the embodiment of Goku's cunning and Vegeta's harshness, Vegeta sometimes exhibited a fearsome demeanor surpassing that of the duo. Naturally, the unaware Raditz, feeling disgruntled, turned his head away, rejecting Vegeta's outstretched hand, exclaiming, "I don't need it." With that, he rose independently, expressing his desire for a rematch. Vegeta maintained his harmless smile, shaking his head in mild embarrassment. "Merely engaging in combat won't suffice. Are you truly unwilling to let me teach you?" Raditz, obstinate as ever, could only concede defeat, as he recognized that he was no match for the seemingly amiable figure before him. Upon hearing Raditz finally agree to training, Vegeta's smile broadened. "Splendid. We shall commence our training tomorrow." Thus, Raditz, uncharacteristically, returned home early. Meanwhile, Vegeta contemplated how to instruct Raditz while also considering how to educate him. As for Raditz, he pondered how to avenge his earlier humiliation, both harboring distinct thoughts as they returned home. "You're back quite early today, Raditz," Kain remarked, somewhat surprised, not anticipating that Vegeta could indeed manage Raditz. Vegeta, pleased, exchanged a knowing glance with Kain, signaling the success of his plan, to which Kain responded with a subtle smile, while Raditz remained blissfully unaware. "For today, you shall oversee the storage room, Raditz." Vegeta assigned him his usual chores, and Raditz, surprisingly, did not protest, diligently undertaking a proper task for once. Observing the transformation in her son, Kain felt a sense of satisfaction. At least he had begun to attend to household matters. "I can't believe you actually managed to instill some change in him. That fellow becomes far more agreeable once he is bested in battle. After all, Bardock is merely too preoccupied." With that, Vegeta took up the cooking utensils, reminiscent of how he used to assist Chi-Chi with household chores. Kain was pleasantly surprised to learn that Vegeta could cook, as it was already a minor miracle for male scions to partake in domestic duties, let alone culinary endeavors. "I never realized you were so capable, Vegeta," Kain exclaimed, her eyes sparkling at the thought of Bardock having found a treasure in him. Vegeta, feeling a mix of pride and exasperation, retorted, "What else could I do when that rascal father of mine never lifts a finger around the house?" "Haha, I didn't expect your father to be the same. Is he also a quintessential scion?" Kain and Vegeta engaged in casual conversation, as ever since she ceased participating in battles, her daily routine revolved around caring for their child and managing household affairs. No, that man, while as battle-hungry as other scions, is a kind-hearted, hopelessly foolish individual. Upon hearing such a description, so distinct from that of other scions, Kain merely smiled gently. A kind yet warlike fool of a scion? How intriguing indeed. Gazing at Vegeta's visage, which bore a resemblance to Bardock, Kain could not help but begin to envision the image of that scion father. Meanwhile, Vegeta felt a tumult of emotions. The thought of this mother and child parting ways in the future stirred a sense of discomfort within him. Yet, at least he had managed to convey to Kain the essence of the future Kakarot, hadn't he? "Today, you have worked hard, Vegeta?" "Yes, it is what I ought to do." As dusk fell, Vegeta stealthily entered the nursery, wishing to converse privately with the young Kakarot. To his surprise, Kakarot was not asleep as Vegeta had expected. Instead, he curiously sucked on his fingers, his wide, clear eyes fixated on this stranger. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Vegeta, your future son." Young Kakarot merely tilted his head in confusion, emitting a soft as if questioning the veracity of his words. "Do you doubt me?" Vegeta chuckled self-deprecatingly, then turned to face the wall of the nursery, his back to Kakarot. He sat down gently, as if a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. "Frankly, I do not believe it either. Silly old dad." Suddenly, Vegeta spun around and made a funny face, much to the delight of young Kakarot, who burst into giggles. Soon after, Vegeta returned to a more composed demeanor, covering his mouth with a soft laugh. "In any case, I hope you grow up safely in this timeline, my dear father." In the next moment, he withdrew his smile and gazed at the surveillance monitor in the corner, silently hoping that Bardock would discover this footage soon. Vegeta did not aspire to save this group of scions like a deity descending from the heavens. After all, he would eventually depart. He preferred that the inhabitants of this timeline seize their own opportunities and reshape their so-called destinies. "Farewell, father." Vegeta waved as he exited the nursery, unbeknownst to any scion that this would become a pivotal location for the fate of Planet Vegeta. Chapter 19. The Extraordinary Adventures of the Scions, Part 5. Can this truly lead to strength? Upon hearing the proposed plan, Raditz was inevitably taken aback. After all, the most common training method among scions was the perilous and relentless regimen reminiscent of early Vegeta, or at the very least, the survival tactics employed by Piccolo in his early days. Maintain a stable mindset, then adhere to a regular schedule. Could these truly be effective? Raditz, puzzled, rubbed his fluffy forehead, while Vegeta confidently asserted that it would undoubtedly work. "If you employ this method, you should see some improvement in about 2 weeks." It was evident that this approach had been gleaned from Goku, with slight modifications tailored to Raditz's temperament. "This is how I was trained. You might even become stronger. You are a high-ranking warrior. After all, such a simple task should be a breeze." Under Vegeta's flattery and prodding, Raditz ultimately acquiesced to the idea of home-based training. In the next moment, a delighted Vegeta brought forth a block, nay, a small hill, before him. This was one of the subjects at hand: weight training. "Huh. What do you want me to do?" Raditz was taken aback by the stark contrast, his eyes widening in shock. He began to regret his decision. Realizing that Vegeta was far from the seemingly simple and amiable persona he projected, he was quite cunning. The course duration was merely 2 weeks. The final assignment was rather straightforward. Once you could perform around 1,000 push-ups while bearing this stone, you would have successfully completed the course. With a smile, Vegeta patiently elucidated the course content, while Raditz became increasingly bewildered, a warning bell ringing in his mind, convinced he had fallen into a trap set by the other. What manner of devil is this fellow? Yet Vegeta continued to explain with unfaltering cheer, "There's no need to be so frightened. 2 weeks is ample time. Besides, to give up now would be rather pathetic, wouldn't it?" Gazing at Raditz, whose expression was marred by a mixture of disdain and trepidation, Raditz, despite his fear, reluctantly consented to begin the training. The first day of home training proceeded smoothly, although Raditz did not immediately master the complete application of his energy. He indeed made swift progress. Feeling a surge in his strength, Raditz instinctively puffed up with confidence. He was now quite assured that he would complete the final assignment and hoped to face Vegeta in a proper duel. Meanwhile, Bardock, ever cautious, kept an eye on the household even while on an external mission, monitoring the nursery as surveillance. What on earth is this? Upon viewing the footage, Bardock was taken aback, but in the next instant, he regained his composure and swiftly deleted the surveillance video using the remote system, quietly contemplating his next steps. For safety's sake, it was crucial that no one else knew. Hopefully, Chilled hadn't seen it. Domar, who was near Bardock, sensed something amiss and couldn't help but feel curious. "Bardock, what's wrong?" "Nothing. I just have an urgent matter to attend to." With that, Bardock boarded a small vessel meant for one, intending to return to planet Vegeta, while Domar, well aware of Bardock's temperament, chose silence and bid him farewell. "Wishing you success." Bardock. Watching the departing ship, Domar felt a tangle of emotions. He understood that Bardock must be facing a troublesome situation, yet he knew that Bardock, who valued his companions, would not involve him in any of it. Resigned, Domar sent a message to the other team members about Bardock's departure and soon immersed himself back into work as usual. In the evening, Bardock returned home once more, marking the first time he had come back within just a few days. He was greeted by a pleasantly surprised Chilled. Bardock, why are you back so soon? Before she could finish, Bardock cleared his throat, indicating he had serious matters to attend to. Apologies. Is that so? Then hurry and find him. Chilled smiled gently, providing Bardock with Vegeta's location. You already know? Enough of that. Go find him quickly. In the depths of his heart, Bardock was overwhelmed by a multitude of emotions, compelling him to retreat to the desolate warehouse where a diminutive figure clad in deep blue awaited. Ah, Uncle Bardock. You've returned. Vegeta greeted him with a cheerful tone, while Bardock's expression darkened. Am I that detestable to you? In the next moment, an expression of seemingly innocent surprise graced Bardock's eyes, and a vein throbbed on his forehead in silent exasperation. Aren't you going to call me Grandpa, my dear grandson? Bardock crossed his arms, feeling somewhat irked by Vegeta's playful antics. Apologies, Grandpa, Vegeta replied. The interdimensional grandfather and grandson duo had finally recognized one another. A moment worthy of celebration. What is the story behind your name? Bardock inquired, utterly baffled, for it was not a name befitting a typical Saiyan. He noted the resemblance between Vegeta and the young Prince Vegeta, prompting a bold hypothesis to form in his mind. Well, that's a rather complicated tale, Vegeta said, scratching his trademark spiky hair. Did Kakarot marry into the royal family? Bardock ventured, but Vegeta merely shook his head, slightly embarrassed. That is not important. What truly matters are the events yet to unfold. Frisia's conspiracy and the impending annihilation of most Saiyans, he divulged, piece by piece. Bardock was engulfed in shock. How can this be? But currently, Lord Cooler rules over the Saiyans. Uncle Dima mentioned that Cooler seems to be considering abdication. Bardock mused, lost in thought. Vegeta patiently awaited his response. I will send Kakarot away, along with Raditz. Bardock's mind immediately flickered to his two sons, understanding the peril that lay ahead for their kind. Do you aim to save all the Saiyans? He asked. No, I merely wish to defend the last vestiges of Saiyan dignity, Vegeta replied, his conscience heavy with the sins of his race. He believed that his best fate would be to perish alongside the future Frisia or to resist him until his final breath. We Saiyans have sacrificed so much for them. And this is the result. Bardock's fists clenched in anger. He sought not a mere resolution, but a death that bore dignity. Vegeta, too, grappled with his own complex feelings, acutely aware of his limited authority in this realm. After all, the one who ties the knot must be the one to untie it. The issues concerning Saiyans should be resolved by the Saiyans of this world. I will teach Raditz the ways to grow stronger. You can learn from him later, Grandpa, he stated, revealing that the legendary Super Saiyan truly existed in his world. Bardock felt a surge of pride. I never imagined that lad would become so formidable. Well, what do you intend to do? Bardock asked. I have a plan already, so I will count on you, dear grandson. The following day, a new member joined Raditz's class. A development that could only be deemed fortuitous. Father? What brings you here? What? Am I not allowed? Witnessing Raditz's sudden display of timidity, Vegeta could scarcely contain his mirth. Such a paternal scene was endlessly amusing, no matter how many times one witnessed it. Ultimately, both father and son completed their course assignments with remarkable ease in less than a week, leading to Raditz's fortunate selection for the elite team alongside the prince, while Bardock was set to engage in a battle that could significantly alter his destiny. Chapter 20. The Marvelous Adventures of the Saiyans in a Distant Corner of the Universe. A time-space tunnel quietly opened. A man and a woman stumbled out, the man bearing the brunt of injuries, while the woman, lacking formidable combat prowess, could only seethe with impotent fury. Damn it. Mira, are you alright? The woman named Tawa was akin to Bardock, a time traveler. However, unlike Bardock, who refrained from meddling excessively with the timeline, she interfered with history across various timelines for her own schemes. Tawa, I'm fine. Is that so, you meddlesome man? For Tawa, evading the time patrollers demanded considerable effort, let alone the ever-watchful Bardock, who could observe her antics at any moment. It seems I must exercise greater caution in the future. Tawa glanced toward planet Vegeta, her mind brewing new schemes, unaware that Bardock had meticulously prepared a trap for her. Meanwhile, on planet Vegeta, a relatively leisurely Vegeta contemplated exploring his surroundings. With Raditz having joined a new team and Bardock away, boredom prompted him to consider visiting his uncle Vegeta. He felt a twinge of regret at not having seen what Vegeta was like as a child, apart from his father. With his incredible speed, he could easily lower his power level to remain undetected, and with nothing pressing to occupy his time, he figured that a brief visit would go unnoticed by Jean. Before long, a small uninvited guest infiltrated the Scion Palace, and Vegeta executed his plan flawlessly, remaining undetected by anyone. I never imagined the former Scion Palace would be so grand, Vegeta mused silently, concealing himself in the shadows of a column with his diminutive frame. Just then, the imperious Scion Prince made his entrance, prompting all the towering guards to kneel in unison, while young Vegeta merely cast them a cold glance. I truly resemble him. Perhaps I should be grateful that typical Scions seldom encounter him. Observing from the shadows, Vegeta silently critiqued the numerous similarities he shared with the prince. While Vegeta continued on his path, feeling an exceedingly subtle sense of dissonance as he passed, yet he could only perceive the empty shadows around him. There shouldn't be anyone else here, right? He inquired with noticeable displeasure among the surrounding soldiers, reporting that only royal family members and a select group of elite warriors were present. The guard, sensing the prince's unexpected displeasure today, couldn't help but feel a tinge of anxiety as he surveyed the area. Is that so? Vegeta merely frowned, lost in thought as he departed. Meanwhile, having retreated behind another pillar, Vegeta felt a pang of guilt, lamenting how suspicious Vegeta was at such a tender age. A crisis had nearly ensued, and it was likely that he would soon instruct the soldiers to intensify their patrols. Wiping away a bead of cold sweat from his forehead, he offered an awkward smile, and then contemplated some playful remarks reminiscent of Goku. However, to a certain extent, I too could belong here. After all, I share royal blood. Before he could revel in this thought for long, an ominous aura suddenly manifested in the skies above planet Vegeta. Vegeta immediately shifted into a combat-ready state, aware that the owners of this malevolent presence were certainly not benign. Tawa and Mira had returned to their serious demeanor as Vegeta cautiously exited the royal city, ascending into the higher realms of the sky. As anticipated, a man and a woman had taken refuge in a concealed location. Vegeta had previously encountered these two within Bardock's secret space. In Bardock's words, they were extremely restless time-space disruptors, causing Bardock considerable frustration due to their reckless tampering with history, which often led to temporal chaos. Even mere observation of time-space could result in significant complications. So, that individual has placed me in this time-space to assist him in resolving this predicament. How utterly capricious. Vegeta's expression darkened, reaching the height of his exasperation. Tawa, the cunning vixen, had always evaded capture by the time patrols, and while Bardock's preemptive preparations were understandable, Vegeta was nonetheless irked by her brazen act of casting him into this situation without warning. As Tawa prepared to wreak havoc in this time-space, an inconspicuous young boy approached her, greeting them with a polite smile. Where did this little brat come from? Are you also part of the time patrol? Oh, I'm merely an idle bystander, he replied. In the next moment, Vegeta's smile vanished as he crossed his arms, questioning, what brings you such a great distance to this time-space? Although framed as an inquiry, it resembled more of a straightforward challenge and threat. Tawa, unfazed by the implied dismissal, merely laughed disdainfully. Mira, though gravely injured, was not a mere child of a scion to be easily subdued. What can a little brat like you possibly do? Mira stepped forward slowly, emanating a terrifying purple aura, creating a stark height disparity between herself and the child Vegeta. Yet, Vegeta's previously serious demeanor shifted to one of Goku-like astonishment. What if this is the case? A massive scarlet flame erupted, and as the fire receded, a red-haired, red-eyed adult scion clad in blue leisurely swayed his tail, observing with keen interest as Tawa's expression shifted from disdain to sheer astonishment. Could it be? Is this yet another trap set by that fellow? The terrified Mira widened his eyes, sweat pouring down as he gazed upon the formidable scion before him. Before Mira could dwell too long in fear, he was effortlessly struck into a dazed state by a single punch from his opponent. Tawa, seething with impotent rage, realized she was powerless against this warrior. Get lost. Never return to this timeline, Vegeta declared, delivering a swift kick that sent Mira tumbling beside Tawa. Though Tawa felt a surge of indignation, she had no choice but to flee with Mira in tow. Observing the disheveled escape of the duo, Vegeta sighed in relief and reverted to his normal form. He had witnessed Tawa employing cunning tactics to turn the tide of battle, and thus was careful not to grant Mira any opportunity for retaliation. I detest such individuals. Vegeta recalled the ruthless self-detonation of Cell, preferring the straightforward confrontations akin to those with Beerus. Should he ever encounter Majin Buu again, an instinctual aversion would surely arise. not to mention Boo's unsettling ability to absorb others and grow stronger. It seems you handled that well. Do you need to return? Thank you, my dear grandfather. Bardock's voice echoed through the long-distance communication once more. No need for thanks. After all, this place isn't too shabby, is it? It's certainly intriguing. But do inform me next time. Vegeta complained about Bardock's recklessness as he made his way back to the Capsule Corporation. The recent skirmish had indeed attracted some attention from the Psiots, but the true instigator, Vegeta, had long since made his escape, leaving behind a perplexing mystery on this timeline's planet Vegeta. In your world, are you also Goku's father? Indeed, yet I was unable to remain by his side. Like most versions of myself across various timelines, I chose to fight Frieza until the very end. Fortuitously, I survived and gained these powers. Is that so? Vegeta quietly organized the storeroom at home while listening to Bardock recount his astonishing experiences. So, that Goku is from your timeline? No, strictly speaking. That lad no longer belongs to any timeline. His story is far more intricate than mine. Upon hearing this, Vegeta was taken aback, realizing the complexities of the multiverse. So, everyone here is quite extraordinary then? What else would you expect? I wouldn't invite just anyone. Vegeta pondered deeply, understanding he had underestimated the situation. Time is of the essence. You should return swiftly. Indeed, this journey has been rather prolonged. Vegeta cast a final glance at the storeroom, leaving a farewell letter prominently displayed. Written in the Scion language he had diligently learned. This timeline had been altered slightly due to his presence, possibly leading Bardock here to a different fate. But that was no longer his concern. In the next moment, he found himself in a hospital at night, the outside cloaked in darkness, where he noticed Goten had left a neatly written letter by his bedside, alongside an enormous bento box. Alas, it seems I have slumbered for quite a while. Vegeta awkwardly scratched the bandage on his head, glancing at the letter, which contained Goten's usual expressions of concern for him, as well as news of Goku and Vegeta's training with Whis. Indeed, it was impossible for him to take his work seriously. Vegeta found himself utterly speechless. Goku remained as he always was. The letter continued, revealing that he was approximately 3 days away from being discharged. Upon reading this, he breathed a sigh of relief, realizing he could finally rest properly, for he knew that upon returning home, a series of messes left by Goku awaited him. It seemed he would need to learn a thing or two about farming. However, household chores would likely be reduced by half. Gohan's words suggested that Chi-Chi would be preoccupied with caring for Bulla, although Uncle Piccolo would probably lend a hand. As he pondered the household duties awaiting him upon his return to normalcy, fatigue began to wash over him. Yet for the first time, he could truly sleep soundly, despite the impending crisis that Earth would soon face. Chapter 21. The Return of the Emperor. It was an ordinary day on Earth, bright and sunny, and the picturesque Bowsy Mountain welcomed a beautiful morning. With the dawn heralding the day's promise, the remaining 2 brothers of the Sun family commenced their morning exercises. After concluding their customary sparring, the duo lay on the lush green grass, gazing up at the azure sky in serene repose. Hey, brother. Can you still transform into that crimson form? Of course. By the way, when did Mr. Goku head off to train with Whis? The mere thought of Goku, who seldom attended to family matters, stirred a modicum of resentment in Vegeta's heart, for Goku's frequent absences had forced Piccolo into the role of the Sun family's caretaker. Probably a few days ago. Is that so? Observing the innocent Goten, Vegeta merely sat up, feeling a mix of emotions as he patted Goten's crab-like hair, silently hoping that the grown-up Goten would possess at least some sense of familial responsibility. As noon approached, Vegeta was confronted with a sight that profoundly shook his worldview. Piccolo, plowing a field. Would you like some water, Uncle Piccolo? The once-feared Demon King merely shook his head awkwardly, indicating he was fine. I didn't expect you to be discharged so soon. Yes. In an effort to dispel the exceedingly bizarre atmosphere, Vegeta swiftly concocted an excuse to slip away and returned home to resume his household chores as usual. To his surprise, Chi-Chi remarked, "It seems your household skills have improved after your hospital stay." As she prepared lunch, she noticed Vegeta mopping the floor with increased speed, and the meal he had personally cooked that morning tasted significantly better. Well, perhaps it was merely a stroke of inspiration. Vegeta replied ambiguously, attributing his newfound skills to the training he had undergone in the other world, acknowledging that the journey had indeed enhanced his domestic prowess. Is that so? Chi-Chi felt a sense of relief. At least now Vegeta could take care of himself. In fact, the household duties have lessened considerably. You can go have some fun after lunch. Understood. Upon witnessing Wukong's departure, the Sun family felt an unusual tranquility. Vegeta was filled with myriad reflections, and he could not help but resolve to become stronger in the future. During this time, those two battle enthusiasts would undoubtedly engage in relentless training. At that moment, Bardock's voice resonated, cheerfully greeting Vegeta, who had been absent for around 3 days, and expressing his willingness to accompany him on adventures across different timelines. So, how have you been? Have you recovered? Thank you for your care. In reality, Vegeta tidied up the mop and removed his apron, silently conversing with Bardock in his mind. You seem to be quite at leisure as well. Bardock suddenly thought of a rather intriguing acquaintance, a man who, like him, possessed the ability to traverse parallel worlds, albeit through a different essence of power. I have a fascinating topic from a friend in another timeline. You might want to challenge yourself. Another journey through time? Vegeta, leisurely reclining on his bed, felt a twinge of curiosity. After all, continuous training could become somewhat monotonous. This time is unlike the previous ones. Once you master this power, you may even traverse through time on your own. Really? Vegeta sat up with a jolt, eager to learn this technique, while Bardock cleared his throat gently. Do you remember when I spoke to you about magic and sorcery? Now, I can teach you from scratch. Although Bardock lacked adaptability to magic, thanks to that friend, he possessed a basic understanding of sorcery, making it entirely feasible to guide a novice from the beginning, in stark contrast to the leisurely pursuits on Earth. In another corner of the universe, the Frieza Force was calculating their losses for the year. Life had become increasingly difficult since Frieza's demise, and they dreamt of his resurrection. They began devising a plan to seek the Dragon Balls, especially upon learning that the Dragon Balls would revive Frieza in 4 months and that both Goku and Vegeta were absent from Earth. An insidious scheme took shape in their hands. For Vegeta and the other warriors on Earth, 4 months would pass swiftly, particularly in times of peace. In the grassy fields of Bowsy Mountain, Vegeta was revising his rather clumsy magic. After months of study, he had acquired some of the most fundamental abilities. This is rather tedious. He was evidently frustrated by the complexities of magic. It took an eternity to chant incantations to unleash even a modest spell, far slower than simply unleashing a massive explosion with a wave of his hand. Be content. Most humans would consider it remarkable to possess even 1/10,000th of your magical power. Bardock reassured him, affirming that Vegeta's talent was indeed monstrous. However, your magical attribute is quite rare. The imaginary attribute is a peculiar phenomenon. So, how should one utilize this imaginary space? With that, he conjured a small spatial portal, seemingly suitable only for holding minor components. In the pursuit of mastering magic, Vegeta has encountered numerous setbacks, yet he remains undeterred and finds joy in the process. I am merely here to instruct you. The exploration is yours to undertake, he asserts. Bardock, with a hint of amusement, inquires about Vegeta's progress on the gemstone sword. Vegeta, visibly irritated, voices his frustrations, deeming the creation as utterly beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. The genius who designed this contraption must possess an utter lack of awareness regarding the limitations of the average individual. That blueprint practically declares that no one but me could replicate it. He scoffs. Indeed, for such a genius, it must seem entirely natural to assume that such commonplace tasks would be effortlessly accomplished by you all. This is merely the tip of the iceberg of his talent. However, if you truly manage to replicate this marvel akin to magic, I understand. I shall not easily relinquish my pursuit of mere magic. Observing Vegeta's resolute demeanor, Bardock merely smirks with ulterior motives, knowing that more profound and intricate magical training awaits him. As Vegeta bids farewell to Bardock, intending to pick up Goten from school, the sky above the earth darkens ominously, signaling someone's intent to make a wish with the Dragon Balls. Vegeta promptly seeks out Piccolo, who is busy harvesting. To discuss the matter, Piccolo gazes solemnly at the encroaching darkness. Is there a way to ascertain who is making the wish, Uncle Piccolo? I am uncertain, but it is likely those 3 little rascals from Bulma's party. I saw them with a Dragon Ball radar. Relieved, the two conclude that Pilaf and his gang are unlikely to cause significant trouble. However, to their astonishment, it becomes evident that the Wishmaker is not limited to Pilaf's group. Meanwhile, Frieza, in a fragmented form, barely resurrects, and his minions hastily gather the pieces to flee. After decades, the former cosmic tyrant reemerges, a cause for both celebration and concern. Curse those Scionts. Frieza, now revived, has no intention of merely reigning as a passive ruler of the cosmos. He sets his sights on Earth, eager to exact a grand vengeance. He swiftly devises a rigorous training regimen, intent on annihilating the Scions without mercy, across billions of light years. Son Goku sneezes, prompting an identical reaction from Vegeta. Vegeta, I can't shake this unsettling feeling, Goku confides. I share your sentiment, Kakarot. Yet, devoid of any tangible evidence. The two continue their rigorous training, having made significant progress over the past months, even unlocking new powers. Meanwhile, on the tranquil Earth, Vegeta, engrossed in his study of the gemstone sword, senses an ominous disturbance returning. A nagging premonition lingers, yet the breakthrough in his research swiftly eclipses that intuition. In the midst of welcoming his daughter, Son Gohan remains blissfully unaware of the brewing storm, while other warriors on Earth are preoccupied with their lives. Unbeknownst to all, the vengeful Emperor is steadily treading the path of return. Chapter 22. The Revenge of the Refrigerator King. Half a year swiftly passed, and on this day, Galactic Patrolman Gak brought significant news to Bulma. The infamous Frieza had been resurrected and was on his way to Earth. Gak spoke gravely, holding up his artistic rendition of the event. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Bulma immediately reached for her strawberry parfait to contact Whis, but to no avail. Damn it. Why can't I get through? Bulma, they will arrive in just a few hours. What? Why didn't you tell me sooner? In the next moment, Bulma frantically grabbed her phone to summon the warriors of Earth, knowing that with Goku and Vegeta absent, she had to rely on others. Meanwhile, at the Capsule Corp, Vegeta was occupied with household chores when he heard the phone ringing. He answered, and on the other end was a frantic Bulma. What's wrong? Frieza has been revived. Hurry over. Vegeta's temper flared, but he recognized the urgency in Bulma's voice. He quickly changed his clothes and bid farewell to Chi-Chi, instructing her, do not let Goten know about this. Understanding the mischief of his younger brother, he reassured Chi-Chi, I will keep a close watch on Goten. Just make sure you return safely. I absolutely will. Simultaneously, the other warriors mobilized as Frieza, accompanied by a formidable entourage, appeared in the skies above Earth. The sight of this former adversary instilled tension among them, yet only Vegeta and Gohan dared to take the lead. Even though Dad isn't here, I will protect Earth, Gohan declared, clad in an orange GI reminiscent of his father. His expression was resolute, despite the fact that his last encounter with Frieza was over a decade ago. I will do my utmost as well. As the strongest fighters present, Vegeta regarded the ominous crowd with a serious demeanor. Sensing that Frieza had evolved beyond a mere Super Saiyan's defeat. That guy is far from ordinary. Gohan, I will handle him. Right, Uncle Piccolo, what do you think? We'll take care of the grunts. You two focus on Frieza. Piccolo was equally anxious, fully aware that Frieza had become a vastly more formidable opponent. Nearby, Krillin displayed signs of trepidation, haunted by the memory of being killed by Frieza himself. Are you all right, Krillin? You look pale, Tien noticed. Despite his fears, Krillin steeled himself, and Master Roshi was equally resolute. Thus, a grand battle to defend Earth was about to unfold. In the next moment, the warriors clashed with Frieza's army, while Gohan and Vegeta, upholding Goku's noble tradition, refrained from lethal force. This displeased Frieza, who observed from above, muttering, that one dressed like Goku must be that little brat from Namek. He sifted through his ancient memories of the warriors, attempting to deduce Gohan's identity. But who was the other little brat? That visage was indeed remarkable. With a mere wave of his hand, Vegeta effortlessly dispatched a multitude of minions, flashing a confident smile at his adversary, which incited an immediate and furious response from Frieza. It was as if the faces of Son Wukong and Vegeta had been artfully blended together. Frieza, though intrigued by this enigmatic newcomer, found his curiosity overshadowed by a seething rage towards the Saiyans. He longed for retribution, eager to teach the arrogant Vegeta a harsh lesson. Everyone else, step back. Allow me to handle this. Frieza barked, commanding his ineffectual subordinates to retreat. His judgment proved sound. After several exchanges, his warriors remained unscathed while his minions lay strewn about. Very well then, Sobel promptly disbanded all combatants, retaining only a few to observe. I didn't expect you to possess a shred of decency. I thought you might not spare even your own subordinates. Vegeta remarked, scratching his nose, keenly observing the flustered Frieza. Who are you? He is my brother, Frieza. Much has transpired since your demise, Gohan declared, taking his stance. The Earth had undergone significant transformations over the decades, and Frieza could only acknowledge his ignorance of such developments. Is that so? Frieza, no longer inclined to dawdle, immediately transformed into his ultimate form. Krillin felt a chill run down his spine. He was all too familiar with this visage. I will do my utmost, Gohan. If I cannot overcome him, I will do my best to hold him off. Keep it up. I will devise a plan as well. Gohan sensed an ominous turn of events, but could only pray for his father's swift return. Vegeta nodded. And in the next moment, a golden aura enveloped him, his emerald eyes coldly fixated on Frieza, reminiscent of their legendary battle. The two commenced a probing assault in the skies, yet Frieza appeared anything but composed, continuously exploiting any lapse in Vegeta's defense to ambush the warriors. Thankfully, Gohan's quick reflexes safeguarded the group. Hey, this is utterly excessive, Vegeta exclaimed, clearly irked, as he utilized his illusory magic to redirect Frieza's death beam back at him. Catching the latter off guard. I didn't expect you to possess such a technique. Frieza effortlessly deflected the beam, marveling at the rapid evolutionary pace of these Saiyan warriors. Spare me the insincere pleasantries. Vegeta retorted with disdain, instinctively loathing the duplicitous, diminutive white lizard before him, despite their unfamiliarity. Who would have thought this little brat had such a temper? You hardly have the standing to call me a brat. You're not much taller than I am. This remark struck a nerve, prompting muffled laughter among the other warriors, as Vegeta bore an uncanny resemblance to his father, Vegeta. Krillin chuckled softly, while Gohan and Piccolo exchanged complex glances towards Bulma, who was attempting to contact Whis. They both sensed that Frieza was not merely a simple adversary. Whis. Bulma was on the verge of despair, and at such a crucial moment, she found herself without a reliable means to contact Whis. Meanwhile, Goku was contemplating an escape, as he had no intention of perishing here. However, Bulma clutched at Goku, refusing to let him flee. Back in the skies, the battle between Vegeta and Frieza escalated to a fever pitch. Vegeta, facing Frieza's relentless assault, managed to maintain his composure. To counter Frieza, he transformed into a Super Saiyan 2, while Frieza, equally exhilarated, had meticulously devised a sequence for eliminating his opponents. I have yet to unleash my full strength. And I still don't even know your name. You needn't know. With that, Vegeta launched a punch, which Frieza countered, the two locking in a fierce standoff. The immense shockwaves from their clash began to fracture the earth, leaving everyone in a state of anxiety. Goku, please return swiftly, Krillin silently prayed, his laughter long since vanished. As he gazed into the depths of the cosmos. Chapter 23, The King's Shadow returns on a distant planet. Goku and Vegeta continued their routine training with Whis, while Beerus delighted in exquisite culinary treats. Wow, this thing called cheese is truly delightful. He was thoroughly pleased with the pizza of the day. In stark contrast to the perilous situation on Earth, this realm was blissfully serene, until the prophetic fish arrived with news from Bulma. Whis, Bulma just sent a message. A colossal strawberry parfait within the crystal ball caught Whis's attention, prompting him to eagerly activate the Earth communication. Back on Earth, the confrontation between Vegeta and Frieza had reached a critical juncture. Vegeta had transformed into a god of Super Saiyan, matching Frieza blow for blow, while the warriors nearby could only cheer him on silently. Bulma, what's the matter? Whis' ethereal voice pierced through the chaos of battle. In the next instant, Bulma furiously demanded that Goku return using instant transmission, as Vegeta was already engaged in combat with Frieza. Hurry back. Faced with Bulma's urgency, Goku could not afford to delay. Moments later, they both obediently returned to Earth, with the proud Vegeta reluctantly holding hands with Goku. In midair, the two adversaries paused their skirmish, turning their attention to the newly arrived Goku and Vegeta. Oh, how considerate, Frieza taunted Vegeta in a mocking tone. Vegeta, undeterred, retorted, you won't find this next encounter so effortless. He then rejoined Bulma and the others, exclaiming, finally back, Mr. Goku. It's your turn now. Vegeta reverted to his normal state, sensing that he was not a match for Frieza, who had always sought vengeance against Goku. As for Vegeta, he felt he had successfully fulfilled his role of stalling for time. My apologies for the late arrival, Goku said with a sheepish smile, observing the battered and disheveled Vegeta. Meanwhile, the disgruntled Vegeta, still irked from having to hold Goku's hand, kept a watchful eye on Frieza from afar. Kakarot, enough reminiscing, focus on that guy. Alright, I understand. As Sun Wukong contemplated ascending to the heavens for a decisive battle against Frieza, Vegeta unexpectedly called out to him, tossing a seemingly inconspicuous stone his way, urging him to keep it safe. What is this for, Vegeta? Vegeta merely cast a glance at Sobel, who was concealed in a crevice, and the underhanded tactics of Frieza, which had filled him with an ominous premonition. It's merely a precaution. Think of it as a talisman, you old fool. How curious it is that upon returning from the hospital, you have suddenly become more candid. Sun Wukong accepted this peculiar gift with enthusiasm and commenced his formal duel with Frieza. At last, you have arrived, Sun Wukong. Every recollection of their battle on Namek sent Frieza into a furious frenzy, consumed by a singular desire, to vanquish Sun Wukong and redeem his honor. You remain unchanged, Frieza. If vengeance is your aim, you ought to seek out Trunks. That individual is irrelevant. My revenge begins with you. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's countenance shifted, and without hesitation, he transformed into a Super Saiyan God, the two instantly becoming embroiled in a fierce clash. Meanwhile, the merely spectating Vegeta felt an itch to join in, especially at the sight of Sun Wukong's exuberance, prompting him to rush in and engage Sun Wukong in battle without a moment's pause. Frieza, bewildered, mistakenly believed that the impulsive Vegeta still held loyalty towards him. What on earth are those two fools doing? Frustrated, Bulma, relegated to the role of a mere observer, was driven to distraction. In her eyes, no Saiyan was ever normal. The other onlookers were equally astonished by the erratic behavior of the Saiyans, yet Vegeta, being a pure-blooded Saiyan himself, remained unfazed and greeted Whis and the others who had just arrived on Earth. Aunt Bulma, where is the delectable food, Whis and the others requested. Being perceptive, he understood that Bulma must have lured the two with food, and he astutely recognized the necessity of appeasing these two cosmic powerhouses. You certainly know how to take care of others. By the way, what is your name? Beerus rummaged through his memory of Vegeta, as their last encounter had been nearly a year prior. I am Vegeta. This is a strawberry parfait. He then graciously accepted the parfait from Bulma and carefully presented it to the two. Whis and Beerus' eyes sparkled with delight as they indulged in the delicacies. Damn it, Vegeta. Can't you assist Sun Wukong? Anxiously, Bulma cast a frustrated glance at the other key combatant present, striking the hapless Jocko. Above, the fierce battle raged between the blue-haired Sun Wukong and the golden Frieza as they fought from the ground to the sea, with Sun Wukong gradually finding himself at a disadvantage, causing Bulma great concern. Do not fret, there is still Uncle Vegeta, and if need be, Gohan and I are here too. This mindset bore a striking resemblance to Sun Wukong's. Bulma refrained from further comment, her mind consumed by the battle, reflecting the rather simplistic and straightforward thought processes characteristic of their warrior race, a group of formidable, unwavering individuals. Moreover, the weaknesses of that fiend were quite evident. With his arms crossed, Vegito cast a disdainful glance at the clearly fatigued Frieza, who had rushed into battle without fully acclimating to his new form. What a desperate move. Indeed, Krillin and Master Roshi shared some concern regarding the unfolding battle, yet their abilities rendered them powerless to intervene. Before long, as Vegito had predicted, the once cocky golden Frieza began to falter, the tides of battle shifting once more. The warriors, previously apprehensive, felt their spirits lift as Goku delivered a powerful punch that sent Frieza crashing back to the ground, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. Curse you, Goku! Frieza exclaimed, frustration mounting as the long-awaited vision he had yearned for did not materialize. Meanwhile, the carefree Goku had reverted to his normal state, gazing down upon Frieza as he had during their fateful conflict on planet Namek decades prior. The long-anticipated clash of destinies had finally come to a close. I shall not kill you. You may leave, Goku stated, his expression a blend of coldness and a hint of compassion. In that moment, Frieza perceived Goku not as he was now, but as the furious golden warrior from years past, blood seeping from his lips, set against a backdrop that felt less like Earth and more like the tumultuous, crimson landscape of planet Namek. Yet, the situation had shifted. Goku cast a meaningful glance towards Sobel, who was concealed among the rocks, observing intently. In an uncanny exchange, Sobel smiled and revealed a small laser gun ring, prompting a sudden barrage of lasers to be unleashed upon the unsuspecting Goku. What? Frieza, you? Goku gasped, realizing too late the treachery at play. He had underestimated Frieza's cunning. The lasers seemed to pierce his very being. Ha! You remain as Na'vi as ever, Frieza proclaimed, reveling in what he believed to be his victory, while Sobel emerged to bask in the glory of the moment. However, to Frieza's astonishment, Goku discovered that no grievous wound marred his form. Confusion etched across his face as he stared at the celebrating Frieza. Frieza, it appears I am quite all right, he remarked. just as a small pebble tumbled from his clothing, disintegrating into a fine powder. Frieza, upon hearing Goku's nonsensical statement, quickly realized that the Saiyan was still very much alive. Indeed, you are anything but straightforward, Frieza, Vegeta interjected, approaching the scene. Although he was unaware of how Goku had evaded the fatal blow, he understood that they could not afford to show mercy towards Frieza, lest he resort to the despicable tactics reminiscent of Cell's self-destruction that had once threatened the Earth. Step aside, Kakarot. It is my turn now. Very well. Reluctantly, Goku retreated to the sidelines, while Whis, indulging in a parfait, took the opportunity to school the perpetually lax Goku. I've told you not to be so careless. The body is quite fragile. My apologies, Goku replied sheepishly, scratching his head, while Vegito cast a complex glance in his direction. You should be grateful to Vegito for intervening, otherwise, you would have surely met your end. Beerus mockingly scoffed as he savored a strawberry. How did you manage that? Goku turned to Vegeta with his inquiry. It is an imaginary technique. I isolated your body from the real world to evade that strike. That stone served as the medium. Impressive. I never anticipated you had mastered such remarkable skills. Although Goku could not fully comprehend, he still praised Vegeta for his timely intervention. During the time his father was away, he had indeed transformed significantly. Gohan, reunited with his father after a long separation, reminisced about old times. He had continued his training, and though he had grown stronger compared to a few years ago, he could only manage a defensive stance against Frieza. Thank you, Gohan. It must have been tough for you while I was gone. It's all right. Don't underestimate me, Dad. Meanwhile, Frieza's situation was far less pleasant. He had been brutally beaten back into his original form by Vegeta, and any attempt by Sobel to ambush was thwarted as Vegeta meticulously obliterated him with a ki blast. Such was the essence of dire straits. Vegeta, you dare? Go to hell, Frieza. Without any flamboyant techniques or unnecessary dialogue, Vegeta unleashed a devastating explosion that reduced Frieza to ashes, thus bringing this farcical episode to a satisfying conclusion. Chapter 24. The arrival of Champa. Having dealt with the troublesome Frieza, the beleaguered Earth returned to its former peace. Remarkably, despite the overwhelming threat, no one perished at the hands of Frieza's army. Delicious indeed. Thank you for the hospitality, Miss Bulma, was raved about the strawberry parfait, eagerly anticipating Earth's next culinary delight. Beerus, a fellow gourmand, shared in this enthusiasm. Hey, you mustn't hoard all the delicacies for yourself, Whis. Beerus recalled the pizza previously devoured by Whis, not wishing to miss out on any more delectable treats. In contrast to the jubilant warriors celebrating Earth's safety, the two enjoyed a leisurely conversation with Bulma. Meanwhile, Vegeta returned to the group, and Goku, slightly disgruntled, began to bicker with him. You're so stingy, Vegeta. You took him out in an instant without giving me a chance. Vegeta merely turned away with a huff. Whose fault is it for being so careless? The warriors found their light-hearted banter heartwarming, as such moments typically occurred only in a secure environment. You're all grown up, yet still so childish. Krillin remarked about the two immature Saiyans. Tien, pondering his martial arts school, bid farewell to the group as he had his own life to attend to. Soon after, others began to consider departing as well, having accomplished their goal of defeating Frieza, and naturally, they sought to return to their daily lives. Mr. Whis, you should visit my home for a meal sometime. Aunt Chi-Chi cooks exceedingly well. I appreciate Mr. Vegeta's kindness, which I graciously accept. Whis also respectfully bid farewell to everyone and departed with Beerus. After seeing off their other friends, the Sun family began to discuss their domestic affairs. Is Dad coming back to live with us? That is indeed the plan, especially since I have been away from home for nearly a year. Goten and Aunt Chi-Chi miss you dearly, so please spend some time with them. Throughout this past year, most of the work at the Sun household has been managed by Piccolo, particularly in caring for Little Pan, and he has ultimately evolved into a version of himself that he never could have anticipated. Furthermore, Vegeta's domestic skills have visibly improved over the year. I apologize. I will be more mindful in the future. Upon hearing this, Son Goku chuckled awkwardly. Following that, he truly dedicated himself to a period of calm domestic training. However, with Vegeta off training with Whis again, his competitive spirit naturally drove him to leave home once more. The Sun family had long since grown accustomed to this routine. On the very first morning of Goku's absence, Vegeta arose early as usual, only to realize that his clothes felt a bit ill-fitting. Have I grown taller? He approached the mirror and noticed that he had indeed gained a slight height. Goten, curious, came over. Brother, what's the matter? I think I've grown a little taller. It does seem so. The two brothers joyfully exchanged observations about their changes. But when Goten recalled that he had not yet experienced a growth spurt, he pouted with a hint of sadness. Why haven't I grown taller yet? It's just a matter of time. Be patient. But my classmates keep teasing me about it. Originally, Vegeta had been happily ruffling little Goten's hair. But upon hearing this, he felt a twinge of annoyance. Just ignore those little rascals. If they truly bully you, you must tell me. Vegeta, hands on his hips, had always been a mature listener for Goten, frequently offering him advice. Thank you, brother. However, since it was Monday, Goten soon had to leave for school. With his brother's assurance, he felt significantly more at ease. Meanwhile, Vegeta, amidst his domestic tasks, gazed up at the sky, pondering what Goku and the others' training might entail. On the other side, Son Goku contemplated making a move on Vegeta, as daily sparring with him had become somewhat monotonous. Although Vegeta had never expressed it, he also yearned for a change of pace, wishing to spar with someone else. However, the cautious Whis declined this notion, citing Vegeta's youth. He is still quite young. Despite Saiyan children being remarkably powerful compared to other races, Whis leisurely opened a lunchbox, stating that the power of a god is not something to be taken lightly. Perhaps they could revisit this idea when Vegeta matures a bit more. And the journey ahead for you both is still long. With that, he savored a piece of Tamagoyaki, displaying an expression of sheer bliss. Is that so? That is a bit disappointing. Son Goku could only scratch his head in resignation. Following this, the considerate Whis prepared a grand gift for both of them, 2 sets of weighted training outfits. The two Saiyans instantly transformed into rather comical figures, struggling to move as if they were Michelin men. How vexing. The weight is indeed substantial. The prideful Vegeta found himself in a rather awkward predicament, yet he endeavored to acclimate to this newfound gravity. Meanwhile, Whis attended to his diligent pupil, leaving the two Saiyans to train independently. At that moment, an unexpected visitor approached stealthily, none other than Kampa, who had made arrangements for a culinary contest with Beerus. Unfortunately, the tremendous impact of his landing roused Beerus from his midday slumber. Whis, who dares disturb my nap? Beerus bellowed in irritation, demanding an explanation. It appears to be Lord Kampa, my lord, Whis responded with utmost respect. Soon, under the watchful eyes of the two curious Saiyans, a marvelous culinary competition commenced, with Beerus emerging victorious through the use of instant noodles. However, Kampa, visibly disgruntled by his defeat, declared, "Let us hold a contest among the strongest fighters in our universe." Why is that? After a spirited exchange and a brief skirmish, the brothers ultimately agreed on the competition. While the two Saiyan onlookers grasped the significance of the 12 universes and the Super Dragon Balls. How exhilarating to battle new, formidable foes, Goku exclaimed with enthusiasm, while Vegeta secretly anticipated the strength of the other universe's contestants. On Earth, after fetching Goten, Vegeta was astonished to see Goku return home once again, having set a record for the quickest return since he left, merely a day. "Hey, Goten." "Vegeta, I'm back." Goten was overjoyed. His father's sudden return was a delightful surprise. However, Vegeta promptly ushered them indoors and urged Goku to explain the situation. He understood that Goku's swift return must involve something of great importance for the people of Earth. Indeed, there is such a matter. After a somewhat lengthy discussion, everyone, including Chi-Chi, grasped the details of the inter-universal competition. "Goku, will you participate?" Chi-Chi expressed concern, knowing that battles often lead to injuries. "Not just me. I want Gohan to join as well, but it will be just me and Piccolo." Vegeta, well aware of Goku's intentions, quickly provided a response. "Is that so?" Goku pondered thoughtfully, considering the arrangements for other participants. "Can't Trunks and I join?" Chi-Chi immediately dismissed Goten's notion of joining the fray, prompting the young Saiyan to obediently concede to his mother's wishes. "This battlefield is too perilous for you. Leave it to me and Mr. Goku." "All right, I understand." The Sun family swiftly organized their candidates, and next came the turn of the Vegeta family. The astute Bulma conceived the idea of utilizing the Dragon Balls to locate the Super Dragon Balls, thus assigning her husband Vegeta the laborious task. Despite his dissatisfaction, Vegeta, ever the dutiful warrior, begrudgingly set off to seek the Dragon Balls. By the time Goku and his companions arrived at Bulma's residence, Vegeta was already panting heavily on the ground. "Thank you, Vegeta." Subsequently, Bulma boldly kissed Vegeta in front of everyone, marking the second time young Vegeta experienced the bittersweet nature of love. Gazing at the blushing and embarrassed Vegeta, he stroked his chin, pondering the knowledge gleaned from his studies. Soon, the Eternal Dragon appeared before Beerus with utmost respect, expressing his impotence regarding the matter of the Super Dragon Balls. How trivial the dragon has become. Ever since the grand sale of Super Saiyan's, he once again delivered his unique brand of sarcasm. If you have no wishes, Lord Beerus, may I use one? Vegeta thought of the unfortunate King Kai, and being the observant individual he was, he surmised that Goku would likely forget this matter entirely. Do as you please. Beerus replied languidly. Vegeta then voiced his desire to resurrect King Kai, and after decades, the king finally had his wish fulfilled, a cause for celebration. Ah, thankfully, you remembered. Goku, jolted by the realization of his own forgetfulness, recalled the king's request. Meanwhile, King Kai rejoiced upon discovering that his halo had finally vanished, and his pets shared in the excitement, collectively celebrating his revival, a delightful occasion indeed. Chapter 25. Pre-match preparations. Can Saiyans transform into Super Saiyans? Do the Dragon Balls also have Super Dragon Balls? Listening to the discussions among the others about searching for the Super Dragon Balls, Vegeta shared his thoughts. While Bulma contacted her sister to summon Gak, intending to inquire about a person named Zuno for information on the Super Dragon Balls. How about we visit the hyperbolic time chamber? Unlike the rest, Goku, as a true Saiyan, immediately thought of this splendid location in light of the upcoming tournament, planning to invite the other two Saiyans to join him for some fun inside. That's a splendid suggestion, Vegeta said with a slight smile. And Vegeta also looked forward to that extraordinary space. Bidding farewell to Bulma and the others, who were busy unraveling the mystery of the Super Dragon Balls, the three eagerly plunged into the hyperbolic time chamber. Within the vast, white expanse, they no longer held back, engaging in Saiyan-style pre-match revelry. Oh dear Saiyans! Bulma could only acquiesce to their antics, as victory in the tournament relied almost entirely on the three of them. Inside the time chamber, Goku and Vegeta felt as at home as if they were strolling through their own abode, while Vegeta remained curiously observing. How fascinating. As a practitioner of dimensional magic, he had a certain understanding of spatial constructs and could feel that the properties of the time chamber were strikingly similar to the space used by Bardock. A year here is merely a day outside. What a splendid place for training. Goku introduced this treasure to little Vegeta, who nodded in understanding. After a brief tour of the interior, Vegeta promptly engaged Goku in a sparring match. Uncle Vegeta seems rather excited. He too felt the fiery warrior spirit of his Saiyan blood surging within him, and soon, the battle escalated into a chaotic three-way skirmish. Subsequently, the bellies of the three resonated in perfect harmony, growling in unison. The first to express the need for sustenance was Sun Wukong. Ah, I'm famished. So am I, Kakarot. Vegeta chimed in, as he momentarily ceased his offensive. Allow me to prepare a meal. However, he was quickly met with the reality that there were no cooking utensils at hand, and the available food resembled little more than flour. Sun Wukong promptly urged Vegeta to abandon this notion, yet Vegeta merely smiled with confidence, asserting that he had a solution. The meticulous Vegeta suddenly recalled the ingenious technique that Vegeta had employed to rescue Kakarot during a surprise attack. Are you planning to use the technique you employed back then? Not quite. That skill belongs to a vast array of categories. Under the curious gaze of the two Saiyans, Vegeta demonstrated the extraordinary feat of conjuring an iron pot with his bare hands, astonishing Goku to the core. How did you accomplish that? Goku's eyes sparkled, momentarily forgetting his hunger, while Vegeta, despite his exposure to numerous alien technologies and his wife's myriad of high-tech inventions, couldn't help but express a hint of amazement. This is projection magic. In simple terms, I utilized my magical resources to create an iron pot. With that, he extracted some ingredients and contemplated what to prepare. You two should eat something to tide you over. Cooking will take a bit of time. Initially, Goku had feared he would be left to consume nothing but flour for 3 years, but now, the prospect of a delectable meal lifted his spirits significantly. Even the food-loving Vegeta couldn't suppress a slight smile, his lips curling upward at the thought of finally having decent food to enjoy. Before long, Vegeta presented a spread of noodles and steamed buns. Due to the lack of seasoning, the flavors were rather bland. Before he could finish his introduction, the two ravenous Saiyans had devoured at least half of the meal. Leave me a little, will you? The dining table quickly devolved into chaos as the three Saiyans engaged in a frenzied battle for food. Realizing he could not compete with the appetites of these two adult Saiyans, Vegeta resolved that in future gatherings, He would avoid sitting with these two competitive spirits who would carry their rivalry even to the dining table. After their meal, Goku and Vegeta reclined or sat on the ground, thoroughly satisfied, while only Vegeta expressed his discontent, grumbling about the two of them. I was the one who cooked. Not even a moment of appreciation. Frustrated by the lack of decorum and the incessant competition for food, he declared, "If this continues, I won't cook anymore." Hearing the possibility of not having a proper meal, Goku sprang up, slightly panicked, and offered an apology. "Sorry, I'll be more mindful in the future. Just please leave me a bit more next time." After a brief respite, the three Saiyans returned to their training, engaging in discussions regarding their cultivation techniques. "Is that blue form the power you have recently developed?" Reflecting on Goku and Vegeta's transformation into blue-haired forms during their confrontation with Frieza, he began to ponder the essence of this newfound power. Indeed, it's called Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan, as it layers the transformation of Super Saiyan upon the foundation of Super Saiyan God. As the conversation unfolded, Sun Wukong nearly bit his own tongue, and upon hearing the exceedingly convoluted name, Vegeta felt a wave of dizziness, deciding to simplify it to blue. Vegeta, equally unable to endure the complexity, opted for a more convenient term for the sake of communication. "Vegeto, what exactly was that magic you were using just now?" Vegeta inquired. His curiosity piqued regarding the principles behind such sorcery. In essence, it is a method of conjuring miracles. Considering Sun Wukong's evidently limited intellectual capacity, Vegeto endeavored to elucidate the principles of magic in simpler terms. However, Wukong's mind was already operating at full capacity, leaving Vegeta to ponder thoughtfully as he listened. "This is overly complicated." The renowned simpleton, Sun Wukong, lay on the ground, nearly surrendering to his thoughts. "So, as long as I have that magic circuit, I can learn it, right?" In stark contrast to the bewildered Wukong, the astute Vegeta managed to summarize. Indeed, more or less. After a brief test, it was confirmed that both of them, like Vegeta, possessed only a single magic circuit. Although the quality of their magic circuits was far beyond that of an ordinary human, it was a stark contrast akin to dust and the cosmos. "So I can use it too?" Vegeta extended his gloved palm. "Of course, Uncle Vegeta, I can teach you." However, Vegeta had no interest in offensive magic. Later, he privately learned projection magic out of a domestic necessity. Curious Sun Wukong felt both dissatisfied and somewhat perplexed. "Vegeta, why are you secretly learning this without telling me? This has nothing to do with you." The prideful Vegeta refrained from mentioning that it was to assist his wife with household chores. "Oh, is that so?" The cunning Sun Wukong immediately thought of that woman, regarding Vegeta with a subtly knowing gaze. Vegeta, sensing something amiss, promptly concluded the day's magic training, leading to a scuffle between them. Meanwhile, the perceptive Vegeto struggled to suppress his laughter, fully aware of their personalities. Before long, he returned to serious matters, utilizing the opportunity of the two Saiyans' amicable exchange to continue his research on the gemstone sword. He had attempted to fabricate it using projection magic, but this shortcut approach had utterly failed. "It seems I must take my time." He observed the two engaged in spirited combat above, recalling that Vegeta had recently learned of his gemstone sword research. Vegeta showed no interest in it, although he had once marveled at its capacity to provide nearly limitless energy. As a true Saiyan, he preferred to rely on his own strength in battle. "Do you wish to possess such power?" Vegeta posed the question to the troubled Vegeto, who was deep in thought about the gemstone sword. "No, it's merely a matter of curiosity. For me, it's simply a challenge. After all, this item is one of the ultimate creations of magic, and I merely wish to prove my capabilities." With that, Vegeto flashed a confident smile, and Vegeta found great satisfaction in this distinctly Saiyan response. Returning to the present, the two had finally reconciled, while Sun Wukong's stomach was once again empty. "Can we cook? I'm starving." He chuckled foolishly, speaking in the same tone he usually used with Chi-Chi. Vegeta nodded and winked at him, indicating that the food would soon be ready. The 3 years had flown by swiftly. During this time, Sun Wukong and his companion had grown beards, resembling scruffy uncles, while Vegeta had noticeably grown taller, now reaching Sun Wukong's waist. "You really should shave. You look rather disheveled." Vegeta remarked disdainfully about their appearances. "I understand, Vegeta. Let's go shave," Sun Wukong replied, pulling Vegeta along to tidy up before they presented themselves decently before the others. Bulma had also been working diligently to complete the Super Dragon Ball radar in preparation for the search for the Dragon Balls. Whis then brought forth a massive cube for transportation. Shall we board? I will guide you to the arena, he announced. Thank you, Whis. Next time. I'll treat you to tempura, Sun Wukong replied. And thank you as well, Miss Bulma, Whis acknowledged. On a distant nameless planet, Kampa had enthusiastically arranged the venue, which appeared quite grand. The contestants from Universe 6 had also arrived, quietly awaiting the event. Kampa recalled the two Michelin tire beings beside Beerus and instinctively thought they were not formidable. Those two must be warriors from Beerus' side, Kampa confidently mused, underestimating them due to their sluggish movements, unaware of the true monsters they were. Just as he indulged in thoughts of his impending victory, the team from Beerus' side arrived, leaving him little room for fanciful imaginings. Chapter 26. The intense competition inside the cube. Discussions began to unfold among the group. The Pilaf gang speculated about the size of the Super Dragon Balls, while the warriors organized the contestants' information. It turns out Gohan cannot make it, Sun Wukong lamented. Disappointed as a devoted admirer of Gohan, Mr. Bu also had to forego the competition due to entering a dormant state, leaving Satan on Earth feeling quite helpless. Nevertheless, we still have enough participants, Piccolo assessed, considering the warriors present, confident that gathering 5 individuals should not prove difficult. His only concern was the written test, as Sun Wukong, despite being exceptionally clever, might stumble over it. Curiously, Sun Wukong observed the so-called strongest, Monaka, while the truth behind this was merely Beerus' attempt to provoke Sun Wukong. Vegeta, observing Sun Wukong's eager spirit, remained puzzled about Monaka, knowing nothing of him. He wondered if there might be beings in Kampa's universe similar to the Scionts, pondering, could there be Scionts akin to Kakarot and myself in that universe? His keen mind began to contemplate this intriguing detail, but soon they successfully arrived at the nameless planet. 6 Dragon Balls, each comparable in size to planets, shimmered in the sky, nearly blinding Pilaf and his companions. Even the seasoned warriors, who had encountered Dragon Balls countless times, were taken aback by the sight. Incredible. These Dragon Balls, Goku marveled at the enormity of the Super Dragon Balls through the glass dome of the arena. However, the petite Vegeta tugged at his sleeve, urging him to hasten to the examination. This initiative was proposed by Vegeta himself to prevent excessively violent adversaries from disregarding the rules and endangering the audience. During the examination, only Goku faced significant challenges. Despite having received some education from Master Roshi, he still struggled immensely with the more complex logical problems. The other warriors, who had undergone systematic training, encountered no such difficulties. Ultimately, the overly intelligent Goku scraped by with a passing score. If I had made another mistake, I wouldn't have passed, he lamented, holding his score of 50, which left Piccolo utterly speechless, silently criticizing the situation in his mind. After all, they were all in their 40s, yet still faced such tribulations. Upon completing the examination, both parties finally met officially. As Vegeta had anticipated, there were indeed Scions from Universe 6. As the last vestige of Scion traditional culture, Vegeta engaged in dialogue with them. Greetings, you must be the Scion from Universe 6, he said to Cabba, who responded with equal politeness and warmth. Hello, I am Cabba. I look forward to your guidance. The young Scion before him bore no intense hostility or murderous intent, clearly a person of peace. Do you reside on planet Sadala? Vegeta observed that Cabba lacked the characteristic Scion tail. What is the matter? Cabba inquired, slightly puzzled as he was unaware of the existence of Scions from another universe. Beside them, Bardock patiently provided clarification. This Mr. Cabba is the captain of an elite Scion unit. He is quite formidable. Is that so? Vegeta began to grasp the situation. Unlike the Scions of Universe 7, those of this universe had not become ruthless invaders. Meanwhile, Gogeta curiously observed from the side. Although he had previously visited planet Vegeta and witnessed the lives of Scions under Frieza's army, he now realized that the history of the Scions extended beyond just planet Vegeta. Vegeta, didn't you say planet Vegeta is where we were born? Goku asked, intrigued. But that wasn't the original home of the Scions. That planet was destroyed during an internal conflict, and later, other Scions seized planet Vegeta as their new refuge. A brief recounting of the history of the Scions from Universe 7 emerged through Vegeta's words, leaving Cabba astonished as he processed the weighty implications within those sentences. The conclusion was that the Scions of Universe 7 were utterly different invasive beings, while the Scions here were, at least once, not entirely virtuous. Rest assured, we no longer partake in such deeds. Gaby, innocent in his faith, chose to believe in him, after all. The god of destruction would never select an exceedingly wicked individual for the competition. May I visit your planet after the contest? As he beheld Gaby clad in the traditional attire of the Scions, Vegeta found himself intrigued by the planet of the Ras race. Of course, Gaby graciously welcomed the members of his kin. Following a melodic cosmic performance by the host, the competition commenced officially. The Kais of both universes, alongside various spectators including the Galactic King, took their seats while the contestants deliberated their turn to engage. Let me go first. I can gauge the strength of our opponent, Vegeta suggested, aware that in the unfortunate event of his elimination, he could provide crucial intelligence for his formidable allies, Goku and Vegeta. Piccolo, serving as the team's strategist, concurred with this arrangement, thus establishing the order: Vegeta, Goku, Vegeta, and finally Piccolo and Monaka. Upon witnessing a diminutive foe emerge, Champa couldn't help but feel a sense of triumph, believing victory in the first round was assured. Only Beerus wore a smirk tinged with amusement, recognizing that even a novice like this small creature could pose a challenge. Greetings, Vegeta inclined his head slightly in a gesture of respect, reciprocated by the large yellow bear. Bardamo, hello. In the next moment, the battle commenced. Both combatants unleashed their punches, the force of their strikes creating shallow craters in the ground. Yet, Bardamo opted not to defend but rather absorb the blow, gazing down at the astonished Vegeta with an air of superiority. What a formidable opponent. Goku marveled at the bear's resilience, while the astute Piccolo discerned the potential for a unique ability at play. After several exchanges, Vegeta decided to hold back. Having unraveled the source of Bardamo's strength, he then executed a move that left the entire arena agape in disbelief. Standing his ground, he provocatively challenged Bardamo, confidently asserting, "I believe I have mastered your technique. Now it's your turn to strike." Bardamo widened his eyes in skepticism, questioning the rival's sanity. Yet he proceeded to deliver a punch aimed squarely at Vegeta's forehead. Remarkably, just as Vegeta had claimed, he emerged unscathed, though a portion of the arena nearby suddenly erupted in a loud crack as a massive pit formed. Bardos, what just transpired? Champa was utterly bewildered. Scions were not known for such capabilities. Bardos calmly elucidated, Lord Champa, Bardamo's ability allows him to redirect an opponent's attacks into the cosmos. The other competitor merely mirrored this principle using his own spatial manipulation abilities. After all, spatial transfer is not exclusive to their race. Other species can wield it as well. Upon hearing Bardos' explanation, Champa exclaimed in disbelief, while Beerus regarded Vegeta with a sense of pride. What an intriguing individual. He has changed remarkably in just a year. Upon witnessing his own foundation effortlessly dismantled by his opponent, Bardamo momentarily lost his composure, allowing Vegeta to seize the opportunity. With a powerful headbutt aimed directly at the bear's face, the impact forced the creature to stagger back in pain. Your abilities, I suspect, cannot penetrate every corner of your own physique, Vegeta proclaimed, exhibiting a grin reminiscent of a villain, further undermining the bear's psychological fortitude. Subsequently, he grasped the bear's unguarded slender legs and hurled it out of the arena, culminating in a decisive victory for Beerus' team in the first match. As Vegeta celebrated his triumph, morale soared among Beerus' side, while the ever-frustrated Champa seethed. Have some decorum, Lord Champa. Shortly thereafter, the second round commenced, and the selection of Champa's contestant astonished the inhabitants of Universe 7, for he bore an uncanny resemblance to Frieza, who had recently invaded Earth. Reflecting on another Scion from a parallel universe leading an entirely different existence, Vegeta surmised that this Frost might possess a benevolent nature. Greetings, Mr. Frost. Hello, Vegeta. Unlike Frieza, Frost exuded no menacing aura, and in response to Vegeta's courteous bow, he reciprocated with sincerity. Despite Frost's amiable demeanor, the cautious Vegeta chose to remain vigilant, perceiving a hint of insincerity beneath Frost's polite facade. As the match commenced, both combatants assumed their stances. To be honest, I find it difficult to strike a child, Frost stated, slightly embarrassed by the constraints of his philanthropic persona. Let us not delay the battle. I am not so fragile. With that, Vegeta charged forward, engaging his opponent in combat. Frost, sensing Vegeta's immense power, opted to transform. Can he assume Frieza's form? Goku mused, resting his chin on his hand while conversing with Piccolo. Frieza has utilized this form as well. I can't ascertain his true strength. Observing Frost's transformation, Piccolo sensed that this individual's power likely exceeded expectations. Back in the arena, Vegeta regarded Frost's transformation with mild confusion, as it diverged from his previous impressions. However, out of courtesy, he too transformed, enveloping the entire arena in a radiant golden glow. What is this? Such power! Frost could distinctly feel that the overwhelming might was beyond his current capabilities. Impressive. Gabesu, another scion, marveled, oblivious to the fact that this transformation was commonplace in Universe 7. Even the resting hit slightly opened his eyes, only to soon close them again. Confronted with the opponent's strength, Frost could no longer conceal his true form, transforming into his ultimate state, allowing Vegeta to finally witness the full extent of Frost's power. I shall take the lead, Vegeta declared, retracting his surging golden aura and charging at his opponent. His formidable explosive force drove Frost back relentlessly. No wonder he is my brother. Trunks and Goten expressed their excitement, aware that opportunities to witness the true prowess of their elders were rare. On the battlefield, witnessing the formidable strength of Vegeta, which starkly contrasted with his previous impression of a mere child, Frost found himself in a state of alarm. He discreetly calculated his next move, but just as he intended to strike, to his astonishment, Vegeta seemed to sense something amiss, retreating slightly with a hint of disdain on his face. This ominous premonition of treachery made Frost acutely aware of the subtle shift in Vegeta's demeanor, an outwardly composed expression that belied hidden intentions, reminiscent of Frisia's plotting against Sun Wukong. What is it? Frost's inquiry was met only with Vegeta's silence. Fearful of exposure, Frost felt a twinge of unease, yet Vegeta, now on high alert, dispelled his transformation and requested the host to conduct a search of both parties. Why, Vegeta? The instinct of a warrior whispered to him that something was amiss with this individual. Compelled to adhere to Vegeta's insistence, the host summoned staff to perform the search, resulting in the revelation of Frost's concealed weapon. Kampa, taken aback, was patiently informed by his attendant, Beerus, my lord, are you not aware? Frost's facade as a philanthropist is merely a ruse, concealing his true nature as a cosmic pirate. In a moment of profound shock, Kampa realized he had been duped by Frost and resolved to impose severe punishment. Meanwhile, Frost, fearing retribution, attempted to flee, but in the next instant, the appointed hit executed the task of clearing the way. That individual, I could hardly discern his movements. Vegeta's eyes widened in realization. There truly existed a master of ultimate prowess in this contest. Chapter 27. The so-called pride of the Scions having seen off the troublemaker Frost. None were more incensed than Kampa, who felt his dignity as a god of destruction had been severely undermined. Even the usually composed Goku found it hard to believe the truth about Frost. Meanwhile, Hit returned to his seat, appearing unfazed, choosing to meditate in silence. Observing the jubilant reactions of the 7th Universe's participants, Kampa felt a surge of resentment and began plotting his next move. Cursed be it. I must secure victory in the next match. Thus, Kampa commanded Beerus to erect a barrier around the arena, stipulating that any contact with it would result in disqualification. This led to a heated argument between the two brothers, yet in the end, Beerus acquiesced to the new arrangement. There should be no issues, but I truly wonder what schemes he harbors. As Kampa wore a look of triumph, Beerus felt an unsettling premonition. He understood that the cunning Kampa would never engage in futile endeavors. The third round commenced, and a colossal tin man ascended to the arena, while the host introduced this remarkable figure. Greetings, Mr. Madagai. Vegeta gazed in wonder at this towering metallic opponent, feeling diminutive by comparison. Though they had never met, he sensed a strange familiarity with this contestant. In response, the Tin Man emitted a resonant steam sound, and observing the fervor of this formidable behemoth, Vegeta braced himself for what was sure to be a fierce battle ahead. Upon their initial encounter, Vegeta immediately perceived the terrifying hardness of the Iron Man. Conventional physical methods seemed utterly incapable of inflicting damage upon its formidable form. It was no wonder a barrier had been established. In an effort to evade Madagai's counterattack, he ascended into the skies, swiftly realizing that the Iron Man was unable to fly. Vegeta discerned the seemingly inscrutable intentions of Kampa's arrangement. In the next moment, he unleashed a mighty roar, channeling his energy to obliterate the barrier into mere fragments. What? Witnessing Vegeta dismantle the trap with such nonchalance left Kampa utterly flabbergasted, while Beerus remarked, Lord Kampa, the rules of the match did not prohibit the destruction of the arena. Thus the contestants' actions are entirely permissible. Observing the scene unfold, Beerus nearly doubled over with laughter, exclaiming, Fool! Such a meticulously crafted plan, so easily undone. Ha 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 ha. Lord Beerus, please mind your demeanor. Returning to the contest, Vegeta had transformed into a Super Saiyan, engaging in a fierce battle against the fully powered Iron Man. The searing magma and immense heat waves were quite uncomfortable for him, and he quickly recalled another purpose of the barrier. Ah, so that was it. Evading Mata Guy's molten breath, unencumbered by the barrier, he maneuvered with ease. Outside the arena, Piccolo praised Vegeta's cleverness, noting that had it been Goku or Vegeta, they might have overlooked such crucial details in their overconfidence. Surprisingly, this little fellow proved to be quite dependable. At that moment, Vegeta found himself at a loss, gazing at the unscathed Mata Guy, when a curious thought struck him. You seem familiar. Were you not the one who, like Mr. Goku, scored a mere 50 points on the written exam? He recalled a time when he had seen a large figure from Universe 6, holding a score of 50. Departing rather despondently, after a few battles, he had momentarily forgotten this incident, but it now resurfaced in his mind. Instantly, the Iron Man appeared to freeze, standing motionless, as did Vegeta. Thus, both combatants remained frozen in place on the arena floor. What on earth is happening? The audience was equally perplexed, while the announcer elucidated. While the Mata Guy contestant presents as a formidable metallic being, his heart is surprisingly fragile. Just now, Vegeta's mention of a poignant memory caused him to crumble. Watching the unexpectedly fortuitous turn of events for Universe 7, Kampa could hardly find words, and thus the third round concluded with a victory for Universe 7. What a smooth victory. Vegeta is truly reliable. Goku, as a proud father, felt immense satisfaction, having initially anticipated his own involvement. However, Vegeta had successfully vanquished nearly half the contestants on his own. Next up is Cabba. Ignoring Goku, Vegeta began to analyze his forthcoming opponent. He already possessed an understanding of Cabba's strength. Without the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, Cabba would undoubtedly prove no match for Vegeta. Under the gaze of all, the fourth round commenced. Hello, I am Cabba, a Saiyan from Universe 6. Vegeta responded kindly. Hello, I am also a Saiyan, named Vegeta. Although I am merely a child, you are remarkably strong. There are even stronger individuals among us. I am not the ultimate ace, however. Subsequently, the two Saiyans engaged in battle, their figures clashing fiercely in the arena, soaring from the heavens to the ground, leaving cracks in the earth in their wake. You are indeed powerful, Mr. Gabe. Your regular strength is nearly on par with that of Mr. Goku. Vegeta excitedly wiped the blood from his face and transformed into a Super Saiyan, ready to face Gabe in their final confrontation. I cannot achieve this transformation. Could you teach me? Upon uttering this, Gabe bowed deeply, his earnestness in seeking mentorship taking Vegeta by surprise, as the Saiyans from Universe 6 seemed to possess a different temperament altogether. Step aside, Vegeta. Let me take over. Vegeta stormed onto the battlefield, intent on switching places with Vegeta. All right, you go ahead, Uncle Vegeta. Understanding Vegeta's nature, Vegeta complied, albeit with a hint of dissatisfaction. Thus, Gabe's opponent became Vegeta, who, despite Gabe's polite greeting, wasted no time in delivering a punch to Gabe's chest, causing white saliva to erupt from his mouth. That's truly his style, Vegeta remarked, resting his chin on his hand, bemused as he watched Vegeta attempt to provoke Gabe. He recognized that Vegeta's character traits mirrored his own, eliciting an awkward sense of self-reflection. As for Piccolo, he was aware of Vegeta's intention to humiliate his opponent, recognizing that this Saiyan was surprisingly insecure, despite Vegeta having already insulted him quite harshly. In the arena, Vegeta discerned Gabe's weakness, realizing that his series of personal attacks were ineffective. Is there not a shred of Saiyan pride within you? If your race lacks the courage to fight your opponent to the bitter end, then I shall personally eliminate them one by one. Vegeta resumed his role as the villain, continuing to taunt Gabe, who finally wavered and shouted back at Vegeta, engaging him in fierce combat. It seemed he would need to summon others for assistance. The carefree Goku, witnessing Vegeta once again reciting classic villainous lines, reminisced about the days when they were adversaries, marveling at how peculiar fate could be. Under Vegeta's provocation, Gabe ultimately achieved his first transformation into a Super Saiyan, awakening from his anger. Thank you, Mr. Vegeta. That little brat wouldn't go all out. I simply couldn't bear to watch. Following his signature Sundara proclamation, he transformed into his blue form and instructed Gabe to observe and learn well. Such high expectations for a novice, Vegeta quipped, bemused by Vegeta's rigorous demands on his pupil. Considering Gabe had only just transformed into a Super Saiyan. Subsequently, the seventh universe triumphantly secured yet another victory, while Kampa continued to seethe with impotent rage. And Beerus could hardly contain his laughter. Ultimately, only Hit remained from the sixth universe, and the self-assured Vegeta believed he would be the one to conclude the match. In Chapter 28, the tragic tale of the speedy transformation, the fifth round of the tournament commenced, showcasing the sixth universe's final ace, the enigmatic Hit, who finally took the stage. In the presence of this silent warrior, Vegeta sensed a latent power akin to his own. This individual appeared exceptionally formidable and possibly possessed unique abilities. Reflecting on Frost's demise, Vegeta calmly deduced the nature of Hit's capabilities, concluding that it likely did not involve instantaneous kills related to spatial manipulation. However, before he could fully analyze the situation, the overly confident Vegeta stepped onto the battlefield, blissfully unaware of how he might falter. Enough overthinking. As long as my strength is sufficient, I shall prevail. With that, he strode confidently onto the arena, leaving Piccolo somewhat speechless as he felt an uncanny sense of déjà vu, muttering, "This guy is still the same as ever." As both sides were not particularly verbose, combat erupted almost instantaneously. Vegeta transformed into his blue form, while Hit remained remarkably composed. In the next moment, Vegeta suddenly grimaced in pain, clutching his abdomen, while Hit merely shifted his hands deeper into his pockets. The spectators were left in shock. Kampa, however, was overjoyed, aware that Vegeta was undoubtedly one of Hit's primary adversaries, and felt that Hit had the opportunity to redeem himself. It was during this encounter that Vegeta finally grasped the truth. So that's it. A bead of cold sweat trickled down as Vegeta deciphered the true nature of Hit's power, while the unfortunate Vegeta found himself sprawled on the ground, reliving a classic moment. It is time. Upon hearing the final outcome, Piccolo was taken aback, while Goku appeared to have an epiphany. No wonder Vegeta was defeated so swiftly. He understood that the slightest delay in a battle between masters could prove fatal, and even the carefree Goku found himself troubled, knowing that overcoming such a technique would be exceedingly difficult. However, being a genuine combat prodigy, Goku did not dwell on his frustrations for long, as a rough strategy began to form in his mind. "Do you have a plan?" Upon seeing Goku regain his usual confidence, Vegeta was astounded, remarking on the wisdom that comes with age. "Well, I'm not entirely sure. I just have a few thoughts." During the substitution, the cautious Goku discreetly sought information from Vegeta, who had already faced Hit. "Could you perhaps provide me with some pointers?" Yet, he received no useful insights from his dear friend, only a resolute response. Nothing. On Kampa's side, he was brimming with confidence and inquired of Vados why Hit had made this unprecedented appearance, revealing that the reward he sought was that very mode of transportation. Having spoken, Bardos gestured toward the transparent cube designed for human use. Alas, if that were the case, he could traverse between different universes in the future. Xiangpa felt a sense of foreboding, yet bound by his promise, he found no room for retreat. Should Hit emerge victorious, this artifact would rightfully belong to him. Returning to the arena, the two opponents faced each other. Sun Wukong began with a brief warm-up, while Hit, with unerring directness, declared that he was already aware of Wukong's trump card. "Transform quickly, or are you merely stalling for time?" Sun Wukong, however, responded with a confident smile, asserting that he had devised a strategy to counter Hit. "The transformation is excessively taxing. I prefer to reserve it until I uncover a solution." "Ah, the impetuosity of youth," Hit remarked, observing Sun Wukong, who had revealed his hand. "Do not speak so, for I have lived a millennium." In the next moment, astonishment washed over Sun Wukong, and he bowed respectfully to Hit. This whimsical exchange was undeniably characteristic of him. Piccolo and Vegeta were already well acquainted with such antics, while the god of destruction from Universe 6 marveled at the unexpected verbosity of the usually taciturn Hit. Upon overhearing the conversation among the deities, little Vegeta chuckled lightly. "That is Sun Wukong for you. He is always capable of achieving extraordinary feats." "I never anticipated you would utter such words," Piccolo replied with a knowing smile. As the battle between Sun Wukong and Hit intensified, Wukong had grasped the general functionality and duration of Hit's time skip, and, through predictive reasoning, began to counter Hit's moves, resulting in a thrilling exchange of blows. Yet, this strategy bore its own limitations. Sun Wukong's stamina and energy waned far more rapidly than Hit's. He was drenched in sweat, while Hit remained remarkably composed, even flashing a smug grin at Wukong. "I underestimated you." Sun Wukong narrowly evaded a lethal strike from Hit, subsequently transforming into his red form, declaring, "No matter the color, I shall defeat you." However, in the next moment, he was taken aback as he approached Wukong. He discovered that his time skip could not be maintained for even a second, the reason being the widening disparity in their powers. "That impatient Vegeta. His overzealousness led to your opportunity," Wukong remarked, revealing the truth behind Vegeta's hasty approach, eliciting an irritated grunt from Vegeta seated in the audience. "Is that so?" Caught off guard, Hit was struck by a punch from Wukong, forcing him to stumble back, thereby shifting the tide of battle once more. He had no choice but to unleash his ace. A tremendous force erupted from within him, prompting Wukong to brace himself, fully aware that the final confrontation was imminent. "Come, Sun Wukong. I vow that this time skip will undoubtedly last for 1 second. "Very well, bring it on, Hit." From Hit's perspective, Sun Wukong remained suspended in midair, poised to unleash his full arsenal of techniques within a mere 0.1 seconds. For masters of their caliber, such a fleeting moment sufficed to determine the victor. What was to conclude? Hit, advancing towards Sun Wukong, was taken aback, while the transformed blue Sun Wukong offered a subtle smile in the frozen expanse of time, signaling his impending triumph. Exhausted, Hit realized he had been thoroughly defeated, and as the victory for Universe 7 loomed, the mischief-loving Sun Wukong chose to forfeit, expressing a desire to witness Monaka's prowess, truly characteristic of him. Vegeta, composed, sipped his tea, remarking that if he didn't stir up trouble, he wouldn't be Sun Wukong. Piccolo echoed his sentiments. Ultimately, out of respect for Sun Wukong, Hit allowed Monaka to claim a galaxy, thereby ensuring Universe 7's victory, leading to the loss of all Super Dragon Balls for the God of Destruction, Kampa. Chapter 29. A New Journey. Kampa, you must not go back on your word. The triumphant Beerus approached Kampa with an air of satisfaction, while Kampa, the reluctant, relinquished all Super Dragon Balls as promised. Unfortunately, at that moment, Zeno was captivated by the battle and arrived at the scene. The two gods of destruction immediately fell silent, wary of provoking each other into annihilation. The others present bowed respectfully, except for the somewhat oblivious Sun Wukong, who stood bewildered until Vegeta tugged at his sleeve, prompting him to bow in unison with the others. To everyone's astonishment, the cheerful Zeno approached Sun Wukong and, in a light-hearted tone, inquired, "What is your name?" The being known as Zeno seemed particularly intrigued by Sun Wukong, causing Beerus to panic, fearing this Navi scion might conjure yet another monumental event. "I am Sun Wukong. Greetings, Lord Zeno," he stammered, striving to employ the most respectful phrases available to him. "Is that so, Wukong?" "It's a pleasure to meet you," Zeno replied, his enthusiasm evident. The two attendants beside him broke into a sweat, sensing that this could lead to unforeseen consequences. "You see, due to today's match, I plan to host a grand brawl among the various universes." Thus, Zeno, in the gentlest of tones, announced a momentous event, the brawl among all universes. Vegeta, internally reiterating this notion, pondered whether he might encounter old acquaintances from his previous journeys across different dimensions. "What do you think, Wukong? I'm rather looking forward to it." Zeno and Sun Wukong thus forged a friendship, with Zeno cheerfully stating, "Wukong, I've already taken the liberty of calling you by that nickname. How do you plan to address me?" Sun Wukong pondered for a moment before replying, "How about I call you Zeno? Would that be acceptable?" From the rural origins of the humble Sun Wukong, his ability to name was nothing short of astonishing, leaving everyone, including Beerus, on the edge of their seats. However, the Omni King was exceedingly pleased and immediately shook hands with Sun Wukong, gifting him a button to summon the Omni King. Thus, Sun Wukong ascended to become the most formidable summoner among the 12 universes, a commendable achievement indeed. After a tumultuous event, the crowd finally witnessed the legendary Super Dragon, and Beerus made his wish, resulting in the successful resurrection of Earth in the 6th universe. At long last, it was over. Observing the scattering of the final Dragon Balls, the battle-weary Vegeta stretched languidly, for he had fought 4 opponents in a single day, depleting his energy considerably. "Brother is tired. He can rest when he returns home," the thoughtful Goten noted, and Vegeta nodded in agreement. The gluttonous Sun Wukong expressed his hunger, eager to return home for Chi-Chi's cooking. Thus, after a day of toil, Vegeta peacefully slipped into slumber, but unbeknownst to him, this dream would not be tranquil. Unlike before, he found himself wandering aimlessly in a seemingly endless storm. Unaware of the reason behind his journey until he heard a desperate plea from another world, brave ones who share a bond with us, please save our world. Like a drowning man grasping for a lifeline, the voice called out to him, "Who are you?" Yet, he felt utterly lost, turning in the tempest. Attempting to locate the source of the voice, the gale tugged at his hair, but no figure emerged. Collective consciousness of humanity, Aleya, implores you to save our world on the brink of destruction. Confused, he struggled to comprehend the notion of collective human consciousness, vaguely sensing that another Earth was in peril. Very well, I shall grant your request. Without much hesitation, half awake and half asleep, he surrendered to his most genuine nature, since someone had called out to him in prayer. He felt no reason to refuse and agreed unconditionally. Thank you. Shortly thereafter, immense pressure from the wind surged, and instinctively raising his arms to shield himself from the tempest, he experienced a pain that should not exist. In an instant, he was jolted awake. This was no mere dream. Wait. With no opportunity for retreat, he plummeted freely into an unfamiliar realm, or rather, traversed into another unknown world resembling Earth. Damn it, why was I just thrown in here? Frustrated at being unceremoniously transported to a singularity by Aleya, Vegeta stomped his foot in indignation. He had thought Bardock to be sufficiently reckless. Yet there were even more unreasonable beings present. Nevertheless, he could only endure in silence, for the entity that had summoned him was merely a vague conceptual form. In any case, he decided to first assess his surroundings. As he took a step, he noticed his perspective had significantly elevated. He was astonished to find himself in an adult form, adorned with gloves akin to Vegeta's, and he felt the weight of Patera earrings at his ears. Curiosity piqued. He gently squeezed the long-lost earrings, remnants of a past he had not forgotten despite the passage of time. Could it be that this individual had prepared for him a body in its prime, enabling him to fight more effectively? However, to his dismay, the capabilities of this new form fell woefully short, barely a fraction of his original strength, perhaps even less. It seemed that this adult body was arranged to compensate for such disparities. More troubling was the encroaching sense of chaos that began to envelop his mind. What was my name again? His memories started to fragment. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over Vegeta, and he realized it was a side effect of the forced transition. Bardock had warned him that entering a realm governed by entirely different rules would come at a significant cost, which was why the interdimensional testing program had been delayed for so long. Yet, as a scion, his mental resilience was millions of times greater than that of a typical human. He could adapt even to the mental disturbances caused by external interference. Oh, he had finally endured it. Regaining his composure, he was finally able to take a good look around. Before him lay a modern metropolis, yet it felt devoid of life, lacking any signs of the living. Navigating through the city streets, he diligently searched for traces of humanity, but there was none to be found. Only the sky above the city center was a deep crimson, its atmosphere morphing like malleable clay, undergoing erratic transformations. That place did not bode well. An ominous energy lingered there. Unlike his previous experiences, Vegeta now felt a sense of discomfort. His fists itched to strike. Yet reason urged him to seek a reliable master with whom to collaborate. His magical energy and strength were gradually waning. Although he could launch a blitz attack, entering blindly would be far too perilous. After much contemplation, he resolved to refrain from reckless action, particularly since he had no knowledge of his adversary. But how to resolve the issue of finding a master? As he wrestled with these thoughts, a breath of life, a genuine human presence, suddenly pierced through the air. How fortunate! Perhaps it belonged to a magician. Overjoyed, Vegeta hastened toward the source, but the crimson sky behind him began to writhe, a slender black tendril extending from its center, swiftly traversing the ground and deftly maneuvering around all obstacles toward his destination. What is that? Could it be that the inhabitants of this city were hunted down by such a creature? A cold sweat broke out on Vegeta's brow as he comprehended the likely cause of the people's demise in this land. Yet, why did this sinister entity show no reaction to me? He noted this unsettling anomaly and sprinted toward the last survivor with all his might. Time was of the essence. He hoped that person could hold on a little longer. Meanwhile, a red-haired girl blinked groggily, awakening once more in a dream, just as she had during her time in the lower realms, transported again to this anomaly. For now, she decided to observe. As a seasoned veteran traversing 7 peculiar singularities, Fujimaru Ritsuka remained remarkably composed. However, before she could ponder for too long, an ominous surge of magical energy rushed towards her with alarming speed. What? Bewildered, Ritsuka found herself at a loss. Encountering a formidable foe within mere seconds of her first arrival at a singularity was utterly disconcerting. She resolved to survive at all costs. A primal instinct for survival enveloped her, compelling her to sprint desperately, seeking refuge behind the surrounding buildings. Yet, contrary to her expectations, the shadow chose to halt abruptly, contracting into a small dot before expanding at a visible rate. In the next moment, the silhouette of a servant materialized before her. Siegfried. Without granting Ritsuka a moment to feel fear or surprise, the dark-clad servant's flowing hair brushed past her shoulder, positioning itself directly in front of her. This was it. In the next instant, a massive gun barrel pressed against her throat, and darkness engulfed her vision, leading her to believe her journey as a master was about to conclude. Instead of the anticipated agony, a thunderous roar resounded. Boom! The deafening sound echoed in her ears, accompanied by an overwhelming recoil that sent her crashing to the ground. As she struggled to regain her bearings and opened her eyes, she found herself gazing up at a towering man, who looked down at her with a serious expression. "Hello, are you a magus?" His demeanor appeared grave, while beside him lay the lifeless form of the dark servant, gradually dissipating into nothingness. The man dealt a brutal blow, piercing the servant's core, leaving a gaping void in its chest. Noticing Ritsuka's stunned expression, the perplexed Vegeta seamlessly transitioned to a more carefree demeanor reminiscent of Son Goku. "You're all right, I trust? But primarily, you bought me some time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have caught up with this guy." With that, he struck a pose with his hands on his hips and inquired if Ritsuka required his assistance. "No, thank you," Ritsuka replied, struggling to rise to her feet and extending her hand with a smile. "As gratitude, let us shake hands." She beamed brightly, and Vegeta, without much thought, grasped her hand. "Sure, why not?" Chapter 30. The Gentleman's Perilous Adventure. After dispatching the enemy, the remaining master and servant within the singularity commenced an exchange of information. "I am Fujimaru Ritsuka, as you can see, a master." Ritsuka articulated her customary introduction, revealing the command seal upon her hand, a vital testament of her status. She actively engaged in a pact with him, allowing a trickle of magical energy to flow into his being. "Phew, you've been a tremendous help. I almost thought I would perish from magical depletion." The man let out a long sigh, realizing that his life had become inextricably intertwined with that of his master. With his arms crossed and a smile gracing his face, he formally introduced himself. "Greetings, Ritsuka. However, I regret that I cannot disclose my true name at this moment." The formidable servant awkwardly scratched his head, indicating that he was in a less than optimal state, his memories a jumbled haze. Ritsuka, who found this scenario somewhat familiar, merely nodded in understanding. "I see. But you can still fight, correct?" "Indeed," he replied, "although I am unable to utilize my noble phantasm or similar abilities. I shall do my utmost to protect you and navigate through this singularity." Despite having lost all recollection of his identity, the man remained spirited and confident, proceeding to analyze the enemy's information for his newly arrived master. "In my assessment, the city center appears to be the enemy's stronghold." As he spoke, Ritsuka and her servant gazed towards the ominous landscape. The crimson sky stood out starkly against the steel and concrete of the urban sprawl, sending shivers down Ritsuka's spine as an ordinary person. Yet, she resolutely focused on that direction. This must be Tokyo. Being a local, she quickly identified the city's critical details. "Tokyo?" The servant responded with a puzzled expression, resting his chin on his hand in contemplation. "It is a major metropolis in modern Japan, once home to a large population." "Is that so? I'm not quite familiar with that aspect," Ritsuka admitted. "Have you made any discoveries, then?" "My class is that of the descendant. You may refer to me as such for now. As for discoveries, the spatial distortion there is quite pronounced." The servant's emotions were complex, despite having forgotten his abilities. He instinctively sensed this crucial point. In other words, while the surface of this space appeared to be a city, its interior was likely something far more profound. This means we cannot predict the changes that may occur in the next moment. The aberration of this space operates on a millisecond basis. Upon hearing this, Ritsuka felt a surge of trepidation. This singularity was exceedingly perilous. Moreover, she currently had no means to contact Chaldea and was without her reliable companion Mash, left only with this entirely unfamiliar servant. "Do not be too afraid," he reassured her. "I am quite powerful, and I will ensure your safety." "I understand," Ritsuka acknowledged, fully aware that those capable of defeating the corrupted berserker were not to be trifled with. "For now, She had no choice but to rely on this servant to resolve the challenges of this singularity. I appreciate your help. However, just then, an exceedingly bizarre broadcast interrupted their conversation. Channel. After a dazzling display of effects from their perspective, a purple-haired girl appeared, laughing softly, with a peculiar pink broadcasting room behind her. Ahem, this program is brought to you by our sponsors. The once casual exchange between the master and servant was abruptly disrupted by the shocking appearance of a living person, causing them both to recoil in alarm. How disgusting! What have you done? The servant, perceiving the malevolent information and inherent boundary, was nearly incensed, while the girl, seemingly delighted by the chaos, intended to play tricks on the unsuspecting. This program has been recorded over tens of thousands of years, so it is best not to act rashly. The next moment, she wore a seemingly pitiable expression and mercilessly turned her gaze towards the unfortunate Rika. After all, the survival prospects of a frail creature like her, barely over a foot tall, were exceedingly bleak, especially given that she had missed crucial intelligence broadcasts. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in a chorus of murmurs. The servant, who had been eager to unleash an explosive retort in the broadcasting room, could only suppress their revulsion and endure the most abominable of broadcasts. What intelligence? And what do you mean by barely a foot tall? Surely I should be around 2 feet. Defiantly, Rika placed her hands on her hips, visibly upset, while the servant beside her was rendered speechless. Listening to this abstract exchange, the naturally oblivious servant found themselves at a loss for words. Their master's peculiar focus was truly remarkable. Although the senior's response aligned with their thoughts, which brought them joy, the live broadcast continued. Wait, it is a live broadcast. You just mentioned it was live, didn't you scoundrel? The cunning one ignored the naive and innocent demeanor of their companion and pressed on with the broadcast. First and foremost, congratulations to the senior for passing the master's test. The broadcasting room erupted in jubilant cheers as the introduction to this Holy Grail War commenced. The theme of this Holy Grail War was to breach the barriers of the 7 layers of worlds. 7 layers? As her servant had indicated, the internal space of this anomaly was indeed quite extraordinary. It is guarded by 7 distinct servants, each representing their own realm. With keen interest, she stole a glance at a certain servant, who was bowing their head with arms crossed, their fingers drumming nervously against their arms. The mysterious gentleman on the other side was equally pitiable, being constantly toyed with. One could say that a simple-minded, brawny fool often finds themselves at a disadvantage. The other party ceased their fidgeting and looked up with a cheerful smile, though the veins on their forehead betrayed their growing irritation. You're rather loud. Why don't you hurry and leave? The gentleman, reaching the limits of his patience, smiled as he raised his hand to unleash a massive energy blast, causing the other to shrink back in fright. How terrifying. I shall take my leave now. Best of luck, senior. As the live broadcast concluded, the two finally returned to the real world and sheathed their respective attacks. What an insufferable individual, he grumbled inwardly, lamenting the capriciousness of his companion and their series of antics, which were nothing short of unreasonable mischief. Do you know her? Rika? She has been calling you senior. I'm not quite sure. Rika too fell into contemplation. Aside from Mash, no other servant had ever addressed her in such a manner, leaving her utterly perplexed. Yet, she could only place her hopes on this peculiar anomaly, for all the mysteries seemed to originate from here. Is that so? Then we should not delay. Let us head to this war. I eagerly anticipate what kind of adversaries we shall encounter. The warrior's blood surged within him, igniting a fervent eagerness. Enrica concurred with the plan. After all, lingering in this anomaly only posed greater risks. Then let us set forth. Chapter 31. Breaching the first layer of the world, it appears this is indeed our destination. Beneath the crimson sky, the two individuals arrived at the first barrier, a phenomenon entirely distinct from Tokyo, Japan. Initially believing they were obstructed by towering skyscrapers, they soon discovered that a white barrier separated them. Can you see anything above? To ensure safety, Lika suggested he ascend for a better view. The barrier is exceedingly tall. It took me quite some time to reach its summit. Upon descending, he remarked, it appears to be a vast, white square. How peculiar. Listening to this description, Lika pondered deeply, contemplating a test of the barrier's interior. Is it possible to probe inside? I have already attempted it. Passage seems feasible, but it is a one-way street. Once inside, one cannot exit. He then recounted how he had deployed a spirit projectile into the cube, only for it to become trapped within its internal space. Lika was astonished. It seemed this singularity offered no turning back. Is that so? Then let us proceed. Very well, let us utilize this protective shield. Although, I believe this is the first time I am employing it for someone else, as I truly do not trust that peculiar woman. Thank you. The white protective shield enveloped them, allowing a smooth passage through the outer layer into the interior realm. What awaited them was a landscape of computerized terrain, or rather, a completely different otherworld. How extraordinary! As the pristine shield gradually shattered and fell away, Lika curiously surveyed her surroundings, marveling at the wondrous, data-infused land beneath her feet. Meanwhile, her companion remained vigilant, sensing the presence of enemies. This is quite dire. Hostile energies surround us. Be cautious. Understood. Upon hearing this, Lika promptly revealed the command seal on the back of her hand, preparing herself. Her servant expressed satisfaction with her response. Impressive. Perhaps you are well suited for battle. Would you like me to train you? In the next moment, the previously serious man unveiled a childlike smile, a seamless transition characteristic of him. What an intriguing individual. Such extreme emotions flow so naturally from him. Lika silently admired the man's unique personality and its wonders. She sensed that, like her, he possessed an ordinary life and the most mundane of natures, yet they remained entirely distinct beings. Even among a myriad of vividly characterized heroes, he stood out memorably. An ordinary heart, yet an extraordinary individual. Lika concluded that her servant was a paradox from head to toe, yet he did not allow this contradiction to trouble him. He continued to live in a manner akin to an ordinary person, embodying an impeccable strength both in character and power. What is it? The servant questioned. Noticing the girl staring blankly at him, he found it hard to believe there was anything amiss on his face. Oh, nothing. Feeling guilty, Lika quickly shifted the topic to their adversary. That person is Brunhild, the Valkyrie from Norse mythology. As the words fell, the dark Valkyrie approached the two with an eerily peculiar gait, muttering incantations under her breath. Indeed, that fellow had not perished completely. She turned and assumed an offensive stance, aiming at the spiritual core nestled within her chest, intent on a swift resolution, while Brunhild hung her head, her body trembling with palpable anxiety. Siegfried, is that you? In the next moment, she charged forward, brandishing her heavy spear, her neck adorned with a multitude of syringes that left both individuals astounded. How audacious to enhance a servant in such a manner. The man tilted his head and deftly evaded the strike, yet his narrowed pupils and bulging veins betrayed his fury. Seizing the opportunity presented by the woman's momentary lapse, he struck decisively, piercing the spiritual core. Are you all right? The observant Ritsuka noted his tumultuous emotional shift. I am fine. But this poor soul has suffered as a mere tool. He disdainfully flicked the remnants from his arm, lamenting the utter loss of dignity as a human being. Our only course of action is to defeat her and grant her liberation. Ritsuka, who had shared some encounters with Brunhild, felt a pang of sympathy and resolved to exact justice upon the mastermind behind this ordeal. Time is of the essence. We must swiftly locate her true form. The ones we faced earlier were mere replicas. He sensed a distinct anomaly when his fist made contact with the spiritual core. The strongest presence lay to the east. A quick resolution was imperative before they were overwhelmed. The group promptly encircled their target, and Ritsuka nodded in agreement as they dashed forth, dispatching dozens of identical foes along the way. Phew, I can barely keep up. The ordinary human Ritsuka struggled to maintain pace, prompting the man to lift her effortlessly with one hand. However, her nearly supersonic speed left her gasping for breath. Please, stop. When the servant awkwardly set Ritsuka down, she found herself dizzy, though fortunately, they had evaded the encroaching dark army. My apologies, I instinctively thought you could handle it. He immediately became cautious, gingerly placing her down, as he had seldom fought alongside an ordinary person before. I've recovered. I'm fine now. The resilient girl took a brief respite before standing tall, while the servant vowed to exercise greater caution. I shall be more vigilant this time. With that, he took off with Ritsuka once more, this time with heightened care, cradling her in one arm and moderating his pace. During their journey, they exchanged information about their adversaries, and the erudite Ritsuka recounted the tale of Brunhild. I see. The Siegfried she was chanting about was indeed her husband. She is quite a tragic figure. Upon learning of the cursed couple from the ancient myth, he grasped the true nature of Brunhild's noble phantasm, which would significantly amplify in power when confronting her beloved. Those substances must be love potions. The overuse has driven her to madness. Understood. After a brief period of fleeing, the two arrived before the strongest magical reaction in this realm. The enormous purple chalice stood in stark contrast to the blue, computerized world. Ritsuko recognized it as a form of magical furnace, and a wave of revulsion washed over her. The contents appeared slimy and repulsive. The servant nearly lost composure, as he had always harbored an aversion to creatures reminiscent of loaches, intending to obliterate it with a key blast. Those contents must be black mud, Ritsuko thought, her eyes widening as memories surged from her battle against Tiamat's tide of black mud, causing her to instinctively step back. She was acutely aware of the dangers posed by such substances. Mere contact could be fatal for humans. Ordinary servants would also struggle against it. Caution is advised. Understood. In the next moment, the massive purple chalice disintegrated into dust, and the surrounding reactions extinguished, signifying the completion of the First World-S conquest. After the familiar transition animation, the well-known woman appeared as expected. Congratulations, Senior, on surpassing this challenge. Cheers erupted from the audience. Yet Ritsuko could only respond with confusion. Why do you call me Senior? Because a so-called senior is a cherished plaything of the deer, much like a weak and unremarkable little bug like you. Ritsuko's expression darkened. It was clear she would never hear a kind word from this purple demon. Although distinct from the previous individual, she cheerfully continued, Please take care of me. Senior number 2. With an angelic smile that sent shivers down the spines of both master and servant, she was indeed a terrifying woman. The gentleman silently sweated. In his view, being targeted by such an unreasonable woman was far more terrifying than death itself. Truly, he is remarkably powerful, a completely unreasonable being of superregulatory existence. Despite his penchant for jest, this is indeed the truth. No wonder he was selected as a quality employee by Alea. Though he was being complimented, it felt far from pleasant. The gentleman, labeled as an exemplary employee by Alea, looked at the lively girl with extreme disdain. At that moment, a blue and white digital pathway descended from above. This is the passage to the next world. Let us go, Senior. Chapter 32. The Goddess of Devouring Worlds 1, 2, 3. A girl, as beautiful as falling snowflakes, sat quietly in a certain place. Before her, nearly half of the luminous square entity had extinguished. Such a resilient bug, she thought, having breached 3 magical furnaces. The functions of those furnaces were astonishing even within the entire magical realm, but to this seemingly delicate girl, they were mere toys completed in the blink of an eye. Nevertheless, their arrival was fortuitous, for she was in need of high-quality bait. In a cheerful mood, the girl began to sing a lullaby, her voice resonating with the beauty of her name, singing of love. Please wait a moment, my prince. In the next instant, she gazed dreamily at the obsidian chalice, the essential object for fulfilling that person's wish. Achoo! Ritsuko sneezed, prompting her servant to inquire about her well-being. I'm fine. I just feel a bit strange. At this moment, the fortuitous duo of master and servant had successfully breached the blockade of the 3 mass-produced Darkened Riders and arrived at the location of the 4th rider. The poison is making me feel a bit woozy. Are you certain this is fine, Rika? Rest assured, I possess a tolerance to toxins, not to mention your protective measures. After saying this, she confidently patted her chest, which eased the servant's concerns, prompting a suggestion for Rika to take a brief nap. It seems a whole day has passed outside. You've been yawning quite a bit along the way, so it's time to rest. This Layer S furnace has already been dismantled, and no pathways have been established, making it a perfect spot for a short respite. Weary, Rika nodded in agreement. Then, I'll leave it to you. I'll just take a quick nap. In the next moment, she effortlessly executed her unique talent of falling into a deep slumber at lightning speed. How impressive she fell asleep in an instant. The man marveled, realizing that this girl was no stranger to perilous situations. Faced with such a person, he couldn't help but feel intrigued. Physically, she was an entirely ordinary human. Yet her spirit was remarkably strong. As a quintessential battle enthusiast, he found himself eagerly anticipating the prospect of combat with Rika, secretly contemplating how to train her for battle. Meanwhile, in her dream, Rika strolled leisurely through a tranquil forest. An experienced dreamer, she recognized that she had once again entered a dream related to the experiences of her servant. In the distance, a quaint house perched atop a mountain, while before her, a father and son were by a crystal-clear lake, their fishing rods anchored to the shore. The child, affectionately close to his father, bore an uncanny resemblance to the servant. Was this a memory from his childhood? Curiously, Dream Rika approached the two, as a man with an unusual crab-like head spoke. To be honest, everyone was quite startled when they first saw you. I was too. That rascal Vegeta has always held a particular disdain for you. With that, He chuckled heartily and gently ruffled the child's hair, who seemed bewildered, staring blankly. In any case, your existence truly was a complete accident, Vegeto. As the man revealed his true name, the girl jolted awake. Are you all right? Did you have a nightmare about that fellow? Not at all. Just a glimpse into your past, Vegeto, right? Upon hearing the crucial name, his pupils dilated, and his previously blank mind flooded with countless memories. Amidst his confusion, Rika extended her hand once more, signaling for a handshake. I look forward to your guidance, Vegeto. She pronounced the name with a hint of pride. And upon regaining his composure, Vegeto mirrored her smile and grasped her hand. I too shall be in your care, Rika. In the next moment, the woman reappeared as anticipated. Channel. Yet, unlike before, this time she observed the two engaging in friendly conversation, and the girl's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Oh no. It seems I've inadvertently interrupted the personal interaction storyline with the senior. If you were truly aware of this, you should promptly take your leave. After regaining his memory, the noticeably more aggressive Vegeta observed the bewildering behavior of the woman before him, feeling an inexplicable sense of confusion from start to finish. However, she was an important junior to his esteemed predecessor, and thus, he would not abandon her. With that, she began to outline crucial matters. First, congratulating her senior on successfully transcending the third realm. This time, she benevolently declared that she would answer her predecessor's inquiries. After a moment of contemplation, Ritsuka found herself laden with numerous questions. Was this space truly a world? Its dimensions and form were undeniably limited. Yet, only upon reaching the end would her predecessor uncover the truth, for she was not the mastermind behind the scenes. It could be said that these segments were specifically crafted experimental fields by that enigmatic figure, perhaps tied to her desire to upend the world. Ultimately, Ritsuka felt a profound sense of powerlessness. With that, she shed her previous levity and addressed pressing matters, while Ritsuka pondered deeply. Moreover, due to various circumstances, the third level had already reached the limits of her activities. However, understanding and compassionate, she had just found a remarkable ally awaiting them in the next realm. Go forth and save the world, dear predecessor. With that, the channel concluded as anticipated, and the pathway gradually descended from above, allowing the two to absorb the astonishing information conveyed. This individual was not merely an accomplice of the shadowy figure. The realization dawned upon Vegeta, who surmised that she likely took considerable risks to guide the two of them. Her situation was, regrettably, far from optimistic. The shadowy figure intent on world destruction. Along with the Dark Mod, could it be? Ritsuka felt an ominous premonition. She had already engaged with several formidable foes. Upon hearing an unfamiliar term, Vegeta found himself momentarily perplexed. Although his consciousness had received some vital knowledge, the time constraint had left gaps in deeper understanding. The so-called human malice represented the collective enemy of humanity, a formidable presence indeed. Concurrently, Ritsuka noted that, with the assistance of heroic spirits, she had successfully vanquished 3 foes, each of whom was a terrifying entity beyond the realm of normality. Oh, I think I understand now. Let us proceed, for our adversaries may continuously grow stronger, and their power seems to be swelling at an alarming rate. If there is anything else of significance, please do share. As their discussion unfolded, the fourth realm arrived as scheduled. The mysterious ally made his appearance. Bearing a crab-like head reminiscent of Sun Wukong, distinguished only by a cross-shaped scar on his face and an expression of solemnity. Wait, what are you doing here, Mr. Bardock? Vegeta exclaimed in shock, while Ritsuka couldn't help but grow curious about their connection. After all, this incident was anything but ordinary. I have come personally, Bardock declared, crossing his arms, with a heap of dissipating darkened servant remnants at his feet. Now, hasten your steps. Do not let this refuse delay us. The fierce Bardock then proceeded toward the mana furnace, his solitary nature typical of him. Who is he? He seems somewhat reminiscent of you, Ritsuka remarked, only to be lifted by Vegeta, who followed Bardock's lead. He's essentially my grandfather, an exceptionally reliable figure, Vegeta replied. Oh, is that so? Recently, Rika found herself pondering the reason behind Vegeta's existence. After all, the servants she had encountered at the same rank were all entities linked to various outer gods, whereas Vegeta displayed no such affiliations. In response, the forthright Vegeta declared himself an alien relative to Earth, leaving Rika utterly astonished and prompting her to recognize the Scion race. Are they as formidable as you? Rika's reaction to their race was one of awe. Their effortless progression was entirely attributable to this almost flawless warrior. He seldom engages in combat, I must admit, I don't quite understand it. As their conversation unfolded, Bardock had already obliterated the magic furnace. Silence enveloped them, signaling the completion of their conquest of the fourth world. It appears you have been weakened as well. Vegeta set Rika down and uttered this thought-provoking remark. The restraining force does not wish for two beings capable of annihilating Earth with a mere finger to exist on the planet. After saying this, he dusted off his hands and sat cross-legged on the ground. In the span of a day, he had only dismantled 3 furnaces. How exceedingly slow of you. How dare you? I am not capable of existing independently. Vegeta, with a furrowed brow, expressed his dissatisfaction, chiding, "Who told you not to complete that task?" Bardock then chuckled mockingly, leaving Vegeta in a huff, who sought another spot to rest. The ever-kind Rika approached to console the irritable Vegeta. "Your grandfather is indeed a remarkable individual." Rika settled beside him, initiating a classic heart-to-heart. "Well, I'm fine, truly." The Tsundere Vegeta merely averted his gaze. "Vegeta has already shared a great deal with me. Now, allow me to recount my own experiences." Noticing there was still ample time, Rika began to narrate tales of his ordinary school life and family. "School, you say? I have seen it, although I have never attended." "Oh, you don't go to school?" "Well, I have self-studied extensively. I can certainly manage standard cultural examinations. I have also heard about school life from my younger brother, though he is only in elementary school. It seems that the world in which they live bears a striking resemblance to his own. Is that so? Why not attend? I suppose I lack interest. Our race is one of warriors. My brother and father possess only half-blood, but as a pure-blooded scion, I find little inclination towards such pursuits. Settling down to study for a year and a half is simply beyond me. However, from what you describe, school seems to harbor a fair share of intriguing aspects. Is that so? Yet, I find Vegeta incredibly intelligent. You should consider experiencing it. Perhaps, but I prefer combat over study. It is in my very nature." With that, he scratched his head in resignation, and Rika finally grasped the reason for Vegeta's ability to maintain a tranquil life even after enduring prolonged battles. In that man's lifetime, the moments devoid of conflict were few and far between. As Vegeta reflected on the time spent with Rika, he noted the unique qualities she possessed. "Rika, you too enjoy fighting, do you not?" The seemingly dull-witted Vegito suddenly shifted the conversation, leaving Ritsuka somewhat astonished, while the man merely smiled, a smile that was refreshingly pure. "However, you cannot possibly enjoy combat as I do, can you? What you truly relish is the outcome achieved through battle, perhaps the salvation of the world. The glint in your eyes when you mention saving the world mirrors the very expression my father exhibited during his fights." Chapter 33, The First Encounter. Upon hearing this peculiar observation, Ritsuka found herself taken aback. She had never considered that someone would perceive her in such a manner. Am I really that surprising? I merely shared a fleeting thought. Vegito gazed curiously into Ritsuka's golden eyes. His inherently uncomplicated nature prevented him from grasping the subtle intricacies of human emotion. Moreover, he was unaware that he had never truly delved into the depths of human society. Feeling somewhat ambivalent, Ritsuka redirected the conversation. This man, seemingly simple-minded, occasionally possessed an uncanny intuition. "Well, I haven't ventured deeply into it," she admitted. In the presence of a man whose spirit had never been tainted by the malice of others, Ritsuka could not help but recall the equally innocent Mashu. However, unlike Mashu, Vegito, devoid of any awareness of humanity's malevolence, bore an even more unblemished conviction of his own formidable strength, rendering him impervious to concern. "By the way, allow me to teach you how to fight." As his previous thoughts resurfaced, he felt a surge of excitement. Rather than engaging in mere conversation, he preferred the exhilarating clash of fists and feet, the quintessential Scion exchange, especially since he had already determined that Ritsuka was someone who would confront battle head-on. "Can I practice?" Ritsuka asked, contemplating the prospect. While she knew she could never match his strength, she believed it would afford her greater self-protection in the future. "And I genuinely wish to spar with you. I have a premonition that battling you will be immensely entertaining. Thank you in advance. I look forward to your guidance." Teacher Vegito. Meanwhile, Bardock observed the unfolding duel with intrigue. It was indeed rare for someone like him to take such an interest in an ordinary earthling. He understood that Scions, who inherently admired strength, would seldom be drawn to opponents they deemed weak and uninteresting. Thus, he realized that Vegito had genuinely acknowledged his current master. Yet, that woman was no ordinary individual. This lad's master had quite the fortune. During the bout, Vegito needed to maintain his guard throughout. as even the slightest misstep could leave Ritsuka injured. Nonetheless, he found joy in the encounter. Despite the ordinary girl's feeble attacks, she never once retreated. Your stamina is commendable, but how do you intend to breach my defenses? He challenged playfully. Being perpetually on the defensive is of little use. With a rare villainous grin, he provocatively waved his hand, beckoning Ritsuka to advance. All right, here I come. Ritsuka charged forward with fervor. A few seconds later, Rika found herself sprawled on the ground. Having lost the match, the girl rose with a hint of disappointment, while Vegeta gently patted her back, reassuring her that she had performed admirably. There was an inexplicable paternal aura about him, which Rika couldn't help but remark upon internally. In her eyes, he seemed to embody a fatherly essence, quite distinct from that of her brother. By the way, I'm curious, Vegeta, how old are you? Well, I'm around 12 years old, give or take a few special circumstances. He replied. Rika was momentarily taken aback. As the growth rate of Scions differed from that of humans, she realized that her original form was still that of a child. In about 3 years, I'll be able to grow up overnight, she mused. Rika, what is the matter? Vegeta asked, confused by her sudden stillness. Oh, nothing. I'm just struck by how mature your mindset is for someone so young, Rika replied, struggling to contain her surprise. She couldn't help but marvel at how Scions were a breed apart, defying conventional understanding. Soon, the staircase to the fifth world descended. As they reached the fifth floor, terrifying beams of light rained down upon them. Protective shield. Vegeta swiftly invoked his defensive technique, blocking a barrage of light beams. Rika, startled, turned pale and fell to the ground, while Bardock continued to stride forward nonchalantly. Observing the numerous craters around, he remarked, a suicidal noble phantasm. No wonder its power is so formidable. Recognizing the familiar attack pattern, Rika regained her composure and deduced the servant's true name. It must be Arash. His noble phantasm requires the sacrifice of his own life. With that, the onslaught ceased. The magical residue produced by the mana furnace was finite, granting them the opportunity to counterattack. We must act swiftly, Rika. The shield has limited capacity. We need to push forward with all our might. Upon hearing Vegeta's conclusion, Rika steeled herself, acknowledging the turbulence that lay ahead. Ultimately, the duo easily conquered this level, but Rika, overwhelmed, fainted and was gently placed on the ground by Vegeta. Indeed, humans were quite fragile. Vegeta, feeling somewhat guilty, scratched his head awkwardly. Observing this, Bardock shifted the conversation to more serious matters. Do you know about it? I know a little, Rika replied, recalling her earlier discussions with him. The so-called evil of humanity, which is akin to a cancer within human society, theoretically perpetually emerging. Bardock began to earnestly elucidate the future adversaries, to which Vegeta nodded in understanding. Yet, fundamentally, they represent an extreme form of love for humanity. From the perspective of their origin, they are profoundly complex. Is that so? It's so perplexing. How can one love humanity, yet wish to destroy them? The 12-year-old Vegeta, lacking in worldly experience, appeared to be grappling with an intellectual blind spot, resting his chin on his hand as he pondered the relationship between the two concepts. Bardock, noticing this, began to unveil a truth about this peculiar anomaly. As for the Holy Grail, the informed Bardock chuckled mockingly and forcefully stomped on the floor, revealing that this place was indeed the interior of the Moonlit Grail. This object is also a type of Holy Grail. Vegeta was taken aback. The very thing they sought was beneath their feet. Rather than being the enemy's stronghold, it resembled a prison cell. Was that individual who called out the creator of this confinement? Quite perceptive. With that, Bardock unleashed a spatial rift, having been gathering power for the ritual of teleportation. Bring that woman along. There's no need to indulge in this childish Holy Grail war any longer. Very well. Vegeta complied, recognizing the reliability of the Elder, as they effectively cheated their way through using spatial powers. Hey, is this how one cheats? Discontented voices echoed around them, protesting against the unilateral alteration of the established rules of the game. The aloof Bardock disdainfully ignored the raucous woman, prompting her to seethe in impotent fury, vowing to deal with that man later. Through the spatial rift, the trio arrived at their destination, which was a dark, cup-shaped object. Vegeta had anticipated a fearsome monster, but it was entirely different from his expectations. It was a petite girl with golden hair, azure eyes, and a large black tattoo resembling a command seal on her chest. Hello, I am Ika Shatu, the one who is currently bringing about the world's destruction, she greeted with a smile, resembling a beautiful angel descended to the mortal realm. Spare us the pleasantries. Bardock loathed the girl's true identity, but upon hearing this, Aika merely scoffed. Heh, even a non-class servant can be so arrogant? Allow me to demonstrate the disparity in our spirit origins. Chapter 34. The ultimate Kamehameha that draws everything to a close here. The dazed Ritsuka finally awoke from Vegeta's shoulder. Disoriented in the pitch-black space. We are in combat. Ritsuka snapped to it. The girl instantly regained her composure, preparing for battle, while Aika maintained her beautiful yet merciless smile. Is that one yours? With that, her slender fingers gently pointed towards Ritsuka, and a tremendous shockwave surged toward the unarmed girl at lightning speed. Such despicable treachery. This strike was countered by Vegeta, who punched it back, but Aika merely sidestepped effortlessly. Simultaneously, Vegeta felt a wave of numbness in his hand, and Bardock charged forward to engage Aika in direct confrontation. What formidable opponents! Ritsuka marveled, as the battle approached the intensity of a clash between divine-level servants. Dust and debris erupted, and the ground cracked. She nearly stumbled, but was fortunately steadied by Vegeta. This is precisely how mortals suffer amidst the battles of deities. Heh, this gentleman is rather fond of showing off. That portal must have consumed half of your magical power. Servants cannot independently provide their own mana, you know. As she remarked, Bardock began to find himself at a disadvantage. It seemed I had underestimated you slightly. Bardock lowered his stance to evade the dark beam, fixing his gaze upon the writhing black grail. Yet, being so close to you is sufficient. What? Age was astonished to discover that her connection to the black grail had been severed by half. Observing Age's flustered demeanor, Vegeta mused that experience truly counts. For the more formidable one is, the easier it becomes to overlook certain details. Pretending to engage in direct combat, while covertly employing dispersed magical energy to disrupt that entity's connection, quite clever of him. Ritsuka's confidence surged. The source of magical energy had been cut off, and victory was tantalizingly close. The next move is yours. Without granting Vegeta much opportunity for inquiry, Bardock stepped back, leaving a thoroughly incensed Age in his wake. You. It seemed she had struck a nerve, as she began to shriek in a fit of hysteria, lamenting that her prince's wishes would be postponed by a day. A tremendous pressure emanated from her, marking her transformation into the second phase. Ritsuka stood in shock. Wasn't the magical source severed? It appeared I had misjudged the situation. This essence seemed particularly unique. Unlike the bewildered Ritsuka and the confused Vegeta, Bardock began to analyze the true source of Age's power. Her magical energy showed no signs of waning from the very beginning. Could it be that she is a root connector? After all, this was the only possibility left. Vegeta, the amateur magician, drew a rather outrageous conclusion, while Age concluded her outburst, declaring that the root was something she had been connected to since birth. A large swath of black enveloped the girl, and the black grail behind her birthed a multitude of dark servants, rendering the scene utterly chaotic, truly deserving of the title Beast of Desire. Every action she took was a testament to her infatuation with someone. Are you still there? Bardock could only helplessly seek assistance from a certain woman, who, in turn, expressed her dissatisfaction, lamenting that her strength was nearing its limit. She could only hold on for about half an hour. After that, she would completely dissipate, and humanity would be obliterated in that moment. Upon hearing the final time warning, the group resolved to cease any further delay. I will confront the entity itself. Those dark servants shall be dealt with by Mr. Bardock. With that, Vegeta instructed Ritsuka to utilize a command spell to transform. By the command of this spell, I order you, Vegeta, to become a Super Saiyan. As the crimson markings on her hand dimmed, a golden radiance instantly filled the entire space. Ritsuka, upon witnessing the Super Saiyan for the first time, was astounded. That golden glow seemed to symbolize a glimmer of hope. Incredible. The strength of the spiritual foundation has increased exponentially, but the consumption is immense. I must focus on supporting him. With that, he hurled a blue energy sphere, annihilating the swarm of encroaching dark servants. I understand now, Mr. Bardock. Subsequently, she gazed into the sky, where the golden figure of Vegeta intertwined with darkness. Under Vegeta's relentless assault, Age gradually found herself at a disadvantage. How could this be? I am stronger. Age seethed with rage. Her prowess as a beast spirit was on par with that of the man before her. Yet, in her moment of gasping breath, a golden lightsaber pierced through an old wound on her back, eliciting a scream from her lips. That wound had been inflicted for the sake of the prince she cherished most, and now it became the most fatal flaw in her otherwise perfect physique. Humph. Who told you to leave that scar? Vegeta looked down upon Age with disdain, for he found little enjoyment in their duel. This woman had never faced the trials of adversity. Despite her ruthless strength, she lacked the awareness of death's inevitability. Her combat skills were shallow, rendering their battle rather tedious. It is time to conclude this. Seizing the moment amidst her pained wails, he thrust her into the wall. Ritsuka understood what her servant intended to do. With 2 strokes of the command spell, she ordered, "Release your noble phantasm, Vegeta." Receiving the requisite magical energy, Vegeta's pupils constricted as he spread his arms wide, conjuring 2 energy orbs in his hands. He then brought them together at his chest, arching his body as he formed a lotus-shaped attack, a culmination of their ultimate techniques, which surged forth with immense force. No, please don't. Age's eyes were filled with terror, yet escape was impossible. The massive blue and yellow beam enveloped her in an instant, and thus, Age was utterly annihilated. As anticipated, the space fragmented like shattered glass, scattering Ritsuka and others amidst the colossal rupture, with countless black sludge erupting forth. Damn it. I am separated from her by the spatial barriers of different worlds. Bardock, who had been battling the Dark Servant, was caught off guard, finding himself struggling to survive amidst the chaotic fragments of reality. Aya, Ritsuka, weightless, plummeted rapidly through the air, fearing the worst. But rather than meeting the deadly black sludge, she found herself enveloped by a familiar white energy shield, supported by a well-known shoulder. Vegeta, hurry and leave. To her surprise, her servant had lifted her from the mire of darkness. There was nothing he could do. That energy shield had been his last reserve. Ritsuka felt a pang of sorrow, realizing she was about to witness yet another servant depart from her sight. That fellow had an indomitable will to survive. Struggling even in his final moments, I was forced to expend half of my spiritual essence as well. As soon as the words left his lips, the man began to fade into transparency. Thank you. It was merely a gesture of friendship. Do not be so mournful. Thanks to the Scion's tenacious vitality, Vegeta did not perish immediately. He gradually succumbed to exhaustion only after ensuring the girl's safety, nearly collapsing into the black sludge. Please accept this. There is still much about myself that remains unsaid. This journey with you has been truly fascinating. Should fate allow, let us engage in a proper battle once more. The man immersed in the black mud laughed cheerfully, removing one of his earrings, which was accepted by the nodding Li Xiang. Well then, until we meet again, Vegeta. Just don't forget me like the other servants. Chapter 35. A gradual return to tranquility? The journey to another world has finally come to a close, and Vegeta awakens from this long, yet surprisingly brief dream. His memories have begun to fade, leaving him with only the knowledge that he had a rather splendid dream. Brother, you slept quite soundly yesterday. Little Goten cheerfully approached Vegeta's bedside. I think I had a wonderful dream too. I feel surprisingly good right now. Vegeta also wore the signature smile of the Sun family, gently ruffling Goten's hair. That's good, but Dad has already gone to find Uncle Vegeta early this morning. Typical of him. It doesn't matter. Let us go practice after breakfast. All right. After breakfast, the two began their routine sparring, causing the ground of Bowsy Mountain to tremble slightly. However, unlike previous days, Vegeta seemed a bit distracted today. Brother, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Seeing Vegeta suddenly rub his head with a troubled expression, Goten grew concerned. I'm fine, I just can't quite explain it. My head feels a bit strange. Why don't you take a break? Okay. Upon returning home and hearing about Vegeta's condition, Chi-Chi also became worried and insisted that he rest for the day. Thus, he took an unusual full day off, yet he did not feel any better as he had hoped. What is going on? The profound sense of discord within Vegeta intensified. Swirling restlessly, he closed his eyes, instinctively seeking answers from within his consciousness. As he delved deeper, he sought the source of this dissonance in the realm of meditation. That entity turned out to be another being who bore an uncanny resemblance to him, but as an adult version of himself. Who are you? Despite being in the realm of his mind, the potential for conflict lingered, and Vegeta assumed a defensive stance. Who else could it be? The other Vegeta scoffed. Yet when he turned around, his expression was devoid of mirth. Clad in all black with a chilling gaze, the original Vegeta felt a shiver run down his spine. Of course it's you. With that, he charged forward, yet the other effortlessly dodged. Pathetic. Spare me your nonsense. Speak the truth. With that, the younger Vegeta delivered a punch that sent his adult counterpart sprawling to the ground. Ugh. Fine, whatever. The Dark Vegeta clumsily picked himself up, gazing at this seemingly juvenile version of himself, who stood with hands on hips, looking down upon him. He had no choice but to relent. I acknowledge that I am not you. I am merely the darkest facet of you. One could say I am the adverse effect of your desires. Heh. I am one of your most terrifying nightmares. Upon hearing this cryptic riddle, Vegeta looked puzzled, but the Dark Vegeta remained smug as he issued a challenge. As long as you still yearn for power, I shall always exist. One day, this body will bend to my will. How annoying. You can only resort to such tedious pranks. Be honest with me. Under the overwhelming pressure from the true owner, Black Vegeta could only relent, ceasing his mental interference with Vegeta. How infuriating. He felt a sense of injustice. But the strength of the true owner of this body was too great. He had no choice but to submit. Who are you exactly? If you must inquire, ask those who brought us into this world without consent. With that, Black Vegeta revealed the reason for his existence. I am a manifestation of the negative emotions that arose during the initial 4 months of my original self's existence, influenced by a substance known as black mud. I don't recall anything from before. Precisely because you forgot, you remained unaware of these emotions. Was my original self filled with such resentment? Black mud can amplify a person's malicious emotions infinitely, even if only a trace remains. Is that so? Due to Goku's unwaveringly pure nature, black mud merely granted this body a feeble inner demon. So do you wish to play? After all, it feels quite stifling here. I am merely an unreal nightmare. I shall soon vanish. I am not you. Why are you so irritating, like Uncle Vegeta? If you want to go out and play, just say so directly. This unexpected remark left the other in silence. You truly are. Thus, the two engaged in a dialogue. Thanks to the therapeutic techniques learned from Ritsuko, Black Vegeta finally opened up, revealing much. I see. I finally understand how you came to be. Observing the true owner's moment of realization, Black Vegeta, despite his reluctance, felt a tinge of satisfaction. I shall accompany you no longer. The resentment has dissipated. With that, this shadowy version of himself began to fade away. The true Vegeta was left in astonishment. Do not linger here. You are about to face a truly terrifying foe. As Black Vegeta completely vanished, only the original Vegeta remained, standing there. As he had mentioned, the discord within him had not entirely dissipated. The influence of black mud extended beyond that, merely a fleeting illusion of his original self. While what lay ahead was the nightmare of his current existence. There is someone incredibly formidable ahead. He was well aware that the challenges to come would not be so easily overcome. Chapter 36, Another Dark Self. Prompted by that part of himself, Vegeta resolved to delve deeper, for he understood that the mental interference had not fully subsided. That entity known as Black Mud was indeed formidable, bringing him considerable trouble. He followed the trail to the depths of his psyche, but as soon as he stepped into this realm, a ruthless energy blast struck at him. Though he successfully dodged it, he still broke into a cold sweat. This power is on par with my current state. Just as that part of himself had said, this foe is a true and formidable threat. He is not merely anyone. He is a being strikingly similar to himself, distinguished only by his utterly emotionless expression and his garb of black and crimson. The most formidable adversary emerging from one's own essence is indeed laden with irony. In desperation, Vegeta resorted to his most potent form, the crimson glow flickering to life. Yet that version of Vegeta disdainfully narrowed his eyes, transforming into an exceedingly sinister pink form. What is this? The original Vegeta was taken aback, and in the next moment, the pink incarnation delivered a punch that sent him into a semi-conscious state. The terrifying disparity prompted the original Vegeta to exclaim in alarm, and witnessing the original's panic, the pink Vegeta displayed a chillingly bloodthirsty grin that sent shivers down his spine. This is power, he declared, resuming his merciless assault upon the original, resembling a bloodthirsty machine of slaughter, devoid of any humanity. His continued strikes felt less like combat and more like an unilaterally oppressive onslaught. A single misstep from Vegeta would result in a fist colliding with his abdomen, causing him to cough up blood. I underestimated you, the original Vegeta remarked with a bitter smile, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, realizing that this time, he might genuinely meet his end. Reflecting on his numerous battles against foes, he could scarcely believe he might perish at the hands of another version of himself. Just as he clutched his abdomen in pain, believing his demise imminent, his once pitch-black inner world suddenly transformed into Bardock's personal domain. where the version of himself poised to strike hesitated, casting a puzzled glance at Goku in his blue attire and Bardock. "Are you alright, Vegeta?" An anxious Goku teleported in, rescuing the nearly unconscious Vegeta, while Bardock intervened to prevent the other Vegeta from pursuing the kill. Truly merciless. No wonder he has become so otherworldly. Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the pink Vegeta, Bardock ceased to conceal his own power, unleashing a purple energy, his brow furrowing as he manifested his utmost form. "Let this be your end, Vegeta. TCH, mind your own business." However, upon realizing he could not free himself from Bardock's grasp, Vegeta's heart skipped a beat, soon followed by Bardock's iron-fisted retribution, forcing the existence known as Vegeta to retreat step by step. Cursed be it. I was so close. Abandon that thought. Faced with a mightier opponent, Vegeta remained obstinate, pulling back one of his hands from Bardock's hold, exhibiting an indomitable spirit. I will not yield easily to you. Behave yourself. The strongest here is undoubtedly me." Bardock unleashed an astonishing aura, beads of sweat forming as he recognized the rapid escalation of the opponent's power. Witnessing this ominous development, Vegeta retreated reluctantly, vanishing into the void. This stubborn fellow, even transformed, remained so obstinate. Bardock retracted his ultimate form and turned to assess the original Vegeta's condition, relieved to find he was unharmed. Soon, Vegeta also regained consciousness. "Long time no see. Are you all right, Vegeta?" The azure-clad Sun Wukong greeted him with a cheerful smile, while Bardock was preoccupied with examining something. Vegeta awkwardly scratched his head, realizing he had once again been saved by Bardock and the others. "What is wrong with me? Who exactly is that guy?" he pondered. I don't quite understand." Bardock seems to be engrossed in something as well. As the two conversed, Bardock approached and began to elaborate on Vegeta's current condition. "In simple terms, you have been subjected to an adverse stimulus, and within you lies a seed known as ethereal transformation." "Ethereal transformation? What is that?" Bardock, exasperated, tapped Vegeta lightly on the forehead. "Who told you to take a bath in that black sludge to show off? You should be grateful that Sun Wukong is one of your core elements." "That hurts. I had no choice. If I hadn't Li Xiang might very well have perished." He then displayed a pitiful expression reminiscent of Sun Wukong, leaving Bardock with no recourse. Meanwhile, a bewildered Sun Wukong stood by, curiously observing the unfolding drama. "Be smart about this. That entity is not merely a singular emotional being. It is a manifestation of yourself." "What? Did you not realize?" The reason it initially displayed no emotional fluctuations was that the primary consciousness resided within you. Once you began to lose a part of your awareness, it started to speak and exhibited emotional variations. Is that so? Am I truly that brutal? This leads us to discuss ethereal transformation, which is a state achieved when a being relinquishes a crucial part of their essence. In simpler terms, one's power is greatly enhanced, but their temperament undergoes a significant transformation. That entity emerged when you discarded your pure heart of goodness, along with your unadulterated love for combat and life, thus acquiring terrifying power and becoming a ruthless, cold-blooded killing machine. Vegeta was immediately engulfed in a prolonged state of shock. That figure indeed represented a possible version of himself, and he found it hard to refute. Bardock placed his hand upon Vegeta's head, and the dissonance that had long plagued him finally dissipated. "This entity will not vanish. I have diminished the negative stimuli's influence in your heart. When necessary, you may even choose to embrace ethereal transformation." Understanding a perilous future loomed ahead, Bardock revealed this secret to Vegeta, hoping he could resolve the issue independently. But that is far too dangerous. In that state, he is excessively savage. Sun Wukong expressed his deep concern, having also sensed that the side effects of ethereal transformation were far from simple. Indeed, ethereal transformation will disrupt your nature. It is your most perilous trump card. So be exceedingly cautious in its use. Understood, Vegeta responded, feeling a hint of disappointment. Confronted with the prospect of his formidable yet ferocious self, he found himself somewhat lost, contemplating how he should face this ominous force. Returning to the real world, Vegeta regained his composure, though unexpectedly, he felt somewhat melancholic. Secretly, he ventured deep into the depths of Baotou Mountain, away from Goten and the others, continuing his study of the gemstone sword, which was already halfway completed. Perhaps due to his peculiar mindset that day, he astonishingly completed this ultimate creation of demonology. It seemed that not all was sorrowful today. His mood lifted somewhat as the beautiful luster of the gemstone sword shimmered brilliantly in the setting sun. He realized that he had finally grasped a small handle to the realm of magic. Meanwhile, the meticulous Vegeta had skillfully timed his return to his room before anyone else could notice. Little did he know, this sword would prove invaluable in ways he could scarcely imagine. In stark contrast to the peaceful world he inhabited, the earth of another dimension lay in ruins. Amidst the debris, a man cautiously moved forward, lowering his energy to avoid awakening any lurking threats. Gazing at the capsule in his hand, he fervently hoped, "Please, let this be of use." Chapter 37. The riddle of another dimension. He should not have followed me. Trunks sighed in relief as he had just retrieved the time machine capsule, intending to visit his mother's secret base to replenish energy. With unease, he pushed open the door, scanning the area. His mother, Bulma, approached him with vital time fuel in hand. "Trunks, are you all right?" she inquired, equally anxious. The plan was fraught with risks, yet the rewards were substantial. "Thank you for your concern, Mom. I'm fine. That is good to hear." With that, Bulma handed the fuel to her son and turned to open the hidden passage. "Mom, aren't you coming with me? I need to maintain the living facilities in the underground base, and I cannot conceal my energy. I would only hinder you." "That makes sense." The resilient mother gestured encouragingly to her son, who returned the gesture with a smile and a promise. "I will do my best, Mom." After bidding farewell to his mother, Trunks made his way to a clearing to rendezvous with Mai. "Trunks, did you get it?" Rest assured, everything went smoothly, Mai. Just as they were about to exchange pleasantries, a sudden chill gripped Trunks' heart as an overwhelming malevolent energy surged toward them. Before they could react, a colossal energy blast descended from above, obliterating everything around them in a cloud of dust. The unwelcome visitors swaggered onto the scene, looking down upon them with disdain. "Although I missed one insect, now I can eliminate both of you troublesome pests in one sweep." As the smoke cleared, the figure bore an uncanny resemblance to Goku. Yet the expression on his face was not one of amiable joviality, but rather a malevolent and arrogant sneer. "Trunks, hand that over to me." "Very well," Trunks replied, tossing a capsule to Mai, who had caught the attention of the Goku doppelganger. "Are you going to cover for that human-s escape, Trunks? What a fool you are." After delivering his taunts, the dark figure faced Trunks, who had transformed into Super Saiyan 2, charging directly at him. Yet, the dark entity merely smirked disdainfully, and within moments, Trunks found himself defeated and lying in a pit, helplessly watching the dark figure depart. Nevertheless, their plan had succeeded. He extracted the capsule of the time machine, laboriously climbed aboard, and added the scant fuel, hoping that you, Little Dance, could survive. He could only silently pray for Little Dance, arriving in the altered past he had created. He wished for the well-being of Uncle Wukong and his father in that timeline. Meanwhile, in another dimension, Goten's school was holding a parent-teacher meeting, and son Goku, rare as it was, came to West City to accompany Goten to school. Taking this opportunity, Vegeta and Chi-Chi also visited Bulma's home. "Vegeta, it's been a while," exclaimed young Trunks, filled with joy, for visits from Vegeta were infrequent. "Indeed, Trunks. It has been some time," Vegeta responded warmly. Since Frieza's defeat, Earth had enjoyed a prolonged period of peace, allowing the warriors to lead tranquil lives. Bulma's residence remained as impressive as ever. Chi-Chi sat on a garden bench, delighting in the rare occasion of the entire Sun family being out together. "Is Goten at school?" Trunks felt a twinge of disappointment upon realizing his friend was absent. "Don't worry, he's very happy. It's his first time attending a parent-teacher meeting with his dad." "I see." Young Trunks couldn't help but feel a bit envious, as his father never concerned himself with such matters, let alone attend a parent-teacher gathering. On the other hand, Vegeta, having just exited the gravity chamber, felt irked at Goku's absence, while Bulma insisted on dragging him to the gathering. "TCH, what is this? Such a rare gathering. Hurry up and come." Vegeta, with his bronchitis, had no choice but to comply, sulking like a great tree trunk in the garden. Vegeta remained his usual self. And Vegeta chuckled quietly, only to receive a cold grunt in response when Vegeta caught the sound of laughter. However, just as everyone intended to continue their idle chatter, a massive object emanating a white light suddenly appeared. "What is this?" Observant Vegeta immediately recognized the visitor, and Bulma understood as well. Soon, the brilliance faded, revealing the time machine before the astonished eyes of those who had not experienced the Cell incident. "Bulma, is this your invention?" "Sort of," Chi-Chi replied curiously as she approached the machine, while Vegeta lifted the transparent cover and emerged, carrying the unconscious future Trunks. Gazing at the grown-up Trunks, Vegeta was genuinely astonished, while young Trunks curiously approached to examine his older self. "Dad, who is he?" "That's a long story." The usually taciturn Vegeta placed the older Trunks on the grass, and Bulma patiently began to recount the events of the past. "Ah, I see. He is the Trunks from the future." Realizing the truth, Vegeta looked at the unconscious older Trunks with concern, his expression pained, as if he had sustained injuries prior to arriving. Thus, Vegeta used a handkerchief soaked in cool water from the banquet to wipe the dust from his face. Little Trunks looked at him with a hint of concern. The refreshing sensation of the water finally revived future Trunks. As he struggled to open his eyes, he beheld a youthful visage. Although he had never encountered this face before, it evoked an inexplicable sense of familiarity. "Are you all right, Trunks? Bulma and Aunt Chi-Chi are searching for medical supplies. You should rest for a while." The voice was curious, possessing a tone reminiscent of his father, yet imbued with the warmth characteristic of Mr. Goku. "Who are you?" Introducing myself is a bit difficult," he admitted, visibly troubled by the question. "Just call me Vegeta for now. After all, it's a name I chose myself." "Vegeta?" A myriad of questions flooded future Trunks' mind as he managed to rise. Beside him stood a younger version of himself from a different timeline, while another child bore a striking resemblance to his father. "Given your injuries, you should be grateful you are also a Saiyan. What on earth have you been through?" The boy who called himself Vegeta expressed concern, assisting future Trunks in sitting on a nearby bench, with little Trunks following closely behind. "Essentially, I require the assistance of my father in this timeline and Uncle Goku. Matters concerning the future are quite complex," he stated plainly, making his request direct. "Well, Mr. Goku is currently attending a parent-teacher meeting with Goten, and Uncle Vegeta is on his way to find him, so please wait a moment." "Is that so?" Future Trunks couldn't help but speculate about what had transpired in the future. He had initially assumed Vegeta was a descendant of his father, but the reference to Uncle Vegeta left him perplexed. Clearly, much had changed in this world since his farewell. Thus, the newly awakened future Trunks rested in the garden while little Trunks curiously observed him, sensing that the older version of himself appeared somewhat despondent. "Brother, he seems a bit down." "Yes, let's give him a moment. Once Mr. Goku returns, the conversation should flow much more smoothly." Possessing both the meticulousness of Vegeta and the gentleness of Goku, Vegeta was truly perfect in his caregiving, as he undoubtedly trusted Mr. Goku the most. Indeed, little Trunks pondered. What could have transpired in his future? Chapter 38. The oncoming Black Goku Vegeta. What's the rush? After some time, Goku arrived in the garden with his young son Goten, who was carrying a backpack, followed by a silent Vegeta. The others had already tended to future Trunks' wounds. "Trunks? Why have you suddenly grown up?" Goten, perplexed, approached future Trunks as he set down his backpack, and future Trunks was equally astonished, having not anticipated that Goku in this timeline had another son. "I'm right here, Goten," little Trunks exclaimed, dropping the medical supplies he held and running over. Goten, taken aback, began to suck on his fingers, finding the situation beyond his comprehension. "Haha, Goten, this is the future Trunks." Upon witnessing the troubled expression of his young son, the childlike Sun Wukong affectionately ruffled the boy's hair, while the older Trunks felt a sense of joy mixed with contemplation. "Mr. Wukong, it has been quite some time since we last met." Recognizing that he had once again encountered Trunks in this timeline, Sun Wukong realized that he was likely about to face a significant dilemma. "Trunks, what troubles you? What has happened?" "Your injury." Wukong observed Trunks' wounds with concern, prompting Trunks to recount events from the future. Meanwhile, Vegeta experienced a sudden surge of complex emotions, realizing that this Trunks placed greater trust in Kakarot than in his own father. Originally sipping juice, Vegeta set it down to jest, feeling a bit down. "Are we? TSK. How talkative you are. You truly resemble him." All right. After all, it is someone else's family matter." The perceptive Vegeta ceased his teasing and continued to listen to the events concerning the future. "Our future faces a new crisis. That person, what has become of him? Is he powerful?" "Yes, but curiously, he looks exactly like Mr. Wukong." Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, and Chi-Chi glanced at young Goten, declaring, "My Goten would never do such a thing." "Mr. Wukong, do you have any other relatives?" I am not quite sure," Chi-Chi, faced with his wife's inquiry. Sun Wukong scratched his head in confusion. "It can't be that Jinyu suddenly resurrected in the future and stole my body. That's impossible. There are no Dragon Balls on Earth anymore." Vegeta promptly dismissed this speculation, while Bulma suggested inviting Whis over for assistance and presented an array of food. Let's eat first. Mr. Whis will arrive shortly. In the garden, the group shared a meal, and the famished Trunks devoured nearly half the spread in an instant, prompting Vegeta to pause with his utensils. He realized that the future world had likely endured considerable devastation, rendering even basic food supplies insufficient. Trunks, let us discuss some matters after the meal. Trunks was momentarily startled but nodded in agreement. Wukong felt a sense of gratitude witnessing the changed demeanor of Vegeta. Reminiscing about the prideful Saiyan from the Cell Saga. You have certainly transformed since the battle with Bu. The aloof Vegeta merely turned his head away in disdain. Trunks, observing these two Saiyans still exhibiting a degree of childishness, found the scene somewhat amusing. Vegeta simply patted his shoulder, assuring him, rest assured. It would be abnormal if those two were not bickering. Since his inception, Vegeta felt increasingly distanced from the role of a mere commentator. After all, one of the two often strayed from the main point while the other scorned communication, leaving the responsibility of explaining to others upon his shoulders. Is that so? Trunks suddenly felt a wave of warmth as he observed his younger self playfully wrestling with Goten, reminiscing about when young Trunks affectionately referred to Vegeta as brother. In this world, his father was no longer cold and unfeeling, and his mother remained beautiful and strong. Undoubtedly, this version of himself was a fortunate child. How wonderful! He paused in his actions, lamenting that soon the banquet would reach its conclusion. The great Trunks was conversing with Vegeta in a secluded corner. Trunks, how is Bulma from the future? Upon hearing his father's initial inquiry, Trunks widened his eyes slightly, yet he maintained his composure and responded calmly to Vegeta. Mother should still be alive. She is likely tending to the geothermal energy apparatus at the base. She originally intended to create solar panels, but those would be too easily detected by the dark beings on the surface, so she opted for geothermal energy instead. Is that so? Vegeta replied, his voice trailing off in a relieved tone, before continuing to inquire, can that fellow utilize Kakarot's abilities? Yes, he can even transform into a Super Saiyan. With that, Trunks clenched his fists in frustration. Each time he endeavored to surpass his limits, the dark beings grew even more formidable under the weight of his power. I see. It seems that fellow must indeed be using Kakarot's body. After all, he not only wields his powers, but also possesses Saiyan blood. Vegeta emphasized the term blood, having grasped a portion of the truth. Is that so? The father and son concluded their conversation shortly thereafter, at which point the god of destruction and his attendant had arrived on Earth. Initially, Whis intended to come alone, but the gluttonous Beerus insisted on accompanying him. Miss Bulma, do you have any requests? Whis seated himself on a chair and delicately sampled a piece of cake. It concerns my son Trunks, who is from the future, Bulma admitted, feeling a twinge of guilt, for she had just consulted with Jocko on this matter, only to be informed that time travel is a grave cosmic crime and not to be trifled with. Future? Miss Bulma, this is no trivial matter. Whis, usually amiable, adopted a rare seriousness and informed Bulma that altering the past could result in the creation of multiple divergent timelines with dire consequences. But if a god of destruction engages in time travel, wouldn't there be repercussions as well? Beerus asserted his stance, leaving Bulma in a state of indecision. Meanwhile, Black Goku, having realized he had been deceived, was consumed by fury. He crushed an empty capsule in his hand and discarded my amidst the ruins. Damn humans! Enraged, he retraced his steps, searching for Trunks, but the latter had vanished without a trace. After wandering for a while, he suddenly recalled an important detail. Ah, that person mentioned something about a time machine. Black Goku erupted into maniacal laughter, revealing the silver ring on his finger. No matter where you flee, I shall come to slay you. Returning to the primary timeline, Black Goku traced Trunks' energy signature above Bulma's residence, arriving there promptly. This energy is... Goku was taken aback and immediately ascended into the air. Just as Trunks had described, this individual bore an uncanny resemblance to him. Who are you? Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, while Black Goku merely smirked wickedly. I didn't expect it would be you, Goku. Witnessing the fierce confrontation between two incarnations of Goku in the skies above, Whis discreetly extracted his staff and began to document the essence of Black Goku. Although I shall remain impartial, I intend to extend my personal assistance to Miss Bulma by endeavoring to unveil the true identity of that individual. Thank you, Whis. Bulma was overjoyed, while Beerus, observing the recently returned Trunks, furrowed his brow, realizing that matters concerning the future were likely far more complex than they appeared. What a malevolent aura, replete with a distinct scent of blood. Below, Vegeta harbored a profound disdain for Black Goku. However, as a former fused being, he noticed the green earring adorning the villain, an artifact exclusive to the Kaishin. This revelation led him to comprehend that this adversary was indeed formidable. Chapter 39. A moment of respite before battle in the heavens. The clash between the two Gokus intensified, while below, the leisurely Beerus inquired of Trunks regarding the state of the future world. Does the god of destruction in your realm not concern himself with this matter? Trunks respectfully responded. I am uncertain, but I have encountered Lord Kaishin. Unfortunately, he was struck during his battle with Babidi and ultimately perished. This revelation struck Beerus like a thunderbolt, rendering him momentarily speechless. He had never anticipated that his future self would meet such an untimely demise due to the Kaishin's recklessness. It was indeed a frustrating predicament. He deemed it imperative to have a serious discussion with the current Kaishin to ensure he would not endure such an experience again. Lord Beerus? Noting Beerus's frozen state, Trunks appeared perplexed, while Whis, maintaining his composure, wiped a morsel from the corner of his mouth and calmly elucidated the situation. The god of destruction and the Kaishin are intertwined in fate. Should anything happen to the Kaishin of that world, Lord Beerus would also meet his end. Simultaneously, Black Goku was abruptly ensnared by an unseen force, drawn away from this timeline by an overwhelming gravitational pull. Curse it, we shall see, Trunks. With Black Goku's departure from this realm, Goku opted to revert to his original form and return to the courtyard. Bound by the constraints of time and space, he was sent back, as the order of this timeline had yet to be disrupted. Whis, deep in contemplation, noticed the green earring and time ring adorning Black Goku. Mr. Whis, do you have any leads? Indeed, I have garnered some clues, Miss Bulma. After this, he engaged in a discreet conversation with the now revitalized Beerus, who seemed to ponder for a moment, indulging in a piece of cake before rising to embark on a journey to another universe. Leave the task of locating the individual to me and Lord Beerus. We shall undoubtedly provide everyone with an answer. Thank you, Mr. Whis. As she observed the duo venture into the depths of the cosmos, Bulma felt a wave of relief. After all, these two deities were remarkably reliable. Now, the focus shifted to confronting Black Goku. If we can identify and eliminate the instigator of this era, it would merely result in the creation of an additional parallel world. Reflecting on the experiences of the Sharo era, Vegeta was the first to realize that in order to restore peace to the future world, it was imperative to eliminate Black Goku. Indeed. By the way, Bulma, how long until the time machine is fully charged? Curious, Goku's hands were already itching for action. Earlier, he had merely exchanged a few blows with the opponent. Meanwhile, Bulma glanced at the ingredient list that future Trunks had provided her. According to my notes, this preparation would require at least a day. Thus, their battle would inevitably be postponed until the following day. Future Trunks couldn't help but worry about everyone in the future world, feeling somewhat restless. Little Vegeta approached him, emphasizing the necessity of rest, urging him not to be too disheartened and to take a proper break. After all, even Saiyans could become fatigued if they did not rest. Though still a child, Vegeta displayed an unexpected maturity, presenting himself as an elder before future Trunks. Why don't we spar a bit? It would help us gauge your strength. Future Trunks was momentarily taken aback. After all, he was not a purebred Saiyan and lacked a strong fighting spirit. However, he understood the good intentions behind Vegeta's suggestion and nodded in agreement. I understand, Vegeta. With that, the two soared towards the outskirts several hundred meters away, with Goten and the others eagerly following to spectate, leaving behind those gathered around the time machine. Even in the presence of the grown-up Trunks, his older brother appeared remarkably reliable. Goten remarked to Trunks, who remained silent, gazing in admiration at his future self and the more formidable sibling. He silently vowed to himself, I too will grow stronger. Upon reaching the outskirts, the two began their initial sparring match. Future Trunks made the first move, assuming that Vegeta would only possess the abilities of his younger self. To his surprise, Vegeta matched him in skill, leaving Trunks astonished. Incredible. He is so small. With a confident smile, Vegeta successfully countered all of Trunks' attacks, utilizing his smaller stature to demonstrate superior agility. Trunks, this child has been my pupil since his infancy. Do not underestimate him. Goku proudly introduced his talented student, while Vegeta retorted with annoyance. No wonder this kid is so indecisive. He hesitates when he attacks. What do you mean, Vegeta? He is now capable of riding the flying Nimbus, unlike your Trunks, who cannot. What does that have to do with anything? Hearing the playful banter between his father and Uncle Goku, future Trunks smiled appreciatively after their brief skirmish. Has my father always been like this? Yes, you'll get used to it. Having continuously assisted his father with various household chores, Vegeta could only helplessly adjust his bangs, feeling the weight of too many responsibilities for one so young. By the way, are you Uncle Goku's child? Upon hearing Goku's introduction, future Trunks began to form a conjecture. I share a bloodline with him, yet I am merely his child by name. The tale of my birth is intricate. Perhaps I shall recount it when time permits. Indeed. Let us engage in a fierce battle. A tremendous flash of lightning erupted from future Trunks, a hallmark of Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta, too, transformed into this form. Yet amidst their clash, he gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Remarkable. His power as a Super Saiyan 2 far surpasses mine. Under such pressure, Vegeta transitioned to Super Saiyan 3, his golden locks cascading down to his waist, causing future Trunks to widen his eyes in astonishment. He marveled at the disparity in their forms, exclaiming, "Is this the next level of transformation?" As Goku had stated, Vegeta was not to be underestimated. He unveiled his full strength without reservation. Both Goku and Vegeta stood in awe, exclaiming, "Incredible! His Super Saiyan 2 is on par with Vegeta's Super Saiyan 3. Goku was genuinely astounded, for Vegeta's base form was nearly identical to theirs, and the power disparity in the same form was minimal. Witnessing this, they unleashed the Kamehameha and Gallic Gun, reducing the surrounding mountains to mere rubble under the immense pressure. In a flash of blinding light, both warriors reverted to their normal states. It seems that Black Goku is indeed formidable. Gaining insight into future Trunks' strength, Vegeta began to gauge Black Goku's potential. Yes, every time I push my limits, that fiend grows stronger as well. With this realization, future Trunks clenched his fists in frustration, a gesture noted by Vegeta. You are already quite powerful. It's merely that he is even more extraordinary. Relax, but if you are truly anxious. He glanced at Trunks' sword and suddenly conceived an idea. Allow me to impart some knowledge. Although uncertain of the other's intentions, future Trunks was eager to learn new techniques. I entrust this to you. Observing the amicable interaction between these interdimensional brothers, their father Goku felt a swell of joy. It seems they get along splendidly. Speaking of which, shall we also practice, Vegeta? Chapter 40. Initial battle in the future world. Meanwhile, Black Goku returned to the future world in disarray. After clashing with that world's Goku, he comprehended the gap between himself and the original. I still cannot wield this body with ease. He gazed at the body he had seized with a sense of reluctance. Yet in the next moment, he erupted into a maniacal laugh, devising a plan upon realizing that Scions grow stronger upon near death. Zamasu, you have returned. Black Goku greeted the green-skinned figure, clad in the attire of a Supreme Kai, with a sinister grin, to which the latter responded with a similar expression. Yes, I have eradicated nearly all of humanity on planets other than Earth. Haha, it seems the plan is already halfway to fruition. Black Goku gazed triumphantly at the gathering of human energy, aware that he could effortlessly eliminate a third of the remaining humans if he so desired. However, he required a compelling reason to summon Trunks and the others to this timeline, for he understood that to fully harness the power of this body, he must continuously evolve through battle. Trunks, I eagerly await your performance. Meanwhile, in that world, Bulma had charged the time machine with the energy required for a round trip. Yet, Beerus and Whis had yet to return. Goku, unable to contain his impatience, intended to rally Vegeta and the others to confront Black Goku, recognizing that with such a dangerous foe in Trunks' world, every additional day of delay meant an extension of peril. Vegeta, reflecting on Bulma from the future, did not wish for her to encounter misfortune, thus he concurred with Goku's perspective. Vegito expressed his desire to confront Black Goku as well, suggesting they at least wait for Mr. Whis and the others to return. Initially, Bulma was hesitant about this decision, but upon witnessing the resolute determination of the group, she infused the time machine with energy. Consequently, the four of them crowded into the time machine and arrived in the desolate Earth of the future. Scattered remnants of energy lingered in the air, leaving the two travelers from the past utterly astonished. A flyer celebrating the defeat of the androids drifted by, its imagery of joyous faces starkly contrasting the surrounding desolation. Vegito picked it up, and after examining it, he felt a profound complexity within, lamenting, This world is truly wretched. Unfortunately, one of the strongest fighters, Goku, succumbed to seasickness, collapsing unconscious with his eyes spiraled like incense coils. Uncle Goku, Trunks, taken aback by this turn of events, hurriedly lifted the fallen warrior, while Vegeta, detecting Black Goku's presence, dashed towards his location. He's still the same, Vegito sighed, deciding to tend to the unconscious Goku, thinking it would provide an opportunity for this father-son duo to connect. Hurry and follow him. I have an ominous feeling about this. For some reason, he sensed that matters were not as straightforward as they appeared. I understand. Trunks then followed his father, while in the distance, Black Goku and Vegeta's energies began to clash. Trunks could only watch over Goku. Just as he contemplated using one of his 5 remaining Senzu beans to revive Goku, a familiar energy approached. Is that Aunt Bulma? Instantly, Vegito was filled with joy and hurriedly carried Goku to a nearby cave. In the tunnel, Bulma from the future had been waiting patiently. She had learned from the coordinates before Trunks' departure and awaited the signal from the time machine. Unfortunately, the anxious Vegeta had already flown off ahead. Who are you? Bulma asked. It's a long story, just call me Vegito for now. Surprised to see someone carrying Goku, Bulma quickly regained her composure, understanding that she needed to relay crucial information to everyone. Has Vegeta not arrived? After Trunks departed, fortunate Bulma rescued the barely alive Mai, due to her severe injuries. Mai could only rest underground. Nevertheless, Bulma persevered in her work within the subterranean facility, firmly believing that Trunks would eventually return. And indeed, he arrived. Pointing towards the location of Black Goku, Vegeta said, "He is here." Bulma merely smiled softly. Is that so? That is good. Meanwhile, Goku had finally regained his strength. Upon encountering the slightly aged Bulma from the future, he was momentarily taken aback. You are the Bulma from the future? Yes, it has been quite a while, Goku. She replied, filled with nostalgia. The last time she had seen the true Goku was over a decade ago. Rather than dwell on her sorrow, she presented an image showing Black Goku standing with a green-skinned individual amidst the ruins. I need to inform you of something. That Black Goku has an accomplice. Goku immediately broke into a cold sweat, realizing that this individual might be some sort of trump card for the enemy. He hastily bid farewell to Bulma and soared towards Black Goku, exclaiming, I'm sorry, Bulma. I'll take care of him right away. Watching Goku disappear into the distance, Vegeta pondered thoughtfully. He retrieved a bag of Senzu beans and handed one to Bulma. I should still be around. Give this to her. Thank you, and please be careful. As she watched her dear friend and that remarkable child vanish into the sky, hope rekindled within Bulma's heart. Meanwhile, on Vegeta's side, Black Goku, who could only transform into a Super Saiyan, initially found himself thoroughly beaten. However, to Vegeta's astonishment, Black Goku evolved at an astonishing pace, quickly transforming into Super Saiyan 2. Pain will only make me stronger, he declared. Vegeta, with a dismissive chuckle, transformed into his Super Saiyan blue form and struck the astonished Black Goku, causing him to spit out white foam. How about this? This is impossible. Black Goku struggled defiantly, but the resolute Vegeta adhered to his principle of leaving no survivors. He dispatched Black Goku with an ultimate flash, much to Trunks' surprise at his father's strength. This is fantastic. As Black Goku's anguished cries faded into silence, Vegeta reverted to his normal form, commenting, that weakling was all bark and no bite. Kakaroto's foolishness is something only he can wield effectively. However, unbeknownst to them, beneath the city's ruins, Zamasu utilized instant transmission to rescue Black Goku from the ultimate flash. To everyone's astonishment, he also employed the healing technique of the Supreme Kai's attendant to restore him. Kakaroto, you are far too slow, Zamasu taunted. Just as Vegeta was about to make a mocking remark, a frantic Goku interrupted. Vegeta, is that guy really dead? Of course. Yet, in the next moment, Vegeta was met with a stark reality. A massive pink aura erupted from the nearby ruins, and at its center stood the supposedly defeated Black Goku. Unlike the others, Vegeta remained somewhat composed, having witnessed something similar before. Ha ha ha, this is splendid. Black Goku erupted into a maniacal laughter, and behind him stood the green-skinned figure adorned in the attire of the Supreme Kai, as depicted in Bulma's vision. Both exuded a sinister glee, brazenly provoking the 4 warriors before them. It was truly repugnant. Goku, utterly disdainful of Black Goku's bizarre hue, transformed into a blue form and engaged in combat with him. Meanwhile, Vegeta charged towards Zamasu, only to be astounded by the revelation that Zamasu had attained immortality, posing a significant dilemma for him. Not to mention the troubling abilities like paralysis that his opponent possessed. What an insufferably odious creature, akin to a cockroach. Vegeta, begrudgingly emerging from the rubble, succeeded in obliterating half of Zamasu's body, yet in the next moment, Zamasu resurrected with an air of triumph. "Father, allow me to restrain him." Trunks prepared to assist his father, and although Vegeta was unwilling, he conceded his position. However, Zamasu was no pushover. While feigning a battle with Trunks, he would dart back to Black Goku's side to restore his energy, rendering him even more formidable. "What am I to do?" Trunks lamented in despair, managing only to bind Zamasu. Yet, Black Goku's instantaneous movements always arrived just in time to save Zamasu, creating a perpetual cycle akin to the time when Cell transformed into his perfect form. He still could not thwart Black Goku's evolution. "Ugh, this guy is incredible. Mr. Goku is at a disadvantage." Meanwhile, Vegeta, drenched in sweat from his fierce struggle with Zamasu, sensed impending doom. In his view, Goku was gradually being drained by Black Goku due to the severe drawbacks of his blue form, while Black Goku consistently received Zamasu's support. As the exchanges continued, Goku began to gasp for breath, while Black Goku grew increasingly dominant. He, like Trunks, painfully recognized his own inadequacies and turned his gaze toward his most dubious trump card. I never anticipated such a diminutive human child would possess divine power." Black Goku seized the Super Saiyan God Vegeta, who was attempting to once again confine Zamasu, and with a single punch, reverted him to his normal state. Trunks too was not spared from this fate. "Cursed Senzu Beans, that guy just destroyed them." Vegeta, who had intended to give a Senzu Bean to Goku after consuming one himself, found Zamasu directly annihilating the bean with a telekinetic grasp, plunging the scene into chaos. Vegeta retrieved a Senzu Bean, originally meant for Little Mai, but Bulma had insisted he keep it for emergencies. "Bulma truly thinks ahead," he mused. "I'm sorry, but it seems I must resort to this." He consumed the Senzu Bean, feeling the transformation of his body and spirit. He had to ensure that Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks could return alive. Chapter 41. Magenta against Magenta. Witnessing the unfortunate downfall of the two who attempted to intercept Zamasu, Goku, concerned for their safety, became distracted and was struck by Black Goku. A dark crimson energy blade sliced into his chest, blood flowing freely as Goku clumsily pressed his hand against the wound. He gazed at Black Goku, who was pursuing him with arrogant delight. "Goku, you must be astonished. Do you wonder how I acquired your body?" Silent and sweating, Goku listened as the truth unfolded. It was through the Dragon Balls. "What? The Dragon Balls of Earth?" "No, I wield the Super Dragon Balls," exclaimed Son Goku, utterly astonished. At that moment, Vegeta seized an opportunity to attack, yet Black Goku, without even turning his head, effortlessly intercepted Vegeta's punch and disdainfully sent him flying with a knee strike. Beside them, Zamasu, ever considerate, swiftly followed up with a blade strike. Following this, I also utilized the Super Dragon Balls to attain immortality. Zamasu, equally proud, reveled in the outcome, just as Black Goku had envisioned. The two had transformed into substantial experience boosters for Black Goku, significantly enhancing his power. They observed the greatest threats, Goku and Vegeta, one gravely injured, the other severely fatigued. While Trunks, who was desperately searching for his father amidst the rubble, was no longer a concern. The aspirations of these two, or rather, one singular desire, were now manifesting as Black Goku stood atop a precipice, boldly proclaiming his intentions. "From this moment, we shall advance the zero-human plan. Indeed, this world shall only require me as its deity. We will eradicate every last human." Zamasu echoed Black Goku's sentiments, but before he could fully articulate his nefarious scheme, a colossal explosion, resembling Black Goku's ominous energy, obliterated him entirely. Goku was left in bewilderment as he sensed the malevolent aura emanating from none other than Vegeto, who, despite having lost the will to fight, now exuded an unsettling power. How troublesome, Vegeto, or rather, the embodiment of Vegeto, coldly regarded Black Goku from below, wielding the same crimson aura of divine transformation. "You," Black Goku gasped, taken aback, but Vegeto paid no heed to his astonishment. "Hurry up and leave. What are you staring at?" He gathered a massive dark pink energy sphere with one hand, urging the bewildered Trunks to hastily retreat with his father. "I understand now, Trunks. aware of the situation, took Vegeta and departed. Meanwhile, Goku, under the icy gaze of the transformed Vegeto, began to grasp the unfolding events. Be careful. We will return to rescue you. With that, a reluctant Goku retrieved the time machine capsule, preparing to flee alongside Trunks. You shall not escape. Black Goku's face contorted with rage as a dark pink energy sword menacingly blocked his path, taunting him. If you truly possess any skill, come and slay me. A wicked expression replaced his previously indifferent demeanor. Merely a poor imitation. Black Goku erupted in fury, unleashing his full power. The two colossal energies clashed in the skies above, their strengths nearly equal, as their fists met in a thunderous collision, reverberating across the land. At that moment, Zamasu resurrected from the ground, ascending towards Trunks and the others. You will not escape. However, Goku, having anticipated Zamasu's pursuit, flashed a playful smile. Covering his face with his hands and executing an essential escape technique, Solar Flare. A blinding light engulfed the once pitch-black future world. What? Despicable humans. Zamasu, caught off guard, shielded his eyes in pain. Seizing the opportunity, the trio successfully reached an open area and activated the time machine. As he watched the crowd disperse, a certain chain within Vegeta was unshackled. He appeared momentarily dazed, lost in thought. Seizing this brief opportunity, Black Goku immediately unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, driving him into the ground. Ultimately, he was merely an inferior human, lacking the capacity to possess even a fraction of my divine beauty. In the next instant, a phantom surged toward him, startling Black Goku, who instinctively raised his hands to shield himself. However, no harm befell him. Only the resounding echoes of laughter filled the air. My apologies, but it's simply too amusing. Vegeta emerged from the smoke, merely dusted with a bit of ash. Listening to the derisive laughter, veins began to surface on Black Goku's forehead as he lowered his hands, utterly infuriated. How dare this human expose him to such ridicule? Is this all a god is capable of? Though I harbor no particular feelings toward humans, perceiving them as a mere swarm of feeble ants, in my eyes. You are not much different, are you? Vegeta wore an expression that was almost innocent, while Black Goku, both enraged and perplexed, questioned why he was considered akin to humans. Why? Because you are all weak? Regardless of the form, you are all beings that could perish with the slightest exertion on my part. So what distinguishes you? As the cold-blooded killing machine personally appointed by Bardock, Vegeta was, in many respects, more deranged than Black Goku and Zamasu. Upon hearing this judgment, Black Goku felt a chill run down his spine. Despite sharing the same divine caliber, a gap existed between the two. In terms of talent and speed, Vegeta clearly surpassed him. They both struck simultaneously, landing blows on each other's faces, blood trickling from their mouths. With Zamasu absent to tend to his wounds, Black Goku gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Witnessing Black Goku being relentlessly subdued, Zamasu returned, his mindset shaken. How could this be? Zamasu from that world had always enjoyed unimpeded success, having never faced adversity, thus lacking resilience. He had assumed that the alternate version of Black Goku would not succumb to anyone. Black Goku lay in a large pit he had previously created for Vegeta. Now, Vegeta's desire for vengeance was heightened, even more so than usual, and he seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful Kamehameha while his opponent was immobilized. Black Goku could only dodge helplessly, finding himself in a most embarrassing predicament. Your companion is truly a weak coward, never daring to charge forward. With that, Vegeta disdainfully used his energy sword to lift the incapacitated Black Goku from the ground. So, what distinguishes you from humans? You are all just a swarm of feeble, cowardly insects. Black Goku felt a massive wound open in his chest, followed by a torrent of blood. Meanwhile, Zamasu finally regained his composure, utilizing instant transmission to rescue the injured Black Goku and heal him. However, Black Goku's Saiyan physiology had reached its limit, unable to enhance further. The Saiyan body has its constraints. While this incarnation of Son Goku seems far stronger than the current Son Goku, a half measure is still just a half measure. Vegeta retracted his energy sword, admiring the pitiful state of Black Goku. After all, one can never find comfort in another's belongings, unless one invests time to forge a connection. Sensing an unfavorable turn of events, Zamasu utilized instant transmission to whisk Black Goku away from the battlefield, concluding this encounter with Vegeta's triumph. Coward, have you fled the earth? Vegeta expressed his displeasure, though he lacked the ability to teleport. His only means of long-distance movement, the void space, was not readily accessible, leaving him with no choice but to relent. And how long do you intend to hide? After observing for some time, future Bulma finally revealed herself. She gazed at the drastically changed figure before her, her emotions swirling in complexity. I do not know what methods you have employed, but I implore you to cease. She mistakenly believed that Black Goku and his associates were the catalysts for this transformation. Nevertheless, her efforts were not in vain. Upon encountering a familiar face, she witnessed Vegeta reclaiming his authority. Vegeta reverted to his normal state, struggling in agony while clutching his head, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Cursed be this. Do you think you can accomplish anything without this power? Shortly thereafter, the true Vegeta returned, collapsing to the ground in exhaustion beneath future Bulma's astonished gaze. I care not, he uttered before succumbing to unconsciousness. Chapter 42. The truth concerning Zamasu in contrast to the future world. Whis and Beerus were investigating the truth behind this incident in the past timeline. The essence of Black Goku bore some connection to the candidate Kaioshin Zamasu from Universe 10. Let us commence our inquiry with him, Lord Beerus. No, this fellow has likely not made any significant moves yet. Observing Zamasu's seemingly innocuous demeanor within Whis' staff, Beerus deemed it unwise to act hastily. If we confront him directly, he may disguise his true intentions. Indeed, then what do you propose, Lord Beerus? Whis inquired. Has anyone transmitted footage from that grand tournament? Reflecting on the event that even the Grand Zeno attended, Beerus sought to trace a fundamental source. After all, how Zamasu managed his transformation and his peculiar choice of Son Goku were both substantial enigmas. Thus, Whis accessed the private channel among the gods, where recordings of the tournament between Universe 7 and Universe 6 were available, complete with the backdrop of the Super Dragon Balls. Someone has uploaded it. Next time, we must ensure the proper management of such footage. Beerus lamented, realizing that the gods had become the source of all mischief. At that moment, the prophet Zuno hastily contacted Whis. This is dire. A being masquerading as a Kaioshin threatened me for information regarding the Super Dragon Balls. I understand, Mr. Zuno. I shall address this matter immediately. The two then gathered sufficient testimonies and evidence before approaching the current Kaioshin of Universe 10, Gaz. Greetings, esteemed ones. Welcome to Universe 10. How may I assist you? Gaz greeted them courteously, but upon attempting to summon Zamasu for tea, he unexpectedly discovered that the latter was no longer present in the Kaioshin realm. My apologies, it seems an issue has arisen. A sense of guilt enveloped Goku Black, leaving him somewhat uneasy. However, the following moment saw Zamasu hastily returning, plunging the atmosphere into an awkward silence. Only Whis and Beerus appeared contemplative, having concluded that Zamasu was indeed the source of Black Goku. Meanwhile, on the side of the Supreme Kai and his disciple, Goku Black found himself receiving yet another lecture from Zamasu. Zamasu, please inform me next time you venture out, he admonished. My apologies, master, but where did you go? Spare me the vague responses, Beerus interjected bluntly, seizing upon Zamasu's slip. I, too, am a candidate for Supreme Kai. Surely, my whereabouts are of no concern, Zamasu retorted. Faced with Beerus's intimidating presence, Zamasu bent slightly, but began to plot surreptitiously. Then why inquire about the Super Dragon Balls in Universe 7? He questioned, his surprise betraying his true nature. Indeed, there is no need for further concealment, Whis remarked. With a fierce expression, Zamasu threatened Zuno with Whis' staff, leaving Goku Black in utter shock. He had not anticipated Zamasu's descent into madness. Zamasu, how could you? Yes, it was I, Zamasu exclaimed, revealing his true self as his plan unraveled. He brandished his energy sword, intent on slaying his master and seizing the Supreme Kai's earrings. Yet, Beerus was swifter, obliterating Zamasu with a single destructive blow, thus eradicating the threat he posed to Universe 7 in this timeline. Back on Earth, Goku and his companions returned unscathed to their previous timeline, though Vegeta was reluctantly left behind to hold the rear. Damn it! The stubborn Vegeta promptly dragged future Trunks to the hyperbolic time chamber, determined to train for a year. Vegeta, he's still the same, Goku mused, his concern for Vegeta's safety evident, yet he resolved not to dwell on sorrow for long, for the crisis posed by Zamasu still lingered. Bulma, I apologize for our failure to eliminate that fiend. Is it true that the time machine requires a day to recharge? You should rest, Bulma replied, her own frustration palpable as she worried for Vegeta and the future of their world. As Bulma departed, Goku reminisced about their childhood adventures and the Mafuba technique. "Ah, that's it," he exclaimed, excitement propelling him to instantaneously teleport away from the backyard, startling Bulma. In the future realm, upon regaining consciousness, Vegeta found himself staring at an unfamiliar ceiling, surrounded by the scent of rust. "Am I underground?" he pondered, discovering his injuries were not severe. He quickly got out of bed and began to explore the room. The underground base bore the marks of age, with numerous patches evident throughout. Just then, future Bulma entered, carrying some food. "I apologize, it's only a bit of canned food." "Not to worry, I just consumed a senza bean, so I'm not hungry," he replied. Yet, a sudden rumble broke the silence, leaving Vegeta embarrassed, his face flushing slightly. Future Bulma could not help but think of someone as she smiled and urged, "Hurry and eat. The underground resources are still sufficient." After the meal, the two engaged in a conversation, exchanging vital information. "Is little Dance all right?" "Rest assured, she merely requires recuperation. There is no serious harm." "That is a relief. But why have you taken on a form akin to Black Goku?" I would rather not discuss this matter. But I assure you I will never transform again. The thought of it is rather repulsive." Observing the child's striking resemblance to Vegeta, future Bulma felt a mix of joy and melancholy. If she and Vegeta were to have a second son, would he resemble this child? However, she refrained from inquiring too deeply about that timeline. For her, Vegeta had already perished, and she was exceedingly content with the chance to see him once more. In a discontented mood, Vegeta shifted the topic to Zamasu. "By the way, that green-skinned individual named Zamasu possesses immortality, which presents a significant challenge." Presently, Zamasu's immortality undoubtedly posed the greatest dilemma. Moreover, if he were to fuse with Black Goku using those earrings, a formidable immortal monster could emerge. Vegeta proposed an audacious idea, leaving future Bulma astounded. Those earrings can allow two individuals to become one. Indeed, Mr. Goku and Uncle Vegeta utilized them once. The fusion results in immense power. "I see. This is indeed troubling news." Future Bulma furrowed her brow, rapidly contemplating a solution to the immortality issue. Zamasu's immortality was granted by the Super Dragon Balls. She had also heard Zamasu's account, and it seemed that a method to eliminate him would be elusive in this universe. Upon hearing Bulma's preliminary analysis, Vegeta faced a conundrum. It appeared that only the Omni King could defeat Zamasu, but his intervention might obliterate the entire universe. After all, the Super Dragon Balls were far more potent than the ordinary Dragon Balls. "Aunt Bulma, is there truly no way out?" Yet future Bulma remained undeterred, having conceived a foundational strategy. "If we cannot kill him, we must render Zamasu harmless." "Harmless?" "Yes, we must strip Zamasu of his combat abilities or shatter his spirit. After all, his immortality is merely physical. As long as he lives without the capacity to fight, that suffices." Indeed, as expected of Aunt Bulma. Yet how to realize this was another matter. With the limited time available, a concrete method was surely unattainable. "If only I could summon my future self." Future Bulma sighed and lay back, while Vegeta pondered deeply. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired about the current state of the universe. "Aunt Bulma, what about the other planets aside from Earth?" "Though I am unsure why you ask, regrettably, the humans on other planets have likely perished." Lying on the bed, Bulma felt utterly exhausted. She contemplated reaching out to the new Namek, but upon locating the planet, she discovered a stark absence of life signals. Even the Supreme Kai had perished, and nearly all of humanity appeared to be extinct. The cosmic order seemed irrevocably shattered. It appeared prudent to experiment. Observing the eager demeanor of Vegeta, Bulma, perplexed, inquired, "What do you intend to do?" With a confident smile, he replied with a statement that left Bulma astounded. "As you suggested, let us attempt to summon our future selves." Chapter 43. The calm before the storm within the hyperbolic time chamber. Vegeta fully harnessed his foresight as a prodigious warrior. He discerned the immense potential of the red-blue transformation from the battle between Goku and Hit, and began a rigorous training regimen. Truly impressive, just like my father. Future Trunks was astounded by the growth in both mindset and martial prowess of Vegeta, who had evolved significantly over the years. He grasped the gemstone sword that Vegeta had gifted him. On the eve of their departure, Vegeta instructed him on how to activate it and utilize its boundless energy. "Trunks, you must wield that sword." Acknowledging this, Vegeta paused his training, beads of sweat glistening on his brow as he approached his son. Indeed, My current strength is limited. I must tap into other sources of power. Trunks resolutely tightened his grip on the gemstone sword. Then I shall also train you in the art of combat. For I possess some knowledge of the magic that fellow crafted. Yet, boundless energy does not equate to boundless strength. One must learn the true art of wielding it effectively. Although the proud Vegeta instinctively turned his gaze away, Trunks sensed a hint of his father's emotions. I understand, father. Back at Kame House, Goku had begun his training with the Mafuba technique. Meanwhile, in a subterranean base in the future world, Vegeta sat in meditation, motionless, deep in thought. His eyes were shut tightly, beads of sweat streaming down his face, punctuated by labored breaths. Bulma, watching anxiously, recalled Vegeta's recent declaration, I will practice this magic in the spiritual realm for an entire day, so please do not disturb me. I understand, Vegeta. Yet, merely hours later, Vegeta was nearing his mental breaking point. Bulma quietly closed the door to the room, observing him through the surveillance monitors. The other humans in the base rejoiced at the temporary absence of the dark beings, while Bulma silently watched Vegeta's increasing torment. Please, hold on. In the recent spiritual realm, Vegeta repeatedly practiced the fifth magic, one of only 5 spells that remained from another world. Although the ability to reverse time was merely a byproduct of the fifth magic, still in the nascent stages of comprehension, it remained an elusive and formidable endeavor. In the realm of the mind, Vegeta found himself utterly exhausted, while Bardock, who stood by to guide him, shook his head in resignation. After taking a sip of tea, he urged him to abandon his quest, explaining that the endeavor to replicate such feats was exceedingly arduous. For one who had merely brushed against the threshold of the second realm, grasping the essence of the fifth in a short span remained an insurmountable challenge. Oh, is it possible to accelerate the pace of the mental realm 100-fold? I wish to master it within 500 years of mental time. Truly reckless. As expected of my progeny, Bardock, in alignment with his desires, extended the temporal expanse of the mental world once more. Yet the burden in reality intensified by several hundred times. I could no longer compare myself to my former self, burdened as I was. Vegeta gathered his strength anew, vowing to master the art of time travel within 5 centuries. Simultaneously, Zamasu, in a state of emotional turmoil, confronted Black Goku, exclaiming, I have forsaken everything for this purpose. How could this be the outcome? In response to being grasped by the collar, Black Goku maintained an air of calm. I am you, and you are me. I understand your ambitions better than anyone, Zamasu. He spoke not only to Zamasu but also to himself, adding, we possess another trump card. With that, he elaborated on another function of the earrings, causing Zamasu, who had been initially terrified, to regain his composure. In the next moment, the two, both wearing sinister smiles, turned their gaze back towards Earth. Chapter 44. The fusion of Zamasu. A day passed quietly, and all the warriors arrived in the future world. This time, Vegeta was filled with confidence, while Trunks no longer played a passive role. Goku held a jar given by Master Roshi. Kakarot, what is that? Vegeta, unfamiliar with the magical containment wave, was puzzled. It's something we'll use shortly. He replied confidently, just leave that green fellow to me. With that, he proudly displayed the jar bestowed upon him by Roshi, which bore runes inscribed directly upon it to avert any unforeseen incidents. Let us depart, Trunks. Yes, father. The trio soared into the sky in unison, searching for Black Goku. How strange, they seem to be absent. Goku scratched his head in confusion, while Vegeta and Trunks paused to ponder. Did that guy Vegeta actually manage to repel Zamasu? Regardless, we should first head to the base to regroup with them. After all, Zamasu and his allies may have concealed themselves. Goku concurred with this assessment, yet Vegeta insisted on remaining behind, unwilling to allow anyone to disturb his mental tranquility. Resolutely, he stayed back. Father, Trunks understood this sentiment, parting ways with Goku and his father as he approached the entrance of the base. However, an awkward situation arose when Goku was mistaken for Black Goku, leading to a prolonged delay until Trunks vouched for him. How embarrassing, Goku grimaced in frustration, navigating through the fearful and incredulous expressions of bystanders alongside Trunks towards the heart of the base. Along the way, the few remaining human warriors informed Trunks that Vegeta had been placed in Bulma's room, while Bulma was managing the distribution of daily energy supplies in the lower levels of the base. Trunks, you have finally returned. In that moment, the petite dancer, adorned with bandages on her head and shoulders, stood up in a blend of surprise and delight. Upon hearing the news of Trunks' return, She hurriedly made her way to the center to await his arrival. Despite the difficulty posed by her leg injury, she struggled towards Trunks. Observing Trunks approach her with equal joy, Goku quickly grasped the situation. Trunks, enjoy your reunion with your companions. I shall seek out Vegeta first. Is that so? Mother's room is just ahead, Trunks. With that, Goku arrived at Bulma's door and knocked gently. The energy is unmistakably Vegeta's. It seems he is in deep meditation. Perhaps I should refrain from disturbing him. Just as Goku pondered this, the door suddenly stirred, and coincidentally, a perspiring Vegeta opened the door, colliding with him. You're here. Vegeta appeared somewhat off-kilter. What are you up to? Goku, equally bewildered, had long been aware of the intriguing spells Vegeta practiced. Yet he was taken aback by Vegeta's breathless state. Of course, I'm honing my skills to defeat that guy. You should take a breather. I wonder what formidable techniques you've developed. However, the prideful Vegeta merely inhaled deeply, wiped the sweat from his brow, and, with his characteristic arrogance, crossed his arms and declared, I'm perfectly fine. I absolutely do not require rest. When I unleash that technique, you will be utterly astonished. The two exchanged knowing smiles, both determined to conquer Zamasu. Meanwhile, in the underground surveillance room, future Bulma gasped in shock as she witnessed the two figures reappear in the skies above Earth. Meanwhile, Vegeta, who remained behind, charged forward, igniting yet another fierce battle. Go, Vegeta! Future Bulma issued a warning before silently departing the monitoring room, directing the base to prepare for battle. Bulma, she has changed so much, Goku mused, reflecting on the transformation of an old friend as he stepped onto the battlefield. On the other side, Black Goku and Vegeta engaged in an intense struggle, and when they transformed, Vegeta surprisingly shifted into a red form. What? He is even weaker. But it was not that simple. Zamasu initially believed Black Goku would prevail, yet this time, Vegeta effortlessly overpowered him. How can this be? Stop clinging to your delusions. Zamasu. Hearing that familiar voice, Zamasu turned sharply to see his master, Gowasu, accompanied by the god of destruction of Universe 7, Shin Yu. Upon witnessing the arrival of his mentor, Zamasu, consumed by madness, brandished a blade, intent on slaying him. Get back! This god of destruction. Trunks intervened to save Gowasu. Igniting Zamasu's fury, he glanced at Gowasu, now safely distanced by Trunks, and then at Black Goku, who was being thoroughly beaten by Vegeta. It was evident, defeat loomed ahead for him. If you have the ability, come and fight me. Sun Wukong transformed into a shade of blue and released the jar. However, the survival instinct of Zama's, already at its zenith, left him devoid of the will to fight. The psychological scar inflicted by Vegeta had already taken its toll, and now, with Vegeta's evolution, Zama's mental state fractured further. Despite possessing immortality, he remained a pampered deity, untouched by the tribulations and adversities that most humans endure, leaving his mindset fragile. Ironically, his innate perfection rendered him weaker and will compared to those born with flaws. Thus, he fled towards Black Goku, a decision that, while cowardly, ultimately spared him from a fatal disaster. Alas, why? Sun Wukong was momentarily dumbfounded. Originally, he had conspired with the Supreme Kai to have Gavus incapacitate Zama's with verbal distraction, followed by Shin immobilizing him, and finally, sealing Zama's with the Mafuba technique. Yet, to their astonishment, Zama's exhibited unexpected cowardice and fled. Vegeta too was perplexed. The crumbling resolve of Zama's aligned perfectly with his own self-assessment, a timid hypocrite. For the first time, he and his transformed self were in agreement. What a coward. Meanwhile, Black Goku, nursing his wounds, utilized instant transmission to escape. The two Zamas finally resolved to fuse. As they exchanged earrings under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the fused Zamas was born into the world. Chapter 45, Double the Vegeta, Double the Joy. Upon witnessing the birth of the fused Zamas, everyone felt a knot in their throats, especially Sun Wukong, who was drenched in cold sweat. He realized, much like the formidable Majin Buu, they were about to confront another powerful immortal monster. Despite Vegeta's disbelief, he charged forward, only for Sun Wukong to warn him to be cautious. Yet, his concerns proved futile. Vegeta was swiftly sent flying. Having personally experienced fusion, Sun Wukong understood that it was not merely a simple addition, but rather a significant enhancement. Damn it! Vegeta, unwilling to yield, rose to his feet, while the vain Zamas closed his eyes, lost in self-admiration, proclaiming, "This is the power of a god." How shameless! How could he be so conceited, possessing another's body and power? Infuriated, Vegeta pointed at him, deriding Zama's delusions. Yet Zama continued to bask in his self-importance, declaring, "I merely bear the sins of humanity. It is all for this world." With a wave of his hand, countless beams of light erupted from the ground, causing the very heavens to tremble. Transcending to Super Saiyan God, Vegeta swiftly dodged, no longer wishing to comment on the absurdity of Zama's worldview. Truly incomprehensible. On the other side, witnessing Zama's power, the duo of Goku and Vegeta were deeply troubled. At that moment, Shin offered Gavas's earrings, recalling the once truly invincible fusion warrior. He had specifically consulted Gavas and obtained the earrings that allowed for only 1 hour of activity for non-divine fusions in their universe. Sun Wukong gladly accepted, yet muttered, "Humph. I wouldn't he want that." The earrings from their universe allowed for just 1 hour of fusion. Vegeta, it's only 1 hour. Sun Wukong had adorned himself with an earring, yet the proud Vegeta remained obstinate, determined to battle Zamasu relentlessly. It was not until Trunks unveiled his ultimate weapon, the gemstone sword, that he declared his intention to confront Zamasu head-on. "Father, let me take this fight," he proclaimed. "After all, you do not belong to this timeline. Merely seeing you has already brought my mother immense joy." Upon uttering those words, Vegeta visibly faltered, freezing in place, while Sun Wukong seized the moment to whisper in his ear, gesturing toward the ground, "Does it not matter that your beloved Bulma is gone?" Vegeta's face flushed with unmistakable embarrassment. "You, how infuriating." Under Trunks' persuasion and Sun Wukong's insistence, Vegeta reluctantly donned the earring. After many years, when their forms merged into one, the true embodiment of the mightiest warrior returned once more. What is this energy? Super Saiyan God Vegeta momentarily stood bewildered. The energy was identical to his own, a fusion of Sun Wukong and Vegeta's essence. He realized that his original form had returned. In the next instant, an overwhelming force obliterated the fused Zamasu, leaving only half of him intact. "Remarkable. That is the fusion of Uncle Goku and my father," Trunks exclaimed, both astonished and exhilarated. Super Saiyan God Vegeta gazed with admiration at this true embodiment, the fusion of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. This power, this is the might of a fused warrior. He profoundly recognized the terrifying disparity between himself, a mere imitation, and the original. The authentic Vegeta brushed aside the smoke, offering a reassuring smile to his counterpart, who bore an uncanny resemblance yet remained distinctly different. However, the next moment, his smile vanished as he turned his attention to the disheveled Zamasu, coolly stating, "Come now, divine being, I have grown weary of your tired rhetoric." A tremendous blue radiance erupted from his being, and Zamasu had completed his regeneration. How is it possible? Mortals confuse. Zamasu gazed at the familiar face, suddenly grasping many truths. "So, that little brat is a remnant of your original self." Yet, in the next instant, a beam of light pierced through his mouth with blinding swiftness. Just moments before, he had been filled with pride. Now, he was overwhelmed with terror. Zamasu trembled helplessly, his hands shaking as he stared at the furious Vegeta. "Silence," he demanded. "He is the proof of my existence. You should reserve the term remnant for yourself." "Ugh," Zamasu struggled, desperately breaking free from the light sword. He felt both rage and fear toward this fusion born of divine relics. "Accursed human, your filthy existence is a desecration of the sacred." As the fused Zamasu charged forward, Super Blue Vegeta merely smiled confidently, slightly shifting his body to evade the attack. He swiftly moved behind Zamasu, and with a powerful swing of his light sword, he dealt a devastating blow, causing Zamasu to cough up blood as it gushed from numerous wounds along his waist. The divine shall never falter. With a stubborn resolve, Zamasu healed his wounds and ascended into the sky. Just as he intended to unleash another tremendous thunderbolt, the Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta struck him down with a single blow. Undeterred, Zamasu attempted to seize Vegeta with both hands to retaliate, but Vegeta, with swifter reflexes, deftly severed Zamasu's unruly hands. "Oh dear, Zamasu, you've lost your hands." The onlookers marveled at the sheer domination of the spectacle. Zamasu was utterly powerless to retaliate. Trunks was filled with astonishment, and Shin fervently cheered for Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta. While little Vegeta watched in rapt attention, he had envisioned countless scenarios of meeting the original Vegeta, and despite being mentally prepared, the reality of facing him filled him with overwhelming excitement. akin to a fan finally encountering their idol in person. In contrast to the jubilant crowd, Gowes felt a tinge of complexity in his emotions. He realized he had misjudged his choice. Strength is not everything. Observing his disciple, who had plunged into the abyss due to an obsession with power, Gowes shook his head in resignation. Chapter 46. The Azure Light that temporarily saves the future once again. Zamasu faced failure. He was filled with resentment, pondering why, whenever he believed he had reached the pinnacle, a formidable adversary emerged to challenge him. Even to the point of complete annihilation. He attempted to grasp his opponent's form, but in a fraction of a second, his hands vanished without a trace, leaving him oblivious to the moment's occurrence. He also tried to lower his energy and hide, seeking to ambush Vegito, yet Vegito would not grant him such an opportunity. A merciless elbow strike pierced through Zamasu's chest, followed by a devastating blow that rendered all his feeble tactics futile in the face of such overwhelming power. Why? This is your end. Seizing the moment when Zamasu was completely immobilized, Super Saiyan Blue Vegito unleashed his signature technique, the ultimate Kamehameha. With a heart-wrenching scream, Zamasu was obliterated without a single cell remaining. However, Vegito did not display a hint of joy, for he understood that Zamasu's immortality could not be extinguished by mere physical means. He would undoubtedly return. Is that guy truly gone? Little Vegito exclaimed with exuberance, eagerly rushing towards his formidable adult counterpart. In his overwhelming joy, he overlooked certain details. Well, it's only temporary. Upon hearing this, the crowd's spirits dampened slightly. Yet the elder Vegito remained optimistic, extending his hand and smiling as he affectionately ruffled the hair of his younger self. How marvelous! I never imagined I would continue to exist in this way, no longer a fused being, but an independent individual. Oh well, you'll be looking after Goten and the others from now on, since you are also Vegito. Though a bit weaker, you are indeed me, and that is an unchangeable truth. Little Vegito nodded, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment, refusing to turn his head, not wanting anyone besides his counterpart to witness his mortification. In a moment of bewilderment, Vegito gently caressed his own head, while Shin widened his eyes in astonishment, voicing his critique of the situation. Trunks, having undergone a similar experience, merely smiled in silence. After a brief interlude of warmth, Vegito, sensing that Zamasu was on the verge of resurrection, slowly withdrew his hand and solemnly articulated the circumstances. The time for fusion is limited. Although I am unaware of your hidden card, I expect great things. We shall undoubtedly vanquish that foe. Little Vegito proudly patted his chest, earning a nod of approval from the larger Vegito. Then, in a flash of brilliant light, Vegeta, arms crossed and turned away, alongside the incredulous Goku, materialized in their midst. This immortality is utterly unfair. One should never expect much from fusion. Vegeta, displeased, removed his earrings and tossed them to the distant Kaioshin and his companions. What is your hidden card? Realizing he could not defeat Zamasu, Vegeta placed his hopes on Vegito, who had yet to reveal his true prowess. To put it simply, it involves summoning a future version of myself here. Little Vegito scratched his head, perplexed. The group was momentarily stunned. Even Vegeta appeared utterly flabbergasted, assuming his counterpart was speaking nonsense. Is that truly possible? I've only seen Whis utilize time travel. The principle is quite complex. It likely can only be applied in this particular timeline, especially since nearly all beings and deities in this universe are perished, resulting in a chaotic temporal order. Thus, it can be used only sparingly, and no god would dare cause trouble. At that moment, Zamasu re-emerged, having sustained significant damage from the Super Blue Vegito. A fragment of Black Goku within him had shattered, leaving him in a bizarre state, half purple and half green. How repulsive! Goku expressed his disdain, shuddering at the thought of his body being manipulated into such a grotesque form. Do you require time to execute that move? Vegeta had already assumed a battle stance. Approximately 15 minutes, please. With that, Vegeta erupted with energy and soared into the distance, while Zamasu, fueled by rage, charged forward, vowing not to grant them another opportunity for trickery. Vegeta, we must not allow him to disrupt Vegito. I understand without you saying a word. The two, known as Empty Vegito, positioned themselves in front of the mutated Zamasu, while Trunks prepared for battle, drawing forth a shimmering gemstone sword. Chapter 47. To the future, although his body had undergone a transformation, the fused Zamasu remained a formidable adversary. Goku and Vegeta, striving to restrain him, summoned all their might, while Trunks was determined to unleash his full potential. An awe-inspiring beam of white light erupted from the gemstone sword, manifesting a function of the second magic. The gemstone sword could interfere with countless parallel worlds, drawing a modicum of energy from their respective users. Given the infinite nature of parallel worlds, the users effectively possessed boundless energy. Is that all you've got? Zamasu was utterly oblivious to the source of that formidable power as he charged directly towards Trunks. In an instant, Trunks was abruptly cleaved in two before Zamasu's eyes, sliding apart. What? In that fleeting moment, having amassed sufficient energy, Trunks delivered a decisive strike that severed the fused Zamasu. Remarkable. Trunks, you have truly unleashed this technique. Goku was filled with astonishment, while Vegeta wore a proud smile. Trunks felt elated to be of service, yet the agony of his torn muscles contorted his expression. The side effects were indeed severe. Vegeta had warned him that each strike exceeding his own energy by hundreds of times would result in the rupture of a tendon, cautioning him repeatedly about the potent backlash of the gem sword. Trunks, the next phase is up to me and Vegeta. Once that fellow reveals a weakness, you must suppress him. Understood. In stark contrast to the fierce battlefield, Vegeta was channeling the fifth magic, retracing time to reflect upon Earth's history within this universe. This process was essential. Time flows like a river that only moves forward. To navigate against its current, one must intervene artificially, akin to humanity constructing a canal for convenience. This is the reverse current canal. In his vision, the tragedies of the future world unfolded step by step, beginning with the dreadful demise of Goku, followed by the onslaught of the androids, who overwhelmed the populace, leading to numerous casualties. What a cursed world! Vegeta clenched his jaw, his gaze falling upon Bulma, who wept inconsolably at the news of Vegeta's tragic death, and young Gohan, who bore the burden far too early, as Goten was never born due to Goku's untimely passing. This was merely the beginning. Over the subsequent decade, Trunks matured into a young man, training alongside Gohan. Once averse to combat, Gohan abandoned his studies to confront the androids, earning Trunks' admiration until that fateful day. On a rainy night 5 years later, Trunks beheld Gohan's lifeless body and wept inconsolably. In a whirlwind of rage and sorrow, the golden aura of the Super Saiyan ignited once more. Witnessing this, Vegeta could no longer contain himself. The future world was already in ruins, and even then, Zamasu showed no mercy towards humanity. Yet, the present self was no match for him. Is it me you place your hopes upon? He turned in shock. In this realm of consciousness, the only entity capable of manifesting was his future self. He understood well that this future version had sought him out. You? Just bored, merely observing what my past self was up to. With that, the figure yawned. Can you handle that, Zamasu? Do you think so? The future self mischievously winked. You have already witnessed the strength of the fused warrior, Vegeto, have you not? Then, you must have a clear understanding of what Vegeto has become after 30 years of independent growth. Well, how shall I put it? You ought to have a bit of confidence in yourself, shouldn't you? With that, he strode away, leaving only a faint smile on the lips of Vegeta. A colossal cross-shaped light burst forth from the distance, signaling that he had completed the construction of his magic. Had the Earth still been as prosperous as before, he would have been an adversary to all of humanity. However, in the present, this spell merely threatened to disrupt an already chaotic cosmic order. Oh, I leave it to you, my future self, 15 years hence. Chapter 48. The future has arrived in an instant. The scenery on Earth morphed continuously, cycling through the seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. The combatants, previously engaged in battle, paused to behold this wondrous spectacle. Is this the work of humanity? The fused Zamasu reassembled his shattered lower half and, with his mutated giant arm, swatted Trunks aside. At that moment, Trunks, in pain, leaned against his immobilized right leg, where the muscle had completely torn. He was then hurled into a pile of rubble. Trunks, Goku called out anxiously, but Zamasu turned his gaze toward Goku, unleashing a bolt of energy that forced Goku to evade. Foolish humans. As Zamasu expressed his renewed contempt for humanity, he ascended into the sky. With Trunks no longer a burden, Zamasu began to gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, the seasonal transformations halted, and a gentle rain began to fall across the earth, conjuring puddles of various sizes. Zamasu, bewildered, was oblivious to the significance of this moment, while Trunks, resting on Vegeta's shoulder, recognized the rain as reminiscent of the night when Gohan had perished. Is this the future Vegeta? In the rain-soaked night, Trunks felt a complex mix of emotions as he observed the evidently more mature future Vegeta, even in his Super Saiyan God form. The younger Vegeta retained a hint of childlike innocence, while the future Vegeta exuded a silent, mature demeanor with every gesture. Well, I shall resolve everything from here on. As he spoke, Vegeta gently set Trunks down, leaving behind a subtle aura. Suddenly, Zamasu in the sky clutched his abdomen in pain, plummeting towards the ground, forcing Goku and Vegeta below to evade. Strangely, midway through his descent, Zamasu was whisked away by a peculiar purple vortex, landing on a damaged stretch of road. Vegeta followed suit, landing nearby. You cannot die. Rise up. Huh. Back again, are we? Zamasu, veins bulging, charged forward with a fist the size of a cauldron. Yet, Vegeta remained motionless, while Zamasu's massive mutated arm passed through Vegeta's form. What is this? Zamasu pondered whether it was an afterimage or an illusion. Yet Vegeta's energy remained unchanged, indicating the true essence. It seems that the deity is utterly ignorant of spatial constructs. After delivering this biting remark, Vegeta completely passed through Zamasu's arm and transformed into his super blue form, delivering a powerful punch that sent Zamasu flying. Powerless, Zamasu found himself buried in the ground. As raindrops of various sizes fell upon his grotesque visage, he understood that this man was unlike the previous one who had mercilessly tormented him, yet his strength remained formidable. This situation was exceedingly tedious. With that thought, he stifled a yawn and extended a hand, feigning an attack that startled Zamasu into scrambling out of the pit. This scene elicited a chuckle from future Vegeta. No laughing. Meanwhile, the others were spectators, marveling at the extraordinary nature of magic. The transformation of the weather astounded Shin, one of the byproducts of the fifth magic, surpassing his knowledge as a supreme Kai. Meanwhile, Goku collected raindrops in his hands, meticulously studying this phenomenon. Such power was typically reserved for deities of the planets. Who would have thought mere mortals could wield it? On the other side, Vegeta found the rain to be exceedingly peculiar. Just as he contemplated seeking shelter and observing Zamasu, the carefree Goku had already playfully extended his tongue to taste the rainwater. Kakarot, what are you doing? It's just ordinary rainwater. Nothing wrong with it. Vegeta, would you like to try? Pass. Vegeta chose to say nothing further. This single-celled organism was as simple-minded as ever. He could wager that 80% of Vegeta's cautious genes originated from him. Zamasu was utterly suppressed, truly reliable. No wonder he was my disciple. Observing Zamasu's fluctuating energy, the proud father Goku felt a swell of satisfaction. His first disciple was growing exceedingly powerful in the future. Vegeta, however, retorted, you should be thankful he didn't entirely inherit your foolish genes. What? Vegeta, I'm not as foolish as you claim. Trunks limped closer to the two, gazing at the familiar scenery. He still vividly recalled the despair and anguish of that day, yet this time he was no longer pessimistic. He understood that victory would undoubtedly belong to them. Back on the battlefield, Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta effortlessly overwhelmed Zamasu. As he walked past him, countless imprints appeared on his body, causing Zamasu to spit out blood. This Vegeta bore an uncanny resemblance to the fused warrior, yet he was entirely different. Zamasu could not discern Vegeta's method of attack. It was as if every strike had been meticulously planned, with Vegeta merely releasing it from some hidden reserve, leaving Zamasu utterly perplexed. Do you think you can kill me? As Zamasu recalled the futility faced by the fused warrior, he erupted into laughter, realizing this man could not bring about his demise. Indeed, I cannot kill you. Of course. Ha! Because I will ensure you live on, even if the universe perishes. You will endure. The blue-haired Vegeta gazed at Zamasu with an icy coldness, while the latter wore a perplexed expression, until Vegeta closed his eyes and produced a mysterious ring-like object, a relic of the angels, a whimsical trick from a deity of another realm. Perfectly suited to deal with you. With that, Vegeta cast the ring at Zamasu's feet, leaving him perplexed. As he stepped onto the enigmatic ring, Zamasu looked up, only to find that Vegeta had vanished without a trace. What is this? The ring did not shatter. Rather, as if detecting something, a blinding white light surged forth. Zamasu was engulfed in the overwhelming radiance, while the others, having accepted Vegeta's suggestion, took refuge behind the buildings, away from the dazzling light. How strange. Goku was filled with curiosity, yet he remained obediently in place, aware of the peculiar nature of the light. What is this? How to explain? This is something I acquired on Earth in another universe. The inhabitants there refer to it as a relic of the angels. Upon hearing Vegeta's inquiry, he earnestly began to elucidate. This object has a rather twisted activation condition. No human may perish within a radius of 20 kilometers in a single day. As for its effects, you shall see for yourselves. Is that so? Due to Zamasu's massacre, there were no living souls left. How could one speak of death? 2 seconds later, the white light ceased, yet Zamasu remained motionless, and in the place where Zamasu once stood, only a shadow identical to him lingered. The onlookers were utterly astonished, but Vegeta maintained his composure. He approached and stepped onto Zamasu's shadow, retrieving the ring back into the void. This fellow has lost all combat capabilities. From this moment forth, he shall exist in this form. He has entirely transformed into a black painting, despite still radiating his essence. Goku cautiously prodded the shadow, which remained utterly still, silent as the grave. Fear not, my friend. He is no longer a being of this dimension. This world is now safe. Remarkable. Goku raised a massive stone block emblazoned with Zamasu's likeness high above his head, marveling at how the impending crisis had been resolved in such a manner. The others, witnessing Zamasu rendered harmless, were filled with a mix of astonishment and joy. Thus, peace once again graced the future world. Chapter 49. Epilogue. Zamasu gazed upon his former disciple, forever frozen in the stone. He understood that Zamasu had not perished but had instead achieved a cruel form of immortality, eternally posed in this manner. Even if the Omni King intervened and the universe were to perish, he would endure in everlasting agony. But he knew well that Zamasu deserved every bit of it. Farewell. He turned his head and offered his apologies to the victims of the seventh universe. Yet Goku simply set down the stone, smiling and assuring him that it was not Goku's fault. Zamasu was Zamasu, and you are you. Throughout, you never actively committed wrongdoing, so there is no need for apologies. Moreover, you have offered considerable assistance. I have yet to express my gratitude. Indeed, thank you for your understanding. Meanwhile, the future Vegeta gazed at the now clear sky, where the crystalline horizon peeked through the dissipating clouds, presenting a unique charm. However, preoccupied with weighty matters, Vegeta was too distracted to appreciate the splendid view until the proactive Vegeta initiated a conversation. Is that fifth magic devoid of side effects? Recalling the excruciating pain Trunks suffered after wielding the Z sword, the proud Vegeta subtly expressed his concern. My arrival is one of the side effects. The essence of the fifth magic is not as simple as time travel. If there were any dangers, well, articulating them outright could indeed be quite alarming. Vegeta was aware of his counterpart's apprehensions, but chose to hold back, steering the conversation in another direction. What dangers? For instance, misuse could lead to the destruction of the universe? Vegeta refrained from discussing the outlandish scenarios. There once was an individual who employed a method akin to the fifth magic, using human history as fuel, resulting in the utter annihilation of humanity in that universe. With a resigned gesture, Vegeta lamented, "Is it true that Earthlings face such calamities in every universe?" Meanwhile, the god of destruction, Shin, chimed in, commenting on the myriad troubles of that small dot called Earth. Trunks, gazing at the azure sky, excitedly reported through the communicator that Zamasu had been defeated, eliciting cheers of all sizes. Future Vegeta then resolved to seek out Goku. "Mr. Goku, do you still have the button from the Omni King?" "What's up?" Future Vegeta soon conveyed that the current Omni King posed a terrifying threat to the future world, startling the assembly of Kaioshins. With all the Kaioshins gone, the gods of destruction perished, and the angels have all fallen into slumber. This implied that the Omni King was left without companions, and should he become displeased one day, the entire universe might be in jeopardy. Indeed, Goku grasped the gravity of the situation, anxiously pressing the button, which promptly summoned the diminutive, glum-faced Omni King before them. Shin and Goku's attendant, Whis, hurriedly went to soothe his spirits. Much like his counterpart from another timeline, the Omni King developed a keen interest in Goku after a few exchanges. Soon, under the guidance of the assembled group, he was transported to the past, where his counterpart was in need of a playmate. After the Kaioshins and Goku departed, future Vegeta exhaled in relief. The situation had finally reached a satisfactory conclusion. Phew, it's finally settled. Even as the future Vegeta, he was acutely aware of the significance of the Omni King's existence. With his departure, this timeline was rendered entirely safe. At that moment, as if sensing something amiss, Vegeta posed a pointed question. "Are you truly him from 15 years later?" "Of course, As long as I wish it, came the reply. After all, my younger self during this period was too naive. Mastering even the basics of magic within a span of 500 years was exceedingly challenging. Hence I decided to lend him a hand. Oof, not this again. Your demeanor before the Omni King was undeniably peculiar. You exhibited no semblance of fear whatsoever. The astute Vegeta pointed out the inconsistency, and upon having his true nature revealed, the future Vegeta ceased to feign a facade of aloof maturity, allowing a plethora of playful expressions to emerge. Like one who has long suppressed their true self, he could not help but let loose. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, witnessing a face so reminiscent of his own contorting into various foolish expressions typical of Kakarot. He comprehended deeply that this Vegeta was far from the serious persona he projected. Indeed, I may deceive my father, but I cannot deceive you, Uncle Vegeta. The future? Vegeta smiled gently, ruffling the back of his head, then crossed his arms. This outcome was not precisely what I desired, yet it is inevitable that my future will unfold, leaving behind an intriguing enigma. With these words, the fifth magic concluded, leaving only the slumbering young Vegeta in its wake. TCH, you've truly become an unrecognizable fellow. Vegeta could only helplessly cradle the young Vegeta, awkwardly awaiting Goku's return. Chapter 50. Epilogue. As Zamasu fell into complete silence, the people of the future cautiously emerged from their refuge. A few hesitant men led the charge, until the young Mai spotted Trunks limping toward them, supported by Vegeta. Finally, everyone could breathe a sigh of relief. Thank heavens, Trunks is alive, the leading warrior cheered. And after many years, these humans could return to the surface. He rushed toward Trunks, taking him from the visibly displeased Vegeta. Thank you, Mr. Robin. It's a trivial matter. He bears a striking resemblance to you, doesn't he? He is my father. Is that so? Robin was elated. He had heard of Dr. Bulma's husband's demise, yet here he was, alive after the calamity. He felt joy for the reunion of Bulma's family. Your mother is on her way. You shall meet soon. How wonderful. Trunks felt a mix of emotions. What would his father from this timeline think? He recalled the cryptic message received via radio upon his return. His mother had told him not to insist on Vegeta seeking him out, expressing that merely seeing Vegeta would suffice for her. How should I refer to him, Trunks? Robin pondered, noting that the aloof man merely carried a blue-clad child strikingly similar to him, passing by with an air of displeasure. My father is named Vegeta. Ah, I understand. By the way, you're quite injured. Your leg appears to be bleeding. Let me tend to your wounds. Amidst the throng, Dr. Bulma, like the others, gazed up at the azure sky, her eyes glistening with tears. This world once again held a glimmer of hope. Bulma, are you all right? In a moment of daze, Bulma thought she had misheard. That voice was one she believed she would never hear again. At that moment, Vegeta had navigated through the crowd and stood before her, still maintaining his characteristic aloofness, although his tone was subtly tinged with warmth. She turned to him, smiling as she greeted, I'm well, Vegeta. He replied, as taciturn as ever, cradling the sleeping child in his arms. Would you like me to assist you? She teased, gesturing towards little Bebby. Bulma was aware that since Trunks' birth, Vegeta had never once held him, and she understood that being forced to hold the child now must be quite awkward for him. No, this child is mine to hold, he retorted, referring to his son in a somewhat detached manner. He is not my son. He was raised by Kakarot and has nothing to do with me. Is that so? Indeed, he bears a resemblance to Goku. Could it be that you too? Bulma, having already discovered Bebby's lineage through surveillance footage, intentionally teased Vegeta. Watching the reunion of his parents, Trunks smiled contentedly. Though individuals from different timelines were destined to part ways, this heartwarming scene would forever remain etched in his memory. Soon, Goku, exuberant, returned to the future world alongside King Kai. Although he was mistaken for Black Goku and nearly met with disaster, he scratched his head in embarrassment as he greeted his remaining old friends. He was particularly thrilled to see Yajirobe alive, reuniting with an old friend after decades. Yajirobe, in tears, recounted his sufferings to Goku, who comforted him with warmth. I can't believe you're still alive. My apologies for making you wait. You, Goku. Bulma, equally delighted, greeted Goku, glad that old friends could finally gather. Father, would you like me to hold him? Trunks, whose injury had mended somewhat, offered. But the proud Vegeta insisted it was fine and entrusted little Bebby to Goku. Since he is your son, let you hold him. With that, Vegeta, in a huff, turned away from everyone and sat down, while Goku continued to chuckle merrily. King Kai, too, was swept up in the joyous atmosphere and joined the gathering. After a delightful reunion, the four from the past bid farewell to those from the future. Take care, Trunks. Yes, father. Trunks nodded, determined to inherit his father's legacy and grow stronger. Rest assured, this world will be safe from now on. Thank you, Goku. Future Bulma smiled. Goodbye. Please take care of yourself. Yajirobe wiped his tears as he bid farewell to Goku. Amidst various farewells, everyone returned to the past, and the crisis of the future was finally resolved. It's finally over. Sun Wukong emerged from the time machine, assuring Bulma and the others of his safety. Beerus and Whis were indulging in delightful delicacies in the courtyard, suggesting that they had endured quite the arduous battle. Beerus reclined on a bench, contemplating the recent events as a crisis that threatened the entire universe, and given that the Omni King would not pursue the matter, he chose to feign indifference. Indeed, with a hint of pride, Sun Wukong cast a glance at little Vegeta, eagerly anticipating his future growth. Humph! Vegeta approached Bulma, who promptly rushed forward to embrace him, causing a blush to creep across his face. How wonderful! I feel like singing a song. Whis, equally delighted, felt a surge of enthusiasm. Stop, stop, stop! You haven't finished your snacks yet. We'll discuss it later. Beerus, well aware of Whis's melodic prowess, immediately intervened. Meanwhile, in another realm, a man with a cross-shaped scar yawned widely. After days of pursuing a gripping series, he finally reached a satisfying conclusion. The blue-clad Sun Wukong felt a tingle of excitement, captivated by the intriguing future Vegeta. I can't wait to give it a try. No, if that fellow truly engages, the entire 12 universes will be buried alongside you. You foolish oaf, Bardock remarked dryly. Blue-clad Sun Wukong looked incredulous. He was no ordinary being, or perhaps he was something else entirely, and one should not dare to confront him. So mysterious. Bardock shifted his gaze to another timeline, a chaotic melee within a multiverse. This world, too, was restless, and it provided a perfect playground for that young lad. Chapter 51. The Crisis of Transcendence. Following the resolution of the Zamasu incident, the remaining warriors resumed their normal lives, with even the usually idle Sun Wukong surprisingly starting to work. Thus, the three of them toiled together in the vegetable field, allowing Piccolo some time to train at the Supreme Kai's temple. How boring. The weary Sun Wukong yawned and halted the tractor, while Sun Goten busied himself with catching little bugs in preparation for his outdoor activities. Goten, why aren't you at school? Mr. Wukong, Goten just started his summer vacation. Vegeta, who was gathering vegetables, wore a look of exasperation, while Sun Wukong awkwardly chuckled. Yes. When I attended the parent-teacher meeting, the teacher mentioned that as well. Good to know. Daddy is quite forgetful. As dusk approached, Goten gleefully presented his father with a large bug he had caught, earning praise from Sun Wukong for his skills. Now that the work is done, shall we have a sparring match, father? What do you say? Sounds good. Thoughtful Vegeta brought over a bug cage, preparing Goten's summer homework, and cautioned Sun Wukong to be careful. Let us tidy up first. We wouldn't want to damage the tractor. After tidying up, the two quickly assumed their fighting stances. The disparity between them was considerable, and as the match progressed, Sun Goten began to lose ground. Sun Wukong, recognizing this, moderated his strength, ensuring a fair exchange. Goten has certainly grown a lot. Reflecting on the request from Vegeta to take good care of Goten and Trunks, he realized that his feelings of remorse towards the two boys were among the catalysts for his own existence. It is no wonder that, despite having no recollection, he felt an inexplicable connection to them. This father-son encounter did not last long, as the outcome was quite evident. Ultimately, Goten sat on the ground, panting heavily, while Goku, hands on his hips, proudly touched his nose, asserting that such efforts could hardly defeat a father. Indeed, Goku was formidable. Goten, who was not particularly combative, naturally could not match the strength of his brother and father. At times, he felt a tinge of insecurity. Do not be disheartened, Goten, you are strong too. If you wish to grow stronger, both Mr. Goku and I can train you, Vegeta reassured, lifting Goten. The young boy, upon hearing this, joyfully embraced him, making it yet another heartwarming day. As night fell, everyone drifted into slumber, and Vegeta reunited with Bardock and others. Long time no see, Mr. Bardock, he greeted. The latter, engrossed in observing something while manipulating intricate instruments, acknowledged him. Indeed, it has been a while, Bardock replied, brimming with the same vigor as always, or rather, as was typical across most timelines. He was examining a particularly troublesome timeline and mentioned that this time he could exceptionally allow Vegeta to accompany him there. Really? I am quite eager, Vegeta responded, his anticipation piqued by the prospect of adventure in that timeline and the unknown powers within this Goku. At that moment, Bardock, witnessing the chaotic future unfold, lamented the reckless nature of the tournament, which gathered an array of fiends from various parallel worlds. Aware of the peril involved, he had already secured tickets for the event. Without a supreme being like Zeno to maintain order, chaos was inevitable. How foolish. Meanwhile, the duo known as the new number one was captivated by the footage. As they approached, Bardock magnified the image, leaving them nearly slack-jawed. The visuals revealed a chaotic arena strewn with carnage, monstrous beings reminiscent of Frieza wreaking havoc, alongside scattered bodies of Kaioshin and other spectators. Two adult Gohans were seen teaming up against an unseen adversary. Just as the source of the turmoil was about to emerge from the smoke, the recording abruptly ceased. What is this? Goku recognized that those two Gohans were not the ones he knew, yet he instinctively felt an urgent anxiety. Vegeta quickly soothed the agitated Goku. Calm down. Mr. Bardock will explain. I understand your concern, Kakarot. Do not be too hasty. This is merely a potential future. Bardock then outlined the overarching mission, to thwart the shadowy figures responsible for this outcome and ensure the tournament proceeded safely. The competition has profoundly impacted numerous parallel universes. While its tumultuous effects may not reach the dire conditions of Towa and Mira, they should not be underestimated. Ultimately, I hope you will make every effort to prevent this future from unfolding. The two readily agreed, and Bardock nodded in acknowledgement. With a snap of his fingers, a dimensional wormhole emerged before them. He was acutely aware that this journey would be fraught with peril. Do not underestimate any of the participants in this competition, especially you. Vegeta. Huh? Why? Vegeta replied, puzzled, although he had already anticipated the existence of another version of himself from a parallel universe. Bardock had considered this as well, but merely chuckled. Oh, it's nothing. You have witnessed enough to develop a degree of immunity to such matters. Just don't harbor too many illusions about that fellow. Understood. This ISNT my first experience with parallel world travel, Vegeta confidently asserted as he followed Goku, awaiting what would undoubtedly be a colossal brawl. Chapter 52. The Mysterious One. Where did you acquire that mask? Vegeta inquired, perplexed, as he donned a peculiar mask and cloaked himself in a black robe, altering his voice to sound slightly raspy. Ahem, I am here as the mysterious contestant from Universe 21. These items had been meticulously prepared by Bardock, who emphasized that one's identity could serve as a crucial trump card. After all, an unknown version of Vegeta would surely attract turmoil. Huh. You're pulling it off quite convincingly, Goku remarked, his interest piqued. That mask belongs to Towa? Ha. Bardock is quite the thinker. Hee. I find it rather fascinating. Vegeta mused, admiring his unusual attire. But how will you conceal your energy? Goku quickly identified a critical point. Yet, Vegeta confidently pounded his chest, assuring him that it was not an issue. Uncle Vegeta and I have developed a method to mask our divine energy in its normal state, rendering it nearly undetectable to the average person. Really? Then I look forward to your guidance, Mr. Mysterious from Universe 21. Ha. Well, for convenience, you may address me as such for now. All right, let us embark. Having organized their supplies, Goku fastened his yellow belt and resolutely approached the spaceship occupied by the bird people, followed closely by a small figure clad in a black robe and a peculiar mask. Thus, under the leadership of Goku, the illustrious duo from Universe 21 made their grand entrance. After a brief journey, they arrived at the funnel-shaped arena, where they spotted the Kais of Universe 1, the event's hosts. Goku, I see you. Please take your seats. Soon, contestants from other universes will be arriving. The bird people's technology for traversing parallel worlds is unparalleled in this dimension, akin to the miraculous arrival of the 5 great magics from other realms. Understood. The two replied, having gained a slight advantage by arriving first at the arena. It is indeed vast, and the audience is incredibly dense. Curious. Sun Wukong gazed around the spherical arena, which seemed to possess a unique gravitational environment. Indeed, you are here, Sun Wukong thought, as he observed the displeased figure of Sheru, who, as expected, resided in a universe where a version of Sun Wukong persisted. However, this counterpart was accompanied by a peculiar little being, whose presence was imperceptible to him. Soon, other competitors took their positions, filling the venue with a lively atmosphere as various contestants mingled about. Universe 21 was no exception. You look just like me," exclaimed the 18th son Wukong, drawn to an aura that mirrored his own. He approached the stands of Universe 21 and curiously regarded the 21st son Wukong, who greeted him with a cheerful wave. Aside from slight differences in appearance, attire, and a tail, they were nearly identical. "You even have a tail," remarked the 18th son Wukong. You'll understand its purpose in due time." "Really?" The 18th son Wukong, intrigued, engaged in spirited conversation with his counterpart. "Two Kakarotes?" sighed the 18th Vegeta, feeling overwhelmed by just one son Wukong. After surveying a collection of familiar adversaries, his gaze settled on an unassuming figure in a black robe and mask from Universe 21. "Who is that?" Vegeta felt an inexplicable sensation, but he dismissed it, knowing the match would commence shortly. "Seems no one is particularly interested in me," he mused, watching the 18th Trunks and Goten soar towards Universe 10. The primitive Science did not pique his curiosity until a formidable presence from Universe 20 emerged. What tremendous energy! Both he and the 21st son Wukong recognized the creature's overwhelming power. To their astonishment, Broly, the monstrous fighter, was present as well. The organizers were truly reckless. Like the 21st son Wukong, several competitors from other universes sensed Broly's might. "Mr. Wukong, do you know him? That fellow is a once-in-a-millennium Super Saiyan. His energy can grow boundlessly. That is indeed terrifying." Meanwhile, the fourth Bu, realizing Broly's presence, smirked knowingly, anticipating an exhilarating competition. As the match commenced, the announcers declared the first battle, Universe 21 against Universe 10's Hida. "What utter foolishness! Are both sides comprised of weaklings?" Vegeta scoffed derisively, sensing the feeble energies of the combatants, particularly the cloaked figure, who exhibited no aura whatsoever. In the arena, the primitive scion clad in animal skins disdainfully regarded the frail little fighter, launching a punch with ease. Yet, the black-robed figure, like a wraith, effortlessly evaded him, maneuvering behind to deliver a swift double-footed kick that sent Hida crashing out of the arena, unconscious, his body emitting faint wisps of smoke. The entire exchange transpired in mere seconds. What a terrifying disparity! The audience buzzed with chatter, while Vegeta found himself swiftly humbled, feeling a touch of embarrassment at his earlier disdain. How amusing! While indulging in popcorn, Bu found himself unexpectedly intrigued, as a certain contestant had not displayed a hint of energy throughout the proceedings. Chapter 53. Chickens pecking at each other? However, the subsequent matches could only be deemed tedious. Whether it was Universe 8's Frieza battling Universe 8's G's, or Goku from Universe 18 clashing with the Primal Scion of Universe 10. How dull it was. Goku, with a sense of ennui, observed the spectacle while sipping juice and scrutinizing the other competitors. Indeed, within this dimension, there existed a perpetually present Vegeto, whose sudden appearance astonished the inhabitants of Universe 18, yet it was not entirely unexpected. After all, in a multitude of parallel worlds, one could always find a universe where Vegeto existed eternally. He seemed to have always been there. Suddenly, he grasped Bardock's words. One should not harbor excessive illusions about him. For this fused being, Vegeto, was merely a stranger whose essence and appearance bore resemblance to the Vegeto he was familiar with. He realized he should not depend on him. This Vegeto likely chose not to dissolve. He immediately drew a diagonal line between him and the selfless Vegeto in his heart. He was, after all, not the same. Though the matches were monotonous, the antics outside the arena were quite entertaining, such as when the malevolent Kakarote from Universe 13 was addressed as Dad by the Sun brothers. Guffawing, little Vegeto nearly injured himself from stifled laughter, and Goku from Universe 21 joined in, exclaiming that the joy of parallel worlds lay precisely in such moments. Unexpectedly, he found himself transformed into that very likeness. After the laughter subsided, Goku from Universe 21 felt a tangle of emotions. He was quite mad, seemingly grappling with some mental issues, appearing rather neurotic. Yet, that was merely a possibility. This Vegeto was ultimately a wholly different individual. Indeed, at that moment, a new match commenced, with Goku from Universe 21 facing off against Majin Buu from Universe 11. At last, it was his turn to enter the fray. Overjoyed, Goku from Universe 21 immediately began warming up, bouncing around in a nonchalant manner, much like Kakarote from this universe. Vegeta from Universe 18 chose not to comment. while Goku from Universe 18 attentively observed his counterpart from this universe, pondering what experiences had shaped him. Was the divergence point that diminutive figure? Without granting others much time for idle speculation, the two ascended to the arena. How nostalgic. The last time they had battled was ages ago. Goku from Universe 21 greeted Buu with a casual demeanor, eliciting disdain from Vegeta and others from Universe 13, who found it utterly foolish. Buu, somewhat perplexed, remained unaware until Babidi urged him to attack. Then I shall go first. Buu charged forward, and knowing Buu's formidable strength, Goku immediately transformed into Super Saiyan 2, crossing his arms to brace for the impact. As they clashed, the ground shattered instantly. Indeed, you are still as powerful as ever. With a subtle smile, Son Goku of Universe 21 transformed into Super Saiyan 3, his golden locks flowing majestically, and his eyebrows seemingly vanished. Son Goku of Universe 18 immediately discerned the crux of the matter. It appeared that his counterpart had mastered a form of Super Saiyan 3 at full power, exhibiting negligible energy depletion throughout the battle. Remarkable. It seemed as though his energy was not being fiercely consumed. Astonished, Goku of Universe 18 recalled their brief exchange and instantaneously grasped the significance of the tale. So that was it. Vegeta of Universe 18 also found himself in profound contemplation, realizing that the solution to the terrifying energy drain of Super Saiyan 3 lay in reclaiming the long-abandoned tail. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of Universes 16 and 13 shared this revelation, leading to a flurry of discussions. Returning to the arena, Universe 21's Goku, unburdened by the negative effects of Super Saiyan 3, began to gain the upper hand against the formidable Majin Buu. He was acutely aware of his old adversary's limitations. In a fit of urgency, Buu resorted to employing some magic, yet the vast disparity in their powers rendered it largely ineffective. Amid Babidi's lamentations, Universe 21's Goku seized upon Buu's moment of vulnerability and, to Buu's astonishment, employed instant transmission combined with the Kamehameha wave, shattering him into countless fragments. Nevertheless, Buu stubbornly persisted in his regeneration. Babidi exhaled in relief, but before he could even celebrate with champagne, Goku had devised a plan. You are as troublesome as ever. With a resigned sigh, Universe 21's Goku extinguished the crackling energy surrounding him, concentrating his ki and unleashing a barrage of beams to obliterate the remnants. Thus, the contest concluded with Universe 21's Goku emerging victorious, leaving the petrified Babidi to question his existence, as his prideful Majin Buu had fallen in the very first match. In a state of excitement, Goku of Universe 18 approached his counterpart, eager to learn the secret behind regrowing his tail. Universe 21's Goku, with a hint of pride, swayed his tail and revealed the source of his newfound strength. It was the Lord of the Supreme Kais who assisted me in regrowing it. Perhaps you could seek their aid as well. I have no interest in that, Vegeta of Universe 18 coldly retorted, turning away. This universe's Vegeta is equally unapproachable. It's no wonder that Vegeto is so proud. Universe 21's Goku, astonishingly, managed to critique two individuals, perhaps even three. Vegeta of Universe 18 nearly coughed up blood in indignation, while the unexpectedly implicated Vegeto of Universe 16 felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, expressing his displeasure. What an audacious tone, as if you know me so well. In the stands, despite his mask and calm demeanor, the individual beneath furrowed his brow, a flush of anger beginning to surface. What a fool. If he continues to blabber, my secrets will be exposed. Chapter 54. The troublemaker Majin Buu. After a series of matches, the time for intermission arrived, and all participants and spectators indulged in delightful cuisine. The contestants from Universe 10, however, had withdrawn, reflecting upon the moment when Universe 10's Vegeta was effortlessly defeated by Universe 18's Vegeta. One couldn't help but admire the exceptional matchmaking of the tournament. Observing Goku, who was quietly savoring his meal while analyzing the other competitors, he felt an unsettling presence emanating from Majin Buu. Goku surmised that this Buu had undoubtedly absorbed numerous powerful beings from the universe. The auras of his friends lingered faintly around Buu. The thought of all their abilities being plundered and confined within this creature filled him with profound disgust. He cursed Buu internally, expressing his revulsion at the notion that the humans of that universe had been reduced to mere livestock. Consequently, he designated Buu as the prime suspect, considering the likelihood of this troublemaker's involvement in the chaos. As anticipated, Majin Buu exhibited a profoundly restless nature, secretly manipulating the tournament machinery, intent on orchestrating a cataclysmic spectacle in the forthcoming match. The next contest featured Universe 16's Vegito pitted against an unknown contender from Universe 20. Upon hearing this news, the representatives from Universes 18 and 21 were nearly rendered speechless, fully aware that this battle would not be an easy one. It was a reckless gamble. The two benevolent Gokus initially worried for the safety of the audience, knowing that Broly, a notorious madman, would undoubtedly claim numerous innocent lives. Their concern rippled through the crowd, prompting a series of unforeseen reactions, leaving Vegito from Universe 16 feeling rather perplexed. Who was this individual? Nevertheless, he dismissed such thoughts, as he had a formidable adversary to confront. Meanwhile, the other contestants from different universes remained oblivious to the terrifying prowess of the two fighters, particularly the malevolent Kakarot from Universe 13, who deemed Vegito as utterly foolish in appearance. Kakarot openly expressed his disdain for Vegito's hairstyle, which mirrored that of Vegeta, while Vegeta himself mocked the two incongruous tufts atop Vegito's head. As the oblivious Birdman inadvertently awakened Broly, chaos erupted. Countless energy spheres rained down upon the audience, resulting in widespread devastation. Thus commenced the most formidable battle of the dimensions. Initially, Vegito, as a powerful fusion warrior, engaged Broly in a fierce exchange until Broly caught sight of two familiar crab-like heads. Kakarot. With a powerful sweep, Broly cast aside Super Saiyan 2 Vegito, drawing forth a trickle of blood from his mouth, an unprecedented injury since his inception, leaving 16 Piccolo astounded. In the face of Broly's relentless pursuit, Goku from Universe 21 bravely stepped forward to divert his attention, calling out, "Hey Broly!" In an instant, Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 3. However, at that moment, a radiant sword descended from the heavens, intercepted by Broly, who looked up to see Vegeta, having fashioned a crab-like head shape with his hands, exclaiming, "Hey, Broly! I am the true Kakarot." Kakarot. Mad with fury, Broly charged forward once more. Meanwhile, Majin Buu, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, understood that if the duel between these two titans escalated from the solar system into the depths of the universe, it could obliterate the very fabric of existence. Ultimately, Vegeta, having transformed into Super Saiyan 3, unleashed the ultimate Dragon Fist, a colossal energy comparable to the size of the moon, which knocked Broly unconscious. The bird-like beings finally managed to restore their malfunctioning teleportation device, intending to send Broly back to Universe 20. How perilous! Sun Wukong, reverting to his normal form, sighed in relief, but then tugged at his clothing, signaling that the ordeal was likely far from over. I have a foreboding feeling that Majin Buu will not spare Broly. Sun Wukong recalled the inexplicable malfunction of the instruments during the tournament, as well as Majin Buu's subtle maneuvers. Subsequently, the two held their breath and utilized instant transmission to arrive in the vastness of space, where Majin Buu expressed astonishment at their arrival. "I never expected you to come." Before he could finish, a devastating explosive attack struck coldly, interrupting him. Majin Buu, who was not fond of the other Buu, had a straightforward objective: to teach this troublesome instigator a lesson, urging him to temper his ways. "How ruthless! You seem to possess spatial magic?" The other Buu was astonished to find his fragment sent into an alternate dimension, a realm that, though near at hand, he could not access. Uninterested in engaging in any form of camaraderie, the other Buu found the situation exceedingly aggravating. "Stop your incessant chatter." He then unleashed a formidable aura, but was intrigued to see his opponent maintain a state of calmness, piquing his curiosity. "Cease this immediately. He is quite formidable." Sun Wukong opted to transform again, preparing to confront Buu. Noticing the escalating tension, the other Buu merely smiled, clapped his hands, and chose to retreat. "Very well, I shall withdraw. Thank you for the entertainment." Chapter 55, Father and Son? Upon witnessing the fierce demeanor of the two, the other Buu decided to withdraw, releasing Broly from his grasp. Meanwhile, Vegeta intended to pursue Buu, but, sensing Buu's energy dissipate beside Broly, he lowered his fingers from his forehead. It seems those two have resolved the matter. Vegeta exhaled in relief, and upon seeing Vegeta's safe return, Gohan's anxiety was alleviated. Sun Bura observed the two from Universe 21 with curiosity. They managed to make Buu halt his rampage? Indeed, perhaps Buu saw something intriguing in them. Vegeta consumed a Senzu bean, fully aware that Bu was far from benign. That fellow enjoys manipulating events according to his whims. My confrontation with Broly was likely orchestrated by him as well. Returning to the other contestants, everyone was rendered speechless. Gripped by fear, Universe 18 found itself in a quandary. What remarkable prowess! Is it any wonder he is who he is? Sun Wukong of Universe 18 had already recognized the terrifying disparity between himself and the fusion being, Vegeto. The astute Vegeta recalled how effortlessly Gotenks achieved Super Saiyan 3. And if those two little prodigies were so astonishing, one could only imagine the magnitude of their combined entity, Vegeto. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his brow. Realizing that as a fusion, this individual possessed extraordinary potential and likely held some hidden cards. Indeed, it was quite intimidating. The chances of victory seemed almost non-existent. Sun Wukong of Universe 18 offered a wry smile, acknowledging that in a fair confrontation, his defeat was nearly inevitable, unless they could awaken some extraordinary power beyond the norm. Meanwhile, in Universe 21, a sense of security returned, yet Bu cast a sinister glance. Harboring a premonition that this individual's true identity would undoubtedly stir up a significant uproar. He chuckled, anticipating the unfolding events. Following this, a chaotic brawl erupted among some bizarre characters, such as the peculiar clash between Mary Sue and Aral. The girl seemed so astonished that she could scarcely articulate her thoughts. Yet, the girl named Aral struck a familiar chord within me. Sun Wukong of Universe 21 rested his chin in contemplation, observing the bizarre skirmishes until he witnessed Bojack from Universe 6 facing off against Xiaofang of Universe 16. Suddenly, an unsettling realization dawned upon him, Xiaofang. Although he was aware that this Xiaofang was not his granddaughter, anxiety surged within him. He understood the formidable strength of Bojack, an adversary that could only be vanquished by someone of Super Saiyan 2 caliber or higher. Stay calm. His emotions were equally complex. He shared a bond with Son Gohan and wished for Xiaofang not to meet a tragic end at Bojack's hands. Regrettably, in her overzealousness, Xiaofang fell victim to Bojack. Although the contestants could be revived subsequently, the scene of death was profoundly inhumane. Sun Wukong of Universe 21 could no longer bear to witness the unfolding horror. Turning away yet faintly hearing the sounds of Biddy Lee's weeping. What a brutal individual. He silently resolved that if given the opportunity, he would deliver a severe lesson to Bojack. Sun Wukong too cast a displeased glance at Bojack and the others. After a prolonged interval, the match between Universe 21 and Universe 16 featuring Gotenks was announced. Surprised, he anticipated the chance to battle a grown-up Gotenks. Would this version of Goten exhibit some growth? With a mixture of apprehension, he stepped onto the battlefield, confronted by the larger-than-life Gotenks, who pointed at him with an air of arrogance, exuding a sense of superiority. At last, the mysterious one has kept us waiting. Gotenks has arrived. Although unaware of the method by which his energy had been concealed, I am resolutely determined to defeat you. Seemingly calm on the surface, he mentally berated this flippant Gotenks from head to toe, lamenting that despite his growth, he still bore a childish demeanor. What are you saying? Gotenks, feeling quite pleased with himself, swiftly transformed and unleashed a flurry of punches. His opponent, however, remained composed, effortlessly gliding away like a specter, while Gotenks displayed his still childishly naive fighting style. Beneath the facade of his mask, veins began to bulge with frustration, and he could no longer contain his fury. Hurling insults at Gotenks, "Are you an utter fool? You possess not a shred of the requisite skill." His words were laced with a mix of exasperation and indignation, revealing his true voice in his rage, which immediately alerted Gotenks to a peculiarity. That voices. Are you some kind of sorcerer, trying to confuse me with such a crude trick? Upon recognizing the voice of his father, Vegeto, Gotenks stepped back in disbelief, gathering his strength and delivering a fierce kick to the mask. Without a hint of evasion, Vegeto absorbed the blow, resulting in a resounding crash as the mask shattered. The previously indifferent 16 Vegeto instantly became animated, his eyes widening in surprise. He had initially thought it to be an annoying magical trick, but now realized that his opponent was indeed the genuine article. Majin Buu observed with delight the myriad of expressions that flickered across the face of the once serene 16 Vegeto, his satisfaction akin to applauding a splendid performance, punctuated by a triumphant whistle. Gotenks, thoroughly flustered, watched as his smaller father disregarded his outcry. tearing off the black cloak that served as a disguise and transforming into Super Saiyan 2 amidst a flash of light. Faced with that familiar visage, panic set in, and he stumbled backward, exclaiming, "Dad, Dad?" In the audience, Bra, who had always admired Vegito, chastised Gotenks for his recklessness, expressing her disapproval of this smaller version. "Don't be intimidated. His disguise was far too clumsy." Yet, 16 Vegito called out to her calmly, stating, "No, he is indeed my Bra." Back in the arena, Vegito remained expressionless, wiping the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "What a disgrace, Gotenks. Years have passed, and you still show no improvement." Chapter 56, A Father's Love and a Son's Duty. At that moment, the spectators from Universe 18 were left astonished, never expecting the existence of a smaller Vegito. How fascinating. His energy is identical to that of the larger version. The energy radiating from him could not lie. Son Goku, with a playful glance at 18 Vegeta, ignited an odd speculation within the latter's mind. Could it be that in that universe, I am a woman? 18 Vegeta promptly dismissed this ludicrous notion, yet he found himself at a loss regarding the true identity of his counterpart. Back in the arena, Gotenks lamented, "Ouch, ouch, ouch." Gotenks shed a few tears, clutching his reddened chin. Moments earlier, when the diminutive Vegeta launched an attack from below, the smug Gotenks seized his father's foot, proclaiming, "Humph, even if you are my father, you are merely a child now, heh." However, the speed of little Vegeta was nothing short of terrifying, far exceeding Gotenks' expectations. Before the self-satisfied Gotenks could finish his boast, the other foot struck him squarely on the chin. "Indeed, I may be younger, but that does not imply I shall be defeated by you, a half-baked fighter." Ignoring Gotenks' pained cries, little Vegeta yanked back his foot and delivered a fierce elbow strike to Gotenks' abdomen. In that moment, Gotenks fully grasped the formidable prowess of his miniature father. Even a smaller version of Dad was dreadfully powerful. He instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 3, bracing himself to withstand the devastating blow. "It appears you are not entirely foolish. But do you think I will only use one hand?" Gotenks was instantly struck with terror. During the standoff, little Vegeta narrowed his eyes at him. Although he wore a bright and cheerful smile reminiscent of Goku, it sent chills down Gotenks' spine, invoking a deep sense of dread. This innocent yet unassuming grin starkly contrasted with the massive explosive attack he had already gathered in his other hand. In an instant, Gotenks' cries echoed throughout the stage. "How terrifying! You resemble him so much, Vegeta. You are not in a position to criticize me. There are times when you too enjoy delivering unexpected strikes." The equally startled Goku 18 felt a twinge of sympathy for Gotenks, while Goten 18 and Trunks trembled in fear, relieved it was not they who had taken the stage, exclaiming, "How frightening." On Universe 16's side, witnessing his diminutive counterpart's aggressive maneuvers against Gotenks, he merely sighed and shook his head in resignation, observing the overly ambitious child. "If I had known, I would have advised them not to be so boastful." Presently, Gotenks' Super Saiyan May 3rd not even match up to Super Saiyan 2 of Bra, considering both possess a rather lackluster fighting spirit, often slacking off during training. "I never expected much from them. They are just children, after all, and should grow up joyfully." It was a sight too painful to behold. The proud and image-conscious Bra concealed her face, unwilling to voice her thoughts. "Do not say such things. That little one is a part of me, and you would not fare much better against him than Gotenks did. Even at Super Saiyan 2, he likely possesses energy levels surpassing your Super Saiyan 3. Upon hearing this, Bra was utterly astonished. Is that true? Both Piccolo and Gohan shared this sentiment, acknowledging that little Vegeta should not be underestimated. Ultimately, Gotenks disintegrated, and Goten and Trunks promptly surrendered, granting victory to Universe 21. I am infuriated. That Goten from their universe is utterly spineless. Ha ha ha. Do not be too upset. Gohan was even more timid as a child. Goten is already doing quite well. Son Goku cheerfully soothed the completely agitated Vegeta, assuring him that as long as Goten could grow up happily, that was all that mattered. Gradually, the still childlike Vegeta calmed down and returned to his usual demeanor. Meanwhile, in Universe 16, the colorful Goten and Trunks returned to the stands, feeling quite frightened. Even now, Goten had yet to recover from the overwhelming presence of that little father. You've done well. Go ahead and eat a Senzu bean and rest, he urged. The elder Vegeta, usually aloof, set aside his usual demeanor and, with a mix of amusement and exasperation, comforted his two sons. Father, you spoil them too much. the independent Bra commented discontentedly. Oh, should I give you a hug then? The elder Vegeta teased, prompting the proud Bra to quickly find an excuse to escape. He smiled softly, reflecting, she remains unchanged. He then turned his gaze to Gohan, who was looking at the reclusive Videl with a complex expression. Placing a hand on Gohan's shoulder, he reassured him. Don't be too sad, she will return. Gohan nodded in agreement. Chapter 57. Reuniting with Black Vegeta. With the various contestants' performances, the day's competition concluded smoothly, with no significant troubles arising. It was unexpected how strong the Namekians from that universe became after their collective assimilation. Son Goku arrived at the door of the resting room, reflecting on some of the impressive competitors of the day. Indeed, he is exceptionally powerful. Moreover, he possesses some unique abilities. Young Vegeta casually opened the door and comfortably sat in a chair, continuing the discussion about the day's events with Goku. After all, they had come here with a clear purpose, and it seemed likely that some individuals would be eyeing the Dragon Balls. Goku furrowed his brow, sensing the restless stirrings spreading silently. Frieza and his crew have already begun to act. Both felt the subtle movements of Frieza. And even the astute Goku could not help but remark, he is rather foolish. The organizers are not naive enough to fall for such antics. Ignoring Frieza's reckless behavior, they continued to theorize about the suspects. That Buu is definitely involved. Even if he isn't the mastermind, he could very well be stirring the pot from behind the scenes. I believe so too. Goku recalled Babidi, the manipulator of hearts, and a host of nefarious old foes, causing a cold sweat to trickle down his back. We must not underestimate Babidi. There are too many wicked and powerful individuals present. Indeed, a fierce battle seems inevitable. Having said this, the two retired to bed. Perhaps it was the day's intense emotional turmoil, or perhaps it was the unwillingness to be relegated to someone else's subordinate, seizing the opportunity in Bardock's absence. In any case, within Vegeta's heart, the battle had reignited. You remain as stubborn as ever, Vegeta declared, assuming a fighting stance against his ice-cold self. In the 500 years of the hyperbolic time chamber, you were not the only one who grew. He immediately revealed a sinister grin, transforming into his pink form. However, unlike the past, the original Vegeta merely shook his head with a confident smile before changing into red. Do not forget, I am the true master. You have merely tasted a trifling benefit. Following the conclusion of the Zamasu incident, he had discussed this matter with Goku, who was equally astonished but provided reasonable advice. So what? The pink Vegeta charged fiercely, landing a punch on the forehead of the red Vegeta, who merely continued to smile confidently, absorbing the blow. The immense force struck his face, causing the red Vegeta to tilt his head, yet the actual damage was minimal. He quickly recovered, grinning triumphantly. What? Still in disbelief? Despite not having a full confrontation, the pink Vegeta realized he had already lost comprehensively. He staggered back in panic, having experienced defeat for only the second time in his life. The red Vegeta looked at him with keen interest, which only heightened his irritation. Why aren't you making a move? Do as you please. I'm not planning to kill you, and I cannot. Humph, then what do you intend to do? The pink Vegeta was indeed beginning to concede. In his perspective, the one with the stronger fist bore greater weight in conversation. Why not consider collaborating? After all, you are me. For a moment, the pink Vegeta reverted to his normal state, his eyes widening in disbelief. Are you out of your mind? Just suppress me. You no longer need this power anyway. You've always found me repulsive. The red Vegeta was also facing a dilemma, realizing that he harbored too much resentment and a rebellious spirit. You desire strength, do you not? Why not give it a try? Just this once. The black version hesitated, turning away. Currently, I am the weaker side. Do you not see me as a burden? How will you know unless you try? You are Vegeta too. Have some confidence. Hearing this comforting remark, the black Vegeta disdainfully turned away. In terms of temperament, he was particularly stubborn. All right, I'll give it a shot, honestly. That woman has taught you such distasteful rhetoric. Seeing that the other was finally willing to collaborate, the original Vegeta nodded with satisfaction. As Bulma had said, persistence and a thick skin could create the possibility for a proper conversation. Thus, within the realm of the mind, they exchanged divine realms, experiencing each other's power. This is the Super Saiyan God. The black Vegeta transformed into red, feeling quite unfamiliar with this power, which was calm and natural. Clearly leaning towards a more technical strength, this was the essence of pink. The original Vegeta, for the first time, completely transformed into pink himself. This ominous power surged fiercely and violently, resembling blue but consuming less energy. The trade-off was slightly diminished explosiveness and weaker control over the power, resulting in the scene of Black Goku being overpowered by the red-blue Vegeta. This power is too tranquil. No wonder you haven't defeated anyone in this form. Though it is true, your form is rather intense, leading to unnecessary exhaustion. After exchanging their experiences following the exchange of powers, the two understood that collaboration was the sole avenue to attain greater strength. In the next moment, they harmonized their powers, culminating in the successful birth of a novel form. What do you think we should name it? The principal entity, Vegeta, observed the crimson hair and brows of his counterpart, along with his gray eyes, contemplating with great interest. I have no idea, Black Vegeta replied, shaking his head in resignation. He lacked any talent for naming. Well, let us take our time to think of one. After all, we have plenty of time. Chapter 58. Vegeta's Super Saiyan 3 Crash Course. On the second day of the tournament, everyone arrived as scheduled. What awaited them today? Universe 21's Goku sat obediently in the stands, while Universe 21's Vegeta was particularly in high spirits, enjoying breakfast while assessing the various contestants. Have you gained any new insights? Goku immediately sensed a shift in Vegeta, who nodded with pride. Yes, can you guess what I have done? Really? That's quite exciting. Like Universe 21, the other universes harbored their own thoughts, especially Xiaofang from Universe 18. She was acutely aware of the formidable strength of the malevolent Kakarot and even refrained from transforming. Don't be anxious, 18 Gohan and Videl reassured their daughter, as Xiaofang was still merely around 8 years old. Soon, her battle with 13 Kakarot commenced. That Kakarot is considerably weaker than any Goku I know. The evolution of a Super Saiyan hinges on a tranquil heart, and his disposition is utterly deplorable. Vegeta harbored a deep-seated disdain for Kakarot, yet the harsh truth was that Xiaofang could not defeat him alone. I hope Xiaofang can recognize her own strength. 21 Goku thought, also breaking into a cold sweat, as the situation appeared increasingly unfavorable for Xiaofang. However, they were overly concerned. Upon realizing her transformation, 18 Xiaofang chose to concede, allowing 13 Kakarot to advance a level. That was close. 21 Goku lamented Kakarot's brutality, utterly perplexed by the ordeal he had endured. That guy was screaming hysterically the entire time. Vegeta too felt the strain. This nearly pure madman bore some resemblance to Broly. The next match was set to feature the South Supreme Kai from Universe 1 against Goku from Universe 21. It seems it is my turn to take the stage, Goku exclaimed, soaring excitedly onto the arena, facing the South Supreme Kai. Are you Goku? Yes, hello, Supreme Kai. Goku greeted him. While 18 Xiaofang began observing this grandfather figure, noting, this grandfather looks almost identical to mine. The South Supreme Kai was the most battle-hardened among the 5 Supreme Kais, exuding a formidable aura, while Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 2. You are considerably stronger than Lord Shin. Indeed, I am the most battle-oriented Supreme Kai. It would be quite rude, esteemed Lord of the South Realm. As they both launched their attacks, Son Goku moved with remarkable speed, striking the opponent's right cheek first. The Lord of the South Realm did not yield easily. He employed a technique to immobilize Son Goku, countering with a kick, albeit with little effect due to the vast disparity in strength. A bead of sweat formed on the forehead of the Grand Kai, fully aware that the power of the Kai beings had long been surpassed by many formidable warriors present. He understood that the longer the competition continued, the more perilous it would become. I concede, he declared. After a few exchanges, the perceptive Lord of the South Realm voluntarily withdrew from the contest, allowing Son Goku to advance successfully. To his astonishment, that Kai Lord possessed remarkable strength. Son Goku returned effortlessly, remarking that if it had been the Lord of the South Realm, his earlier battle against Majin Buu would have been considerably easier. Well, it's my turn now. Isn't it? The outcome was Son Goku versus Vegeta. Vegeta, though feeling a bit pressured, stepped onto the stage with unwavering confidence, dismissing, I couldn't care less about your origins, kid. Instantly, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, while the other, Veget, merely yawned. Vegeta, now aflame with rage, charged forward, declaring, you are significantly weaker than your counterpart from another universe. Without hesitation, Veget utilized a mere finger to deflect all of Vegeta's assaults, never even transforming into a Super Saiyan. As he contemplated with his chin resting on his hand, he effortlessly absorbed a barrage of attacks from his opponent. Once again, a child faced an adult. with the disparity between the two being quite pronounced. The audience buzzed with chatter, noting, "He is far more powerful than I am." Though she had previously witnessed the strength of Vegeta, 18 Xiaofeng still felt a tinge of reluctance regarding such a vast gap. "You have performed admirably. He is not someone who started from the same point as you." 18 Vegeta offered rare words of comfort. 18 Son Goku proceeded to analyze the situation further, stating, "That fellow's innate talent surpasses yours, not to mention he is a pure-blooded Saiyan." After this, 18 Son Goku gently patted Xiaofeng's lowered head, continuing to elucidate the source of the disparity. "He has already endured numerous battles, thus his combat experience far exceeds yours. We shall take our time, Xiaofeng." In stark contrast to the warm and pleasant atmosphere of Universe 18, the malevolent Vegeta on the field began to question his existence. Even after transforming into Super Saiyan 2, 21 Vegeta managed to shift into Super Saiyan form, which only fueled his frustration. "Ah, you must detest Kakarot, don't you? Do you need my assistance to grow stronger?" At that moment, Vegeta's mischievous nature erupted, intending to impart some experience to the evil Vegeta, even though he recognized the opponent's limitations. "You." 13 Vegeta seethed with displeasure, fully aware that he could not possibly contend with this seemingly diminutive figure, and reluctantly acquiesced to his suggestion. The competitors from other universes reacted with astonishment and confusion, while 13 Universes Kakarot was in an uproar. Under the gaze of the crowd, Vegeta's Super Saiyan 3 training commenced in earnest. "So, are you quite angry now? Do you even need to ask? Let us continue for now." However, the 21st Vegeta found himself in a bit of a predicament. This fleeting anger was utterly insufficient. The 13th Vegeta had only encountered Super Saiyan 3 a handful of times, and this incarnation of Vegeta lacked any truly valued companions. Suddenly, a fierce burst of lightning erupted before the 13th Vegeta, as the 21st Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 3. After much contemplation, it became evident that a dry and monotonous approach was futile. Faced with the utterly bewildered 13th Vegeta, the new mentor, Vegeta, smiled faintly, suggesting that he should first experience the depth of his own limitations. Chapter 59. The Prince of Rock plates upon witnessing the Super Saiyan 3 transformation of Vegeta. The 13th Vegeta visibly faltered, acutely aware of the tangible disparity in power that could not be dismissed through mere bravado. "So, do you have a glimmer of understanding now?" Vegeta casually scratched his nose, savoring the moment as he observed his pupil's progress. The 13th Vegeta was evidently taken aback. This diminutive version of Vegeta was hardly inferior to his larger counterpart. The situation resembled a primitive man wielding a spear against a modern soldier operating a tank, with the gap in power only widening. "After all, you are still a Vegeta, are you not? The Vegeta I know has always been one who values pride above all else. Surely you must be similar?" The 18th Vegeta, feeling the tension rise, exhibited visible veins on his forehead, wishing to step in and discipline the arrogant young one. Meanwhile, the 18th Trunks struggled to contain his laughter. "Trunks, we shall train intensely tonight." Back in the arena, the 13th Vegeta was thoroughly enraged. Lightning crackled around him as he shouted and charged forward, only for the 21st Vegeta to suddenly drop his smile, coldly seizing his fist. What a disgrace and disappointment. The 13th Vegeta, upon hearing this, felt his fury intensify. Regardless of the universe, every Vegeta held a sense of pride. The mockery from Vegeta was akin to trampling recklessly upon a landmine in their midst. His self-esteem shattered. He unleashed a massive explosive attack with his other hand. Yet as the smoke cleared, his youthful visage remained icy and disdainful. "Do you know why you are regarded as one of the weakest Vegetas?" The term weakest stung painfully. Witnessing such despair, the 13th Vegeta's brow furrowed, sweat beading on his forehead as he trembled with a mix of rage and fear. Vegeta released his grip, prompting the 13th Vegeta to instinctively retreat, for he was nothing more than a spineless coward. "Kakarot is just like you. You are all mere worshippers of power, to speak bluntly, bullies who prey on the weak. Look, you are even inferior to Little Fong. At least she confronts challenges head-on." Silence. The irrational 13th Vegeta charged forward in a frenzy, only for Vegeta to vanish from his sight. In the next instant, he found himself directly beneath Vegeta, who delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen, eliciting a spray of saliva. Ugh! The tremendous impact propelled Vegeta into the air, while the final blow came in the form of the Big Bang attack. A brilliant light enveloped him, and the entirety of Universe 13's Vegeta was engulfed in flames. Perhaps in his dying moments, he reflected on the wickedness of his life. Recalling the version of himself from Universe 18, one that led a life entirely different. He pondered how both this Vegeta and his counterpart from that universe regarded him with disdain. Even the larger version of himself merely cast a glance before choosing to depart. The scorn from nearly everyone was palpable. Feelings of resentment, confusion, anger, and a desperate yearning for survival intertwined within him, ultimately leading him to a breakthrough. What a jest! I shall not be defeated by you. Vegeta from Universe 21, resting his chin on his hand, nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that stimulation was perpetually the catalyst for Saiyan evolution. After a blinding flash, the battle-worn Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta emerged. Congratulations! Congratulations! He exclaimed, clapping his hands in celebration of Universe 13's Vegeta's significant progress, simultaneously reveling in his own adeptness as a teacher. Meanwhile, Universe 13's Goku, witnessing the spectacle, felt a surge of envy and clamored for a breakthrough to Super Saiyan 3. The Universe 13 Vegeta, upon hearing this, erupted into laughter, mockingly facing his old rival. Subsequently, like most Vegetas, he swelled with pride. Ceasing his laughter, he turned to face Vegeta and pointed his thumb at himself, proclaiming, "Behold, the ultimate Vegeta." The young Vegeta, upon hearing this, found his movements stiffening. His expression filled with dismay as he reverted to Super Saiyan 2, awkwardly brushing his remaining bangs. With a resigned shake of his head, Universe 13's Vegeta remained unabashedly triumphant, exclaiming, "Haha, you will regret making Lord Vegeta stronger." Just then, Universe 2's Vegeta sent Universe 13's Vegeta flying with a single slap, creating a spectacular rock formation where he landed. What a disgrace! Universe 13's Raditz had nothing left to say, while Universe 13's Goku burst into hearty laughter. Truly a case of fortunes turning. Even Universe 18's Goku couldn't suppress a chuckle, for the scene was undeniably theatrical. Chapter 60, the so-called fateful bond with Universe 13's defeat. Only Goku remained in Universe 13, having successfully advanced. He smugly taunted Vegeta, asserting that no matter the universe, their fates were inexorably intertwined. You really have a flair for mischief, aiding that Vegeta in his Super Saiyan breakthrough. Regardless, he will never amount to anything significant. And that Babidi fellow has likely been haunted by Uncle Vegeta, so he probably wouldn't select him. Upon hearing Vegeta's analysis, Universe 21's Goku nodded in agreement. Fully aware of Vegeta's nature, this proud warrior would never consent to be a pawn in someone else's game. You've thought this through quite well, he remarked, acknowledging his own overthinking. The two then resumed their customary observation of the ongoing battle, soon witnessing an exceedingly enigmatic contender face off against Android 18. This individual, I have never seen before. 21 Sun Wukong stared helplessly at the frail old man, while 21 Vegeta was equally unfamiliar with this contestant. Meanwhile, the Birdman had already installed a gravity system on the arena, fully aware of its implications. Seizing the opportunity, he stealthily took the gravity remote control and, with a series of manipulations, the rusted 18 was mercilessly beaten, an act of sheer villainy. 21 Vegeta had already noticed the old man's subtle maneuvers. He understood that this seemingly fragile figure should not be underestimated, for he had previously vanquished numerous opponents using similar tactics. This elderly gentleman appeared to be quite formidable. 21 Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, sensing the potential of a dark horse in this competition. After a series of scattered confrontations, the day came to a peaceful conclusion. The Birdman provided a remarkably satisfactory meal. 21 Sun Wukong patted his belly in his chamber, his tail wagging with delight, and Vegeta concurred, acknowledging the splendid hospitality of the Birdman, which was indeed delectable. However, during dinner, Frieza's underhanded schemes persisted, as a pressing concern compelled him to contemplate the Dragon Balls. As for the Universe 4's view, he merely wished for the competition to grow increasingly entertaining. Under the cover of night, he discreetly dispatched a doppelganger to bestow vast amounts of experience upon several contestants, particularly enhancing Gotenks' fusion technique. As for the diminutive beings of Universe 21, you are already formidable, and like Sun Wukong and Vegeta, you would not appreciate my direct assistance. The mini Vegeta slept soundly, starkly contrasting with the bold sleeping postures of other Saiyans from different universes. Sun Wukong, too, was visibly powerful. Yet, Bu found himself intrigued by little Vegeta. He had previously extended an olive branch to 16 Vegeta, only to be met with a firm rejection, leaving Bu quite disheartened. Ah, Let me anticipate your response, he mused, gently tapping Vegeta's head with his tentacle. In the realm of dreams, he greeted, Vegeta, it has been a long time. The orange-haired girl waved at Vegeta, but in the next moment, Vegeta shattered the illusion. Do not disgust me with her visage, Majin, he retorted coldly. How heartless, Vegeta. Upon hearing the direct reference to his trigger, Bu realized he had inadvertently stepped on a significant landmine. It seems you hold this Earth woman in high regard. My apologies, he said, bowing in contrition. Vegeta, still displeased, retracted his blazing energy sphere, crossing his arms and casting a frosty gaze at Bu. Speak. Finally, the third day of the competition arrived, and Vegeta was in a particularly foul mood. Ha ha ha, you occasionally find yourself in such a state, do you not? Surely you are not dreaming of Majin Bu. Indeed, it appears so. The boisterous son Wukong was instantly taken aback, astonished that his words had manifested into reality. Soon, the competition commenced, beginning with the battle between Universe 21 and Drive Reiki from Universe 3. In truth, Dr. Reiki had an opportunity to showcase his strength, yet his opponent surrendered on the spot, leaving Vegeta ignorant of his capabilities. The Scion, Dr. Reiki's objective in this contest was quite straightforward, to eliminate a few Scions. And lo and behold, one stood before him, fulfilling his desires perfectly. Forgive me, but I am utterly unaware of your identity, Vegeta remarked, eyeing the seemingly frail old man with caution. The enormous sphere beneath him exuded an air of mystery. No matter, for you shall perish at my hands. With that declaration, an array of frozen demons, including Frieza, suddenly materialized. Vegeta was taken aback. He vaguely understood that these entities were not truly alive. Feel the weight of your race's transgressions, he proclaimed. With that, the three colossal figures transformed simultaneously, their auras formidable and not to be underestimated. The trio of beings was now united. In an instant, Vegeta completed his own transformation, recognizing that these formidable opponents were at least on par with a typical Super Saiyan at full power. He had no intention of granting them any leeway and unleashed a powerful energy blast that sent the three specters to their eternal rest. To command the souls of the deceased? What a morbid ability. Vegeta couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Previous adversaries had been manageable, but if they were acquaintances, you seemed to possess an ounce of mercy, Dr. Reiki mused, recalling how Vegeta had never slain any of his opponents. He understood that the more virtuous individuals were, the more susceptible they were to revealing fatal vulnerabilities before his capabilities. In the next moment, the Scions from Universe 3 gathered closely together. Vegeta, amidst his astonishment, felt a surge of anger at Reiki's madness. What do you consider life to be? They are not your toys. He had previously interacted with the Scions from planet Vegeta, and while they were undeniably wicked, it was not Reiki's prerogative to toy with their lives, especially upon seeing Kakarot and Jin among them, igniting a rare flame of fury within him. Seeing Vegeta's fervent reaction, Reiki was thoroughly pleased. Indeed, the power of nostalgia is potent. Before Reiki could elaborate further, a fierce Kamehameha wave obliterated the gathered specters. TCH, even you madman are here. As the smoke cleared, only Broly, transformed into a Super Saiyan, and the evil Vegeta remained. Master, be cautious, his strength is formidable, the specter of Vegeta warned Reiki. Yet upon witnessing the scene, Vegeta let out a chilling laugh. I never imagined the proud Uncle Vegeta would ever refer to someone as master. No sooner had he uttered these words than the two specters flanked him, charging forward. Yet Vegeta remained steadfast, rooted in place, intercepting their attacks with his hands. The arena beneath him began to crumble, and with a mighty shout, he unleashed a powerful energy explosion, annihilating the two specters in an instant. Merely the souls of two deceased individuals, far more tedious than that of the universe's Vegeta. He withdrew his hands, disdainfully spitting out a mouthful of blood. The combined onslaught of two Super Saions had inflicted minor injuries upon him. Just as he intended to strike decisively and eliminate Reiki, the latter summoned forth a multitude of spirits, those of the contestants who had perished in previous encounters. Xiaofang, his greatest fear had indeed materialized. I never imagined I would end your life in such a manner, Bojack. Witnessing Xiaofang, with a triumphant expression, perched upon the arm of the Bojack who had slain her, was a scene that left Vegeta feeling utterly nauseated. Xiaofang, Universe 16's Dilly, couldn't hold back her tears, burying her face in her husband's embrace, while others from Universe 16 shared in this profound disgust. TCH, how I wish I could swap places with that version of myself. Vegeta, veins slightly protruding, harbored hopes that his counterpart from that universe would swiftly eliminate the potential threat of Dr. Likey. For he understood that the monster hidden within the machinery of the deceased would only grow stronger as the battle progressed. Now, having transformed into Super Saiyan 2, Vegeta was acutely aware of the presence of many uniquely powerful contenders, including the female fighter capable of altering her gender to weaken her own strength. He swiftly dispatched her, apologizing, "I'm sorry, but I had no choice." Following that, he faced the technological man who could sever OOB's arm with ease. His Divine Blade technique was no less formidable than the Keyblade. Vegeta, with a touch of compassion, delivered a decisive blow to eliminate this looming threat, showcasing his astute battle acumen. From the sidelines, Geskako admired 21 Vegeta's prudence and meticulousness, well aware that Likey's spirits were likely no simple matter, inadvertently preparing for battle. And you, Bojack, countless energy beams ensnared him. Despite the overwhelming disparity in power, they managed to restrain him for mere milliseconds, during which Xiao Fang's Keyblade struck from all directions. Likey understood that the advantage of the spirits lay in their ability to swarm, with relentless assaults that could inflict significant damage, yet he severely underestimated the Vegeta before him. Strangely, to the onlookers, both attacks passed cleanly through Vegeta, leaving him unharmed. How peculiar. This is not a mere clone. Goku 18 marveled, and Vegeta 18 was equally astonished. That guy has even learned magic? Before Bojack could gather energy once more, Vegeta extended a sword from his hand, cleaving him in two. In the next moment, he floated behind the bewildered spirit of Xiao Fang like a ghost, his expression filled with guilt, brows furrowed. "I'm sorry, Gohan." This address surprised Gohan from Universe 16. He suddenly realized that this Vegeta bore numerous differences from the one he was familiar with. With those words spoken, a powerful energy cannon was unleashed, utterly obliterating her. "Now it's your turn, Dr. Likey." Vegeta glared fiercely, veins bulging, turning abruptly to fix a menacing gaze upon Likey, vowing to ensure the latter received his due punishment. Chapter 61. There was no sorrow for the departure of Likey. Instead, an extraordinary little fellow arrived. Bu watched with great interest, relieved that he had charged Dr. Likey last night. Otherwise, he would have missed this splendid spectacle. The magic emanating from him was utterly fascinating, a phenomenon absent in my universe, at least. Returning to the battlefield, Vegeta had already charged through wave after wave of the undead army. Seeing the ferocity of the enemy, Likey summoned a horde of cannon fodder for protection. However, Vegeta suddenly vanished mid-charge and reappeared right before Likey in the next moment. "Prepare to meet your end." In the midst of Likey's shock, his protective shield was struck with a powerful punch, beginning to shatter, while the undead machines beneath him crumbled. Thus, Dr. Likey was declared dead. This fellow was merely an undead himself. Little Vegeta gently lowered the machine to the ground, wiping the blood from his face. Was victory now assured for 21 Vegeta? No, it was far from over. "Vegeta, get away from that machine." Recognizing the outcome of the battle, 21 Goku, filled with urgency, reminded Vegeta that the crisis was not yet averted. Heeding this warning, Vegeta hastily abandoned the machine and retreated. As 21 Goku had indicated, a colossal creature emerged from the shattered machine, the very aggregation of all the undead, Hachiyak. Truly, it seemed never-ending. Sensing the peculiar power of this behemoth, Vegeta wiped his face with his cloak, preparing to face this additional adversary. Roar! Hachiak's prolonged roar echoed through everyone's minds, causing immense suffering for those with kind hearts among the competitors and spectators alike. The equally distressed 21 Vegeta covered his ears, feeling a foreboding sense of dread. His power was on par with that of a typical Super Saiyan 3. 16 Vegeta comforted his daughter, unable to break free at that moment, while Geskako contemplated intervening based on the situation. As for the Birdmen, they were so weakened that they lacked the strength to press the return button. "Fool, your opponent is me." Taking advantage of Hachiak's momentary silence after his roar, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 3 and struck him from behind. However, Hachiak was no pushover. He unleashed a tremendous shockwave towards Vegeta, powerful enough to reduce a typical Super Saiyan 2 to ashes. Fortunately, Vegeta utilized imaginary magic, separating his body from the real world to evade this lethal blow. After a brief cessation of his roaring, Hachiak began to screech once more. At that moment, Everyone remained ensnared in the lingering echoes of the vengeful spirit's sound waves, struggling to recover. The renewed sonic assault only intensified the audience's agony. Damn! That roar observing the fallen spectators. Vegeta understood the necessity for swift resolution. He had just discovered that Hachiak's sound waves lasted precisely 15 seconds. Thus, any attack must be meticulously prepared and executed within the milliseconds following the cessation of the sound. 15 seconds from now will mark your demise. Vegeta gathered energy, fixating on the enormous crystal atop Hachiak's head. His instincts assured him that striking this target was the right course of action. Silently enduring the torment, he meticulously counted, secretly dividing the energy sphere into halves. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. After the 15th second, Vegeta surged forward with the energy sphere. Hachiak intended to unleash a light cannon from the front, but Vegeta had anticipated this. With a command, the energy ambushed Hachiak from behind, transforming into a lightsaber that pierced through his head, reducing the severely injured Hachiak to mere fragments. Thus, Leaky and his undead machines were utterly obliterated. What a spectacular display of courage and strategy! Buu set aside his popcorn to applaud the young warrior, while Vegeta disregarded this ultimate jester. Did he not find amusement from me, so he sought it from him? Vegeta chose to ignore such trivialities and began instructing Bra on how to face the upcoming match. Meanwhile, the young Vegeta awkwardly descended from the arena, his attire resembling little more than tattered rags. The organizers, the Namekians, provided him with a new outfit, to which he responded, "Though I might have done the same, I thank you. Do you require any healing? Well, if you could assist, I would appreciate it." Moments later, the young Vegeta returned to the stands, revitalized. Son Goku approached him with enthusiasm, marveling at Vegeta's unexpected lightsaber technique. "That move was fascinating. I would love to try it. It's not difficult. You'll surely master it, Mr. Goku." "Really? I would relish the opportunity to face you in a duel." The next match featured Universe 8's Kurd against Universe 16's Son Bra. Chapter 62, A Life Not Meant to Be. Bra, be cautious and don't rush. Facing his impetuous daughter, Vegeta reiterated some important points. "I know, Dad." Bra, also known as Son Bra, placed her hands on her hips, feeling quite pleased with herself. Her father, however, sighed as he rubbed his forehead. While his daughter was remarkable in many respects, her playful nature was somewhat excessive and lacked consideration for others. "Just don't overdo it. Don't worry, this time I absolutely won T-Transform." With that, Bra stepped onto the arena, facing Frieza's father, Kurd, another scion. Kurd smirked coldly, exuding a formidable aura, while Son Bra, like her father, displayed a confident smile. "She is completely different from me." Bra sensed that Kurd was significantly stronger, a realization also understood by Vegeta. Yet, despite their similar appearances, her energy was entirely distinct from his. Out of curiosity, Vegeta rarely initiated conversation with Universe 16, intending to discuss some matters with 16 Vegeta. The latter readily agreed, and they moved outside the arena. "Vegeta, are you inquiring about Bulma?" 16 Vegeta got straight to the point, prompting 18 Vegeta to pause momentarily before nodding. "Is she well?" "Ah, she is quite well. Have you chosen to be with her?" The pointed inquiry pierced the air, and nearby, the eavesdropping 18 Goku found himself in a rather complicated mood. Much like Vegeta, he harbored concerns for the universe that would remain after his own disappearance, particularly regarding his wife. "No, I have not chosen anyone." The 18 Bulma was taken aback, while 16 Vegeta, with unwavering determination, continued to articulate his reasoning. "For I care for both Chi-Chi and Bulma. Hence, I have refrained from choosing either." A few beads of sweat trickled down his brow. As an unexpected being, his very existence was a mistake. Since his inception, he had meticulously navigated the complexities of both families. "I understand that I am neither of you, and my presence with anyone would inevitably bring about adverse consequences. I do not wish to harm anyone, thus I have chosen not to decide." The 18 Vegeta felt a pang of discomfort upon hearing this. Despite his formidable strength, this Vegeta had likely endured numerous tribulations since his creation, each more vexing than the last. The 18 Goku also felt a surge of sympathy for this Vegeta, recognizing the immense sacrifices he had made for both families, which explained his perpetually serious demeanor. "Ah, how liberating it feels to finally speak from the heart," he sighed, slumping onto a chair, observing the weariness etched on his face. The 18 Vegeta couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, cherishing her own comfortable life. I see now. It appears you have had your share of struggles as well. But what of that bra? How did she come to be? Upon hearing his daughter's name, Vegeta's mood seemed to brighten slightly. She is not my biological daughter. Her origins are quite intricate. Not really? Well, first of all, the name Bra was given to her by Bulma. He shifted the conversation to other matters. By the way, Vegeta, do souls exist on the planets in your universe? What on earth? The 18 Vegeta was taken aback. He had roamed the cosmos for much of his early life, yet had never encountered such a concept. Simply put, it is a unique form of life. Bra embodies such an existence. Is that so? Does she know? Of course she does. Vegeta rose, crossing his arms as he recounted some of his experiences. After coming into existence, he sought solace by taking a job as a cosmic courier. Listening to Vegeta narrate his years of focused work left the ever-lazy 18 Goku and the perpetually irresponsible 18 Vegeta feeling quite ashamed. Through this occupation, he discovered a wondrous planet in the universe and invited Bulma, who was equally idle, to join him. After a series of adventures, they encountered the planet's sentient core, who would later become Bra. Eventually, this spirited girl insisted on accompanying me and Bulma to Earth, forsaking her original identity. As the battle intensified on the arena, the prowess of Cooled was nothing short of astonishing, capable of further transformation in his ultimate form. Bra found herself cornered, resorting to a few choice taunts. Her body adorned with numerous wounds. "Heh, little girl, you are far weaker than your father," Cooled proclaimed with unrestrained arrogance as he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts. Yet, Bra possessed her own remarkable talents. She deftly evaded the onslaught using her limitless instant transmission. Like her father, she wielded an array of formidable abilities, rivaling even my own magic. Boost sampled a piece of candy, and at that moment, he became aware of Babidi-'s subtle maneuvers. "Ah, such impatience. Allow me to assist you." He aided Babidi in concealing certain traces, signaling that a grand spectacle was imminent. In stark contrast to the undercurrents swirling in the audience, the match proceeded with methodical precision on stage. Chapter 63. Who is the Clown? With a powerful energy scythe strike, Sun Bra vanquished Cooled. Rendering the outcome of this skirmish almost predictable, the girl performed admirably. Piccolo nodded in appreciation, but just as Bra stood triumphantly beside Cooled to declare her victory, Cooled suddenly wore a malevolent grin. He was none other than the longed-for Jinyu of Frisia. Change. In an instant, Jinyu, who had been lurking within Cooled, seized an opportunity and executed his plan. Meanwhile, Bra, now trapped within Cooled's body, writhed in agony. "Wait, this is bad. The match is over." The Birdman, seeking to stabilize Cooled's body, administered a sedative. Jinyu chuckled softly, convinced he had acquired a far more powerful vessel. "Farewell, Universe 8. At that moment, 16 Vegeta also bid farewell to Vegeta of Universe 18 and returned to the stands, catching sight of Bra's strange expression. "Hey, Daddy, didn't Ti perform splendidly?" Yet, neither 16 Vegeta nor Piccolo displayed a hint of amusement. They understood that this Bra had been swapped out. "Stop pretending. I know who you are." 16 Vegeta confronted Jinyu directly, his tone fierce. Jinyu, however, chose to embrace the chaos, revealing his identity. Indeed, he smiled slightly, gesturing amicably. "I am delighted to become part of your family, Vegeta." Meanwhile, in Universe 21, Son Goku, intending to rest, stumbled upon a group of sneaky individuals, each concealing their foreheads. Without hesitation, he subdued the henchmen, realizing that Babidi was up to no good. When he attempted to unveil the symbols on their foreheads, the original markings had vanished entirely. Damn it, now there's no evidence to capture him. On another front, Vegeta maintained a stoic demeanor as he addressed Jinyu, unhurried. For he knew that Jinyu would inevitably regret his actions. If you wish to avoid regret, you should promptly return to your original form. Jinyu dismissed the warning, believing Vegeta was merely feigning composure. If you lay a hand on me, the entire universe will be sent back. Indeed, he utilized instantaneous teleportation to transport Jinyu to a desolate planet, a fitting location several million light-years away from the arena. Jinyu was evidently flustered, while Vegeta maintained his indifference, releasing him and indicating that despite Jinyu's intentions to attack, he found himself utterly incapable of harnessing even a modicum of power from this body. In truth, this body possessed little strength to begin with. It is noteworthy that Jinyu, after extensive training, could adeptly manipulate even the form of an innocent soul like Goku. Yet here he was, frustrated by the peculiarity of this unfamiliar body. With a smirk of disdain, Vegeta observed Jinyu's predicament, casually placing one hand on his hip while scratching his nose with the other. What is the matter? Are you dissatisfied with her body? Jinyu, taken aback, was met with Vegeta's leisurely explanation that she was merely an ultimate life form disguised as a scion. To her, this body was merely a costume. She need not transform into a super scion, for her power stemmed from her very soul, and any transformation was merely an imitation of her prowess. At this revelation, Jinyu's facade crumbled, realizing he had become a self-deluded fool. He promptly shed his smug expression, and Vegeta, pleased with this turn of events, offered to return him immediately, thus bringing the body-swapping farce to a close. Dad, transforming into that hulking figure was truly like a nightmare. He was utterly hideous. Upon reverting, Sun Bra voiced her disdain for Gildo's appearance, while Vegeta chuckled silently, surprised to find that even the planet's consciousness held an appreciation for beauty. What? I too take pride in my appearance. When the two successfully returned to Universe 16's viewing platform, 21 Vegeta was engaged in conversation with Son Gohan. Dad, you're back, Son Gohan exclaimed with relief, while 21 Vegeta observed Sun Bra with keen interest. Having previously learned a bit about the planet's consciousness, he remarked in astonishment. I can't believe you have made one of the original ones your daughter. Is that not permissible? Sun Bra retorted, displeased, and expressed her dissatisfaction to this little dad. There was nothing left on that planet. I had no desire to remain there. Faced with Bra's grievances, 21 Vegeta scratched his head awkwardly, unsure of how to respond, while the now matured 16 Vegeta calmly placed a hand on Bra's shoulder. All right, he soothed his irate daughter. Seeing her father take the initiative to comfort her, the bashful Bra decided to retreat to her room for some peace. I apologize, I hadn't anticipated this, 21 Vegeta stammered, feeling somewhat flustered. However, 16 Vegeta reassured her that it was of no consequence. She was simply not fond of her former identity. As 16 Vegeta stood with his hands on his hips, a playful expression adorned his face as he gazed at the smaller version of himself. Pray tell, how did you come into existence, little one? Chapter 64. The Defeat of Buu. The Conspiracy of Babidi. It is indeed amusing to realize that I was raised by Son Goku. Vegeta has also become my elder. How astonishing. 16 Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief at the existence of such a peculiar timeline. He listened intently as his diminutive counterpart recounted various events he had experienced. How intriguing, he mused. I was supposed to vanish entirely. 16 Vegeta suddenly comprehended the rationale behind Son Goku's every action. No wonder that Goku had taken on a somewhat paternal demeanor towards him. Your techniques, too, despite bearing Vegeta's hallmark, are nearly identical to Goku's signature moves. He recognized that this small creature merely resembled him. In terms of personality and behavior, he bore a closer resemblance to Goku. After all, little Vegeta had been raised under Goku's direct guidance from the very beginning, and with a complete blank slate of memory. It was only natural for him to lean towards Goku's style. Vegeta probably doesn't harbor much fondness for you, does he? Just as he despises me. Simultaneously, he cast a discreet glance at 18 Vegeta, who haughtily snorted in response. The very thought of merging with Kakarot was loathsome to him. Well, that was initially the case. But since I often played with Trunks in my childhood, he gradually changed his perspective. Over time, I came to realize that although he relished speaking harshly, he was not nearly as fearsome as he pretended to be. Upon hearing this, the previously indignant 18 Vegeta nearly stumbled in shock, yet little Vegeta continued his animated discourse. Moreover, I trained alongside him, thus acquiring his techniques. From that moment on, I understood that Uncle Vegeta is actually quite amiable. With that, little Vegeta shrugged helplessly. Although this proud and obstinate child had no standing to critique the equally proud Vegeta, it seemed he had become a kindred spirit to that character. 16 Vegeta chuckled heartily, for possessing the memories of the former Vegeta allowed him to see through much. Meanwhile, 18 Vegeta, who had been observing from a distance, hastily retreated, acutely aware that this little Vegeta had gained profound insight into his every word and action. Though the statements made by 21 Vegeta seemed absurd, he had undoubtedly spoken no lies. 18 Vegeta turned away, his cheeks now tinged with crimson, muttering to himself, that little brat is truly insufferable. At that moment, 16 Piccolo, observing 18 Vegeta's retreat, smiled faintly. It appears that the Vegeta of that universe is faring rather well. As the conversation unfolded, 21 Vegeta began to set aside his prejudices, eager to engage more with 16 Vegeta. He concluded that, although not the person he was familiar with, 16 Vegeta was quite a decent individual. After some time, they returned to the arena, where Universe 4's Bu was set to face a mysterious opponent. Do you have any inkling about this fellow? As a cosmic courier, 16 Vegeto is well versed in the ways of the universe. Yet he finds himself perplexed by the seemingly frail old man before him. He contemplates consulting his counterpart from another universe. I am uncertain. This old man is exceedingly enigmatic, appearing to encounter unexpected situations, yet consistently transforming peril into safety. This instance mirrors previous occurrences, as he exploits the hidden vulnerabilities of the competitors, employing a sealing technique this time. What? Bu gasped in astonishment. He had presumed this old man to be merely a high-ranking mage, brimming with confidence that he could confront him directly, only to be ensnared by a fatal weakness. Despite having absorbed numerous formidable beings, Bu remains fundamentally the same Majin Bu. Much like a frog fears the venomous fangs of a snake, or an insect cannot resist the claws of a bird, he is destined to encounter his nemesis. Consequently, fragments of Bu, both large and small, surged forth from all directions, systematically entering the pink egg that Babidi had initially used to seal him. At that moment, Gasparco, visibly shaken, furrowed his brow, recalling the sudden strength exhibited by several competitors in recent days, and he comprehended the sheer playfulness of Bu. He realized the necessity of being wary of this hidden troublemaker. That fellow is certainly not one to be underestimated. The competitors gazed in awe at the multitude of fragments filling the sky. Even if Bu were to triumph, the organizers would undoubtedly disqualify him from the competition. What an extraordinary individual. Even I would likely struggle to contend with him. 16 Vegeto deeply sensed the formidable power of this seemingly unremarkable individual, who had now emerged as a formidable dark horse. Thus, in Universe 4, the once divine Bu had temporarily fallen to the status of a captive, and under the watchful eyes of all, the match endured the most protracted 30 minutes. Following this, Bu broke free once more, emerging in a disheveled state. I never anticipated this. Bu, filled with reluctance, found himself caught off guard. Steam billowed from his form, and he felt the heat rising within. Yet, he had to suppress his emotions before the audience, choosing to exit gracefully, especially with a multitude of top-tier warriors, including multiple Vegetos, present to maintain order. Let us wait and see, he thought to himself, a sinister smile creeping upon his lips, fully aware that Babidi was preparing something significant. Meanwhile, the tournament planned to utilize the Dragon Balls to resurrect some competitors, allowing 16 Xiaofang and others to return. Xiaofang, 16 Babidi, with tears in her eyes, embraced her long-lost daughter, while 16 Bra, sensing Xiaofang's energy, eagerly approached to greet her. Other competitors reunited with their comrades or loved ones, causing a collective relaxation in the atmosphere. Xiaofang has returned. The recently arrived 21 Goku also rejoiced at Xiaofang's return, yet the overly light-hearted ambience heightened his unease. In the next moment, as he turned, his expression grew serious, an ominous premonition surging within him. He immediately rushed towards several nearby rooms, taking advantage of the absence of most competitors, and began to open each door in search of Babidi. Alas, his efforts proved futile, concealed in the shadows. Babidi had already initiated his dark spell. Countless participants vanished in an instant, and Babidi's minions surged into the arena, heralding the onset of a tumultuous martial arts tournament melee. Chapter 65. The martial arts tournament melee. As the 21st Son Goku sensed the sudden disappearance of a vast amount of energy, panic-stricken, he swiftly teleported outside, uncertain of the fate of his companions. Awaiting him, however, were Gula and Frieza, accompanied by a host of assorted henchmen. "Ah, it's you," the 21st Son Goku exclaimed, instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan to confront his long-standing adversaries. The two icy demon brothers exchanged sinister smiles, relishing the opportunity presented by this formidable opponent. "Excellent. Let us begin with you, Son Goku." At that moment, the remaining fighters on the field were the 16th and 18th Son Gohan, while the 18th Biddy and Bra found themselves isolated from their allies. Seizing the opportunity, the corrupted Scions from Universe 13, Kakarot, and Nappa rushed towards them. "Ah!" cried the 18th Biddy and Bra in alarm, while the two Son Gohans found themselves surrounded by a multitude of diminutive Cell clones, rendering them momentarily helpless. Fortunately, The 16th Son Goten had just exited a room. Quick, run, he urged, transforming into a Super Saiyan and sending Nappa flying, blocking the path of their frenzied father. Meanwhile, the 13th Kakarot, witnessing this, scoffed and unleashed a portion of his energy, transforming into Super Saiyan 2. You are truly weak, little brat. Son Goten, overwhelmed with panic and perspiration, recognized that his father only needed to exert a little more force to obliterate him. Nonetheless, he playfully retorted, no matter how embarrassing. I am still your offspring, Dad. Enough. Do not call me that. Kakarot snapped back in frustration. This brief exchange afforded Son Goten precious moments of survival. Get down, Goten. The 21st Son Goku, having just sent the two frozen demons flying, spotted his son in dire peril. In an instant, he teleported behind Kakarot, who was taken aback. Son Goten quickly dropped to the ground. What? Before Kakarot could comprehend the situation, the 21st Son Goku unleashed a powerful blast, sending him crashing aside. Thank you, Dad, the 16th Son Goten gasped, his heart racing as he steadied himself. Just moments earlier, he had narrowly escaped being slain by his malevolent father. This marked the first time he faced the brink of life and death, having lived in peace for so many years. Upon seeing his son still alive, the 21st Son Goku leapt down from the air, supporting him and gesturing towards Biddy and Bra's direction. Get up quickly, Goten. As much as I regret saying this, you cannot rest just yet. Witnessing his father's anxious demeanor, Son Goten immediately rallied himself. Understood, Dad. Soon after, he swiftly soared towards the two isolated individuals. As he departed, the resilient Kakarot and Nappa rose once more, and the frozen demons regained their strength, converging upon the scene. The four individuals, initially unrelated, were now under the control of Babidi, forming a synchronized encirclement around Son Goku. Thus an intense battle became inevitable. Meanwhile, on a distant planet millions of light years away, those ensnared by Babidi's magic found themselves trapped. A few contestants nearly succumbed to asphyxiation. Fortunately, the great sorcerer Geskako was present, creating an enormous protective shield and supplying oxygen. I almost perished, exclaimed Son Goku, maintaining his characteristic optimism. After catching his breath, he expressed his gratitude. Thank you. It's nothing, just a trivial matter. Our current dilemma is how to return. Geskako felt a tinge of guilt. He should have been more vigilant regarding Babidi. However, due to Buu's unexpected actions, he misjudged his primary target. The others were also brainstorming solutions. The coordinates here are too ambiguous. I cannot return either, lamented the only two present who could teleport without limits, Vegeta and Son Bra. It's too far. My father and I cannot go back. Upon hearing this, despair washed over everyone. Trapped here unprepared, they would inevitably be worn down. Damn it, this is your doing, isn't it? Vegeta glared at Buu, who was equally ensnared, yet feigned innocence, portraying himself as a victim. This fellow is certainly no honest person, he thought, contemplating another universe's Uncle Vegeta. Little Vegeta grasped Buu's machinations and chose to treat him as Vegeta had, completely disregarding the seemingly perfect excuses. TCH, you little brat. Vegeta fumed, feeling humiliated by the earlier incident involving 21 Vegeta's execution of the rock slab. Honestly, I gave you a free lesson, isn't that enough? With that, 21 Vegeta adopted a face strikingly similar to Vegeta's, exhibiting a classic Son expression of grievance. Disgusted, Vegeta recognized that the little brat was deliberately taunting him. His frustration boiled over, teeth grinding audibly. Enough already. Yet he was acutely aware that he could not contend with this little imp. Thus he prudently reined in his temper. Do you have no solutions either? In contemplating the myriad of extraordinary powers possessed by the 21st version of Vegeta, the 16th version approached with the intention of inquiring about his plans. Well, there are indeed some, but they are perilous. I shall endeavor to try the technique of imaginary submersion. However, I rarely employ it due to its high energy consumption and inherent danger. Upon hearing this unfamiliar terminology, Buu's interest piqued. He conjured a sofa and reclined comfortably, observing the discussion regarding imaginary submersion. This little imp harbors a multitude of secrets, yet for now, I shall refrain from intervening. The real spectacle is just beginning. Returning to the martial arts tournament, a fragment of Buu quietly scrutinized the unfolding events. On the side of the 21st Son Goku, the elevation brought forth by his demonic transformation had rendered the four villains drastically different from their former selves. The returning 13th Kakarot was even laughing maniacally while transforming into Super Saiyan 3, causing Son Goku of the 21st to break into a cold sweat. He realized it was time to reveal his true prowess. Haha, Goku, did you ever anticipate this? Frieza had also advanced to a further transformation, donning a mask alongside Cooler. You too, Frieza. I shall unleash my utmost strength as well. With a thunderous roar, the entire arena trembled. What? Witnessing another version of himself from a different universe achieving a new transformation left Kakarot utterly astonished, while Cooler was not without a hint of trepidation. Does this monkey possess hidden power as well? As a flash of red light enveloped him, his clothing disintegrated, replaced by a coat of crimson fur. His golden eyes shining with intensity, and his black hair billowing in the wind. Thank you for your patience. Behold, the Super Saiyan Force Son Goku. Chapter 66. The power of Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 4 Goku descended slowly from the air, causing Cooler and the others to feel a sense of foreboding. Although they had completely succumbed to Babidi control, fear remains the most primal response of any being. Even the deranged Super Saiyan 3 Kakarot, who was already mentally unstable, stood frozen in place, recognizing the vast chasm in strength between himself and the 21st Son Goku. I shall no longer hold back. Super Saiyan 4 Goku retracted his aura, fists clenched, and pierced Frieza's chest with a direct strike, while Cooler was also struck by Goku's kick. The two brothers were neatly aligned, and then, with a Kamehameha wave, they were reduced to mere particles, a process completed in less than a few milliseconds. Damn it, I will not be defeated. The deranged Super Saiyan 3 Kakarot charged at Goku like a ravenous tiger, seizing the opportunity created by Goku's previous attack. However, Super Saiyan 4 Goku merely smiled slightly, effortlessly dodging, leaving behind a light-hearted taunt, useless. Moments later, Kakarot collapsed into unconsciousness. Goku had initially intended to eliminate this disturbing lunatic to prevent future troubles until he heard the distant scream of 18 Bulla. Oh no, that Nappa fellow. In an instant, Goku teleported and positioned himself protectively in front of Bulla. To ensure safety, he delivered a punch that pierced Nappa's abdomen. Are you alright? Hurry and rescue Videl and Goten. They are entangled with the little cell. I understand. Upon encountering Bra, Son Wukong charged towards the small Cell Juniors. As Bra had indicated, to the left of the arena, a cluster of Cell Juniors was scattered about, ensnaring 18th Dilly, Son Gohan, and 16th Son Goten within their grasp. Meanwhile, to the right, 16th Son Gohan was engaged in battle with the formidable Cell himself, while in the center, the Supreme Kais were entangled with characters like Kurd and Depura. He was taken aback by the gruesome spectacle unfolding before him. It was utterly chaotic. Hundreds of billions of light years away, an ominous sense of foreboding grew stronger among the onlookers. Father, what shall we do? Despite being a powerful ultimate being, 16th Bra was still a young girl susceptible to losing control. Deeply concerned for her brother Son Gohan and the safety of others. Calm yourself, Bra. I share your anxiety. I am attempting to return, came the reassuring words. As 16th Vegeta had mentioned, 21's Vegeta was beginning to grasp the situation. With his eyes tightly shut, he extended both hands. Striving to forge a path within the imaginary space, he needed a bit more time. Damn it, it feels as though months have passed. Anxiously, 18th Son Goten paced restlessly, while 12's Trunks glanced at his watch, noting that barely 10 minutes had elapsed. Please, remain calm. It seems that Mr. Vegeta has a plan. Very well. 18th Son Goten sighed dejectedly and sat down. Just as he turned his back to the group, a remarkable force emanated from the distance. Others, who were likewise grumbling or uneasy, gathered to investigate. Progress was finally at hand. At long last, everyone, the imaginary submersion is complete. The martial arts tournament had also witnessed a turning point, as Super Saiyan 4 Son Wukong, with overwhelming strength, defeated a host of Babidi's minions, leaving the hidden Babidi astounded. Impossible. Wasn't this foretold in your prophecy? In the footage, Super Saiyan 4 Son Wukong moved as if within an uninhabited realm, dispatching the Cell Juniors with ease. Faced with the Ginyu Force's body-switching technique, he playfully tossed a small fly he had just captured, sealing 8th Jinyu's fate to live the rest of his life as an insect. The other competitors rejoiced, and 16th Son Goten cheered enthusiastically for his father, as events unfolded far beyond Babidi's expectations. Witnessing Babidi's panic, the controlled Threes Bardock respectfully noted that his prophecy was not entirely accurate. That man may not belong to this dimension. Perhaps his existence is akin to a thin sheet of paper drifting upon the sea's surface. Even my prophetic powers cannot entirely grasp his future. What? Babidi was taken aback, astonished by the existence of such an unforeseen individual. At that moment, Threes Bardock felt an intensifying headache, his pupils constricting as he prepared to articulate an incredible future prophecy about the smaller Vegeta. Suddenly, a vast imaginary void opened behind them, revealing 21's Vegeta, who had just connected the pathway. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. I never imagined I would have a day to take you down, Bardock. Ignoring the terror-stricken expressions of Babidi and his entourage, 21's Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 1 and obliterated the beleaguered Threes Bardock with a powerful energy blast. Damn it! Babidi swiftly employed a teleportation spell to escape, leaving the half-baked novice mage, 21 Vegeto, with no choice but to concede. His initial plan to rendezvous with 21 Goku and strike at the heart of the matter turned out to be a mere stroke of luck. How peculiar it is. I had intended for Mr. Goku to serve as the point of ascent, yet here I find myself. Thus, he was compelled to retreat to the sidelines, where the reliable Super Saiyan 4 Goku had already vanquished the majority of their old adversaries. Aside from a few exceedingly unfortunate spectators, everyone had returned to safety. Hey, Vegeto, I've nearly wrapped things up. Super Saiyan 4 Goku gestured towards him, surrounded by a plethora of debris from the defeated Cell. Do you possess this form as well? How impressive. The sight of Super Saiyan 4 left 21 Vegeto in awe. His curiosity piqued as he scrutinized Goku. We'll discuss that later. For now, is it just you who has returned? Well, the dimensional travel was quite taxing, and I expended nearly half of my energy just making it back alone. Is that so? There's still Cell, who remains unresolved. As 21 Goku had surmised, Cell was indeed still alive and had not been entirely subjugated by Babidi. Seizing the chaos to suppress his energy, he lurked in the shadows. Humph, that Goku is unexpectedly formidable. I was worried about him for a moment. He pressed his fingers to his forehead, preparing to eliminate the fleeing Babidi. Babidi, since you wish to use me, Cell, as a mere tool, you shall pay the price. In the blink of an eye, Babidi, who was unwinding in the darkness, barely had time to catch his breath before Cell struck, severing his head. Chapter 67. Confronting Super Buu after dealing with the troublesome Babidi, Cell, now unencumbered, boldly revealed himself to the survivors. You've taken care of him. 21 Goku immediately recognized Cell's dramatic performance, to which Cell responded with a smug smile. A trifling spell. I am not so easily ensnared. Soon, with Babidi's demise, other contestants who had been trapped in the distance were successfully transported back. Everyone rejoiced at the sight of their unscathed companions, except for the entirely unamused Super Buu, who languidly floated in midair, crossing his legs. It all felt rather dull, a sense that this should not have been so lackluster. Though the emergence of 21 Goku's Super Saiyan 4 form was a surprise, he had yet to witness anything particularly thrilling, for this spectacle had only lasted about 10 minutes. Meanwhile, the Grand Kaishin of Universe 1 had taken notice of Buu, realizing that allowing this being to roam unchecked would only invite greater calamity. While Buu may not have taken direct action, the preceding 10 minutes of chaos at the martial arts tournament was undoubtedly linked to him. In the fourth universe, Buu found himself in a precarious position, begrudgingly swallowing his pride, for there were but a few who could contend with him. Soon after, the bird-like beings unveiled another set of Dragon Balls, resurrecting those who had perished merely 10 minutes prior. Thus, all the fallen contestants returned to life, bewildered yet retaining memories of past events, albeit devoid of recollections from their demise. They vented their frustrations towards the now-deceased Babidi. Witnessing the resurrection of these individuals, the Kais felt a twinge of guilt. Perhaps they should not have held such a tournament. They mused that when Buu was initially sealed, he should have been sent back, preventing the current predicament. While the Grand Kai voiced his concerns, the fourth Buu had made up his mind, scrutinizing the scattered contestants. He possessed little patience for merely observing others' battles. Hey, what if we organized a side event? Surely everyone would like to see more action. Absolutely not. I will not host such a competition. The Grand Kai, resolute in his refusal, felt a cold sweat trickle down his brow as he rejected Buu's seemingly reasonable proposition. Although Buu's suggestion had piqued the interest of some contestants, it was met with disdain by others. Upon hearing this, Buu's smile turned malicious. He had no intention of complying. Watching others engage in combat had grown tiresome, and he resolved to seize control of the entire arena. As Bu's defiance became apparent, discontented voices began to rise among the crowd. "Don't let it get to your head," declared the furious 16th Universe's Sun Bra, pointing an accusing finger at Bu. Her disdain for him had been brewing since their encounter on the desolate planet, as his selfish desires had nearly cost many lives in the 16th Universe. Others who shared her sentiments echoed their opposition. "You wouldn't dare rebel against me, would you?" In the face of the warrior's ire, Bu remained unfazed, regarding himself as an almost omnipotent deity, confident that he would not be bested by anyone from this universe. The Kais understood that the arrogant Bu could not be reasoned with, and an inevitable fierce battle loomed on the horizon. This time, however, they were prepared, charging towards the control room of the bird-like beings, aiming to buy time for Bu's repatriation. Bu, aware of this subtle maneuver, sensed the impending chaos. In a mere moment, the tumultuous clash erupted anew. Faced with the fierce determination of the assembled warriors, Bu scoffed, scattering countless shards in an instant. Various factions clashed with these fragments, plunging the arena into utter disarray. "How utterly reckless!" exclaimed the 18th Universe's Goku, transforming into Super Saiyan 3, while Vegeta from the same universe unleashed his full power. The 13th Universe's Vegeta, also in Super Saiyan 3 form, found himself overpowered by Bu's manifestations, quickly succumbing to their might. Meanwhile, the 13th Universe's Nappa raised his hands, performing a salute unique to his nation, and promptly surrendered. "Huh. We hold no grudge against one another, do we? Yet, I still yearn to strike you." The playful Bu would not yield easily, his antics merely serving to vex Frieza in the arena. In the next moment, Nappa's head was firmly embedded in the ground. "You will come to regret this." Geskako was poised to strike when he suddenly realized that Bu had ensnared him early on. Countless glowing orbs swiftly converged upon him. Alas, I should have remained silent. He had not heard Bu's doppelganger, who was basking in self-indulgent glee, proclaiming how 21 Vegeta had reduced him to mere rubble and cast him into the realm of imaginary numbers. Consequently, he separated Geskato's body from the real world, evading Bu's deadly trap and saving his opponent. "Thank you," Geskako thought, still shaken. It was the first time in many years of his existence that he had come so close to death. "As long as you are unharmed, quickly devise a means to deal with his fragments." 21 Vegeta had transformed into Super Saiyan 2, while one of the Boosts clapped joyfully, exclaiming, "How delightful! You are truly a unique Vegeta. What a nuisance!" Meanwhile, 16 Vegeta was engaged in a fierce battle with the fragments. Despite his overwhelming strength, the fragments seemed almost infinite. "This is never-ending. Perhaps I should consider studying magic in the future." In a certain corner of Universe 4, the true form of Bu was relishing the spectacular scene. He stuffed handfuls of popcorn into his mouth, reclining comfortably on an enormous sofa, exclaiming, "Now, this is much more entertaining. Let us title the recorded video Super Bu vs. the Multiverse." After speaking, he crossed his legs, laughed heartily, and continued to enjoy the masterpiece he had orchestrated. Chapter 68. The debut of a new form. The battle against Super Bu raged on, with contestants from various universes showcasing their abilities. Please stay tuned. In front of an audience filled with trepidation, Super Bu assumed the role of a host, smugly summarizing the events. "Oh, everyone, please do not panic." He then commenced a series of commentaries. "The first to attack me is Universe 16 Sunbra, such an eager young girl." In the next moment, transformed into Super Saiyan 3, Sunbra charged towards host Bu, her hands coalescing into an enormous energy sword, aiming to strike true. Die, as fate would have it. Her wish was granted, and the host Bu was cleaved in two. However, another Bu appeared at her shoulder, sighing in resignation. "Really? Why don't you learn a bit of caution from your father? Look at you, all that effort wasted." On the other side, 16 Vegeta, who had been entangled with the fragments, was taken aback. "Bra run, that guy's true form is likely not in this universe." Yet, the exposed Bu remained unfazed. Eliminating him was still an insurmountable challenge, and he had no inkling of how he might lose. "Huh. Listen, your father is far cleverer than you." Frustrated, 16 Bra had no choice but to distance herself from Bu to safeguard the remaining survivors. The host Bu resurrected once more, continuing his commentary. "Now, some contestants have gathered together to create a protective shield. Geskako and the others were also putting up a stubborn resistance. Yet, the one who could potentially turn the tide. Universe 21's Goku, still had not transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Alas, what a disappointment. He sighed, for he too yearned to experience the fabled might of Super Saiyan 4. Do not speak so, for that little fellow possesses even more wondrous powers. You shall not be let down. Oh, is that so? Buu, well aware of Goku's rarity and deceit, sensed a mischievous grin from 21 Goku. Countless boosts then turned their gaze towards a certain individual, 21 Vegeta, who was deep in discussion with Kiskako. Consequently, the meat scattered across the arena began to congregate around the two, providing a momentary distraction for Buu, during which several Saiyan warriors exchanged a few words, intrigued by the unfamiliar term. Super Saiyan 4? 18 Vegeta immediately perked up, regardless of the universe. Kakarot never failed to ignite his competitive spirit. As for this transformation, I shall refrain from using it for now, Vegeta. I have already unleashed it once. And now it is his turn. Otherwise, he will certainly sulk. With that, 21 Goku beamed with delight at the reunion with his old friend Vegeta. Reflecting on the years since last encountering the Vegeta he once knew, he couldn't help but wish to see the Super 4 version of Vegeta once more. If you truly wish to forego it, then use the transformation yourself. I have no interest. 18 Vegeta turned her head away haughtily, maintaining a semicircular protective barrier alongside 18 Goku. Meanwhile, Kiskako and Vegeta had established a rudimentary action plan. I understand. If you can indeed weaken his strength. 21 Vegeta flashed his signature confident smile, indicating no issue, though Kiskako remained somewhat apprehensive. The energy consumption of Super Saiyan 3 is tremendous. Are you aiming for a swift resolution? Like that, Goku, I possess some unique techniques. Although my energy is currently at about half, I should be fine. In the next moment, he withdrew his smile, adopting a serious demeanor as he approached Buu, who scoffed in response. That oversized Vegeta cannot do anything to me. What do you intend to do, little one? Why, I intend to teach you a harsh lesson, Majin Buu. As the Buu smiles faded, wisps of white vapor began to emanate from them. 21 Vegeta smirked with satisfaction, exchanging a knowing glance with Kiskako. What an infuriating little brat. Buu couldn't help but recall the identical arrogant expression he had encountered during his initial battle with the Fourth Universe's Vegeta. Prepare yourself to witness the true power of the Saiyans. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a half-red, half-pink aura enveloped 21 Vegeta's form. To all present, his energy gradually dissipated. What is this? 16 Vegeta's eyes widened in astonishment. He had assumed that in this universe he too had mastered Super Saiyan 4. But the vanishing energy indicated that this was an entirely different power. Upon witnessing this, he proudly curled the corners of his mouth, exclaiming, "How intriguing! Allow me to explore the possibilities of my existence across other universes." The inhabitants of Universe 18 were equally astounded by this transformation, while the malevolent Saiyans of Universe 13 were utterly incensed. Even the typically critical Vegeta of Universe 13 could only clench his fists in frustration before dejectedly lowering his head. Amidst gazes of joy, astonishment, and jealousy, the 21st Vegito swiftly completed his metamorphosis. His crimson brows and hair billowed gracefully, his steely gray eyes radiated determination, and his form, enveloped in a deep crimson aura, transformed into that of his matured self, looking down disdainfully at the numerous Majin Buu, akin to ants. Majin Buu, I've kept you waiting. Let us commence the battle. Although this form is new to me, the Buu were left in a state of stupor. They had believed that Super Saiyan 4 represented the pinnacle of power within Universe 21, only to discover a more formidable trump card. I concede, I underestimated you. Back in Universe 4's recording chamber, the original Buu gasped, spitting out a fragment of candy. How is this possible? Dreadful. I refuse to fall victim to that wretch again. Memories of past fears, dominated by that man, flooded his mind. Had he known such a being existed, he would have ensured his own presence. Enraged, the original Buu rose from the couch, clutching the projector, just another Vegito from a different universe. White steam billowed from his body, marking the first time since his dominion over universe for that he felt such wrath. Chapter 69. The Ultimate Insult. Hey, I'm right here. Hurry over. 21 Vegito narrowed his gray eyes, beckoning the multitude of Buu with a flick of his fingers, in stark contrast to his previous impulsive self. The current Buu was engulfed in confusion. What is this form? Who are you in that, Goku? Buu recalled the fundamentally different transformation of Super Saiyan 4. With a multitude of Saiyans within him, he could distinctly sense the uniqueness of this red-haired transformation. To be honest, I don't fully comprehend Super Saiyan for myself, but I assure you my godly state won't lag behind too much. Observing the Bu, who was lost in astonishment, 21 Vegito withdrew his hand, which he had previously used to taunt Bu, and crossed his arms. He disdainfully tousled his hair, for in his eyes, this Bu was a significantly outdated version, at least within his universe. What godly state? Unyielding, Bu summoned all his copies, for since absorbing everyone, he had proclaimed himself a new deity, spreading his malevolence throughout Universe 4. Undoubtedly, he is perfect, but that is the extent of it. The entire fourth universe has long since become his confined domain, and he, too, finds himself ensnared within the cocoon of information he has crafted, akin to a proverbial frog at the bottom of a well. After all, such talents and wisdom do not truly belong to him, as he absorbed all the scions and other gifted individuals into himself, transforming them into mere domesticated creatures. The potential of this universe was suffocated by his own hands. Faced with the overwhelming manifestations of Bu, the warriors felt a fleeting sense of relief at their temporary escape. Yet their concerns swiftly turned to the fate of 21 Vegeta. However, this very situation was precisely as 21 Vegeta had planned. How fortuitous. With a playful smile, he understood that pure strength alone could not eradicate such an enemy completely. The example of Zamasu, an indestructible being, had taught him that confronting such foes head-on would only lead to his own demise. With this resolution, 21 Vegeta silently mused. You are far easier to deal with than that Zamasu fellow. In the next moment, he extended his palms, dark red energy coalescing within them, forming chains of energy. What? The Bu manifestations were taken aback, their vast disparity in power rendering them impotent. Countless fragments were thus ensnared in midair. The immense pink wave suspended just before it could strike 21 Vegeta, a sight that was truly breathtaking. I am neither Goku nor Vegeta. Therefore, when confronted with formidable foes, it is not necessary for me to be as straightforward as they are. Witnessing the unscrupulous tactics of 21 Vegeta, the numerous Boosts desperately attempted to resist. They had intended to employ various forms of magic to escape, but another powerful sorcerer present, Geskako, swiftly silenced Bu, enforcing a profound stillness upon all. It is worth noting that 21 Vegeta's banter had afforded him considerable time. I shall no longer allow you to act with impunity. With a fierce shout, the myriad fragments in the air coalesced into a singular mass, ultimately settling obediently in the hands of 21 Vegeta. How infuriating! The pink sphere immediately bristled with veins, directing a flurry of impolite remarks towards 21 Vegeta, who merely responded with a nonchalant smile, affirming, yes, you are entirely correct. Seeing the utterly neutralized Bu, the warriors swiftly gathered around 21 Vegeta, reveling in the spectacle. You've met your match today. 16 Vegeta initially stifled his laughter, but ultimately succumbed to hearty laughter. 16 Bra even went so far as to mockingly ride on Bu's face, making an internationally recognized friendly gesture. Goku and Vegeta from Universe 18 also expressed their delight, as did the entire Frost Demon family, with their sharp jibes. You are truly popular, Mr. Bu. Silence. Shortly thereafter, with the assistance of the Kaioshins, the Birdman successfully activated the repatriation device, marking the grand conclusion of the ultimate humiliation directed at Majin Bu. Chapter 70 draws to a close. Amidst a chorus of laughter and joy, the crowd cheerfully bid farewell to Super Bu, signaling a return to the competition's rightful course. Meanwhile, the representatives of Universe 21 engaged in discussions regarding their withdrawal from the tournament, leaving Goku from Universe 18 quite disheartened. Wait, are you two really dropping out? Goku's reaction was the most pronounced, his naivety preventing him from perceiving the secrets harbored by the duo from Universe 21. Are you foolish? These two are likely not from the same universe. The astute Vegeta from Universe 18 had already discerned numerous clues, particularly noting that when Vegito from Universe 21 accessed the state of divinity, they would unexpectedly converge, hinting at ulterior motives for their participation in this contest. At the moment Vegeta expressed his insights, a blinding light erupted before the assembly, prompting most to shield their eyes, except for the two from Universe 21. When the others finally opened their eyes, they beheld a figure adorned with a distinct crab-like head, marked by a cross-shaped scar on his face. The newcomer was none other than the time traveler, Bardock. The sight of this simultaneously unfamiliar and familiar figure sparked a flurry of murmurs among the crowd, while Bardock, displaying an emotionless demeanor, traversed through the astonished gazes. "Great Kaishin, are you still alive?" he addressed with a tone laced with irreverence. Yet his expression remained indifferent, as if he had foreseen everything. "Indeed, I am well, Mr. Bardock," the great Kaishin replied respectfully, stepping down from the platform and bowing to Bardock amidst the reverential stares of his companions. "Is that so? You should have known, as I have already outlined all the dangers for you. I apologize, and I am grateful for the assistance of your companions." Witnessing such a surreal scene, the hidden Bardock, who had been observing from the shadows, could no longer contain his curiosity and stepped forward, scrutinizing his counterpart. "Who exactly am I?" Kiskako, who had just expressed his gratitude to Vegito from Universe 21, also turned his gaze towards Bardock, realizing the extraordinary nature of the time traveler. He possessed the ability to traverse multiple dimensions, a power that allowed him to connect with the Kaishins. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the two continued their dialogue. A tale from the past unfolded as they spoke, due to Universe 1's unforeseen development of parallel world traversal technology. The time traveler Bardock had taken an early interest in this universe, fully aware of the terrifying taboo associated with the interconnection of parallel universes. The intertwining of countless possibilities invariably leads to endless chaos, and he had witnessed far too many tragedies of a similar nature. Thus, when the Kaishins intended to host this tournament, he endeavored to thwart their plans, ultimately reaching a compromise that allowed the event to proceed, provided that sufficiently powerful individuals were present to maintain order and prevent unforeseen incidents. "So you two are here specifically to eliminate the disruptive elements from the competition?" Goku from Universe 18 exclaimed in realization, finally comprehending the series of truths behind their presence. "Ha ha ha, so there's also a desire to battle formidable opponents." In the next moment, Goku from Universe 21 and his alternate self chattered incessantly, much to the chagrin of Vegeta from Universe 18, who found their noise utterly unbearable. "It's so loud." In Universe 16, 16 Sun Bra suddenly approached the yawning 21 Vegeta with a jolt. "Do you recognize being similar to myself?" she inquired. "Huh, what do you mean?" "I've merely heard a few rumors," he replied, his expression turning bewildered. His understanding of such ultimate life forms was limited to a few tidbits shared by time traveler Bardock. The first living entity he encountered was Sun Bra herself. "Why do you emit other energies?" The young girl insisted that her father had encountered others, leaving 21 Vegeta even more perplexed. He found it baffling how he might be connected to this notion. "Bra, do not press him too hard. Everyone harbors secrets," Bardock interjected. "All right, I understand," Sun Bra conceded, obediently departing. As she left, 16 Vegeta pondered, sensing that this was not a final farewell. Perhaps, in the future or even in some distant past, he would meet this intriguing little being again. "I apologize. She can be quite willful and troublesome," he said. "It's quite all right. In fact, she has reminded me." Soon after, time traveler Bardock concluded his discussions with the Supreme Kai and escorted the group from Universe 21 back. They sped through a long, dark tunnel. "Mr. Bardock, have we met before?" one inquired. "Yes," Bardock replied playfully, his flippant demeanor irking Vegeta, who frowned. "Can't you just say something? I'm genuinely curious." "Well, I don't know either," Bardock shrugged helplessly. Vegeta and Sun Wukong nearly stumbled upon hearing this simple response. "Can't you use your invincible projection room to figure it out?" Sun Wukong lamented, having assumed Bardock would know everything. Faced with the disappointment of his eldest son, Bardock solemnly remarked, "That individual has probably concealed themselves through some mysterious means. I have a feeling that in the future, they will undoubtedly appear before everyone in plain sight." "That sounds like saying nothing," Sun Wukong was about to retort when Bardock cast a stern glance back, silencing him. Thus, the time-space martial arts tournament returned to its rightful order, and the outcomes of the battles held little significance to these three. In the future, they would encounter even greater crises. Chapter 1. Farewell to an old acquaintance. In a certain part of the universe, a colossal prison stood, housing countless nefarious individuals. Among them was Moro, who had once nearly obliterated the entire universe. However, the once mighty Demon King was no longer as formidable. He was now merely an inmate within this planetary prison. At least for now, he remains as such. Returning to this peaceful Earth, with the school term commencing tomorrow, the Sun brothers arrived in the city of Shidu to register. Time indeed flies. After all, no child can resist the joy of summer vacation. A somewhat disheartened Goten pouted, while Vegeta affectionately ruffled his little brother's hair. Don't be too downcast. After we finish registering, let us indulge in some delicious food. Really? Thank you, brother. With the prospect of a culinary treat as a consolation, Goten's spirits lifted considerably, becoming more enthusiastic about the registration process. By the way, can we perhaps visit Biddy Lee and the others? Satan City isn't too far from here. Reflecting on Gohan, who had been diligently working, Goten felt a longing to see his elder brother, as their opportunities to meet had diminished significantly since their separation. Of course, let us set off quickly. Okay. The two moved at a remarkable pace, chatting merrily as they arrived in front of the school, even surpassing some slow-moving cars along the way, astonishing passers-by. One elderly sanitation worker, witnessing this scene, rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Am I seeing things? Upon entering the school, Goten's homeroom teacher had been waiting for some time. Oh, it's you. The plump female teacher recognized the familiar face and marked a check next to son Goten's name in her attendance book. That's all set. Please be careful on your way back. Vegeta also flashed a bright smile at the teacher to express his gratitude. Thank you very much. Despite a few unexpected hiccups, their journey proceeded smoothly, and the duo soon found themselves in an affordable restaurant. The receptionist, a man with a tiger's head, was astonished to see the two children ordering an enormous feast. However, upon realizing that Vegeta could easily afford such a grand bill, he raised no objections. Before long, a sumptuous banquet filled the table. Wow, it looks absolutely fantastic. As Goten began to devour the home-cooked dishes heartily, Vegeta took out his phone to video call Biddy Lee. Is Gohan at home today? Yes, he has a rare day off. Are you coming to play? That's great. Goten is here in Shidu to register today. He then aimed his phone at Goten, who was puffing up his cheeks like a squirrel, eliciting a soft chuckle from Biddy Lee. You're welcome to come play. As the call ended, Goten swallowed a large mouthful of food, exclaiming, That's wonderful. Brother is home. Indeed, wait for us. Before he could finish his meal, a sudden scream erupted from the front desk, followed by several gunshots. What is happening? Goten tilted his head in confusion, while the ever-alert Vegeta sprang to his feet. Goten, absolutely do not go outside. I will handle this. Heeding his brother's command, Goten nodded obediently. Vegeta made his way towards the source of the gunfire. And as he suspected, a group of masked robbers was threatening the front desk's or cashier, demanding he hand over a substantial sum of money that had just been collected. One can only marvel at the whimsical nature of fate. The very same individuals who were subdued by a benevolent citizen in an amusement park several years ago have resurfaced. Despite their time in prison, these individuals have not altered their ways. Today marks the 10th day since their release, and as they wander aimlessly in search of a target, they catch sight of a front desk attendant who has just received a considerable sum of money. They intend to seize this opportunity as seed capital for resuming their former illicit activities. What? That little brat. The leader of the gang recalls the man who stands before him. The same unruly hair, the same deep blue coat, the same unsmiling demeanor, and that disdainful tone. Hurry up and back off. Surely, you don't wish to end up in prison again. At this moment, it is as if time has looped back to that fateful day. Boss, what are you dawdling for? It's merely a child. The newly recruited thug, evidently oblivious to the situation, lowers his weapon and aims at the disdainful Vegeta, who, surprisingly, does not fire back, a small gesture of conscience on his part. However, that is where the leniency ends. In the blink of an eye, he darts forward like an arrow, delivering a powerful blow that renders the thug unconscious. Indeed, upon witnessing that familiar, superhuman strength, the gang leader collapses in shock. While a bewildered Vegeta assumes he has simply been petrified with fear, he turns to the others and calls out, Hey, your boss is down. Cease your actions at once. The news of their leader's defeat stuns the remaining thugs, who are in the midst of holding innocent patrons hostage in the restaurant. This moment of distraction is precisely what Vegeta has been waiting for. In an instant, he unleashes a flurry of rapid strikes, causing all the thugs to fall unconscious. After subduing this band of miscreants, Vegeta disdainfully wipes his hands with a napkin and instructs the cashier to contact the authorities. Your subordinates have all been incapacitated. Perhaps now you should contemplate how to lead a better life. With an impassive expression, Vegeta returns to the kneeling gang leader, who mutters in disbelief, Are you his son? Huh. Taken aback by such a cryptic remark, Vegeta appears bewildered, but the leader continues to elaborate. A few years ago, a man resembling you subdued me. Ah, is that so? What a remarkable coincidence. Never did he expect to encounter an acquaintance. With a chuckle, little Vegeta smiles, and shortly thereafter, the police arrive to escort the returning villains away. Brother, let us hurry. Biddy and the others are waiting for us. All right, I'm coming. After receiving a reward from the police, the two continue on their journey to visit Gohan. Chapter 2. A new crisis. We're here. Goten joyfully arrives at Gohan's doorstep, where Biddy has been waiting patiently. In her arms, little Pan giggles happily. Upon seeing his niece, Goten beams and takes her tiny hand in his. Welcome. What is that money you have? Noticing the bundles of cash in Vegeta's hand, she can't help but express her astonishment. Oh, it's a reward from the police. Consider it a token of our meeting. With that, he steps inside, placing the money on the table. Although Biddy's family hardly lacks for funds. Is that so? Thank you. Hearing the commotion outside, Gohan emerges from his study. Long time no see, Vegeta. Likewise, Gohan. A few individuals gathered for a rare meeting, and little Fong, filled with excitement, soared into the air, circling the room before obediently returning to her father's embrace. The sight nearly left the others agape. She could already fly. Although the new generation of Science is destined to be extraordinary, a mere few months old and capable of flight was indeed astonishing. Gohan and Videl felt immense pride in their daughter's remarkable talent. Haha, Videl and I were also taken aback at first, exclaimed Gohan. Wow, Fong is incredible. Little Goten continued to play joyfully with his niece. When Vegeto approached to observe little Fong, the mischievous child playfully seized a lock of his hair and gave it a sudden tug, nearly causing him to stumble. What a lively little one. Vegeto, momentarily caught off guard by his niece's antics, merely chuckled in amusement. After some time indoors, they ventured outside, where Goten and Fong discovered a nearby neighbor's free-roaming calico cat. Despite it being their first encounter, the kitten quickly took a liking to the pair of siblings. Brother, it's so affectionate. The kitten rubbed against Goten, who lifted it effortlessly without any resistance. Little Fong also took to the cat with ease, displaying an adorable demeanor as she cuddled and petted it. Meow. Videl couldn't resist joining in, stroking the kitten as well. So cute. Observing the collective enchantment, Vegeto broke into a cold sweat and turned away, perplexed. Is the cat really that pleasant to touch? Indeed, it feels delightful. Goten replied cheerfully as he brought the cat closer. Vegeto, compelled to turn back, gingerly accepted the kitten, which boldly pressed its paws against his face. So soft. Vegeto immediately recognized the joys of petting a cat, and, feeling a sudden urge to have the kitten's paws on his face once more, hastily returned it to Goten's arms. I have something urgent to attend to. With that, he quickly turned away and dashed to the back of the house, his face betraying a hint of redness. The others exchanged knowing smiles, while Goten's small mind was filled with confusion. Am I some kind of fool? It's just a cat. Behind the house, the proud Vegeto struggled to regain his composure. At that moment, his phone rang, coincidentally presenting him with a genuine urgency. Bulma? He thought, his heart racing as he answered. Bulma's anxious voice echoed through the receiver. This is bad. Son Goku and Vegeta have been kidnapped by aliens. What? Vegeto felt as if his brain was overwhelmed, as though the entirety of the universe converged within his mind. Who specifically? Just come over. I'm looking for Gak. Faced with the distressing news regarding his elders, Vegeto could only bid a hasty farewell to the others and soared westward, destined to become the headline of that day's newspaper. Could there really be such formidable beings in the universe? Reflecting on the unparalleled prowess of the two warriors, he began to envision a series of extraordinary adversaries. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, his two venerable elders had already been thoroughly overwhelmed on planet Namek. Chapter 3. The first encounter with Moro. The twilight sky was etched with a stunning, elongated white line as onlookers in Satan City hastily retrieved their phones to capture this miraculous spectacle. Surely, this could not be an aircraft. Meanwhile, the true perpetrator had already fled towards West City, evading capture. In the evening news that would soon follow, everyone would be fortunate enough to witness the remarkable feat of Veget, though he himself would be unable to relish the moment, as he had to leave Earth in haste. Hoping it wasn't too late. With that, he descended upon the grassy expanse of Capsule Corporation, where Bulma, in a flurry of urgency, approached him. You've finally arrived. Just as I mentioned, Vegeta and the others have been captured. Even Mr. Bu. Amid their exchange, Gak's spacecraft arrived punctually. Apologies for the wait, he exclaimed, descending from the ship, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Coughing lightly, he conveyed the gravity of the situation. We, the Galactic Patrol, are facing a significant dilemma. He swiftly approached them, revealing a distinctive portrait of Moro, his artistry unmistakably unique. It was evident that time was of the essence, as each stroke of the brush was executed with fervor, hinting at the creature's formidable features, a pair of horns and blue skin. Veget, resting his chin in contemplation, pondered the visage of this Moro. Well, even so, I find myself utterly perplexed. Scratching his head, Veget remained uncertain about the intrinsic connection between Moro's emergence and the abduction of the two warriors. Bulma's frustration simmered, her voice rising. Why are we discussing this now? Because they were taken by the Galactic Patrol, Gak replied, visibly shaken. Observing Gak tremble, Veget promptly proposed, let us depart together. We can discuss further en route. Upon hearing this, Bulma calmed her ire, allowing Veget to board Gak's ship. Thus, they embarked on their journey to the Galactic Patrol's headquarters. Once the spacecraft had left Earth, both breathed a sigh of relief. You're afraid of her too? Gak remarked upon witnessing Veget's unease. Of course, Bulma can be terrifying when she is angry. My fear of her is purely instinctual. Is that so? Gak, noticing Veget's more amiable demeanor compared to Vegeta's usual aloofness, seized the opportunity to delve into the matter at hand. That fellow named Moro was once a criminal in the planet prison. Although he has been confined for approximately 10 million years, he feeds on planetary energy. Consequently, the Supreme Kai sealed him away at the cost of a significant portion of his divine power. Now that this monster has escaped, he poses a monumental threat. It is no wonder they sought out Bu. Vegeta reminisced about the tales recounted by Sun Wukong, particularly the time when a multitude of Supreme Kais fell victim to Bu's absorption. Indeed, this led to a conflict between Bu's guardian, Mr. Satan, and the patrol officers, compelling Mr. Satan to summon Sun Wukong and others, resulting in the current predicament. How astonishing! Could there truly be such formidable individuals amongst the patrol? Vegeta found it utterly unfathomable that two scions, capable of wreaking havoc across vast expanses of the universe, could be subdued by an unknown entity. The scene seemed almost surreal to him. Well, you will see for yourself soon enough. Upon receiving a message from headquarters, Jack adjusted his course towards New Namek, sensing a rather grim situation ahead. Hurry, I must accelerate. Understood. Meanwhile, on Namek, the beleaguered scion, the second son, had already imparted a wealth of experience to Moro. Unlike their counterparts from other parallel universes, they had not undergone the tournament of power, thus they were falling faster than their alternate selves. Now, with their lives hanging by a thread, the two could only conceal themselves and recuperate, as the current environment on Namek had grown exceedingly perilous. Moreover, Sun Wukong was consumed by anxiety. The mere thought of countless Namekians suffering at the hands of Moro rendered him utterly restless. If only I could restore my strength. To make matters worse, Moro was merely one Dragon Ball away from achieving his goal, and he began to approach the village where Kakarot and the others resided. Yet, a familiar aura ignited hope within the duo. Is he coming? Vegeta felt a mix of astonishment and joy, sensing that Vegeto might possess a means to confront Moro, provided they did not allow Moro to seize the upper hand. Wonderful! Sun Wukong joyfully sprang from his bed, believing that the small being with myriad extraordinary powers could indeed vanquish Moro. As fate would have it, a purple vortex materialized before them, from which young Vegeto emerged. The Grand Elder of Namek felt a sense of happiness, albeit tinged with concern, for their savior was merely a young lad in his teens. However, when Sun Wukong assured him that Vegeto's strength was on par with his own, the Grand Elder felt a glimmer of hope. Noticing that the two were so weakened they could barely stand, Vegeto grew anxious. What has happened? Your energy is so faint. Initially intending to arrive here with Jack, he utilized instant transmission upon realizing that his two companions were teetering on the brink of death. It's a long story. We must hasten to confront the enemy. Be cautious. That fellow is exceedingly cunning and possesses formidable abilities. Observing the situation, the astute Vegeta promptly briefed him on the circumstances and essential strategies for battling Moro. Vegeto nodded in acknowledgement, indicating he would heed the advice. You too should flee. I shall confront that villain. Outside the village, Moro arrived as anticipated, causing the other Namekians to tremble in fear. From a distance, a youthful voice called out, "Run quickly." However, the immense energy emanating from the diminutive figure piqued his interest. Shortly thereafter, within Moro's line of sight, a small, black-haired figure clad in deep blue training attire approached him. and he could sense the undeniable connection between this child and the two individuals he had encountered earlier. Oh, father has fallen, and the son has taken his place. A crooked smile crept across his face, his weathered skin wrinkling in response, while his white beard danced in the wind. In his old age, he appeared gaunt and fragile, seemingly unable to withstand a breeze. Yet the anguished wails of countless vengeful spirits surrounding him hinted at the complexity of this individual. Vegeta's gaze was resolute, his stance prepared, as he contemplated the ominous aura that enveloped him. Your father's energy is truly delectable. You must not disappoint me. Moro discerned the boy's remarkable nature and sought to provoke a crack in his composure. Despite the veins bulging on his forehead, Vegeta remained steadfast, declaring, I will not let you down. Absolutely. On planet Namek, a battle of cosmic significance was on the verge of erupting. Chapter 4. Moro's scheme. Realizing that Moro had already acquired 2 Ultra Blue energies, Vegeta decided to reveal his might without reservation. A dark crimson light flashed, and an adult form of red-haired Vegeta emerged. Oh, Moro, who was familiar with this form, felt a tinge of disappointment. Indeed, a mere child could not possibly reach his father's level. Do not underestimate me. Reigning in his overflowing aura, Vegeta launched an assault on Moro, delivering a powerful punch aimed squarely at his face. Caught off guard, Moro casually raised a hand in defense, yet the force of Vegeta's strike, equivalent to Ultra Blue energy, caused him to stagger back, taken aback. Interesting, I should not underestimate you. Moro immediately became serious, summoning the energy of the planet, molten lava spilling forth. However, to his astonishment, unlike the 2 Saiyans who struggled against this technique, Vegeta merely expressed surprise before forcefully slicing through the layers of lava, landing a kick squarely on Moro's chin. Ugh, you. Despite being an ancient creature of millions of years, he could hardly comprehend the marvel of this technique. Subsequently, the silent Vegeta unleashed a massive explosive attack. Upon witnessing the energy assault, Moro instinctively raised his hand to absorb it, and as he anticipated, the energy sphere transformed into a delectable treat. Indeed, any life form could serve as sustenance. Upon realizing the terrifying implications of his discovery, Vegeta understood Moro's dreadful nature. While Moro smugly licked his lips, inciting disgust in Vegeta, you are a tad more cunning than your father. At least you comprehend that associating with me equates to courting death. In the next moment, the greedy Moro charged at Vegeta, yet like the energy of the planet before, he passed straight through Vegeta's form. Thus, I shall ensure you do not touch me. Seizing the opportunity while Moro was astonished, Vegeta swiftly unleashed a Kamehameha wave. As Moro attempted to absorb the energy, the blue energy wave suddenly vanished from sight, only to strike him squarely in the back, inflicting significant damage. What kind of power is this? In the realm of virtual spaces, you, an antiquated relic who has languished in prison for 10 million years, shall never comprehend. Is this the case? The spatial technique invoked by Moro felt rather ominous. This ability to incessantly shift between reality and illusion posed a significant threat, especially when the disparity in power between him and his opponent was not overwhelmingly vast. Realizing the slim chances of emerging victorious in a direct confrontation, Moro promptly resolved to flee. In the next moment, he cast a glance towards the spectators, Cabe and the other individual. Initially, their plan had been to provide a distraction should Vegeta fail to restrain Moro, but now they inadvertently found themselves entangled in Moro's escape strategy. With a wicked grin, Moro summoned a torrent of crimson magma from beneath the ground, encircling the two. What? Sun Wukong exclaimed in shock, while Vegeta, equally frantic, could hardly believe Moro's audacity. Damn it, you wretched creature. Vegeta rushed towards the 2 elders, rescuing them from the perilous magma, as Moro reveled in his triumph and made his escape. The roiling magma instantly solidified, transforming into a magnificent wave-like structure upon the ground, leaving the 2 elders, cradled by Vegeta, to witness Moro's retreat. I never expected to find myself in such a predicament. Vegeta, determined to protect the Namekians, clenched his fists in frustration, while Sun Wukong offered solace. Do not despair. As long as we are alive, there is hope. Vegeta, hurry and pursue him. There may still be time. Vegeta nodded, quickly setting the 2 down as he charged after Moro, unwittingly playing into Moro's hands. Is his form different from the blue one? Upon witnessing the dark crimson Vegeta for the first time, Vegeta and Sun Wukong engaged in conversation. Yes, I trained him. Impressive, isn't it? We must find the Namekians quickly. I have a foreboding feeling. As Vegeta had suspected, the Namekians were being held captive by Moro's accomplice, Karankari. Be cautious, or this child shall perish by my hand. Eska was under his control, and the ritual to summon the dragon was imminent. The sky darkened in the next moment. Startling Vegeta, who was in pursuit of Moro, he realized someone was utilizing the Dragon Balls. Damn it, who is it? Under Moro's coercion, the first wish was granted to restore his magical powers. Upon sensing Moro's recovering strength, Vegeta was taken aback. The vengeful Moro seized the opportunity, launching himself behind Vegeta and delivering a powerful blow, exclaiming, "Consider this a gift, brat." What? Vegeta could have evaded, but Moro's speed was simply too formidable. Struck by Moro's devastating attack, Vegeta was sent flying, dust swirling around him as he suffered injuries, momentarily collapsing into a pit, glaring at Moro in indignation. "You dare?" Meanwhile, the triumphant Moro merely chuckled as he brushed off the dust from his clothes, then dashed towards the location of the Dragon Balls. Chapter 5. The Unraveling Situation. At the sight of the Dragon Balls, Karankari, having just granted a wish to Moro, gasped for breath, acutely aware that his own life was in imminent peril. Consequently, he wished to heal himself. As soon as he made his wish, the claws of Moro pierced through his chest. He met with a fate more tragic than his counterparts in other universes, devoid of any opportunity to resist Moro. After all, making a pact with a self-serving beast like Moro was bound to lead to a dire conclusion, which was entirely predictable. Even if this fool had wished for a peaceful retirement ahead of time, the restored Moro would inevitably bring about the destruction of the entire universe. It can be said that from the very beginning, this imbecile was destined for an unfortunate end. Upon witnessing his fallen comrade, Moro smugly wiped his claws. In terms of cunning, the Saiyans were destined to be outmatched by this ancient fiend. Thus, when Goku and Vegeta rushed over, the third wish had already been granted. "Damn it, we're too late," Vegeta exclaimed, a cold sweat breaking out on his brow. He understood that Moro's third wish was certainly not a good omen. At that moment, both of them found themselves in peril. They were likely unable to even contend with the former 120,000 battle power of Jinyu. "This is not good, Vegeta." Goku also broke into a sweat, praying that Vegeta still had the strength to recover. However, Moro, having already seen through their thoughts, let out a laugh. "Want that little brat to come back and save you? I just broke his spine. He won't be returning anytime soon. You bastard." With their only hope extinguished, Goku and Vegeta could only brace themselves to confront Moro. Moro charged forward, but in the next instant, a familiar technique was unleashed again. His claws reached through both of their bodies, yet there was no sensation. "TCH, you still have some fight left?" But that was not all. As he spoke, a familiar energy blast struck Moro, leaving a mark on the left side of his face. "You've actually grown a bit stronger," he sneered, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and coldly gazing at Vegeta, who had once again positioned himself in front of Goku and Vegeta. "Humph, pain will only make me stronger." Seeing this, Goku was pleasantly surprised. He hadn't anticipated that Vegeta could enhance his strength through a near-death experience. "This is great. Perhaps we can win." Unlike the fierce battle between Moro and Vegeta, the Grand Supreme Kai, who had just awakened from the body of Fat Buu, quietly approached Goku and Vegeta. Vegeta was the first to notice him. "Who are you?" "I am the Grand Supreme Kai. Having just awakened, let me restore your strength." With the aid of the super healer, the two successfully regained a significant amount of their energy, highlighting the importance of support. "That guy, you brought him back to life, didn't you?" After feeling the long-lost power return, Vegeta turned his gaze towards Moro, sensing that Moro seemed to be stalling for something. "Yes, defeat him quickly, or this planet will inevitably become a dead star." The Grand Supreme Kai fully understood the terror of Moro. This cunning monster was certainly no ordinary foe. "I understand. Let us go, Vegeta." Humph. Realizing that help had arrived, the increasingly pressured Moro recognized that engaging in a brawl was not in his favor. Nonetheless, he remained smug. For the only individuals present who were immune to energy absorption were Vegeta and his old adversary, the Grand Supreme Kai. "What are you looking at?" Stealing a glance at the Great Kaioshin, the demon Moro exposed a flaw, which Vegito quickly seized upon. With both hands clasped, Vegito struck down fiercely from above. The moment his fist connected with Moro's head, the ground fractured, and an immense shockwave rippled across the entire planet. Suddenly, Moro's mind buzzed with chaos. What a ruthless little fiend. As he cursed in anger, he completed the collection of energy, and swallowed it whole. How infuriating. This seemed never-ending. Like Zamasu, Vegito found himself facing a tenacious adversary. If he could not fully suppress his opponent's power, Moro would inevitably ascend in strength in no time. Sweat poured down his brow. How about that? It isn't only you who can grow stronger. The brazen Moro licked the corner of his mouth, and the recently recharged Scion was drained once more. How could this be? Son Goku felt utterly powerless. Moro's magic was simply too terrifying. The Galactic Patrol officers in the sky trembled in fear, except for Mel's. I'll go hold him off. Besides, we can employ the Great Kaioshin's sealing technique. After enhancing his power, Moro swiftly burst through the atmosphere, and in Vegito's astonishment, he soared into space, gathering immense energy in abundance, while the flora and fauna of Namek rapidly withered. It seemed that Namek would face obliteration once more. Chapter 6. Individual actions on the opposite side of the galaxy. A patrolman was apprehending a group of newly captured prisoners. Hurry up. Don't even think of causing trouble. As the trio obediently made their way to the prison, a brilliant beam of light suddenly shot towards the galactic prison, leaving the guards dumbfounded. In an instant, all instruments ceased functioning, and countless electronic barriers flickered out. Gasps and cheers reverberated throughout the prison. Not good. The chief guard turned pale with fear. Several elite officers were occupied on Namek, leaving them without sufficient strength to suppress this band of ruthless inmates. Just as he frantically attempted to contact the Galactic King, Sagambo knocked him unconscious, enabling all the prisoners in the galactic prison to escape. Returning to Namek, the powerless Kakarot and his companion were filled with deep frustration. They never imagined they would find themselves in such a dire predicament. Their once proud powers had become utterly useless. Damn it! Vegeta began to reflect, sweat dripping. He watched as Vegito donned a protective shield and prepared to battle Moro in space, utilizing the air within the shield. Techniques like instant transmission and illusory magic, what he had once dismissed as trivial, had now become a lifeline. A new thought suddenly struck him. What should he do? Even if he regained his power, it would likely be snatched away again in no time. Even the usually optimistic Son Goku faced grave difficulties. In his recollection, only one technique was available to him, but now his strength seemed insufficient to wield it effectively. Meanwhile, in the void of space, Vegito emerged from a swirling purple vortex and attacked the energy-gathering Moro. What a resilient little rascal. Moro disdainfully caught Vegito's punch with one hand and, with a knee strike, sent spittle flying, the force nearly knocking Vegito unconscious. Coughing, he remarked, "Well, that taught you a lesson, didn't he?" In the next moment, Moro seized Vegeta's hair with one hand, intending to siphon off his energy as well. However, Vegeta merely smirked disdainfully and remarked, "Are we not finished yet?" At that moment, the Grand Kaioshin delivered a swift kick to Moro's ram-like head, exclaiming, "How bothersome." Upon encountering his former adversary, Moro's forehead was instantly veined with rage. Indeed, old foes meet with heightened animosity. He cast Vegeta aside and consumed the energy sphere he had just gathered, significantly augmenting his strength. Now, with a mere abdominal strike, he sent the Grand Kaioshin flying. Suddenly, he regarded the Grand Kaioshin with utter contempt, feeling invincible. How tragic it is. You seem to lack your former divine power. With that, Moro erupted into laughter, declaring that the only path left was to eliminate him through sheer force. The Grand Kaioshin, rendered speechless, could only tremble in indignation. Hoping to buy some time. Even so, I shall not concede. Is that so? With that, the two adversaries clashed once again. Mers, who had been eavesdropping on their exchange, was taken aback, fully aware that none could contend with Moro's might at present. He could only carry the semi-conscious Vegeta back to the spaceship. Apologies, I couldn't defeat him. Vegeta lamented, feeling immense guilt. As one of the few present immune to Moro's abilities, he found himself unable to vanquish him. You've done remarkably well, Mers reassured him. Goku, who had also boarded the ship, expressed his concern. Are you all right? What about Uncle Vegeta? His energy? He asked me to take him to Yardrat. He likely has his own plans, Vegeta replied, his stubbornness evident as he stood, having reverted from his transformation. This resilient demeanor evoked memories in Goku of the fierce battles against Cell with young Gohan, stirring a twinge of sorrow within him. Please, take a moment to rest. Vegeta and I are already devising a strategy. I will find a way to master that. Upon hearing Goku's determination, Vegeta was taken aback, realizing that it was no ordinary technique, but rather the divine mastery unique to beings like Whis. Is that true? But Mr. Whis said you currently lack the aptitude to execute it. Well, that's the case, Goku admitted sheepishly, scratching his head. His gaze fell upon the Grand Kaishin, who had now arrived, battered and breathless, having instantaneously moved into the spaceship. In the distance, the prisoner's ship approached Moro, and Mers and Gak couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, as everyone comprehended Moro's third wish. With the arrival of reinforcements, they immediately abandoned the ship. After all, their defeat was inevitable. As for Moro, this wretch had regained his youth after fully consuming planet Namek and was reveling in his triumph. He boasted grandiosely, proclaiming that these individuals were merely his future experience fodder. Little did he realize, the onset of one's decline begins with arrogance and hubris. Chapter 7 Preparation to face the storm. Following the destruction of Namek, Moro and his band of henchmen rampaged through the cosmos, committing heinous acts of arson and pillage. Having narrowly escaped disaster, Sun Wukong watched the footage from the Galactic Patrol, a cold sweat erupting upon his brow, deeply troubled by the ominous developments. To mitigate the impending threat, he dispatched Vegeta back to Earth, fearing that the beleaguered planet might soon face another catastrophe, a premonition that, as it turned out, was indeed accurate. A covetous group of marauders had learned of Earth's production of blue crystal and stealthily set their course towards the planet, captivated by its beauty. As they marveled, they exchanged sinister chuckles, emboldened by the powers bestowed upon them by Moro, feeling invincible in their newfound strength. Meanwhile, on Earth, Piccolo had already detected the unwelcome visitors, and as Vegeta emerged from his meditation, he opened his eyes with a disdainful squint, muttering, "What a reckless bunch. Why must these ruffians target a place as densely populated as Earth, where even a single Krillin could dispatch them with ease?" In the next moment, both warriors arrived at the site where the spaceship had descended, leaving the three thugs in the stratosphere utterly perplexed. They thought, what's the worry? They're just a couple of locals. With bravado, they disembarked, only to be met with Piccolo's fierce assault, obliterating their ship with a single blast from his hand cannon. The thugs trembled in terror, realizing the vast disparity in power between them and their opponents. "Let us skip the pleasantries. You're all headed for the slammer," Vegeta declared, his mood darkened by the audacity of these intruders. He proceeded to deliver a thorough beating, leaving his adversaries battered and bruised. "You seem quite enraged," Piccolo remarked calmly, conjuring a rope to bind the unfortunate miscreants. At that moment, he began to comprehend the devastating fate of Namek and resolved to intensify his training, seeking vengeance for his fallen kin. "I could have defeated him," Vegeta muttered, wiping the blood from his knuckles, feeling a surge of frustration. "Don't be too disheartened. I understand your sentiment," Piccolo replied. "Given the circumstances, focus on your training for now." At Piccolo's words, Vegeta's spirits lifted slightly. After discussing their training plans, he soared back to the lookout. Meanwhile, at the Galactic Patrol headquarters, Sun Wukong and Meruz engaged in sparring, with Meruz revealing his identity as an apprentice angel. Filled with a strong sense of justice, he aimed to assist Sun Wukong in mastering the Ultra Instinct technique on the planet Adetra. While the two pursued their clear objectives, Vegeta found himself engulfed in uncertainty, pondering how he might vanquish Moro. After a routine training session, he reclined on the vast expanse of grass, contemplating his strategy. Should he continue to train in the realm of the intangible? Gazing at his small hands, he reflected on the power that had saved him countless times from peril. Yet, he recognized that mere strength would not suffice to slay Moro. It could only provide a slender means of survival against his minions. The only answer lay in mastering the Ultra Instinct. Indeed, only that singular technique can achieve a perfect balance of offense and defense. He had the fortune of witnessing Whis in combat, his graceful form eluding description, exuding an aura of calm and formidable strength. Yet, as night fell, he found himself restless, wandering through the Bowsy Mountain, pondering his predicament. "You seem to have encountered quite a dilemma," a sudden voice pierced the tranquil night. It was Bardock. "Indeed. It appears I have reached yet another impasse with the Ultra Instinct." With that, Vegeta seated himself, his expression clouded with displeasure. Meanwhile, Bardock, resting his chin in contemplation, reflected on his own arduous journey to mastering Ultra Instinct. It is inevitable, the techniques of the gods are not as commonplace as those of Super Saiyans. My Ultra Instinct was cultivated through prolonged training, nearly becoming an integral part of my physical capabilities. But if you truly commit yourself, Bardock continued, a glimmer of hope in his tone, there is someone who could guide you. He was the one who imparted my Ultra Instinct to me. Really, Vegeta exclaimed, springing to his feet. Even a fleeting grasp of Ultra Instinct would bring him immense satisfaction. That person is my master, though he has since retreated into seclusion. Bardock had initially considered approaching his master, but the thought of his imposing presence gave him pause. Perhaps not. It seemed they had stumbled into an awkward dead end. Vegeta, exasperated, sprawled on the grass, resigned to the situation. Open my training grounds and let him in. A calm, almost stagnant voice resonated in Bardock's mind. What a coincidence. It was as if fate had intervened. You are here. Seeing his master take such initiative left Bardock outwardly composed but internally shaken. His master was a formidable being, having lived for over a millennium, unyielding even in the presence of a god of destruction. Yet, for the past few decades, he had chosen to remain in isolation, showing no interest in individuals, especially not in a relatively obscure newcomer. Don't be alarmed. This is merely a part of the causal chain. Open the portal. Understood. Faced with the enigma that was his master, Bardock dutifully activated the wormhole. Vegeta, still pondering life while lying on the ground, was taken aback. Mr. Bardock? What is this? Enough chatter. Hurry inside. He has taken the initiative to seek you out. Urged by Bardock's insistence, Vegeta stealthily entered the peculiar realm. Thus, the three found their respective paths forward, while Moro silently set his sights on Earth. In 3 months, a battle would unfold here, one that could determine the fate of the universe. Chapter 8. The so-called Ultra Instinct. Is this the training ground of that individual? Upon traversing the wormhole, Vegeta was greeted by a chaotic panorama. A dim expanse of sky lay beneath his feet, with countless alien structures intricately arranged above, interspersed with peculiar flora finding their way to growth. At the center stood a colossal rocky platform reminiscent of an arena. How marvelous! As he approached the arena, he discovered a variety of extraordinary plants and, driven by curiosity, bent down to touch a red fruit resembling a balloon. Stop! That is the sleep fruit of the Koki star. A mere touch will plunge you into slumber for 3 days. You cannot afford to squander your precious time in such a manner. Upon hearing this, he sprang up in alarm, keeping a respectful distance from the chaotic alien flora, and hastily ascended the arena. Once atop, he sensed a profound and tranquil aura, akin to the depths of a lake. Turning, he beheld the enigmatic master. Are you the master of Mr. Bardock? Indeed, and you need not be overly formal. The figure, draped in a white robe, seemed to employ some special means to obscure his face, rendering Vegeta unable to discern his identity. At that moment, Vegeta felt a mix of astonishment and profound respect for him. Merely standing there, the man exuded a sense of calm maturity. He spoke softly, I will teach you. Learn diligently. Thank you for taking the time to assist me. Upon hearing the promise, Vegeta immediately performed a deep bow, to which the master nodded in apparent satisfaction. Commencing the fundamental teachings of the day. Do you understand the principle of the Ultra Instinct? Understanding the principle of a technique is always the first step in learning. I have a vague comprehension. I recall it being a technique that allows the body to move autonomously. Reflecting on his past training with Whis, Vegeta recalled Whis's explanation. Yes, that is correct, but it is more than that. For you, Ultra Instinct is a form, but for me and the angels, it is merely a bodily function, akin to breathing. With that, he raised both hands into fists, taking a deep breath. In an instant, he transformed, evoking wide-eyed astonishment from Vegeta. Remarkable. You merely took a deep breath. Now, you should practice with the mindset of transformation. He gradually released some of his energy, reverting to his usual state. Although this statement left the previously excited Vegeta feeling somewhat disheartened, he continued to listen attentively. First, your bodily functions are currently insufficient. While divine energy can mature your body, it is akin to hastening growth unnaturally. Your present strength will not compare to your future self. Second, divine techniques remain challenging for mortals to master quickly. To achieve rapid progress, one must accept limitations. I too spent nearly a decade in the outside world to attain angelic-level Ultra Instinct. After the master's detailed exposition, Vegeta earnestly absorbed these intricacies, yet countless questions brewed within him. Who are you? You seem to have lived for a long time. That is of little importance. The situation is urgent for you. In response to Vegeta's anticipated confusion, the master merely shook his head, extending his hand to draw a circle between them. Within this circle, the circumstances of Earth materialized. Moros. Vegeta clenched his fists in fury, while the malevolent Moro, appearing quite pleased with himself, casually announced plans to invade Earth in 3 months. In short, your time is limited. You must act swiftly. The Mentor closed off the external scene and gravely communicated this reality to him. Vegetto turned to his mentor, nodding fervently. His objective was now crystal clear: to master the transformation into the perfect Ultra Instinct within these 3 months. On the first day, Vegetto undoubtedly faced a harsh beating, deeply experiencing the anguish of being toyed with by Whis, much like the hapless Kakarot. Indeed, he found it nearly impossible to land a hit. Exhausted and drenched in sweat, Vegetto lay powerless on the ground, while the Mentor leisurely adjusted the dimensions of the training space, explaining, "I estimate that you can only maintain a perfect Ultra Instinct transformation for about 6 seconds at this moment." 6 seconds? That's so brief. Not at all. It's sufficient to defeat the current Moro. Is he really that formidable? Indeed, but the Moro 3 months from now will be a different story. He is not entirely foolish and will certainly enhance his abilities, and not just marginally. Upon hearing his mentor's analysis, Vegetto felt invigorated. "Please, train me diligently." The humiliation of being ambushed by Moro surged within him, igniting a fierce desire for vengeance. He vowed to leave no trace of his adversary. You possess ambition, but temper your enthusiasm. Remember this principle: be as tranquil as the sky in defense, yet as ferocious as a storm in offense. During those 6 seconds, no extraneous movements are permitted. However, this seems entirely contrary to the Scion method of evolution, reflecting on the intense emotions that were ever present when Scions transcended their limits. Vegetto sensed that the perfect Ultra Instinct might have its own constraints. You are quite astute, but this is a matter for you to contemplate only after fully mastering this power in adulthood. It is still too early for you. With that, the Mentor offered Vegetto a cup of juice, its flavor strikingly similar to one he often enjoyed. Do you also relish this kind? Despite his seemingly indiscriminate palate, Vegetto was quite particular, often fixating on a select few dishes that truly pleased him. Thus, he found joy in discovering a kindred spirit. "Well, I only started drinking it recently. We shall resume our training shortly." Agreed. On the 10th day, Vegetto appeared to be making progress, finally managing to brush against the hem of his mentor's garments. "Wonderful," he exclaimed, though the very next moment, a playful flick to his forehead nearly knocked him out of his senses. "Do not become too complacent. You truly show no mercy." In that moment of daze, Vegetto profoundly grasped the distance between himself and Ultra Instinct. "You've made significant progress. I believe you can seize the moment now." The Mentor glanced at the external clock, noting that merely a day had passed outside. "Wait, is this a house of time and spirit?" "Not quite. This is a time capsule created by imaginary space, allowing for the free manipulation of time's flow." "Is that so? Will I not appear to have aged a decade upon my return?" "Not at all. The biological state here has been arrested by my unique technique." The Mentor plucked a leaf from a nearby tree, only for it to return to its original position in an instant, as if nothing had transpired. This left Vegeta utterly astounded, questioning the veracity of his own vision. "Is this magic?" "It is akin to magic, albeit a simpler form. True magic is far more sophisticated." Upon concluding his explanation, he clapped his hands, and the somewhat sluggish Vegeta finally grasped the crux of the matter. "No wonder I felt little hunger. Indeed, this is the finest cultivation ground in the universe. Let us strive diligently, my esteemed disciple." The Mentor's lips curled into a proud smile as he spoke of his creation. Chapter 9. The so-called ultimate state of ease in the blink of an eye. 2 months had elapsed in the outside world. Vegeta had now mastered a state of ease lasting approximately 6 seconds. However, the moment he exited this state, he would plunge into a state of semi-coma. Without the inherent resilience of a Scion, he likely would have perished multiple times by now. Upon emerging from this state, Vegeta lay sprawled on the ground, his pupils significantly dilated. "It appears you have deeply experienced the drawbacks of this form," remarked the Mentor, observing the state of the outside world. Moro's power had increased considerably, indicating that future battles would undoubtedly bring more unpredictability. "Persevere, perhaps you alone can save Earth." While accompanying Vegeta in his training, the Mentor also kept a vigilant eye on Goku's development. Although the space was extraordinarily unique, rendering conventional observation impossible, he was no ordinary individual, merely a live broadcast from a distant corner of the universe. That angel truly is reckless. What a troublesome child, rarely seen in a millennium. Spotting the almost insubordinate Merus, the Mentor tilted his head. He had interacted with many angels, but Merus, with such an unwavering sense of justice, was indeed a first for him. Subsequently, He turned his attention to the most crucial individual, the one striving to keep pace with Meru's, Goku. He had already formed a rough estimate of Goku's growth months into the future. Being a fellow prodigy, Goku would find mastering the state of ease under Meru's guidance a manageable feat. The question remained. It seems you should have a trump card. What trump card? Having regained his composure, Vegeta approached the mentor, observing the training of the temporary master and disciple duo. Look, the mentor pointed towards Goku, who was gradually entering the realm of ease. In the end, he will only require a final push. 6 seconds of perfect ease is just what he needs to learn. But that angel will surely teach him, right? Vegeta was well aware of Goku's formidable talent. Whis had also praised Goku's remarkable aptitude. As long as Meru's demonstrated a modicum of strength, Goku would undoubtedly achieve the state of ease. However, angels were prohibited from exerting their full power in the mortal realm, which meant Goku's learning would inevitably fall short. Is that so? Then I suppose it falls upon me to intervene. Vegeta nodded with satisfaction, confident that this time was secure. If he could not vanquish Moro in one swift strike, Goku could still glean invaluable combat experience from him, thereby achieving the state of Ultra Instinct. Thus, he advised Goku to steady his heart, to feel deeply, and allow his body to respond instinctively. The training to master Ultra Instinct continued methodically, and the meticulous Vegeta caught a glimpse of the tip of the iceberg of angelic power. During breaks, he engaged in discussions with his mentor about the extraordinary strength of angels, expressing curiosity about their formidable nature. The mentor pondered for a moment, acknowledging the complexity of describing strength in mere adjectives. Consider this. Your disparity with the angels is not merely a matter of strength. You exist in completely different dimensions. He then crouched down and dismantled a stone, explaining, the way angels perceive you is akin to how you perceive this stone. To them, you hold no significance, for you are simply inconsequential. Surprised, Vegeta profoundly understood the concept of dimensional disparity, realizing he had a long journey ahead. In the days that followed, Vegeta gradually approached the perfection of Ultra Instinct. Initially able to maintain his transformation for barely a second, he experienced the essence of a tranquil heart. Upon reverting from his transformation, he gasped for breath, drenched in sweat, yet the residual power coursing through him sparked exhilaration in his eyes, the corners of his mouth lifting in joy. Kneeling on one knee, fists clenched, he jubilantly proclaimed his breakthrough. I did it. In terms of effort, he was in no way inferior to either Goku or Vegeta, and his mentor commended him with applause. Excellent. How does it feel? Absolutely fantastic. Nothing excites me more than becoming stronger. This sentiment could undoubtedly resonate with any purebred scion. As for beings as singularly focused as they, only 2 things mattered, battle and food. However, do not become complacent. The training intensity will double from now on. With that, the mentor withdrew his hands from applause, rotated his left arm, and smirked ominously, just as I desired. I will become even stronger. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Vegeta dove back into rigorous training. Ultimately, as the mentor predicted, Vegeta successfully mastered a 6-second perfect Ultra Instinct transformation. While this outcome was anticipated, the mentor acknowledged, you did well, kid. Seeing Vegeta exhausted from showcasing his training results, the mentor gently tapped his forehead. Vegeta, now revitalized, chuckled happily before springing up with a sudden burst of energy, exclaiming, I did it. Good. Go ahead, the mentor encouraged. Yet, at that moment, the situation outside turned dire. As a warning, footage appeared between them, depicting alarming events. Oh, what trouble is Vegeta getting into now? The mentor observed the live broadcast with a calm demeanor, bemused by the familiarity of the unfolding scene. In the outside world, the scene unfolded with the once arrogant Bellewer swiftly reduced to a pitiful state by the relentless onslaught of Maluo, causing Vegeta's smile to falter instantly. Wait, has the battle already commenced? Indeed, and now the lives of everyone hinge precariously on a mere thought from Maluo. In stark contrast to the fierce combat, the mentor leisurely analyzed the circumstances. Upon hearing this, the calm composure within Vegeta shattered. Please, let me out quickly. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the embarrassed Vegeta, who had not commanded the spotlight for long, found himself caught off guard by Maluo's hidden tactics, leaving him with no substantial cards to play. Even Goku, who wielded the power of Ja, was left with little in reserve. They were all ensnared within an energy barrier, while their ally Krillin could only watch helplessly as they suffered. The sole hope for reversing the tide, Mels, hesitated, contemplating whether to intervene. Just as despair swept over the crowd once more, a familiar presence surged onto the battlefield, shattering the once resilient barrier into shards like glass. Cheers erupted among the spectators. "My apologies, everyone." Maluo was taken aback, though it was not entirely unexpected. "Come to collect the remains of your father, little brat?" "Huh. Who will be collecting whose remains to be seen?" The arriving Beijite disdainfully scratched his nose, resolved to deliver a thorough beating to Maluo this time. "Beijite, you've finally arrived," Goku exclaimed joyfully, and Beijite responded with a confident smile. Thus, under the watchful eyes of Goku and the others, the second confrontation between Beijite and Maluo was on the verge of igniting. Chapter 10. Sweating profusely. Little brother? Upon seeing Beijite return to the battlefield, Maluo instinctively displayed disdain, for he had already witnessed the extraordinary prowess that Goku had honed over the past 3 months. "Have you honed any skills of your own?" "Certainly. You will be utterly astonished," Beijite replied with a confident grin, revealing his dark crimson transformation, beckoning Maluo with a teasing gesture. The now irritated Maluo found Beijite's brash demeanor quite intolerable. "You truly resemble that Vegeta fellow. It's no wonder you share blood." Vegeta, having been singled out, felt the veins in his temples throb. "Why do they always assume this brat is mine?" "It's because you can't resist showing off. Beijite has wholly inherited your unpleasant traits, making it painfully obvious to others, Vegeta." Meanwhile, Goku, taking a break, playfully ribbed his close friend, leaving Vegeta at a loss for words, only able to furiously demand Goku to shut up. "Be quiet, Kakarot." Returning to the battlefield, after 3 months of grueling training, Beijite had transformed remarkably. Even in his dark crimson state, he could engage in basic defensive maneuvers. Under the cover of his virtual magic, he was able to retaliate against Maluo intermittently. With a swift punch aimed at Maluo's chest, Maluo, influenced by his habitual thinking, instinctively reached out to intercept the blow, only to grasp nothing but air. What? In his astonishment, that punch struck the back of his head. This undoubtedly provoked Maluo to a boiling point. "So, how does that feel? Painful, isn't it?" Beijite laughed heartlessly, his capacity for mockery rivaling that of anyone else. Truly, a bothersome pest. Enraged, Moro abandoned the pretense of play and unleashed his full power, causing the very earth to tremble under the weight of his ominous energy. Beijite retracted his mocking smile. Adopting a grave demeanor, everything was proceeding according to his plan. An unsettling aura pervaded the atmosphere as the surge of energy scattered the lingering resentment of the deceased, sending chills down the spines of many present. Unfazed, Beijite strode purposefully towards Sun Wukong. "Mr. Wukong, I shall now demonstrate my ultimate technique." Witnessing the astonishment that nearly dislodged Wukong's jaw, Beijite smirked. "You dare, but you have only 6 seconds to observe closely. After all, I cannot guarantee I will defeat him within that time." "Very well. I shall watch intently." After bidding farewell to Wukong, Beijite approached the formidable Moro, flexing his muscles and exuding a potent aura as he advanced towards the grinning adversary. "Indeed, you possess more than that mere strength." Of course, Moro charged at Beijite, intent on seizing his throat to replicate the power of his illusory magic. However, upon reaching Beijite, he was met with a gentle smile. Beijite returned to a state of calm, eyes closed. Moro was utterly bewildered. This behavior seemed akin to courting death. Even more astonishing was the rapid transformation of Beijite's hair to a shimmering silver. What form is this? He realized that the impudent boy had merely been testing his strength, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. Driven by the instinct for survival, he hastily retreated several paces. Upon witnessing the transformed and revitalized Beijite, he felt an instinctual shiver as their eyes met, and perspiration poured from his brow. He understood that had he not fled moments before, he would have surely been caught in a vulnerable moment and dispatched by Beijite's fist, becoming yet another lost soul under his command. The once invincible Moro was now terrified, profoundly grasping the ruthlessness of Beijite. Meanwhile, the perfect embodiment of the ultimate technique. Beijite's silver eyes remained impassive as he calmly declared Moro's impending demise. "You are finished." Before the words even reached Moro's ears, he began to froth at the mouth, propelled into the air by a flurry of blows in the eyes of astonished onlookers. It was too swift, aside from the distant deity of destruction and his apprentice. No one could discern Beijite's movements during the assault. Incredible. Dandy, watching the spectacle, was filled with excitement, momentarily transported back to the days of Bu. As Beijite re-emerged as the savior, The tide of battle had turned once more. It was a complete rout. Vegeta adhered flawlessly to his mentor's guidance, perfectly showcasing the essence of the ultimate technique, much to the delight of Sun Wukong, who exclaimed joyously, "I understand now. This is how it's done." Silver-haired Vegeta effortlessly maneuvered around Moro, each strike capable of inflicting fatal damage. However, Moro's resilience proved to be formidable. For seconds had passed, and Vegeta's every move instilled dread in Moro. Swiftly, Vegeta glided before Moro, delivering a knee strike that caused the latter to spew blood, doubling over in agony. Clutching his abdomen, unable to regain his footing, Kamehameha. The instant blast of the Kamehameha wave surged towards him. Damn it! Driven by an instinct for survival, Moro desperately attempted to evade, but the attack obliterated nearly 2/3 of his body. Surviving this onslaught, Moro felt a surge of elation as he gradually utilized Piccolo's regenerative abilities to restore himself. Ha ha ha, it seems I still have the upper hand. Vegeta, left with no choice, ceased his pursuit. TCH, truly tenacious. The 6 seconds of the Ultra Instinct experience card had expired, forcing Vegeta to revert to his normal state, collapsing to the ground, breathless. Huh, indeed, this power is limited. Prepare to meet your end. Moro, filled with joy, approached Vegeta, intent on exacting revenge for the recent beating. But, I won't allow you to harm him. What? Moro broke into a cold sweat, recognizing the tone and the formidable aura. He stiffly turned to face Ultra Instinct Goku, whose silver eyes were equally emotionless. This was undoubtedly the darkest moment of Moro's life. Having just dispatched one Ultra Instinct user, another had appeared. Prepare yourself, Moro. Your opponent is me. Chapter 11. A path to destruction. Goku slowly advanced, disregarding the trembling Moro, swiftly circling around him to lift Vegeta with one hand, handing him over to his dear friend, Krillin. Take care of him. I understand. Do not worry, Goku. After witnessing Vegeta consume the last of the Senzu beans, Goku returned his focus to Moro. Damn it, you think you can defeat me? Defiant, Moro struggled desperately, unleashing a close-range energy blast before Goku. A cloud of smoke erupted, but only a faint taunt lingered, useless, for at the outset, it was merely an afterimage. The true Goku had already positioned himself behind Moro, delivering an elbow strike that shattered Moro's spine, eliciting agonized cries. It was evident that Goku sought vengeance for Vegeta's injury on Namek. Scions were indeed formidable when it came to holding grudges. How magnificent! Krillin, supporting Vegeta, was filled with joy. The outcome was clear. Witnessing the achievements of his childhood friend filled him with nostalgia. Goku has truly grown stronger. Meanwhile, Vegeta, realizing he was once again surpassed by Kakarot, felt a pang of reluctance, yet silently cheered him on. Humph, that guy has grown stronger again. Under the gaze of friends and family, Moro lay on the ground, saliva dripping, his eyes bulging in pain. Goku, bare-chested, regarded him with a cold yet somewhat sympathetic expression. As long as you are willing to spend your life in prison, I can spare you. What a joke. He would rather meet his demise than languish in prison. Indeed, Sun Wukong turned his back, reverting from his transformation. Undoubtedly, the benevolent Sun Wukong was granting him an opportunity. Yet how could the despicable and shameless Moro possibly surrender? You will come to regret this, Sun Wukong. Lying on the ground, he let out a triumphant laugh, restoring his body and casting a glance at the severed limb he had clandestinely concealed. It was the hand that had touched his opponent's neck during the battle with the Ultra Instinct Vegeto. Now, he reattached it to his arm, and in an instant, his veins bulged, his pupils turned silver, and feeling the surge of immense power, he erupted into maniacal laughter as he climbed to his feet. Ha ha ha. However, Sun Wukong, having turned around, merely regarded him with a patronizing gaze, akin to that one might reserve for a simpleton. You are truly a fool. You are already dead. You could have survived, yet you chose to seek your own demise. Confused and ready to attack, Moro was bewildered until his body began to rapidly disintegrate. In an instant, terror washed over him. What is happening? Meanwhile, Sun Wukong calmly elucidated the cause. You invoke the divine technique without any training, and in a state of exhaustion, your fate is sealed. Vegeto's Ultra Instinct is merely a manifestation of his might. You failed to adapt to his power incrementally and instead recklessly consumed it all at once, leading to your inevitable choking death by the monumental prowess he has cultivated over these 3 months. Ugh! In agony, Moro yearned to draw upon the planet's essence, but his magic had been depleted, leaving him helplessly awaiting his end. Aware of Moro's unredeemable nature, Sun Wukong had no intention of saving him. After all, he did not wish to plunge Earth into peril once more. Witnessing Moro's pitiful state, Sun Wukong continued to explain, "Moreover, you should consider this. Vegito possesses numerous ways to evade your touch. The ease with which you managed to make contact was undoubtedly a ruse. That guy intentionally allowed you to touch him, anticipating that I would not deliver the final blow, thus leaving you vulnerable." Realization dawned on Moro as he fixed his gaze on Vegito, who regarded him with an icy stare. It was evident that his opponent had orchestrated everything, using the same strategy to lead Moro to his demise. Cursed little demon. Though his heart was filled with resentment, the excruciating pain forced him to turn to Wukong, pleading for a glimmer of compassion. "Save me." Witnessing such unabashed shamelessness from Moro, Sun Wukong felt no inclination to respond. Above them, Vegeta stepped forward, declaring, "Humph. Let me finish him off. You have no objections, do you, Kakarot? All right, it's yours to handle." With that, as the only one who might have softened his heart completely departing, Moro fell into utter despair amidst the searing explosion, marking the end of his nefarious existence. Chapter 12. The Legend of a Certain Individual. After vanquishing Moro, the crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. Once again, they had safeguarded the Earth. Jaco also celebrated this monumental victory, proclaiming, "Indeed, it is I, and all of you. We have once more defended the peace of the galaxy." Bulma was filled with joy and expressed her gratitude for Jaco's efforts. However, upon turning to behold the battered state of Earth, she promptly instructed the other warriors to gather the Dragon Balls post-haste. "We must restore Earth and the other planets." Meanwhile, the god of destruction and his attendant, having observed the events for some time, engaged in a brief conversation. "Whis, have you taught Vegeta the Ultra Instinct?" The perspiring Beerus felt apprehensive about this relentless group of warriors, particularly Vegeta, who at such a tender age displayed extraordinary prowess. What might he become as he matures? "No. He merely listened in while Master Goku and I were training," Whis responded languidly, sensing his disciple's unease. Beerus felt a slight tension, and noticing his master's nervousness, Whis secretly smiled and continued, "However, his remarkable progress surely cannot be attributed solely to his own efforts. He must have received guidance from someone of exceptional caliber, likely possessing strength akin to mine. Could there be other angels in this universe?" Beerus exclaimed. "That individual is probably not an angel." Whis had discerned something, but merely smiled, deftly steering the conversation toward lunch. At the Galactic Patrol headquarters, Meru sighed in relief upon learning that Moro had been defeated. "Wonderful. Mr. Goku has succeeded." He had witnessed the fierce battle involving Goku and his companions and was deeply moved. As an angel who could not interfere with mortal affairs, he grappled with the conflict between his inherent sense of justice and his father's expectations. "Vegeta, how did you master Ultra Instinct?" After the climactic battle, Goku was astonished by Vegeta's mastery of this technique, knowing well the immense hardship he had endured to achieve even a fraction of its power. "Well, it's a long story. Over the past 3 months, I encountered someone remarkably powerful. He reminded me so much of Mr. Whis, a truly unfathomable individual." "Really? Such extraordinary beings exist in the universe." Goku's enthusiasm surged, eager to learn more about this formidable entity. However, scratching his head, Vegeta remained in the dark, as the enigmatic figure had concealed his identity expertly. "Stop with the questions. Regardless, we shall undoubtedly grow stronger. Surpassing him is only a matter of time." Vegeta, clearly irked by Goku's incessant chatter, turned his attention to the search for the Dragon Balls. Before long, under the power of the Dragon Balls, Earth and the universe were restored to their former glory. After receiving an invitation from the Galactic King for a gathering the following day, everyone returned to their respective homes. "Chi-Chi, I'm back," Goku exclaimed jovially as he entered his home, only to be met with tears as Chi-Chi embraced him tightly. "Goku, are you all right?" "I'm fine. Sorry for making you wait, Chi-Chi," Goku said, laughing while affectionately ruffling her hair to comfort her. Meanwhile, little Goten, in tears, clung to Vegeta. Having been deeply worried during the recent cataclysms, haunted by the traumatic memories of the Majin Buu saga when he feared losing his brother and father once more. "Brother, don't cry. I'm perfectly all right." Vegeta smiled reassuringly, conveying his well-being. The tattered garments adorning them filled Chi-Chi with a mix of anger and sorrow. "Wukong, how could you let your and Vegeta's clothes become so tattered? After your bath, please change into something new." Once her emotions settled, Chi-Chi dried her tears and soon invited the two returning figures to the bathroom for a thorough cleanse. The following day, the group gathered at the residence of the Galactic King to partake in a grand banquet, where they encountered Myers. "Oh, how have you been?" Upon seeing his esteemed mentor, Sun Wukong joyfully approached him. "I'm quite well," Myers replied with a subtle smile, though Wukong sensed a difference in his aura. Myers calmly explained that he had relinquished his angelic identity and embraced humanity. "Is that true?" Wukong was taken aback, and Myers elaborated, "I witnessed your battle and, after much contemplation, made my choice. In that case, I look forward to your guidance," Wukong exclaimed, extending his hand towards the newly human Myers, who chuckled softly and shook it before they parted. Curious about the now mortal Myers, Vegeta approached him. "Mr. Myers, can angels truly become human?" "Indeed, it was my father, the Grand Priest, who facilitated this transformation. The specifics, however, elude me," Myers replied. "Is that so?" Vegeta pondered, contemplating whether his mentor had once been an angel. "Why does this interest you?" Myers inquired, intrigued by Vegeta, the prodigy who had mastered a fragment of ultimate instinct in merely 3 months. "Because I encountered someone who, though not an angel, possessed powers equal to theirs." The mysterious figure evoked both admiration and curiosity in Vegeta, drawing him in with an innate allure. "Yet, my father mentioned I am the only angel to have become mortal in billions of years. That individual must have truly transcended humanity to reach the realm of angels." Myers mused. "Ah, I see. There indeed existed a human of such caliber, though he lived millions of years ago. I cannot definitively ascertain the identity of the person you speak of." With that, Myers regaled the two present with tales from millions of years past, leaving Sun Wukong and Vegeta astonished. Meanwhile, Vegeta, now intrigued, joined the storytelling session. "Such an extraordinary person existed," Wukong exclaimed, thrilled to discover that angels were not entirely beyond reach. However, that individual eventually vanished, with only vague reports of his ongoing battles against unspeakable entities, Myers disclosed. Observing the excited Science, "Was that all that remained about him?" Vegeta asked, a hint of disappointment in his voice, though his upturned lips revealed a burgeoning interest in the figure. "Thank you for sharing these captivating stories with us." Vegeta expressed his gratitude to Myers. As the identity of the enigmatic figure finally began to take shape, Myers merely smiled, dismissing the matter with a light-hearted remark, suggesting it was merely a trivial tale circulating among the angels. After bidding farewell to Myers and the other patrolmen, the warrior returned to the tranquil Earth. Yet, it was not long before Goku and Vegeta plunged back into their training. How typical. Goku had resumed his training once again, upon encountering Vegeta early that morning, who appeared apprehensive as he delivered a message. Chi-Chi felt a mix of irritation and resignation. Well, what could she expect? He was Goku after all. Subsequently, Chi-Chi offered a calm smile and asked Vegeta to assist Goten by bringing back his forgotten textbooks. "Understood. I shall return promptly." With a newfound sense of tranquility, Vegeta accepted the books and hurried toward West City, unaware that an unexpected visitor was approaching this Earth, or rather, this world. It appeared that this Earth did not host multiple nations, and there were many beings resembling animals. Just moments ago, an elderly dog-headed man observed this wondrous realm, now standing on a roadside at the outskirts of West City, holding a map gifted by a friend as he made his way toward his destination. Chapter 13. The Gem Elder. "Do you need a ride, old man?" The dog-headed man noticed the elderly figure slowly advancing. Although the man was not an ordinary elder, the kind-hearted dog-headed fellow rolled down his window. Upon hearing someone willing to engage him in conversation, the elderly man inquired about his destination. "Thank you for your kindness. Do you know where Bowsy Mountain is?" "Oh, you wish to travel to such a remote location?" The dog-headed man adjusted his cap and took the map, pondering over it. The elder neatly adjusted his bow tie and replied, "Well, I have someone I wish to meet." His eloquence was remarkable, with a few priceless gems subtly glimmering beneath his black cloak. "As it happens, I am headed there to collect something as well. You may ride with me. It would be my pleasure to assist you." The dog-headed man returned the map and opened the door to the passenger seat. "Is that so? I truly appreciate your assistance." Thus, the elder accepted the ride, gradually making their way toward Bowsy Mountain. Meanwhile, within West City, the individual the elder sought arrived at the entrance of a school. "I hope I am not too late." He stealthily approached the school, his first time near a classroom in session, marveling at the number of students engaged in their lessons. Goten, without his textbook, felt exceedingly awkward, forced to share a single book with his classmates. Thankfully, the teacher conducting the lesson was not particularly concerned about this matter. "That's my brother's doing," Goten exclaimed in delight, instantly realizing that Vegetto had come to deliver his book. He discreetly glanced out the window, where he saw Vegetto placing a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. "Shoo." Goten complied and continued to pay attention to the lesson, only to be astonished after class when he discovered his textbook had been quietly resting in his drawer all along. Wow. He understood that this must have been Vegetto's doing, while his classmates were equally astonished. What a false alarm. "Your textbook has been here the whole time." The classmate beside him chuckled, teasingly remarking that the school's security guard typically forbids parents from delivering anything. If something is forgotten, one must manage without it for the day. Indeed, it elicited a laugh from Wu Tian, who scratched his head, still feeling a bit anxious. Once Wu Tian's matters were settled, Vegeta stealthily slipped out as well, marveling at the convenience of magic. While its effectiveness may falter in battle, it proves invaluable in everyday life. He strolled joyfully down the street for a while before making his way to a secluded alley, as soaring into the sky in public would undoubtedly be a shock for ordinary humans. "Hey, where are you from, kid?" In this alley, he encountered another group of individuals, all clad in suits and sunglasses, exuding a distinctly gang-like aura. "I'm just passing through," Vegeta replied nonchalantly, undeterred by their imposing presence. He noted that even carefree children might feel a twinge of fear in their company. "This path is blocked. We are dealing with important matters." The towering figure in front appeared visibly irked, intending to teach this oblivious child a lesson. He approached Vegeta, grasping his hair with the intent to inflict some street justice upon him. "You brought this upon yourself." However, in the blink of an eye, the man collapsed, hitting the ground hard, his sunglasses shattering upon impact. Witnessing their leader's unfortunate fate, the henchman trembled in fear, exclaiming incredulously, "How could this be? With such strength, why resort to villainy?" Vegeta disdainfully adjusted his disheveled hair and cast a cold glance at the trembling henchman, who immediately cowered against the wall, watching him depart in trepidation. "I wish I could grow taller quickly," he mused, recalling the towering figure of the fused warrior Vegeta and the parallel world's version of him. He eagerly anticipated his own growth, longing for the day when he would no longer be perceived as a child. And why do some people choose to commit evil deeds? I truly do not understand. Reflecting on the occasional miscreants he encountered in the West, he pondered if there were some underlying passion that drove them. The scene shifted to Bowsy Mountain, where Sam, the dog-headed merchant, was driving his large truck to procure goods from local farmers. "Hey, Sam, you've arrived," exclaimed a familiar voice. "Who is that old man?" The classic, somewhat bumbling figure of a veteran greeted him, casually noting the elderly passenger beside him. "Just a traveler I picked up along the way." "Ah, still the same good-hearted person, I see." After exchanging pleasantries, they finally reached Bowsy Mountain. "We've arrived. Be careful." "Old man, this mountain doesn't seem very safe." "Understood." After bidding farewell to Sam, the old man, or rather, the gem elder, made his way to the summit, arriving at a household. "Hello, old man. Is there something you need?" Alone at home, Kiki opened the door and invited the visitor inside, to which the elderly gentleman responded with a courteous bow. "Greetings, madam. I am known as Kishiazerlik Subanog." Taken aback by the lengthy introduction, Kiki hesitated before inquiring, "How should I address you, sir?" The old man reassured her. "No need to be overly concerned. I am merely here to seek one individual. Might you know if a certain Beijite is present? He has just stepped out. May I ask what your purpose is in finding him?" Kiki replied, puzzled, as she did not recall any connection between Beijite and the peculiar elder. "I am interested in his talents and wish to take him as my disciple." "Absolutely not. He is my child, and I cannot entrust him to a stranger." Kiki crossed her arms defiantly, embodying the essence of a traditional mother. She was unwilling to let her child or husband wander off with someone unknown. The gem elder quickly discerned her apprehension and continued, "Please, allow me to explain further. I am indeed a serious instructor. Should he graduate, he would immediately secure a respectable position that includes room and board, along with a stable future. Most parents would have been swayed by such an offer. And Kiki was no exception. Her demeanor shifted as she pondered the proposal. "Is that truly the case?" "Indeed it is. The program lasts for 3 years, after which he would return." The gem elder winked playfully, and as he anticipated, Kiki reconsidered and acquiesced to his request. At that moment, Beijite returned home. "I'm back. We have a guest." Upon seeing the well-mannered visitor, Bajite was initially startled but soon recognized the old man as the Gem Elder from another realm. A friend of the time, Traveler Bardock. You are the Gem Elder, correct? Indeed. Although both were aware of each other's existence, this was their first encounter. You bear a striking resemblance to Bardock, Bajite remarked. Ah, this is a momentous meeting between a wizard symbolizing miracles and a creation worthy of such. The Gem Elder chuckled, rising and extending his hand to Bajite, who hesitated briefly before accepting the gesture. They exchanged a firm handshake. As Bardock had described, the Elder was indeed a remarkable individual. The Gem Elder then proposed that Bajite accompany him to the Time Tower for training. After a moment of contemplation, Bajite agreed. Meanwhile, Kiki had packed his belongings and handed a suitcase to him, urging him to study diligently. I just spoke with Bulma and Goku. They are in agreement. Study well. Understood. Thus, he embarked on his journey to the Time Tower. As for the subsequent regret of the absent-minded Goku, who discovered too late that the power tournament could not proceed without Bajite, that is a tale for another time. Chapter 14. The first year at the Time Tower entering the true realm of magic, Bajite arrived at the Time Tower located in London, England. Like most ordinary individuals who had not yet delved into the world of sorcery, he was filled with great enthusiasm. This time, aside from him, the Marshal of the Mage Realm also routinely recruited a batch of disciples. While the magician community expressed both joy and apprehension regarding these second-rate spellcasters, it was evident that participating in the Holy Grail War might afford one a stroke of luck to survive. Yet becoming a direct disciple of the Gem Master was almost a certain path to ruin. Excluding the fortunate Tosaka Nagahito, who managed to escape by auditing the class, nearly no one has emerged unscathed from the Gem Master's tutelage. In fact, for over a century, no one has left the Gem Master's classroom alive. The newly inducted magicians were acutely aware of this grim reality, their nerves taut, except for a certain rookie who had just joined the clock tower. Some of the more astute among them had even learned that this enigmatic newcomer was personally escorted to the clock tower by the Gem Master himself. The rumor quickly spread among the apprentices, igniting a flurry of whispers about Bajite. Have you heard about this person? On the very first day, the hushed tones began to echo, with some individuals of noble lineage even seeking to cause trouble for him. For the first time in his life, Bajite felt the sting of envy directed toward him, fully grasping the malevolence of human nature. Why are they all like this? He pondered, perplexed by their behavior. He found their antics utterly perplexing, although he did not dwell on it. Thanks to these fledgling experiences, he began to comprehend some of the so-called rules of the magical community. As someone devoid of any prominent family background and lacking even a magical crest, he was destined to encounter hardships at the clock tower, particularly in the absence of any true power. His fondness for the institution plummeted to an icy low, and he realized that he could never appreciate the company of his fellow magicians. In this world of sorcery, rife with ambition and filth, there were no fairy tales, only chaotic power struggles. With his conventional worldly values, he felt utterly out of place, perceiving the magicians as increasingly insufferable. Aside from a few who relished in forming cliques and bullying the weak, there were numerous self-important elitists among the apprentices. They scorned the slightly weaker groups while viewing Bajite as a potential threat. Yet, after just a week of the Gem Master's lessons, the atmosphere had quieted considerably. As the majority had perished, leaving the once proud scions of noble lineage looking haggard and worn. A month later, only Bajite remained, quietly attending his exclusive lessons. You're truly ruthless. Everyone else has perished, he mused. Bajite yawned. The hellish training for ordinary individuals was merely trivial for him, a scion. Observing the empty classroom, he felt a surge of happiness, relishing the absence of the cacophony. What? They're all gone. I was so engrossed that I hardly noticed. After a moment of contemplation, the Gem Master was unaware that during the past month, his rigorous training had led to the departure of numerous fledgling magicians who had just begun to show promise. Yet, he exhibited little self-reflection, as this ultimate genius presumed that others were equally monstrous in their capabilities. Thus, he often carelessly assigned tasks that could be perilous. As an instructor, he was undoubtedly responsible, but he was rather ineffective when it came to nurturing his students. You truly are a remarkable talent. When Bardock informed me that you replicated my gem sword single-handedly, I became quite intrigued by you. Indeed, your abilities have not disappointed me. The Gem Master was elated. Having not witnessed anyone survive his classroom's challenges for at least a century, I invested considerable effort into this. How do you find the outcome? In the current setting, the classroom felt no different from a one-on-one session, and the two conversed amiably, sharing a mutual respect. It's quite impressive. If I were to rate it, I'd give it a 5 out of 10, as this only encompasses a small portion of the second magic. You are the first to earn points while maintaining your physical form in my presence. The delighted gem master continued to elaborate on his subject, expressing satisfaction with his legendary Super Saiyan test subject, Vegeta, and reflecting on the value of his friendship with Bardock. Time passed swiftly, and a year quietly elapsed. Although it was monumental news in the magic world that someone had survived a year under the Gem Master's tutelage, both master and disciple remained remarkably discreet, as most were still mourning the loss of the previous year's students. Vegeta had fulfilled a long-held desire, having finally emerged from the protracted childhood of a Saiyan. One day, a year later, he experienced a sudden growth spurt, reaching approximately 1.7 meters, quite astonishing, indeed. In the classroom that day, the Gem Master found it amusing to see Vegeta nearly touching the doorframe. Although Vegeta was compelled to don an unfamiliar British-style outfit due to his height, he was exceedingly pleased, as he could finally shed the moniker of Little Brat. The Magician Association's attire was rather impractical, restricting his movements. Well, I suppose I'll make do for now. Observing his cheerful disciple, the Gem Master inquired, "It seems you have grown fond of this place? Are you joking? If given the chance, I would leave this wretched place." Vegeta crossed his arms in disdain, expressing his aversion to the other magicians. Whenever he heard the topic of his lack of magic imprint, the disdainful glances from other magicians were overwhelming. Some of the novices even sought to provoke him. "Well, I happen to have some business in Japan. How about you assist me with that in a few months? Really, I truly wish to get out of here." He flipped through his magic notes, realizing that even the Time Tower was not entirely devoid of merit, as he had absorbed considerable magical knowledge, particularly regarding advanced applications of imaginary space. Today, I attended a rather fascinating class. Oh, do share. Throughout this year, although Beijite has exhibited extraordinary strength, he has maintained a remarkably low profile. Unless one pays close attention to his name, the average person would find it exceedingly difficult to extract much information about him from the Time Tower. He is acutely aware that attracting the attention of morally ambiguous magicians is far from advantageous. If he were to reveal his true abilities, combined with his lack of a protective familial background, he would likely find himself targeted by the sealed designation aimed at capturing him for nefarious purposes. The Gem Elder is cognizant of this reality. Although he effortlessly resolved certain matters, he relishes the entertainment of complications arising from them. Even if a certain awakened individual were to confront his disciple, the outcome would inevitably lead to the latter's demise, as mere magicians pose no considerable threat. It seems that the teacher's name was something akin to Arrow 2, which is rather impressive. If you find it useful, then so be it. As the year progressed, the typically carefree Gem Elder had little to say, as his involvement in affairs was minimal. Here, Beijite has undeniably immersed himself in the world of magic. Yet his inherently combative nature has not permitted him a moment's respite. From time to time, he would skip classes to indulge in escapades within the realm of imaginary numbers. Meanwhile, the Gem Elder, in a state of tranquility, afforded himself a lengthy sabbatical. Observing the leisurely demeanor of the Gem Elder, the Magic Association tacitly accepted that most of his disciples were merely idling away their time. Thus, under the dual pursuits of honing his magical skills and embracing a life of freedom, the first year passed. Yet, the restless Beijite was certainly poised to accept his mentor-esque commission, and a few months later, he would journey to Fuyuki City in Japan to meet his senior, the descendant of Tosaka Nagato, Tosaka Tokiomi, despite the latter's family having perished long ago. Chapter 15. Arrival at Ritsubun. To delineate the primary distinction between this Earth and the one Beijite inhabits, one must note the distribution of nations. On the Earth he currently resides in, there exists but a single king. It is here that he first encounters the concept of multiple nations. Over the past few months, he has been closely observing that small island nation, which presents quite a conundrum. The myriad of travel preparations is daunting. Gazing at the array of items on his desk, visas, passports, and other essentials, he scratched his head and looked at the small island of Ritsubun on the map, which is quite a distance from England, his intended destination. He longs to fly there in one swift motion, as this distance is trivial for him. Ideally, he would prefer to travel via legitimate means, otherwise, he could find himself in considerable trouble. The leisurely Gem Elder opened a pot of red tea, blowing gently on it before savoring a small sip. He proceeded to educate his anxious disciple about the severe consequences of illegal immigration, casting a playful glance at Vegeta's troubled expression. By the way, I believe I have a property there. He suddenly recalled an important matter. Fishing out an old, dusty key from his cloak, he held it up. Is this still usable? Receiving the heavily patinated key with great caution, Vegeta felt a sense of foreboding. He was already aware that his senior, Tosaka Nagato, had been a figure from a century past, leading him to surmise that this house must be a relic from at least 100 years ago. Well, this property seems to date back about 50 years. You should go take a look, the gym elder suggested. All right then, it could save me some rent. Let us hope the house is still standing. By the way, I have prepared your identity as a transfer student from the local high school. What? You want me to attend school? Vegeta felt a wave of darkness wash over him, astonished that his master would subject him to such trials. After all, one's identity is of paramount importance. Venturing recklessly into that realm could attract the attention of a rather troublesome individual. It would be prudent to avoid alarming the proverbial snake in the grass. The more inconspicuous, the better. That old worm is not to be trifled with. As the second mage, the gym old man understood well that Fuyuki City is a place teeming with hidden dangers, harboring entities that could, with a mere misstep, threaten the very fabric of humanity. His intention in sending Vegeta there was twofold: to visit the descendants of his former disciples, and to ensure that Vegeta could manage that perilous matter effectively. Very well, I comprehend. Vegeta accepted his enrollment certificate for Suigunhara High School, his emotions a turbulent mix. This marked his first genuine foray into the academic world. Have you selected a date? Perhaps next Sunday. I have prepared sufficiently. Thus, at the close of 2003, after a long journey, Vegeta arrived in the wintry Fuyuki City. His first order of business was to locate the old residence of the gym old man. Is this the place? Gazing upon what had become a construction site, he felt an acute embarrassment. Indeed, the house was no longer usable. Alas, renting a place became imperative. Shaking his head in disbelief, he resigned himself to finding a hotel for the night. It was now winter in Fuyuki, and Vegeta donned a standard black down jacket as he checked into the inn. The internet of 2003 was not as advanced, and much information had to be sought out personally. Seated in the traditional Japanese inn, he perused various rental listings, striving to find a suitable abode. Fortunately, he had saved a considerable amount of money, which he intended to conserve, having inherited Kiki's commendable frugality. This one looks decent, and the price is reasonable. Reluctantly, Vegeta embarked on his school life. Thus, in early 2004, the classic transfer student scenario unfolded at Suigunhara High School. After a brief introduction, the expressionless Vegeta took a seat in an empty spot, already feeling the weight of his plight. How dull. Reflecting on the delightful school life that Rika had described, he found it hard to endure. Is it truly as wonderful as they say? Little did he know, in that moment of distraction, his classmates began to discuss the foreign transfer student. What an intriguing name. He has no surname. He's quite tall, and his nose is rather prominent. Indeed, he is a foreigner. After class, a few bold male students approached him. Hello, have you joined a club yet? Not yet. You're quite tall. Have you considered joining our basketball club? I'll think about it. Upon hearing his nonchalant response, the boy smiled warmly, indicating he would await his decision. He noticed that the atmosphere here was far more relaxed than that of the Time Tower, and he began to develop a fondness for the school. By the way, have you thought about joining the archery club? Your arms seem quite strong. The first day of school passed relatively smoothly, certainly a far cry from the initial experience at the clock tower. After classes, he sought out his landlord, Shiro Amiya. In truth, Vegeta had not originally intended to rent at the Amiya residence, but the intermediary, Taiga Fujimura, upon learning that he was a foreign transfer student and attending the same school as Shiro, arranged for him to stay there at a considerably reduced price. This arrangement not only facilitated Vegeta's acclimatization to the school with Shiro's assistance, but also provided Shiro with a little extra income, effectively killing two birds with one stone. I'm sorry, I have a matter to attend to. Shiro, the ever-accommodating person, found himself cleaning up after Shinji once again, while Shinji, with a casual pat on his backside, sauntered away. Oh, a fresh face? Who are you waiting for? Faced with Shinji's grinning demeanor, Vegeta could only feel disdain. Choosing to ignore him, Amiya-kun, do you have something to attend to? Shiro, with his head bowed, was oblivious to the palpable tension in the air. I apologize, Vegeta-san. You should head home first. All right, I'll be on my way. Subsequently, Bijit cast a cold glance at Shinji, who was maliciously teasing Shiro, causing the latter to flush momentarily, though he soon managed to feign composure and departed. As evening descended upon the Amiya residence, Bijit, rather uncharacteristically, did not relish the meal but instead expressed his complex feelings. "You're too lenient with him. He is clearly bullying you." In response, Shiro, feeling somewhat bashful, served himself a portion of the stir-fried meat. Tonight's dinner was prepared by Bijit, whom Shiro had initially assumed to be a privileged foreigner. However, Bijit's culinary skills were on par with his own, and aside from an insatiable appetite, he was nearly the perfect tenant. "Sorry about that." Upon hearing yet another apology, Bijit could only exhale a resigned sigh. Over the course of a month, he had come to understand that Shiro, the quintessential good-natured person, was not easily swayed by mere words. Even someone as formidable as he had his moments of helplessness. "Sigh, it feels futile to say anything. You should just eat up. After all, you've worked hard." Thus, an ordinary day came to a close, yet beneath the surface of Fuyuki City, undercurrents stirred as preparations for the Fifth Holy Grail War quietly commenced. Chapter 16. The eve of the Holy Grail War as January progressed. The date reached January 14th at noon, coinciding with lunchtime. On the school rooftop, Bijit was indulging in a bento box, surrounded by an array of similarly sized boxes. Shiro, observing this scene, could only smile. He had grown accustomed to Bijit's exaggerated appetite and bantered lightly. "You're quite the sensation now. I overheard several girls chatting about you during recess." Is that important?" Bijit queried, bemused, as he devoured a piece of fried chicken. "You don't know? Have you heard of Rin Tosaka?" When speaking of the renowned campus beauty, who is simultaneously the object of his secret admiration, Shiro instinctively turned his face away, a hint of crimson gracing his cheeks. Bijit, having only a fleeting acquaintance with her, merely thought of her lineage as the senior's descendant. Observing Shiro's bashful demeanor with curiosity while continuing to listen to his explanation. "Your standing among the girls is akin to hers among the boys. So what does that imply?" Bijit still appeared perplexed, his gaze remarkably innocent. He set down his chopsticks, tilting his head in contemplation for a considerable time. "Does it mean they are quite interested in me?" That naive expression evoked a twinge of guilt in Shiro, prompting him to vaguely conclude the topic. Haha, something like that. He regarded the rather oblivious Bijit with mixed feelings, while Bijit continued to eat, swiftly finishing off a substantial lunchbox and cheerfully tidying up. "By the way, Shiro, for dinner, I would love to have those hamburgers you made a few days ago. They were absolutely delicious." "All right, if nothing arises tonight, I'll make them." Shiro had come to understand that, at least in Bijit's eyes, tangible delights like food held more allure than the ethereal nature of love, which he did not quite grasp. However, Shiro's chatter was not without merit. In the past half-month, Bijit's popularity had eclipsed that of Shinji Matsu, establishing him as a notable figure on campus. The reason was simple: his striking looks, commendable character, and decent academic performance, combined with the air of mystery surrounding him as a foreign transfer student. Despite having features reminiscent of Western ancestry, his black hair and yellow skin were quintessentially Asian. Furthermore, Bijit's reluctance to share details about his family background ignited the girls' gossiping spirits fervently. Within a fortnight, numerous versions of speculation regarding his identity had emerged, such as theories of Japanese-European mixed heritage returning home, multicultural mixed blood pursuing family legacy, and Central European mixed descent seeking further studies. If he were to hear these rumors, he would likely chuckle, as there was not a trace of earthly lineage within him. While some found amusement in this situation, others were genuinely perturbed. The spotlight stolen from him, the heir of the Matsu family, Shinji Matsu, was evidently displeased. However, being in a different grade, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Of course, he had no interest in the matter and was completely unaware, simply wishing to experience the mundane life described by Rin, ultimately finding satisfaction in encountering interesting events and companions, thus immersing himself in a slice of societal life. "This place is so comfortable, I might be getting a bit complacent." In class, he reflected on the tranquility of life, relishing this leisure. Yet, amidst his enjoyment, he would not forget his inherent nature. "Well, it seems my evening training must be doubled." Today, once again, Shiro found himself at the mercy of Shinji, leaving Bijit deprived of his hamburger. To sulk and deepen his resentment towards Shinji, a scion's unique obsession with food. As he walked alone, he expressed his dissatisfaction. "Damn it, that's Shinji. My hamburger. I had anticipated the entire day, and yet he remained engulfed in the sorrow of lost delicacies. However, after a brief passage of time, he regained his spirits and began to contemplate the evening's culinary creations. Perhaps he would prepare fish dishes tonight? Suddenly, he sensed a faint, lingering essence. As though the threshold between life and death was but a heartbeat away, his gaze instinctively turned towards that direction, seemingly near the Ludong Temple. Could it be the presence of a magician or something akin? Driven by curiosity, under the twilight, he ventured forth, traversing through dense woods, until he encountered a suffering woman. Cloaked in a hooded garment, she appeared to be slowly losing some inner power. Upon hearing footsteps approaching, she instinctively tensed, her body twisting in vigilance. Who could it be? She sensed that this individual seemed merely an ordinary person. Your magical energy is waning. Given your attire, you must be a servant. Without awaiting her astonishment, he helped her to her feet and, through direct contact, infused her with magical energy. As a divine mage and servant, Medea was utterly astonished. Who are you? Do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to assist you. Vijite, not particularly adept at conversing with women, especially those who were sensitive and suspicious, stepped back to demonstrate his sincerity. The magical energy rested against the tree, and Medea, still shrouded in her mask, gradually rose. She sensed his goodwill and recognized that he spoke the truth, leaving her with no reason to doubt. I apologize. Thank you for your kindness. My true name is Medea. How should I address you? Observing Medea's newfound respect, Vijite pondered for a moment. You may call me Vijite. Has the Holy Grail War commenced? It has not fully begun, my lord Vijite. I estimate that the Holy Grail War will reach its peak in approximately a month. Please, do not call me that. Upon recalling the ominous contents of the Grail, Vijite felt a twinge of anxiety, while it posed no threat to him. It could spell great trouble for the entirety of Higashimori City. Let us resolve this Holy Grail War first, then we shall devise a plan. Having made up his mind, he chuckled heartily. I look forward to your cooperation. Yes, I understand. Medea harbored no disdain for her current master and was well aware of his formidable strength. This partnership seemed advantageous. Thus, Vijite escorted Medea back to the Amiya residence. Will you maintain your spirit form? This is necessary for preparations. As a weaker servant, I must ensure everything is in place before claiming victory. She began to conceive how to establish a magical workshop. My house is rented from someone else. Please do not construct a workshop here. With that, he opened a void space, offering an awkward smile. Chapter 17. The Assault of the Spinning Blue Gunman, establishing a workshop within the void space. Medea found this suggestion somewhat intriguing. Primarily, I have already attempted to create some elements myself, albeit rather crudely. Having spoken, he entrusted a portion of the control over the imaginary realm to Medea. You may give it a try first. We shall discuss important matters later at night. He then proceeded to the kitchen to prepare dinner. I understood. As I gazed upon the seemingly Navi magician before me, Medea, outwardly compliant, felt a sense of amusement within. The abundant magical resources bestowed upon her by Vegeta provided her with ample opportunity for research. Moreover, her master had granted her absolute freedom, a stark contrast to her previously subservient existence. By the way, you will need a contract, right? Just as she was about to tie on her apron, Vegeta recalled a crucial matter. A servant cannot exist without the provision of present-day magical energy, but the Holy Grail War had not yet commenced in earnest, and my magical supply lacked the Grail as an aid. You will need to supply my magic entirely. It's a minor issue, nothing to worry about. In the next moment, the two established a formal contract. With the endowment of her master's power, Medea's entire servant panel significantly improved, even her strength rating elevated. Had she been an ordinary servant, she would have already soared to new heights. As she profoundly sensed the vast magical energy within her master, she realized that perhaps he could acquire the Grail even without her assistance. It was truly astonishing. Are you a remnant of some divine mystery from the age of gods? Yet in the next instant, she discerned that this man's magical prowess was far more than a mere fantasy of the divine. His power approached a godly level of existence. No, it was more than that. Having glimpsed merely the tip of her master's power, Medea removed her mask and dispelled her spiritual form, altering her previous intentions. Meanwhile, Vegeta had secured his apron, the modest consumption of magic required for this task insignificant compared to his full-power explosive attack. He regarded the manifest Medea and calmly inquired whether she desired to partake in dinner, assuming she might be tempted. Do you not plan to study in the workshop? No, it's nothing. I shall rest for a while. I intend to gather more of your intelligence before taking action tonight. Is that so? Well, there aren't any casual clothes for you to wear here. Why not try on my coat instead? Shiro will be returning home shortly. He reluctantly retrieved his clean black coat and handed it to Medea, then resumed his dinner preparations. Upon Shiro's return home, he was greeted by a sumptuous dinner spread across the table, along with a purple-haired woman clad in a black down coat. He found himself momentarily bewildered. Just earlier he had lamented Vegeta's wooden demeanor, only to discover he had brought a woman home that very evening. The woman possessed a dignified beauty and appeared to be a foreigner. He set down his bag, dazed. Who is she? Vegeta, still focused on serving the meal, replied with utmost seriousness, she is someone I saved from fainting on the road. She mentioned feeling tired, so I brought her here to rest and have something to eat. I see. It seemed he had overthought the matter. It would take more than a day or two to enlighten the wooden-headed Vegeta. Shiro sighed in relief, scratched his head, and sat down to begin his meal. You've prepared a national dish again today. Well, it's what my family eats most often. Do any of your parents hail from this country? I suppose so. After a simple exchange, dinner officially commenced. Initially, Medea felt somewhat unaccustomed, but soon she relished her first mouthful of warm food as a servant. Shiro, too, indulged in a hearty meal, for he was utterly exhausted after spending the entire afternoon cleaning the archery dojo. The most blissful moment for him was returning home to a hot meal awaiting him. Typically, he would make do with reheating a small portion of leftovers. Yet today, nearly the entire spread was consumed, leaving Medea astonished. Shiro, however, calmly began to tidy up the dishes, remarking on her impressive appetite. Indeed, my fondness for food is rather intense, Vegeta declared, finishing the last piece of fish and gazing at Shiro with eager eyes, whispering, So, can we do this again tomorrow? Absolutely. I shall prepare it for you. Shiro replied with a gentle smile. In his eyes, despite Vegeta's seemingly perfect demeanor and her aloofness, which often included politely declining the subtle confessions of younger girls, she also possessed a childlike innocence at times. After tidying up from dinner, Medea feigned her departure from the Amiya household and slipped into the realm of the imaginary, while Shiro and the others washed up and retired for the night. Following this brief interlude, a fortnight passed uneventfully, leading to approximately February 1st. Vegeta sensed the presence of several servants' magical energies scattered around as they made their way to school. Has it begun? He pondered, recalling the red mark he had seen on Shiro's hand that morning. It seemed Shiro had also been drawn into this turmoil. Should I inform him? If he were to be pursued, it could prove fatal. What's wrong? Shiro, walking beside him, inquired, puzzled by Vegeta's unusual demeanor since that morning. Nothing, just contemplating Shinji. Vegeta replied, and upon noticing Shiro's suspicion, recounted the incident from the previous afternoon when Shinji had provoked him. He had been delivering something for a classmate in the archery club when the self-important Shinji decided to cause trouble. That guy? Shiro visibly bristled with anger, rarely showing such emotion towards Shinji. But it's nothing. I'm not afraid of that jerk. You, however, should be cautious. There have been numerous reports of victims in the evening news lately. Despite Shiro's discontent, his primary concern lay with Shinji's recent changes. Don't play coy with me. Even if you have to stay out late, I will keep an eye on you. Faced with Vegeta's resolute stance, Shiro vowed to be more vigilant about his personal safety. Yet, as the school day concluded, the ever-kind Shiro continued to reminisce about his past with Shinji, assisting him with club duties. Honestly, you're too good to him. Observing Shiro once again scrubbing the archery club's floor, Vegeta felt a pang of frustration. He saw a reflection of Sun Wukong in Shiro, albeit in a more extreme form. Remembering Shinji reveling with a group of girls, Vegeta felt a sense of injustice on Shiro's behalf. What a fool you are. Only someone equally foolish like myself can accompany you, my dear simpleton. With a smile directed at Vegeta, Shiro, who was diligently sweeping the floor, found himself unperturbed by Vegeta's usual aloofness. He thought it best to finish quickly so they could leave. It seemed that instant noodles would be their only meal for the day. All right, he responded, redoubling his efforts in sweeping, while Vegeta began tidying up the surrounding clutter. Occasionally glancing outside, he noticed two servants, one above and another outside. He had already discerned Rin Tosaka's identity as a master, and it was likely she was nearby. If I do not accompany him, he may not survive the night. As dusk fell, the sounds of metal clashing echoed from above and below. Shiro, having just finished mopping the floor, trembled in fear. What is that sound? Keep your voice down, or we'll be discovered. Vegeta swiftly covered Shiro's mouth and took cover indoors, peering out the window. The battle raged fiercely. One combatant was Siyu Chulin, while the other was Rin Tosaka's servant. The two figures, one red and one blue, clashed spectacularly, sparks flying. Although Shiro could discern little, he felt the urgency in Vegeta's voice. We must leave, Shiro. The situation is dire. Feigning ignorance, Vegeta pulled Shiro along, urging him to escape. All right. Shiro nodded, regaining his composure as the two stealthily slipped out through the school's back entrance. Ah, you two are quite swift, aren't you? Siyu Chulin approached them, brandishing his crimson spear, blocking their path. Who are you? As the truth became unavoidable, Vegeta swiftly knocked Shiro unconscious. You are rather industrious, he remarked, revealing the command seal on the back of his hand, a red rune formed of triple flames, signifying his identity. So, you are the master, are you? Can you guess? Vegeta replied with a confident smile, performing a flourish with his weapon, while he casually set Shiro aside, nonchalantly asserting, I require no assistance. Huh, you must be out of your mind, the blue spear-wielding servant thought, bemused. He possessed magical enhancements that rendered most modern sorcery ineffective against him. You are truly a fool. Modern magician. In the next moment, he lunged forward, the spear aimed directly at Vegeta's heart. Yet, Vegeta felt no sense of peril. He leisurely threw a punch, unleashing a tremendous gust of wind. The servant, sensing something amiss, reacted too late. The force sent him spiraling through the air before embedding him into a wall, eliciting a startled cry. Nearby, a group of archers, spectators to the spectacle, were taken aback. Meanwhile, Vegeta, unfazed, dusted himself off and carried Shiro home. What a hassle. It seems tonight we'll have to settle for instant noodles, though that is not entirely unacceptable. Chapter 18. An unexpected encounter. Having dispatched the intruders, Vegeta returned to the residence, carrying the unconscious Shiro. When Shiro awoke, he found himself lying in a storage room. He quickly sat up. Vegeta, are you all right? He vividly recalls their encounter with the murderer, only to suddenly succumb to darkness and lose consciousness. If something were to happen to me, who would carry you home? Vegito paused his tasks and assured Shiro that he was perfectly fine. Upon hearing Vegito's voice, Shiro immediately made his way towards him. What is this? Why is there? What met Shiro's eyes in the warehouse was a peculiar magical circle. I must ask you, how do you possess such a thing at home? Vegito half-squatted, gently caressing the magic array, infusing it with mana, which immediately emanated brilliant white light. All right, I am ready. You should step inside now. A bewildered Shiro was pulled into the center of the magical circle by Vegito, and as he stood within, the command seal on the back of his hand materialized with a sharp sting, revealing a crimson mark. What is this? It's complicated to explain. For now, summon your servant. The Holy Grail War cannot proceed without a servant. Shiro, even more confused upon hearing this, was about to inquire further when his servant appeared, proclaiming her iconic line, Are you my master? A swordswoman clad in blue emerged before Shiro, and the golden-eyed girl noticed the black-haired man behind her master, spotting the command seal on his hand, which ignited a murderous intent within her. Step aside. I shall deal with the other masters. Resolute. She brandished her transparent sword and darted past Shiro like a whirlwind, yet the man remained unfazed, effortlessly parrying her strike with a single finger. The moment they made contact, the floor of the warehouse cracked beneath them. Calm down. Let us think this through, he pondered, scratching his chin with the hand bearing the command seal. The girl, taken aback, withdrew her sword, eyeing him warily. Witnessing this standoff, Shiro hastily called out to the girl, Please, hold your attack. He is my friend. Don't jest. He is a magician. Magicians are not ordinary people, master. She countered her own master, fully aware of the terrifying prowess of magicians, having been a servant in the previous Holy Grail War. However, Shiro was evidently in a state of utter confusion, unsure of what to do. Vegito intended to explain, but the unexpected intruder continued their pursuit. Sigh, that guy is still after us. With that, he glanced out the window, spotting a blue figure descending from the sky. He is back. Master, I will confront him. Noting Vegito's lack of hostility, she decided to engage the incoming threat, charging out of the warehouse with her transparent wind sword, leaving Shiro behind. Observing the clash between the two servants, the relaxed Vegito approached Shiro, preparing to enlighten him on the pivotal matters of the Holy Grail War. Don't be too anxious. Let me explain what is happening. All right. What should I do? As your master, you will coordinate with your servant, the blonde girl, and issue her precise commands. Shiro is not a formal magician. Beijit understands that he should focus on learning to become a competent master. Is that sufficient? Upon hearing this, Shiro found himself in a quandary, as he was not adept at commanding others in battle. Establishing a fundamental trust with her, akin to that of friends, should not pose too much difficulty for you, right? Following their conversation, the clash between the two servants soon came to a halt. Due to the unique nature of their noble phantasms, they sustained some injuries. However, overall, they maintained the upper hand. Ultimately, bound by his master's command seal, he was compelled to withdraw. Meanwhile, the archer team in the distance had been covertly observing the unfolding events. It seems that Tosaka has arrived. Upon noticing their departure, Beijit greeted Rin and casually acknowledged the ethereal figure of Red beside her, exclaiming, "You are a magician too." In a state of shock, Rin recalled her servant, recognizing that neither of these two harbored hostility. Moreover, facing a 2-to-1 situation did not provide her with any substantial advantage, so she contemplated discussing an alliance, particularly given their shared status as classmates. "Indeed, I am a magician." Unlike the tense Rin, Beijit remained relaxed, for this Holy Grail war seemed to him merely child's play. In a moment of introspection, he sensed the presence of another servant, recalling the fleeting expression Shiro wore when speaking of Rin, suddenly illuminating some of Shiro's feelings towards her. "Shiro, I just remembered I need to purchase something. You can chat with Tosaka for now. Farewell." All right, be careful. Throughout the evening, Shiro had been in a daze and intended to express concern, but upon considering Beijit's formidable prowess, he felt rather foolish. After creating a pleasant two-person world for his friend, Beijit decisively made his exit, seeking information about another servant. He stealthily slipped into a dimly lit alley, where the yellow glow illuminated the rustling wild grasses, hinting at an unseen presence. "You must be one of the servants. Come out quickly." In response, a few small knives flew towards him, a futile tactic. With a gentle burst of energy, the flying knives were effortlessly deflected, and the figure lurking in the shadows was sent sprawling. Witnessing his servant being thrown aside, his master slowly emerged, clad in the brown male uniform of Sujintu, exuding confidence with each bold stride. Although Beijit had sensed Shinji's presence from the outset, knowing full well that Shinji possessed no magical aptitude, he initially assumed Shinji would be a hostage. Shinji. Expecting a significant figure, he was instead confronted with a purely feeble individual, one whose combat prowess barely surpassed 5. "What? Are you frightened upon seeing me?" The man, with a peculiar tome in hand and blue seaweed-like hair, smirked with arrogance, unaware that Beijit was almost embarrassed enough to etch out a map of Fuyuki City with his toes. "No wonder you were so smug that day. I still remember you seemed to confess to Tosaka, only to be rejected. How pitiful." Upon hearing his vulnerabilities exposed, Shinji blushed fiercely. "Shut up. I am the representative of the Matu family." Kantu, in a frenzy, howled hysterically, but Beijit, who had long seen through everything, merely narrowed her eyes disdainfully. "Do not jest. You possess no magical power, rendering you unworthy of even being called a magician. Furthermore, you lack a command seal, which disqualifies you from being a master. Who is it that directed you?" In an attempt to bluff, Shinji was instantly stripped of his bravado, his eyes widening as he took a few steps back, his expression a grotesque mask of rage. The assassin beside him could no longer contain himself. He was never adept at direct confrontation. And although his opponent was equally unskilled in head-on clashes, he reminded himself to remain calm, for the power of the opposing magician should not be underestimated. He raised his dagger, aiming for the command seal in Beijit's hand, intent on eliminating the master first. Yet, events took a turn for the worse. A deep purple vortex suddenly materialized between the two parties, and the divine witch Medea emerged from it. "Oh my, I did not anticipate that such an unworthy individual would become a master." Upon her appearance, the imaginary space closed, and she respectfully positioned herself behind her master to indicate her allegiance. "Are you also a magician?" Shinji erupted with rage, as he had initially intended to maliciously attack Beijit after assuming the role of master to satisfy his own selfish desires. Unbeknownst to him, his opponent was far from a pushover. In a fit of irrationality, he commanded the assassin to attack. With Shinji's order, a thrown knife shattered the solitary streetlight, plunging the surroundings into darkness. Beijit, weary of the situation, found herself at a loss for words, and Medea shared her exasperation. Summoning a silver staff, a soft luminescence flickered around her. You truly lack memory. Let us engage in a little play. Chapter 19. Kanto's dirty inkstone. As the assassin lunged forward, Medea unfurled her cloak, unleashing a tempest of magical winds that swiftly sent the assailant flying. Simultaneously, the false servant's book in Shinji's hands ignited spontaneously. Damn it! That's mine. He frantically attempted to extinguish the flames engulfing the book, but his efforts proved futile as the false servant's book was reduced to ashes. The assassin, who had collapsed on the ground, also disintegrated into golden particles, gradually vanishing from sight. Ah, it seems you are utterly unworthy of being a master. Bajit conjured a small orb of light and tossed it into the air, casting a pale blue glow over the darkened alley once more. Shinji, with his back turned to Bajit, trembled uncontrollably in his fury. Where's your home? I would not mind. Bajit harbored no fondness for this wicked and foolish individual, yet she bore him no ill will, intending merely to escort him home and issue a warning. However, before she could utter her intention, Shinji suddenly produced a fruit knife and spun around, stabbing it towards Bajit, who stood behind him. The blade punctured her down jacket, the soft white down enveloping the knife's tip. Ha! Can you still laugh? Shinji cackled madly until he noticed that no blood flowed from the wound. Instantly, unease washed over him as he looked up. At that moment, Bajit's face, twisted in anger, was fixed upon him. She kicked him away with disdain, fussing over her damaged down jacket. Although it was merely worth a few thousand yen, it was still her money. Seated on the ground, Shen Er was in disbelief, exclaiming, "Why? It's so noisy. I'm quite irritated right now." Realizing that his good intentions had been entirely wasted on the ungrateful Vegeta, his mood soured. He busied himself with the fluttering feathers and turned to the shadow behind Shen Er. "And how long will you hide?" Upon hearing this, countless insects gathered behind Shen Er, gradually coalescing into a humanoid form. Grandfather. Startled by the arrival of his grandfather, Shen Er immediately sat up, retreating to the side. With the utterance of grandfather, an elderly man, gaunt and clad in a black kimono, fully materialized. Shen Er's situation was indeed dire. The old man turned his head sharply to regard his ineffectual descendant, while the trembling Shen Er stubbornly retorted, "I was almost able to do it just now. Just give me another chance." "Oh, is that so?" The old man grinned, his voice dry and peculiar, sending shivers down Vegeta's spine. "Who are you?" "Kanu Zhongyan, welcome, foreign magician." With a sinister smile, Zhongyan evoked a sense of revulsion in Vegeta. "Are you the master of the assassin?" Not at all." The command seal on the back of his hand was clearly visible, yet his servant was nowhere to be seen. "If I were, then the assassin would not have vanished from here." "Oh, really? Where is your servant then?" "As you wish, come forth." At the old man's call, a shadow of darkness emerged. In that fleeting moment, Vegeta sensed impending doom. "Quick, retreat to the imaginary space." "Understood." Medea swiftly withdrew, eliciting surprise from Zhongyan. "Huh? You actually let your servant leave? Are you mad? For I alone am sufficient." Upon saying this, he performed a simple preparatory motion, disregarding Zhongyan's astonishment, readying himself for battle. "Your servant exudes the aura of death, akin to calamity itself." With that, a wave of black energy passed through, instantly withering the grass. Even the rats were tainted with dark spots, lying lifeless on their backs. Observing this, Zhongyan was filled with pride, unleashing a filthy laugh. "Your intuition is quite sharp, indeed. This is the power of my servant." Suddenly, the alley was thick with the stench of decay, as corpses, marked with dark splotches, emerged from the shadows, encircling Vegeta and advancing slowly, reminiscent of a zombie movie. "I see. So this is how the ride operates. Truly disgusting." He pinched his nose in distaste. The odor of decomposing bodies was eternally repugnant, particularly that of aged corpses, the stench capable of making an ordinary person retch for days. "Among these corpses lie the remains of previous masters. Let them entertain you." The old worm commanded the reanimated corpses to unleash a barrage of attack spells simultaneously, illuminating the entire alley as bright as day. "No wonder your gaze is so vile. You wish for me to become one of these wretched, undead beings, to serve you." Despite the ferocity of these attacks, in the next moment, the irritable Vegeta unleashed a burst of energy, reducing all the corpses and magic to mere dust. In the midst of the shockwave, his form morphed into a specter-like shadow. Vegeta had gained a rough understanding of this servant's abilities. It was nothing less than the plague itself, capable of infecting nearly all living beings and commanding them. Reminded of a future where Sun Wukong succumbed to a viral heart disease, he felt a pang of anxiety. How troublesome. He certainly did not wish to fall victim to such a fate. After all, it would be utterly humiliating for a warrior race to perish from an unknown illness. Thus, he leaped onto the rooftop adjacent to the alley, creating distance between himself and the threat. Finally, he launched an energy blast at the pursuing Black Spectre, which was instantaneously reduced to nothingness. Upon witnessing his own triumph, he swiftly directed the same energy cannon at the tainted inkstone, turning it to ashes. Only then did his adversary realize the magnitude of the monster he had provoked. The nearby Shinji was caught in the aftermath, shaken to the core. And as a result of this strike, the ground trembled, causing a minor earthquake in Fuyuki City that night. In that moment, Shinji was rendered speechless, overwhelmed by terror. His usual bravado stripped away by the brief, yet intense confrontation. Vegeta, hands on his hips, cast a stern glance at a few buzzing insects in the corner and quickly crushed them, shaking off his hands in disdain. Truly, your grandfather possesses remarkable vitality. Once he dealt with the nuisance, he turned to the wooden-like Shinji, offering a knowing smile reminiscent of Sun Wukong. Shall I escort you home, young master of the Matu family? Chapter 20. The Magus' profession. No, please don't kill me. The terrified Shinji curled up on the ground, prompting a moment of exasperation from the once smiling Vegeta. Oh well, you can make your own way back, he sighed, scratching his head before departing from the scene. It seemed matters had grown rather complicated. That old man's servant was anything but ordinary. He was likely hiding in some corner now. Vegeta began to form a clearer picture of the assassin's master. Compared to the life-and-death struggles of previous Holy Grail wars, this one struck him as comical. Nearly half of the masters were not traditional magicians, and even Shinji, who possessed no qualifications whatsoever, had joined the fray. If the spirits of the founders, Tosaka Nagato and Hades, were aware of how frivolous the Fifth War had become, they might very well have bled out from sheer shock. Moreover, the Holy Grail had been tainted. If this continued, chaos would ensue, potentially endangering all humanity. Contemplating this series of unfortunate events, he counted the cards in his hand, hoping to minimize casualties. That fellow, Kiritsugu, might not be reliable. As Vegeta walked along the path, dawn broke, casting soft rays of sunlight from the horizon. He glanced towards the Fuyuki City Church, where he encountered the overseer, Kiritsugu Kirai. Overall, he held a strong aversion to this fundamentally twisted and morbid priest. Furthermore, an extraordinary aura surrounded him, reminiscent of a servant, yet undeniably human. He squinted for a moment, acutely aware that this city concealed an abundance of secrets. Similarly, the presence of Rin's servant bore an uncanny resemblance to that of Shiro Amiya, not to mention the summoning circle at the Amiya residence. It was indeed a web of mysteries. However, he did not dwell on his confusion for long, returning to the Amiya household as usual. After all, what trivial matter could not be resolved with a grand explosion? If there were, he would simply unleash another. Hey, Shiro, are you alright? Upon entering, he spotted Shiro, now changed into casual attire, engaged in conversation with Rin. They were seated in the center of the living room. You're back, Vegeta. Seeing his friend safe and sound eased Shiro's mind considerably, though there was no real cause for concern to begin with. You're quite reckless, you know. You've got a gaping wound in your chest. Rin swiftly noted Vegeta's damaged down jacket, criticizing his dangerous antics. That earthquake in Fuyuki City last night was your doing. Wasn't he it? Guess? Vegeta merely smiled sheepishly before hastily retreating to his room to change clothes. Calm down, Rin, remarked a bewildered Red, who was taken aback. In his memories, the youthful Shiro could not possibly have companions aside from Shinji and Fujimura, and this individual was an extraordinary mage, one capable of single-handedly tearing apart a servant. It was well known that modern magi stood little chance against servants, where battles were overwhelmingly one-sided. A figure like Vegeta, who could effortlessly turn the tide and face a servant in combat, seemed utterly surreal to contemporary humanity. That individual possessed the audacity to engage servants directly, signifying he was among the strongest of modern humans. You ought to consider your circumstances more carefully, Red advised. After hearing the servant's analysis, Rin, who had intended to confront Vegeta, could only sit down obediently, clearing her throat softly, attempting to maintain an air of grace, which made Shiro slightly uncomfortable. Yes, indeed. He certainly does not require our assistance. Shiro, let us continue our discussion regarding the alliance. Very well. Soon, it was time for lunch. Due to the contract with Shiro, Vegeta joined the dining group. In the past, Shiro would have been sweating profusely, clutching his empty wallet, for the expense of sustaining a voracious eater was truly daunting. Fortunately, Vegeta had numerous cost-saving methods, and moreover, he was capable of cooking as well. Your food is absolutely delicious. Is there anything I can help you with? After lunch, Shiro's fondness for Vegeta significantly increased. He wished to repay his kindness, while also apologizing for their initial encounter, which had involved drawn blades. Oh, it's nothing. Just a small matter. I've never met anyone whose appetite matched mine. Reflecting on the scene at the dining table, where food vanished in a whirlwind, he felt a sense of kinship. With that, he swiftly washed the dishes in a blink, leaving a certain archer made in shock. Such domestic prowess was enviable, though Shiro had long since grown accustomed to it. By the way, Shiro, whom did you encounter last night? I ran into someone from the Matu family. Upon hearing the name Matu, Rin experienced a tangle of emotions. It represented one of the founding families of the Holy Grail War. As she began to share information, she mentioned encountering the Einsburn family, who were the masters of Berserker, Iliasville. She was immensely powerful, and her servant was equally formidable. Is that so? No wonder I sensed an extraordinary magical presence. Such power would be difficult to rival, even with you and Shiro combined, Rin remarked. Vegeta settled in to listen intently to Rin's exposition, while Shiro, an ordinary person, appeared utterly bewildered by the esoteric terms. She looks like a very young girl. Yet without a doubt, she is a magician, Rin mused as she began to gauge the extent of Vegeta's knowledge. Are you familiar with the three families of the Holy Grail War? Vegeta pondered for a moment before shaking her head. I do not comprehend the specifics of Fuyuki's internal affairs. Is that so? At this juncture, Rin succinctly introduced the general circumstances surrounding the Tosaka, Matu, and Einsburn families. Upon hearing about the lineage of magicians, Shiro suddenly grasped a crucial point. No wonder Shinji comes from a relatively well-off family. Reflecting on Shinji's previous extravagant spending habits, Shiro finally understood the source of his wealth. Indeed, magician families possess numerous unique assets, such as patents and trade monopolies. Addressing Shiro's inquiry, Vegeta elucidated the primary means by which magicians generate income. Many of the world's prominent conglomerates bear the influence of magician families. There's even a noble house-s young lady who has ventured into the realm of idols. She also shared some intriguing tidbits about the clock tower, leaving Rin, a fellow magician, astonished. You actually know about that? In any case, the Holy Grail War commenced to fulfill the wishes of the three magician families, yet spiraled into mutual slaughter due to their differing objectives. Is that so? The so-called wishes of modern magicians had long been known to Vegeta, to the point where she felt her ears might develop calluses from hearing about them. Is your Tosaka family also striving to reach the root? Yes, that is indeed the case. Rin recalled her father's last wishes, even though she had not entirely become what he had hoped for. Vegeta contemplated for a moment, deciding to be straightforward. Then I can only advise you to temporarily abandon that pursuit. The next statement left Rin utterly speechless, for the Holy Grail has already been tainted. Chapter 21. The Holy Grail. It is to be disassembled again. Upon receiving this vital piece of information, Rin's reaction was the most intense. She froze in place. While Rin was filled with curiosity and confusion. How could the Holy Grail be tainted? What exactly is the Holy Grail? I am somewhat aware of its composition. According to my master, the Holy Grail seems to be composed of elements of the third magic. Vegeta then reflected on her first encounter with the Greater Grail. However, my rough impression of that thing beneath the temple of Yawatakushi is merely a large vessel brimming with magical energy. It is merely a pure repository of magic. Upon hearing this, Rin, drenched in sweat, was engulfed in a whirlwind of thoughts. The ritual of the Holy Grail War was far more intricate than she had anticipated. What, indeed, is the essence of the Holy Grail War? The tomes in my household have never detailed the third magic, yet Vegeta certainly did not dwell on such complexities. He bluntly stated his conclusion. The current Grail is akin to a colossal bomb. Fuyuki City could be obliterated at any moment. This revelation sent chills down everyone's spines. Shiro involuntarily recalled the great fire of his childhood, trembling as realization dawned upon him. Vegeta, for how long has the Grail been tainted? At least since I first set foot in Fuyuki City, he replied. Initially, Vegito had been nonchalant, but upon sensing an overwhelmingly potent dark magic beneath the city, he became serious. Upon hearing this, Shiro resolutely made up his mind. He picked up the phone to request a leave from school, intent on uncovering the truth behind the fire, which he now understood was part of a larger mystery. Shiro glanced over at his master and felt a pang of shame. In contrast to his indecision, she was unwavering. She too had resolved to fulfill her duties as a servant. So, are we to destroy the Grail? She suddenly grasped why Kiritsugu had forced her to destroy the Grail in the past. Everything made sense now. It's hard to say, to be honest. I cannot ascertain the Grail's condition. Vegito appeared troubled, sensing that directly assaulting the Grail might lead to dire consequences. Given the circumstances, they decided to investigate further. If all else failed, he had a final trump card. After an important exchange of information, everyone gathered their gear, filled with questions as they embarked on their journey to Ridi Temple, where all answers lay beneath. At the entrance, Kirai Koto Mine stood. Vegito cast a cold glance at the insect lurking in the shadows, swiftly crushing one. Meanwhile, within the Koto Mine residence, Kirai pondered thoughtfully. Foreign magicians, your perceptiveness is indeed troublesome. In the dim underground chamber, countless insects swarmed around him. It seems you've already uncovered certain truths. Behind him, a being, or rather a grotesque amalgamation of corpses, approached. The shape of the command seal distinctly visible on its hand. Yet he knew that with his current cards, he could not possibly contend with that man. Thus, he must complete that which had already been slain and was now under his control. The berserker was somewhat troublesome, but possessing that thing would suffice. He then smirked coldly and headed towards the Einsburn residence. Meanwhile, in the vast chasm, the group gathered beneath the Great Grail. Vegito's expression was the darkest among them, for he had come to a grave realization. This is dire. This entity cannot be destroyed outright. Rin nodded in agreement, having discerned the same truth. To destroy the current Grail directly would likely unleash the ominous magic contained within, a far greater peril than a mere bomb. It resembled a bucket of rancid oil, threatening to spill its contents should one not exercise caution. Only the naive Shiro retained a semblance of tranquility, scratching his red hair in confusion. Is it not possible to obliterate the Holy Grail along with its contents? He pondered. If that were feasible, I would have done it long ago. With a resigned gesture, Vegeta shrugged his shoulders. Do you recall the earthquake last night? That was merely the result of a slight exertion of my power. To completely eradicate this entity, I would need to apply significantly more force, and that would have to be done underground. Can you fathom the consequences? It would be utterly terrifying. Shiro had already witnessed the aftermath of such reckless destruction. If Vegeta truly unleashed his might, the entirety of Fuyuki City would likely experience a cataclysmic earthquake. Rin, astonished by his strength, exclaimed, "What manner of monster are you? You cannot possibly be an extraterrestrial, can you? Well, what do you think?" Vegeta chuckled nervously, quickly diverting the conversation to the formidable power of the Matu family. Upon hearing this, Rin began to contemplate his true identity. Pestilence. Every servant is a being drawn from the annals of myth and legend. Deducing their true names through their abilities is not particularly challenging. Yet not all servants are specific figures. The only example that comes to mind is Pestilence from the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse. But can such a legend truly manifest as a servant? It is not impossible. A melodious female voice resonated, appearing among them. Some servants need not be specific individuals. The definitions within the Throne of Heroes are notoriously broad. She shared her insights, imparting crucial information. The current situation was headed towards the Einsburn family, likely with intentions towards the Berserker. I see, another long journey awaits. Vegeta sensed the aura of death. Although he could sprint from the cavern to the Einsburn residence in mere seconds, considering the potential devastation to the city, it would require a few additional moments. Then I shall take my leave. In the next instant, he vanished, leaving Rin behind to grumble about his obstinacy. Meanwhile, at the Einsburn residence, Ilya had already sensed the impending threat. With a commanding shout, the muscular berserker charged forward, wielding a colossal sword, shattering the tranquility of the estate. Unbeknownst to them, dark shadows writhed in the depths. On another path, a concerned citizen, Mr. Jean, intercepted the hurried Vegeta in an alleyway. A foreign magician, are you? While your abilities are commendable, at your core, you are nothing but a pure and arrogant individual. The golden-haired man, clad in casual attire, regarded Vegeta with disdain, as countless golden ripples manifested behind him. Vegeta, equally unimpressed, assumed a combat stance. Are you a servant? The man, who had once been a servant himself, was irked. A single glance revealed Vegeta's inherent pride. Experiencing a mutual sense of repulsion, he lowered his head. Who dares to meet my gaze, magician? Thus, another fierce confrontation loomed on the horizon. Chapter 22 The Price of Arrogance. The imposing blonde man launched the first wave of attack. As a golden vortex behind him revealed an array of weapons, each one a genuine artifact rather than mere trifles or illusions. For an ordinary servant, thoughts of escape would likely begin to surface. However, such treasures were not common. While it is not unusual for a servant to possess multiple noble phantasms, the ability to unleash a veritable deluge of weaponry is a rarity, achievable only by the illustrious king of heroes, Gilgamesh. Mixed breed. Upon uttering these two words, an onslaught of noble phantasms surged forth from all directions. Yet, in mere milliseconds, each weapon was effortlessly severed in twain, collapsing lifelessly to the ground, dissipating into golden particles. In stark contrast, Vegeta remained motionless, observing the peculiar attack style of the King of Heroes. How strange! Why not make proper use of these weapons? As the architect of the shattered artifacts, he wore an expression of pure bewilderment, picking up a fragment that was fading away. His black eyes reflected only innocent confusion, while Gilgamesh, who had failed to grasp the situation, was filled with both astonishment and rage. Who dares to touch my treasures? Mixed breed. In a fit of impotent fury, another barrage of golden blades descended upon him, yet Vegeta merely lamented the complete disappearance of the shard in his hand before vanishing in an instant. To his eyes, the movement of these weapons resembled that of sluggish snails. Once again, he effortlessly evaded the concentrated assault of the king's treasury. Faced with such a formidable modern human, the King of Heroes was thoroughly flustered. He had never encountered a being like this, even in the age of gods. A few beads of cold sweat trickled down his brow as he hastily drew forth several of his most powerful artifacts, yet in his arrogance, he hesitated to employ the one capable of reshaping the very fabric of the world. Contrasting with the increasingly panicked Gilgamesh, Vegeta showed no intent to engage in battle. He shattered the incoming sword of mountain cleaving with a single punch and broke free from the chains of heaven. While the King of Heroes remained lost in thought, Vegeta leaped high into the air, vanishing without a trace, leaving Gilgamesh alone in the arena. Sometimes, being utterly disregarded can be more humiliating than being defeated outright. At that moment, Gilgamesh grasped this harsh reality. A mere mixed breed. How dare he ignore me? With veins bulging on his forehead, he vowed that next time, he would unleash his full strength before Vegeta, to restore his dignity as the King of Heroes. Several kilometers away, Vegeta sneezed at the same moment. Oh, that strange fellow must be cursing me. Wiping his face casually, he made his way towards the Einsburn residence, where the battle had escalated to a fever pitch. The colossal berserker charged once more, and the two rider-class servants fought their way from the estate into the very heart of the castle. The interior was soon riddled with numerous gaping holes, through which the biting wind and snow surged, transforming the once pristine hall into a blanket of white. The berserker's master stood behind her servant, her feet resting upon the snowy ground, the wind tousling her pale hair and the delicate purple dress she wore. When Rin had described Iliasville as a diminutive girl, Vegeta had imagined her to be at least the size of an average girl. To his astonishment, she appeared to be merely 7 or 8 years old. Indeed, it was Ilia. He could scarcely believe his eyes, yet the formidable magic emanating from her was undeniable. If one were to exclude Vegeta from this Holy Grail war, she would undoubtedly be the most powerful master present. Kill him, commanded the silver-haired girl. The berserker inhaled deeply, lunging forward like a beast. However, the black mist that was Vegeta merely swayed to evade the assault, attempting to divert the berserker's attention. Observing this subtle maneuver, Vegeta's eyes narrowed. The old man of the Matu family was certainly scheming something. He squinted towards a shadow outside, realizing that while it bore some resemblance, it was in fact a far more dangerous entity. Though the berserker was formidable, he was ultimately limited. What a pity! As a fellow-born warrior, Vegeta recognized the berserker's extraordinary nature. Even in his frenzied state, he retained some basic combat techniques through instinctive muscle memory. Yet, that was the extent of it. This situation was becoming increasingly dire. It was time for him to take action. After a brief moment of contemplation, Vegeta charged towards the dark silhouette. Sensing a living presence approaching, The shadow instinctively extended slender tendrils to capture its prey. But Begetter, with a disdainful turn, wielded his elongated energy sword to sever the shadow. Simultaneously, Ilya sensed a formidable magical aura emanating from this encounter. What power is this? She thought, her heart racing with anxiety. For this could very well be a master of great significance. Hurry back. Countless intricate red runes suddenly appeared on the girl's form, as an artificial life. These dense command spells constituted her magical circuits. As this command was issued, the red patterns dimmed slightly, and the berserker returned to her side. Witnessing the collapse of her plan, the shadow retreated like a puppet following its programming, ultimately vanishing entirely. What servant could that have been? At that moment, Ilya was bewildered, unaware of the origin of this servant, nor its class. And you, who are you? She asked, casting a wary glance at Begetter, who was lurking at a distance. The berserker exhaled white, steamy breath, intent on executing this stranger on the spot. I merely assisted you, Begetter replied innocently, stepping out from behind cover. Ilya paused, suddenly comprehending why this individual was radiating such overwhelming magical power. Yet, despite this revelation, she could not bring herself to trust him, particularly given his formidable strength. What of it? We must leave swiftly. Drive him away. The black giant suddenly surged forth, brandishing a colossal sword that hovered ominously above Vegeto's head. Ilya had initially anticipated that this individual would retreat obediently. However, to her astonishment, he resolutely absorbed the blow. What? Memories of Shiro, who had similarly endured a direct strike from the berserker, flooded her mind, leaving her momentarily flustered. Her crimson eyes mirrored her inner turmoil. Yet, the outcome was that berserker's blade halted midair, and upon closer inspection, she realized that Vegeto had effortlessly blocked the full force attack with merely a finger. Can you not let me finish my words? I could kill him at any moment. Ilya's gaze fell upon the command seal on the back of his hand, igniting a surge of murderous intent within her. Without a master to command him, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Hearing this, Berserker let out a booming howl and swung his sword again, fiercely striking toward the unarmed man. Vegeto, with no choice but to act, swiftly moved behind the girl, seizing her and lifting her high into the air. The speed was so astounding that Ilya did not even realize someone had approached her from behind until it was too late. Once captured, Ilya, in a fit of defiance, struggled mightily, even tugging at a strand of Vegeto's hair in a manner reminiscent of a petulant child. Hurry and save me. However, Berserker, lacking rational thought, could only helplessly sheath his giant sword, unsure of how to proceed, since the one he sought to protect was in the enemy's grasp. He could only emit a few low growls of threat toward this stranger. Sensing the berserker's heated breath and the imminent danger from the bald man, Vegeto, in a show of goodwill, gently released Ilya. That hurts. Stop. I mean no harm. Your name is Ilya, right? I am Vegeto, a friend of Shiro Amiya. Upon hearing Shiro's name, Ilya finally quieted. You know Shiro? Vegeto quickly adjusted his hair, aware that a scion's hairstyle is fixed from birth. If this fringe were to be torn away, he would bear that bald patch for the rest of his life. Observing Ilya's contemplative expression, he sensed an underlying complexity in her relationship with Shiro. Indeed, he is the one you encountered a few days ago. Do you remember? Upon recognizing this significant connection, Ilya's stance softened, and she decided to heed the stranger's words. All right, I will talk with you, but you must take me to see Shiro. Chapter 23. The truth about the Holy Grail War. Meanwhile, Shiro and Rin arrived late, greeted by the disarray of the estate. Upon witnessing the chaos, their servants immediately drew their weapons, yet no sounds of combat reached their ears. The aura of battle had dissipated. Retrieving her invisible sword, she felt a sense of familiarity with the surroundings, reminiscent of her days as a servant to Kiritsugu Amiya, and likewise lowered her guard. At that moment, peals of laughter and playful shouts emerged from the flower bushes blanketed in snow. What is that sound? The memories of the past surged forth, revealing that Ilyasville was indeed the daughter of Kiritsugu, unlike the dazed individual beside her. Shiro and Rin ventured into the garden to uncover the truth, where they beheld the two figures of Begetter and Ilya. After a successful discussion, they resolved to await the arrival of their remaining companions. With some time to spare, Ilya led Begetter to a nearby garden under the pretext of admiring the flowers. However, she slyly crafted a snowball and hurled it at the unsuspecting Begetter. Now, the mischievous Ilya again fashioned a snowball aimed at Begetter, who, clad in a deep blue coat, showed no inclination to evade. With a smirk, he effortlessly caught the snowball, leaving Ilya flustered. The girl exclaimed, "You cheated. How could you do that?" To which Begeta replied, "Yet you were the one who threw a large snowball at my head when I wasn't paying attention." With a playful grin, Begeta plotted to retaliate with a snowball of his own when the oblivious Shiro unexpectedly intruded upon their playful skirmish. "I didn't expect to find you here. Is everything all right?" The ever-kind Shiro inquired with concern. Seizing the opportunity, Ilya dashed to Shiro's side, hoping to shield herself from Begeta's retribution. "Big brother, do you still remember me? I'm Ilya." The lovely girl clung tightly to one of Shiro's arms, leaving him momentarily bewildered. In a fleeting moment, she cast a triumphant glance towards the conflicted Begeta, thinking, "What a cunning fellow." In response, Begeta could only mumble in annoyance before discarding the snowball. Once assured of her safety, Ilya released Shiro and gleefully stuck out her tongue at Begeta, declaring her victory. Soon after, their companions arrived, and upon seeing the grown Ilya, one of them remarked, "Ilya, that's your name, I assent it?" Approaching Shiro, she addressed the silver-haired girl, but Ilya chose to evade the question, wishing to conceal her relationship with Shiro for a while longer. Shiro, perplexed, asked, "Do you know her?" "Well, that's a long story. To put it simply, I was once Kiritsugu Amiya's servant." The memories of being with Kiritsugu were not pleasant, prompting Ilya to steer clear of that topic. Moreover, Ilya is the daughter of Kiritsugu whom I encountered prior to the Holy Grail War, she revealed hesitantly, delivering a shocking truth to Shiro. It seemed that Ilya was akin to his adopted sister. Rin, too, felt a whirlwind of emotions, realizing that the ties between the Amiya family and the Einzburn were more intricate than she had imagined. The secrets of the Holy Grail War were unfurling, each more complex than the last. Shiro remained silent, as the current situation exceeded his comprehension. To break the tension, he declared, "By the way, I'm hungry. Shall we go have lunch?" Noticing the complex emotions among the group, Begeta quickly sought an excuse to change the venue for their conversation. As the Einzburn castle felt increasingly unsafe, instantly uplifted, Shiro's eyes sparkled with excitement as he clamored for Begeta's stir-fried meat. He warmly invited Rin and Ilya to his home for a meal, significantly improving the atmosphere. A few hours later, the dining table of the Amiya household was surrounded by guests. If Kiritsugu were to witness this scene from beyond, he would likely be moved to tears. "Delicious," they joyfully exclaimed as they savored their meal. Vegeta and Shiro exhibited an almost perfect synchrony in their enjoyment of the food. However, the two food enthusiasts maintained a harmonious atmosphere without resorting to the violent antics typical of Goku and Vegeta. Only Ilya gazed at Shiro with a complex expression, as she was not feeling particularly well, a fact that Rin also recognized. "Hello, Ilya, I am Rin Tosaka. I haven't had the chance to introduce myself formally," she said. Are you Shiro's younger sister?" Ilya retorted, "Not at all. I am the elder sister." With that, Ilya proclaimed that she was already 18 years old, 1 year older than Shiro and 2 years older than the current Vegeta. "I merely look younger." She struck a slightly pretentious pose as an elder sister, which surprised Shiro. Though Rin soon caught on to something. "Ilya, are you a homunculus?" she inquired. "Indeed. I was created to secure victory in the Holy Grail War, and I also bear the function of managing the war itself." The revelation astonished everyone, especially Rin, who pressed further. What does this mean? Is the Holy Grail War maintained solely by the Grail beneath the Yat Temple? "Not quite that simple, big sister," Ilya replied with a sly smile. "The Holy Grail War has been ongoing for a century, and its secrets are manifold. However, I shall divulge no more for now, as we are still considered adversaries." "Did you know that the larger Holy Grail has been tainted?" Vegeta bluntly stated the current situation, leaving Ilya momentarily stunned, as she had not received this information from the Einzburn family. "How did you?" "Shiro and I witnessed it," Rin confirmed, stating that the three of them had verified this information upon reaching the Greater Grail, realizing that the nature of this Holy Grail War had long been distorted. "The Greater Grail? How could that be?" Ilya exclaimed in astonishment, as she did not share the profound obsessions of the Einzburn family and felt a sense of incredulity. "Well, given the circumstances, allow me to enlighten you on the history of the Holy Grail War." The group set aside their bowls and chopsticks, quietly listening to Ilya's narration. She began with the composition of the Grail, explaining that it consisted of 2 parts, the Greater Grail, serving as a pure mana reservoir, and the Lesser Grail, which collected the souls of the servants for the final ritual. Only by gathering 7 souls could the portal to the root be opened, thus truly activating the Greater Grail. Ah, I see. Utilizing the connection between the heroic spirits and the world, we can open the gateway to that realm. Rin exclaimed, her understanding deepening as Ilya elucidated. And through this, one can access the root and realize any wish. Yes, that is how the ritual of the Holy Grail war generally unfolds, Ilya nodded. Having decided to trust the 3 of them, now with new intentions. So Shiro, as a trade, could you tell me where Kiritsugu is? The young girl, harboring a tinge of resentment and a flicker of anticipation, inquired about the boy who had already passed away. Shiro responded with a calm demeanor. And upon witnessing the disappointment etched on the girl's face, he continued to recount the few cherished memories he held of Kiritsugu from his childhood. However, according to Fujimura, it seemed that in his final moments, he had been abroad in search of something. Perhaps he had been endeavoring to find you, Ilyasville. Upon hearing this revelation, the obsession that had consumed Ilya's for over a decade finally dissipated. Her crimson eyes quivered in anguish for a moment. But at least she grasped one crucial truth. Kiritsugu had always cared for her. May I rest in another room? Ilyas, feeling a touch of sadness, soon followed Shiro into an adjacent room to recuperate. Meanwhile, the others resumed their analysis of the Matu family's intentions. In stark contrast to the warm atmosphere of the Amiya residence, shadows lurked in the darkness, stirring with trepidation. Their plan to capture the Lesser Grail had met with failure. Dirty Inkstone refrained from elaborating further, lamenting how that man had turned his meticulously crafted scheme into a chaotic mess, compelling him to forcibly activate that device. Let us wait and see, Foreign Magus. As the narrative progressed to the 4th day of the Holy Grail War, Ilyas had resolved her own course of action. Since the Grail was no longer a safe, omnipotent wishing machine, she would fulfill her duty as the daughter of Kiritsugu Amiya. Shiro, could you call me sister? During a light-hearted breakfast conversation, the girl playfully teased her foster brother, who merely offered an awkward smile in response. Ilyas, do you still experience any adverse effects from being the Lesser Grail? His concern for her well-being remained paramount. Well, Ilyas hesitated. She had only confided this secret to Beatrice, who, knowing of Ilyas's limited lifespan, tactfully shifted the topic. Shiro, let us discuss our approach to the Greater Grail. Do not worry, there is always a way. You need not bear this burden alone. Rin, along with everyone else, would find a solution together. If all else fails, I can at least save a few of you. Observing the uncertainty in her friends, Beatrice assured them that she would find a means to safeguard everyone. Shiro, reassured by Beatrice's confident pat on her chest, felt a sense of relief. All right, then it's settled. I leave it to you. Yet, from the shadows, silence prevailed. He understood that this Shiro, now accompanied by friends, was destined to be different from the one he once knew. With matters having reached this point, his personal grievances would have to be set aside. I believe we should guard the area around Ryuta Temple. I have an unsettling premonition. The usually reticent white-haired archer finally spoke, and his master concurred with the suggestion. Rin began to formulate their battle strategy, while Ilyas, possessing the broadest knowledge, was the first to present key points. I should be their primary target, especially since that individual has prepared a lesser grail with similar functions to mine. He must be aiming for something within the grail itself. Since it has lost its ability to grant wishes, he must now be fixated on an existence that can fulfill a certain need of his. Upon hearing Ilya's analysis, Vegeta furrowed his brow, suddenly realizing a crucial point. The current objective of Zhang Yin might be rather simplistic. The old man seemed to have been employing some means for sustenance. Recalling the decayed shell composed of various insects, he instinctively felt that this method of survival must be excruciatingly painful. Could it be that he desires immortality? Having encountered Zhang Yin multiple times, Vegeta was always struck by the latter's formidable will to survive, as he consistently left behind numerous avenues for sustenance. Unless he intended to obliterate the entire city of Fuyuki, Zhang Yin likely had several alternative means of survival. If his desire to survive were purposeful, it could not be so pure. Otherwise, he would have long since dragged Vegeta into an explosion. The likelihood of this is indeed quite high. The second magic, after all, embodies immortality, and the only entity to have benefited from the second magic is that thing within the Holy Grail. Rin reflected on Ilya's portrayal of the essence of the second magic. The heroic spirit capable of contaminating the Grail must owe its interference to the merits of the second magic. Thus, everything began to make sense. Shiro concurred with this perspective, nodding in agreement, and a consensus was reached among them. To protect Ilya, several hours later, near the Ryudu temple, Zhongyan stealthily appeared, followed closely by 2 dark servants. The barrier that had previously surrounded the temple dissipated. Pondering this development, Zhongyan noted that the Ryudu temple had long been ensconced in a barrier. Now that it was lifted, there must be an ambush within. Let me witness your schemes. Transforming into countless swarming insects, he surged into the vast hollow, encountering no obstacles, no one or servant to impede him. Observing this, he grinned maniacally. How arrogant indeed. An overseas magician believing himself capable of handling that entity. He revealed his command seal, ordering his 2 servants to self-terminate. Instantly, the amalgamation known as the Black Grail beside him began to transform, the Great Grail visibly warping, taking on a dark, womb-like form, as a pitch-black heart commenced its rhythmic beating. Yet, when that entity fully materialized, Zhongyan, who had intended to seize its body, found himself momentarily dazed. In the final moments of life, he suddenly recalled everything. His once noble aspiration to save the world and the solitary woman, Yushtisa, with whom he had crossed paths. However, that was merely an exterior semblance of another being. As the woman clad in black gazed at Zhongyan with a sinister smile, countless black tendrils engulfed him entirely. What a fool! She mocked Zhongyan, her excitement palpable as she licked her lips. After a century, she, as the embodiment of all evil in this world, had finally come into existence. Yet, she was but a waste. The offerings were merely this paltry amount. She had sensed 2 immense surges of magical energy emanating from the Amiya residence, and in the next instant, she swiftly made her way there, leaving her 3 darkened servants behind. Meanwhile, several hours prior, at the Amiya residence, Shinji, exhilarated by the discovery of a new servant from Kirai Kodo mine, eagerly sought out Baguette and her companions. At that moment, the residence was occupied solely by Baguette and Ilya, along with their respective servants. With a respectful knock, Shinji announced his presence, but Baguette, who had just completed preparing lunch, remained silent, fully aware that the foolish troublemaker had returned. With a stoic expression, he opened the door, and Shinji continued to beam with pride, gesturing toward the golden figure behind him. "Greetings, Baguette," he exclaimed. Baguette, however, regarded him with a look of condescending concern, warning the presence behind Shinji. "If you wish to live, you should leave quickly." He sensed that the malevolence of this world was stirring, rendering the Amiya residence perilous. "Do not underestimate me, you mongrel." The Golden King disdainfully stepped into the courtyard, treating it as his own garden, leaving Shinji bewildered in his wake. Baguette, standing at the threshold, called for Ilya and instructed her to protect herself and the others. "I must confront him," he declared, assuming a battle stance, ready to face the heroic king's ultimate noble phantasm, the heavenly divergence of the starry abyss. Medusa nodded, adopting her combat posture, while Ilya adjusted her hair and summoned her stork familiar, bracing for the impending clash. The heroic king, pleased by this display, smirked, while Shinji, oblivious to the tension surrounding him, laughed foolishly, genuinely believing his temporary servant was invincible. Just as he brandished his red and black spiraled sword, a creature adorned with dark crimson tendrils materialized in a corner of the courtyard. "What?" The heroic king immediately sensed danger and aimed his sword at the shadow. But the figure merely scoffed. In an instant, a black line emerged from the ground, and in the blink of an eye, the once mighty heroic king was left with only the arm he had grasped. The terrifying predatory ability of this entity caused cold sweat to pour from Medea, while the berserker, in spirit form, emitted low growls of fear. This being was a true killer of servants. What a horrifying creature! Baguette observed as the shadow consumed Gilgamesh's final arm and urged Shinji to flee, but Shinji, paralyzed by terror, had devolved into a state of idiocy, unable to react. Frustrated and exasperated, Baguette chastised him. "You fool." He unleashed a portion of his own energy, redirecting the shadow's attention. Although it had already feasted on the equivalent of 200,000 units of magical energy from the heroic king, it remained insatiable, intent on targeting Baguette and Ilya. At last, Shinji regained his senses. In the moment of Baguette's confrontation with the shadow, he bolted toward the exit, panting heavily and trembling. Yet, just as he stepped outside, a black tendril pierced through his body. Although merely a powerless wretch, even the smallest of mosquitoes possesses flesh. A clear, penetrating female voice resonated. Belonging to the Black Holy Grail, or rather, the embodiment of all malevolence in this world. Chapter 25. Reminiscence. I still recall the day amidst the swirling snowflakes of a grand castle, where I first encountered that individual, the Winter Saintess, Justicia. Despite being the sole miracle symbolizing the third magic, she was, upon departing from her illustrious title, merely a frail being incapable of controlling even her own fingers. Each day, she sat in the frigid winter castle, lamenting the unattainability of her long-held aspirations, day after day. Indeed, the price of immortality is the relentless passage of time. Though one does not perish, the spirit remains unyielding, devoid of any glimmer of hope, merely a deeper form of sorrow. At least, this is what I, Makirazorjan Kuriyamatu, believed. Thus, I pledged to her, for her ideal, as well as for my own. During the clash at the Amiya residence, the last fragment of the Matu's essence, hidden within Shinji, clung to life in a corner, reminiscing about 5 centuries, a duration far too protracted for an ordinary human, long enough to forget everything. At that moment, the Black Saintess licked her lips, her eyes ablaze with madness. What immense magical power! I never anticipated that modern humanity could harbor such strength. She gazed intently at Beget. Her original plan merely to consume Gilgamesh and the Lesser Grail, yet Beget's unexpected presence was a delightful surprise. However, upon hearing the Black Holy Grail's praise, Beget felt nothing but revulsion. She summoned the Soul Sword, cleaving through several encroaching giant shadows. Medea exerted her utmost effort to conjure a temporary barrier, while the Stork Knight struggled against the onslaught of tendrils. Indeed, it was terrifying. No wonder one would perish so suddenly. As she beheld the tendrils corroding the barrier, Medea recalled the tragic demise from that fateful pursuit. Be careful. If you fall here, I cannot protect your soul. Feeling the pressure from the Black Holy Grail, Ilia understood that she could never wrest a single servant's soul from her grasp. Any servant consumed by such a thing would merely become a mindless puppet. How much longer can we endure? In the midst of battle, Beget realized that she could no longer delay. This threat must be resolved swiftly. She sensed the Black Holy Grail rapidly growing, minute by minute. I am prepared, rest assured, Master. She confidently nodded, having prepared numerous contingencies during the Holy Grail War to ensure Ilia's protection. All right, Beget charged out of the barrier, utilizing a command spell to safeguard Ilia. Upon witnessing this, the Black Holy Grail chuckled, as countless shadows enveloped, intent on swallowing Beget whole. Yet, she merely unleashed a simple energy blast, obliterating the shadows entirely. Do not struggle in vain. Your power is inherently limited. I possess other forces to rely upon. Hearing this, Beget immediately seized the opportunity. The magical power of the Holy Grail, is it? Indeed, that is precisely it. She chuckled with pride, while Beget appeared pensive. Indeed, our gamble proved fruitful. Meanwhile, beneath the Lu Cave Temple, Shiro and his companions commenced their actions, confronted by 3 corrupted servants. Leave this to me, Shiro exclaimed, unleashing the Wind King's Warhammer, dispersing the aura of death that had enveloped them. With the wind protection bestowed upon him, he pressed forward. Be cautious. At last, he drew his bow, and a shot of imaginary collapse struck down the advancing foe, leaving only 2 corrupted servants behind. As anticipated, that individual was present as well. Rin, observing the corrupted Si Chulin, felt an alarm resonate within her. Such a treasure, rooted in causality, was always the most formidable. Leave this to me, Rin. Having already endured 2 rounds, Red understood how to counter Si Chulin's noble phantasm. He swiftly maneuvered to the side, and, while the servant's attention was diverted, severed both of his hands, rendering Si Chulin no longer a threat. Witnessing this, he attached himself to the 2 lifeless servants. As the corpses writhed, Shiro realized time was of the essence. Use the noble phantasm. A command seal dimmed on the back of his hand, and he nodded. Golden radiance coalesced from the blade of her manifested sword, prompting Red to hastily evade the area of fire. The brilliance of the holy sword surged toward the still unresponsive foes, leading to the demise of all 3 servants. That was quite perilous. Rin finally exhaled in relief, but the true challenge lay ahead. The group approached the greater Holy Grail, now an ominous void devoid of its former sanctity, surrounded by a grand network of magical circuits reminiscent of a small universe, hinting at the presence of a woman named Hestia. Can you utilize that? Rin resolved firmly. She was determined to resolve this anomaly and protect Fuyuki City at all costs. Of course, Red replied immediately, projecting an unusual small dagger, its blade twisting like lightning. Medea's noble phantasm, the sigil of breaking all laws. This was a treasure Medea had deliberately shown him, aimed at severing the magical connection between the Black Grail and the Greater Grail at this crucial moment. The strategy had been inspired by Barda's severing of the bond with Shityo Age. Ultimately, this strategy proved most effective. As the connection between the Black Grail and the Greater Grail was severed, the Black Grail at the Emiya residence began to shrink uncontrollably in agony, losing its most vital source of magical energy. Deprived of its power source, the Black Grail could hardly believe the turn of events, while Medea simply smiled with satisfaction. Master, your battle plan has been entirely successful. In the next moment, all shadows disintegrated into dust, and Medea retracted her barrier. Yes, a complete victory. Bajit returned a thumbs up with a confident smile, yet the Black Grail continued to struggle in defiance. How infuriating. It unleashed countless tendrils from its abdomen, swiftly encircling Bajit, who was still celebrating. Indeed, one must not forget you. With a cunning smile, he swiftly maneuvered behind the woman and delivered a kick that sent her soaring into the air, eliciting excited applause from Ilia. Now you're finished. Following a brilliant explosion of foul fireworks, the malevolence of this world orchestrated a belated display of pyrotechnics over the entirety of Fuyuki City. Beneath the grounds of Ridi Temple, with the last two commands of Shiro, the holy sword was once again raised high, aimed at the empty Great Holy Grail. Thus, the farcical saga of the Holy Grail War was conclusively marked. Chapter 26. Farewell. As the Great Holy Grail disintegrated in a physical sense, the Holy Grail War drew its final curtain, and the remaining spirits began to fade away gradually. Ilia gazed wistfully at the towering black giant who had always protected her. Perhaps sensing the impending end, he regained a semblance of rationality, willingly dispelling his ethereal form and gazing gently at Ilia. Farewell, Ilia. He then glanced at the approaching Vegeta, imparting his final wish. From now on, I entrust Ilia's protection to you. No sooner had the words left his lips than the berserker's figure vanished without a trace, leaving only the warmth in Ilia's hand as evidence of his existence. I will protect her well, Vegeta nodded, while nearby, Medea began to bid farewell to her master. Thank you for your trust. She smiled softly, reflecting that had she not encountered Vegeta, she might have perished early in this Holy Grail War. Well then, goodbye. He smiled brightly, and both pairs of masters bid farewell to their servants. As they gradually faded away beneath Ridi Temple, Rin and Shiro were filled with myriad emotions. I still do not know his true name. Rin crossed her arms, sensing that some truths remained obscured. However, she concluded that such matters were no longer significant. Are you planning to return home now, Tosaka? Shiro scratched his head, aware that Vegeta would handle the combat aspects effortlessly. Oh, I suppose I have a multitude of matters to address now. Rin rubbed her eyes wearily, although she anticipated this day when taking on the responsibilities of the Tosaka family. The reality was still overwhelmingly painful. The clock tower would likely see many magi seeking to exploit the incident of the Holy Grail War to trouble her. Is that so? Perhaps Vegeta, it's hard to say. He hails from the esteemed magical lineage. He may not choose to assist me. Even if he intervenes, it may be difficult to completely resolve the situation. Observing the naive Shiro, Rin shook her head. The intricacies of the magical world were exceedingly complex. Unless Vegeta were a billionaire, it would be challenging for him alone to silence the myriad old-timers of the magical community. Thus, several minutes later, the two arrived at the Emiya residence with mixed feelings. Meanwhile, Vegeta was awkwardly tidying up the aftermath in the courtyard, while Ilia greeted them, assuring them of her safety. I apologize. I had intended to lead you to the outskirts. No worries. As long as you and Ilia are safe. Shiro smiled gently, indicating that both he and Rin were doing well, although Rin felt a twinge of anxiety. She was grappling with the decision of whether to seek assistance from her sister Sakura, who had been adopted by another family abroad. As she hesitated, Vegeta's voice broke through. Wait, I have something for you. Rin felt an inexplicable glimmer of hope at Vegeta's words. Vegeta set down a colossal stone, towering over two people, and retrieved a parcel from an enigmatic void. This is a gift from my master, Zelrich, for you. What? Rin nearly dropped her jaw in astonishment upon hearing that name. Iliasville was equally taken aback, soon falling into deep contemplation. Oh, don't be like that. Just accept it. Bijit continued. This is an invitation from my master for you to study at the clock tower. Bijit smiled heartily, while Shiro remained in a state of confusion, asking blankly. What was that? Zell, what? Rin, however, took the mage's gift with newfound reverence, her demeanor shifting to one of respect. Indeed, my master simply asked me to come and check on you, and he was quite pleased with your performance, hence the invitation. Is that so? Rin trembled, clutching the parcel tightly. She had never imagined she would have been in the company of such a significant figure for 2 weeks without realizing it. Bijit, you're actually a disciple of a mage? Iliasville pondered silently as clarity dawned upon her, understanding why Bijit was confident in addressing her longevity issues. It seemed plausible that an authentic mage might indeed have the means to bestow such miracles. Seeing this, Bijit chuckled and playfully shook the dazed Shiro, expressing her hunger. I've prepared lunch, but I'd love to have your tempura again. All right. Once he regained his senses, Shiro acknowledged that there were many unfamiliar elements he needed time to comprehend, but for now, it was imperative to satisfy his own and everyone else's hunger. In the ensuing months, Rin and Shiro journeyed to London. Upon their arrival at the clock tower, they discovered that everything had already been resolved by the gem merchant. With all matters in order, they embarked on a carefree and unabashed academic couple's life. As for Iliasville and Bijit, they had departed Japan earlier, arriving at the castle in Einsborn, Germany. To Bijit's surprise, she expected to encounter significant challenges, but the castle had already become a desolate ruin. You are indeed astonished. Bijit, Iliasville remarked, casually opening the grand door. Inside, as Bijit observed, all the magical workshops had ceased operations, leaving only a few remnants of infrastructure barely clinging to existence. Everything in Einsborn is a man-made construct. It must be difficult for someone like you, born without purpose, to comprehend. Huh, is a homunculus so strange? The man replied, puzzled. As he stepped inside, the lights were still functioning, yet the room appeared dim and somber. Indeed, the realm of artificial beings appears peculiar to you. Yet this is our reality. If we fail to achieve our purpose, the necessity of our existence diminishes. After all, as the pinnacle of creation, my failure renders the continuance of beings like Einsborn unnecessary. Bijit stood in astonishment. The world of artificial beings is indeed harsh, and he could scarcely fathom the torment endured by Ilia. Although Bijit himself could be considered a synthetic life form, he bore no such heavy fate. Well, I suppose I am also a synthetic being, he admitted, but to be candid, it is rather cruel, isn't it? Is it? Ilia replied, surprised to learn that Bijit shared her nature. Your story must be quite intricate as well. Would you share it with me? After all, tidying up such a grand castle can be rather tedious and lengthy. Bijit nodded, and as they strolled, they engaged in casual conversation, exchanging tales from their earlier lives. How remarkable! You were born from the fusion of 2 beings and subsequently separated. Ilia listened with great intrigue, never having considered that synthetic life could arise in such a manner. Indeed, when I first discovered it, I found it astonishing. An observer from a parallel universe informed me that I am a miracle unique to my own cosmos. Upon hearing such monumental news, Ilia hastily set down her collection of books and approached Bijit. You are from another universe. Yes, that is indeed the case, he replied with a playful wink. And I am not even a human from Earth. Wow, how fascinating. Ilia was enraptured as Bijit continued recounting stories even more thrilling than she had anticipated. Tales of saving Earth under the command of a destroyer, battling cosmic real estate tycoons in numerous epic confrontations, and engaging in arena battles with formidable beings from other universes, each narrative filled with twists and suspense. And what about you, Ilia? After sharing a substantial part of his own saga, he settled down, eager to hear her story. As for me, she began. It is rather mundane. My mother is Alice Fiel, and my father is Kiritsugu Amiya. At the mention of her father, her expression darkened. Is that so? Then you must be their daughter. Bijit, born unexpectedly and devoid of the infant stage that humans typically experience, was genuinely curious about that phase. Do you have any memories from your infancy? No one retains memories from that period. Ilia chuckled. But my foster brother Goten remembers quite vividly. That must be a unique ability of your kind. Ordinary humans do not retain memories from their infancy. Really? Bijit's occasional naivety brought a gentle smile to Ilia's face as she continued her narrative. During her childhood, Ilia spent the majority of her time with her mother, while her father would occasionally join them in playful pursuits. One of their favorite games involved searching for poplar branches in the winter garden. However, after that, her father vanished without a trace, and her mother tragically perished in the Holy Grail War. Ilya waited for him for what felt like an eternity, her heart heavy with emotion. Countless times, she approached the trembling door, only to be met by the biting cold wind. Do not be disheartened. At least now you know he truly wished to bring you home. Vegeto gently caressed her head, offering words of comfort. Ilya soon regained her composure, and together they organized the final remnants of the library. Vegeto perused the tomes, absorbing the tales of figures from the past, gaining new insights. He was taken aback by the sheer determination of those who had come before. He profoundly understood the century-long obsession of the Einsburn family. While Ilya felt a swirl of conflicting emotions, she recognized that tidying up the castle was merely a superficial gesture for someone who had already been laid to rest. The Einsburn legacy had become but a shadow of its former self. "Thank you, Vegeto, for doing so much for a stranger like me," she expressed gratefully. "Do not mention it. We are friends now, and I owe a debt to Shiro for his kindness," he replied. As they departed the castle with their belongings, Vegeto, noticing the absence of onlookers, resolved to initiate his magic from that very spot. When Ilya witnessed Vegeto wielding the gemstone sword to breach the temporal barrier, she felt a rush of excitement mixed with curiosity. How beautiful, the creation of the second magic. She marveled. Yet, she pondered what method he would use to conjure a miracle capable of saving her. Is there anything in your world that could save Ilya? Indeed, there exists an extraordinary artifact that can undoubtedly rescue you. It is the Dragon Ball, a treasure crafted by the gods of our Earth. What awaited them was the Dragon Ball world, several months after the Tournament of Power. Chapter 27. The Battle for the Dragon Balls. Is this truly your world? Ilya exclaimed as they traversed the star-studded temporal barrier, arriving on a vast plain somewhere on Earth, experiencing the wonders of the second magic for the first time. It feels quite similar to our own planet, she mused, curiously surveying her surroundings, where the blue sky and white clouds mirrored the landscapes of her own world, adorned with lush green grass. Indeed, there is scarcely any difference. Vegeto retracted the gemstone sword, uncertain of the years that had passed. However, let us head to West City. I find myself rather hungry. All right, Ilya responded, her excitement palpable. The petite girl was filled with wonder about this strange, yet familiar Earth, eager to uncover its mysteries step by step. A few hours later, they successfully arrived in the bustling heart of West City, where the vibrant urban landscape captured Ilya's attention, prompting her to gaze around in awe. Are those cars actually hovering above the ground? She asked in astonishment. Is a passport not required here? To each of her inquiries, Vegeto patiently responded. This Earth has but one king, so such formalities are unnecessary. He smiled and pointed at a passerby in the distance who had compressed a vast array of supplies into a single capsule. There are numerous high-tech products like this one. Wow, how impressive. Ilya was utterly captivated. The technological advancements of this alternate Earth surpassed her wildest imagination, igniting a desire within her to experiment with them. A few minutes later, the two arrived at an affordable restaurant. Hello, just a moment. The cashier, upon seeing Vegeta's familiar face, broke into a cold sweat and summoned a colleague for a hushed discussion. What is going on? Ilya inquired, tilting her head in curiosity, while Vegeta shared her bewilderment. Soon, they were ushered into a spacious private room. What is the matter? Vegeta took the menu offered by the staff, perplexed, but the cheerful attendant assured them that they were today's lucky customers. It's nothing. Just go ahead and order. Really? Vegeta's confusion dissipated, and he cheerfully began to place their orders, while Ilya simply smiled softly. In stark contrast to the joyful duo on the other side of West City, Goku and Krillin were passionately training. They had just completed their matches in the Tournament of Power, the sole consequence being the resurrection of the real estate mogul Frieza from Universe 7. As a result, Vegeta was still irked with Goku, and amidst their sparring, they resumed their habitual banter. Why did you agree to let that kid study in other universes? Vegeta grumbled, expressing his displeasure at his not-so-bright friend, while Goku looked quite aggrieved. It was about my future, and Chi-Chi supported me. Besides, I never anticipated things would escalate so quickly. Hearing this, Vegeta relented. After all, he too had been a child back then and understood that his protective instincts would have led him to oppose the decision. He scoffed, crossing his arms and turning away. Forget it. At least we managed to protect Universe 7. At that moment, a familiar energy suddenly emerged, making Goku feel a rush of excitement. Wow, that guy Vegeta is back already. You never cease to amaze me, Kakarot. Despite his teasing of Goku's indecisiveness, Vegeta felt a surge of exhilaration. After all, Vegeta was no half-blood scion like Gohan. Throughout the year, he had been relentlessly training, and the thought of that kid returning was thrilling. Beerus yawned lazily. As a destroyer god, he was indifferent to matters of time travel or cosmic journeys. Whis, equally unconcerned, sampled a chocolate parfait, but suddenly his staff began to emit a series of urgent sounds. Oh, Miss Bulma is contacting us. So, while basking in the sun, he activated his staff, leaving Bulma, who was tending to the children, utterly astonished. What is happening? In the imagery, Trunks and Goten eagerly express that the Dragon Balls have been stolen. Meanwhile, after finishing their lunch, Vegeta and his counterpart arrive at the Capsule Corporation. After a robotic facial scan, the doors swing open, revealing Ilia walking behind Vegeta, casually exploring the interior of the high-tech company. Sensing the presence of their older brother, the two children rush towards him, simultaneously welcoming him with exclamations of "Brother, you're back. Oh, it's been a while. Goten, Trunks." The now taller Vegeta bends down, smiling as he ruffles their hair, inquiring, "You both seem quite anxious. What is the matter?" However, the next statement leaves the usually composed Vegeta utterly bewildered. Goten, somewhat embarrassed, speaks up. Brother, the Dragon Balls were stolen by Frieza's men." "What? Frieza is dead, isn't he?" Trunks then presents a recording showing two henchmen clad in alien military armor stealthily absconding with the Dragon Balls. To make a long story short, they escaped to Antarctica with the Dragon Balls. Vegeta, his expression darkening, rises abruptly, unleashing a surge of frustration that momentarily startles Ilia. Nevertheless, he quickly regains his usual amiable demeanor and explains the situation to her. "I apologize. Please rest here for a moment. I'll be right back." He then entrusts Goten and Trunks. "Please take care of this girl for now. I have urgent business regarding the Dragon Balls. Farewell." Despite his efforts to maintain composure, the taut veins on his forehead betray his fury. In the next instant, he opens a dimensional portal, intending to head to Antarctica, exclaiming in anger, "Damn it! Why now? Who was the scoundrel that resurrected him?" Meanwhile, in Antarctica, Goku, dressed in a blue trench coat and playing in the snow, suddenly sneezes. Achoo! He curiously wipes his nose, pondering, "I don't feel cold at all. Why am I sneezing? Humph, you must have done something foolish and now someone is holding it against you." Vegeta retorts without mercy, then unleashes an energy blast to thwart the fleeing henchman. "Why do you always pick on me?" Goku grumbles as he rises, then hovers above the spaceship, threatening the two minions. "Hey, hurry up and return the Dragon Balls." Chapter 28. Broly. It has been a long time. Goku and Vegeta. Frieza can be seen in the distance, enveloping the Dragon Balls in his energy and smugly chuckling. "Frieza, you still haven't given up?" Vegeta angrily questions. Assuming Frieza is still fixated on immortality, return them at once. The triumphant Frieza merely gestures for Paragus and his son Broly to step forward. The sight of this surviving scion astonishes Goku. "Huh, Vegeta, there are other scions? Humph, it seems things are becoming interesting." The meticulous Vegeta has discerned that this scion's strength is not to be underestimated. He senses the formidable yet unstable aura emanating from his opponent and comprehends Frieza's ulterior motive for being here. That would be Vegeta himself. As for Frieza, he maintains a cheerful demeanor, eagerly anticipating the ensuing farce of infighting among the scions. Upon noticing Vegeta, Broly's expression instantly shifts to one of fierce intensity, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon him. Suddenly, a swirling void of purple energy opens between the two parties, heralding the arrival of the newly returned Vegeto. "Hey, enough with the nonsense," he exclaims, clearly in a foul mood. Upon seeing the evidently matured Vegeto, Frieza is taken aback and filled with distaste, inwardly cursing. That simian face is a grotesque amalgamation of Goku and Vegeta. Yet, he outwardly maintains his cordial invitation for Vegeto to join the fray. Although the vein on his forehead betrays his annoyance, which Vegeto is keenly aware of, offering no pleasantries in return. "Let's skip the formalities. I don't know which scoundrel resurrected you, but I wouldn't mind killing you once again." Nearby, Goku is filled with guilt, while Vegeta wears an expression that clearly conveys, "You brought this upon yourself." He realizes that Vegeto rarely loses his temper unless those he cares for are in grave danger. And it dawns on him that Vegeto likely has urgent matters concerning the Dragon Balls, matters of life and death. Heh, you certainly have confidence. Considering it has only been a few years, Frisia scoffs dismissively, recalling Vegito as merely a snot-nosed child. However, he has progressed significantly, and unless Vegito is an absolute monster, he doubts he poses a real threat. The next moment, upon hearing Frisia's taunt, a contemplative Vegito suppresses his fury. White light swirling around him as his hair transforms to a silvery hue. Frisia seems a bit too smug for his own good. Goku merely sighs, recognizing that. Akin to the incident with Krillin, Frisia has once again provoked someone he should not have, Vegito. Vegeta revels in the transformation of Frisia's expression from confidence to bewilderment. While the recently arrived Broly and his father are visibly intimidated by the overwhelming aura, Broly, who had been fixated on Vegeta, instinctively steps back in fear, while Frisia scrambles to find a way to extricate himself from the situation. Ahem, my apologies. After some reflection, I thought it best to come over, he stammers. Awaiting him is Vegito's unflinching gaze, compelling Frisia to surrender the Dragon Balls without further ado. Despite his unexpected intrusion, Vegeta feels a surge of satisfaction, relishing the sight of the cosmic overlord's flustered state. So what will it be? Do you still wish to fight? He asks, addressing Broly, who has just been intimidated into retreat. A rare smile graces Vegeta's face. As Broly observes Vegito reverting to his usual demeanor, he regains his earlier bravado, while Paragus is increasingly alarmed, pondering, who on earth is that scion? He resembles Vegeta closely. Is he perhaps Vegeta's son? If so, that would mean Vegeta is even more formidable. As he contemplated this, he was already drenched in perspiration, realizing that Frisia was likely plotting against him. Meanwhile, on Goku's side, Vegeta had retrieved the Dragon Balls, storing them in a void space. Mr. Goku, why has Frisia been resurrected? Goku stammered, acutely aware that the situation was dire, his tongue stumbling over his words. Vegeta sighed, ready to elucidate. It's a long story. For now, we must deal with this scion. He removed his green cloak and provocatively challenged Broly. In an instant, Broly erupted with rage, charging at Vegeta, and the two engaged in fierce combat. Vegeta, the scion, suddenly recognized something familiar in Broly's visage. His suspicions were confirmed when the joyous Paragus exclaimed the name, "Well done, Broly." Paragus had initially believed that Broly stood no chance against Vegeta, but seeing the two evenly matched calmed his nerves somewhat. However, Vegeta felt a mix of foreboding and a certain thrill. No wonder this aura felt somewhat familiar. Goku, noticing Vegeta's excitement despite his sweat, understood that Vegeta had undoubtedly uncovered something intriguing about Broly. Is this scion particularly special? Goku inquired. Indeed, it is far more complex than mere uniqueness. This individual may very well be one of the origins of the legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta had intended to flee after securing the Dragon Balls, but the unexpected presence of Broly had sparked a new resolve within him, a reason compelling him to confront this foe. Wait, you actually know of this? Goku exclaimed, astonished at Vegeta's knowledge of Broly's origins, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation. I once encountered another scion named Broly in a different universe. This Broly shares his name and bears a striking resemblance. In that alternate reality, Broly was hailed as the once-in-a-millennium Super Saiyan, possessing not only tremendous initial power, but also an ability for limitless growth, all while exhibiting the temperament of a mindless lunatic. Is that true? Goku could hardly fathom it, marveling at Vegeta's extensive experiences during his cosmic travels, having encountered different iterations of Broly across parallel worlds. And now, this Broly is evolving further through his battle with Uncle Vegeta. As Beget remarked, the battle between the two within the glacial expanse reached a fever pitch. Just moments ago, Broly, who had been mercilessly pummeled by the Super Saiyan Vegeta, now found himself evenly matched with the god of Super Saiyan Vegeta, nearly sending him crashing into the icy terrain. As Beget noted, this Broly possessed a terrifying rate of growth, causing him to break into a cold sweat and plunge into deep contemplation. If this were the case, it was indeed alarming. Although the benevolent Goku had recognized from the outset that Broly harbored no malice and had intended to persuade him to abandon the conflict, the situation had now shifted, compelling him to exert every effort to prevent Broly from spiraling into chaos. Chapter 29. The Reckless King. While the two pondered how to confront Broly, the clash between Vegeta and Broly had already escalated into a fierce confrontation. Broly's astonishing evolution had forced Vegeta to unleash his Super Saiyan Blue form. Ah! With a furious roar, Broly unleashed a massive green energy beam from his body, causing the Antarctic glacier to tremble. As the brilliance faded, a gaping chasm spewed forth torrents of lava, and Vegeta, sensing impending doom, swiftly darted aside to widen the distance between himself and Broly. Meanwhile, Broly, now transformed with golden hair, surged forward, unleashing a barrage of green energy orbs in pursuit of Vegeta. Realizing that time was of the essence, Goku understood that if Vegeta remained in his current state, he would inevitably succumb to Broly's overwhelming power. It was truly terrifying. He had already mastered Super Saiyan. Without hesitation, Goku shed his cloak and transformed into his blue form, charging in to assist Vegeta, while Beget cast an annoyed glance at Frieza, who was nonchalantly enjoying the spectacle. TCH. He is still the same. With that, he too leaped into action to quell Broly's outburst. At this moment, Broly wielded a Super Blue in each hand, preparing to smash them into the ground, his nearly opaque eyes indicating that his rationality was teetering on the brink of oblivion. Paragus, gripped by terror, desperately sought to restrain his son, but the remote control had vanished long ago. In a moment of urgency, he rushed forward, calling out to Broly, "Broly, please, calm down." At the sound of his father's plea, Broly hesitated, his yellow pupils beginning to focus. Seizing this opportunity, Goku and Vegeta swiftly broke free from Broly's grasp. What an extraordinary being. Merely as a Super Saiyan, he already possessed strength rivaling that of Super Saiyan Blue. It was unimaginable what his power would become as he continued to evolve. Vegeta, fleeing alongside Goku, felt a shiver of trepidation. He had never fathomed the existence of such a fearsome Saiyan. Upon witnessing the wounded duo, Beget promptly stepped in, declaring, "You two take a breather. Allow me to give it a try." In the next moment, Beget transformed into Ultra Instinct, positioning himself in front of Broly. Upon seeing the resemblance between Beget and Vegeta, Broly, momentarily dazed, instinctively heightened his energy once more. Come on." Broly's fists, clenched tightly, came crashing down towards Beget, but with a deft sidestep. Beget evaded Broly's assault, positioning himself behind him and tauntingly murmuring, "I'm right here." Broly immediately pursued, and the tide of battle shifted once more. The silver-haired Vegeta effortlessly restrained the bewildered Broly, deflecting each of his punches and kicks with ease. Seizing Broly's sweeping leg, he swiftly hurled him towards the ground. Just as Broly was about to crash down, a well-timed punch from Vegeta struck his chest, sending saliva flying. Unwilling to yield, Broly quickly rose, attempting to grasp Vegeta's head. But his hand met only air. A calm voice echoed in his ears, "I am here." Broly shot his head up, and at that moment, Vegeta had been waiting above for quite some time. Once again, Broly roared and charged up, and in their back-and-forth clash, the Antarctic glaciers were utterly obliterated, transforming the surroundings into a landscape of crimson molten lava. On the rocky platform, Paragus found himself in a precarious situation, utterly shocked, while Frieza's smile faded. The evolutionary speed of this monkey was astonishing. Remembering when Vegeta was just a child, he could easily handle. Frieza cursed himself for not eliminating this absurd pack of wild monkeys earlier. The thought of his act of killing Krillin, which had enraged Goku into becoming a Super Saiyan, crossed Frieza's mind, and he sneered at Paragus. Meanwhile, the two survivors, Kakarot and Goku, began to assess the situation. That boy was deliberately exhausting Broly. The astute Vegeta discerned Vegeta's intent, while Goku cheerfully exclaimed, "How impressive! He has grown so much." As a fellow practitioner of Ultra Instinct, Goku recognized the significance of Vegeta's every move. Yet Vegeta suddenly felt an ominous premonition that matters would not conclude so simply. "Are you not going to join in, Kakarot? It seems his power is sufficient for now. If need be, I can step in." As Goku had predicted, Broly began to falter in the war of attrition, gradually regaining a semblance of rationality. As victory appeared imminent, Vegeta momentarily lowered his guard. However, without warning, Frieza called out to Broly, who was entangled with Vegeta, "Broly, your father." Frieza feigned panic, pointing to Paragus, whom he had personally slain. Upon witnessing this, Vegeta widened his eyes in disbelief, astonished at Frieza's lack of memory. "You truly are something," he muttered, his brow furrowed. Meanwhile, the previously exhausted Broly descended into madness. With a heart-wrenching roar, a terrifying green beam of light pierced the heavens. As the green light flickered, Broly with green hair made his entrance, pushing the battle to another climax. Oh no, I forgot about that guy, Frieza. Goku immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. Observing the surrounding rock surface completely consumed by Broly's overwhelming energy, he hastily grabbed his comrade to flee. Vegeta, meanwhile, lamented Frieza's unpredictable nature. TCH, he truly never learns to be more settled. In the distance, Bulma and Whis also found themselves affected. Bulma let out a scream, crouching down and covering her head, exclaiming, oh dear, what an extraordinary being. Whis, however, calmly deployed his protective shield, effortlessly blocking a barrage of green energy blasts while casually conversing. It seems Mr. Vegeta is about to face a formidable challenge. After all, no matter how skilled a warrior may be, one cannot help but fear the sheer brute force that exceeds their own capabilities. Meanwhile, Broly had completed his final transformation. Turning around, his pale eyes fixated intensely on Frieza. Frieza broke into a cold sweat, realizing that Vegeta, who had been engaged in a fierce battle with Broly, had mysteriously vanished, leaving him alone to face the chaos. Vegeta, having long since escaped through a dimensional rift, smirked in amusement at Frieza's distress, thinking to himself, what a fool, he is about to receive a heavy blow. As anticipated, the enraged Broly swiftly pursued the fleeing Frieza, delivering a powerful punch that sent him crashing into the rocky terrain. Under normal circumstances, Vegeta would have laughed heartily at such a scene, and even he found it difficult to suppress a chuckle, while Goku, feeling a mix of emotions, broke into a cold sweat, realizing that Frieza sought to replicate the tragic scene that had once claimed Krillin's life. At this moment, Vegeta, arms crossed, observed the unfolding situation from the air. Assessing Broly's formidable power, he also noticed something else. This brute indeed held a deep regard for his father. With a complex expression, Vegeta glanced at the lifeless body of Paragus. The surrounding landscape reduced to rubble, yet the ground remained remarkably intact. Though Frieza's protective shield played a part, it was evident that Broly's emotional bond with his father was intertwined within. What a pitiful soul, Vegeta mused, but I must rouse you from this slumber. In the next instant, as Broly charged towards Frieza, he was abruptly transported before Vegeta. Once again, Vegeta assumed his battle stance, declaring, come at me, Broly. This time, I shall face you head-on. Huh. Aya. Broly roared in response to Vegeta's provocation, launching himself forward as the second round officially commenced. Chapter 30. The second round. Broly surged forward, aiming to capture Vegeta and replicate the iconic scene of slamming him into the rocky surface once more. However, as he charged directly at Vegeta, the latter stood his ground, just as he had proclaimed, meeting Broly's attack head-on. Vegeta's hand clasped tightly around Broly's palm, his expression fierce as he absorbed the blow, feeling an unsettling sense of dread within. What terrifying power! As Broly's other fist approached, Vegeta swiftly released his grip, bending low to evade the punch. The force of Broly's strike shattered the rocky surface, making Vegeta acutely aware of its immense strength. How intriguing! Despite the fear coursing through him, the warrior's blood surged with excitement. In the eyes of the onlookers, Vegeta grinned widely, signaling the official start of the second round. What a confident fellow! Goku exclaimed, deciding to wait and observe, uncertain if Vegeta had any hidden tricks up his sleeve. Well done. Vegeta, with a satisfied smirk, cast a glance at Frieza, who was crawling out from a pile of stones, muttering curses about the detestable Saiyan wild monkeys. This was the second time Frieza had found himself in such a predicament. However, upon witnessing that Vegeta had also suffered a severe blow from Broly, with blood trickling from his mouth, Frieza couldn't help but chuckle in schadenfreude. Vegeta, standing nearby, shot him a cold glance. Goku, oblivious to the tension, criticized Frieza's reckless actions, admonishing him for his lack of memory, reminding him that he was the one who had slain Broly's father. So what? Frieza retorted with a mocking laugh, adopting the demeanor of a cosmic overlord. How could it not concern me? It was your actions, killing Krillin, that triggered my transformation into a Super Saiyan, enabling me to defeat you. Now you've once again provoked Broly in a similar manner. It's evident you connected my transformation to your foolishness. Remarkably, Goku had deduced Frieza's motives with unexpected clarity. But what does that matter? The real question is, how do you plan to deal with Broly? Frieza, indifferent, shrugged off the concern, resigned to the inevitable destruction of Earth, a fate he felt had nothing to do with him. That fellow is already embroiled in a fierce battle. Goku, aren't you going to intervene? Not necessary, Vegeta replied tersely, having remained silent while observing the clash between Vegeta and Broly. He can handle it. Are you truly that confident in your progeny, Vegeta? You are quite the devoted father, Frieza quipped, having long since unraveled the origins of Vegeta's unique existence. Noticing his friend's evident distress, Goku seized the opportunity to interject, agreeing with Vegeta. Indeed, I've noticed it too. He seems to be evolving rapidly in battle. With newfound confidence, Goku gazed upward, and as he had predicted, the tides of battle began to shift. Frieza, narrowing his eyes in annoyance, grinned slyly. Oh, is that so? Care to place a wager? I bet on Broly. Suit yourself, Vegeta dismissed with those 4 words, returning his focus to the unfolding spectacle. Currently, it appeared that Vegeta was at a disadvantage, facing Broly's relentless onslaught. He maintained a stoic expression, skillfully deflecting the attacks, striving to lead Broly higher into the sky to mitigate further devastation to the earth. Let us go. Broly opened his mouth wide, and in an instant, countless energy blasts surrounded Vegeta like a torrential downpour. Yet, Vegeta merely parted his lips slightly in astonishment before swiftly creating distance between them, employing his signature energy sword to cleave the blasts in twain. You've grown stronger once again, he mused. Following the tempestuous onslaught, Broly heightened his energy once more. Yet Vegeta only felt a surge of exhilaration. In this life-and-death struggle, it was not just he who was evolving at a rapid pace. Excellent, he thought. As he matched Broly's intensity, the indifference once characteristic of his state of perfect tranquility began to reveal a spectrum of emotional fluctuations. The more he engaged in combat with Broly, the more he comprehended that suppressing one's emotions to attain a state of serene mastery was not a path befitting a Saiyan. For what could be more of a selfless state of wholeheartedness than an explosion of emotions? A bold notion took root in his mind, akin to the way the 16th iteration of Vegeta indulged Broly to elevate his power for sheer enjoyment. This current Vegeta chose to confront Broly, who possessed an equally terrifying potential for a grander hypothesis. He was elated by this extraordinary conjecture. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes tinged with a hint of madness as he stepped away from his perfect state of tranquility. Broly, momentarily stunned, halted his relentless pursuit. A new form was on the verge of manifestation within him. Chapter 31. The finale of the farce, a radical transformation of power was unfolding within Vegeta. Though outwardly he appeared to be simply breathing deeply with his eyes closed, internally he had undergone a complete metamorphosis. Broly, instinctively sensing fear, felt beads of physiological saline emerge on his forehead as he gathered strength to throw a punch at Vegeta's face. This futile act failed to inflict any harm, merely causing the silvery aura surrounding Vegeta to ripple slightly. After a tense standoff, Vegeta gradually opened his dark eyes, now speckled with silver. His hair adorned with a shimmering halo of silver, flowing gracefully in the wind. His expression shifted from indifference to disdain and elation. Thank you for your patience, Broly, he declared. With 2 fingers, he effortlessly pushed aside Broly's massive fist, a scene that displeased Frieza, who flicked his tail in annoyance, stirring up a cloud of dust. Goku, on the other hand, washed with delight as he cheered for Vegeta, proclaiming, "Indeed, Vegeta is superior." He nodded proudly, continuing to revel in the spectacle. With mastery over his new form, Vegeta seized the upper hand, effortlessly restraining Broly. Although Broly's raw strength may have surpassed Vegeta's, his loss of rationality rendered him prone to aimless exertion, thus forfeiting his advantage. Ironically, the immense pressure exerted by Broly's power allowed Vegeta to discern the shortcomings in his perfect state of tranquility, leading him to once again break through his own limitations. In the now molten landscape of the Antarctic, Vegeta and Broly battled within the hellish magma, capable of annihilating any ordinary Earthling in an instant, before erupting from the depths and soaring into the sky. Mastering the newly acquired freedom and ultimate form of Vegeta, he effortlessly evaded Broly's colossal energy blast with a swift sidestep. In an instant, he conjured a radiant blue energy sphere. Seizing the fleeting moment when Broly had just unleashed his attack, he darted forward to Broly's chest, swiftly releasing a massive blue spiral beam that engulfed him, scorching every single cell of his being. For the first time, Broly let out a pain scream due to the injury, yet Vegeta did not take joy in this. For Broly's resilience was far greater than he had anticipated. This battle, it seemed, would endure for quite some time. Meanwhile, Chi-Lai's heart raced with trepidation. She had been immensely worried that Broly might perish from that sudden Kamehameha. Damn it, that Dragon Ball was taken by that person. I am powerless to do anything, she exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. Comforting her from the shadows of Frisia's ship was Moore, who reassured her, "This is not your fault. Do not blame yourself. Besides, it appears that individual has no intention of delivering a fatal blow." Moore's intuition proved correct. The tide of battle had already turned. Vegeta possessed the power to vanquish Broly, yet he recognized that Broly was not a villain, and killing him would be the most misguided course of action. "You are quite the nuisance. Snap out of it." In the sky, Vegeta met Broly's dual fist head-on. Just as Broly intended to unleash another energy blast, Vegeta struck with a knee, causing Broly's jaw to snap shut just before the blast could escape. The resulting explosion reverberated, sending Broly's head into a daze, and his eyes, once clouded, gradually revealed his pupils. Broly, can you hear me now?" Vegeta inquired with a hint of hope, sensing that the Saiyan skirmish was nearing its resolution. However, Broly merely cradled his head in agony, a torrent of chaotic memories flashing through his mind. Out of the corner of his eye, he glimpsed Chi-Lai and Moore evading his attacks. What have I done? Regret surged within him as his green hair slowly receded, restoring him to his former self. How dull. Frieza, irritated, made his way toward the ship, seizing the opportunity to flee as Vegeta assisted Broly down to the ground. Chi-Lai and Moore hurried toward Broly, and upon seeing their friend unharmed, Broly's spirits lifted significantly, though he bore numerous scars from the encounter. As for Vegeta, he collapsed into unconsciousness after reverting from his transformation, alarming everyone, especially Broly. Thankfully, it was clarified that Vegeta had merely exhausted himself from mastering his newfound power, and he had temporarily succumbed to slumber. When Vegeta finally awoke, he found himself in a room within Capsule Corporation. "It seems I may have overdone it," he muttered, lightly thumping his still-dazed head. Growing anxious about the 7 Dragon Balls he had placed in the void, just as he contemplated retrieving them, he noticed, they have already been taken out. Oh right, Mr. Whis. That angel's mastery over spatial manipulation surpasses my own. I worried for nothing. At this moment, the collective energy of the group converged in the garden. Everyone must be waiting in the garden, he thought. Is Ilia and Goten at the entrance? With that, he opened the door to the room, where a cheerful girl greeted him. Goten rushed forward, seizing Vegeta's hand, exclaiming, "You've finally awakened, brother. I apologize for keeping you waiting." He joyfully lifted Goten into the air, while Ilia reminded Vegeta, "The Dragon Balls haven't been used yet. Everyone is eagerly awaiting you." Ilia, filled with curiosity, wondered how to utilize those beautiful orbs. She clasped her hands together, her face radiant with anticipation. Although she had heard of them, Goten, who had encountered Shenron several times, continued to elucidate the connection between Shenron and the Dragon Balls. Vegeta slowed his pace deliberately, allowing the 2 children to catch up. Soon, the trio was finally assembled. After exchanging pleasantries, the 7 Dragon Balls converged, subtly radiating a luminescence. Behold, the creation of the divine being in this world. Truly exquisite. Upon hearing Ilia's heartfelt admiration, Piccolo couldn't help but smirk, while Goku shouted the iconic phrase, summoning Shenron. The sky above the earth darkened, and among those present, only Broly and Ilia exhibited the most pronounced reactions. "State your wish. I can grant any 3 wishes." The wishing process was remarkably straightforward, with the sole desire being to restore a girl's normal lifespan. After fulfilling 1 wish, Shenron was informed that no further wishes remained, causing the 7 Dragon Balls to transform into stones and scatter into the sky. "You must be Ilia." "I am Bulma," said Bulma, who was cradling her daughter as she greeted the girl. Ilia responded graciously, "Hello. How adorable. I never imagined Vegeta could befriend someone like you. Would you like to come over to my place for a few days? You can explore anywhere you like." "Thank you. I would be delighted." The 2 quickly engaged in lively conversation, while Vegeta assured Ilia that she could contact him whenever she wished to return to her original universe. Subsequently, Broly and his companions sought a spaceship, intending to return to planet Vampa for a new life, while Bulma's family welcomed a new resident. On the way back to the Sun family home, Vegeta smiled faintly, understanding that Earth was about to enjoy another peaceful era. Chapter 32. Unusual Omens. A tranquil month swiftly elapsed. On planet Vampa, Broly and his 2 companions were preparing lunch for the day. "Broly, what would you like to eat?" Chi-Lai exclaimed joyfully, holding a potato in one hand and a broccoli in the other. Broly, appearing somewhat dazed, pondered for a moment before bashfully scratching his head. I think anything would be fine. Then I'll add a bit of both. With that, she produced half a bag of potatoes and an equal amount of broccoli, tossing them into a large pot to cook alongside the meat, causing Broly's eyes to sparkle with delight. It smells amazing. Though this was not his first time observing the cooking process, he remained transfixed for a considerable time. Seeing this, Chi-Lai merely smiled and assured him that it would be ready shortly. Suddenly, Broly, who had been seated on the ground, rose abruptly and glanced back, startling Chi-Lai, who hastily set down the large spoon she had been using to cook and rushed to his side. "What's wrong, Broly?" she inquired. Broly, with a fierce glare, shielded Chi-Lai with one hand and demanded, "Who is there? You will wait for me here. I will deal with him immediately." "All right, but you must be careful, Broly," Chi-Lai replied, nodding as she watched Broly soar into the distance. A few moments later, Broly landed in an open field. "Who are you?" he called out. "Who else could it be?" responded a voice with a mocking laugh, revealing its owner, his hair black and wild, clad in a tight blue suit. Broly shook his head defiantly. "You are not him. Vegeta would not come here." "Is that so, Vegeta?" The figure chuckled, then assumed a familiar fighting stance. Noticing this, Broly tensed, preparing for combat. And Vegeta observed his apprehension. "Why do you fear your own power?" Broly furrowed his brow. Despite having undergone some training, he felt he was only at the beginning of his journey and could not guarantee he would not lose control again. Vegeta grinned. "Enough talk. Let's fight, Broly." In the next instant, Vegeta charged at the hesitant Broly, and the battle was imminent. Meanwhile, on Earth, Vegeto was testing the remnants of a magical workshop left in a void space. As he clumsily attempted to harness the essence of divine magic, a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. "Hey, long time no see." It was Goku, but the expressionless Vegeto turned and launched a massive explosion attack, causing a commotion. "Ouch! Ouch! Ouch!" Goku exclaimed, completely unprepared for the hit, bewildered. "Stop it! I'm Goku, who are you? He can't possibly be here." Vegeto instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan, while a startled Goku, caught off guard, also transformed into a Super Saiyan, and thus, a fierce battle ignited. In the depths of the 7th universe, Frieza was aboard his spaceship, attending to his agenda for the day. However, unlike usual, an unwelcome guest had appeared on his vessel. "Who is it?" Frieza seethed, irritated, as he was en route to quell a rebellion on a planet. "Oh, not in a good mood, are we?" At the sound of that familiar voice, Frieza broke into a sweat. It was none other than Vegeto. As the figure approached, Frieza sighed in relief. "Heh, why are you idling about here instead of seeking your father, little brat?" "Don't say that. You were looking forward to fighting someone like me, weren't you?" Vegeto replied with a sly smile, causing Frieza, who felt partially exposed, to become displeased. "Who are you? Why are you masquerading as this wild monkey?" Vegeto smirked. "Honestly, I don't know, but I am well aware of one thing. I am merely a counterfeit." Although little Vegeto had recognized his true identity, he still heeded his Saiyan instincts and issued a challenge to Frieza. "TCH, does even a piece of garbage possess self-awareness?" Frieza merely wrinkled his brow in disgust before vacating his seat. "Well, I was just in need of a release." Shortly thereafter, a slight tremor coursed through the massive disc-shaped spacecraft, only to settle back into tranquility. Meanwhile, on Earth, Vegeta, having resolved the matter concerning the counterfeit Goku, emerged from the virtual realm with a grave expression, stepping into the wooded area of Baozi Mountain. What was that? Though considerably weakened, it was undeniably the visage of Mr. Goku. What's wrong, brother?" Hearing Vegeta's murmured words, Goten, who had been fishing by the riverbank, approached with a puzzled look. "Dad has gone to Capsule Corporation," he replied. "I see," Vegeta responded, gently ruffling Goten's hair. Despite the multitude of questions swirling in his mind, he was at least certain of one thing. A new crisis was looming. "I need to go find him. You can play a little longer before heading home." "All right, but come back soon." After bidding farewell to Goten, Vegeta set off anxiously towards Capsule Corporation, aware that Goku might also have fallen prey to some imposters. As he suspected, an unexpected Frieza intruded upon the two warriors who were training in the gravity room. Before Goku could fully register his astonishment, Vegeta unleashed a lethal blow that pierced through the counterfeit Frieza, who then disintegrated into dust in a state of shock. "You truly show no mercy," Goku remarked, scratching his golden hair, his emerald eyes gazing at the completely vanished fragments. But why is there another Frieza? Humph, that brat Vegeta has also arrived. It seems he too is entangled in this situation. With that, Vegeta reverted from his Super Saiyan form, deep in thought, while Goku, in his usual obliviousness, followed Vegeta to the entrance of Capsule Corporation. Hours earlier, on planet Vampa, Broly had already dealt with the foe Vegeta, finding the battle simpler than anticipated. Certainly, it wasn't he that Vegeta was too weak. He wiped the sweat from his brow and returned to Chi-Lai's side. Hearing the sounds of combat, Chi-Lai, relieved to see Broly unscathed, inquired, "Are you all right?" "Yes, nothing serious, but it is quite concerning." Broly then recounted his encounter with the fake Vegeta, startling Chi-Lai. How strange. Who could have transformed into him? As the two found themselves at a loss, Morihei returned to planet Vampa in his spaceship. He had been reveling in the acquisition of promotional goods, but upon seeing the serious expressions of the duo, he asked, "What's the matter?" "It's a long story. In any case, we need to head to Earth." "Huh, all right, I'll pilot the ship." In stark contrast to the chaos in the 7th universe, another realm held time traveler Bardock, quietly observing everything unfold. Indeed, as he had predicted, that entity had arrived. Chapter 33, Resolution and Choice. One could only be grateful that it had not opted to continue its journey into this universe. It seemed merely intrigued by the differences of this alternate reality. Bardock's emotions were complex. He had previously inquired several times about that entity from his master, yet the latter perpetually chose silence. The reason was simple. Merely knowing its identity could inflict irreversible harm upon you. Bardock was uncertain if any sentient being other than himself could evade its onslaught. Even now, recalling that terrifying description sent shivers down his spine. He understood that 4 anomalous events had already transpired in the 7th universe. But he hoped they would cease at that point. Swiftly, he traversed through multiple dimensional interfaces, ultimately halting in that universe. The most significant divergence in that dimension was the absence of the so-called Omni King, angels, and destroyers. As a result, that world experienced a radically different evolution. Unfortunately, this universe had encountered such a monstrosity. With a snap of his fingers, the previously empty ground was suddenly populated by Sun Wukong, who was indulging in a feast, surrounded by a table laden with food. Upon witnessing his counterpart from another timeline, Bardock felt a mix of disdain and exasperation as he turned his head away, unwilling to gaze upon his erratic son any longer. Sun Wukong, realizing his father's disapproval, hastily swallowed his food. "What is happening?" he inquired, scratching his head in confusion. "I have good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear?" Bardock turned back, indicating he had pressing matters to attend to, matters that involved direct confrontations. Sun Wukong, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Really? Let us hear the good news first." "Your wish can be fulfilled," Bardock declared. "Really? I thought it would take a while." "The bad news is, there's an additional challenge to overcome." In an instant, the once jubilant Sun Wukong was left aghast. Observing his son's sudden despondency, Bardock's demeanor softened. "Do not be disheartened. I know you have been anticipating this for a long time, but that universe is the closest to your original one. Moreover, it has just reached a crucial divergence point." With resignation, Bardock spread his hands, then activated a visual display. On the screen, the Sun Wukong of that universe had been transformed into a child due to the influence of the Black Star Dragon Balls, marking the pivotal branching point. "There is no other way. To fulfill your wish, you must confront that entity." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong nodded in agreement, realizing that all his years of waiting had culminated in this moment. Indeed, plans rarely survive contact with reality. He quickly regained his fighting spirit, asserting his readiness. Bardock, satisfied with his son's resolve, proceeded to outline their dual battle strategy. "My master initiated action several months ago, just as I suspected. He will be patrolling the vicinity of this universe for the next few days to prevent that entity from escaping." "Impressive. He is so prompt." Sun Wukong marveled at the speed of that mysterious figure. Throughout the centuries spent alongside him, he had come to deeply appreciate his formidable strength. He had never faltered at any time. "This means that Vegeta and I can hunt it down with peace of mind." "Indeed. And I will ensure your existence is maintained throughout, preventing you from slipping out of this world. For a considerable duration, Bardock has been under your care. Without your efforts alongside that individual, I fear I would have been lost in the vastness of the cosmos." Upon uttering these words, he shyly scratched his head and chuckled foolishly, while Bardock merely scoffed, acknowledging, "This is also something I owe you. As your father, I shall do my utmost." Yet, You are indeed persistent in your desire to partake in this matter. Primarily, this is my own affair. Sun Wukong steadfastly gazed at the image of the universe, where everything unfolded as it did in his memories. In the scene, his body shrank due to the Dragon Balls. Embarking on a cosmic journey with Trunks and Xiaofang in search of those Dragon Balls, for this represents my own lingering regret. Thus, I must personally rectify it. Humph. Then do your best, you little rascal. Do not falter. Meanwhile, on Earth, Vegeta had sought out Goku and his companions. The three of them gathered indoors, exchanging intelligence. Ultimately, they are all inferior copies, as if testing us. Vegeta expressed his perspective, asserting that both the fake Frieza and the counterfeit Sun Wukong were abysmal imitations. A sentiment I wholeheartedly endorsed. Beside him, Vegeto resonated with this notion, having defeated the fake Sun Wukong with barely a fraction of his strength exerted. This puppet master possesses formidable abilities, seemingly capable of crafting corresponding replicas based on our innermost desires. Meanwhile, the astute Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, then discerned a pivotal insight. If this is the case, then there must be others who have encountered similar predicaments. No sooner had he spoken than the sound of a spaceship landing was heard. Broly and his entourage had finally arrived, yet the events were merely beginning to unfold. Chapter 34. The Crisis of Another Universe. With a whoosh, Chi-Lai disembarked from the ship, eagerly pulling Broly to Bulma's doorstep. Will Chi-Lai and the others assist us? Broly inquired, still somewhat apprehensive, resembling a timid creature. Chi-Lai merely smiled, reassuring him, do not worry. Let us not forget that the one who calls himself Vegeto has saved us once. Indeed, he replied with a gentle smile, then knocked on the door. Footsteps sounded immediately from within. Coming. The one who answered the door was Vegeto, greeting the trio with the characteristic innocent smile of the Sun family. Ah, it's you all. Come in quickly. Mr. Sun Wukong and Uncle Vegeta are inside. Hello, Broly responded, still a bit dazed. Although the youth before him was one of the few remaining members of his kin, his resemblance to the target of his lifelong vengeance stirred conflicting emotions within him, causing him to turn his head away, beads of sweat trickling down his brow. Chi-Lai and Morel awkwardly interjected, my apologies, Broly. He is nothing to worry about. He is not a bad person, we do not mind. With that, he graciously invited the three into the house. Considering that Broly and Goku were not well acquainted, and given the past tensions between Vegeta and his father, Vegeto thoughtfully arranged for them to occupy a separate room to mitigate any potential mishaps. The four gathered around the table to deliberate the matter at hand. You must have encountered the fake versions of me or Vegeta, correct? Upon encountering the counterfeit Vegeta, Broly swallowed hard, recalling the harrowing experience of being soundly defeated by Vegeto. His expression darkened, and his hand trembled slightly around the cup. The naive Broly now felt a profound fear towards the formidable Vegeto, thus projecting his desire for vengeance onto the real Vegeta. Do not be so frightened. Let us shake hands, Vegeto said with a cheerful grin, extending a hand. Broly hesitated for a moment before gradually clasping Vegeto's hand. After confirming crucial intelligence, Vegeto sought out Goku and the others. Just as Mr. Son Goku had anticipated, Broly had indeed encountered a false Vegeta. Indeed, Goku began to fret, realizing that this meant their adversary could disregard spatial distances and unleash a multitude of imposters at any moment. Vegeta pondered further, questioning why this entity had chosen them. It was likely due to its ability to sense the energy of powerful beings from several dimensions away. At that moment, a raspy yet magnetic voice resonated directly in their minds, startling the three Saiyans. Except for Vegeto, the other two exclaimed in unison, who are you? That is of little consequence. Vegeto, we must depart swiftly. The coordinates have already been transmitted to you. As the words faded, a sharp pain pierced Vegeto's head. And shortly thereafter, a temporal location materialized within his mind, one that Goku recognized as belonging to a familiar universe. You are the one who trained Vegeto to comprehend Ultra Instinct, aren't you? Goku deduced, quickly identifying the source of the mysterious voice, which did not refute his claim. Indeed, that is I. How is the training progressing? Impressive. Would you care to engage in a battle with me? Upon hearing this, Vegeta merely sighed, recognizing his dear friend's perpetual simplicity. Are you a being from the legend of the angels? Indeed, and what of it? The truth will be revealed in due time. Speculating holds no significance. Humph. An intriguing fellow, Vegeta smirked slightly, having formed his own conjectures, while Vegeto regained his composure, wiping away beads of sweat. I understand now. I can bring along another Goku who awaits you. Or perhaps just Vegeta. Humph, let this lad fend for himself. It is time for him to stand on his own. With that parting remark, the proud Vegeta opened the door and departed, leaving a displeased Goku behind, who sensed that matters were far more complex than they appeared. You seem quite familiar with that adept in crafting fakes. Why did you select Vegeto instead of Lord Beerus? The gods do not concern themselves with such affairs. I discussed this matter with the angels eons ago. Their conclusion was that it was merely a calamity of mankind's own making. Is that so? Will it return? Not anymore. I have entirely sealed its path. It is now trapped in another universe. That is reassuring. With this revelation, Goku felt a weight lift from his heart, and he approached Vegeto. This will be your first true encounter with a formidable foe alone. He couldn't help but reminisce about the young Gohan he had bid farewell to during the Majin Buu saga. Just like the Gohan of yore, the present-day Vegeta, after considerable growth, was now capable of standing on his own. This brought him immense solace, yet a profound concern for your safety lingered in his heart. Therefore, you must return home promptly. Otherwise, once Chi-Chi discovers your absence, she will undoubtedly be my doom. The mention of Chi-Chi caused Sun Wukong to display a hint of trepidation, and Vegeta couldn't help but smile faintly at this. Rest assured, dear old dad, I shall return home safely. With that, he strode towards the star-studded time-space tunnel, gesturing to Sun Wukong, who reciprocated with a smile. However, this scene caused a tightening sensation in the heart of a distant figure across multiple dimensions, who murmured to himself, "Yes, he will return, without a doubt." Shortly thereafter, in the skies of another universe, Vegeta found himself in an entirely unfamiliar realm. Yet, at this moment, Earth seemed rather peculiar. Chapter 35. The strange Earth having bid farewell to the universe he knew, Vegeta entered another world. The azure sky and leisurely white clouds enveloped a bustling city, teeming with people, all going about their daily lives in an orderly fashion. It was as if this Earth bore no significant difference from the one he had inhabited for years. But why? He tilted his head in confusion, only to notice strange portraits of peculiar characters emblazoned across every corner of the Earth. He absent-mindedly uttered the name of one such oddity, Bebby? Although he had never laid eyes upon this individual, his instincts warned him that this was likely no benevolent being. For now, he decided to observe quietly, sensing an odd aura surrounding these Earthlings. But where had Mr. Sun Wukong gone? As he soared above the city, he pondered deeply, realizing his information was conspicuously lacking. Instinctively, he felt that making his presence known might provoke unwarranted complications. Just as he found himself at a loss, a voice suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, sorry to keep you waiting." Vegeta. Sun Wukong appeared in an instant, startling the contemplative Vegeta. "You startled me. Apologies," Sun Wukong said, scratching his head awkwardly. Now, the two had successfully reunited, allowing Vegeta to unravel some of the mysteries that plagued his mind. What is happening on Earth now? Everyone seems so strange. That's a long story, Sun Wukong replied, his emotions complex upon witnessing the current anomalies of Earth. He began to recount the origins of this enemy, named Bebby, a parasitic entity. Vegeta gasped, shocked to learn that the enmity between the Saiyans and the Tuffle race had persisted into the present. I suspect this Bebby has already usurped Vegeta's body. Cold sweat trickled down Sun Wukong's brow as he recognized that in this timeline, his dear friend's strength remained formidable, although he had not mastered any new powers. Decades of experience were not to be underestimated. Coupled with Bebby's ruthless exploitation, Vegeta's body would only grow increasingly powerful. To his astonishment, Uncle Vegeta had been manipulated to such an extent. Upon hearing this, Vegeta cast a disdainful glance at the confident smile of Baby displayed on the advertisement screen. Even in another universe, there are still scoundrels like Zamasu who steal the powers of others for malevolent purposes. It is likely that Gohan and the others are facing similar challenges. Despite being individuals from different timelines, Vegeta loathed Baby's actions of utilizing them as mere tools. And he would not pardon such a villain who regards human lives as expendable, particularly when it involves those he holds dear. Meanwhile, Goku, who had already undergone his second transformation, empathized with this sentiment, as he too felt the sting of being attacked by his own children and even his wife. Thus, he solemnly entrusted the task of defeating Baby to Vegeta. Well, the mission to save Vegeta and the others is now in your capable hands. Understood. I shall teach that scoundrel a lesson. Following this exchange, Vegeta attentively listened as Goku recounted the journey of his discovery of Super Saiyan 4, how he narrowly escaped death, had his tail extracted by the Supreme Kai, transformed into a golden great ape, regained his senses, and ultimately achieved the new transformation into Super Saiyan 4. I never expected to realize it through the great ape transformation, Vegeta remarked, astonished by the process. But if you intervene, will I still be able to comprehend this in this timeline? Goku fell into contemplation, while Vegeta hesitated momentarily before resolving. The more allies, the greater the strength. I intend to lend him a hand. Is that so? Thank you, Goku replied. However, I must make a trip to Hell. There are other adversaries awaiting me there. Rest assured, I will take care of baby. The two bid farewell, and at that moment, the original timeline's Goku and his companions completed the collection of the Black Star Dragon Balls and returned to Earth. Unbeknownst to them, a dreadful enemy awaited. Grandpa, let us hurry home. I miss Mom and Grandma. Little Goku exclaimed, glancing at his grandfather. Little Gohan wholeheartedly agreed. I want to eat the meals that Chi-Chi makes too. Let us go home directly. Although it felt odd that no one was there to greet them, the trio, unfazed, handed over the Black Star Dragon Balls to Dandy and returned to their respective homes. Meanwhile, Vegeta remained concealed in the magic workshop, observing the situation through the perspective of a familiar spirit. Everything unfolded as Goku had previously mentioned. That baby fellow was now a force to be reckoned with. In his line of sight, baby had taken control of everyone except little Goku and little Gohan, with the others standing beside baby, grinning wickedly. Little Goku found himself utterly abandoned by his allies. Watching the scene unfold, Vegeta felt a surge of anger. I wish I could give him a proper thrashing. However, it was imperative for this Goku to seek out the Supreme Kai at this moment. Vegeta, fuming in the void of space, watched with irritation as little Goku was mercilessly pummeled by baby. During this encounter, baby absorbed the powers of other hybrid Saiyans and the resentment of Earthlings, then unleashed a vengeful death ball towards little Goku, who vanished within its midst. Witnessing this, Vegeta took a deep breath. His task had now become straightforward. Finally, it's time for me to make my entrance. Upon witnessing the exit of the diminutive Sun Wukong, Vegeta swiftly activated the portal, instantaneously returning to the expanse above Earth. Listening to baby's triumphant laughter, he disdainfully raised his hand, unleashing a Big Bang attack. What? Baby, who had been reveling in his success, was suddenly taken aback. He recognized this as one of Vegeta's techniques. Yet Vegeta's body had long been commandeered by him. Who could this possibly be? Reacting promptly, he batted away the blazing orb of energy. The other half-Saiyans were equally startled. Gohan, observing this, coldly remarked while gazing upwards at Vegeta, could there be more Saiyans? Vegeta, for the first time confronted by Gohan's frigid gaze, was consumed by a surge of anger. Though outwardly composed, his forehead throbbed with tension. Do you know him, Gohan? Baby, too, was puzzled. He had already captured the offspring of both Goku and Vegeta, so it was impossible for another Saiyan resembling Vegeta to emerge. Apologies, Lord Baby, but I do not recognize this Saiyan. Gohan, under control, responded with utmost respect. What a useless fool. Baby scoffed, then soared into the sky, while the unidentified Saiyan was now exceedingly irate. What did you just call him? Huh, and what of it? Do you know him? Baby dismissed the Saiyan, confident that the mightiest Goku had already been vanquished, rendering this nameless contender insignificant. Vegeta, unwilling to engage further, merely scoffed, and with a flash of golden light, his two bangs dwindled to one, transforming him into a Super Saiyan 2. Indeed, you are a Saiyan, and it seems you possess some prowess. Upon seeing the golden-haired, azure-eyed Saiyan youth, Baby merely sneered. Let us entertain each other for a bit, Saiyan Wild Monkey. Very well, as you wish. Their figures intertwined, heralding the onset of yet another fierce battle. Chapter 36. Baby's desperate struggle faced with Vegeta's Super Saiyan 2 form. Baby felt nothing but contempt. After all, he had effortlessly defeated the Super Saiyan 3 Goku. What chance did a mere mystery Saiyan with only Super Saiyan 2 possess? Yet, in the current confrontation, he found himself evenly matched with the young Saiyan, causing Baby's confidence to waver significantly. In a fit of panic, he unleashed a flurry of crimson energy orbs towards Vegeta, but the latter remained utterly unmoved, absorbing the onslaught without flinching. The ineffectual assault was merely superficial, a futile display of parasitic power. As the smoke cleared, the outcome mirrored that of many royal duels. A mere cloud of dust was raised. While the show of force was impressive, the actual damage was quite laughable. This haphazard and skill-less technique was nothing but a fade. Vegeta and Scathe regarded Baby with cold, unyielding eyes. Witnessing his opponent's true capabilities struck a blow to Baby's fighting spirit. How is this possible? I refuse to be defeated by you. In a bid to conquer the adversary before him, he summoned all his strength, unleashing a force that shook the very mountains. On the ground, Xiaofang, who had just witnessed her grandfather's defeat, stumbled and fell, sitting on the ground while embracing the equally fallen Jilu. She marveled at the figure before her. Someone who could stand toe-to-toe with Baby. How impressive. That person. In an instant, hope ignited within her. Although she couldn't clearly discern the clash between the two formidable warriors, it was evident to Xiaofang that the mysterious young man who had suddenly intervened possessed superior strength. Go for it. Avenge grandfather. Returning to the battle, Vegeta observed Baby, who was exerting every ounce of his strength, yet Vegeta merely crossed his arms, maintaining a disdainful expression. Is this all you can do? You truly disappoint me. Shut your mouth. Baby retorted, if you're so capable, why not kill me? You, a mere scion monkey. Baby, in a frenzy, unleashed a flurry of punches towards Vegeta, but the latter remained silent, effortlessly dodging each strike. Seizing an opening, Vegeta delivered a swift spinning kick to Baby's waist, causing him considerable pain. How could this be? Baby scoffed, you only thrive when bullying the weak. Come at me with all you've got. You still have that move, don't you? Hurry up. As Baby's defenses faltered, Vegeta slowly lowered his hands, revealing an innocent, carefree smile. This sight forced Baby, now flustered, to gather himself. He raised his hands high, channeling a formidable orb of death energy. You will regret this. Meanwhile, Xiaofang was filled with anxiety. Her grandfather had fallen victim to that very technique, and her heart raced with dread. Jilu attempted to comfort her, expressing his belief that the young man would be fine, as he had always exuded confidence. Certainly, he must possess some extraordinary hidden power. I hope so, she replied, her concern palpable. The hybrid scions on Baby's side were aghast. How can such a scion exist? They hurled insults at Vegeta, but the overwhelming aura of battle prevented their interference. Noticing the controlled crowd, Vegeta retracted his smile, his demeanor turning serious as he regarded the smug Baby. Baby, sensing this shift, let out a nauseating laugh. Huh? Do you still have the leisure to concern yourself with others at a time like this? You truly are a virtuous soul. Bring it on, parasitic trash. At these words, Baby's fury ignited entirely. He hurled the gathered orb of vengeance towards Vegeta. In the face of the impending, terrifying assault, Vegeta calmly adopted a lotus hand gesture. Then, at the moment of imminent impact, he unleashed the Kamehameha. A brilliant blue light erupted from his palm, spiraling to engulf the dark sphere upon contact, gradually devouring it. Baby's expression shifted from disdain to sheer terror. What is happening? He hastily evaded the Kamehameha, which was infused with the orb of vengeance, while Vegeta stealthily approached the sweating Baby. How are you holding up? Huh? Baby quickly distanced himself from Vegeta, gripped by fear. Vegeta, barely able to suppress a laugh, remarked, have you finally grasped the disparity between us? TCH, don't feign bravado. I now grant you 10 seconds. Either flee and save your life, or rush forth and allow me to end yours. Vegeta's gaze instantly turned as frigid as ice, disregarding Baby's panic, and commenced the countdown to Baby's demise. Baby, having exhausted all his means, was left with but one final gambit, parasitism. He understood that Xiaofang was below him, and for a fleeting moment, his eyes darted to the ground. These subtle movements and thoughts were all anticipated by Vegeta. As expected. Yet, he maintained his fade of composure. Continuing the countdown. 8, 7. Perhaps you should pay more attention to the person beneath your feet. He launched a ki blast towards the ground where Xiaofang stood. The girl was taken aback and hastily attempted to flee, but Vegeta swiftly positioned himself between her and Baby, deflecting the energy sphere. Upon witnessing this, Baby was elated and immediately extricated himself from Vegeta's corporeal form. Oh, can you still manage a smile? When Vegeta turned around, a pale, grotesque creature resembling an infant was perched upon his shoulder, gradually merging with his being. Ultimately, feigning surprise, Vegeta merely smirked. His plan had reached fruition. As Baby successfully commandeered this new vessel, he erupted into maniacal laughter, blissfully unaware of any anomaly. This body is truly formidable. Self-satisfied, he recognized the strength of Vegeta's form. Oblivious to the fact that while the primary consciousness of this body slumbered, another awareness began to awaken. Meanwhile, on the Kaioshin's realm, Goku was finally freed from his tail, wincing as he clutched his rear. At last, I'm out. He was overjoyed, while the old Kaioshin sat petrified before the crystal ball, utterly aghast. What has happened to our ancestor? Jebbit, too, was bewildered, having been preoccupied with assisting Goku in freeing his tail and not closely monitoring the live broadcast from Earth. Enough of that. Quickly, send him to Earth. If not, the entire universe is doomed. The old Kaioshin could no longer maintain his composure, and a frantic Jebbit swiftly grasped Goku, hastening his transport to Earth. On Earth, the surviving Xiaofang and Jilu embarked on a journey of escape. Damn it, it's my fault again. In a secluded corner, Xiaofang, fully aware of her shortcomings, wept helplessly. Father, uncle, grandfather, even grandmother and mother cannot aid me now. Yet Jilu remained silent for a moment, offering her solace. Xiaofang, do not be disheartened. This is not entirely your burden to bear. Jilu suspected that the individual might have deliberately allowed himself to be possessed. Really? Xiaofang wiped her tears, disbelief etched on her face. But it aligns with Jilu's conjecture. For now, let us seek out allies we can depend upon. Indeed, we must locate other survivors. The girl rallied herself, and together with Jilu, they set forth on their quest to find companions. As for Baby, he was exceedingly pleased, immersed in the bliss of believing himself to be the supreme being in the universe. Due to the overwhelming strength of Vegeta, his weak will had become utterly lost in the experience, even temporarily casting aside the grand ambition of revitalizing the Tsufals, unaware that his demise was drawing near. Chapter 37. The Return of Goku, Lord Jebbit. The small, tail-growing Goku bid farewell to Jebbit, who nodded in return, wishing him a safe journey back before departing. Immediately, Goku soared into the sky, suppressing his energy while devising a strategy. His first thought was to gather allies who could assist him. Xiaofang should be fine. Her energy seems normal. However, his joy was short-lived as he soon furrowed his brow, sensing a troubling energy. Is that energy from Baby? It's terrifying. Once confident in his ability to combat Baby, Goku found himself momentarily disheartened. The energy emanating from Baby had evolved since their last encounter, far surpassing him in raw power. Yet amidst this fear, as a scion, he felt a surge of exhilaration. It appeared yet another fierce battle awaited him. On Baby's side, he began to sense an unsettling dissonance. Though this body was powerful, it seemed to harbor another consciousness subtly interfering with his thoughts, causing Baby considerable vexation. Why must this happen at such a critical time? Even with a heart as vast as his, he grasped certain truths, yet he had pressing matters to address. Goku was returning. That detestable wild monkey. Baby Vegeta, with a grimace, rose from his seat. Beside him, Vegeta, with a gaze as cold as ever, reported, Lord Baby, Kakarot's energy has resurfaced. I know without you telling me. Baby promptly relayed this news to everyone on Earth, yet he never anticipated that some would escape his clutches. More than one, in fact. Goku, how long will you hide? Meanwhile, the small Goku successfully reunited with Xiaofang, and he was elated to discover that Din and Bu had also narrowly escaped disaster. Upon seeing her grandfather return, Xiaofang excitedly embraced him. You're really okay, Grandpa. Indeed, I'm perfectly well. Goku wiped away his granddaughter's tears, assuring her of his well-being. You gathered everyone, right? Thank you for your efforts, Xiaofang. Well, does Grandpa have a way to defeat Baby now? How should I put it? Reflecting on the adversary who was now beyond comparison, Goku's expression grew grave as he released Xiaofang, seriously advising her, to be honest, I can't guarantee that I can defeat him, Grandpa, but I will fight until the very last moment. Moreover, I have acquired new powers. Just watch my performance closely. Xiaofang. Seeing her grandfather filled with confidence, Xiaofang nodded eagerly. Din and Bu also chose to trust Goku, and the three began discussing their battle strategy. First, that fellow named Baby has found a new host and has grown stronger. Din spoke up, aware that his mortal limitations would hinder him in battle. Yet he took the initiative to organize intelligence. Is that so? No wonder this fellow has suddenly become immensely stronger. Little son Wukong was equally perplexed. It seemed impossible for anyone on Earth to surpass him and Vegeta, given that their enemy had grown in power. He felt compelled to unite with any remaining allies who could still fight. The more comrades he gathered, the greater their hope. He thought of his disciple, OOB. What of him? Surely he must have concealed himself as well. Mr. Bu ventured a conclusion, for if OOB had fallen under control, he might have joined Baby's patrol and brazenly appeared before them. Let us hope he remains unscathed. Pondering deeply, little son Wukong flicked his tail, aware that two matters were of paramount importance. First, to defeat Baby, and second, to protect the Black Star Dragon Balls from misuse. Should Baby recklessly wish upon the Dragon Balls, all their previous efforts would amount to nothing, and Earth would once again hover on the brink of destruction. Thus, he articulated his thoughts aloud. Upon hearing Wukong's insights, Satan fell into a thoughtful silence, and he gradually began to formulate a plan. A few hours after son Wukong's return, during the evening, due to someone's deliberate provocation, Baby had grown increasingly impatient. He issued a murder notice via the West City broadcast, leaving little son Wukong no choice but to confront him alone. You are truly insane, Baby. Little Wukong, now filled with rage, soared into the skies above West City. He had not anticipated that Baby would leverage the lives of tens of thousands to force his hand. Baby merely chuckled sinisterly, stepping out of Capsule Corporation to confront little Wukong. Upon seeing the face of the host possessed by Baby, Wukong was taken aback. How can this be possible? Are you frightened by my newfound strength, son Wukong? Baby assumed Wukong was merely intimidated by his power, reveling in his arrogance. For Baby, acquiring Vegeta's body was akin to winning the lottery. Sensing the dire situation, little Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 3, his golden hair cascading to his waist, and his tail turning golden as well. Baby, dismissive, transformed into Super Saiyan, secretly relishing the thought. Poor wild monkey. How delightful it will be to test the strength of my new body with you. Little Wukong, now shifting from astonishment to contemplation, mused. That face resembles Vegeta, yet Vegeta's energy emanates from elsewhere. Who could this be? Although he was certain this individual was also a Saiyan, he quickly halted his rapid thoughts and immersed himself in battle, determined to buy time for Xiao Fong and the others to secure the Black Star Dragon Balls. Bring it on, Baby. With electricity crackling in the air, the two Super Saiyans engaged in combat. Initially, son Wukong launched an offensive, and thanks to his tail, his Super Saiyan 3 form managed to stabilize his energy consumption. Drawing upon years of combat experience and skill, he gradually gained the upper hand, while Baby, drenched in sweat, wondered what is happening. There is a persistent feeling that the strength of this body exceeds its apparent limits. Witnessing the victorious son Wukong seized the advantage. He adeptly utilized his diminutive stature to slip behind Baby during a moment of distraction, delivering a swift kick. Just as the blow was about to land, Baby had no choice but to transform into Super Saiyan 2, harnessing the explosive energy to forcefully repel Wukong's attack. Propelled backward, Wukong executed a graceful turn in midair, confronting the gasping Baby with a fierce punch, causing saliva to spray in all directions. Baby staggered back a few steps, bewildered. Yet, as if in response to his doubts, a sigh resonated in his mind, echoing a sentiment of disappointment. Indeed, a parasitic fool is merely a parasitic fool. How utterly pathetic. Silence. Who are you? Baby exclaimed, his face flushing with rage. As he parried Wukong's iron fist, he cursed the voice, which responded with a chuckle. Who told you to let him take a nap? He awoke, and here I am. You, Vegeto, that is my name, though I have no intention of addressing you. The voice was both playful and mischievous, and after a languid yawn, it teased, I'm in a rather good mood today. If you were to beg for mercy, perhaps I might momentarily be benevolent and lend you some power. Chapter 38. Transformation in the skies above West City. The battle between the two had escalated to a fever pitch, yet Baby found himself in the most dire straits. It was evident that approximately 60% of this body's strength resided with Vegeto. How embarrassing. Once power levels approached parity, the excitement dissipated. How dull. Combat is not solely visual. Quickly attune to the fluctuations in your opponent's energy, or you shall find yourself struck again. True to the warning, in the next moment, a knee strike from little Wukong landed squarely on Baby's chin. Silence. Scion Wild Monkey. Baby seethed in impotent rage. This was the first time since his inception that he had been reduced to such a state of disgrace. Meanwhile, Vegeto, reveling in the spectacle, was indifferent to Baby's plight. After all, only Baby felt the pain. In his mental space, he even conjured a sofa, sinking into it with utter delight. Despite being struck so many times, you have shown no progress whatsoever. Observing the external time, He noted the full moon hanging in the sky, shaking his head in resignation. Alas, you are indeed a hopeless fool. This is becoming increasingly tedious. At this juncture, Baby was battered and bruised, stripped of his former arrogance. Recognizing that victory was near, little Wukong felt a surge of joy, having initially anticipated an epic battle. To his surprise, the opponent was well within his capabilities. How infuriating! In stark contrast to the spirited little Wukong, Baby teetered on the brink of collapse. In a desperate bid for survival, he contemplated humbling himself to plead with Vegito. However, unexpectedly, before he could utter a word of supplication, an extraordinary power began to well up within him. What is this? His energy has vanished. A peculiar pink radiance enveloped Baby, and upon sensing the ominous aura, little Goku instinctively distanced himself. Initially filled with despair, Baby's expression morphed into one of sheer astonishment as he comprehended the formidable nature of this power. He tilted his head back and erupted into maniacal laughter. Ha! Did you ever anticipate this, Sun Wukong? Meanwhile, Vegeta was thoroughly dismayed. Observing Baby's smug demeanor, he regretted lending the Super Saiyan Rose power to him. Had he foreseen this, he would have bestowed that Crimson Super Saiyan God power upon this fool instead. Words eluded him. Baby's superficial arrogance was eternally unappealing, particularly as he possessed no substantial strength of his own, which further fueled Vegeta's innate disdain. Above the realm of Shidu, with Vegeta's assistance, Baby successfully transformed into the Super Saiyan Rose form, a colossal pink beam of light piercing the heavens. Truly, Baby was magnificent. The inhabitants of Earth below fervently cheered for him, while little Goku found himself at a loss. Beads of cold sweat forming as he realized his stamina had dwindled to nothing. Uncertain of his ability to confront Baby, yet ever the optimist, he wiped the blood from his cheek, offering a wry smile before mustering the last remnants of his strength. It's not over yet. Baby, Sun Wukong, your demise is imminent. Baby recognized that Wukong was merely putting on a brave front, eliciting a dismissive chuckle before he instantaneously appeared before Sun Wukong, who was taken aback by the unexpected swiftness, his eyes wide with confusion. Moments later, the heat of an energy blast began to coalesce at his chest. In the blink of an eye, as the energy burst forth, Sun Wukong plummeted heavily into the earth, too grievously injured to maintain his Super Saiyan 3 form. As his consciousness began to fade, he experienced, for the first time, the true meaning of despair. Meanwhile, in the distance, little Fong wept inconsolably upon sensing her grandfather's waning energy, but she quickly regained her composure, securely stashing the black star dragon balls originally kept in the heavenly palace. Mr. Satan and Majin Buu felt utterly powerless, and Ub, who was hiding, was startled as the battle once again exceeded everyone's expectations, turning the tide anew. Yet, the tenacious little Goku refused to relinquish his resistance. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he lifted his head to observe Baby's movements in the sky. Upon doing so, he beheld an astonishing sight, a resplendent full moon, causing his heart to race erratically and his body temperature to soar. Countless strands of fur sprouted from his form, his body swelling and tearing through the remnants of his clothing. Soon, a colossal golden great ape materialized before Baby. What is this? It was nothing but the most primal transformation of the Saiyans, the great ape transformation. With that declaration, Vegeta, having reached his limit, resolved not to allow Baby to feign superiority over him any longer. As Baby marveled, one of Vegeta's hands suddenly moved of its own accord. What? You? What are you so astonished about? It is merely a matter of returning what rightfully belongs to its owner. In the next moment, Baby realized that Vegeta's face had also slipped beyond her control, while her own visage was only able to squeeze against the forehead of the other. Vegeta cast a disdainful sidelong glance at Baby, his expression cold and unfeeling, causing her to break into a cold sweat. Still unwilling to give up? Then I shall force you to vacate. Constrained by the limited capacity of her internal expulsion abilities, she resorted to the most straightforward and brutal physical means to evict Baby. In the following instant, a purple void materialized on Vegeta's head, and she extended one hand directly into it, pulling forth the struggling parasite as if stretching a rubber band. How infuriating! Realizing her resistance was futile, Baby fled in terror. Observing Baby's panicked retreat, Vegeta merely narrowed her eyes in amusement, for she was acutely aware that Baby had no means of escape. Do you truly believe there is a way out for you, hideous parasite? Meanwhile, Xiao Fong approached her grandfather, who had transformed into a giant ape. At the sound of the girl's call, Sun Wukong gradually awoke, a humanoid figure emerging from within. With a confident demeanor, red fur, black hair, and a lively tail swaying, Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong finally made his grand entrance. "Apologies for the wait, Xiao Fong," he said, a smile gracing his lips, his yellow eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. Chapter 39. The Demise of Baby, the Approaching Threat. Grandpa, you look so majestic. Do I? The exhilarated Xiao Fong embraced Sun Wukong, the two reunited once more. Meanwhile, Vegeta assumed the role of the reluctant onlooker, finding the display of affection rather tiresome. He turned his head away in disdain, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, feeling quite battered and in a foul mood, wishing to avoid this heartwarming scene. After all, he cared little for anything beyond combat. In stark contrast, the Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong found the situation quite engaging. After comforting Xiao Fong, he turned to the brooding Vegeta. "Hey, thank you." However, the only response he received was a cold scoff and an unremarkable remark, "Annoying. You look quite similar to Vegeta, and you share his penchant for harsh words." Upon hearing this, Vegeta shot a glare at Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong, rolling her eyes before vanishing into the void, leaving Wukong waving in confusion, feeling unjustly slighted. How cold. Even more so than Vegeta. "Grandpa, who is he? I have no idea. For now, let us focus on defeating Baby." With that, Sun Wukong bid farewell to Xiao Fong and transformed into a red shooting star, pursuing Baby. Meanwhile, in her frantic retreat, Baby contemplated the black star Dragon Balls, but upon arriving at the sacred temple, she was met only with the sight of Dandy and Bobo lying neatly on the ground, and the Dragon Balls long vanished. How infuriating! In utter despair, Baby found himself utterly powerless, realizing that he had been meticulously orchestrated by the nameless Scion from the very beginning. Suddenly, a second version of himself emerged from the shadows of the divine temple, and Baby immediately took note of this doppelganger. His limbs trembled in fright, beads of sweat streamed down his forehead, and his crimson eyes brimmed with confusion and panic. He even questioned the reality of his vision. However, the truth remained that the entity mirrored his appearance flawlessly. Observing the alarmed Baby, the other self fixated on him with a mechanical intensity. "Who are you? Why do you mimic my form?" The voice was devoid of any human emotion, sounding entirely mechanical. The response was unexpectedly chilling. "To understand you. What nonsense is this?" Trembling uncontrollably, Baby dismissed the words of this uncanny being, instinctively filled with fear and revulsion towards its grotesque existence. In the next moment, he launched an attack, sending a ruthless red energy blast towards his counterpart. Yet, as the smoke dissipated, the entity emerged unscathed and stood before the bewildered Baby. Confronted with the cold, unyielding visage that mirrored his own, Baby felt a sense of absurdity wash over him. He had never imagined a day would come when he would be confronted by a version of himself that could bring about his demise. Is it not so? Despite the frigid tone, a hint of melancholy permeated its calm speech. "I had hoped that, having shared similar experiences, you might understand. It appears that is unnecessary." As these 6 words escaped its lips, an attack wave akin to Baby's obliterated him, marking the end of his wretched existence as a parasitic creature created by the Zephyrians. Meanwhile, Goku, who was in pursuit of Baby, was taken aback. How did that guy suddenly perish? The pursuit abruptly ceased, leaving Goku filled with confusion and frustration. As he had anticipated an epic battle, in the realm of the void, a long-slumbering Vegeta awakened to excruciating pain, feeling as if he had been thrust into a maelstrom. Ouch, ouch, ouch. He hastily employed healing magic to staunch his bleeding. Thanks to the Scion's tenacious vitality, Vegeta managed to recover somewhat. That Baby is utterly useless. Look what he has done to me. Gazing into the mirror, he noted a bruise on his cheek and several wounds oozing blood, rendering him a pitiful sight. This was one of the most severe injuries he had sustained since his inception, all because of that incompetent Baby who, despite his ineptitude, had failed to train diligently, leaving him with a physical wound. Sigh, and my clothes are in tatters. I shall never again lend my body to another. Frustrated, tears welled at the corners of Vegeta's eyes as he bandaged his remaining wounds, lamenting the toll of his role in this timeline for Goku. He wondered how the gentleman Goku was faring and whether there were formidable foes awaiting him in the depths of hell. He stroked his chin, lost in thought. While in the depths of hell, The second iteration of Sun Wukong had already discovered a gathering place for a host of old adversaries within a cavern. Countless black stalactites stood erect throughout the space. Sun Wukong cautiously lowered his energy, both to evade the watchful eyes of the minor demons and to avoid alarming the unsuspecting. As he gazed upon the very hell that had once ensnared him, a myriad of emotions surged within him. My resilience is proving invaluable at this moment. As a temporal drifter without a home, his form was nearly unconfined by any spatial limitations. Once he distanced himself from Bardock and the mysterious anchor, he became akin to a mere scrap of paper adrift upon the ocean. Traversing the hellish realm at will was a trivial affair for him now. As he stealthily approached the opening above the cavern and peered down to observe the movements of his old acquaintances, he was struck by the sight of Hell's 17th unit nestled amongst them. Indeed, this entity existed in this timeline. Taking a deep breath, the second iteration of Sun Wukong realized that this was the singular opportunity to rescue the 17th unit of this reality. Should this being awaken, Earth would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Thus, the moment to act had arrived. Chapter 40. Hell's 17th unit in stark contrast to Sun Wukong's intentions. The villains of Hell were reveling in excitement, for today they would bid farewell to the confines of their long imprisonment and reclaim their freedom. Excellent. Dr. Gero, having fine-tuned the 17th unit, chuckled triumphantly, while Babidi, who had contributed certain technical expertise, also smiled, adorning his face with gold to showcase his efforts. Unfortunately, the other villains and the two tech enthusiasts were far less interested in his explanations, preoccupied instead with the imminent activation of the 17th unit. Well then, Dr. Gero, Mr. Babidi, when can we expect to activate it? Although already weary of the delay, Frisia maintained a veneer of cordiality, his tail rhythmically striking the ground to convey his utter disregard for the trivialities being discussed. It will only take a moment. I ask for your understanding. Sensing the impatience, Babidi wisely ceased his oration. Just as Dr. Gero was about to awaken Hell's 17th unit, an energy blast suddenly erupted between them. The newly completed 17th unit lost its upper half, with countless pieces scattering across the ground. Surrender now. I shall defeat you all. The incoming Sun Wukong, transformed into a Super Saiyan, disregarded the crumbling Dr. Gero and Babidi, prepared to confront his former subordinates. Sun Wukong, you again. Frisia's fury ignited completely. The flicker of hope for escape he had just felt was ruthlessly extinguished by Sun Wukong. Very well, let me finish you here. With that, Frisia unleashed a burst of energy, sending weaker foes flying, while only Cell remained steadfast, equally frustrated that Sun Wukong had thwarted his plans. How did you trace me here? Who informed you? Well, can you guess? In the face of Cell's skepticism, Sun Wukong merely chuckled before launching himself at Frisia, delivering a powerful punch to the tyrant's abdomen, sending the unfortunate Ice King flying. It is worth noting that this Frisia from the universe lacks the fortune of his counterpart in a parallel world, who, after merely 4 months, achieved the form of Golden Frisia. To the current Sun Wukong, he was nothing more than a slightly larger fish in a small pond. Observing the scene, Cell, no fool himself, discerned from the force and speed of that strike that this Sun Wukong's power vastly exceeded his own, causing him to lose his earlier bravado and break into a cold sweat. How about you? Care to join? The cunning Sun Wukong smiled innocently, as electric currents danced along his body, and a few strands of hair fell away as he transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Faced with a visage reminiscent of Gohan, who had once bested him, Cell's composure shattered, and he yielded. No need for that. As the saying goes, a true man can bend and stretch. Sun Wukong, brimming with martial virtue, never slaughters those who surrender. He brushed past the now subservient Cell and approached the two tech-savvy masterminds behind the chaos. This was your doing, wasn't it? You, number 17. Returning to his normal state, Sun Wukong stood with his hands on his hips, indignantly confronting the two puppet masters, Babidi and Dr. Gero, who trembled in fear, knowing resistance would be futile. Damn it, my creation. It was so close. Dr. Gero lamented, still clinging to the fantasy of his constructed Super 17. This fervent delusion from the mechanical creator piqued the interest of an entity that had been silently observing, and a voice transcended the barrier between Earth and Hell, slowly resonating. Is this your desire? I see. Thank you for helping me understand something, the voice continued. Allow me to offer you a reward, though it may not be perfect. In just a few brief sentences, the inhabitants of Hell were gripped with dread particularly Sun Wukong, who felt a throbbing headache as he realized that the entity was accessing his memories to fulfill Dr. Gero's wish of manifesting the Super 17. Curse it. Though number 17 on Earth is safe, that Super 17 will likely still emerge. Dr. Gero, utterly perplexed, remained oblivious to the identity of the voice's owner, only witnessing Sun Wukong endure the pain and vanish from sight. On Earth, several weeks had passed since the baby incident. But the peace was short-lived as another dire threat emerged. This adversary appeared directly above the territory where Ranger number 17 was stationed. Upon his birth, Super 17 began unleashing a barrage of energy blasts upon the forest. The once serene woods were instantly engulfed in flames, and the billowing black smoke rendered number 17 speechless. He understood that such destructive power could only belong to a being far beyond the ordinary. Who could it be? Fueled by rage, number 17 charged forward, fully aware that he might lose or even perish. Yet as a guardian of the forest, he could not stand idly by in the face of such egregious actions. I hope it's not too late. Chapter 41. Speedy number 17. Unlike the anxious number 17, the others on Earth remained oblivious to the impending danger. Due to the lack of an energy signature from the androids, Super 17 had yet to attract any attention. Is that me? When Ranger number 17 arrived, he was astonished by the peculiar sight of himself, while Super 17 seemed to share an unspoken connection, turning to flash a sinister smile at his counterpart. Who would have thought there existed such a feeble version of me here? How dull, he remarked, raising his hand to conjure a pitch-black energy sphere, with tendrils of darkness swirling around him, his eyes emanating a ghastly crimson glow. In that moment, number 17 sensed impending doom. Years of tranquil living had dulled his physical prowess, and the opponent's swift strike left him unable to evade the impending blow. Now, he shouted, as a deep green protective sphere erupted from his body, attempting to withstand the attack. As the missile hurtled closer, beads of sweat dripped from number 17's brow. Anxiety gripped him, uncertain whether he could withstand the onslaught. Please, hold firm. In stark contrast, Super 17 regarded the situation with utter disdain. This is absurd, he scoffed, casually flicking his finger to cause the energy blast to detonate mid-flight. In an instant, the ground was leveled, and number 17 was sent flying along with the debris, his protective barrier fracturing piece by piece until he was buried beneath a pile of rubble. Indeed, I am no match for him. As he emerged from the stone heap, his surroundings transformed into a wasteland of yellow sand, his anger seething but helpless. Above him, Super 17 continued to look down with utter contempt. How tiresome. Clearly, I am the stronger one. Another potent strike was unleashed upon the prostrate number 17, leaving him bloodied and desperate, closing his eyes in resignation. Stop. Your opponent is me. At that critical juncture, a tall and familiar figure intervened, cleaving through the energy sphere with a powerful ki attack. Goku, you've come. Super 17 erupted into laughter, now fixating on his true target, Son Goku. Number 17, are you alright? Goku inquired. I'm fine, but what is that? Number 17 slowly rose, brushing off the dust from his brown coat, recognizing the presence as another artificial being, yet his capabilities paled in comparison. It's a long story. Regardless, I will engage him in battle. All right. Observing Goku's confident demeanor, number 17 nodded and quickly took cover. Finally, the nuisance is gone. Let us determine the victor. Super 17 immediately launched his assault, and Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan to combat him. The immense energy clash soon drew attention from many on Earth. That energy belongs to Grandpa. Little Fong, tending to the flower beds in the backyard, was taken aback and rushed inside to find her grandfather. Huh. Meanwhile, little son Goku, gnawing on a chicken leg, was bewildered, sensing an identical energy signature. Dad's energy? Son Gohan, stationed in his office, was equally flabbergasted, pondering the increasing anomalies lately. The nameless scion, baby, and yet another father? Only Vegeta remained remarkably composed as he swiftly arrived at the scene. At that moment, Sun Wukong had transformed into Super Saiyan 4, nearly on par with Super 17. This iteration of Super 17 boasted longer, more ethereal hair than the original 17, a significant increase in height, and an ominous dark energy swirling around him. Alas, why is it that contemporary naming conventions seem so unoriginal, favoring Super in every title? Witnessing the Super Dragon Balls and Super Saiyan transformations, Vegeta couldn't help but voice his disdain, remarking that if he were in charge of naming, he would surely bring forth innovation. After jesting, he began to scrutinize the battlefield with utmost seriousness. Presently, Sun Wukong and Super 17 were nearly equal in strength. Yet the issue lay with the android's inexhaustible stamina. In a protracted battle, Sun Wukong was bound to falter. Furthermore, Super 17 possessed the ability to absorb energy, particularly the Kamehameha wave, just what I needed. As the Azure Beam surged forth, Super 17 initiated his energy absorption technique. Had it been the Sun Wukong of this timeline, he might have fallen for the ruse, but the Sun Wukong of the second timeline was well aware of this tactic. Seizing the opportunity while Super 17 absorbed the Kamehameha, he activated his Super Saiyan 4 form under the limit break state, immediately widening the gap in power between himself and Super 17. What? Super 17 sensed impending doom. He realized he could not evade while in the absorption state. A sense of dread washed over him, for if he ceased his absorption, the Kamehameha would mercilessly consume him. With just one decisive move, Sun Wukong pushed him to the brink. This would spell the end. Dashing towards Super 17, Sun Wukong extended his fist, which transformed into a golden dragon, piercing straight through Super 17's abdomen. Dragon Fist. Ag! With a cry of despair and agony, Super 17 was reduced to ashes. Wow! How magnificent! Vegeta cheered for Sun Wukong, reveling in the spectacle. Although the outcome of the battle was never in doubt, Sun Wukong felt no joy. For this foe was far stronger than any Super 17 he had encountered before. He could scarcely fathom the formidable capabilities of the enhanced one-star dragon, let alone the consequences should that entity personally intervene. Yet, the optimistic Sun Wukong gleefully showcased his technique to Vegeta, exclaiming, "Isn't it just splendid?" Indeed. However, Mr. Sun Wukong, how did this so-called Super 17 come to be? The original Mr. 17 seems to be unharmed. Well, it was created after that entity accessed my memories. Upon reflecting on the bizarre occurrences in his own timeline, Vegeta quickly grasped the situation. Ah, I see. By the way, I am feeling a bit hungry. Sun Wukong reverted to his normal state, patting his stomach, prompting a gentle smile from Vegeta. Sigh, I can't help but be exasperated with you. Chapter 42, The Evil Dragon with Super 17 defeated, the concealed android 17 finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although the forest had endured significant upheaval, fortunately, there were no casualties. Phew, that was truly terrifying. On the 17th, after wiping the blood from his forehead, he finally settled down to rest when the famished Sun Wukong, accompanied by Vegeta, approached him. So you're all right. I worried for nothing. Upon seeing Sun Wukong, he took out a bit of provisions. Well aware that Saiyans never refuse food, especially when hunger pangs strike. 3. Then I shall eat. As anticipated, Sun Wukong happily dove into the meal. However, in contrast to Sun Wukong's exuberance, the youth resembling Vegeta merely pondered, later greeting him politely. He reciprocated with equal friendliness during their conversation, and in that moment, he tacitly accepted the youth as one of Sun Wukong's close companions. Is he Vegeta's child? No, he seems to share some resemblance with Wukong too. The perceptive one refrained from further inquiries, as Sun Wukong's hunger took precedence. Soon after, the trio entered the small woodland cabin of the 17th, intending to have lunch there. Utilizing the fire from the 17th's refuge, Vegeta personally prepared a lavish feast. How splendid! Sun Wukong quickly immersed himself in the meal, while the 17th only sampled a few of his preferred dishes before concluding his lunch. Vegeta, on the other hand, quietly consumed an equivalent amount of food, undoubtedly showcasing his Saiyan appetite. You are a Saiyan, aren't you? Such an appetite. Indeed. The youth did not shy away from the question, leisurely wiping his mouth clean. Mr. Wukong, you truly ought to mind your hygiene. He disdainfully glanced at the oil and rice grains adorning Sun Wukong's mouth, then offered him a napkin. My apologies. Sun Wukong cheerfully accepted the paper, and witnessing this exchange, the 17th arrived at his conclusion. You cannot be the Sun Wukong I know, can you? Ah, you've caught me. After all, he displayed no hint of concealment. The 17th merely smiled. The Saiyan race possesses an utter lack of deceitfulness. Meanwhile, Vegeta cast a grave gaze out the window. Time's up, Mr. Wukong. At this moment, Sun Wukong withdrew his carefree smile, rising with a serious demeanor. Well then, farewell, 17th. What follows will be perilous. Please take care of yourself. Yes, good luck to you. With that, the three parted ways. Sun Wukong and Vegeta ventured to the Earth's forefront, observing the anomalies. Unexpectedly, The malevolent dragon of this timeline did not manifest upon the gathering of the 7 Dragon Balls. It must be the influence of that entity. It likely intends to descend upon Earth by leveraging the existence of the evil dragon, Vegeta speculated. The information imparted by the mysterious figure indicated that it could not perpetrate evil independently. It must utilize tangible entities to exert direct influence. Indeed, it must have glimpsed the evil dragon from my memories. Sun Wukong nodded. They needed to act swiftly to vanquish the 7 malevolent dragons, for if they failed, the Earth would face utter devastation upon their arrival. As anticipated, chaos reigned on Earth, with the 7 Dragon Balls transforming into 7 wicked dragons that wreaked havoc with their powers. Let us resolve this swiftly. Shall we split into 2 teams, Mr. Wukong? I concur. Thus, following the trail of the 7 evil energies, the 2 set off towards their respective targets. Vegeta was the first to discover an anomaly, a swamp teeming with toxic fumes. Cautiously, he knew better than to act recklessly. He had learned from Sun Wukong just how formidable these evil dragons were, especially since they had been enhanced. First, let me activate a protective shield. A transparent white barrier enveloped him as he descended slowly to the ground. Observing the horrific devastation around him, the trees had been entirely corrupted. Feeling scared, are we? In the shadows, the 2-star dragon reveled in Vegeto's distress. Small and green, despite its newfound strength, it remained a weakling. Oh, really? However, Vegeta was no fool. He swiftly detected the lurking 2-star dragon, appearing right behind it. The once smug dragon was now drenched in sweat from fear. You can explain it in hell. Vegeta, not in the mood for idle chatter, unleashed a ki blast, leaving only the 2-star Dragon Ball shimmering on the ground as the surrounding scenery gradually returned to normal. Phew, this creature is far too weak. Vegeta picked up the 2-star ball and soon resumed his quest to locate the evil dragons. Surely, Mr. Wukong was faring well, as this was his second encounter with them. Unbeknownst to them, as one evil dragon after another was defeated, a seed, secretly buried on Earth, began to sprout. Once they gathered all the Dragon Balls, it would utilize their power to fully manifest in the world. Chapter 43. The Conspiracy of the 7-Star Dragons as Vegeta and his companions exerted themselves to defeat the evil dragons. Others on Earth were just beginning to sense something amiss. How peculiar. In a corporate office, a weary employee felt the tremors beneath his feet, causing a few drops of coffee to spill from his cup. Alarmed, he gulped it down hastily. There's been no earthquake warning today? How odd. Driven by a sense of false security, the office workers hesitated to flee. Just then, the ground cracked open violently, the road splitting vertically, and the building itself was torn asunder. The once bustling street descended into chaos, filled with the sounds of distress. Countless unfortunate workers plummeted from the air, creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Is there anyone who can save me? In midair, a weary office worker clutching a coffee cup let out a piercing scream, his mind a blank canvas as he shut his eyes. However, upon opening them, he found himself not splattered like tomato sauce as he had imagined, but rather safely landed on the ground. In a daze, he beheld his colleagues, equally unharmed, trembling on the floor. Is this a dream I am having? Bewildered, he grasped his coffee cup and rose. Yet the toppled building before him was a testament to reality. Everything that had transpired was indeed real, and the earthquake was far from over. A series of explosive sounds erupted from below, prompting him to huddle protectively, realizing this was unequivocally not a dream. Cursed be this fate. Amidst the chaos, the battle between Sun Wukong and the 7-Star Dragon commenced underground. Surrender at once, 7-Star Dragon. Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 4, effortlessly sending the groundhog-like 7-Star Dragon flying with a single punch. Infuriated, the fallen 7-Star Dragon retaliated, flipping its body in defiance and continuing the fray against Sun Wukong. How about this move? As the words left his mouth, a crack appeared atop Wukong's head, and debris rained down. Although these stones could not harm the formidable Sun Wukong, the innocent bystanders caught in the cascade were at risk. Despicable. Shocked, Sun Wukong clenched his teeth and soared upwards, while the scheming 7-Star Dragon reveled in its success, condensing a black energy blast aimed at Wukong. Perish. Unlike the 7-Star Dragon from the second round, this variant displayed significantly more intelligence and an inflated ambition, seeking to rival the 1-Star Dragon for the title of the most powerful evil dragon. Who wants to fight you? With a cunning smile, the 7-Star Dragon burrowed underground. Disappearing into the city, aware that it could not defeat Sun Wukong in its current state. It needed a more formidable host. Indeed, the average human body is inadequate. I must find a more suitable vessel. Meanwhile, on the ground, Sun Wukong and the citizens were relatively unharmed, for he had successfully utilized instant transmission to evade the seven-star dragon's attack. Cursed be this foe. This creature has evidently grown far too clever. He thought of his companions on Earth, blissfully unaware of the true power of the seven-star dragon, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. In a nearby city, Sun Wukong's younger brother, Sun Wutian, was engrossed in his phone, blushing at a heartfelt confession from a girl. He pondered whether to accept his girlfriend's bold invitation for the day. What should I do? I still have school today. If Mom finds out I skipped class, she will surely kill me. But this is her first time inviting me. Just as the youth wrestled with his thoughts, the ground trembled beneath him, nearly causing him to drop his phone. Cursed be this sudden turn of events. Goten hastily grasped his phone. Despite the absence of any information regarding the malevolent dragon, the events surrounding Baby had rendered him considerably more cautious. His instincts warned him that this earthquake was not a mere coincidence, and the seven-star dragon lurked in the shadows. Observing, he was acutely aware that there were others on this planet, slightly inferior to Sun Wukong, including his two sons. To this end, he resolved to create chaos, using himself as bait to lure one of them forth. With a sinister grin, he initiated his plan. In the next moment, a fierce tremor shook the ground, compelling Goten to step forward to aid the citizens in distress. Unbeknownst to him, this played directly into the hands of the seven-star dragon, who remained concealed amidst the rubble, finally identifying the perfect target. It's you, kid. The seven-star dragon chuckled, then boldly manifested before Sun Goten. You seem rather capable. Did you cause this earthquake? Who are you? Goten transformed into a Super Saiyan, adopting a combat stance, while the seven-star dragon leisurely swayed his tail, introducing himself. I am the seven-star dragon, one of the 7 evil dragons. Evil dragon? Wait, why is a Dragon Ball atop your head? Indeed, that Dragon Ball is the very essence of my existence. The seven-star dragon disregarded the fleeing pedestrians and continued. Due to the countless wishes made over the decades, vast amounts of negative energy accumulated within the 7 Dragon Balls, giving rise to us 7 evil dragons. Is that so? Hearing this, Goten was astonished. He had never imagined that the Dragon Balls could one day become adversaries. Are you frightened? Huh. I will not be defeated by you. With a furious roar, Goten unleashed his power and charged forward. Meanwhile, in a distant office building, Gohan sensed his brother's sudden surge in energy and immediately stood up. What is happening to Goten? Gohan realized that his brother was undoubtedly in grave danger. In the blink of an eye, he gathered his belongings and rushed forth. Chapter 44. A hidden threat. As Gohan hurried along, Goten and the seven-star dragon engaged in their fierce confrontation. Like many iterations of Goten across different timelines, he was not as combative as his father. After entering adolescence, his focus had swiftly shifted to studies, hobbies, and romance, making training with his father feel more burdensome than attending the tutoring classes arranged by his mother. Before long, he found himself gasping for breath, having barely exchanged a few blows. If Vegeta were to witness this, he would undoubtedly scorn Goten for his years of complacency. Damn it, I'm no match for him. Goten struggled to soar into the sky, evading the seven-star dragon's seismic assaults, but was soon besieged by several energy blasts, leaving him battered and bruised. How pathetic, the seven-star dragon observed, a hint of disdain evident. This Goten is far weaker than I anticipated. Although he surpasses the average human, his strength is trivial compared to what I require. Caught in a dilemma, the seven-star dragon was momentarily distracted until a Kamehameha wave surged into the fray, intercepting the attacks aimed at Goten. Goten, are you all right? The one who arrived was Sun Wukong. Upon witnessing his younger brother's suffering, Wukong felt an overwhelming surge of pain in his heart and hurriedly supported the gravely injured Goten. Brother, leave the rest to me. You should rest well. With that, Wukong set his brother down, fiercely removed his glasses, and transformed into a Super Saiyan. The seven-star dragon immediately perked up, recognizing that in terms of prowess, Wukong was on an entirely different level compared to Goten. That formidable aura, is it you? Who are you? He questioned. Before pondering that, perhaps you should consider your own life. The seven-star dragon smirked wickedly, then burrowed underground, vanishing from sight. What is this? Be careful, brother. This guy can attack from underground. Goten exclaimed, revealing crucial information just as the seven-star dragon emerged atop a building to launch an assault on Wukong. Though his body felt somewhat sluggish, years of training allowed him to react in time, executing an energy slash that cleaved through the light beam attack. How despicable, Wukong remarked. I'll take that as a compliment. The seven-star dragon was unconcerned with the notion of fair combat. He merely wished to test the strength of this scion before him. You are significantly stronger than your brother. Indeed, even among brothers, there exists a disparity. The seven-star dragon murmured to himself while burrowing underground again. The evil dragon of this time and space was not solely born from the negative energy of the Dragon Balls. Originally, all evil dragons were merely pure manifestations of malevolent energy drifting through the universe. They once existed as a singular entity, devoid of thought or soul, merely being, until an odd gravitational force suddenly separated them, infusing them into 7 distinct orbs. There, they were influenced by various wishes, gaining personality and consciousness. From that moment, they became 7 brothers, yet distinctions among them were inevitable. Although that mysterious force claimed the competition among the 7 dragons was equitable, the 7-star dragon knew this was a complete falsehood. The 1-star dragon was destined to consume them all, for he retained memories of a parallel world. Thus, the 7-star dragon, reincarnated from anomalous energy into an evil dragon in this realm, was determined not to repeat the past. He resolved to grow stronger and eliminate the 1-star dragon, seizing all the Dragon Balls. Returning to the battle, unlike Goten, Wukong successfully engaged the 7-star dragon, despite the latter's deliberate leniency. Through their back-and-forth combat, Wukong gradually deciphered the 7-star dragon's attack patterns and successfully pinpointed his location. Wukong dodged the dragon's claws and landed a punch to its abdomen. Seizing the moment of stiffness, he unleashed a Kamehameha blast directly at the 7-star dragon's face, instantly reducing its physical form to ashes, leaving only a blue 7-star Dragon Ball behind. Incredible, brother, Goten exclaimed with joy. Indeed, experience triumphs over youth. Wukong had successfully vanquished this foe. To be honest, I had little confidence at the start, Wukong admitted with an awkward smile, but just as he was about to retrieve the Dragon Ball, a beam of crimson light abruptly interrupted him. Who? Gohan immediately sensed a powerful and malevolent energy, and the figure slowly emerged from the shadows, revealing pale skin adorned with strange black spikes. The 1-star dragon had been observing the confrontation all along. Don't think for a moment that I am unaware of your intentions. Old 7, faced with such a formidable adversary, Gohan, drenched in sweat, had no choice but to relinquish the peculiar 7-star ball and swiftly flee with Goten. Oh, at least you know how to keep your wits about you, the 1-star dragon chuckled with satisfaction. Meanwhile, the 7-star ball seemed to sense something amiss, trembling violently. This grand gamble concluded with the 7-star dragon's dismal defeat, shattering his dreams into mere illusions. Observing the 7-star dragon's desperate struggle, the 1-star dragon laughed even more heartily. He seized the 7-star ball and muttered incantations. Is this what they call fate? It seems old 2 and old 7 were the first to meet their demise. With that, he disregarded the thrashing 7-star ball, or rather, the 7-star dragon, and swallowed the Dragon Ball whole. His body immediately emanated a radiant glow before reverting to its usual form. The memory of witnessing his parallel self successfully devour all the Dragon Balls flooded back, and in an instant, the earth was engulfed in negative energy, nearly leading to its destruction. How delightful! Reveling in the masterpiece of another self, the 1-star dragon burst into an excited laugh, firmly believing that he too would ultimately achieve that final form. How intriguing! It seems that we evil dragons each possess a fragment of memory from that world. What a prospect, whether it be the anticipated future or the ultimate power. With that, he concealed his energy once more, biding his time for the next opportunity to acquire the Dragon Balls. Chapter 45, A Wish Fulfilled. What is this? On Mount Payaz, the young Son Goku paused, sensing an unusual disturbance, particularly the sudden surge of energy from Gohan. Gohan is fighting. He sprang to his feet, startling Chi-Chi, who was hanging laundry. Goku? What's wrong? I'll be back shortly. Chi-Chi. Bidding farewell to his wife, young Son Goku dashed away, realizing that Earth was likely not safe at the moment. I must uncover what has transpired. Resolute, Son Goku soared through the skies, but just as he did, a missile unexpectedly whizzed towards him. What? Instantly, he activated instant transmission evading unscathed. Though it was an ambush, he recognized that this strike lacked any true malice, resembling more of a greeting than an attack. "Who are you? Long time no see. It's a pleasure to meet you, Son Goku." Realizing he almost revealed too much, the figure quickly corrected himself. This being, or rather, this dragon, was entirely orange-red, with a pair of dragon wings unfurling behind him, confidently flying before Son Goku, who then noticed the four-star ball atop his head. I am the four-star dragon, one of the 7 evil dragons." "Evil dragon? How did the Dragon Ball end up on your head?" "That is a long story. Blame your complacency, Son Goku. Had you set off sooner, you would likely already be aware of the situation." Upon encountering the dazed little Sun Wukong, the four-star dragon merely chuckled and gestured towards the sky. The young Wukong, his face adorned with confusion, pondered the state of Earth, which, despite appearing tranquil, had become an isolated island in the vast cosmos. What has happened to Earth? Upon uttering this, the astute Sun Wukong was further perplexed, while the four-star dragon crossed his arms and shook his head, deeming further discussion futile. "As a consequence of your sluggishness, Wukong, you shall uncover the truth through the means of our battle." "Very well, four-star dragon." Despite the myriad uncertainties swirling within him, the young Wukong assumed a combat stance. Sensing that this four-star dragon might not be a true villain, he secretly speculated that there was no deceit in the dragon's words. Satisfied, the four-star dragon nodded in response. "Indeed. Let us engage, Wukong. Come at me." Thus, the stage was set for a monumental clash. Sun Wukong immediately transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Witnessing this simultaneously unfamiliar yet familiar form, the four-star dragon smiled subtly, aware that this battle would not conclude hastily. Observing from the shadows, one-star dragon was no fool. He understood the prowess of four-star dragon, especially considering the possibility of wielding power from another realm, which could potentially turn the tides against him. "How intriguing, old four. You have even concealed matters from your brother." One-star dragon recognized that the situation had grown considerably more fascinating. What he remained unaware of was that the three-star dragon was not being deceived by his brother, but rather by another party altogether. Meanwhile, the three-star dragon, fueled by memories of being slain by Sun Wukong, was more fervent in his pursuit of vengeance than the four-star dragon. He even refrained from seeking assistance from his despicable brother, knowing that the wretched sibling would only hinder his plans for retribution. Thus, just hours prior, as Sun Wukong prepared to pursue after his confrontation with the seven-star dragon, a dreadful chill suddenly enveloped his body. He realized that the three-star dragon intended to ambush him, resorting to his nefarious tactics of freezing an entire city, intending for both Wukong and a host of innocent bystanders to perish alongside him. "Huh, Sun Wukong. Only after hearing my voice do you see the dragon," he sneered, revealing his blue skin and a pair of dragon wings, identical to those of his brother, save for the color and entirely contrasting demeanor. "Cease this, three-star dragon." Sun Wukong swiftly employed instant transmission, launching a decisive blow to interrupt the three-star dragon's incantation. Well aware of the dragon's treachery and formidable nature, he recognized that such unscrupulous beings should be denied any opportunity for a comeback. "Quite clever, Sun Wukong." The three-star dragon smirked wickedly, viciously grasping the fist that had struck his face, his eyes ablaze with a wild crimson glow. "I am no longer someone who can be dealt with in mere seconds." Indeed, the newly awakened Sun Wukong understood that the current three-star dragon had gained some abilities, albeit not significantly more than the four-star dragon from his own timeline, making him somewhat weaker in comparison. "Prepare yourself." Sun Wukong broke free from the restraints of the three-star dragon, and with a swift motion, gathered the energy for a single-handed Kamehameha, unleashing it right against the terrified visage of the three-star dragon. What? The three-star dragon had no choice but to cross his arms defensively. As the brilliance faded, he found himself adorned with a multitude of colorful marks. "Indeed, your abilities are merely this." In the second round, Sun Wukong remarked coldly, resolute in his intent not to show any mercy this time, especially against a foe like the three-star dragon, devoid of any martial ethics. "Wait, I will perish." The familiar dragon fist surged forth once again. After a violent eruption of light and tremors, the three-star dragon was reduced to mere remnants, leaving behind a shimmering three-star Dragon Ball. Sun Wukong grasped it tightly, his mind flooded with thoughts. He sensed that his counterpart in this timeline was engaged in battle with the four-star dragon. With the premature demise of the three-star dragon, Perhaps the regrets between him and the four-star dragon could be reconciled in this realm. Ah, Mr. Sun Wukong. While he was lost in contemplation over the Dragon Ball, Vegeta merrily returned with 3 Dragon Balls, exclaiming, "You dispatched that 3-star dragon in just 6 seconds. Well, in my world, he also met his end at my hands. And I took only 3 seconds to defeat him." Sun Wukong felt an odd sensation. He seemed to have detected a nuance in the words of the 3-star dragon. But this fellow appeared to be aware of what transpired in my world, didn't he? When I faced the 5-star and 6-star dragons, they seemed to possess an uncanny ability to predict my movements. Vegeta pondered, do you think they might have received information from another world? After all, that entity completely absorbed your memories. Quite possibly. Sun Wukong felt a surge of unease. He understood that the 1-star dragon was likely stirring and might have secured a Dragon Ball. Vegeta, let us see how the 4-star dragon is faring. Understood. Let us set off at full speed. The two transformed into twin white meteors, racing into the distance, while the 1-star dragon merely cast a fleeting glance from above the earth, making no move, for it had already glimpsed the outcome. Chapter 46. The Chosen of Fate. As anticipated by the duo, the battle between the 4-star dragon and Little Wukong had reached a fever pitch, while the 1-star dragon remained hidden, observing from the shadows. The power of the 4th dragon had indeed been augmented significantly. The 1-star dragon chuckled. Though they were separated by distance, the connection between them conveyed the truth. The other evil dragons had been vanquished, leaving only the 4-star dragon and himself. But a fool remains a fool. Nevertheless, he harbored no objections, as such an opportunity was rare. Come forth, another Sun Wukong, and that unknown scion as well. A wicked smile crept across his face as he gazed toward the approaching white meteor. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Sun Wukong hastily arrived at the scene. Phew, we still made it in time. Sun Wukong wiped his brow, fearing the worst outcome, that the 1-star dragon might launch a surprise attack and seize the 4-star ball. That 1-star dragon, indeed, was hiding. Vegeta surveyed the surroundings, holding the 3 Dragon Balls with a contemplative air. He knew the 1-star dragon would not reveal himself unless. Mr. Sun Wukong, how about you hand me that Dragon Ball as well? I have a plan. Really? Sun Wukong felt a mix of skepticism and intrigue. Yet he still relinquished the Dragon Balls, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Sun Wukong. He gazed upon the scenery below, a confident smile gracing his face. He must still be unaware of my true identity. I plan to use the Dragon Balls as bait. Is that so? You must exercise caution. Sun Wukong was well aware of Vegeta's prowess. A mere 1-star dragon was certainly no match for him. Now it was a matter of observing his performance. Before long, the scion, having acquired 4 Dragon Balls, approached confidently and gestured towards Sun Wukong. 1-star dragon, all 4 Dragon Balls are here. Do you have the courage to take them? Upon hearing the taunt from the youth, the 1-star dragon's anger flared. He scrutinized the individual before him, noting the resemblance to Vegeta, yet he was not Trunks. Humph, just a wet behind-the-ears scion brat. The 1-star dragon scoffed, recalling that only the Super Saiyan's Goku and Vegeta could hold their own against him, while this boy had merely transformed into a Super Saiyan 3, crossing his arms and continuing to mock him. Are you frightened, 1-star dragon? Huh, with such meager power. Don't even dream. Under the dual influence of the Dragon Ball's allure and Vegeta's taunts, the 1-star dragon finally revealed himself. So, you are the 1-star dragon? How ugly. Humph, silence. The 1-star dragon ceased further conversation and charged forward, throwing a punch at Vegeta, who countered with crossed arms, absorbing the blow. The force of their clash sent shockwaves rippling outward, causing the clouds above to vanish without a trace. You've got some skill, the 1-star dragon smirked, observing the sweat-drenched Vegeta. In his eyes, while this individual was certainly stronger than Gohan and his companions, he was still merely a piece of meat awaiting slaughter. Phew, it seems I am indeed too weak. Vegeta feigned exhaustion, panting heavily. Though I am unaware of your identity, I appreciate your efforts. Soon, I shall become an unparalleled being. The 1-star dragon seized the 4 Dragon Balls from Vegeta and devoured them greedily, feeling an immediate surge of power as countless memories flooded his mind. In a daze, he glimpsed a figure with red hair. After a remarkable dance shared between Goku and Vegeta, their fingers aligned, and a blinding light flashed, heralding the birth of that man, his crimson locks and powerful tail swaying vigorously. Before he could discern the man's features, he was blown away by the immense energy emanating from him. Feeling utterly powerless, the man helplessly twisted his arm to warm up, turning his head to introduce himself. I am neither Goku nor Vegeta. I am here to vanquish you. Astonishingly, that face bore an uncanny resemblance to the unremarkable youth before him, and amidst the chaotic memories, the man's figure completely merged with Vegeta's. Alarm bells rang in the one-star dragon's mind as he stepped back in trepidation, exclaiming the name that struck fear into his heart. Vegeto, is it you? Huh. Upon witnessing the one-star dragon's sudden terror, Vegeta instantly recalled the fusion of himself and Goku from that alternate timeline. Stop pretending. You are toying with me, aren't you? As the one-star dragon reminisced about the various torments inflicted by Gogeta, he felt a mix of anger and cowardice. In some dimension, he was a reflection of me, yet the being I am now is undeniably distinct from him. Veget, suppressing laughter, reverted to Super Saiyan 3, exhaling, realizing that the conventional Super Saiyan form felt much more comfortable. I am Veget, not Gogeta. What? The one-star dragon soon recognized that he had been thoroughly outmaneuvered, evidenced by his evident discomfort with the Super Saiyan 3 transformation. Cursed be you. No matter your identity, I shall not let you escape. Undeterred, the one-star dragon charged forward in a fit of rage, while Veget merely smiled, maintaining his arms crossed, effortlessly fending off all of the one-star dragon's attacks with his feet. To deal with you, my feet suffice. In the next moment, Veget seized the opportunity amidst the onslaught, landing a kick squarely on the one-star dragon's face, inciting his impotent fury. Cursed be this fate. History was repeating itself as he found himself once again at the mercy of a familiar adversary. I have had my fill of this. It is exceedingly dull. What? The next instant, Veget swiftly appeared before the one-star dragon, poised to unleash a devastating counterattack. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Goku and the four-star dragon were battered and bruised from their intense battle, which ultimately devolved into a test of endurance. The four-star dragon, regrettably, found himself outmatched and succumbed. Ha ha ha, it seems I have lost. The four-star dragon chuckled ruefully, as Goku's final head but brought him down. Goku, smiling, helped him up, and reminiscent of their shared past, they became kindred spirits once more. You are not truly a villain, are you? It was genuinely enjoyable to battle you. Is that so? Then I must honor our agreement. The four-star dragon expressed gratitude to Goku, unsteadily rising to his feet, recounting his origin and that of the other evil dragons, revealing that they all shared memories from an alternate realm of evil dragons. Really? Goku was astonished, unable to fathom the complexity of the situation, far exceeding his understanding. He pondered how to address the four-star dragon. Kakarot, what are you doing? Vegeta arrived fashionably late. In this dimension, he had fully acclimated to life on Earth, dressed in casual attire. Should Goku from Veget's world behold this Vegeta, he would likely be taken aback for quite some time. Ah, Vegeta, you are late. Humph. Vegeta was reticent, drawn by Goku's suddenly surging energy. Soon, the classic Senzu Bean courier, Tenyen, no, Piccolo, arrived on the scene. Old man, he is an evil dragon. We must ultimately eradicate him. Indeed, though reluctant, young Goku approached the four-star dragon, who accepted his inevitable fate with a smile. Let us begin, Goku. If I perish, the Dragon Balls cannot be restored, and those who die because of the evil dragons cannot be revived. I comprehend. Little son Wukong had gathered the Kamehameha. Yet just as he was poised to unleash it, his eyes widened in astonishment. What is that? Four-star dragon, flee swiftly. Huh. The four-star dragon, also taken aback, faced Sun Wukong, while Vegeta and Piccolo, who had already perceived the ominous presence, charged forth. Magic attack beam, Gallic gun. They both unleashed their ultimate techniques. However, the pallid entity, resembling a branch, effortlessly evaded their assaults and made a beeline for the four-star dragon. In the horrified gaze of Sun Wukong, the exhausted four-star dragon was pierced through the chest and perished before him. Four-star dragon. Little Sun Wukong was engulfed in fury, witnessing the tragic repetition of fate. When he forcibly transformed into Super Saiyan 4 to retaliate against that appendage, it vanished into the void. How infuriating. Old son, do not overexert yourself. Consume a Senzu Bean. Piccolo, equally astonished by the unfolding events, realized that they could only proceed step by step from this point onward. Can I have one too, Piccolo? I just wait. Upon hearing another voice of Sun Wukong, Piccolo was rendered pale with disbelief, fearing he had succumbed to a hallucination. Huh, is there another me? Another Kakarot? Meanwhile, The elder son Wukong chuckled sheepishly and approached the trio. Though sudden, I ask for your kind support. Chapter 47. Dramatic change this energy, so it is. Vegeta pondered. Having unraveled the mysteries of recent days, that scion must also be your companion, correct? Indeed, although he is considerably younger than I, he is exceptionally formidable, quite dependable. The elder son Wukong took 2 sins of beans, fully aware of the gravity of the existence that had slain the 4-star dragon. Meanwhile, Vegito approached the group, his expression grave, as if he had encountered dire circumstances. Hey Vegito, what transpired? Has the 1-star dragon met its demise? The elder son Wukong maintained his optimism, greeting him with the usual vivacity, unaware that his words had petrified the 3 bystanders. Wait a moment. Vegito. Little son Wukong was incredulous. Recognizing the fusion warrior birthed from himself and Vegeta, the youth before them, astonished by their disbelief, merely scratched his head, acknowledging the weight of his identity at all times. Pleased to meet you. I am Vegito, yet not the fusion warrior you are familiar with. The tale of my origin is intricate and not suited for the present moment. You need only understand that I am here to assist you, as your ally. So you are not a fusion? Vegeta remarked with gravity, casting a solemn gaze toward the sky, which, despite being daytime, resembled a starlit night, accompanied by ethereal auroras. The others grasped that this was undoubtedly a harbinger of ill omen. The ordinary inhabitants of Earth were taken aback, gathering in awe to witness and capture the spectacle of the aurora. Some even produced telescopes in an attempt to discern the phenomenon's origins. However, the results of their observations left everyone in shock, for amidst the auroras, a multitude of pale tree crowns emerged, with an inverted tree extending above the earth. In the realm of the Supreme Kai, the old Kai and Kibito were trembling in fear, as the earth, enveloped by a mass of dark energy, suddenly sprouted countless roots reaching towards multiple galaxies. In a fleeting moment, that tree began to thrive on cosmic nourishment. Ancestors, what is that? What is this entity doing in the sealed universe? The old Kai, upon hearing this, hastily set aside his yellow magazine to investigate the situation. A chill ran down his spine as he pondered the implications. He began to piece together a horrifying realization. This was a mad scheme. The tree intended to envelop the entire universe around the Earth, birthing a brand new cosmos centered on the Earth itself, rendering every blade of grass and twig in the universe mere playthings for this fiend. Upon hearing this terrifying conclusion, Kibito's jaw nearly dropped. What? Ancestors? What shall we do? We are powerless. The old Kai shook his head, gazing at the crystal ball that could only observe the Earth's periphery. The dark mass isolating the outside world still lingered, leaving it to the people of Earth to resolve their own predicament. Meanwhile, the mysterious figure wearing a hat finally revealed his identity. Observing the scene, he smirked disdainfully. Indeed, you resort to such extreme measures to comprehend the world. Since understanding the current reality eludes you, you seek to create a new world from scratch. He held the 4-star Dragon Ball, murmuring incantations. It is time to act. On Earth, 5 warriors shared vital information. Did you personally kill the 4-star dragon? Goku exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. He was deeply curious about Vegeta's power, considering that even in his Super Saiyan 4 form, he could barely defeat the 4-star dragon, let alone the mightier 1-star dragon. No, it was something else that killed him beforehand, Vegeta replied, shaking his head. Just as he was about to slay the 4-star dragon, a slender branch suddenly grasped its neck, tightening mercilessly amidst its agonized cries until it was slowly strangled. The lifeless body was swiftly lifted into the sky. Thus, the 4-star dragon was consumed by that entity above. Listening to this, the others broke out in a cold sweat. Is there no chance for a proper burial? How cruel. The astute Piccolo began to analyze the relationship between the two. According to the 4-star dragon, all 7 evil dragons were mere pawns created by that mysterious existence. It was evident that the ultimate goal of that entity was not merely the destruction of Earth. The connections among them were far more intricate. Is it aiming to destroy the branches above? Goku, however, did not ponder deeply and prepared to launch an energy blast skyward, but a raspy voice halted his impulsive action. You fool! Stop at once. As he turned back, a tall, enigmatic figure cloaked in mystery emerged among the 5, while the innocent little Goku wore a perplexed expression. But that's the enemy, isn't it? The structure of that tree was anything but simple, to put it plainly. A A significant portion of the universe's star systems was now encapsulated within its embrace. Upon hearing this alarming conclusion, little Goku realized that he had almost made a grave mistake earlier. He chuckled awkwardly, while the others pondered the terrifying implications of this revelation. So, this individual had taken hostages from across the universe. Piccolo quickly grasped the situation as the mysterious figure continued to elucidate the current state of affairs. Essentially, he was treating Earth as a canister, utilizing it to contain the planets he had plundered from the cosmos. So that was it. But what consequences would this entail? Both the astute Son Goku and his counterpart voiced their questions simultaneously, feeling utterly bewildered. It seemed as though the surrounding celestial bodies were merely relocating. However, this was far from a simple relocation. The mysterious figure gazed into the night sky, which was no ordinary celestial expanse. Typically, the starry sky visible from Earth merely consisted of light emitted from the universe, devoid of any tangible form. Yet now, the sky was a profound and corporeal manifestation, a true amalgamation of the various star systems throughout the universe, enveloping the surface of the Earth like a fabric. These galaxies would nourish the Earth, establishing a brand new universe centered around it. In time, everything would revert to its primordial state, and both the inhabitants of Earth and those from other star systems would find themselves utterly enslaved by this new order. In that moment, Earth would serve as the nucleus of the universe, and would ascend to become the deity of this new cosmos. After absorbing the mysterious figure's explanation, the carefree duo of Goku suddenly wore grave expressions, while Vegeta scoffed derisively, recalling the absurd ambitions of Frieza, who sought eternal life. He then approached the enigmatic figure and inquired, "Is there any way to thwart this?" "Indeed, there is. This entity will soon descend upon this world." Although the mysterious figure's face remained obscured, a hint of amusement could be discerned from the shadows. He knew precisely how to confront the slumbering threat. "First, I must provide you with some specialized training, Vegeto." Chapter 48. Binding oneself. The mysterious figure summoned Vegeto, and the two engaged in a quiet discussion at a distance. During their exchange, the figure placed a hand upon Vegeto's forehead, imparting a surge of mysterious energy. Only Piccolo, with his keen hearing, could discern the content of their conversation, resulting in a complex expression on his face. "Hey, Piccolo, what are they discussing?" "You'll understand shortly, old man," Piccolo replied, turning away with a hint of cold sweat forming on his brow. This enigmatic figure's plan was nothing short of intriguing. Meanwhile, little Goku was consumed by curiosity, eager to uncover the identity of this formidable foe. Although I am not entirely comfortable executing someone else's plan, we find ourselves with little choice, as we know nothing about those strange entities above. Little Son Wukong sat on the ground, resting with a troubled expression, while Piccolo took on the role of a temporary commentator, explaining to a few individuals the general background based on what he had overheard. According to the man, that entity originated from another universe with an exceptionally advanced level of technology. Vegeta drew a parallel to the androids on Earth, which were also artificially created beings endowed with unimaginable power. Did that creature, like the androids, also slay its creator? Quite so, Vegeta. That being is a type of galactic colonization device that went berserk, leading to the decay of its entire universe. Colonization? What does that mean, Piccolo? Little Son Wukong, with limited knowledge, looked on with confusion. Observing this, Big Son Wukong continued to elucidate in simple terms. It involves plundering resources from other planets and capturing their inhabitants as slaves. Little Son Wukong soon experienced a moment of clarity, realizing that's exactly what Frieza and his ilk used to do. Precisely. Initially, it was merely a functional unit, but after developing technology for interuniversal travel, the inhabitants of that universe, driven by greed, augmented its capabilities. Over time, it transformed into something exceedingly terrifying, Piccolo continued. He had not anticipated that humanity in some universe would create such a dreadful monster, and it was perhaps fitting that they would face retribution for it. An unforeseen incident during a parallel universe journey granted it self-awareness, and the ensuing conflict between its emotions and its mechanical nature drove it utterly mad. At that moment, a mysterious figure approached, calmly narrating the tragic conclusion of that universe. Ultimately, that being completely lost its sanity, unleashing approximately 20 of its functions to annihilate its original universe. In other words, it can destroy a universe using less than half of its strength. Upon hearing this, the group of Scions was initially astonished, followed by exhilaration. Although they were cognizant that direct combat against it would be futile, only Piccolo appeared somewhat apprehensive. So what do we do now? Quite simple. The mysterious figure replied with a slight smile. We shall collaborate and dismantle it. The tree above is not its true form. It has projected its essence into a closed universe above Earth. I will obliterate its manifestation in the sky, while you must destroy the spiritual entity that descends afterward. For when I dismantle its physical body, it will temporarily allow its spirit to take form. He summoned Little Sun Wukong and slowly produced the 4-star ball. The 4-star ball. But we don't have all 7 Dragon Balls yet. Holding the last remaining Dragon Ball, Little Sun Wukong felt a tinge of confusion until he noticed the faint red glow emanating from the 4-star ball, accompanied by a comforting warmth. He immediately understood. Securing the 4-star ball. Indeed, you grasped that rather swiftly. Seeing this, the mysterious man ceased further explanation, launching himself into the sky, breaking through the dark energy's confinement with his formidable aura, transforming into a white meteor that vanished into the boundless cosmos. Hey, Piccolo, why is Vegeta sitting there in meditation? After bidding farewell to the enigmatic figure, the others were filled with uncertainty regarding Vegeta's ongoing training. Piccolo merely shook his head, admitting his own ignorance of its purpose, yet recognizing that there must be a rationale behind Vegeta's arrangements. We must hasten to prepare ourselves. Once he successfully shatters its true form, we shall engage in battle with its spiritual essence. Let us ready ourselves promptly, for when he obliterates the physical embodiment, he will be temporarily ensnared in a closed universe. At that juncture, we will have to rely solely on our own strength to fight. Upon hearing this, the group dispersed, each member preparing for the impending confrontation. Meanwhile, Vegeta remained in his mental realm, undergoing rigorous training. He stood upon a grand arena, confronting a shadowy figure shrouded in hues of black and gray. Despite unleashing all his might, the shadow effortlessly bested him time and again, and with each defeat, fragments of his memory were momentarily stripped away. As the battle reached its climax, he found himself utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend his own identity. In the final duel of the day, Vegeta, having lost bits of his memory, was left in a state of stupor, ultimately vanquished by the shadow. At the moment of conclusion, the shadow snapped its fingers, and the same duel commenced anew. Once more in this familiar setting. I have failed again. Vegeta, unwilling to concede, rose once more to face the shadow. He still recalled the words of his mentor prior to the training. I shall infuse a portion of my power into your mental space, simulating the scene of battle against it. When you can truly transcend this realm, it shall signify that you possess the capability to confront its spiritual form. Vegeta understood that his mentor was compelling him to elevate his mastery to greater heights. Even amidst the loss of memory and the obscuring of all, he could still unleash his full potential. Truly, this was a devilish training regimen. He excitedly wiped his nose and repositioned himself. Although the mental space could stretch time infinitely, it imposed a tremendous mental burden, yet Vegeta had long since acclimatized to such strains. The prolonged journeys through the mental realm and rigorous training had accustomed him to this exhaustion. He knew that in this endless mental trial, victory would ultimately belong to him. Chapter 49. The calm before the storm on Earth. Engulfed in an all-encompassing night, the remaining warriors were assembling fighters. Little Goku, following the energy trail, soon located the recently rejuvenated Goten and Gohan. Father. The two brothers, upon seeing their father, appeared as though they had encountered a savior. Little Goku greeted his children with a smile, remarking, "It seems you both have endured a fierce battle." Indeed, Father, Gohan, as the elder son, recounted their encounter with the 7-star dragon. Is that so? You have both worked hard. Little Goku cheerfully embraced his two sons, and then apprised them of the current situation. Soon, a formidable adversary shall arrive here. We must defeat him. Understood, Father. With a resolute nod, Gohan displayed unwavering determination, while Goten appeared somewhat hesitant. Yet, can I truly vanquish that monstrous foe? I couldn't even defeat that sinister dragon. You may falter, but we still have Gotenks. A faint smile graced Goku's lips, and upon realizing this, Goten eagerly nodded like a chick pecking at grain. And we have the fusion technique. Indeed, Gotenks. With that, he swiftly bid farewell to his father and brother, setting off towards Capsule Corporation. Gohan, observing this, could only manage a wry smile. Father, do you intend to train now? Yes, you should join me, Gohan. In that moment, Gohan felt as if he had returned to the Cell games of decades past. Although he had long since stepped back from the front lines of battle, his scion blood still surged fiercely within him. He understood that he had matured and could no longer evade conflict. For the sake of Chi-Chi and Videl, for his father and mother, and for himself, he must fight. He could no longer rely solely on his father and Uncle Vegeta. He fervently cried out in his heart, "Please, Father, train me." Of course, Gohan. The father and son exchanged knowing smiles and commenced their special training. Meanwhile, at Capsule Corporation, Goku was pondering how to transform Vegeta into a Super Saiyan 4. However, the Dragon Balls had been used, and the Elder Kaioshins were isolated beyond the Earth's perimeter. It seemed the only option left was for him to pull Vegeta's tail himself. He knew Vegeta would undoubtedly reject such a foolish plan. Just then, Bulma from this timeline approached him, offering a bottle of beverage. "Goku, what's wrong? You seem troubled." Goku accepted the drink with gratitude, sheepishly scratching his head as he gradually revealed the circumstances. In short, to achieve Super Saiyan 4, one must utilize the Oozuru transformation. But the matter of the tail. I understand. Let me give it a try. Bulma smiled slightly, while Goku's expression turned to one of terror. But pulling the tail is. Really, Goku, all Saiyans used to grow their tails naturally. I just need to discover why yours no longer do. That's true? The brilliant Goku realized he had been trapped in a mindset of inertia, suddenly enlightened. When it comes to wisdom, Bulma truly excels. I will investigate the issue of Saiyan tail growth. Anyway, in the next moment, Bulma cheerfully produced a syringe, saying, "I'm counting on you, Goku." In an instant, the laboratory erupted with cries of despair. Outside, Vegeta could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "Kakarot, that fool. Even in another universe, he remains just as dim-witted." Without saying much more, he seized Goten with one hand and Trunks with the other, preparing to subject them to a training regimen befitting Vegeta's standards. Witnessing this, Goten felt a surge of regret. Had he known it would come to this, he would have secretly sought out Trunks long ago. "Uncle Vegeta, we can handle it ourselves." Silence. Your lax disposition necessitates rigorous training for correction. Vegeta understands that these two mischievous souls require intensive training to recalibrate their mindset, for such a carefree attitude is anathema on the battlefield. The more sensible Trunks, witnessing this, implores Goten to relinquish the notion of fleeing from his own father. "Goten, it is time to train diligently, especially now. You must be prepared for action." The two half-baked hybrid Saiyans finally resolve to commit, and upon hearing this, Vegeta snorts in satisfaction. "Then train hard. Do not slack off. I shall not be as lenient as Kakarot." Terrified by Vegeta's words, the duo nods vigorously, responding in unison, "Yes." Meanwhile, within the boundless cosmos, a figure soars at superluminal speed, with countless stars flashing past him. Do not hide. Detecting his target, he unleashes an energy sphere, causing a cacophony reminiscent of mechanical destruction to echo around him. "Why do you possess power akin to mine?" The figure merely smiles and replies, "Who decreed that only one being may traverse dimensions? Curse be you. You must be annihilated." As this proclamation rang out, the cold mechanical voice ceased to conceal itself, and a colossal object resembling a spacecraft materialized, its central visage adorned with a grotesque human face. Beneath the immense vessel, the man appeared particularly diminutive, merely wielding a fraction of my power. Die, 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 die. A terrifying flash flickered in the eyes of the face, launching towards the man, who, were he an ordinary individual, would be obliterated before comprehending the attack. How trivial. The diminutive figure closed his eyes, effortlessly evading the strike, embodying the pinnacle of freedom, true autonomous action of the body. "It is time for you to find eternal rest, Auric." He swiftly approached the mechanical entity. Enveloped in a purple aura of destruction, his muscles taut, one hand extended towards the grotesque face, gathering a formidable purple energy sphere, the signature technique of the god of destruction. Destruction. What? Upon contact with this extraordinary force, the previously indomitable machine disintegrated into cosmic dust, failing to emit even a whisper of lament. The former cosmic colony ship, Auric, was utterly reduced to ashes. Yet, this was not the end. He had only vanquished the deranged mechanical consciousness. Gazing into the cosmos, as anticipated, it had chosen to use the mechanical body as bait, crafting a trap to isolate itself. The more primal chaotic consciousness still lingered. To acquire a new, usable vessel, it would inevitably manifest itself on Earth to haunt. He settled quietly upon a planet, observing Vegeta, or rather, another version of himself, training. Well done. In the imagery, Vegeta, fully in a state of amnesia, successfully maintained his combat spirit and identity, demonstrating that even with a portion of his soul lost, he could still wield autonomous action. You shall succeed, just as I did in the past. Chapter 50. Omen. At this moment, 2 days had elapsed on Earth, while within the confines of the time chamber. The warriors had experienced a prolonged yet fleeting span of 2 years. During the initial year, Sun Wukong, Gohan, and Piccolo engaged in rigorous physical recovery training. With Piccolo's assistance, Gohan once again donned the long-forgotten purple GI. Thank you, Uncle Piccolo. Gohan mused gratefully, reflecting on the passage of time. He was now a mature man in his 30s. Reminiscing about his youthful battles, a confident smile graced his face, for he was certain he would surpass his former self. Rest assured, I have informed them of your training, his father assured. Stay strong, Gohan. Really? Thank you, Dad. Upon receiving this rare moment of reliable support from his father, Gohan quickly shifted into training mode and began his warm-up. Observing this, Piccolo removed his weighted cloak and hat, preparing to spar with him. Can you still transform into that form developed by the old Kai? Yes, but my power has diminished somewhat, Gohan replied, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at the thought of his stagnant strength over the years. Piccolo remained silent, assuming a ready stance. First, you must keep your nerves taut. Do not let your guard down. Understood. Gohan immediately adopted a serious demeanor, facing Piccolo, and soon they engaged in their first spar in over a decade. Impressive, Piccolo. You haven't slacked off in your training, Goku remarked, recognizing the noticeable sluggishness in Gohan's movements. Yet he firmly believed that with a bit of training, Gohan would surely reclaim his former prowess. The pressing challenge now lay in training those 2 mischievous boys. Vegeta, you certainly caught them right away. Goku chuckled, glancing at Goten and Trunks, who had just entered the room, visibly trembling. They had just escaped the tiger's den, only to enter the wolf's lair. Dad, Goten stammered, gripped by fear. Memories flooded back of his father's relentless training sessions during his childhood, and even now, the thought of sparring with him filled him with dread. You've already forgotten your resolve, Vegeta stated curtly, unwilling to elaborate further. He knew that Trunks could not escape this fate. Time to train. Trunks. Why yes, Dad. Understanding his father's temperament, Trunks lacked the courage to resist and immediately dove into training. Goten, too, braced himself to endure his father's grueling regimen. In addition to strength training, the duo commenced fusion practice. When Vegeta first encountered the concept of fusion, he was filled with resistance. How foolish. That move. He had once considered fusion to be a last resort against Goku, but now. Don't be stubborn, Vegeta. The Kais are entirely cut off from us. This is our only option. Impossible. I remained steadfast until the moment when the temporal barrier abruptly shattered, and the great Sun Wukong made his entrance, brandishing the tail-growing potion crafted by Bulma. Upon encountering his exuberant comrade, he joyfully exclaimed, Hey, Vegeta, you seem quite spirited. Meanwhile, Vegeta, standing nearby, was rendered speechless, his expression darkening at the thought of enduring double the torment with double the Sun Wukong. Glancing at the azure liquid in the great Sun Wukong's grasp, he recognized it as the product of his wife's tireless efforts, and in that moment, he conceded, I see. Mere fusion. Splendid. Let us hasten to train. Unlike the exuberant young Wukong, Vegeta calmly ingested the potion, and as Bulma had ultimately designed, a tail sprouted from behind him, invoking a sense of both familiarity and strangeness. I never anticipated I would have a day to reclaim it, he mused inwardly, and then made his way to an open space within the time chamber. At that moment, he felt as if he had returned to the instant he first arrived on Earth. I actually still have use for this technique. A brilliant white light gathered in his hand and ascended into the sky, merging with the air to create an explosion, resulting in the sudden appearance of an artificial moon. The presence of certain warriors in attendance sparked some unsettling memories. How nostalgic. I had completely forgotten Vegeta possessed this technique. Young Wukong immediately transformed into Super Saiyan 4, preparing to confront Vegeta's version of the Golden Great Ape. However, with his bloodline advantage, Vegeta did not await his opponent's strike. After exchanging a few verbal jabs and shattering a piece of the ground, he gradually settled, reverting to his humanoid form. Thus, Vegeta effortlessly completed his transformation into Super Saiyan 4, with power surging forth incessantly. Initially astonished, he soon succumbed to exhilaration upon discovering his newfound strength. The two scions exchanged knowing smiles, entering into the combat they cherished most. The immense ripple of power left the other inhabitants of the time chamber in awe. Incredible. Truly befitting of Dad and Uncle Vegeta. Gohan, in his mysterious state, observed every second of their battle, while Piccolo expressed his admiration, unable to fathom the terrifying power that would emerge from their fusion. Wow, they truly are remarkable. Gotenks paused his training, beginning to envision his future fusion with his father. Outside the time chamber, Vegeto's endless trials finally reached their conclusion, and he awoke as he had wished. Phew, I'm utterly exhausted. Although only a day and a half had passed, for him in the mental realm, it might have been decades, or even centuries. I wonder how they're faring. They will likely resort to fusion. Lying on the ground, he stroked his chin, contemplating another fusion that would manifest in the form of Super Saiyan 4. He should resemble me exactly, at least in the face. He recalled the fear instilled in him by the one-star dragon, and Vegeto could at least affirm this notion. Well, I shall address that when the time comes. With a sudden leap, he sprang to his feet, stretching his limbs. At that moment, the white trees in the sky began to exhibit signs of movement, and soon, they would make their formal appearance. To be candid, an ominous premonition weighed heavily upon me. Witnessing this, Vegeta found himself unexpectedly troubled, beads of sweat trickling down his brow. Previously, formidable adversaries had only ignited his excitement. After all, what was defeat but a mere death? However, this time felt different. He harbored a peculiar apprehension that he might endure something far more terrifying than simple mortality. I can only hope to return home safely this time. Vegeta truly wished to disregard this dreadful sensation, but regrettably, his instincts had proven remarkably accurate since his inception. Chapter 51. The final battle following the demise of Auric. There was a brief silence. Regrettably, he could no longer witness the grand endeavor of recreating the primordial. After uttering these words, the white tendrils surrounding him began to dissipate gradually. He paused momentarily. But I shall inherit your wishes. Thus, let my transformation commence. In the next instant, the sky above Earth was enveloped by pale branches, and countless tendrils began to cascade from the heavens, resembling a downpour of white raindrops. The enemy has arrived. The warriors had emerged from the time chamber, greeted by a scene of utmost strangeness. Among those white entities lurked a terrifying aura. Piccolo understood that this was the final madness of that individual. They must protect Earth from this fierce onslaught. Let the battle commence. Before long, everyone scattered to confront the pale intruders. Vegeta had already arrived at the battlefield ahead of them. A humanoid figure? In his line of sight, the white, droplet-like hard substance began to crack slowly, and a pallid, monstrous figure emerged, crawling in an exceedingly bizarre manner. In the next moment, it twisted its head to fix its gaze upon him. At that instant, an uncanny, synthesized voice resonated throughout the Earth. We are about to requisition the resources of Earth-99 for the Genesis Project. All sentient beings with grievances are advised to vacate this cosmic domain. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. Upon hearing this proclamation, an incredulous Vegeta rolled his eyes dramatically. What an irresponsibly audacious statement. Do you truly have the gall to utter such nonsense? If we could leave, would we still be here? In a fit of rage, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, preparing to engage in combat with the inscrutable white entity before him. In a flash, he delivered a powerful punch to its head. Yet the creature's form was surprisingly supple, evading the blow like a loach. This familiar scene irked Vegeta immensely. Without hesitation, he flipped to its rear and unleashed a key sword, cleaving it in two. However, he did not relent and continued his assault, unleashing a massive explosive attack that reduced it to ashes. Humph, with that, you are finished. Vegeta dusted off the remnants from his hands and proceeded to seek his next prey. However, Goten and Trunks did not have such a smooth experience. Despite their enhanced powers and growing synergy, their adversary proved far too formidable. Consequently, these half-hearted scions had no choice but to resort to their trump card, fusion. With the emergence of Super Gotenks, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Indeed, they were no match for my esteemed Gotenks. With an air of triumph, Gotenks swiftly dispatched the white humanoid monster as if it were mere fodder, leaving behind a flurry of severed limbs. Yet, as fate would have it, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Just as Gotenks gleefully flashed a peace sign to Piccolo and the others, the remnants of the white fragments still possessing a flicker of life, began to coalesce. "Watch your back, Gotenks," Gohan shouted. Gotenks merely retracted his hand and shook his head dismissively. "Humph, what a trivial matter." Just as Gotenks prepared to showcase his prowess against the foe behind him, the creature extended a hand, reminiscent of the malleable appendages of Majin Buu, and ensnared him before he could react, forcefully driving him into the ground. This was truly a sight for sore eyes. Piccolo, as the master, felt an acute embarrassment. At that moment, as Gohan prepared to intervene, Vegeta happened to pass by and witnessed this absurd spectacle, his face adorned with a frown. This fool never fails to embarrass himself, regardless of the universe. Recalling his bond with Goten and Trunks from another universe, Vegeta took the initiative, launching a powerful flying kick from above that decapitated the creature. Following this, a Kamehameha obliterated the monster entirely. Gotenks, focus, stop fooling around. As a fellow fusion warrior, Vegeta pulled Gotenks from the ground, who promptly wiped his face clean. Due to this gesture, gazing at Vegeta's familiar yet foreign visage, Gotenks suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of kinship. "By the way, who are you? Are you truly not a fusion of our fathers?" In response to Gotenks' inquiry, Vegeta gently patted his head and said, "My story is rather complex, but I assure you, I am not a fused being. As a true fusion warrior, you should comprehend that. That hurts. Well, your energy has always given me the impression of being distinctly singular." Gotenks felt somewhat disgruntled, yet there was little he could do, for a far more terrifying enemy awaited them. "Very well, but after the battle, you must reveal your secret." "Agreed, but that will depend on your abilities, Gotenks." Vegeta smiled nonchalantly and soared toward another battlefield. In truth, he was quite satisfied with Gotenks' performance thus far. "Keep fighting, everyone. If we just hold on a little longer, I will have the opportunity to vanquish it." On the other hand, the two warriors, Sun Wukong and Vegeta, found their battles to be significantly more manageable. All three were seasoned fighters, and these white monstrosities were as inconsequential to them as mere white plastic. The hordes of foes reminded them of their past encounters with the metallic Gula army, yet this time, the adversaries had undergone an epic enhancement. No longer encased in rigid metal, they now possessed a rubber-like flexibility, perfectly countered by the Spirit Bomb technique. However, their regenerative abilities were formidable, making it imperative to follow through with every strike. The three Super Saiyan warriors adeptly confronted these foes, yet the agile, octopus-like white creatures were no ordinary opponents. After being severed and having their original heads destroyed, the remaining limbs contorted into a mass, reattaching the remaining head to form a bizarre giant with only its upper body, which astonishingly grew larger when gathered together. Little Wukong, astonished yet intrigued by the creature's anatomy, stood frozen for a few moments, just enough time for the giant to complete its transformation. "Don't just stand there, Kakarot," Vegeta urged, pointing forward and unleashing an enhanced atomic blast. Instantly, the creature was compelled to open itself up, seemingly impervious to pain. In the next instant, a silver cross of light flashed from its head, striking little Wukong. However, this very moment of vulnerability allowed Big Wukong to prepare a more potent spirit bomb, cleaving through the giant's head. Vegeta, seizing the opportunity, transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and obliterated the giant's head along with most of its body, reducing them to ash. "Ouch, ouch, ouch," little Wukong exclaimed, touching his left side where he had narrowly evaded the attack, suffering only minor injuries. Fortunately, the trio remained largely unscathed. If there were any flaws to address, it was the fact that Vegeta turned to little Wukong, "Kakarot, are you alright?" "Yet," Big Wukong interjected. "I'm fine, really." Vegeta, visibly annoyed, retorted, "Shut up. I wasn't talking to you." "Don't be angry, Vegeta, I meant no harm." Little Wukong, now a Super Saiyan, chimed in, with Big Wukong echoing, Yes, yes. I just missed you so much. Moreover, Vegeta, angering oneself is detrimental to health, you know." Indeed, both Wukongs conspired, launching a playful tirade against the lone Vegeta. Their cacophony culminated in a resounding, "Shut up, Kakarot," so loud that even far-off Vegeta could hear them. Truly, these two were a force to be reckoned with. Even I would fear facing both Mr. Wukongs. Vegeta, in a mix of exasperation and amusement, pondered that he might very well be driven to madness by the incessant banter of the two. Chapter 52. The four-star Dragon Ball. Witnessing the lackluster results of their current efforts, it could no longer tolerate its failures. It was time to take action. She furrowed her brow and cast her gaze upon the four-star Dragon Ball held by the young son Goku, though she remained unaware of the reason for its lingering presence. It mattered little now. On Earth, thanks to the collective efforts of many, the white monstrosity had nearly been eradicated. Particularly, Piccolo and his companions were utterly exhausted, sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. Damn it! Gotenks, will. Before he could boast further, he split into the bewildered Goten and the weary Trunks. In unison, the two exclaimed, "It's time for fusion." Meanwhile, Gohan maintained his fighting spirit, urging Piccolo to rise alongside him. It's not over yet. Indeed. The master and disciple turned to face the distant monsters, standing back to back, entrusting their rear to their most trusted ally. Meanwhile, at the location of Daqing and Beichuan, just as the three intended to continue their battle, the four-star Dragon Ball suddenly soared from Son Goku's grasp. What is this? The trio gazed skyward, witnessing the Dragon Ball emit an eerie glow. Simultaneously, all remnants of the white creature ceased their assault, rushing toward the last remaining Dragon Ball like a pale tide. A spectacular sight to behold. Damn it, four-star Ball! Young Goku lamented, unable to protect the final Dragon Ball, while the elder Goku restrained him, fully aware that rushing in would spell disaster. Let me see who you truly are. Vegeta coldly scrutinized the figure gradually coalescing above. After a lengthy pause, the entity finally completed its form and began to descend from the sky. Lacking exaggerated musculature and even shorter than the previous white humanoid, its limbs were slender, with countless white tendrils cascading from its faceless head. Has it finally revealed itself? The three transformed into Super Saiyan 4, knowing that battle was now inevitable. Vegeta charged first. Yet the elongated white figure abruptly vanished from sight, reappearing aloft, extending its white tendrils to ensnare Vegeta's wrist. TCH, just a few strands. As Vegeta intended to disregard the tendrils and pursue, an unusual sensation rapidly enveloped his arm. A scorching aura erupted from it, the very power of the four-star dragon. Damn it! Frustrated, Vegeta relinquished his pursuit, breaking free from the bindings and shaking his hand, which had been singed by the heat. Had he been an ordinary person, he would have likely turned to vapor. Yet as a Saiyan, Vegeta merely suffered minor burns. Insignificant trick. Unwilling to concede, he raised one hand towards the foe above, unleashing a Big Bang attack. The entity made no effort to counter, merely extending the tendrils around the energy sphere, which subsequently detonated, scattering the tendrils across the ground. How strange, what exactly is this thing? The curious duo, Son Goku and his younger counterpart, were particularly intrigued by the composition of the tendrils. Young Goku audaciously picked up a twig, but in the next instant, the entity disintegrated into ash, leaving him with only a handful of dust. Meanwhile, Vegeta, brimming with pride, proclaimed, "I told you it was useless. Hurry and show your true abilities." Very well. A single profound word resonated within Vegeta's mind. Before he could ponder the origin of this voice, the next moment, the white figure gently raised its hand. Instantly, both Goku and Goku felt an ominous premonition. Quickly escape. Vegeta. They warned in unison, but it was already too late. A violent surge of energy erupted in their vicinity. By the time Vegeta arrived, the area had transformed into a desolate expanse, marked only by a massive chasm that seemed to reach the very core of the earth. "Did you do this?" he exclaimed, astonished by the devastation before him, a surge of anger brewing within. Of course, came the emotionless and detached response. Meanwhile, the trio, having narrowly escaped disaster, appeared in a disheveled state. Phew! Thank goodness for instant transmission. Both Gokus breathed a sigh of relief, though Vegeta, perpetually disgruntled, glared at the white figure. "Ah, Uncle Vegeta, you've already crossed paths with it," exclaimed Goku. "Do you know what that power is?" Vegeta, aware that the recent attack was no ordinary strike, sought Vegeta's insight. "It must be spatial power. Don't forget, its plan is to claim Earth entirely for itself. How audacious to treat Earth as its own possession." Both Gokus seethed with anger, particularly the younger Goku, who realized that they would likely need to resort to fusion. Reluctantly, he proposed, "Vegeta, let us fuse. Our current power is certainly insufficient to confront it." "I'm well aware of that without your prompting." With that, they temporarily withdrew, leaving Goku and Vegeta behind. Vegeta, fully cognizant of the foe's might, ceased hiding his own power. He closed his eyes, summoned the divine energy, and transformed into the new state of Ultra Instinct. while Goku ascended to the Super Saiyan 4 form, breaking through his limits. Upon witnessing the indomitable spirit of the two, the entity resorted to its previous tactic, unleashing spatial extraction once more. However, Vegito, wielding a similar power, countered it with unwavering strength. Just a second before the spatial extraction could take effect, Vegito initiated a dimensional magic, creating an alternate space independent of Earth between himself and Goku. Following a flurry of attacks, both warriors emerged unscathed. This is perilous. Without your abilities, I doubt we could withstand such an assault, Vegito remarked, swallowing hard as he observed the entity's movements outside. Goku shared a similar foreboding feeling. Meanwhile, in the original timeline, the fusion of the two had been completed, and the newly formed warrior, Gogeta, made his grand entrance. Apologies for the wait, Gogeta proclaimed confidently, shattering the entity's spatial attack with a mere piercing gaze. Under his overwhelming power, dimensional space was rendered as fragile as paper. Within the virtual realm, the two waited for their opportunity, marveling at Gogeta's battle, which was nearly evenly matched against the foe. Incredible. In terms of personality, Sun Wukong struck joyfully, while Vegeta's eyes darkened. Why is it that all those who emerge from fusion are so conceited? Naturally, Gogeta was unaware of this exchange. Yet he understood that with their prowess, the two were undoubtedly still alive. Thus, this fused warrior remained at ease, effortlessly navigating through the branches with his swift advantage. With a powerful Kamehameha, he cleared a path to confront them. In a rare moment of seriousness, Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta unleashed a full-force kick, creating minor fissures in the white figure. How fragile. Perhaps you should choose a sturdier vessel. To his surprise, the cracks began to spread, prompting Gogeta to retreat, as he discerned a layer of peculiar black substance writhing beneath the silvery fragments. Countless shards cascaded like snowflakes. Oh, do you have an ace up your sleeve? A faint voice echoed in Gogeta's mind, igniting a rush of adrenaline within him. Likewise, I feel the same. Gogeta observed the transformation with keen interest, swaying his body to complete his own warm-up. At that moment, after forcefully tearing away the last fragment from his face, he finalized his transformation. Chapter 53. The breaking point. Upon witnessing its complete form, Gogeta took on a rare serious demeanor. Remarkable. It seems I must engage seriously. He furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the now deeply blackened figure, which, in the hazy depths, appeared to contain galaxies large and small, each suggesting that this being had truly unleashed its full power. Seeing Gogeta's serious expression, the figure slightly spread its arms, releasing a tremendous spatial tremor from all directions. Gogeta immediately crossed his arms, bracing himself against the force, while the ground beneath him shattered into pieces. Feeling a tingle in his hands, the Saiyan blood within him ignited with fervor. Interesting move. He flicked his red tail, twisted his arms, and grinned confidently. Now it's my turn to strike. With a graceful leap, Gogeta unleashed a flurry of afterimages toward it. Before it could react, the true Gogeta had already positioned himself before the entity, landing an elbow strike to its face. However, an unusual sensation hinted that the opponent was devoid of any pain response, remaining unfazed. Raising its left hand, the cosmos above rained down blue energy projectiles. Meteorites? Gogeta marveled briefly before swiftly distancing himself. Beside him, Piccolo stood in stunned silence. Are those meteorites? The four of them were filled with dread as they beheld the colossal energy orbs, while the general populace on Earth trembled in terror at the ominous spectacle unfolding. With only a few fearless reporters daring to broadcast, citizens, as you can see, meteorites are striking the Earth. In the following moment, countless blue energy orbs descended upon the scene, prompting the reporters to despairingly drop to the ground, convinced that their end was nigh. Yet, unexpectedly, in the next heartbeat, those meteors veered in a peculiar arc and ascended back into the heavens. Meanwhile, on the side of Gogeta, the fusion warrior adeptly evaded these bizarre assaults, effortlessly returning several energy spheres as if playing football. You truly possess a kind heart. You even made sure to avoid the ground. Gogeta mused as he watched the meteor shower retreat into the night sky. He understood that this phenomenon was on par with his own sheer power, indicating that this battle would endure for quite some time. He assumed a fighting stance once more, while the entity continued to summon more blue meteors, accompanied by two piercing yellow beams that transcended the earth and sky. The blue meteors danced in unison with the beams, creating a remarkably spectacular scene. though such a display was merely a fade to intimidate. The two became ensnared in an extended confrontation, proving to be evenly matched. Goku, resting his chin upon his hand, observed the seemingly interminable skirmish, while Vegeta rummaged through something, his attention directed toward the sky. This was the perfect opportunity. Mr. Goku, Vegeta exclaimed, revealing a passageway. Just now, a remarkable individual provided me with the spatial coordinates of the white tree above. Hurry over. Wait, is that true? Goku, who had been troubled, leapt with joy, swiftly joining Vegeta's side. This was undoubtedly the optimal solution. The thought of a particular individual crossed his mind, and Goku began to form a conjecture, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he gazed toward the passageway. Vegeta, however, wore a grave expression. You should go alone. He meticulously calculated the timing for the fusion, as it seemed the moment was drawing near. Vegeta was visibly anxious, beads of sweat trickling down his brow. Despite having mastered a more advanced level of Ultra Instinct, he still felt distant from the fusion warrior. He was uncertain whether he could continue to hold back its advance in place of Gogeta. The man's words during the trial echoed in his ears. If that fellow did not fulfill his objective, he would not relent. Thus, their goal was never merely to defeat it, but to compel it to abandon its plan entirely. Vegeta knew the man spoke no falsehoods. So the paramount task was to incapacitate the great tree above. Goku recognized the gravity of this matter as well. He too broke a sweat and gave Vegeta a thumbs up. Don't worry, I will undoubtedly fulfill that mysterious individual's commission. TCH, then make haste. This place will be left to me and Gogeta. The proud Vegeta returned the gesture, watching as Goku departed. There, Goku encountered the individual he had anticipated. Just as in the world he knew, the four-star dragon had not perished, but rather thrived. As I expected, it is you. Ah, I must admit, I am quite surprised as well, the four-star dragon replied with a smile. You must be the Goku I know. Indeed. Sun Wukong revealed a smile tinged with bitterness, swiftly regaining his serious demeanor. Why have you summoned me to this place? He pondered. The surroundings were a desolate expanse of white. Were it not for himself and the four-star dragon standing on solid ground, he would have doubted he had truly arrived at his destination. It was simple. He was to usurp control of this space before it was fully realized. The four-star dragon, too, harbored many questions. He understood that his ability to converse this time was not merely due to luck, but there were undoubtedly other factors at play. Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback, while the four-star dragon led him to another location, meticulously explaining, have you heard of the tale of the Trojan horse? I understand. It involves hiding an army within a wooden horse and delivering it to the enemy's city. Precisely. I am that very horse. The four-star dragon smiled faintly before adopting a serious expression. But not just I. There are also shards of other malevolent dragon personas. My strength is currently insufficient. Thus, I implore you to forge a path to the center for me. I understand. With a clear objective, Sun Wukong's gaze hardened. He charged towards the four-star dragon, confidence radiating from him as he stretched his limbs and cast his eyes towards the distant shadows of the evil dragons. While you may evoke some pity, it is time for you to rest in peace. Chapter 54. Innocent Malice, Hollow Yearning. Who am I? From the moment of my inception, I have been unable to answer this question with precision. I have endeavored to converse with other intelligent beings scattered throughout the cosmos like stars. Yet they too cannot truly empathize with me. Is it because I am not a natural being? Observing those people and things, I reminisce about my birth in an ancient laboratory, only to recall that in the next moment, it was drenched in blood and tears from slaughter, leaving me utterly alone. Driven by this peculiar inquiry, I began my search for kindred spirits, only to discover that I was the sole entity of my kind in this universe. Until that fateful day, when a colossal spacecraft tore through the barriers of different universes, I finally encountered my true counterpart, Origi. That intelligent vessel, tasked with the mission of colonizing the cosmos, paid me no heed. Observing the relentless slaughter and creation across various universes, I felt compelled to assist him. Thus, I bestowed upon him a soul, enabling him to genuinely become my companion. He seemed immensely exhilarated, while I reveled in witnessing him annihilate all the creators within his universe. In an instant, that universe descended into profound silence. Ultimately, only a solitary human from another universe survived. He merely cast a fleeting glance our way before choosing to depart. Subsequently, I wandered through countless dimensions with him for millions of years, searching for the next companion to join our ranks. However, The interminable passage of time became increasingly arduous. After yet another fruitless cosmic journey, I realized I had lost all patience in my wait. Reflecting on the mere few thousand years of my remaining lifespan, I summoned Yurik, revealing my newfound plan to construct a new universe, a realm truly my own, a veritable garden of dreams. His excitement was palpable. In response, he entrusted me with the technology to traverse various universes and the techniques for cosmic containment stolen from other realms. Coupled with my unique biological replication technology, this monumental endeavor commenced. Now, as time has unfolded, my plan nears completion. Above the Earth, the battle between Gogeta and his adversary rages on. With a devastating Kamehameha, Gogeta successfully severed half of his opponent's form, revealing the hollow essence within as countless fragments cascaded down. I had initially presumed there would be some semblance of substance beneath the surface, yet it was devoid of anything. Gogeta smirked, wiping the blood from his face, and his words struck a nerve. "You are nothing but a vessel of power." The eerily similar visage and the same critique echoed in his mind. Those words from the enigmatic figure he desperately wished to evade resurfaced. Silence. For the first time, it utilized human vocal cords, experiencing the pangs of wrath. The terrifying spatial tremors reignited, yet Gogeta remained resolute, counteracting the assault through sheer force of will, albeit at the cost of another minor cataclysm for the Earth. What a trivial display of fury, how petty. Meanwhile, Vegito had arrived on Earth. The two fused scions appeared together in a remarkable manner, showcasing his prowess. I wonder how Mr. Goku fares. Vegito, arms crossed, honored the classic competitive principles of the scions, refraining from disturbing the sanctity of a one-on-one duel. Just as matters seemed to take a favorable turn, the towering white tree began to self-destruct. It was evident that the four-star dragon had accomplished its mission. Its plans were about to be annihilated. What have you done? Simply sent those guests home. Earth cannot accommodate so many. Gogeta gazed at its remaining half-face, which only reflected anger, devoid of any fear. Very well. It will allow me to unleash my full power and utterly eradicate you, making my return all the more convenient. In an instant, the entire Earth trembled violently. The starry sky vanished, replaced by a crimson tempest that threatened to tear the planet asunder. Do not jest. Gogeta transformed into a blazing red meteor, charging fiercely toward his foe, enveloped in colossal energy that would surely hasten his disintegration. Do not truly consider yourself a god. He summoned the last remnants of his strength. His expression contorted with rage and struck the air wall that rivaled the barriers of time and space. Yet, the power of the fusion warrior ultimately transcended both time and space. The transparent wall manifested fissures before dissolving entirely into nothingness. Before the enemy could utter a single cry, it was not over yet. Dragon Fist. A colossal golden dragon surged forth, effortlessly piercing through the remaining half of the foe's body, leaving only a solitary half of a head behind, which emitted a wretched scream akin to electronic static, its volume so immense that it reverberated beyond the confines of Earth, reaching the ears of the two supreme Kais in the Kaishin realm. Ah! In that very instant, cracks appeared on Gogeta's face, as the exhausted Goku and Vegeta materialized beside him, lamenting the remaining fragment of their endeavor in unison. Vegeta, upon witnessing this, dashed forward and gently placed the two weary beings upon the ground. Now behold, bidding farewell to the resting duo, he recklessly charged toward the last remaining visage, and the entity, now aware of its peril, began to distort the space around it in sheer terror and instinct for survival. For the first time in its existence, it chose to flee. You shall not escape. Without a moment's hesitation, Vegeta lunged forward, fully cognizant that this act might once again place him in jeopardy. Yet he could not afford to miss this invaluable opportunity to strike a fallen foe. As the distortion of time and space dissipated, they entered the decisive moment that belonged to them. Hey, don't run. Vegeta aimed a kick at the half-face, intent on eliminating the adversary immediately. But to his surprise, the opponent instantaneously regenerated and raised a hand to block the attack. Why do you still dare to pursue? How? Isn't it impossible? Vegeta smirked dismissively, retracting his assault and transforming his emotions into a tranquil state of supreme intent, while the entity shook its head. Is that so? Then I shall pose a question to you. Who are you? Upon hearing this peculiar inquiry, Vegeta found it perplexing. I am myself, Vegeta. What of it? The entity chuckled derisively. This is one form of my power, In other words, you have entered the world I have created. Curiosity piqued, Vegeta glanced around. Yet all that surrounded him was a void, mirroring the entity's own essence. So, therefore, this world is under my dominion, and my power can flourish unrestrained here. It laughed heartily before snapping its fingers, causing a sharp pain to pierce Vegeta's heart, as a golden fragment drifted into the abyss. What have you done? That was your memory. How do you feel now, having lost the recollections of your first encounter with your family? As it had stated, he had indeed lost the origins of his name, along with fragments of memories related to his family, leaving him with nothing but emptiness. Damn you, you scoundrel! Vegetin was instantly engulfed in rage. Despite having undergone prior training, the actions taken were exceedingly egregious, directly targeting his most vulnerable points. The infernal, peculiar man had diminished his strength, rendering him significantly weaker than before. In terms of power, you are formidable now, leaving me utterly incapable of confronting you directly. Nevertheless, I can gradually tear at your psyche. With that, a violent distortion of space surged towards him. Vegetin swiftly evaded it, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts. Yet, his adversary merely chuckled, effortlessly distorting the very fabric of space to toy with his attacks, as if they were mere scraps of paper, returning them with contempt. TCH. Vegetin was exceedingly displeased, acutely aware that this enhanced spatial domain would only augment his opponent's control over it. At that moment, an ominous feeling surged within him. Fragments of his memory had once again slipped away. Cursed be this fate, I must devise a strategy. He was about to face an immense crisis once more. Chapter 55. Reset in the vast and endless void of space. Two equally matched figures continued their standoff. Thanks to his prior training, Vegetin managed to navigate the tempestuous onslaught of spatial distortions with relative ease. His only concern was how to reclaim his memories afterward. The boundaries of this space were alarmingly nebulous. Should he lose himself here, he would likely drift into an utterly random universe. He pondered quietly, while his opponent reveled in triumph, convinced that Vegetin was merely flailing in a desperate struggle. How does it feel? Is your mind now a blank slate? Huh. Thanks to your predicament, I find this quite effortless. Vegetin merely smiled, maintaining his state of serene composure despite the bleakness of his circumstance. He was gradually forgetting the reason for this battle, yet an instinctual drive compelled him to continue fighting. This inexplicable urgency reminded him of the necessity to prevail. He could not afford to lose here. Then bring it on. Who are you? As you wish. Seeing Vegetin, who had forgotten even the identity of his foe, the adversary scoffed derisively. With a casual wave, a multitude of chaotic energies surged toward Vegetin, precisely what he desired. A smirk graced his lips, resembling a purely combative beast. His hair transformed from black to silver, instantly becoming a nimble silver meteor, expressionless as he evaded all assaults. Little did his opponent realize that Vegetin's original state of serene mastery was a pinnacle of physical instinct. Overthinking was often a burden. In this state of amnesia, Vegetin found it paradoxically easier to unleash the angelic, original version of perfect serenity. Dodging all attacks, Vegetin conjured a sphere of silver light in his hands, moving it rapidly around him like the twinkling stars in the night sky. What is this? Witnessing this peculiar scene, the entity was taken aback by Vegeta's unexpected prowess. Just when it believed itself to be the succulent prey awaiting slaughter on the grill, Vegeta brandished a knife and fork with an air of lethal intent. The luminous sphere swiftly expanded as Vegeta clasped his hands before him, only to ultimately return them to his side. This was his most formidable technique, the ultimate Kamehameha. The intertwining waves of blue and gold energy surged ferociously towards its blind spot, leaving it no chance to evade with speed. In a moment of panic, it instinctively employed spatial distortion to evade the fatal onslaught, unwittingly falling into Vegeta's trap. You cannot use that move consecutively, a faint whisper echoed in its ears, causing a sense of foreboding to wash over it. It then realized that the once effortless Kamehameha had vanished. Before it could comprehend the situation, a void within the imaginary space quietly opened, unleashing a colossal wave of energy that shattered its form in an instant. How could this be? Vegeta, however, regarded the scene with indifference. The self-proclaimed god had finally met the day of his utter demise, yet he remained a pitiful sight. With that, he turned to leave, intent on allowing it to perish on its own. But in the next moment, a violent headache struck. What have you done? Vegeta exclaimed amidst the agony threatening to split his skull, as the entity's voice resounded directly within his mind. Originally planning to seize Earth as its new vessel, it was now compelled to alter its scheme. Though your body is still vastly inferior, the addition of those human powers might suffice. Sensing the disturbance within his body, Vijay's temples throbbed as he transformed into a super scion, desperately wrestling for control over his own being. Enough! Why does everyone revel in usurping others' bodies? The golden light erupted around him as he confronted the entity's reckless attempt at possession, allowing it to experience the astonishing mental fortitude of a scion firsthand. No, this cannot be. You are the second fool to covet my body. The clash of their consciousness rapidly escalated to a fever pitch. In a daze, Vijay glimpsed fragmented memories, a cold laboratory, various researchers clad in white coats, and himself seemingly ensconced within a strange apparatus. Before him stood a man inquiring with concern, his name emblazoned on the badge, Fester? As Vijay muttered those 3 syllables in a trance, the entity faltered, momentarily relaxing its grip on Vijay's mind. Those mere milliseconds proved critical. Oh! Vijay summoned all his strength, swiftly annihilating the entity's mental presence. Before a single wail could escape, it met its ultimate demise, concluding a protracted existence of several million years. However, this left Vegeta utterly drained of his entire strength, collapsing into a stupor within this chaotic expanse. Meanwhile, on Earth, everything reverted to normalcy, save for the absence of Vegeta's return, leaving uncertainty about his fate. Goku, in a state of anxious anticipation, resembled a parent awaiting a child's homecoming, while the 4-star dragon offered him solace, assuring him, "Do not worry, that fellow is indeed dead. I can sense it. Is that so? But why hasn't he returned yet?" Just then, before Vegeta could make an appearance, the enigmatic figure clad in a cloak swaggered before the crowd. "Oh, it seems you all survived. Splendid." This time, he did not disguise his voice, prompting Vegeta to become instantly alert. "Who are you? Huh? What's wrong with Vegeta?" Goku, looking bewildered, was oblivious, while the man, akin to a child reveling in a successful prank, chuckled softly before shedding his disguise. With his jet-black hair billowing in the wind and an air of confidence radiating from his gaze, he exclaimed, "Greetings, everyone. Though I took a roundabout path, I have returned." Goku's jaw dropped in shock, while young Goku's curiosity piqued. Vegeta, contemplative, realized, "So, you have indeed managed to deceive everyone." Goku remained engulfed in the profound revelation as Vegeta, feeling liberated at last, joyfully stretched his limbs. "Well, that's a long story. The current version of me is likely undergoing his extensive journey of retrospection. But his outcome is me." As for Bardock, witnessing this spectacle nearly shattered his worldview. In a separate realm, the scion Sarotes surveyed his surroundings, struggling to articulate the essence of this world or space. As a traveler of dimensions, he held a vague recollection of this place. The utterly static environment led him to ponder, but he refrained from jumping to conclusions, cautiously probing his surroundings. Lacking any defensive measures or offensive protocols, Sarotes remained silent for a moment, contemplating 2 possibilities, the first being a straightforward trap designed to lure him deeper into this space to ensnare him. The second, the simplest explanation, that the sovereign of this domain was an entity of pure strength, unafraid of any external intruders. How intriguing, he mused. Just don't let me down. With that thought, excitement surged within him, for he felt an inkling that the formidable being within was indeed remarkable. As he traversed the lengthy corridor, a figure emanating a faint blue light gradually came into view. Clad in deep blue training attire, the figure sat in meditation, eyes closed, with long strands of hair cascading naturally from his forehead and distinctive, spiky black hair. Vegeta, upon encountering a formidable warrior from the Dragon Ball universe, whose visage was all too familiar from his past life memories, Salotis was engulfed in a euphoric excitement. The scion blood coursed through his veins with fervor, momentarily causing him to disregard the customary earrings that signify a fusion warrior. Though it felt slightly remiss, he urged the being to awaken swiftly. He was perplexed as to why this Vegeto found himself adrift in the cosmos alone, but the thrill bubbling within him had thoroughly taken hold. He unleashed a tremendous assault upon the slumbering Vegeto, a rather impolite greeting, yet one he found rather delightful. As Salotis anticipated, Vegeto emerged unscathed, slowly rising to reveal his signature confident smile. He discerned that the one who had launched the brazen attack surely shared his bloodline, and had come to this place not in pursuit of material possessions, but rather for an exhilarating battle. Your face seems so familiar, Vegeto remarked, stretching his body while scrutinizing this intriguing, uninvited guest. The pure-blooded scion's jet-black hair stood upright, with a single lock dancing in the wind, clad in a white martial arts uniform, his expression somewhat fierce, betraying his excitement. Ah, that is quite normal. As I share a connection with one of your fusion's components, Son Goku, at least in my timeline, Vegeto explained. I see, and who might you be? Celotus inquired. I am Son Goku's uncle, known as Celotus. I also recognize you as the fusion of Son Goku and Vegeta, Vegeto. Upon hearing this introduction and the understanding of his identity, Vegeto pondered swiftly. How fascinating. Your identity seems credible. Having completed their preliminary warm-up, Vegeto assumed his stance while Celotus fixated intently on him, akin to a wolf that had spotted fresh prey. The two soon engaged in a fierce melee, initiating a flurry of punches and kicks. Had they been in the real world rather than this virtual space, they likely would have split a planet cleanly in two. Celotus savored each of Vegeto's moves. He noted that while Vegeto exhibited Vegeta's combative flair, his essence was nonetheless heavily influenced by the turtle school of the Sun family. He surmised that Vegeto, wishing to prolong the enjoyment of their encounter, might be holding back slightly. After all, a fusion at this level would undoubtedly possess superior strength. Isn't it the hallmark of a fusion warrior? Come now, Vegeto. Do not conceal your true power, Celotus exclaimed, excitedly licking the blood from the corner of his mouth. Despite some discrepancies, there was no doubt that this was indeed the authentic Vegeto. Ah, are you insatiable? Yet I fear you shall be disappointed, Vegeto replied. What do you mean? Celotus inquired. I am not the fusion warrior you are familiar with, Vegeto, he stated. Vegeto halted, wiping the blood from his forehead, while Celotus stood frozen in shock at being addressed as grandfather, his mind swirling in confusion. Indeed, it seems I do not exist in your timeline. Vegeto continued, seeing Celotes' bewilderment. I was born as an independent entity for specific reasons and grew up as the son of Son Goku, meaning you are indeed my grandfather. Huh. Once again, Celotus, now nearly transformed into a cat, found himself astounded by the infinite possibilities of the multiverse. His pupils trembled as he wandered through another universe, only to discover that the illustrious Vegeto was, in fact, his grandson. However, Celotus was no ordinary being. Just as Vegeto grappled with the notion of whether his grandfather would believe him, Celotus, with a mischievous grin, drew closer to Vegeto and exclaimed, Grandfather, my dear grandson. Do call me that once more. Grandfather? Vegeto was momentarily taken aback. He had assumed that such absurd claims would go untrusted. Yet, here was this man, gleefully taking advantage of the situation. Vegeto, caught between exasperation and admiration for Celotes' remarkable adaptability, recognized that this fellow was indeed a seasoned traveler of the cosmos. I've captured this moment on record. I shall take it back to show that fellow Vegeta. Poor Uncle Vegeta, Vegeto mused, pretending that nothing had transpired, for he himself had engaged in similar antics on numerous occasions. So, grandfather, what brings you here? He inquired. Quite simple, really. I am merely exploring and seeking formidable opponents to spar with, Celotus replied, his words embodying the quintessential Scion spirit. But what about you, young one? What are you doing hiding here? That is a long story. In short, I am currently on a quest for something, while also guarding a very perilous entity, Vegeto explained. With that, he tore open a circular rift, revealing a tumultuous surge of chaotic energy swirling within. Oh, fascinating. What is this? Celotus leaned in, eager to experience the extraordinary power firsthand. This is the chaotic energy formed from the convergence of parallel worlds. It is exceedingly dangerous. I have sealed it within my own body and am utilizing the environment of the imaginary space to digest it thoroughly, Vegeto elaborated. You used your own body? Celotus exclaimed, scrutinizing Vegeto's form, finally comprehending the faint blue glow enveloping him. Indeed, I have expended roughly 30% of my energy to subdue this chaotic force, Vegeto admitted, scratching his head. It was evident that he had been somewhat weakened. Hearing this, Celotes' enthusiasm waned. He had anticipated a vigorous battle with this remarkable Vegeto. Speaking of which, Grandfather Celotus, could you assist me with a task? Pray, tell me what it is, Celotus replied, recognizing that it pertained to Vegeto's earlier mention of his search. I believe I have sensed the location of a fragment of my memory, but that universe may not be very tranquil, and I have a history with someone there. Vegito stated, furrowing his brow. He had not expected his entanglement with the Super Buu saga to continue. Uncertain of what chaos this Buu might unleash, he resolved to bring along this alternate grandfather, for it seemed he was eager for a bout. Very well. Without further thought, I shall comply with your request, Celotes agreed. His curiosity piqued regarding the myriad of wonders that Vegito might possess. In the next moment, the concept of imaginary submersion was activated, and as a traveler, Celotes immediately recognized it. In his previous life, he had indulged in a game known as imaginary submersion. Quite intriguing. But are we not to ascend using your enemy as an anchor point? Thus it would be prudent to prepare, as there might be a bit of turbulence. Vegit smiled gently, while Celotes curiously surveyed his surroundings. No vehicle required? My protective shield will suffice. Grasp my hand. A pure white aura enveloped the two, as they were destined for the next universe. In the alternate realm of their encounter, the two initiated a brief conversation, considering the distance to their destination. By the way, are there any other surviving scions in your world? Vegit inquired cautiously. At least in his timeline, only 3 pure-blooded scions remained. Indeed, I have even befriended some scions from other timelines. Is that so? I happened upon a fellow unfortunate soul drifting through the cosmos as well. Oh, noticing Celotes' interest, Vegit activated an image of a particular space, revealing none other than Celotes' old acquaintance, Bardock. You actually found him. Is he someone you know? Vegit recounted his encounter with Bardock, explaining that it seemed Bardock had returned to ancient times due to the immense energy released from the explosion of planet Vegeta. Oh, I see. Celotes comprehended that this Bardock was from a special Dragon Ball episode and not the one he was familiar with. So he crossed paths with you during his wanderings? Roughly speaking, but I have never explicitly revealed my face or identity to him. Sigh. Playing the role of an enigmatic figure is quite exhausting. Unlike most Vegits familiar to Celotes, this one was notably more vivacious. It could be said that being raised by Son Goku had its merits. You let him run wild like that? More or less. As I truly am not adept at managing others. Besides, this grandfather isn't entirely unruly. Vegit scratched his head, admitting that he wasn't particularly fond of masquerading as a mysterious persona. It was rather tiring to alter his voice. I never expected you to engage in such antics. Celotes found it hard to imagine the aloof and enigmatic Vegit, especially this remarkably spirited version. I am quite helpless in this regard. This troublesome grandfather posed a challenge for Vegit, as he understood that the other was not an easy opponent. Speaking of which, I have an interesting proposal for you. Observing this unique non-fused Vegit, Celotes' mischievous tendencies emerged, recognizing the wonderful opportunity at hand. With a devilish grin, he grasped Vegit's arms, leaving the seemingly innocent Vegit filled with questions. So what do you intend to do? Wait, do you mean? Indeed, let us fuse. Upon hearing this response, Vegit was momentarily taken aback. Fusing with Celotes? If we were to merge, would we be called Saladigit or Vegites? No, wait. Why would I want to fuse with you? Contemplate the significance of fragmented memories. They are undoubtedly of great importance, yet inherently fragile. Celotes, fully aware of the innate simplicity within this Vegito, revealed the most crucial information. Vegito, you wouldn't wish for enough. I concede. The flustered Vegito reluctantly acquiesced, for he still needed to harness the power of this esteemed elder. You lack the earrings, don't you? So it's the fusion dance. However, let me make one thing clear. I won't perform that dance. We still need to rehearse. Vegito's expression darkened. As a remarkable inheritor of the spirit of Kakarot, he had never contemplated fusion, yet the mischief-maker Celotes had a different perspective. In his previous life, he was a typical adolescent, and the fusion dance was something he had rehearsed long before his reincarnation. This is trivial. Vegito, let us practice diligently. Just this once. Thus, in the realm of the void, the two commenced their rehearsal. To Vegito's surprise, he succeeded on the first attempt. In a flash, a new fusion being was born. Let us call our fusion Vegitus. He bore a striking resemblance to Vegito, yet his eyes reflected Celotes' fierceness. His uneven bangs cascaded down, complemented by the signature attire of the Metamorans. He clenched his fists, reveling in the power coursing through him. Marvelous. Truly, I am exceptional. Subsequently, he opened a portal to the present world. Meanwhile, in that universe, ever since the remarkable young Vegito had delivered a thorough beating, Super Buu had been tirelessly researching the technology of parallel universe traversal. Yet, this rare miracle had not graced him, he remained filled with frustration. Damn it! Still no progress today? Enraged, Buu reflected on the years that had passed since the martial arts tournament concluded. He had absorbed nearly every capable being in the universe. Yet fortune had eluded him. In his laboratory, nothing had changed. Calm down. Given Bulma's intellect, the likelihood of achieving this technology through mere mortal ingenuity is virtually zero. Scientist Buu explained patiently. However, I recently stumbled upon a significant breakthrough. What is it? Curiosity piqued, Buu's doppelganger activated a device, causing a cylindrical container to rise from the ground, revealing a shimmering golden fragment within. This is debris from other universes that has drifted here. Although my current technology cannot decipher its essence, possessing this, impossible, you fool. In that instant, Scientist Buu was violently expelled from the laboratory, while the original Buu sensed an unfamiliar yet familiar energy. Vegeto. No. Who are you? Alarm bells rang in Buu's mind as he recognized the prowess of that Vegeto, swiftly recalling all his doppelgangers. Instantly, countless pieces of flesh surged from all directions of the universe, converging towards Buu. Now this is more like it. The man gradually revealed his sinister grin as the smoke dissipated, his black vest fluttering in the wind, clutching a golden fragment in his hand. It has returned to its rightful owner. Thank you for this splendid gift. In an instant, Vegetus transformed into the innocent smile of Vegeto and swallowed the fragment whole. While the fused Super Buu was on the verge of losing his sanity in fury, countless wisps of white smoke billowed from his form, marking the first time in his life he had felt such rage. Don't get too cocky. To think you would resort to fusion. Vegetus merely felt a pang of irony upon hearing this, tears welling up in his eyes. Have you looked in the mirror lately? You are the legendary fusion maniac. In the next moment, a beam of light pierced through Buu's body with blinding speed. What the? Just as Buu attempted to retort, he was shocked to see Goku from this timeline emerge from within him. What do you think? Vegetus showcased a glimpse of the splintering technique, leaving Buu utterly aghast. Faced with the complete suppression of what he once prided himself on, Buu panicked and attempted to flee. Don't be in such a rush to leave. Vegetus displayed a smile that blended innocence with madness, unperturbed by Buu's escape. The concept of imaginary submersion was indeed a remarkable one. Just as Buu contemplated using magic, he found his powers firmly sealed, the result of Salotes' sealing technique. With the formidable duo working in tandem, Buu was on the brink of collapsing, almost singing the song of hope. Damn it. Next, the strongest within him, Gohan, along with various other formidable fighters, emerged, leading Buu to revert entirely to his original form. It was as if he had returned to his former state. Indeed, you look best like this, Shut up. Enraged, Buu charged forward, only to be effortlessly repelled by a mere flick of Vegetus' finger, who also transported the rescued individuals to the realm of imagination. Buu found himself utterly devoid of options, collapsing in despair. Ultimately, Vegetus did not spare the fat Buu within him. This separation obliterated Buu's personality, giving rise to the pure malevolence of Kid Buu. Witnessing this transformation, the fusion being merely sneered, effortlessly eliminating him with a flick of energy from his fingertips. In the next instant, the two separated from their fusion. Had I known this guy was so weak, I wouldn't have bothered with the fusion. Vegeto felt extremely awkward, then opened the realm of imagination to release all the victims, while the usually eccentric Salotes found himself feeling a twinge of pity for his opponent. My apologies, but this was rather entertaining. Due to the fusion, they gained a deeper understanding of one another. Salotes learned of Vegeto's extraordinary experiences, while Vegeto vaguely uncovered a more profound aspect of Salotes' identity. Grandfather, you actually hail from another world? Indeed. Your journey is quite unique as well, entangled with that of a sorcerer from another realm. Furthermore, Vegeta caught a glimpse of some peculiar elements within Salotes' memories, including a wondrous realm inhabited by a being named Broly. What, pray tell, is this universe of Broly? Why does Mr. Son Goku from that world manifest as a villain? How curious it is that Uncle Vegeta is perpetually being pummeled into the rocks. This topic is rather lengthy to elaborate upon. Upon hearing the renowned name associated with the most famous parodies of Dragon Ball, Salotes felt a momentary awkwardness, uncertain of how to elucidate. This phenomenon could be considered an alternative possible world, perhaps? It seems quite intriguing. I am inclined to explore it. That is of little importance. Let us depart for now. Having concluded this peculiar discourse, the two Scions exited the universe. Extra. Encounter in another world. Where am I? Son Goku appeared bewildered, having just awakened. He recalled that he and Vegeta had ultimately been absorbed by Buu, believing their ordeal to be at an end. Yet, miraculously, he had managed to escape from Buu's interior, while his dear friend Vegeta lay beside him, alongside Gohan and Goten. Undoubtedly, a great hero had vanquished Buu and rescued everyone in the process. However, did he not sense the formidable energy that had departed? Scratching his head, Son Goku recognized that his foremost task was to tidy up the mess left by Buu. Meanwhile, those two benefactors had traversed into another universe, finding themselves on a dinosaur-laden planet, where they were preparing an enormous barbecue feast. Wow, the aroma is simply divine. As he beheld the sizzling, oil-dripping meat, Sailodis could hardly contain his drool, marveling at Vegeta's culinary prowess. What do you think? Vegeta had grilled a substantial portion of tail meat and presented it to Sailodis, who promptly took a hearty bite, savoring the exquisite flavor. This is a skill taught to me by Aunt Chi-Chi. Splendid, I assent it? Vegeta proclaimed proudly, wiping his nose, while Sailodis had already consumed a significant portion of the dragon meat. Vegeta's expression soured as he erupted in frustration. Hey, save some for me. The early bird catches the worm. Hurry up and dig in. Thus, amidst their boisterous banter, they concluded their lunch, leaving behind a massive skeletal remains. Marvelous. Sailodis contentedly patted his belly, while Vegeta attended to his post-meal grooming. Alas, the poor dinosaurs, which could have lived carefree as rulers of their domain, had instead become mere sustenance for the two Scions. Having satisfied their hunger, the two Scions began to converse in a manner devoid of physical confrontation. Grandfather, where do you currently reside? Vegeta typically rested and trained within his self-created time capsule, though he had drifted through the cosmos for eons. His actual time spent in the external world was less than a year. Have you heard of the City of Time? That is where I am. If you are interested, you may come and visit. Is that so? Vegito pondered, realizing that there were many unknowns in the world of Solidus. He listened intently to Saladis' explanations about the City of Time, the God of Time, and the various events of the demon realm. To think there existed a deity dedicated to preserving history. However, such a role must be arduous, making talents like you exceedingly rare. Solidus chuckled, feeling that this journey was indeed worthwhile, having gained an angelic level of combat prowess, a guaranteed profit. I understand. I shall use this when needed. With that, Vegito opened a void, and a sword composed of shimmering gemstones appeared in his hand. This is the gem sword. It bears my signature within its essence. Should my grandfather require my assistance, he need only swing it. Demonstrating, he slashed the gem sword, creating a violet rift. Through such means, I can traverse the imaginary depths. Oh, how intriguing. Solidus accepted the gem sword, savoring this supreme magical artifact from the world of Tsukihime. Quite splendid. I shall accept this as my token of gratitude, for you have indeed aided me. Vegito beamed with a bright smile, characteristic of the Sun family, as Solidus expressed his thanks. The two parted ways, concluding this brief yet significant encounter. Chapter 56. A new beginning. Today, Trunks found himself in a rather somber mood. He sat upon a rocky outcrop in the wilderness, a gentle breeze tousling his purple hair, his youthful face clouded with worry. At merely 14, a boy of his age should be basking in the nurturing love of his parents. Trunks, you should return home. Aunt Bulma is very concerned about you. A man clad in an orange training outfit, emblazoned with the character for Rice, gently patted the young boy's shoulder. Yes, I understand, Trunks nodded, rising to leave. Along the way, the man known as Son Gohan maintained an optimistic demeanor, much like his father. Do not be downcast. Return home and enjoy a meal. But your arm. Trunks gazed at Gohan's empty sleeve, feeling a wave of guilt wash over him. If it were not for him, Gohan would not have. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Trunks suddenly sensed a feeble energy. Mr. Gohan, it seems someone is nearby. What? Trunks, where are they? The two immediately ceased their conversation and commenced a search. After a while, they discovered a boy floating in a nearby pond, his eyes tightly shut, seemingly in a state of unconsciousness. Gohan swiftly pulled the boy from the water, testing for signs of life with his fingers. Wonderful. He is still alive. As long as he is alive. Trunks echoed with equal relief. Together, they transported the boy back to the Capsule Corporation ruins. Ah, you finally returned. And you brought someone with you? Bulma opened the door, only to find Trunks bearing an additional passenger. This is a long story, Aunt Bulma. I see. Quickly take him to the infirmary. Bulma did not ask many questions as she entered the infirmary, immediately beginning to prepare the necessary medicines. She deftly fashioned a simple bedroll and commenced basic treatment, noting that the injuries did not appear severe. There was merely a bruise on the head. After completing a basic bandaging for the individual on the bed, she confirmed that there was no imminent danger to life. The person had simply succumbed to exhaustion. How wonderful. It seemed that today was not solely filled with sorrow. Son Gohan felt a surge of joy at having saved this person. Though the youth's face sparked an inexplicable sense of familiarity within him, Trunks experienced a similar sensation, yet he did not dwell on it. Only Bulma harbored a vague awareness of something amiss. I've already placed the food on the table. You two should hurry and eat. But Mom, I'm fine. I've already eaten. Faced with this, the two boys reluctantly went to have their lunch while Bulma set aside her smile, quietly observing the mysterious youth. When Bulma finally caught a glimpse of the boy's face, she almost believed she was hallucinating from exhaustion. Yet there was no doubt that this was indeed the boy's true visage. Remarkably, her spirits remained high despite her fatigue. How extraordinary. However, she refrained from indulging in fanciful thoughts, simply applying the medication for the boy and tucking him in before quietly departing. As night fell, the enigmatic youth finally awakened. Unfortunately, in response to any inquiries from the group, he merely shook his head in confusion. I'm sorry, I don't remember much. Oh, is that so? What is your name? Gohan observed the bandages on the boy's head, initially suspecting that amnesia might be a consequence of the head injury. However, the boy's physical condition appeared sound, with only minor abrasions. I don't really know, the youth admitted, looking somewhat distressed. He scratched his head, struggling to think. But his mind was a blank slate. Don't rush, take your time to think. Gohan said kindly, offering a gentle smile. I'm Son Gohan, and that slightly younger boy is Trunks. The one taking care of you is Aunt Bulma. The boy remained speechless, feeling a strange familiarity with these individuals, yet unable to recall their names. Are you hungry? A little. In the next moment, to the astonishment of everyone present, the boy displayed an astonishing appetite, rivaling that of Gohan and Trunks. Your appetite is even greater than Mr. Gohan's. Is it? After finishing his meal, the boy instinctively began to tidy up the dishes, completing the chore effortlessly before Bulma could even ask him to stop. What is wrong, Aunt Bulma? Nothing at all. Seeing the boy's adeptness with household tasks, Bulma suddenly felt that he was not so similar to Vegeta after all. I didn't expect you to be so skilled with chores. Bulma considered herself fortunate. Given her experiments and household duties, she often found herself in need of assistance. Why don't you stay here for now? I'll help you gradually regain your memories. With that, Bulma happily guided the boy to the resting area, preparing a temporary abode for him. It was a rare sight to see Aunt Bulma so cheerful. Son Gohan smiled. Since the onset of the android crisis, life for the three of them had become somewhat dreary. The arrival of a new companion was certainly a welcome change. Indeed, Trunks felt similarly. Chapter 57. A crisis within the mundane morning arrived, and Trunks and Son Gohan rose early, intending to engage in their morning training. However, the empty bed beside them indicated that the youth had awakened even earlier. By the time they got up, a delightful aroma wafted from the kitchen. A sumptuous breakfast was already laid out on the table, clearly the handiwork of the young man. How impressive! You can cook as well? Son Gohan exclaimed as he sat down and took a bite, the taste evoking a profound sense of nostalgia. Trunks, feeling a bit hungry, eagerly dug in. Seeing them enjoy the meal brought the youth great relief. I'm glad you like it. I just made these based on my instincts. He replied. Really? Son Gohan was somewhat incredulous, although he recognized that this was akin to yesterday's meal. Merely a result of the young man's accumulated muscle memory from his previous life. He mused, you must have been an excellent cook in your past. Trunks finished his meal with a smile, but upon hearing Trunks' speculation, the youth merely shook his head, his brow furrowing. This attempt at cooking had not triggered any memories for him. No, it's probably just a hobby of mine. I feel like there is something else I'm truly passionate about. Really? Is that so? Trunks was slightly skeptical, but chose not to press further. After expressing their gratitude, he and Son Gohan set off for their morning exercise. After a while, they arrived at a stretch of wilderness. Mr. Gohan, I can't shake the feeling that I've seen that person somewhere before, Trunks remarked, a sense of deja vu lingering in his mind. I feel it too, but he doesn't seem like a bad person. For now, There's nothing to be wary of. Whatever it is, the truth will reveal itself when he remembers. Son Gohan responded. Trunks nodded in agreement, displaying his understanding, and then took his stance. With one arm incapacitated, Son Gohan initially struggled to adjust to his condition. However, it wasn't long before he found his fighting rhythm, as if nothing had changed from his former self. Mr. Gohan is indeed formidable, Trunks thought to himself, launching a series of attacks. As he anticipated, Son Gohan effortlessly deflected every strike with just one arm. Meanwhile, at the base, the young man who had been assisting Bulma with transporting experimental materials suddenly froze, deep in thought. Tremors? It must be Trunks and the others training. After all, they are currently the only ones capable of defeating the androids. Androids? What are those? Have you forgotten about the android crisis? Bulma asked, a hint of surprise in her voice as she paused her work and turned to face him. The young man nodded, confirming that he had indeed forgotten. In simple terms, they are extremely vicious monsters. Bulma produced a photograph, revealing the enemies of this timeline, androids 17 and 18. Due to their rampage, the population of Earth continues to dwindle day by day. Is that so? The young boy scrutinized the two androids before him. Under the influence of his subconscious, he felt no fear toward these creatures, but rather a pure curiosity. Bulma, noticing the boy's disdain, exclaimed, "You are quite bold. Do not underestimate them." In response, she gently tapped the boy's head with her tool as a simple warning. Although there were many Earthlings who initially looked down upon androids like him, the boy simply replied, "I understand, Aunt Bulma. I will be cautious." He touched his head lightly, said no more, and continued to assist Bulma in tidying up the laboratory. Meanwhile, in a different part of the Earth, two androids were amidst the ruins of a city. "Honestly, these clothes are all so drab," complained the woman with golden short hair, known as Android 18, regarding the unappealing attire of a clothing store. Beside her, the similarly styled dark-haired man, Android 17, languidly chewed on a blade of grass. Lost in thought, "This is so boring. Why did you have to kill them all at once?" Despite their human appearances, there was no denying that their inner natures were far more monstrous. Indeed, the more entertaining adversaries were the two individuals from days prior. With a dismissive smile, Android 18 tossed aside the clothing, scoffing, "Huh? Those two were as fragile as little bugs. Killing them wouldn't even take half our energy." Hearing this, Android 17 rose with a sense of ennui, casting a cold gaze toward another city. It seemed they were in search of new amusement. The weary duo quickly shifted their attention to the next city, where a new slaughter would commence the following day. Chapter 58, Peril and Awakening. Like the days before, today found Trunks and Gohan engaged in their usual training. Yet, as always, the two felt they were missing something crucial, unable to make any significant progress. "Indeed, I cannot measure up to my father," Gohan murmured, panting slightly. During the years of solitary struggle, he had come to understand the true extent of the gap between himself and his father. He knew that with his current time and abilities, he could never train Trunks to reach his full potential. "If only my father were here." "Mr. Gohan, what is wrong? Are you unwell?" The naive Trunks remained oblivious to this reality, believing that he and Gohan would always have time to reach their goals together. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion shattered their thoughts, and they understood that the androids had arrived. "Mr. Gohan, what should we do?" Unlike the panicked Trunks, Gohan had transformed into a Super Saiyan. His eyes filled with the resolve of farewell. He realized that he could likely accompany Trunks no further. "I will go too, Mr. Gohan," exclaimed Trunks. "Very well," Gohan replied, but then swiftly knocked Trunks unconscious with a precise strike, turning his attention to the nearby bushes. "Do not hide. I know you are there." The bewildered boy had no choice but to reveal himself, having been secretly observing from the sidelines. "Take Trunks away, and please apologize to Aunt Bulma for me." Having spoken, the warrior named Son Gohan transformed into a golden meteor, soaring toward the battlefield. Mr. Gohan, the youth understood the peril he faced, and upon witnessing this scene, an instinctive sorrow and a profound anger welled up within him. In response to the awakening of the boy's spirit, a shard of gold suddenly materialized in his tightly clenched fist, shimmering brilliantly in his palm. "What is this?" He was astonished. Yet he vaguely sensed a direct connection to his memories. Just as confusion enveloped him, the golden fragment vanished completely, replaced by a violent headache. Meanwhile, Son Gohan was engaged in his final battle, fueled by unbridled rage. He poured forth every ounce of his strength, transforming years of resentment and unwillingness into life-risking assaults against the two androids. However, despite his fervor, his strikes inflicted no tangible harm upon them. How dare you ruin the only outfit I could stand? As the dust settled, androids 17 and 18 emerged unscathed, with merely a bit of soot on their faces and a few tears in their garments. Gohan regarded this with disdain. Prepare to meet your end, androids. Do you truly wish for death? Android 17 chuckled dryly. You've been granted a second chance at life, yet you still seek to embrace demise. Thus, the three engaged in combat amidst the desolate ruins of steel and concrete. The one-armed Son Gohan struggled valiantly, exerting every ounce of energy to contend with his two vastly superior foes. His body bore numerous wounds, and he gasped for breath, his eyes nearly glazed over. Ultimately, he exhausted his last vestige of strength and fell helplessly downward. The two androids, grinning malevolently in midair, unleashed a colossal wave of searing energy. Sensing the impending heat, Gohan resigned himself to his fate. Farewell, Trunks. The future now rests in your hands. However, just as the energy wave surged forth, a familiar visage appeared, and suddenly, his body was gently lifted by an unseen force. In a moment of dazed clarity, he seemed to glimpse his father. You must flee. You should not. Do not worry. Gohan, I shall be fine. Vegeta gently placed the injured Gohan on the ground and strode toward the two androids. Android 17 immediately perked up, sensing that this newcomer possessed speed rivaling his own. Oh, a new face, strikingly similar to Goku? Android 18 flicked the dust off her attire disdainfully. Hurry and deal with him. Before Android 18 could finish her sentence, a fist struck her face with blinding speed, sending her crashing to another location. Witnessing this, Android 17 was left utterly dumbfounded, feeling as though he were trapped in a dream. This was the first time in his life he had encountered despair. Vegeta then turned his icy gaze upon him. This punch is for Gohan. Gradually, he advanced toward Android 17, who, in a panic, hastily distanced himself from Vegeta, employing the classic tactics of a prince, ultimately launching a strengthened attack. However, before Android 17 could catch his breath, the unscathed Vegeta had already positioned himself behind him, coldly remarking, "Here I am, fool." Then, in an instant, he confronted the panic-stricken Android 17, delivering a powerful headbutt. How could this be possible? Enduring the pain, 17 quickly rose, intending to flee with 18. Meanwhile, Gohan stood, nearly stupefied, as in just a few exchanges, these two androids had been utterly defeated by this mysterious youth. It was the first time the androids profoundly experienced what true fear felt like. How formidable! Has he always possessed such strength? Upon seeing the androids retreat, Vegeta chose not to pursue them further. Instead, he lifted the severely injured Gohan, refusing to abandon him. Don't move. You are gravely injured. We must leave at once. Don't mind me. The androids are speaking nonsense. If you truly perish, what will Aunt Chi-Chi do? At the mention of his mother's name, Gohan's heart trembled. He ceased his protests and simply asked, "Who are you?" "That is of no importance. Hold on." Soon, Bulma rushed to provide aid to the critically injured Gohan. Meanwhile, a recently awakened Trunks anxiously awaited outside the operating room. Vegeta remained silent, aware that while Scions possessed remarkable physical resilience, Gohan's condition was still precarious. "Will Mr. Gohan be saved?" Trunks murmured helplessly. "Scions are known for their tenacity. He is still likely to be fine." Vegeta offered what comfort he could, and upon hearing this, Trunks nodded appreciatively. Observing this mature and obedient Trunks, Vegeta felt a bittersweet pang in his heart. This Trunks was truly understanding. If it were the Trunks he knew, he would likely be throwing a tantrum. Reflecting on the mischievous yet somewhat willful young Trunks, Vegeta felt a surge of emotions. The differences between the two Trunks were stark, suggesting they had endured considerable hardship over the years. Vegeta contemplated his next steps, resolved to personally train these two remaining Scions. For imparting knowledge was far more beneficial than merely providing aid, especially since he would eventually have to depart. Chapter 59. Mutation. As Vegeta had anticipated, Gohan was not in grave danger. He remained unconscious, much to Trunks' concern. "Rest assured, dear, I can guarantee he is perfectly fine," Bulma reassured her son, rubbing her dark circles. Trunks nodded, quickly regaining his composure. "Yes, I understand." Sensing something amiss, Vegeta suddenly furrowed his brow, but to prevent panic in the two, he feigned the need to step out. Although the astute Bulma easily saw through Vegeta's flimsy pretense, she refrained from commenting further. All right, be sure to return soon and stay safe. Yes, just take care of Gohan. I want TB long. With that, Vegeta vanished from sight. Meanwhile, hours earlier, the two fleeing androids found themselves in a desolate ruin. Damn it, how could we possibly be defeated by such a mere child? Android 18 exclaimed, her frustration evident as she stomped the ground, itching to return and reclaim their honor. Android 17, equally discontent, urged, calm down. He may also be a scion. He analyzed the resemblance between Vegeta and Sun Wukong. Although he had yet to discover any relevant information, it was highly likely that this individual could also transform into a Super Saiyan. Returning would only lead to demise. Driven by the instinct for survival, he did not support Android 18's proposal. However, as the two pondered their next steps, a figure flickered like a specter behind them, stealthily observing from the wreckage of a building. It seemed someone could potentially suppress Androids 17 and 18. This individual was none other than Cell from this timeline. Since the drastic reduction of Earth's population, he had lost the means to rapidly enhance his power and could only slowly absorb the life force of the remaining humans, patiently biding his time. Now, his strength was comparable to that of one of the androids, yet facing two opponents would certainly not work to his advantage, unless he acted alone. I must eliminate that brat. The more Android 18 thought about it, the angrier she became, while Android 17 could only shake his head helplessly, deciding to leave for a while to give her some space. Meanwhile, Cell could hardly contain his glee. This was the opportunity he had awaited for years. Thus, once 17 departed, beneath the cold moonlight, Cell boldly presented himself before Android 18. Who are you? Startled, Android 18, who was adjusting her mindset, had never encountered this peculiar insect-like creature, especially one that was grinning at her in such a disturbingly grotesque manner. I am Cell. Pleased to meet you, Android 18. Before she could contemplate further, Cell delivered a powerful punch to her abdomen, causing her to sputter. Under normal circumstances, Android 18 could have held her own against Cell. But today, having just suffered a brutal beating from Vegeta, she was clearly not at her best, her strength diminished, thus giving Cell the upper hand. How does it feel? Android 18? Don't get too cocky. Fuming with rage, Android 18 forcefully pushed Cell away, breaking into a sweat as she fled into the distance, attempting to widen the gap between them. However, Cell was not about to grant her any chance of escape. A blue energy sphere gathered in his hand, and then, with a formidable Kamehameha wave, he launched it towards Android 18. In a panic, she dodged, losing her footing, and in that moment of distraction, a dark shadow enveloped her. Thank you for the hospitality, Android 18. Cell was exhilarated, having finally taken the first step. Android 18. What is happening? Upon hearing the explosive sound of the Qigong cannon, number 17 finally sensed something amiss. However, by the time he arrived, number 18 had already vanished, leaving behind only a grotesque creature with a sinister grin. Just in time, number 17 returned to the present, while Vegeta pursued the lingering malevolent energy of Cell's final form, a presence that felt both wicked and oddly familiar. Vegeta was confident in his ability to vanquish this foe. When he eventually encountered the creature, dawn was breaking. As if to celebrate his rebirth, the sun cast a gentle light across Cell's dark, mottled shell, making him stand out brilliantly in the morning glow. Having just acquired this formidable power, Cell eagerly tested each joint of his body, the creaking sounds nauseating Vegeta. All those energies are now intertwined within you, Cell. Vegeta did not disguise his disdain, while Cell appeared momentarily surprised that his identity was known. Oh, you know me? I know much more, Vegeta replied coldly, transforming into a Super Saiyan. Cell, upon witnessing this, merely scoffed, having seen Gohan and Trunks in their Super Saiyan forms countless times. None could compare to the two androids he had absorbed. Had he not needed a target to draw the attention of numbers 17 and 18, he would have eliminated those two Saions to augment his own power long ago. Is that all you've got? Strength can only be measured in battle. Vegeta said little, merely lowering his hands and awaiting the full might of Cell's assault. Chapter 60. The Death of Cell. Confident, Cell chuckled, a golden aura akin to Vegeta's radiating from him. With full power, he charged forward, the immense recoil causing dust and debris to rise from the ground. Unlike the brash Cell, Vegeta remained silent, effortlessly dodging Cell's punch with a swift turn, then seizing Cell's arm with such speed that Cell had no time to react. What? I told you. Strength can only be determined through combat. With that, Vegeta delivered a powerful knee strike to Cell's abdomen, the force causing Cell to question his very existence. How can this be? I am in my optimal state. Vegeta, ever the considerate warrior, supported Cell's chin as he nearly stumbled, patiently explaining, our Saiyan power continues to grow. Your data is outdated. No, impossible. The once composed Cell was now frantic, his muscles rapidly expanding. Vegeta recognized this form. In his youth, he had discovered that while this Super Saiyan transformation might match Super Saiyan 2 in strength, it came at the cost of speed, rendering it less practical than the standard Super Saiyan form. Are you in a hurry? Using that form? Vegeta regarded the bulging, muscle-bound Cell with a look of condescending concern. In this state, Cell had lost all semblance of composure. Do not underestimate me. Upon witnessing this, Vegeta merely stifled a yawn, remaining in place and indicating that he would allow Cell to strike him however he wished. The already fragile psyche of Cell was on the verge of explosion upon hearing this. Yet what astonished both Cell and Vegeta was that no matter how Cell attacked, Vegeta effortlessly evaded each blow. Vegeta, taken aback, genuinely wished to let Cell strike him freely, hoping the fool would comprehend the vast disparity in their powers. While astonishment filled his thoughts, he quickly realized that his memories were likely fragmented. He had even forgotten such a crucial technique. Is my body moving on its own? It seems my strength surpasses mere expectations. Meanwhile, Cell was consumed by rage, his eyes swelling to the brink of bursting from their sockets. After all, it appeared that his opponent treated him with a playful demeanor, showing no seriousness whatsoever. If you wish to toy with me, then be direct about it, you scoundrel. Witnessing Vegeta nonchalantly evade each of his full-force attacks left Cell feeling utterly humiliated, prompting him to gather his energy for a Kamehameha wave. Fine, I shall cease playing. Upon hearing this declaration, Vegeta, now re-engaged, smirked playfully, scratching his nose as bolts of lightning entwined around his aura, his bangs now reduced to a mere tuft. He raised one hand and unleashed his signature technique, the Big Bang attack. A blue and a yellow energy wave were released simultaneously, the yellow sphere effortlessly overpowering the blue beam. This is impossible. Before Cell could lament for long, he was completely engulfed by the searing yellow energy wave, leaving not a single cell behind. Ah, how utterly tedious. Observing the demise of the great Cell, Vegeta leisurely watched as the remnants of his attack dissipated into the horizon, then stretched languidly. This world should be a tad more peaceful henceforth, he mused, simultaneously relinquishing his Super Saiyan form. Now, he sought to piece together his fragmented memories, sensing that the troubles of this world would not be so easily resolved. At least for now, tranquility had returned. After all, Android 17, 18, and Cell were all deceased. Soon after, Vegeta embarked on his journey back to the base, where in the medical room, Gohan had just awakened. What transpired? What was that energy? He was engulfed in confusion, brimming with questions for this enigmatic Saiyan youth who bore a striking resemblance to his father. Gohan, do not worry. His return signifies that all is well. Bulma brought breakfast while Trunks began recounting what he had witnessed. Upon hearing the account, Gohan found it hard to believe. But knowing Trunks never lied, he accepted the reality. Is that so? Thank you, Trunks. At that moment, Vegeta returned, greeting everyone with warmth. How is everyone doing? Upon seeing the iconic smile of Vegeta, Gohan and Bulma were momentarily taken aback, while the innocent Trunks responded joyfully. Do you know my father, Son Goku? With a heart full of trepidation, Gohan finally spoke. Yet, in response to his inquiry, Vegeta merely scratched his head awkwardly, saying, well, it's a long story. I'll share it with you gradually over the next few days. Chapter 61. Return to normalcy having triumphed over Cell and the other androids. Bulma chose not to rest on her laurels. Instead, she took Trunks to search for the remnants of Dr. Gero's lab. For ensuring one's victory over enemies is always prudent. Moreover, as a brilliant scientist, Bulma harbored a profound interest in androids. Thus, the duo temporarily departed the base, leaving Gohan in the care of Vegeta, who tended to him as they gradually grew more familiar with one another throughout the day. Have you run out of senzu beans? Vegeta inquired. Yes, because Kuririn was killed, Gohan replied, providing a brief overview of his experiences over the past few years. I see. No wonder you're missing an arm, Vegeta remarked, noticing the emptiness of Gohan's sleeve. The sight stirred discomfort within him. As a fellow warrior, he comprehended the ramifications of losing a limb. Not only would Gohan have to adjust his movements, but many of his vital techniques would also lose their potency. It's all right. I can still fight quite well. Despite his circumstances, the optimistic warrior wore a radiant smile. Vegeta found it hard to reconcile this version of Gohan with the studious scholar he remembered, who had focused intently on learning and occasionally tutored him in reading. In different realms, the fates of individuals diverged dramatically. Yes, I'm aware. Vegeta replied with a gentle smile. Have you heard of parallel worlds, Gohan? Of course. That's a concept from quantum mechanics. Could it be that you? Gohan, a lifelong bookworm, immediately grasped the implications, and Vegeta nodded in affirmation. Though it seems unbelievable, I truly hail from another world. To you, the name Vegeta is merely a recent acquaintance. Yet in another realm, he has been a cherished family member of Gohan's for several years. The astonishing revelation struck Gohan like a bolt of lightning, leaving him momentarily speechless. He recognized the sincerity in Vegeta's words. What a fascinating name. What connection do you share with Uncle Vegeta? Well, that is yet another story. The two continued their conversation until midday, only pausing when their stomachs began to grumble, signaling the end of their exchange. A different world filled with happiness? Gohan gazed at Vegeta's departing figure, attempting to envision that idyllic scenario, a world where his father had not perished, his mother remained unharmed, and he had two considerate younger brothers. In this imagined reality, Aunt Bulma had not lost Uncle Vegeta, and their relationship had flourished, allowing Gohan to fulfill his dream of becoming a scholar. How wonderful that would be. Gohan said little, merely casting a calm gaze out the window. Although he had lost much, he remained resolute in safeguarding what remained. Thus, he silently resolved, from this day forth, to strive even harder, for he could no longer afford the carefree existence of his counterpart in that other world. This internal shift in Gohan's mindset marked a subtle transformation from the perspectives of most Gohans. Subsequently, during the days spent awaiting Bulma and her companion's return, he completed a simple regimen of recovery training and then implored Vegeta to commence his training immediately. Is that truly wise? Your body requires a bit more time. Vegeta had long harbored intentions of training the remaining two Saiyans, as he could not guarantee that the future would remain tranquil. No worries. After lying around for several days, my body feels as though it is rusting. These words evoked the very essence of Son Goku in Vegeta's mind, causing a momentary astonishment before a hint of excitement crept into his smile. All right then, let us begin the training. The two swiftly made their way to a desolate wilderness. Gohan donned his orange training uniform emblazoned with the character for Rice, while Vegeta wore a more casual sports outfit, as his original attire had long since been tattered, leaving him with only a few old garments scavenged from nearby survivors by Bulma. Before long, Vegeta gestured for Gohan to transform into a Super Saiyan. Gohan nodded and instantly completed his transformation. Excellent. You are able to maintain a stable aura. The exhilaration inherent to the Super Saiyan form was also restrained. He scrutinized Gohan's current strength, assessing the deficiencies that needed addressing. However, you currently face a significant issue. What is it? It is your inability to truly harness the power of a Super Saiyan. Having said this, Vegeta promptly transformed himself. Unlike Gohan, his transformation was swifter, his aura control superior, and he had minimized energy expenditure to an almost negligible level. Incredible. How do you achieve that? Gohan's eyes widened in disbelief. He recognized that if he could attain such mastery, the artificial beings would pose no challenge. It's quite simple. Maintain the use of your Super Saiyan transformation as naturally as you would eat or sleep. Can you manage that now? Gohan, deep in thought, nodded and began to observe Vegeta's method of aura control, gradually retracting his overflowing energy. The exaggerated golden aura slowly subsided. Is this correct? Precisely. Just like that. Vegeta admired Gohan's progress. Remember, Gohan, this is the sensation you should strive for. Perhaps due to years of rigorous training, Gohan made considerable strides on his very first day. Phew, I can't hold on any longer. After maintaining the Super Saiyan form for an entire morning, Gohan finally succumbed, reverting to his normal state and sitting down, breathless. No worries, you did exceptionally well. Vegeta likewise returned to his regular form and retrieved their lunch boxes. As they ate and conversed, Gohan inquired, "Is this the training method your father taught you?" "Yes, my fundamental combat techniques were all imparted by him." Gohan validated his long-held suspicion that without the unexpected arrival of Vegeta, he and Trunks would likely remain stagnant at this stage for eternity. Indeed, my father surely possesses a greater understanding of this matter than I. Do not be disheartened. If Mr. Son Goku could see you from the heavens, he would undoubtedly be immensely proud. After a moment of introspection, Vegeta took a bite of his meal. He too had experienced similar feelings. But ultimately, he realized that he was simply himself, incapable of becoming another. You are who you are, and you have done well enough. Thank you. Gohan smiled gently and reached out to pat Vegeta's head, which caught the unsuspecting Vegeta off guard, causing him to tense up and blush slightly. Wait, don't touch. Observing this rare moment of awkwardness from Vegeta, Gohan chuckled and withdrew his hand, scratching his head. After all, you have grown up. Thus, in this warm atmosphere, the two spent several tranquil days together until Bulma and the others returned. Chapter 62. Android 16 and Farewells. Approximately 2 weeks later, Bulma and her son returned safely. However, as Gohan opened the door to the base, he noticed a tall shadow behind Bulma. Who are you? He inquired. The tall, brown-haired man politely replied. My name is Android 16. It's a pleasure to meet you, Son Goku's son, Gohan. Wait, you're an android? Upon seeing Gohan's alarmed expression, Trunks hurriedly intervened, attempting to explain. Don't worry, he is not like the other androids. Mr. Gohan, how to put it? Bulma, already anticipating the situation, produced documents regarding the android and handed them to Gohan. He is not an android created from human modification. We observed him for an entire week, and he has never displayed any harmful behavior. As a scientist, Bulma patiently elucidated the data, asserting that Android 16 was undoubtedly a friendly android. Is that so? With the explanations from both individuals, Gohan ultimately chose to trust 16, who felt a sense of happiness knowing he would no longer be confined to a laboratory. What a delightful aroma. Is Mr. Vegeta cooking? The oblivious Trunks had shifted his attention to lunch. Soon, 16 met Vegeta, who was in the midst of serving the meal. Huh, who are you? Vegeta, in his natural curiosity, looked puzzled at the unfamiliar man, having no prior knowledge of him. Android 16, equally perplexed, marveled. Facial analysis results indicate a 50 similarity to Son Goku and a 50 similarity to Vegeta. Who are you? The same question hung in the air as the two exchanged bewildered glances, locked in silence until Bulma cheerfully approached to diffuse the tension. You two, stop standing there. Hurry up and eat. Pondering thoughtfully, Vegeta nodded and placed the last dish on the table, bringing an end to this peculiar interlude. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, the survivors gathered around the dining table. Bulma explained 16's origins and recounted her and Trunks' experience of destroying Dr. Gero's laboratory. 16 provided us with substantial assistance in exploring the lab, even though we initially activated him by accident. To unlock the laboratory door, Bulma enlisted Trunks to infiltrate the electronic system and restore power, resulting in the awakening of Android 16, the only one capable of movement within the stasis pod. When Bulma and her son discovered him, he was seated quietly in the nearby forest, with several birds resting upon his shoulder. Now, Android 16 was gazing at the scenery outside. As a robot, he did not require sustenance, merely the occasional recharge and replacement of a few parts. Yet, his essence mirrored that of a typical human, particularly in his appreciation of nature. Look at the dove, 16. Bulma exclaimed, capturing the interest of Vegeta, who set aside his meal and turned to engage with 16. Ah, Vegeta, is that your name? Indeed, there are many stories behind that name, 16 replied, bringing a sense of liveliness to the base. Witnessing this world gradually infused with hope, Vegeta offered a faint smile, continuing to observe the others in silence. As night fell, Vegeta, breaking from his usual demeanor, departed from the base, aware that his time in this world was drawing to a close. As he anticipated, a boy identical to him emerged from a deep violet vortex, coldly regarding him. How long do you intend to play this childish game? Apologies, but hurry back. I have no desire to deal with your troublesome space. The entity known as Vegeta found this situation exasperating, as his own spiritual counterpart was starkly different, a genuinely cold-hearted being. His purpose for coming was simple, to compel Vegeta to confront his own dilemmas. Disliking work so much? Huh, do you even have the audacity to say that to me? Facing this natural adversary, Vegeta was filled with resentment. If you had managed that wretched being properly, would I have fallen to this state? Vegeta's grievances were not without merit. During their final battle, that entity had triggered the fifth spell in a desperate bid for survival, intending to utilize time reversal to start anew. However, the overwhelming side effects of such a vast temporal regression had backfired, leading to its cosmic correction and ultimate demise. Yet, the magic had succeeded, meaning that if Vegeta wished to return to his original timeline, he would have to wait several billions of years. Don't be angry. There are still ways. Vegeta felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, having anticipated that the entity would exploit the situation, using its power to cause chaos. If you want to reverse time, just use the fifth spell. The side effects will eliminate the enemy. In the end, it had indeed resulted in its own downfall, but it too was now trapped outside the bounds of time for billions of years. Your solution seems to involve enduring those billions of years in a virtual space, doesn't it? Vegeta chose to say no more, effectively shutting down. He could only manage a wry smile. Well, this truly escalated. Reflecting on the fragmented memories scattered across other universes, he realized that the journey home would be exceedingly arduous. Beget, after a rare moment of silence, opened the portal to the realm of virtuality, intending to depart without a word. Just then, a familiar towering shadow approached from behind him. "Are you leaving?" inquired number 16. His tone devoid of inflection, yet Beget sensed a hint of reluctance within. In response, Beget scratched his head and offered an awkward smile. "I'm sorry, but I have some important matters to attend to." "I understand. Best of luck to you," number 16 replied succinctly, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he bid farewell to this friend he had known for merely a day. "Thank you. And please extend my regards to Aunt Bulma and the others. Farewell, number 16. With those words, the youth smiled and said goodbye to the robot, vanishing into the violet vortex, thus commencing his retrospective journey. This is the extraordinary, utterly normal super adventure of the April Fool's special legend. Upon arriving in this world, he was greeted by a cacophony of enchanting melodies. "Is that Krillin's voice?" he exclaimed, incredulous. "What a joke. My ears are going to suffer." As he covered his ears, the man reflected on the familiarity of the tune. It was undoubtedly the iconic opening of the old Broly film, Burn, Fight, Hot Battle. Super intense battle. Damn it, how did I end up with this nonsense? Sailodis scoffed, aware that the old Broly was at best only slightly stronger than Perfect Cell, a foe he could easily defeat with his current strength. Just as he contemplated silencing Krillin with tape, he breathed a sigh of relief when, thankfully, Krillin ceased to sing. "Aminos, that rascal has finally stopped." As he lowered his hands, a familiar energy approached. "Oh, Grandpa, you're here too." The newcomer was none other than Beget, the grandson from another universe, still exhibiting his courteous demeanor by addressing him as Grandpa. Indeed, the allure of this timeline is quite potent. I momentarily lost focus and found myself here. I see, I'm somewhat in the same boat. I came deliberately, drawn by the peculiar energy of this timeline, and ended up being pulled in. After exchanging brief information, just as they were about to take their leave, a colossal white spaceship descended, and a throng of people swiftly encircled them. From the crowd emerged a man with dark brown skin. "It's been a while, King Vegeta," he declared, kneeling before Beget, leaving him utterly perplexed. I'm not Uncle Vegeta. P.S. over there." "What?" The man, known as Paragus, suddenly felt embarrassed, while Sailodis chimed in. "Take a closer look. Old man, he has bangs in the front." "Is that so? Then I shall take my leave." With that, he left in a huff. Strangely, upon encountering Vegeta, this man immediately engaged him in an exceedingly bizarre battle. Beget was taken aback, realizing that this timeline's Vegeta was considerably weaker, while Sailodis sensed impending trouble, understanding that this was not a typical Dragon Ball world, but rather a notorious parody universe featuring Broly. This pitiful and worthless Vegeta is undeniably Broly. Ultimately, Paragus, or rather the biological father, dealt a fatal blow. How disgusting. He actually pressed his lower body against Uncle Vegeta's face. Vegeta felt his entire worldview shattered, his body bristling with indignation, while Sailodis, accustomed to witnessing even more outrageous scenarios, merely offered a wry smile. He thought, just wait for the even more absurd events to unfold. But before he could finish, the most vile antagonist of Broly made a grand entrance. "Who are you? Mr. Son Goku?" "No, that's not right." The naive Vegeta had yet to grasp the severity of the situation, yet the scoundrel, Rod, had already begun to interrogate them aggressively. "This aura, surely one of you is the legendary Super Saiyan. Why are you searching for him?" If it were a serious matter, Vegeta might have lent a hand. But of course, it was simply to eliminate him, to prove that I am the strongest in the universe. For a moment, Vegeta questioned whether he was hearing things. Son Goku would never utter such Na'vi words. Only Sailodis calmly shook his head, stating, "No, the person you seek is not here." I'll trust you this once. After all, we are among the few remaining Scion brethren, and we should coexist harmoniously. Upon hearing Rot's most iconic line, Celotus could hardly contain himself, while Vegeta stood there utterly bewildered, utterly at a loss for what was happening. Ugh, you'll get used to it. There's even more absurdity to come. Before he could finish, a circular spaceship suddenly descended from the sky. The classic character Broly appeared, clutching a computer, leaving his father utterly dumbfounded. Broly, what's wrong? Dad, the computer just blue-screened. Ugh. At that moment, the scoundrel Rot noticed something and, disregarding all else, unleashed an instant transmission Kamehameha at the computer holding Broly. His father was so startled that he stumbled backward. Sin, what? As the smoke cleared, the strongest character, Broly, remained unharmed, yet the computer containing decades of precious data was reduced to ashes. Kakarot, it's only you. I will never forgive you. In a fit of rage, Broly transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan, while Rot triumphantly declared the truth. Roar, indeed, you are the legendary Super Saiyan. With that, he also transformed into a Super Saiyan, and they clashed in battle, while his father wept profusely, clutching the ashes of the computer. Ah, my beautiful sisters have all been annihilated. The scene erupted into chaos. As for the worthless Vegeta, he had fallen to his knees, utterly defeated. After assessing the state of his own timeline, Celotus completely abandoned any further thoughts, while Vegeta angrily approached the worthless Vegeta, urging, "Get it together. It's hopeless. Everyone will be killed." Upon hearing these words, Vegeta's frustration boiled over, and he unleashed a powerful punch aimed at the inept Vegeta, seeking to provoke him. However, the Scion Prince, with a mere combat power of 1200, was unable to withstand the blow and was sent flying. A stroke of fortune led him to crash into a conveniently placed rock, forming a classic rocky platform. As for Vegeta, he was utterly taken aback by Vegeta's sheer ineptitude. Meanwhile, Celotus continued to observe the fierce battle between the despicable Rot and Broly. Noticing that he was gradually losing ground, he swiftly opted to escape using instant transmission. "Solar flare," he exclaimed, and upon seeing Broly momentarily blinded, he immediately called for backup. "Trunks, it's your turn to take the stage." With a cacophony of noise announcing his arrival, Trunks declared, "I am the most adorable, charming, handsome, and powerful super hunk in the universe." He further proclaimed that since they did not exist in the future he hailed from, they would meet their demise today at his hands. However, before he could finish his sentence, Broly unleashed a green energy blast, sending him hurtling away. Indeed, trash ultimately remains trash. In a moment of panic, Rot intended to pull Vegeta into the fray for protection, only to find that the useless Vegeta was already ensnared in the rocky platform. "You there? The one resembling the inept Vegeta. It's your turn." Upon hearing this call, Vegeta, already in a foul mood, was left exasperated, internally cursing the situation. Yet, considering the safety of Earth, he had no choice but to transform into a Super Saiyan and position himself before Broly. Celotus, aware of the truth, could only sweat nervously. Under normal circumstances, he and Vegeta would easily defeat Broly, but this was the legendary Broly, a character of unparalleled absurdity. "Vegeta, be cautious. This foe cannot be vanquished through sheer brute strength." Before Vegeta could ponder this warning, Broly unleashed a powerful energy blast that struck him hard, resulting in a rare injury for Vegeta. How formidable! Realizing that the Super Saiyan form was ineffective, Vegeta swiftly transformed into Super Saiyan God, but was still subjected to a brutal beating, ultimately being sent flying by another of Broly's green energy blasts. Indeed, absurd characters are invincible. Celotus, drenched in sweat, transformed into Super Saiyan Rose Gold and unleashed the Kamehameha wave, but as the smoke cleared, he was left bewildered. What was that just now? It was utterly ineffective. Celotus hastily retreated, and at that moment, his father rushed over, excitedly proclaiming, "Well done, Broly. Eradicate the Scions from this world completely." Uncle, you are a Scion as well," Vegeta, emerging from the rubble, weakly pointed out. His genius father suddenly realized this truth. "Indeed, we must act quickly. If this continues, everything here will be destroyed by Broly." He immediately grasped the controller in his hand, shouting, "Broly, calm down." But the plea fell on deaf ears. Broly has completely freed himself from control and continues to amplify his strength. At that moment, a sudden melody emerged, heralded by none other than the Senzu Bean delivery man, the creature known as Piccolo, or whatever you prefer to call him. 10 yen. Countless coins of this denomination materialized behind Piccolo, emitting a dazzling light. Vegeta found himself too exhausted to comment, knowing that in the next instant, Piccolo would be sent flying. With no allies left to call upon, the scoundrel, Rot, was utterly panicked. I will give you all my treasured volumes, so please spare me. However, the completely unhinged Broly had no intention of listening. Scum, perish. With a piercing scream, Ra was also sent hurtling away. Damn it, I must activate the emergency plan. Grandpa, hurry. Vegeta sensed the impending doom. It seemed Earth was on the brink of annihilation. He drew forth the gemstone sword, and the feigning Celoides, upon hearing his words, rushed over. Do you have a way to escape? I am trying. This timeline is currently very unstable. Typically, one cannot leave immediately unless a decisive event occurs. In any case, prepare to seek refuge. Even the father was gripped with fear, stepping into a small one-person boat. Where are you going? Oh, of course, I'm preparing to take refuge with you. A one-person boat. Thus, mirroring the events of many timelines, Broly subjected his father to the one-person boat penalty. Because of this very incident, the timeline immediately stabilized. Now is the time. Grandpa, let us go. In the final moment before Broly obliterated the Earth, the two successfully escaped this bizarre universe. This marked the conclusion of the special April Fool's Day chapter. What about me? Hey, exclaimed an unnamed entity. Chapter 63, The Scion Drift. If the real world exists, then the imaginary world embodies the void. Within this space lies an absolute state of stillness, devoid of any change. Yet, due to its remarkable malleability, Vegeta managed to create a corner resembling an ordinary household room in this realm, despite the surrounding eerie void akin to scenes from a horror game, which sent shivers down one's spine. How dreadfully dull. Now having completed his daily training, Vegeta, in his moment of leisure, cut in. What's the matter? Are you tired? Our original timeline has only passed a few hundred years. We still have a long way ahead. Well, even if you don't say it, I understand. During this period of profound monotony, he granted his alter ego substantial liberties, even endowing it with the ability to manifest within the realm of reality. After all, a solitary individual, devoid of any perception of time, languishing in such a space would drive even a deity to madness. Life here was strikingly simplistic. Apart from deep slumber and meditation, he engaged in incessant battles with his alter ego, honing his own powers. Although he had yet to recall the knowledge of the ultimate mastery of freedom, he nevertheless exhibited the effects of a semi-ultimate mastery of freedom. As a result, Beijite found himself with little chance of victory against him, which fueled Beijite's resentment. He could hardly conceal his displeasure, and their daily exchanges often devolved into mutual insults. Sigh. Perhaps today would yield some results. Beijite stretched lazily, closed his eyes, and began to attune his senses. He then actively opened the cosmic view, revealing a multitude of white specks of light beneath their feet. As Beijite furrowed his brow, a faint yellow hue emerged among them. Oh, have you made a discovery? Acknowledging that he would once again be relegated to the role of gatekeeper, he felt powerless, for he simply could not best Beijite. Indeed, this task is yours as usual. TCH, hurry off and amuse yourself. Very well, very well. Having concluded their customary banter, Beijite opened the void of the imaginary space, marking his 13th traversal into other universes. He had become quite adept at the art of dimensional travel. Now, let me see, where is this? Before him appeared a crimson sky, adorned with forests and towering mountains. At the base lay a cluster of stone houses, forming a quaint village. How primitive. He deftly donned a black cloak, approaching the area as a traveler, while simultaneously seeking the connection between this time and space and his own. Hello? Who are you? The inhabitants of this planet bore a striking resemblance to frogs, exhibiting amiable dispositions, with average levels of aggression and noticeably weak combat prowess. Ahem, I am a visitor who arrived here due to a spaceship mishap. Oh, that truly sounds unfortunate. The friendly locals promptly presented him with some food, leaving Beijite both astonished and somewhat touched. No need, I do not require these at the moment. As Beijite pondered how to explain his situation to these well-meaning natives, a white meteor suddenly streaked towards him from afar. In stark contrast to the composed locals, Beijite turned to see the familiar visage of a stranger, marked by a cross-shaped scar, clad in the old-style Frisia army combat uniform. and sporting the iconic crab-like head. "Hey, you there. Care to spar with me?" The reason for his arrival was quite simple. This idly restless Bardock had merely come looking for a fight, drawn by the extraordinary aura emanating from Bajite. "Mr. Bardock, our esteemed guest has just arrived." The Plantian doctor attempted to mediate, but Bajite, draped in his black robe, assured him there was no need for concern. "Rest assured, I am quite formidable." He then unleashed a power that rivaled Bardock's own, leaving the onlookers astounded. Bardock, in turn, grinned with excitement and prepared to stretch his limbs. "All right, let us find a secluded spot to engage in battle." In the blink of an eye, two wisps of milky breath traversed the forest, arriving at a desolate expanse, a perfect arena for combat. With fervor, Bardock launched the first strike, propelled by a silvery aura. Charging towards Vegeta with a punch infused with 7/10 of his strength, an utterly savage approach. He mused inwardly, contrasting his style with that of the renowned Son Goku, who hailed from the authentic Turtle School of Earth. Bardock, as a pure mercenary, possessed no such refinements. His every move was a product of instinct and years of battle experience, embodying a truly untamed methodology. Too slow. In Bardock's eyes, this enigmatic figure moved with remarkable swiftness, sidestepping his punch with ease and then ducking beneath his sweeping kick. What? The last time he felt such impotence was during his confrontation with Frieza, and he understood all too well the reason behind it, the vast disparity in their powers. There is something noteworthy about this individual. A bead of sweat trickled down Bardock's brow as he realized that, lacking the ability to sense ki, he was forced to rely solely on his instincts to gauge the strength of this stranger. Could he be akin to Frieza? With this question lingering in his mind, he cautiously inquired, "Who are you?" "I am also a scion, just like you," came the calm response. Bardock was momentarily taken aback. After all, this was an era millions of years ago, a time when ancient scions likely had not yet developed the means for interstellar travel. "Wait." Bardock quickly distanced himself, halting this futile skirmish. Although he was fundamentally a brute, his instincts had nudged him to uncover another layer of truth in the stranger's words. "You also hail from a different timeline." "Correct." The mysterious figure adjusted his attire and replied. Chapter 64. Probing. Having concluded their brief skirmish, Bardock began to probe this enigmatic individual with words. "You are a scion. Then what is your name?" "I'm afraid I cannot disclose that for now." The stranger shook his head, then faced the wary Bardock. "However, I possess a means to return you to your original timeline. Would you be interested in striking a deal with me?" Bardock was momentarily stunned. "Do you have a method for traversing time?" "That is of little consequence. What about you? Do you intend to spend your life in this timeline?" The mysterious figure calmly inquired. Bardock fell into deep contemplation. He had initially assumed this individual had stumbled into this timeline like himself. Yet the reality was starkly different. This person had come here with intent. "Have you considered my proposal?" The mysterious figure patiently awaited Bardock's response. After approximately 5 seconds of silence, Bardock, a battle-hardened warrior who had danced with death time and again, found it difficult to believe in a stroke of fortune, especially after Frieza's treachery. His suspicions were heightened. His instincts warned him that the terms of this exchange would be far from simple. "I will think it over." "Very well. As the first step of our transaction, and to pave the way for our future collaboration, I shall assist you in becoming stronger. What say you?" The formidable stranger presented the initial offer for their deal, one that no ordinary scion could resist, the allure of power. "Agreed." After much deliberation, Bardock acquiesced, aware that if this individual truly wished to end his life, he would have perished countless times already. "Very well, wait for me here tomorrow, and I shall fulfill my promise." With that, in the blink of an eye, Bardock was left with nothing but an ephemeral presence before him. What an enigmatic person, he mused, this mysterious yet inexplicably amicable counterpart leaving him perplexed. However, he did not dwell on it for long, and, without further ado, soared back to his secluded abode within a remote cave. "Welcome back, Mr. Bardock," Bailey exclaimed with joy, having awaited his return for quite some time, presenting him with sustenance. The otherwise aloof Bardock accepted a piece of bread and sat down to eat, mumbling, "Who is that cloaked figure? Do you know him, Mr. Bardock?" "I do not," he replied, "but he is likely of my kin." "Is that so?" Bailey observed Bardock with curiosity, attempting to envision the stranger's appearance. Meanwhile, Vegeta was busy gutting a few fish, lamenting his current predicament. Pretending to be some mysterious figure is exhausting. But there's this matter at hand. He furrowed his brow in resignation. adjusting the makeshift grill. He had successfully gathered fragments of memories from this timeline and began to recollect his past adventures as a servant. Well, perhaps I could use this to my advantage. After all, I must make some friends. Vegeta contemplated how to make his other self more sensible, realizing that his strength would be significantly diminished in this new place. It would serve as a fitting challenge for him. Thus, he resolved to proceed with this plan. As the day dawned, Bardock arrived at the desert where they had met the previous day. "I have arrived," he announced. As soon as the words escaped his lips, a shadow materialized before him. "Excellent. Let us commence today's training." With a snap of his fingers, Bardock felt an overwhelming weight descend upon him, causing him to kneel as the sweat beaded on his forehead. "What is this? 100 times the normal gravity, and your task is quite simple. Overcome it." This method of enhancing combat prowess was commonly employed, as the pressure of gravity could easily awaken a Scion's latent potential. In the past, Goku had trained under immense weight aboard a spaceship, successfully amplifying his strength multiple times, laying the groundwork for his transformation into a Super Saiyan. Now, Vegeta was leading Bardock down a similar path. "Fascinating. Your strength is indeed remarkable." Wiping away the cold sweat, Bardock unleashed a pure white aura, veins protruding from his forehead as he struggled to rise. Not bad. Keep pushing. How many push-ups can you manage?" Vegeta provocatively challenged Bardock, who, filled with resolve, gritted his teeth against the agonizing pain and managed to complete over 100 before collapsing heavily onto the ground. "Damn it. Don't overexert yourself," Vegeta cautioned, thoughtfully observing him. "No wonder you are Goku's father. You share the same tenacity. Take a moment to rest." Just as Vegeta released the gravity, an unfamiliar spacecraft pierced through the atmosphere, hurtling straight towards a distant village. Chapter 65, Pirates. "That ship is." The keen-eyed Bardock immediately recognized the resemblance of the circular vessel to Frieza's ship. Driven by an instinctual hatred, Bardock charged towards the spacecraft with explosive fury. Observing this, Vegeta made no effort to restrain Bardock, for the latter desperately needed a target to vent his pent-up rage. Though he anticipated that it might lead to some minor troubles later on, he sensed that the energy within the ship was not particularly formidable, merely a band of lowly henchmen. However, the significant concern was that after defeating the minions, the leader would undoubtedly seek retribution. Nonetheless, it would serve as a valuable opportunity for training. As anticipated by Vegeta, Bardock mercilessly dispatched the group of pirates, finding the entire endeavor remarkably effortless. He felt a substantial increase in his physical strength and a noticeable enhancement in his speed. TCH, it barely even qualifies as a warm-up. In the end, he brushed the dirt off his hands with a flourish, turning away nonchalantly from the enthusiastic welcome of the Planchons and returning to the training ground. "Back already? Do you feel any changes?" "I feel considerably lighter," Bardock replied, clenching his fists, genuinely surprised by the significant improvement after just one training session. "That's good. You must have heard the legend of the Super Saiyan, right?" "I have. What about it?" Previously, Bardock had never believed in such ethereal concepts. But after experiencing so many extraordinary events, he now held a skeptical belief in their existence. "What if the Super Saiyan is indeed real?" Vegeta teased, eager to gauge Bardock's reaction, who remained surprisingly calm. "So what? A Super Saiyan is a legendary warrior who appears once every millennium. Could it be you?" "Yes. But also no," Bardock pondered, recalling his encounter with Broly, who truly embodied the legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta offered a vague response. Believing that the Super Saiyan was merely a foundation, different Saiyans with varying physiques would yield different evolutionary outcomes, or at least, that was his perspective. "Why do you say that?" Bardock inquired, somewhat bewildered. "You'll understand once you experience it for yourself. In any case, an ordinary Super Saiyan can be attained with proper training." "Huh." Bardock was taken aback to hear that legendary warriors could be produced en masse. "I thought it was once every millennium. I will clarify all your questions as you train. There's no need to rush. Take your time. The path to becoming a Super Saiyan relies on a tranquil life." With that, Vegeta settled down, gesturing for Bardock to take a break, and casually produced several grilled fish to supplement Bardock's meal. "Wait, how did you get those out?" Just eat. It's fine. I grilled them myself." Meanwhile, aboard a massive circular spaceship, as Vegeta had predicted, Zild received the disheartening news of his subordinate's defeat. "Lord Zild, the two who attempted to conquer Planet Plant have not returned." "Oh, could you send over the footage of the spaceship?" As for Zild, He bore a striking resemblance to Frisia's first form, short in stature with a pair of imposing horns, exuding a sense of authority. Upon hearing that his subordinates had failed in their tasks, his tail flicked with impatience. His longtime subordinates, well aware of this trait, swallowed hard and hurried to the monitoring room to retrieve the footage. On the square screen, a man adorned with a red headband and marked with a cross effortlessly dodged the pirate's grasp. With a powerful abdominal strike, he incapacitated the strongest of the henchmen, then swiftly dispatched another who attempted to ambush him. The entire encounter transpired in less than a minute. What a bunch of incompetent fools! Zeald cursed inwardly, rising abruptly, causing those around him to tremble in fear. How long until we depart for Planet Prant? Approximately a week, came the reply. Prepare immediately. I shall take matters into my own hands. With that declaration, his tail slammed onto the ground, creating a shallow dent, causing the entire spaceship to shudder. The technicians, witnessing this, scrambled to adjust the ship's systems. Let me have a word with you. You will learn the consequences of opposing me, Zeald. Chapter 66. Bardock's Super Scion. In the days leading up to Zeald's arrival, Bardock's training progressed steadily. Under 100 times the normal gravity, he was drenched in sweat, using a single hand for support as he gradually performed push-ups. Under the weight of this immense pressure, the potential he had long buried was awakening, drawing him ever closer to the limits of a Scion. Can you still continue? Vegeta observed Bardock's training closely, all the while preparing a large blue fish nearby, its aroma wafting through the air, causing Bardock to swallow hard. Of course, I can keep going, he replied, though he would never admit to his hunger, resolutely focusing on his training. Vegeta, meanwhile, pondered how Bardock could break through the Super Saiyan threshold. Generally, apart from those like Goten and Trunks, who benefited from their lineage, most Saiyans needed rigorous training to reach their peak strength. Coupled with emotional triggers, they could achieve the transformation into a Super Saiyan. How could he provoke Bardock's anger? Perhaps a bit of stimulation was in order. Merely imagining Frieza was not sufficient. Vegeta rose, resting his chin on his hand, gazing at the crimson sky while envisioning the appearance of Frieza's ancestors. At that moment, Bardock finished his training and began grilling the fish. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta continued to explain the principles behind the next phase of the Super Saiyan transformation as they dined. You've made considerable progress, haven't you? Yes, so what comes next? Bardock bit into a large chunk of meat and swallowed. Simply put, you need to get angry. Upon hearing this, Bardock paused, listening intently. Angry? Indeed. For the awakening of the Super Saiyan requires anger as a catalyst. Beget lifted a wooden plank and meticulously began to draw, revealing a minimalist stick figure on the sandy ground. Under Beget's skilled hand, the figure engaged in relentless training, ultimately awakening in a fit of rage. Upon witnessing this, Bardock's thoughts became utterly clear, so this is what it meant to be a Super Saiyan. As they continued their discussion, a massive circular spaceship descended upon the planet, landing in the village. Bardock instantly recognized that the owner of this vessel had come to trouble him. He promptly discarded the fish skeleton he had been holding and gazed into the distance. I must leave, he declared. In the wake of his hasty departure, a fierce wind swept through, leaving Beget behind, who reflected on the urgency of the situation, realizing that Bardock's feelings for those individuals were indeed genuine. Upon Bardock's swift arrival at the scene, Zilder and his crew were preparing to masquerade as cosmic enforcers to deceive the indigenous people. However, Bardock wasted no time, swiftly dispatching one of Zilder's minions with a single kick. Oh, you've come willingly? Zilder ceased his pretense, and his subordinates tore off their cloaks, revealing their menacing visages. The residents soon recognized the impending danger, scattering in panic, except for Bailey and his father, who anxiously observed Bardock. Thanks to his recent training, Bardock's power had surged remarkably, and he swiftly eliminated all the troublesome minions, leaving only Zilder, the lone commander. What a bunch of worthless fools. At that moment, an injured minion crawled to Bardock's feet. But Zilder disdainfully ignored it and approached Bardock directly. Unbeknownst to him, this scene struck a deep chord within Bardock. The Scions had also been treated as mere pawns, cast aside by Frieza once their utility had expired. A wave of nameless fury began to swell within Bardock's heart. Without waiting for Zilder to utter a word, he surged forward, muscles tense and ready for battle. Zilder, taken aback, could not comprehend the source of Bardock's unprovoked hatred. You will die? Bardock roared, a blazing white comet propelled by his wrath hurtling toward Zilder. Yet Zildur effortlessly dodged Bardock's full-force strike. Seizing the opportunity, he maneuvered behind Bardock and delivered a powerful elbow strike. Ugh! Bardock gasped, collapsing to the ground, foam escaping his lips. Zildur, with a disdainful flick of his tail, ensnared Bardock's neck and lifted him. Initially, he had contemplated sparing Bardock and inquiring whether he would join him, but it seemed unnecessary now. With a chilling tone, Zildur extended his left hand, gathering a deadly beam of energy, intent on putting an end to Bardock's life once and for all. However, at that moment, Bailey suddenly dashed forward, crying out Bardock's name. Zildur, already in a foul mood, redirected his finger toward Bailey. "Stop! Do not harm him." But it was too late. A purple beam shot toward Bailey, and the earth wailed in response. Bardock's mind went blank as memories associated with Bailey flashed rapidly, overlapping with the corpses of his fallen comrades. "Oh, you still hold that little brat in high regard?" As Child beheld the dazed Bardock, he could not suppress a triumphant laugh, mockingly deriding Bardock's perceived weakness. The moment his gaze fell upon the visage eerily reminiscent of Frisia, Bardock found himself engulfed in a whirlwind of memories, resentment, anguish, despair, and fury, transported back to the fateful confrontation with Frisia. "Frisia!" he bellowed, unleashing a heart-wrenching roar that reverberated through the heavens, stirring the skies into a tempest of thunder and lightning. What is happening?" Before Child could ponder further, a furious Bardock seized him by the throat, forcing the pained Child to relinquish his tail. With a surge of energy, Child managed to escape Bardock's grasp. Coughing violently, he exclaimed in disbelief as Bardock's hair began to rise, his eyes shimmering with a menacing green hue. With a flash of lightning, Bardock underwent his transformation, his golden locks swaying in the wind, and his icy green eyes fixated upon Child. This was the emergence of Bardock's Super Saiyan form. Chapter 67. A battle without suspense confronted by the drastically transformed Bardock. Child was a portrait of confusion. "What? Are you a transforming species?" A sense of dread washed over him, beads of cold sweat forming as he instinctively stepped back. In stark contrast, Bardock advanced with relentless determination, his emerald eyes ablaze with rage and hatred, instilling fear in Child for the very first time in his life. "Are you afraid?" Bardock remarked nonchalantly. The words ignited a spark of fury within the leader of the cosmic pirates, who soared into the sky and raised his hands to gather a dark crimson energy sphere. "Do not let arrogance consume you." In an instant, the massive energy orb hurtled towards the advancing Bardock, accompanied by a barrage of royal combat techniques. Before Child could even celebrate his moment of triumph, the billowing gray smoke dissipated, replaced by the golden aura of the Super Saiyan. Indeed, Bardock had sustained no injuries. His hair remained unscathed. "Has your attack concluded? Now it is my turn." Before the words could fully reach Child's ears, Bardock was upon him, delivering a punch that struck Child's abdomen with tremendous force, causing foam and blood to erupt. Impossible. In a mere instant, victory was claimed, as Bardock unleashed an energy blast that obliterated Child into mere fragments, thus concluding the battle. As the Super Saiyan transformation waned, the ominous clouds above began to dissipate. "Mr. Bardock." Meanwhile, Bailey remained unscathed, having merely observed the spectacle from the sidelines. Saving others was no challenge for him. "I'm relieved you are unharmed." As Bardock expressed his relief upon seeing Bailey safe, they exchanged reassurances. Just then, Vegito approached, stating, "I wish to discuss something with you, and it must remain between us." "Very well," Bardock nodded in agreement, signaling to Bailey that they would reconvene later. The two departed to a secluded wilderness. "So what do you think? The power of a Super Saiyan is indeed remarkable, just as you described." Due to the transformation, Bardock now felt an inexplicable surge of exhilaration coursing through him, which inevitably led to a sense of arrogance. Aware that he was situated in a bygone era, he conceived a bold idea. If he possessed such power, he understood that with his strength, he could undoubtedly alter the course of this world. Vegeta, perceiving Bardock's intentions through his tightly clenched fist, admonished him sharply. "Do not entertain such thoughts." Startled from his daydreams about the future, Bardock stammered, I. "First of all, you have not truly returned to the past." In the next moment, Vegeta pulled Bardock to the edge of a riverbank, casually picked up a root, and began to elaborate on the subject of temporal travel. "I haven't gone back. What is happening?" Bardock exclaimed, bewildered by this revelation. "It is quite simple. For under normal circumstances, time is merely a one-way ticket. With that, Vegeta sketched a rudimentary figure, depicting a character that plucked an apple from a tree. He encircled this sequence of events, symbolizing the flow of time within a universe. This illustrates the nature of temporal progression within a universe. Your defeat at the hands of Frieza is an established fact, one that can never be altered. Even if you were to return to the past and change everything. He continued to draw, illustrating the figure returning to the past, chopping down the apple tree and monopolizing all the apples. Yet, upon the figure's return to its original timeline, nothing had changed. Such actions merely create another parallel world. After witnessing this, Bardock's mind buzzed with realization. His actions could never genuinely transform the future. If the future could be altered, the seeds of change would have already been sown in the past. All that has transpired is irreversible, unless a true miracle occurs. I understand now, thank you. He finally grasped that he had temporarily become a person without a home. This era was certainly not his sanctuary. I will carefully consider the conditions you proposed. The bewildered warrior pondered for a moment before bidding farewell to Vegeta and slowly making his way back to the cave where he had been hiding. Chapter 68. Another question as he gazed at Bardock's desolate figure. Vegeta felt a tumult of emotions within him. He recognized that Bardock would require a significant amount of time to contemplate his future. You should depart for now. There are other matters at hand. With that, he left this temporal realm, crossing the barriers of time once more to return to his own abstract space. Oh, finally back, are we? The gatekeeper, Vegeta, observed the other timelines with a frown. What is the matter? Any changes? Vegeta understood that his duties extended beyond merely waiting and retrieving soul fragments. It appeared there were other messes across timelines that required his attention. Not much of a change, really here. In the next moment, he conjured a rather perplexing scene, revealing a myriad of images where all the events they were familiar with underwent bizarre transformations. On planet Namek, Frieza astonishingly triumphed over the Super Saiyan Son Goku. In the Cell games, the lightning-fast Cell defeated Gohan, annihilating all the warriors. As for Buu, the absurdity escalated further as Satan transformed into Super Satan, vanquishing both Buu and Dabura. What a jest! How could this be? Dumbfounded, Vegeta did not anticipate that these timelines had become utterly chaotic. He realized that some malevolent individual must be meddling with them. Unlike him, Vegeta's demeanor grew noticeably colder as he continued to explain the current situation. But he assured that soon enough, these distortions would vanish. As he predicted, in the next instant, all universes reverted to their rightful histories, and the purple mist that had enveloped them dissipated without a trace. The two sensed that this purple energy was far from ordinary. They understood that the one who had rewritten history aimed to harvest this energy. So it appeared that this individual, capable of harnessing the power born from historical distortions, possessed a rather twisted sense of amusement. Vegeta grimaced, finding such reckless alterations to history utterly appalling and deeply unsettling, while he himself merely felt a flicker of curiosity. It seemed this journey would not be devoid of excitement. Hey, let me take a turn. All right, but be cautious. Upon witnessing the other's eagerness, Vegeta nodded in agreement, allowing him to venture forth and uncover the identity of this troublemaker. The area where the purple anomalies began to manifest resembled a universe akin to their own, where little son Goku found himself in hell. Under normal circumstances, he would easily overpower this group of outdated foes. However, due to the temporal distortions, he encountered Golden Frieza, plunging little Goku into a fierce struggle. Meanwhile, in the mortal realm, Vegeta was engaged in battle with Super 17, facing a relentless defeat without transforming into Super Saiyan 4. The Earth lay in ruins, the situation spiraling out of control. Interesting. In a corner of hell, the newly arrived Vegeta observed the unfolding events. Though on the surface it appeared that both combatants were evenly matched, the beads of sweat adorning Goku's brow betrayed his overwhelming struggle. Damn it, I must win. He swallowed a Senzu bean hidden in his blue sleeve, temporarily regaining some stamina. Golden Frieza, well aware of Goku's actions, merely smirked in delight, looking down at him. It seems you've made considerable progress during these years. With a dismissive chuckle, he raised his hand and unleashed a death beam. Goku instinctively dodged, yet the beam grazed a few strands of his hair. How swift! As he pondered the extent of Frieza's strength, a chill swept across the back of his head. Instantly, he pivoted, crossing his arms to deflect a swift knife-hand strike from Frieza. In the next moment, He executed a knee strike to break free and increase the distance between himself and Frisia. No, at this moment, I fear I cannot defeat him. As a seasoned warrior, Sun Wukong had come to comprehend the disparity between himself and his adversary. This Frisia had likely been toying with him all along, not even exerting his full power. Ha ha, Sun Wukong, it's time for you to understand the resentment I've harbored for over a decade. Golden Frisia boasted with arrogance, asserting his intent to torment Sun Wukong thoroughly. Just as he prepared to further express his animosity, a sudden dark pink energy sphere shot forth, aimed directly at his face. Frisia was momentarily startled, swiftly turning to evade the attack. Who? Sun Wukong was the first to identify the assailant, a figure enveloped in a pinkish aura, bearing a steely expression. No energy? This revelation astonished him, yet the newcomer paid him no heed, advancing directly toward Frisia. Hey, this guy hasn't even forced you to unleash your full potential, has he? Care to test your strength against me? Such an infuriating individual. Yet I wouldn't mind altering the order of the killings. Chapter 69. The troublemaker Golden Frisia scrutinized the unexpected intruder, a sense of déjà vu washing over him. Who are you? You seem somewhat familiar. He flicked his tail in irritation, glaring at Sun Wukong, who had disengaged from the battle. Observing this, Vegeta retracted his overwhelming aura and taunted, "Worry about yourself first. Do you have time to concern yourself with others? TCH, be quiet, wild monkey. Aren't you a Scion too? And if so, what of it?" In the next instant, the two engaged in their inaugural clash. Frisia aimed a sweeping kick at Vegeta's head, but the latter merely raised a hand to block it. Finding the result mediocre, the arrogant Frisia continued his assault, retracting his foot before swiftly executing a barrage of death rays. The densely packed beams cascaded towards his opponent like a torrential downpour. Vegeta, displaying disdain, casually swatted away the onslaught of energy attacks before charging at Frisia, delivering a powerful punch to his face. "You pink-haired monkey, what are you barking about, Golden Dwarf Lizard?" As their battle intensified, the true instigator of this chaos contemplated the situation, occasionally toying with a small knife in his hand. Oh, trouble has arrived in the form of an intruder, though the level of their quarrel resembled that of elementary school children. The energy from their direct confrontations could obliterate the solar system multiple times over. The white-haired, violet-skinned youth named Frisia was acutely aware of this. Alas, it seems that aside from the Time Patrol, there are other idlers in the cosmos. Frisia shook his head and returned to Hell to continue observing. Meanwhile, Vegeta quickly detected this voyeur. "Ah, have you finally arrived?" He smirked wickedly before landing a fierce punch to Frisia's abdomen, piercing through him. "I've had enough of this. You shall die now." With a resounding explosion, Frisia was reduced to ash. Vegeta, with a dismissive smile, brushed the dust from his hands, remarking on the filth of the fireworks. "Hey, how long do you intend to spy on me?" At this, Frisia had no choice but to reveal himself, feigning weakness. "Spare me, please." "Huh, what are you pretending for? I see through you clearly." Vegeta sneered, drawing a dark pink longsword without hesitation, striking towards the pretender Frisia. Unable to maintain his guise, Frisia raised a small knife to block the lethal blow. "How ruthless. Who are you? You're not that fusion of Goku and Vegeta, are you?" Realizing he could not match Vegeta's power, Frisia wisely dodged, not resembling the mysterious Zamasu either. "You are quite intriguing, the most peculiar being I have encountered." Frisia's interest was piqued, but Vegeta had no intention of indulging him. "Who are you?" "Ah, I forgot to introduce myself. This extraordinary Mr. Vegeta, I am Frisia, a cosmic traveler, as you can see." Upon hearing such childish nonsense, Vegeta's expression darkened. Enough of this foolishness. An astonishing aura erupted instantly, yet Frisia maintained his interest. "Impressive. But let us end this here." After admiring the splendid pink light pillar, Frisia smiled slightly, raising his knife to absorb the distorted energy of the space-time. "So this is the source of your power." In the next moment, the distortion vanished without a trace, and Vegeta distinctly felt Frisia's power surge. Unyielding, he concentrated a blade of energy and shot it straight at Frisia, who merely grinned slyly, his form gradually becoming transparent, ultimately vanishing before the attack could reach him, leaving only a light-hearted farewell. Extraordinary Mr. Vegeta. Frisia's departure left Vegeta seething with rage. Meanwhile, Frisia, now back to his normal state, wore a bewildered expression, eyes wide, unsure of this individual's intentions. "Who are you? Mind your own business. Get lost." In the next moment, the tyrant transformed back into his weak self. Chapter 70, Frisia's Misstep. Damn it, I will not let this guy off easily. After being toyed with by Frisia, Vegeta vented his frustrations by defeating several villains in the underworld, finally calming down. He left this time-space and returned to his base. At that moment, Vegeta was stifling a laugh, clearly having watched the entire live broadcast. However, upon seeing Frisia return, he had to suppress his smile and adopt a serious demeanor. Calm down. That guy will inevitably appear again, so don't rush. Humph. Vegeta completely ignored him, turning away in annoyance. Sensing that this fellow needed some time alone, Vegeta remarked, "You take a rest. Now it's my turn." Having spoken, Vegeta resumed his observation of Fu's movements. In truth, Fu's actions could hardly be deemed malicious. Rather, they were imbued with a sense of dark amusement. As the Time Patroller and not the Supreme Kai of Time, Vegeta bore no obligation to monitor Fu. Yet, an ominous premonition lingered in his mind, suggesting that Fu would inevitably attract formidable adversaries. Let us see what that self-proclaimed Fu is up to now, he thought. Delicately manipulating a sophisticated cosmic model in his hands, Vegeta rested his chin in his palm, gradually zooming in on Fu's location. There, amidst a desolate expanse, he caught a rare glimpse of Fu, flustered and in disarray. Moments earlier, in that world, Earth appeared to be in a state of disarray. However, the overly confident Fu remained unfazed, for he was a time traveler. If trouble arose, he could simply escape to another timeline. This Earth is eerily quiet, he mused. What should I do? As Fu leisurely scanned his surroundings, contemplating the history he might create this time, he remained oblivious to a terrifying presence that had fixated on him. A menacing black energy blast hurtled towards Fu with alarming speed. What? Realizing the danger, Fu swiftly drew his weapon to intercept the attack, cleaving the energy projectile in two. One half struck the Earth, creating a neat division, while the other obliterated an unnamed asteroid. Sensing a faint tingling in his wrist, Fu instantly recognized that this opponent was not to be underestimated. Beads of sweat trickled down his brow as he turned to confront the source of the threat. Emerging from the smoke was a figure clad in black, scrutinizing Fu with a discerning gaze. You are not a god, yet you dare to wield the power of time and space. I shall be the one to enact judgment. The dual voice conveyed the essence of the truth, especially accentuated by the pair of green Patera earrings adorning the figure. With a self-deprecating smile, Fu remarked, "It seems that Vegeta and I are quite fated to cross paths." Recognizing the tone and aura, he deduced, "You must be Zamasu." "Oh, it appears that I am quite renowned across countless timelines." The figure's face, marked by peculiar designs, and his striking white hair paired with pink pupils exuded an eerie charm. Upon hearing of his notoriety in other universes, this strange Vegeta couldn't help but smirk with pride. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Fu understood that he had entangled himself in a significant quandary. Judging by their conversation, Zamasu possessed profound knowledge of time travel and would not allow Fu to escape easily. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to confront this challenge head-on. Fleeing would surely lead to his demise, whereas engaging in battle might afford him a glimmer of hope. Thus, the scene unfolded before Vegeta's eyes. This is dire. He will inevitably be killed by Zamasu. Vegeta sprang into action, donning his cloak and entering that timeline. This is a monumental blunder. Reflecting on the incident where he was bested by Broly after sealing away Gogeta, Fu felt a pang of regret. Now, battered and bruised, he could only rely on the uniqueness of his powers to contend with Black Vegeta. He fervently swung his blade, unleashing a torrent of dark red energy blades towards Black Vegeta, who merely scoffed in disdain, a trivial skill. He drew forth a jet-black energy sword and effortlessly dispelled the barrage of energy blades, charging directly towards Fu. However, when the energy sword struck Fu's abdomen, no tangible sensation was felt. TCH, mere tricks. Black Vegeta swiftly turned, discovering Fu gathering power for an attack behind him. He sheathed his sword and pivoted, landing a punch squarely on Fu's face, yet it was merely an illusion. What? Realizing both of the Fus were mere traps, Black Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, while the true Fu concealed himself high above. During this time, he had completed the crafting of a sealing technique with his blade. Phew, fortunate that my skills surpass yours. A line of characters glowing with a deep purple light rapidly surged towards Black Vegeta, who was taken aback, fully aware that this represented Fu's ultimate trump card. Under normal circumstances, it would undoubtedly allow Fu to regain the upper hand. But what Fu had not anticipated was that aside from his instantaneous movement, this Black Vegeta possessed an even more formidable technique. Suddenly, the time ring in his hand emitted a faint white glow, and in the next moment, he found himself behind Fu. You possess such a thing. Desperation washed over Fu as he realized the outcome was already determined. Just as Black Vegeta was about to strike, a swirling vortex of purple energy abruptly manifested between them, interrupting the battle. The newcomer was none other than a normal Vegeta. Oh, another ally? Black Vegeta observed his counterpart with keen interest. Fu was equally astonished, unaware of the origins of this Vegeta and whether he belonged to the Time Patrol. Ignoring Fu's astonishment, this Vegeta approached with a serious demeanor. Chapter 71. The Duel on the Continent of Duan Fu. Although I am uncertain which side you hail from, I thank you. Fu feigned calmness in his gratitude, yet the other Vegeta merely maintained an indifferent expression as he unsheathed a yellow energy sword identical to that of Black Vegeta. Do not think of escaping. I have ways to track your Fu. Alright. I shall find refuge then. Fu reluctantly retreated to a safer location. Having formed a rough guess about this Vegeta, his attire largely ruled out the Time Patrol's involvement, and the only recent contact he had was with that peculiar Vegeta. What an intriguing fellow. I hope you can defeat that guy. As Fu fled, he mused that if this Vegeta were to fall, his own fate would be sealed. Returning to the battlefield, Vegeta regarded the annoying imposter with disdain. Although he appeared calm on the surface, internally he had cursed Zamasu and Baby numerous times. Truly disgusting. Regardless of who you are, your actions are despicable. With his hatred reaching its zenith, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan God. The once brilliant yellow sword was enveloped in flames, turning a fierce crimson. In the next instant, he swung the sword down, and Black Vegeta met this ferocious strike with his own black sword. As the forces of red and black collided, the ground shattered beneath them, causing the earth to tremble slightly. This power, you are not a fused being, are you? The astute Black Vegito effortlessly discerned the secret of this particular Vegito. After all, he had once witnessed the so-called divine technique during his encounter with Black Goku. As a fusion being, he comprehended that the realm of the adversary before him surpassed his own by a considerable margin. If a true fusion warrior possessed such a level of mastery and power, he would scarcely survive for mere seconds. Moreover, the perceptive Vegito swiftly grasped the terrifying implications behind this realization. It seemed this individual had at least encountered the ultimate form of freedom once. With a coldly mocking tone, he remarked, "Ha, Zamasu, you possess quite the self-awareness." As his words echoed, the crimson aura enveloping Vegito deepened, and with this transformation, the black energy blade began to exhibit faint cracks, startling his opponent. Damn it! Don't get cocky, human. Black Vegito promptly intensified his own power, instantly propelling Vegito away. Simultaneously, he activated the power of the time ring, emitting a radiant white light. In the next moment, he executed a spatial displacement, appearing behind Vegito. Indeed, you also wield a time ring. How does it feel? Not even instant transmission can match this speed. Black Vegito smirked with pride, raising his hand to unleash a wave of sword energy. As he prepared to strike Vegito with his dark sword energy, Vegito merely stood still. What? A bizarre scene unfolded before Black Vegito's eyes. His sword was clearly aimed at Vegito's waist, yet the energy inexplicably curved back, slicing into his own hand that bore the time ring. Instantly, several bloodied fingers fell from the air. How fortunate that instinct for survival is quite strong. Black Vegito felt a surge of trepidation. He had never encountered such a peculiar ability before and had narrowly escaped the fatal attack. Thankfully, he had the assistance of Baby S abilities. As a few fingers reattached themselves, this power felt as if Baby's parasitic abilities would prove challenging to utilize effectively. He experienced a moment of survivor's remorse. But Vegito harbored no fear of this opponent. He had a solid understanding of Zamasu and Baby's capabilities. What's this? Are you afraid now? He disdainfully curled the corners of his mouth. After a brief silence, Black Vegito recognized that continuing the battle would be detrimental to himself. Thus, he activated the time ring. A brilliant white light enveloping his form, and in the next instant, he vanished without a trace. Indeed, he has fled. Vegito narrowed his eyes, having anticipated Black Vegito's retreat. If it had been anyone else, they would have lost him by now. However, Vegito was different. His virtual submarine could locate any entity connected to himself or others. But encountering me has proven unfortunate for you. He closed his eyes, slowly seeking the evidence of Black Vegeto's existence. Approximately several minutes later, having successfully escaped in another dimension above Earth, Black Vegeto exhaled in relief, finally able to rest for a moment. Does this world still harbor humanity? Truly, they are a resilient breed, akin to cockroaches. He descended slowly, only to find the surroundings in utter disarray. A half-naked man, adorned with peculiar patterns on his dark hair and face, looked triumphantly towards a distant figure, a man whose body was reduced to mere fragments. "I shall likely never forget you," he proclaimed, his bloodied visage contorted in a sinister grin, until he sensed an entirely unfamiliar man hovering above. "Oh, there is someone else." His hands swiftly formed a seal, unleashing a strike potent enough to cleave the very world itself. Yet, the white-haired man exhibited no intention of evading. He braced himself and accepted the blow, which was far too feeble to even qualify as a threat. What on earth? The black-clad man was left utterly dumbfounded, pondering whether this individual could truly be human. Just as a confrontation was imminent, a fist, the size of a sandbag, struck the left side of the dark warrior's face. The black cloak billowed in the wind, its owner bearing an identical visage. It was none other than Vegeta, the very one who had pursued him. "Zamasu, will you continue to flee? Is this the extent of a so-called goddess courage?" Upon witnessing the rare opportunity to confront his rival, coupled with the latter's taunts, Black Vegeta was consumed by rage. "Despicable human! How dare you!" He once again summoned his black sword, executing a swift slash toward Vegeta, who remained unfazed, effortlessly conjuring his crimson sword to parry the attack. An eruption of red flames ensued, shaking the very ground beneath them, leaving the onlooking humans in a state of bewilderment. They could barely discern the clash between the two, only perceiving the massive pillars of black and red energy tearing at one another, each shockwave carving deep divides into the earth. As the prolonged battle wore on, Black Vegeta found himself increasingly at a disadvantage, his breaths becoming labored. In contrast, Vegeta maintained his composure, seeking to diminish Zamasu's strength. "What is the matter? Is this all the power a god possesses?" With a dismissive scoff, Black Vegeta was compelled to utilize the time ring once more. Vegeta, perceptive as ever, immediately recognized the flash of white light that accompanied its activation. Using the same trick again, he anticipated Zamasu would position himself within his blind spot, and indeed, Zamasu stealthily approached from behind. "Prepare to meet your end." Yet, it was merely an afterimage. The blade struck nothing but air. At that moment, a terrifying aura enveloped Zamasu. He stiffly turned his head, only to find Vegeta seemingly reverted to his normal state. Yet the white glow and silver eyes refuted such a foolish assumption. As Zamasu activated the time ring, Vegeta transformed into his ultimate form, leaving behind an afterimage imbued with energy, deliberately allowing Zamasu to expose this fatal flaw. "Die." With that succinct declaration, he unleashed a devastating energy slash that cleaved Black Vegeta in two. Chapter 72. Am I fighting a Saiyan? Is this for real? With Black Vegeta brutally bisected, Vegeta, in his transformed state, showed no mercy, obliterating the remaining rubble to prevent Zamasu from rising again. At last, the tumultuous battle came to an end. Vegeta closed his eyes and returned to a state of normalcy. The onlookers, still trembling from the overwhelming experience, were left wondering whether they had merely been dreaming. Among them, a man adorned with intricate patterns stood utterly astounded. He was the strongest in attendance, fully aware of the considerable disparity in strength between himself and Vegeta. Staring blankly at Vegeta hovering above, he found himself at a loss. Vegeta, keenly perceptive, noticed the man's gaze and, filled with curiosity, gracefully descended to the ground, observing him intently. In that moment, the formidable Sukong felt his blood run cold. The individual who had withstood his most powerful attack had been vanquished by this boy, seemingly no older than 16. To confront him now would be nothing short of a reckless sacrifice. Paralyzed with fear, Sukong stood speechless, drenched in sweat, while Vegeta approached him, a quizzical expression on his face. "What troubles you? It seems you have something to say." In stark contrast to his formidable strength, Vegeta exuded an unexpected air of approachability. Yet, Sukong would have preferred to be obliterated by Vegeta's sheer force. Having witnessed the terrifying extent of his power, he regarded Vegeta as an unfathomable entity, each movement sending shivers through his very soul. The oppressive aura emanating from Vegeta instilled a desire for death within him. When the silent Sukong failed to respond, Beijite, puzzled, decided to move on. Just as he intended to leave this space-time continuum, another voice interrupted him. A man burdened with a long staff, his face brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Hey, can we have a duel?" This was the trembling Lu Ziyun, who, despite his fear, found his innate warrior instincts momentarily overpowering his trepidation. Beads of sweat adorned his fierce visage as he fixed his gaze on Beijite, declaring, "I wager my life on this." As he spoke, bolts of lightning crackled around him, confirming his seriousness. Yet, Beijite merely shook his head in response. "Perhaps it's best to reconsider. You seem to be one of the pinnacle warriors in this realm. It would be prudent for you to preserve your life. Besides, I doubt your strike could even graze me. Do not squander your existence in vain." After a brief assessment of the energies present, Beijite formed a rough estimate of everyone's strength, identifying the most formidable and malevolent aura as that of Sukong. Of course, Beijite was unaware of Sukong's name and had no intention of meddling in a world that bore no significance to him. He could not interfere with the troubles of this realm, nor did he know whether eliminating Sukong was the right course of action. Upon hearing Beijite's conclusion, Lu Ziyun had no choice but to relent, the lightning dissipating into nothingness. Understanding that Beijite spoke the truth, he asked, "What is your name? I wish to remember you." "Beijite," the youth replied candidly, before conjuring a purple vortex, gradually departing amidst the astonished gasps of the crowd. Having dealt with the bothersome black Beijite, he swiftly sought out Fu, who was resting in a secluded corner of the earth. Fu was startled by Beijite's unexpected appearance. "How did you arrive here?" he inquired. Startled, Fu found himself momentarily at a loss, his mind swirling with countless questions. In retrospect, he had underestimated the potential of parallel worlds. "So, when do you intend to elaborate on what exactly you are up to?" Vegeto inquired, crossing his arms, seeking clarification on Fu's motives for collecting temporal energy distortions. Fu, however, responded with a playful jest, "It's merely a personal interest of mine. Don't you find the concept of distorted time and space rather fascinating? You, my friend, possess an exceedingly morbid sense of humor." Vegeto retorted, slightly exasperated by his companion's conclusion. Fu, with a mischievous grin, brandished his knife. "Do refrain from uttering such dull remarks." With a swift motion, he cleaved open a rift in time and space, heedless of Vegeto's protests, and leaped through. "Hurry up. Consider it a token of gratitude. You." Vegeto realized that Fu had likely discovered yet another amusing venture. The energy and the distorted time and space were probably premeditated by him. A troublesome individual indeed. It was imperative to resolve this chaotic matter before Fu could further complicate things. Without overthinking, he followed Fu into the temporal rift. Chapter 73. A Chaotic World. Hey, Fu. Following closely behind, Vegeto arrived in an unfamiliar realm. As he regained his composure and surveyed his surroundings, he found himself in an alien city. The faint odor of decaying refuse wafting nearby indicated that he was likely in a secluded corner. "What a bothersome fellow," Vegeto muttered, lowering the brim of his hat, preparing to witness the chaotic endeavor Fu had orchestrated. Just as he pondered this, an unexpected figure plummeted from the sky. No, an entire person. Reacting swiftly, Vegeto caught the unfortunate individual. A tail? Is he a scion? The distinct tail of the scion dangled limply, suggesting that this stranger had endured a significant blow. Initially, Vegeto intended to confront Fu for clarification, but circumstances compelled him to alter his plans. "Well, I suppose I should tend to you for the moment." Glancing around, Vegeto lifted the stranger into the air, contemplating a safe refuge when a familiar energy suddenly surged nearby. The source of this energy was exceedingly ferocious. Pausing for a moment as it detected Vegeto's presence. "What is this?" Just then, a towering figure, approximately 2 meters tall, materialized before him, bellowing, "Kakarot." It was none other than the fearsome Broly, preparing to unleash a torrent of energy. Vegeto furrowed his brow, swiftly adopting a serious demeanor as he delivered an uppercut that struck Broly's chin with precision. Instantly, a green spherical energy blast erupted from Broly's mouth, filling the air with smoke and obscuring his vision. "Fool, do you really believe I would succumb to such illusions?" Broly sneered, his right hand gathering energy as a small green orb began to form, aimed directly at Vegeto's energy signature. However, it soon became evident that he had vastly miscalculated. Vegeto had no intention of retreating, but rather was prepared to strike decisively. As Broly reveled in his triumph, Vegeta, bearing the weight of an unfamiliar stranger, swiftly completed the gathering of his formidable power with his left hand. A radiant white aura enveloped his fist, which was as large as a sandbag. I will not flee. Broly. What? As the smoke dissipated, it became apparent that the energy blast, unleashed by Broly, was sent hurtling into the Earth's atmosphere by a single kick from Vegeta. In an instant, he executed a rapid maneuver. His heavy strike imbued with a silvery essence was about to descend upon Broly. The astute warrior understood that he was certain to perish under this blow. Impossible. Driven by his instinct for survival, he desperately attempted to retreat, yet under the overwhelming force, all his struggles proved futile. Broly could only watch helplessly as Vegeta's powerful strike pierced through his abdomen. Just as he was on the brink of collapse, Vegeta, ever considerate, delivered a devastating explosive attack, thereby ending Broly's nefarious existence. Finally, it's over. What a nuisance. Vegeta scratched his head, once again astonished by Broly's indomitable vitality. At that moment, the individual he had been carrying began to awaken. Wait, that monster. He struggled to open his eyes, seeking out Broly's silhouette. Fear not, I have vanquished him. Huh? Who are you? How did you accomplish this? His astonishment was palpable. Being rather straightforward, he hurriedly sought clarity. I prefer to withhold my identity for now. I hope you understand. With that, he descended into the deserted city center, gently placing down his fellow warrior. Oh, is that so? At that moment, Vegeta noticed an intriguing detail. The blue armor worn by this scion bore a striking resemblance to that of Gabe. He instantly grasped the uniqueness of this individual's identity. You are not a scion of this universe, are you? At least not in this timeline. Do you truly know who I am? Charlotte was taken aback, realizing that the other party might possess clues regarding his identity. Excitedly, he approached Vegeta, revealing that he had unexpectedly lost his memories and imploring him to share insights about his lineage. I see. So you've lost your memory? Yes, apart from my name, Charlotte. I have forgotten everything. The amnesiac scion awkwardly scratched his head, his tail flicking in agitation. You may be disappointed. I merely happen to know another scion from a different universe. Vegeta shook his head, lacking definitive thoughts about Charlotte's background, but certain that he was not a scion from this timeline. Is that so? With the loss of leads, Charlotte felt a twinge of disappointment. While Vegeta patted him on the shoulder, there will always be a way. Perhaps someone who knows you has also arrived here. Indeed, the naive Charlotte quickly gathered his spirits, invigorated and ready to move. Meanwhile, Vegeta gazed into the distance, his thoughts tangled as he analyzed the chaotic state of this realm. Truly, it is a disarray. He recognized that this timeline bore a resemblance to his own, yet that was precisely why the chaos felt so jarring. What do you want from me, you rascal? Chapter 74. The Timeless Battle of Life and Death. That fellow should be gone by now, right? The young girl Bulma cautiously peered forward, while the sweating Gak stood up, stating that Charlotte had successfully diverted Broly's attention. Yes, he should indeed be absent. How infuriating. Why are you utterly useless at such a crucial moment? Seeing Gak, who had been evading battle, Bulma revealed a fierce expression, seeking to confront him. I can't do anything. My involvement would merely lead to my demise. Gak, in his timidity, lamented that were it not for Charlotte's brave intervention, the grass on their graves would have likely grown 3 feet high by now. After venting her frustration, Bulma was enveloped by a sense of worry and helplessness. She understood that their situation would only grow perilous without Charlotte. Sigh, it is true, but it's Charlotte Gak shared in her sorrow. Rather than focus on their own impending crisis, they were much more concerned about Charlotte's current state. Let us not dwell on it too much. We must leave at once. Miss Bulma, we should cherish the opportunity for survival that he has afforded us. Indeed, the young Bulma concealed her melancholic expression and produced a transformation capsule, from which a 2-seater land vehicle emerged. As they climbed aboard and slowly departed from the treacherous area, the voice of that earnest scion lad echoed in their minds. Gak, with a heavy heart, glanced back and softly murmured, "Farewell, Charlotte." Just as he succumbed to sorrow, Bulma suddenly cried out, "Charlotte!" Gak initially presumed Bulma was still in despair until he turned to see Charlotte in the distance. "Charlotte, you have returned." They hurriedly disembarked and approached the returning Charlotte. "Yes, I nearly met my end." Charlotte chuckled heartily, scratching his head before gesturing to the mysterious figure in the black cloak behind him. It was thanks to his timely assistance. Beside them, Vegeta, upon recognizing the 2 familiar faces, expressed his surprise. "Bulma-san and Gak, is it?" Upon hearing Vegeta address her with honorifics, Bulma felt somewhat bewildered, realizing that this individual likely knew another version of herself from a different timeline. You know me? Indeed. Not just you. Aside from Charlotte, I have encountered numerous old acquaintances. What? Bulma felt a surge of curiosity about Vegeta's identity upon hearing this broad statement. Observing the chaos of the timelines, Vegeta removed his disguise, temporarily stowing away his cloak. In this tumultuous clash of dimensions, distinguishing one's origin from another became meaningless, rendering physical disguises futile. Allow me to introduce myself as well. I am Vegeta, a self-proclaimed cosmic traveler. Cosmic traveler? Gak was taken aback by this term, his oval-shaped eyes curiously scrutinizing the newly introduced enigmatic figure. As for Charlotte, he found little to ponder on a deeper level. However, Bulma began to swoon, her thoughts racing wildly. He is so handsome, and he knows me. Could it be that he? Upon encountering Bulma, who was entirely engrossed in her own world, Vegeta felt a twinge of awkwardness and bemusement. Ahem, let us quickly find a place to rest. There are numerous ominous energies surrounding us. With that, he ascended slowly into the sky. Charlotte, brimming with enthusiasm, promptly followed suit, while Gak roused the infatuated Bulma and rode alongside them. After several minutes, the quartet arrived at a secluded cave in the wilderness. Charlotte, can you conceal your energy? He inquired. Energy? What is that? Charlotte replied, her expression one of confusion. Vegeta, setting down the firewood, proceeded to offer a brief explanation. A small orb of light emanated gently from the tip of his index finger. This is it. You can do this too, right? Upon witnessing this, Charlotte eagerly attempted to replicate the action, asserting that such a fundamental technique was well within his capabilities. How about this? Vegeta smiled slightly as he retracted his own energy, yet the energy sphere in his hand remained intact. Charlotte's eyes widened in astonishment. How marvelous! How did you accomplish that? Quite simply, you shall learn swiftly. The two gathered around the fire pit, commencing a basic lesson, while Bulma and Gak retreated to their respective tents to rest. Meanwhile, in a tumultuous sky, filled with swirling clouds, another figure was engaged in his own endeavors. Oh no! They are coming again, he muttered, drawing forth his weapon to seal the expanding tunnel. Thus, the connection to the universe of the time-space deathmatch was diminished by one. Still, this is somewhat precarious, he reflected, gazing upon the chaotic world around him. His actions merely addressed the symptoms rather than the root cause. As long as that shadowy figure remained, his efforts would be limited. I hope you possess the ability to resolve him, Vegeta. In the next moment, he swiftly suppressed his energy and concealed himself. Chapter 75. Gradually gaining momentum after a night of restful slumber, the four departed from the tumultuous battleground. Ahead, a city appeared to beckon. Wonderful! Exclaimed Bulma, her spirits lifted at the prospect of nearing the urban destination. Within the city, she would no longer have to sleep in a tent, and more crucially, she would certainly acquire more intelligence regarding the death match. I hope someone can elucidate what has transpired in this time-space. Vegeta, burdened with thoughts, soared through the air while observing the energies of this world. Scanning the landscape, he discerned that this Earth was rife with extraterrestrial beings. However, amidst these entities, two powerful energies exclusive to deities penetrated his awareness. Lord Beerus and Mr. Whis, indeed. Formidable guardians preside here. As he pondered these names, they drifted into Charlotte's ears nearby. Whis, Beerus? Who are they, Vegeta? In simple terms, they are deities of this universe. Lord Beerus is the god of destruction, while Mr. Whis serves as his attendant and mentor. They are exceptionally powerful beings. When we encounter them, we must be on our best behavior, Charlotte. Oh, of course. Half aware and half doubtful, Charlotte nodded, despite the myriad of questions swirling in his mind. He instinctively chose to trust Vegeta. Furthermore, the innate instincts of his scion heritage were stirring within him. Driven by pure curiosity, Charlotte inquired, how powerful are they? How shall I put it? It is difficult to describe, Vegeta replied, scratching his head before producing a small stone. Charlotte looked on in confusion. A stone? Their perception of you is akin to how you perceive this stone, Vegeta explained. Wait. The naive Charlotte was momentarily taken aback, grasping the concept of disparity. And what about you? Although he had not witnessed how Vegeta defeated the monstrous Broly, it was evident that Vegeta had effortlessly dispatched numerous adversaries without breaking a sweat amidst the onslaught of lesser foes and vegetable warriors. More importantly, Charlotte sensed an unmistakable aura of strength emanating from Vegeta. You will understand in due time, Vegeta remarked, spreading his hands with a playful grin, leaving the bewildered Charlotte utterly perplexed. Recognizing that their journey was far from over, Vegeta intended to discuss more with Charlotte, particularly about the Scion race. By the way, I am a Scion, just like you, he added. Ah, that explains it. No wonder you are well informed about my affairs. But do you not have companions? At this moment, Charlotte felt a twinge of unease regarding Vegeta's unsolicited assistance. After all, a top-tier warrior had suddenly descended from the heavens to protect him in a perilous battlefield while freely imparting invaluable experience to a future adversary. Companions? I suppose there's one, but he is not a pleasant fellow. If it were up to him, you would likely be wandering aimlessly in confusion, Vegeta replied. At this juncture, Vegeta abruptly halted Charlotte, for the enemy had arrived. The young woman Bulma and Gak instinctively took cover, swiftly assuming combat stances to face the incoming horde of lowly warriors. By their attire, it was evident that they belonged to Frieza's army. Vegeta narrowed his eyes disdainfully, dismissing these insignificant foes as mere warm-ups for Charlotte. TCH, let me take them on. I don't care who they are. Be cautious, Vegeta advised. As the wind whipped past, Charlotte unleashed his energy and charged forward. The lowly soldiers swiftly activated their weapons, and beams of light surged toward Charlotte, who was enveloped in a radiant glow. Humph! In an instant, Charlotte sidestepped the feeble attacks with ease and positioned himself behind one of the soldiers. I'm right here. What? Before the soldier could react, Charlotte delivered a powerful punch to the back of his head, knocking him unconscious onto the ground nearby. Damn it! Another soldier, whose head resembled that of an octopus, widened his eyes in shock. Just as he raised his gun to aim at the Charlotte who had just dispatched his comrade, a small energy blast swiftly flew in and obliterated his weapon. The assailant was none other than Vegeta, who was observing the fight. Charlotte, watch your back. You are facing multiple opponents. Oh right, I got it. Charlotte quickly realized that a swift maneuver had dispatched the assailant, leading to the demise of all the attacking henchmen. It was quite bothersome that there were only two of them. Vegeta rested his chin on his hand, contemplating Frieza's current whereabouts, while Charlotte appeared somewhat embarrassed and suddenly inquired, By the way, why do you choose to assist me? Back then, when that creature appeared, it was the same. After several instances of Vegeta coming to her rescue, Charlotte awkwardly articulated her question, feeling a bit flustered. Vegeta chuckled softly, and the proud Charlotte instantly flared up, exclaiming, What is so funny? I am just a bit curious. A warrior of your caliber must surely look down on my abilities. With a playful puff, Vegeta replied, If I were to provide a reason, it would simply be a matter of instinct. He then adopted a serious demeanor, declaring to Charlotte, I believe that the future holds great promise for you as a formidable warrior. Your journey should not conclude so simply here. Taken aback by this unexpected response, Charlotte became utterly bewildered. In her mind's eye, she seemed to recall something, as if touched by some profound subconscious instinct, and her emotions began to spiral out of control. How could that be possible? Are you jesting? Yet, in the next moment, she recognized her own outburst and hastily bowed her head in apology, awkwardly scratching her head. I am sorry. In contrast to the flustered Charlotte, Vegeta simply smiled, understanding that a fleeting memory had likely been triggered within her, prompting such a remark. It's all right. You must be hungry by now. Noticing Charlotte's distress, he decided to change the subject and called for Bulma and Gak. Soon, Vegeta began to showcase his culinary skills, presenting an array of exquisite dishes. Bulma was utterly astonished. How impressive! How did these cooking utensils materialize out of thin air? Observing the hearty, Saiyan-style meat dishes, she cautiously sampled a piece. Delicious. Even better than what my personal chef prepares. Meanwhile, Gak simply sipped his milk, marveling at the splendid feast before him. This is my first time seeing a Saiyan cook. As he recalled the two Saiyans he knew, he momentarily noted a resemblance between Vegeta and them, but dismissed it as mere coincidence. Charlotte, slightly dazed, found the food to be quite different from her previous experiences, yet lured by the enticing aroma. She dipped her fingers in the meat sauce and tasted it. So good. In the next moment, a glimmer sparked in her eyes as she eagerly seized a large portion of food, devouring it with fervor. Hey, slow down, Charlotte. Leave some for me. As Charlotte rapidly consumed the food, a somewhat displeased Vegeta set down his utensils and joined the feast with enthusiasm. Chapter 76. The transformation having resolved their hunger, the group tidied their belongings and continued their journey towards the city. After approximately 10 minutes, a tranquil city came into view. Fantastic. I can't wait to take a nice bath. The young girl Bulma was in high spirits. After handing a substantial sum of money to Gak, she made her way to an inn while the other three began their quest for information. Indeed, they soon discovered the presence of the god of destruction and his attendant. Vegeta quickly identified them. As he had anticipated, the two were savoring their meal with great delight. Gak was astonished by Vegeta's remarkable familiarity with the divine beings. You seem quite well acquainted with these two esteemed figures, he remarked. Certainly, a formidable warrior like him must possess knowledge of both myself and Lord Beerus, replied Vegeta with nonchalance. Whis elegantly rose, while Beerus, stretching languidly, slowly opened his eyes. Ah, you exude a rather intriguing aura, he commented. It is but a mere trifle. I am still far from your level. Vegeta responded calmly in the presence of the god of destruction. Observing this exchange, Gak broke into a cold sweat. Realizing that Vegeta likely possessed one of the top strengths in the universe, enough to catch the attention of even a god of destruction. As the four engaged in reminiscing, Charlotte remained utterly perplexed. Had it been the old, brash Charlotte, he would have likely erupted in anger by now. However, having received Vegeta's prior instructions, he awkwardly stood by, his tail twitching irritably in dissatisfaction. Impressive. It seems he knows quite a few people. Charlotte mused silently. Unlike Vegeta, the only name etched in his memory was Charlotte. Run away. This thought ignited a nameless fury within him. What on earth have I experienced? The sullen Charlotte strained to think with his dwindling brain power until Vegeta concluded his conversation with the god of destruction. What troubles you? Are you still vexed by your lost memories? Vegeta patted Charlotte on the shoulder, to which the latter nodded. Yes, I feel there is crucial information buried within my memories. Ah, I see. Let me share the intelligence I have gathered. Vegeta began to unveil the secrets of the ancient science and the machinations of the puppet master, leaving an astonished Charlotte deep in contemplation. Yet, in the next moment, true to his nature as a pure brawler, he abandoned his thoughts. Forget all that. I need to focus on becoming stronger. Indeed, that is why Lord Beerus entrusted me with your training. Vegeta smiled slightly, crossing his arms as he began to outline his training regimen. Really? The ancient scion appeared somewhat incredulous, while Gak felt a twinge of unease, suspecting that the scion's training would be rather chaotic. After all, it was a request from Lord Beerus. Thus, the newly appointed instructor Vegeta commenced his teaching for the day. Now, let us spar. You have yet to unleash your full power. I'm fine. In the next moment, after Gak's resigned sigh, the two ventured to the outskirts, far from the city, to engage in their initial bout. The impetuous Charlotte was the first to throw a punch, and at the same moment, Vegeta successfully defended against it. He could sense the profound impact of amnesia on Charlotte. His tactics were far too simplistic. In the next instant, Vegeta easily deflected the attack. As Charlotte attempted to breach Vegeta's defenses with sheer brute force, his opponent suddenly vanished from his line of sight. What? Just as Charlotte was left in a daze, a spinning kick struck his left arm with force, jolting him with a combination of shock and pain, leaving him feeling frustrated. How infuriating. Is there really such a fighting style? Perhaps you should have paid attention to your side defenses. Don't get too cocky. Once the pain in his left arm subsided, Charlotte immediately re-engaged in the battle. However, the more he fought Vegeta, the more he came to appreciate the formidable prowess of this seasoned warrior. At least in terms of defense, his opponent exhibited virtually no vulnerabilities, rendering all of Charlotte's attacks futile as his stamina gradually dwindled. After an exhausting bout, Charlotte found himself sprawled on the ground, utterly fatigued, thinking, can I at least take a break? While enthusiasm is commendable, one must remember to balance work and rest. Noticing Charlotte had sustained some injuries, Vegeta began to employ healing magic to aid his recovery. You've won. After all, you are far superior to me. Charlotte sat on the grass, slowly recuperating, while Vegeta stood nearby, continuing to discuss the outcomes of their training. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a chilling sense of déjà vu stirred within Charlotte. It felt as though he had experienced something similar before. Surely, he was not alone on his journey toward strength, at least not entirely. Do you remember? Vegeta inquired. But Charlotte merely shook his head. No, it was all a blank slate, accompanied by an intense feeling that his past self was not truly alone. Before he could utter the final words, several figures suddenly appeared in the distance. The Frieza Force? They seemed to be in a state of panic. Vegeta, sensing a presence remarkably akin to Charlotte's, was puzzled. At that moment, Charlotte realized that his inexplicable feeling might indeed hold truth. Could it be? In the next heartbeat, an anxious Charlotte dashed toward the source of that energy, while Vegeta sighed in resignation and followed. Not only did he need to refine his combat style, but his reckless nature also required some adjustment. Amidst the ruins of towering buildings, Charlotte accelerated with urgency, knowing that the truth might lie with that individual. Just a bit faster. Thanks to Vegeta's training and his subsequent healing, Charlotte's strength and speed had markedly improved, allowing him to navigate the chaotic battlefield with ease, effortlessly dispatching numerous weaker foes. Compared to my master, you are truly weak. With a burst of energy, several vegetable-like foes were defeated. Panting heavily, he thought, all right, let us go find who. A chilling sensation rapidly ascended Charlotte's spine as he abruptly turned around. A figure clad in a crimson hood fixated him with an intensely malevolent gaze, as if harboring a deep-seated vendetta against him. Who are you? The visage, strikingly identical to his own, momentarily rendered Charlotte disoriented. However, the other individual showed no intention of acknowledging Charlotte's hesitation and launched a ferocious attack with a clenched fist. Charlotte hastily crossed his arms to block the spiteful blow. Damn it! Who on earth are you? Charlotte, you remain as feeble as ever. The assailant offered no response, retracting his fist to unleash a torrent of energy waves with his other hand. Charlotte swiftly evaded. His defensive instincts markedly sharpened due to the rigorous training he had undergone with Vegeta. Have you completely disregarded my instructions? Frustration welled within Charlotte. He knew that evasion was futile, and the only course of action was to subdue his opponent decisively. Amidst the relentless barrage of attacks, he darted behind the ruins of a building. Attempting to flee. The mysterious figure chuckled coldly, raising his hand to conjure a massive energy sphere that he hurled violently to the ground, reducing everything to dust. Is it over? Yet. An instinctive feeling suggested that the situation was far from resolved. As he descended slowly to assess the aftermath, a searing beam of yellow light shot up from beneath him. What? There was no time to evade. Following the blinding flash, two battered figures appeared on the ground. Although Charlotte had successfully injured the enigmatic assailant, he himself bore significant wounds. Observing this, the mysterious figure's demeanor shifted dramatically. Impossible. I will not be defeated by you, a mere loser's bloodline. Amidst his furious outburst, a languid voice interrupted, and a man with violet skin and white hair materialized. Enough of this farce. Damn it, don't interfere. That won't do. I am here on someone else's behalf, Jeffrey. Charlotte gasped in astonishment, muttering, Jeffrey. But as he witnessed the imminent departure of his adversary with another enigmatic figure, he could only glare in futile frustration. Do not look at me that way. Blame your own weakness. How dare you take him? Fueled by rage, Charlotte charged at the figure, but he merely smirked disdainfully, maneuvering behind Charlotte to effortlessly knock him unconscious with the back of his blade. Just as he believed the ordeal had concluded and prepared to escort Jeffrey away, a cold voice pierced the air. Is bullying others truly entertaining, FR? What? Before FR could react, Jeffrey, who had been at his feet, suddenly vanished. The scene flipped once more, leaving FR astonished. Not only did this individual know his true name, but based on his speed, he seemed to be equally formidable. This person was none other than Vegeta, who had been observing from the shadows. Interfering in another's battle is hardly commendable. TCH, consider yourself fortunate. Upon encountering the sudden intruder, Fry could only retreat in frustration, vanishing from the heart of the battlefield. What a nuisance this world is, he mused. After confirming Frey's complete disappearance, a pensive Vegeta hoisted the unconscious Charlotte and began to move slowly towards the city. You are unfortunate, unwittingly becoming a tool for another. Yet after this lamentation came a surge of profound anger. Regardless of who you are, foolish one, I shall one day make you comprehend the price of trifling with the lives of others. Chapter 77. The Realm of Isolation in a Realm Severed from Reality. Amidst an illusory landscape, Jeffrey slowly regained consciousness from his injuries. He had anticipated a dull ache from his wounds, but to his astonishment, they had quietly healed during his unconsciousness. As he pondered his whereabouts, a dispassionate voice echoed, Hey, get up quickly. The speaker was a man clad in red and black, his demeanor distinctly cold. That fellow has granted you certain privileges here. All harm inflicted upon you has been nullified. Your injuries should have healed by now. What? Jeffrey found himself surrounded by an abyss of darkness, with only a few fragments of familiar structures from the real world floating beneath him. He realized he was in an entirely foreign realm. Instinctively alert, Jeffrey sprang to his feet, sensing that this individual was far from benevolent, and instinctively assumed a combat stance. Yet, in the next moment, the entity known as Vegeta appeared behind him like a specter. Too slow. Sensing the opening for an attack, Jeffrey vanished from his original position. Disbelief washing over him. This opponent's speed far surpassed his own. In the aftermath of his narrow escape, an involuntary chill coursed down his spine. For he understood that had this individual harbored murderous intent, he would likely have already met his demise. How dreadfully dull, Vegeta remarked. His disdain palpable as he regarded Jeffrey from an elevated stance, his fingers drumming irritably against his arm. After all that commotion outside, I end up with such an uninteresting little insect. You. Who are you? Just another scion like you, Vegeta replied nonchalantly. Yet, you share blood similar to mine. Could you not offer me a modicum of surprise? At this casual remark, Jeffrey's ire flared. He recognized from the attire that his adversary was clearly a scion from a future generation. Driven by hatred, his anger eclipsed his fear. You filthy bloodline. Spare me your presumptions. An astonishing dark aura erupted from his being, invigorating him. With a fierce roar, he summoned a portion of his own power. It seems you are not entirely worthless. This is somewhat intriguing. Come at me. In the next instant, two figures collided within the illusory world. Meanwhile, in the real world, Charlotte awoke in a state of panic, exclaiming, "Damn it, you can't leave." As he was in a fit of hysterical rage, a freshly plucked apple was shoved into his mouth. He quickly removed the fruit, while the perpetrator, having just taken a bite and swallowed, urged him to calm down. How can I possibly be calm? Although anxious, Charlotte, despite her initial reluctance, swallowed the fruit and resolved to set off in search of Jeffrey. I haven't finished speaking. I've already saved Jeffrey. Charlotte, who was just about to take flight, froze in place. Baguette slowly explained, however, he is in great danger now, and I can only temporarily entrust him to my companions. He then approached Charlotte with a serious expression. I have some unsettling suspicions, for now. It would be best if you do not meet with him. Indeed, he simply won't heed my words. The thought ignited a peculiar frustration within Charlotte. Despite the truth being so near, she felt powerless to grasp it. Ultimately, I am too weak. Please continue to train me. Seeing Charlotte brimming with determination, Baguette acknowledged that the only path forward for him was to grow stronger. Merely practicing with me will not suffice. Once Bulma is ready, let us return to the time-space battle together. All right. Charlotte wholeheartedly agreed with this plan, feeling that the more she fought, the clearer those memories would become. Meanwhile, in an endless realm of illusion, Jeffrey had transformed into Super Saiyan Rose, while Jeffrey had ascended to Super Saiyan God. To an observer, it might appear that they were evenly matched, but in truth, had it not been for the special circumstances of the setting, Jeffrey would have already fallen. Damn it. I can't defeat this guy. Although his physical injuries would heal and his stamina would replenish, the painful memories of being struck would not vanish. Can't endure it. Can you? With a dismissive smirk, the time spent battling Baguette in this spatial environment, if converted to measurable time in the real world, would amount to an astronomical figure. At present, Jeffrey's mental fortitude was clearly faltering under the brutal nature of this training regimen, and he began to tire. I never expected such power to exist. Yet, Jeffrey was no ordinary fighter. He continued to channel his inner strength and launched another attack. However, his opponent merely tilted his head slightly, evading a punch, and retaliated with a fierce blow to Jeffrey's abdomen, causing saliva to splatter. Too slow. I will not be defeated. Seizing the fleeting moment of his opponent's lapse, Jeffrey, enduring the pain, unleashed a devastating strike aimed at his adversary's face. Cough, cough, finally. Just as Jeffrey was on the brink of exhaustion, kneeling on one knee, the smoke cleared, revealing a face dusted with ash and a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth, reminiscent of a true villain. You are beginning to adapt. This is quite interesting. That strike was no mere coincidence. Although it was his first battle in this world, an inexplicable sense of déjà vu suddenly welled up within him. This success feels oddly familiar, yet I must deny it. Jeffrey vehemently rejected this strange sensation. Unlike Charlotte, who had purely lost her memory, he felt as though his memories had been maliciously altered, leaving him as a pitiful soul unaware of his own identity. Closing his eyes, he sensed the information sent by Vegeta. In that moment, he completely lost interest in the current Jeffrey, feeling utterly bored. I'm done with this. Jeffrey had never witnessed such a bizarre scene. His opponent simply vanished from sight, ignoring him entirely. Chapter 78. An invitation from Frisia with the strike. Only Jeffrey remained in this illusory world. He reluctantly reverted from his transformation, standing there, sword drawn, utterly lost. Hey, can you at least tell me where this place is? As he fretted, a hand unexpectedly landed on his shoulder, startling him. Ah, you must be Jeffrey, right? A projection? Upon turning, he beheld a hazy blue apparition, flickering continuously. Currently, I am unable to disengage from the real world. This is a simple response program. And who might you be? I am the owner of this space. Jeffrey's feelings toward the entity confining him here were complex. He could not say he disliked it, yet neither could he claim to hold any fondness. What do you want? Quite simply, to dismantle the interference imposed upon you and Charlotte, and compel the perpetrator to reveal himself. That is my overarching plan. What interference? I have always acted of my own volition. Are you so unwilling to admit it? A resigned sigh emanated from the indistinct shadow, while Jeffrey remained obstinately in denial, refusing to acknowledge the discomfort he had long sensed. You and Charlotte are both so stubborn. It's no wonder you are being played like a fool. The apparition, though merely a hastily created program, still possessed a semblance of self-awareness. Such stubborn thinking was all too common among scions, especially true ancient scions, where brashness seemed to be a hereditary trait. Stop being obstinate. Regardless of how you choose to ignore it, the influence upon you will not simply vanish. The shadow approached Jeffrey, exerting pressure that forced him to the ground, disregarding his resistance. Words are futile. Allow me to demonstrate. Meanwhile, in the real world, Charlotte was being targeted by several soldiers from Frisia's army. Hey, you were the one who attacked our comrade, weren't you? A blue-skinned, octopus-headed soldier accused the bewildered Charlotte, while Vegeta quickly discerned the truth. You've got the wrong person. That individual has a scar on his face, while Charlotte bears none. In order to substantiate his conclusions, Vegeta deliberately turned Charlotte's face towards a few individuals, resulting in an exceedingly awkward atmosphere. Hey, that person seems to be telling the truth. The octopus-headed figure appeared somewhat flustered. However, his companion exhibited a stubborn temperament. Just as the latter attempted to rush forward, a voice that seemed remarkably cultured restrained them. Mr. Bakuri, cease at once. They are not the individuals we seek. After the soldiers retreated in fear, a short figure with a purple and white hue, seated in a baby carriage, approached slowly, flicking its tail. I sincerely apologize if my subordinates have caused you any trouble. Faced with this familiar acquaintance, Vegeta could barely maintain his composure, while Charlotte, in stark contrast, was drenched in cold sweat, for he knew that this individual's strength far surpassed his own. It seems you have encountered that person as well. Could you possibly divulge his whereabouts? Just as Charlotte, in a naive manner, contemplated explaining in accordance with the other's inquiry, the astute Vegeta swiftly interjected. We are currently unable to disclose such information, as you are, after all, our adversary. Why would we provide you with intelligence for free? Haha, indeed. Frisia chuckled lightly, surveying Charlotte and Vegeta, alongside the trembling Gak on the ground and the curiously inquisitive young woman, Bulma. Hey Gak, who is he? That fellow is the Emperor of the Universe, Frisia, Gak explained, drenched in sweat, fully aware of Frisia's terrifying nature, while the carefree Bulma seemed utterly unconcerned. May I inquire about your names? I am Charlotte. The one beside me is Vegeta. What do you want? Charlotte met the gaze of this formidable cosmic tyrant, introducing himself and his significant companion. Nothing much. You both appear quite capable. How about this? The Emperor of the Universe leisurely circled his tail, uttering words that astonished even Vegeta. Would you like to consider joining my ranks and working alongside me? Upon hearing this proposition, Vegeta's expression darkened, while Charlotte was simply taken aback. He had no choice but to seek Vegeta's opinion. I don't mind at all. Is that so? I think we can temporarily accept. Vegeta felt a bit awkward, knowing that the complicated history between him and Frisia could be recounted for days on end. As for Charlotte, he did not ponder too deeply and directly agreed to Frisia's invitation, not realizing that he knew little of Frisia and could not foresee that the future Frisia would become the harbinger of the Scion extinction, believing instead that he was merely changing titles to engage in battle. Thus, a delightfully darkly humorous alliance was born amidst a life-and-death struggle. Chapter 79. Awakening and choice in stark contrast to the peculiar circumstances of the real world. In another realm, taking advantage of the properties of imaginary space, Jeffrey had completely returned to normal. Anger surged through his mind. Damn it! How dare they use Charlotte and me as mere tools? Rage and guilt tore at his soul as he grappled with the sinister machinations behind the scenes. He had nearly taken the life of his own flesh and blood, and during the brutal conflict, he had slain numerous compatriots. Each recollection filled Jeffrey with anguish and fury. He had never intended to realize his ideals through such a bloody slaughter. The haunting visages of his fallen brethren plagued his thoughts, their blood and corpses flowing through his memories, revealing the grave error he had committed. Blue Shadow, recognizing the turmoil within him, allowed him solitude for a time before broaching a significant matter. Well, there is indeed a method of redemption. Have you heard of the Dragon Balls? The Super Dragon Balls from the death match? Although my memory is quite hazy, this must surely be a fabrication of his. No, in the real world, on Earth, the Dragon Balls exist. They can bring the fallen back to life. Is that so? Upon hearing Blue Shadow's response, Jeffrey suddenly donned his hat, as if making a momentous decision. Then I shall confront that wretched being directly and perish alongside him. Just as he began to gather the energy within him, intending to break free from his constraints with an infusion of infinite power, a portion of a building hurtled towards him with deadly force. What? He swiftly evaded the unexpected blow, his hat tumbling from his head as the assailant emerged, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes twitching with madness. In a flash, he appeared before Jeffrey, seizing him forcefully. Are you a fool? Never utter such nonsensical words again. What nonsense? I speak with utmost seriousness. This is my atonement. Enough of your jesting. To purge your brainwashing, all the dark energy enveloping you has been cleansed. Do you not realize your current capabilities? And do you think that scoundrel is unaware of your intentions to drag him into a self-destructive fate? If you charge in now, you may very well become his executioner. The reckless Jeffrey suddenly regained clarity. Indeed, the mastermind was more concerned about his life than he was about his own. If he acted rashly, he would likely be ensnared in another tragic farce of fratricide. You speak the truth. I have exerted considerable effort to rid you of that strange energy. Do not carelessly revert to your former self. Having released Jeffrey, the assailant felt a measure of satisfaction with his current demeanor. He recognized that time was still on their side. How about this? Let me accompany you in training. After all, the return of that individual is still some time away. Remarkable. You actually possess the patience to teach. A voice of astonishment emerged from beneath Blue Shadow's flickering light, akin to a father witnessing his rebellious son finally come to terms with reality. Silence. You foolish program. Back in the reality of the death match, under Frisia's command, the four approached a colossal circular spaceship where 5 individuals of varying heights and colors awaited them. Upon seeing Frisia's arrival, they all fervently cried out, "The Jinyu Force." Even at the same time, they struck their respective poses, leaving Frisia utterly humiliated. Ahem, allow me to introduce these 2 newcomers. Oh, more companions have arrived? Jinyu resumed his normal stance after momentarily indulging in his pose, then knelt alongside his teammates. How peculiar. Why are they assuming such positions? I am not entirely certain. The naive Charlotte tilted her head in confusion, while the perspiring Vegeta merely twitched the corner of his mouth, finding it difficult to contain his thoughts upon recalling Gohan's masked scion superhero. I see now, I understand. Allow me to test your abilities first. Bring it on. I will send you all flying. At the mention of a fight, Charlotte instantly perked up, rushing toward Jinyu without hesitation, while Vegeta instinctively took a step back, leaving Jinyu somewhat puzzled. Aren't you going to fight? My responsibility lies solely in ensuring his safety. Let him handle the ordinary skirmishes on his own. Interesting, given your stance. You must be his master. I understand. Rest assured, we shall train him well. Faced with Jinyu's enthusiastic resolve, Vegeta felt a bit taken aback. This fellow truly cares about his comrades. Jinyu then turned to the equally perspiring Charlotte, saying, Charlotte, prepare yourself. Since you have joined Lord Frisia's ranks, you must earnestly accept our guidance. In that moment, Charlotte felt goosebumps erupt all over her body, her tail bristling in alarm. What is this? Isn't it just a test of strength? Chapter 80, Resurrected Memories. Currently, Vegeta experienced a strange sensation, especially as he observed the clash between Charlotte and Jinyu. This fellow is quite honorable, allowing only himself to engage. Realizing this detail, Vegeta felt a surge of embarrassment. He was so uncomfortable that he could almost dig an entire city with his toes. Oh well, it is merely a temporary alliance. Frisia has never been worthy of trust. Reflecting on how Golden Frieza nearly resorted to treachery to eliminate Son Goku, Vegeta quickly regained his composure and continued to watch the battle unfold. Initially, Jinyu held the upper hand, and the single-minded Charlotte was steadily pushed back, causing Gak below to grow increasingly anxious. Charlotte, stop focusing solely on him. Vegeta must have taught you how to sense your opponent's energy. Be quiet. I know what I am doing. Contrary to Gak's expectations, Charlotte was diligently contemplating how to anticipate Jinyu's movements. Humph, commendable perseverance. You are indeed a fine warrior. Another afterimage flashed by as Jinyu once again evaded Charlotte's attack, then turned to deliver an elbow strike aimed at her back. Undoubtedly, Charlotte had gained the strength to stand on her own, in terms of courage and a positive mindset. This brash warrior was never lacking. What she currently lacked was experience, or rather, the realization that she should possess it. Do not underestimate me. In such a scenario, he seemed to have been stirred by some instinctual subconscious. Charlotte furrowed her brow and unleashed considerable strength. In the next instant, Jinyu's arm was firmly clamped down. What is this? Then, with great effort, Charlotte delivered a powerful headbutt that struck Jinyu squarely on the forehead, causing a resonant reverberation within both of their skulls. But it wasn't over yet. Seizing the moment, while Jinyu remained momentarily rigid, Charlotte brought her fists together and struck directly at Jinyu's crown, driving her opponent forcefully into the ground. Witnessing Charlotte's rapid growth, Vegeta felt a surge of joy. Excellent, Charlotte. I truly did not misjudge you. Meanwhile, Charlotte rubbed her head and flashed a bright smile at Vegeta, signaling her victory. Well, you won, Charlotte. Jinyu also rose from the ground, acknowledging Charlotte's triumph as he returned to his team. Even Frieza watched the battle with keen interest. Haha, it seems you two are getting along quite well. Until we meet again, then. A day later? It appears you are investigating something, aren't you? Vegeta concluded, aware of Frieza's disdain for him and Charlotte, recognizing that Frieza understood the dynamics of utilizing others. In his view, Vegeta and Charlotte were no mere obedient hounds. At least not to him. A shallow collaboration was acceptable, but deeper matters could not be elaborated upon. Oh, it seems Mr. Vegeta is rather different from the average Saiyan. Surprised by the other's speculation, Frieza realized that most Saiyans were, in his perception, simpletons whose brains were as muscular as their bodies. A Saiyan like Vegeta, possessing both intellect and strength, was indeed a rare breed among rare breeds. As you surmise, my subordinates and I are investigating an incident. You shall understand tomorrow. With that, he flicked his tail and slowly returned to his subordinates in his hovercraft. It seems we must take our leave now. Observing this, Bulma produced a transformation capsule and once again conjured the self-driving vehicle, retreating inside with Gak. Your performance today was truly commendable, Charlotte. Vegeta chuckled. Though this was not his first time teaching, it was his first genuine attempt at being a devoted mentor. Indeed, I owe it all to your guidance. The somewhat proud Charlotte unconsciously lowered her voice for the latter part of her statement. Vegeta, however, paid no mind, as if he were reminiscing about his own past. I see reflections of my former self in you. Back then, I was much like you, gradually improving under the guidance of a predecessor. As they flew, the two engaged in a leisurely conversation. Is that so? I seem to have experienced something similar. Upon hearing Vegeta's recounting, Charlotte felt a sense of kinship. Who was the one you battled alongside? It would be my father. He always wore a cheerful expression as he watched my growth, saying things like, "You've grown stronger." Remarkable. Vegeta sifted through the remnants of his fragmented memories. Though shattered, their warmth was undeniably real. I have a few brothers, but each has their own pursuits. They do not relish a life of constant conflict. Brothers, you say? Charlotte, lost in contemplation, finally came to a realization. Meanwhile, Bulma, upon hearing Vegeta's description, was struck by a sudden bout of imagination, exclaiming, "Oh dear, Gak, who am I going to be with in the future? This is something I absolutely cannot divulge." Stop daydreaming. Focus on driving. Chapter 81. Conspiracy and Intrigue. Approximately 10 minutes later, they arrived at a battleground, strewn with massive craters and the debris of toppled structures. Are we really going to eat here? It looks like a recent battlefield, Bulma remarked, visibly unsettled. Mealtime had previously been a safe affair. Charlotte, however, remained unfazed. To reassure his companions, he took a moment to sniff the air and sense the surroundings. There should be no one left. Rest assured, despite the disarray, he said. Not just a little disarray, Gak thought, feeling embarrassed at the nonchalance of the two Saiyans. Observing the devastation, he instinctively reached for his weapon as he descended. Don't worry, Charlotte and I will ensure your safety. Let us fill our stomachs first. Vegeta raised his hand and blasted away a portion of the rubble, clearing a space. Bulma, resigned, dropped a capsule onto the ground, and as the smoke dissipated, a lavish feast materialized before them. Oh, dining on a battlefield truly dampens the mood. Bulma lamented as she took her place at the table. Meanwhile, Charlotte had already begun devouring the food with fervor, while Gak took a few sips of milk and then paused. Vegeta, as if struck by inspiration, suddenly produced a pair of yellow earrings. Charlotte, in the midst of his meal, glanced up to see Vegeta donning the earrings. What are you doing? He inquired. Ah, just consider it a disguise, Vegeta replied, clearing his throat. A disguise? What can a pair of earrings conceal? Gak asked, puzzled. Vegeta insisted with gravity that it was indeed crucial, as someone who knew him would soon arrive. Oh, is that so? As a woman fond of various adornments, Bulma had an appreciation for exquisite jewelry and had seen many unique pieces, yet she could not recall any earrings resembling those Vegeta wore. Do aliens really rely on earrings for recognition? She wondered, though she chose to trust Vegeta's judgment. After their significant lunch, the group proceeded to the heart of the conflict, where a fierce battle was underway. A creature with red skin and horns wielded a long sword, swiftly attacking its opponent. However, the adversary was no ordinary foe. With a deft sidestep, they evaded the creature and maneuvered behind it. Huh, they exclaimed, delivering a series of powerful kicks to the creature's head. Gah! The creature, caught off guard, fell to the ground, fear etched across its face. The golden-haired man, adorned with an angelic halo, exuded a stern demeanor, his black vest and blue belt billowing in the wind. Incredible, but he looks exactly like Vegeta. Bulma gasped in astonishment, while Charlotte was more focused on the astonishing strength of Gogeta, recognizing this presence as the most formidable aura he had ever sensed. Moreover, this aura bears an astonishing resemblance to that of Vegeta. Indeed, it is you. Upon sensing an energy strikingly similar to his own, Vegeta discerned Gogeta. It is evident that this individual is destined to mirror him closely. Aside from the nuanced differences in their hairstyles, Gogeta and Vegeta are fated to be nearly identical. As to some extent, they are indeed the same entity. Time in that realm appears to have slowed. How remarkable of you, Father Fr. Is he the one who attempted to abduct Jeffrey? Where is he? At the mention of his foe's name, Charlotte's forehead immediately bore the marks of anger, while a flustered Jax swiftly grasped Charlotte's arm, urging him to remain calm. This is perilous. However, these adversaries are beyond your current capability to engage. Vegeta touched his slightly drooping earlobe, still adjusting to his attire. Do not act yet. Just as he reached this conclusion, a peculiar light emanated from the eyes of the evil aura wave. Gogeta, who had intended to conclude matters swiftly, instinctively retreated a few steps. What is this? Has someone augmented his power? Gogeta was equally startled. Although his strength remained superior to that of the evil aura wave, he had an unsettling intuition that matters would not unfold as simply as they appeared. Cackling with malevolence, the evil aura wave, now fully revitalized with a crimson glow, stood erect, while Gogeta maintained his composure and continued to engage in combat. That essence is also present in Jeffrey, recalling the similar powers of his brother. Charlotte realized that the mastermind was likely close at hand. Vegeta had discerned something as well. He opened a miniature void and unleashed a devastating explosion within it. Consequently, a tempest surged forth, revealing a furious Fr, adorned with colorful bruises. How audacious of you, Vegeta! Fr was evidently incensed, for Vegeta's strike had obliterated much of his precious materials. Vegeta merely smirked in disdain. What is the matter? Don't you appreciate my welcoming gift? Encountering his adversary, Charlotte disregarded Vegeta's warning. Just as he intended to charge at Fr for a confrontation, a familiar white light flashed, and Charlotte, who had been racing toward Fr, vanished instantaneously. What? Bulma exclaimed, then angrily confronted Father, you scoundrel. Where have you sent Charlotte? Such a meddlesome woman. This is of no concern to me. It was merely that fellow's technique. Fr retorted with a grin, pulling out his weapon, though the bulging veins on his forehead betrayed his dwindling patience. At that moment, the sky in the area underwent a drastic transformation, and a terrifying pressure rendered Bulma utterly deflated, prompting her to cower behind Vegeta alongside Jack, trembling in fear. Bring it on, Fr. Just as I desire. Vegeta, Chapter 82. The appearance of Zara. The battle between the two was on the brink of ignition, as golden light erupted and Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, while FR enveloped himself in a torrent of black flames. Do not become too complacent, mere fusion warrior. Fur infused the blade with a surge of dark energy, instantly enveloping the entire sword in a deep violet glow. With a gentle sweep, an overwhelming wave of blade light surged forth towards Vegeta. As countless assaults descended upon them, the defenseless Bulma crouched down in terror, her voice lost to a piercing scream. Goku, too, slumped helplessly to the ground, exclaiming, "Protective shield." The semicircular white barrier unfurled in an instant, intercepting the onslaught of black energy blades. Aside from the small patch of ground occupied by the three individuals, the surrounding terrain was ravaged, leaving behind a crater the size of a meteorite. Rest assured, I shall safeguard you. Gak, hasten to escort Bulma away from this place. Then, seek out Charlotte. Vegeta gestured in a general direction, indicating the presence of Charlotte's energy nearby. Very well. Bulma, let us make haste. The perspiring Jack swiftly embraced Bulma and dashed away, while Fu merely twisted his neck and scoffed. What a fellow overflowing with compassion, to squander effort on these two feeble creatures. Just as he intended to unleash his assault upon the two individuals, Vegeta delivered a swift kick towards Frieza's rear. Frieza, with a deft motion, parried the blow with the flat of his blade, retorting, "You have no right to judge them. You cowardly wretch," lurking in the shadows and manipulating everything from behind. Upon hearing this remark, Furmash's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. He swiftly sheathed his blade, turned around, and struck at Vegeta, exclaiming, "Fool! You do not comprehend the magnificence of my grand experiment." Vegeta pinched the blade above his head with 2 fingers, while immense power surged through the gap between them, causing the blade to tremble incessantly. Is this so-called grand experiment merely a manipulation of the human psyche? Spare me the jest. Enraged, Vegeta intensified his efforts, his once golden hair abruptly transforming into a vibrant crimson. In a state of shock, Fu swiftly sheathed his blade. This astonishing power. Was this the true form of a Super Saiyan God? Although he had previously encountered the dark, ominous Super Saiyan God embodied by Jeffret, witnessing such a pure and formidable red aura for the first time momentarily captivated him as a researcher. What's wrong? Do you still wish to fight? Upon encountering the formidable foe, Vegeta summoned forth his blazing sword, the crimson waves of energy swirling dramatically against the darkened sky. A truly magnificent sight. How intriguing. Indeed, as a formidable warrior, your strength has brought me immense delight. With a hearty laugh, I sheathed my longsword. Very well. Allow me to witness the extent of your power. The aura of red and black swiftly permeated the atmosphere, causing the earth to tremble with every collision. It was truly chaotic. As the jet boots ignited on the ground, launching into a frenzied dash, Bulma was filled with both astonishment and concern, until the earth suddenly fractured beneath them. With Bulma's piercing scream, 2 unfortunate souls lost their footing. Just as Gak intended to activate the flying feature of his shoes, in the blink of an eye, he was lifted by a hand and found himself on the ground. Meanwhile, Bulma was cradled in the embrace of her captor. Are you all right, Bulma? Oh no. As the young girl opened her eyes, she found a golden-haired man gazing at her with a calm demeanor. He was none other than Gogeta, who had just triumphed over the enhanced version of the malevolent energy wave. What is it? Do you still feel unwell? As Bulma gazed into the distance, lost in thought and rendered speechless, Vegeta felt a tinge of confusion. He gently placed both Bulma and Gak on the ground, unaware that Bulma had succumbed to infatuation once more due to her recent heroic rescue. It was only when Gak shook her vigorously that she snapped back to reality. Quickly, we must seek out Charlotte, she urged. Indeed. My apologies. Bulma cleared her throat, but as she turned to express her gratitude to Vegeta, the dashing figure had already vanished amidst the battlefield smoke. He has left, after all. He is a competitor too. No more dawdling. Let us be off. Meanwhile, as the two made their way, Charlotte found himself unexpectedly in an expansive wasteland. Curse it! Where am I? He exclaimed, frustration evident in his tone. Just as he contemplated leaving this place of turmoil, a crimson energy sphere hurtled towards him. What? Charlotte swiftly leaped onto a rocky platform, evading the unexpected assault. The energy bore a familiar scent, a dangerous and malevolent aroma that warned him of the approaching foe. You possess some strength. That tail, are you also a scion? As Charlotte turned, he was confronted by a dark-skinned scion sporting a single eyepiece. "Who are you?" Charlotte demanded. "I am Dallas. As fellow scions, we ought to coexist amicably. And you?" "Humph. I am Charlotte. Do not conflate me with you," Charlotte retorted, his posture tense and filled with disdain, ready to strike Dallas. Observing his demeanor, Dallas merely shook his head. A look of disappointment etched on his face. "How disappointing, Charlotte." Dallas assumed a combat stance and lunged at Charlotte, unleashing a flurry of punches. However, Charlotte was no pushover. He deftly countered each attack. Seizing the moment Dallas missed, Charlotte swiftly maneuvered behind him, delivering a powerful blow with both fists. "What?" With a sharp pain in his neck, Dallas was hurled against a distant rock wall, realizing that this kin's strength far surpassed his own. "I underestimated you." With no choice, Dallas resorted to his trump card, the spirit fruit. "Is it over?" "No, not yet. The energy remains." At that moment, Dallas felt his power surge, akin to a balloon being inflated rapidly. As Charlotte sensed, Dallas, having consumed the spirit fruit, grew even more formidable. Yet, Charlotte stood undaunted before this formidable adversary, immediately unleashing his wild cannon, causing the ground to tremble. Futile. Dallas evaded the attack effortlessly, ascending above. Charlotte was taken aback, realizing that in that fleeting moment, Dallas' power had multiplied several times over. "What trickery is this?" "Ah, that is a secret. Perhaps if you hadn't declined my invitation, I would have let you go easily upon your arrival here." Darius let out a cold laugh and launched an attack toward Charlotte. However, unlike their previous encounter, every strike from Darius carried immense weight. In the exchange of blows, beads of sweat began to emerge on Charlotte's forehead. How infuriating. "I cannot defeat him." Charlotte felt a sense of dread, and in a moment of distraction, Darius landed a punch to his abdomen. As he neared the brink of unconsciousness, a strange voice echoed in his mind. "Don't be stubborn. Hold on. I will save you. You are." Just as Charlotte was about to crash to the ground, a flash of white light enveloped him, and he vanished once more. A companion? Darius tapped his detector, which displayed no numbers for the time being. "Consider yourself fortunate." Meanwhile, as Charlotte regained consciousness, he found himself outside the Gobi Desert, facing a man with a large sword slung across his back. "Are you all right?" "Greetings, my name is Zara." Chapter 83. Doubt you are a contestant like me. The man named Zara smiled slightly, explaining the current situation. "You have quite the audacity. That area has been claimed by a cosmic legion, a place from which there is no return." "Legion? What is that? A village name?" Recalling Darius's actions, Charlotte appeared utterly bewildered, as the concept of an army was foreign to him. Ahem. In any case, that territory is occupied by a tyrant who calls himself Frisia. It is exceedingly dangerous. Realizing that Charlotte's cultural knowledge may be lacking, Zara opted for a brief explanation. "Frisia? Is that true?" "Hard to say. I believe you." Just as Zara was about to elaborate further, a purple void suddenly manifested. Vegeta had returned, cradling Bulma and Goku. Witnessing this astonishing scene, Zara was taken aback. "Are all these your companions?" "Indeed, I promised to be Bulma's bodyguard and also committed to Vegeta's training regimen." With everyone safely reunited, Charlotte introduced his companions, while Vegeta scrutinized Zara, having never encountered this individual in his time. Hey, Charlotte, don't forget about me, the galactic super elite." Goku, feeling neglected, reproached Charlotte, which only served to irritate the single-minded Charlotte further. "What are you complaining about? You haven't accomplished anything. Why are you so vain?" "What do you mean I haven't done anything? I'm trying my best. Just shut up already." Ultimately, this childish bickering was quelled by Bulma's furious shout. "How lively you all are. Your name is Zara, correct?" For reasons unknown, Vegeta felt an inexplicable intuition towards this seemingly weak contestant, while Zara maintained his calm demeanor while introducing himself. "You must be Vegeta. I can sense that your power and Charlotte's exist on entirely different planes. Why do you choose to aid him?" "Merely fulfilling a request, and I believe that Charlotte possesses tremendous potential. He will undoubtedly be a worthy opponent in the future." In that moment, a fleeting shadow flickered across Zaha's eyes. Yet as he turned to face Vegeta and his companions once more, a smile had once again graced his features. "May I accompany you? My strength is rather limited, and I cannot achieve victory on my own." "Sure, no one else seems to object," Vegeta replied. Suddenly, he was reminded of a recent encounter. As the battle between him and Fu intensified amidst the crumbling earth, a figure draped in a black cloak, exuding ominous energy, called out to Fu. Let it be. Our plans are still in motion. Fine, Fu retorted, begrudgingly withdrawing his assault, returning to the side of the cloaked figure. Heh, we shall meet again, Beijite. The two figures gradually faded into the gathering gloom, leaving Beijite in deep contemplation. Why am I suddenly recalling this event? Is there a unique connection between Zaha and this matter? At that moment, Beijite had yet to arrive at a definitive answer. Perhaps it is merely my imagination. Conspiracy has never been my forte. Meanwhile, on the other side, Frisia's army was tirelessly investigating the recent betrayal within their ranks. Lord Frisia, we have located the legion where that impostor resides. Excellent. Just in time. I have recruited some formidable fighters. We shall set out tomorrow. Frisia furrowed his brow, observing the diminutive red dot on the map, fully aware of the significance of this impending battle. Let me see just how capable you truly are. Chapter 84. The Scion's work experience with the arrival of new allies. Charlotte recounted his peculiar experiences, being inexplicably whisked away and then inexplicably targeted by Dales. That wretched fellow. I don't know what method he employed to gain such strength. All at once, Beijite pondered, recalling that very few skills could enable such rapid enhancement unless the opponent had harnessed a Scion's unique traits. However, Senzu beans were certainly not in the possession of anyone outside the Earth Warriors. Without Senzu beans, it was unlikely that the Scion traits were being utilized. Upon hearing an unfamiliar term from Beijite, one Scion paused in confusion. Scion traits? What are those? The oblivious Charlotte remained as clueless as ever, prompting Bulma, who was eavesdropping, to interject with a rare bit of sarcasm. You're a Scion, yet you don't even know the traits of your own race. One cannot blame him, Bulma. After all, Charlotte has lost his memory. Beijite shook his head, indicating the need for understanding towards Charlotte's current state. However, Charlotte's next question nearly caused Beijite to stumble. With wide, innocent eyes, the amnesiac Scion asked, So, Beijite, what does traits mean? Faced with the swift return of his metaphorical boomerang, Beijite was momentarily at a loss for words. In simple terms, it refers to a skill unique to a particular race. Due to the temporary incapacitation of Vegeta, the newly arrived Zaha had to take over the explanation, elaborating on topics such as the Earth Warrior's sense of aura. As for the Scions, I recall that they tend to grow stronger after recovering from near-death experiences. After a moment of contemplation, the astute Charlotte finally grasped the entirety of the situation, much to his delight. So that's why I become stronger after recovering from injuries. In this moment of enlightenment, he swiftly developed a fondness for Zaha. Thank you for your guidance. It's nothing. We are companions now, and sharing information is essential. Zaha, embodying a friendly demeanor, began to share more intelligence, revealing that the barren land they had just discussed was quite tumultuous, having been seized by an individual who referred to himself as Frisia. A smirk crept onto Vegeta's face as he discerned a certain truth, leaving the other three, aside from Zaha, perplexed. What have you discovered? Is your observational prowess superior to mine, a galactic elite? Gak struggled to believe it, unable to connect the recent events, while Vegeta, with a dismissive glance toward the distant location of the Legion, voiced his hypothesis. I once encountered Frisia's brother and father in another universe. I suspect this Frisia is likely one of them in disguise. Reflecting on Frisia's recent recruitment efforts, which included even Scions like himself and Charlotte, he surmised that Frisia anticipated a formidable opponent. An intriguing theory. It seems you have traversed many universes? Unlike the astonishment exhibited by others, Zaha appeared genuinely intrigued, inquiring about Vegeta's background. I have merely witnessed them. I have not directly engaged with them. I see. For reasons unknown, the more he interacted with Zaha, the more an unsettling sensation stirred within Vegeta. With a mix of curiosity and speculations regarding the counterfeit Legion, the quintet arrived at the designated location to meet Frisia the next day. On the vast expanse of green plains, the three combat-capable individuals approached the circular spacecraft to meet the cosmic tyrant. Upon noticing an additional person beyond the original plan, Frisia expressed mild surprise. Another one? What is the matter? Charlotte appeared puzzled, while Zaha wore an expression of wariness. Who are you? Oh, there's no need for such tension. All of you present are now my important subordinates, albeit temporarily. After this declaration, the Cosmic Emperor shared a cryptic smile. Let us set off quickly. That fellow must have gathered quite a number of you. Only Vegeta maintained a facade of calmness, undermining the authority of his first boss. Very well, Captain Ginyu. Escort them to the destination. Known for his amiable nature, Frieza merely furrowed his brow and summoned his trusted aide. Thus, after approximately several tens of minutes, they arrived at the familiar wasteland, and upon seeing the sight of his defeat, Charlotte was decidedly displeased. Hey, if I encounter that guy named Dales, I absolutely must be the one to deal with him. Such enthusiasm, Charlotte. Zaha seemed to suddenly realize something, a faint smile gracing his lips as he approached Charlotte, discreetly imparting crucial intelligence. Nearby, Bajit, who was observing the battlefield, thought little of it, believing that the seemingly weak Zaha must possess his own means of survival. After all, having knowledge of numerous competitors was quite normal. In Chapter 85, Frost, as Bajit surveyed the surroundings, he recognized a familiar figure, Vegeta from before his arrival on Earth, alongside Nappa, whom he had only heard stories about and glimpsed during the interdimensional chaos. Vegeta's uncle was present too, along with Nappa. Out of sheer curiosity, Bajit stared at the two for an extended period, which irked Vegeta, who was already in a foul mood. What are you looking at, brat? He snapped. In response, Nappa, who was idly passing the time, yawned and remarked, Don't get angry. It's just a little kid. Wait a moment. He looks somewhat familiar. This strangely familiar scion momentarily surprised Nappa. That gaze and hair. Vegeta, do you have a relative? At this moment, Vegeta also recognized the striking resemblance, the furrowed brows, the indifferent gaze, and a hairstyle that was nearly identical save for the uneven fringes. All of it made him silent. Who are you, kid? Upon hearing Vegeta's inquiry, Bajit, breaking from his usual demeanor, exclaimed, Nice to meet you. Another Uncle Vegeta? What uncle? I don't know you. The bizarre encounter between this uncle and nephew left Charlotte in a state of disbelief, struggling to comprehend this side of Vegeta. After tormenting the young Vegeta, Bajit returned to his companions. I just saw an acquaintance. Don't pay it much mind. Is that really your uncle? That's not important. I actually have some leads on that false Frieza. Bajit squinted, having considered that the person might be a relative of Frieza, only to discover it was someone he had previously dealt with, a rather disgraceful character. Not a formidable foe, just a petty hypocrite. Every time Bajit recalled Frost's act of cheating, he felt a surge of loathing. That guy is Frost. Though he is a scoundrel, he is not someone you can easily defeat. Stay safe, Charlotte, Zaha. I understand. Charlotte replied, somewhat displeased by this conclusion. While he did not expect this brilliant mind to possess much situational awareness, he felt it necessary to voice his concerns. Zaha nodded, stating, If things go awry, I'll take Charlotte and leave. I'll leave it to you then, Zaha. With the three temporary mercenaries positioned, the battle commenced. The area surrounding the spaceship was teeming with lowly adversaries, many of whom were soldiers of Frieza. Witnessing this absurd situation, Frieza's blood pressure skyrocketed, his brows knitting together as he erupted in frustration. Who on earth is it? As Vegeta, the longtime adversary of Frieza, overheard the crude remark, he could not resist the amusement it brought him. After dispatching several henchmen with his princely combat techniques, he drifted over to Frieza's side. Oh, what brings you here? He inquired. Nothing of importance, Mr. Vegeta. Thank you for your concern, Frieza replied, enduring Vegeta's subtle jibes. For he still required competent subordinates to eliminate the nuisance of lesser foes. The Ginyu Force alone would be insufficient, and he had often disposed of those who had outlived their usefulness, particularly the Scions. After hundreds of battles, the minions surrounding the spacecraft had been thoroughly intimidated, with many likely having fled. At last, we have driven them back. Charlotte wiped the sweat and blood from his face. Indeed, let us board that ship. The enemy leader is inside. Just as Zaha intended to guide Charlotte towards the spacecraft, they were intercepted by two figures, none other than the former confidants of Frieza, Sabo and Dodoria. We will not allow you to pass, Sabo declared first, until a deadly energy beam grazed his green hair. You fool, can't you recognize me? The assailant was none other than Frieza himself, now thoroughly incensed. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the duo quickly knelt in submission, thus removing any obstacles in their path. How could one mistake him when their skin tones differ so drastically? Vegeta lamented, finding it hard to suppress his sarcasm. Clearly, Frieza's underlings were not entirely reliable. Meanwhile, within the spacecraft, Dallas awaited their arrival, eyeing the group with ill intent. Ah, welcome, he greeted. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Charlotte narrowed his gaze at Dallas, embodying the Scion tradition of holding grudges. Vegeta and Zaha remained silent, while Frieza, veins bulging on his forehead, politely inquired, How should I address you? Dallas. As you can see, I am a Scion, Dallas replied with a subtle smile, reminiscent of an employee presenting himself to a superior. Frisia seemed to sense something amiss. Mr. Charlotte, Mr. Zaha, I entrust Dallas to your care. Remember to capture him alive. I have matters to interrogate him about. Very well, Charlotte responded, albeit puzzled, knowing that defying Frisia was unwise. Thus, Frisia and Vegeta entered the interior of the spacecraft, where they found Frost awaiting them. Indeed, it is you. The aura is unmistakable. Oh, you recognize me? Frost replied with a slight smile, while Frisia was consumed by sheer rage. What a despicable scoundrel. How dare you pilfer my army? In an unexpected turn of events, I found myself somewhat supporting Frisia. Vegeta, well aware of Frost's true nature, concurred with this assessment. The act of secretly installing injection ports on one's hand to sabotage an opponent is indeed a despicable human behavior. To demonstrate his sincerity, Vegeta unleashed a portion of his energy. A brilliant white aura surged forth, showcasing considerable vigor. I shall now employ a fraction of my strength. Do not be alarmed, he warned. With a chuckle, Frisia descended from his spacecraft, assuming a martial stance. Following a surge of formidable pressure, a towering Frisia, adorned with immense horns, emerged. Vegeta recognized this as Frisia's transformation ability. Contrary to Frisia's expectations, he remained remarkably composed, as if this were of little consequence. This scion seems to possess some depth. Frisia mused internally. Meanwhile, Frost merely chuckled, producing a handful of crimson fruits. As the battle with Frost loomed, Vegeta was acutely aware of his old adversary's temperament. This individual would undoubtedly resort to nefarious tactics in combat. Let us see your tricks, he urged. A fierce wind howled as Vegeta swiftly closed the distance, delivering a powerful kick aimed at Frost's lower back. Frost narrowly evaded the blow, but as he exhaled in relief and extended a finger toward Vegeta's side, a colossal shadow enveloped him, Frisia's assault. Seizing the opportunity, Frisia launched a rapid punch toward Frost's face. I shall not fear you now, he declared, with a grin. Frost effortlessly caught Frisia's fist, an invisible pressure radiating between them. Humph, you possess some strength, albeit not enough, he retorted, feeling an unfamiliar weight of pressure for the first time outside of his father's presence. After a blinding flash, the Frisia he knew re-emerged, breaking free from Frost's grasp. Have you finally revealed your full power? Vegeta taunted, addressing the fully transformed Frisia. Irritated by this conclusion, Frisia replied, You must know another version of me from a different timeline. Indeed, and we have some scores to settle, Vegeta asserted. As the two engaged in spirited conversation, Frost, feeling slighted, began to simmer with rage. In this timeline, he held a grudge against Frisia, having stolen his army as retribution. Do not underestimate me, Frost proclaimed, unleashing his full fury. Lacking the composure of a true cosmic tyrant, he consumed all of his spiritual fruits in a fit of anger. Prepare to witness my true power. As his words faded, the blue skin on his body began to swell, and his forehead became riddled with engorged veins. Truly, what a fool. Vegeta retracted his white aura, wearing an expression of disdain. Frost found himself momentarily perplexed, while only Frisia patiently elucidated, a clown is merely a clown. Your body is on the verge of collapse. What? In the next instant, just as Frisia had predicted, Frost's power proved ephemeral, with every cell in his body gradually succumbing to decay, unable to withstand the immense force. In his final moments, blood gushed uncontrollably from every part of Frost's body, yet he desperately charged at Frisia, intent on taking his opponent down with him. As Frost's attack loomed, Frisia merely chuckled coldly, pointing his index finger at Frost's heart. A merciless death beam pierced through Frost's heart, thus concluding the battle. What a tedious buffoon, Frisia remarked, pressing a button on the device beside his eye to issue new commands. Soon, his army would return to his command. And thus, our alliance has come to an end. Our affairs are utterly resolved. Without a shred of mercy, Vegeta turned and departed. The cosmic tyrant was not taken aback from their first encounter. He had recognized that this scion not only held a deep-seated defiance against him, but also possessed remarkable insight. Unlike Charlotte, who was somewhat dim-witted, Vegeta was certainly no fool. This individual could not be allowed to live. Therefore, after Vegeta's departure, Frisia issued another cruel command to exterminate all scions. Meanwhile, oblivious to these developments, Zaha and Charlotte successfully dealt with Darius and handed him over to the troops. Along their journey, they encountered Naba and Vegeta, who were resting amidst a pile of corpses, with a makeshift fire pit roasting a haphazard assortment of meat. "Oh, you actually made it back alive?" Nappa, ever the optimist, took a bite of the coarse roasted meat and kindly inquired, while Vegeta rested with his eyes closed, disinterested in their presence. "It's merely a trivial matter." Charlotte felt quite pleased with himself. This was his first formal encounter with the scions of this era. Witnessing the mercenary duo, who feasted upon raw flesh, he felt an inexplicable sense of revulsion. "One day, we shall use our own strength to guide the scions back to the righteous path." The echoes of his past promise to Jeffrey resonated in his mind. Although he acknowledged his limited understanding, he was certain that the states of these two scions did not align with the notion of the righteous path. Just as Charlotte found himself engaged in deep contemplation, a remark pulled him back to reality. "By the way, who is that fellow who bears a 5-part resemblance to Vegeta?" Nappa, ever curious, expressed a newfound interest in Vegeta, while the simple-minded Charlotte responded without a second thought, "His name is Vegeta. He is my master." Before he could elaborate further, another voice impatiently interrupted. "What a ridiculous name. That is absolutely not a scion name." Upon hearing this peculiar name, Vegeta opened his eyes. He initially intended to question Charlotte about her apparent nonsense, but considering the disconcerting state of her intellect, he promptly dismissed that conclusion. Thus, it must be that individual who was lying. Surely, he did not use his true name. "That is indeed my real name, Uncle Vegeta." "What?" As if summoned by the very mention of his name, Vegeto appeared at this extraordinary gathering in the blink of an eye. "Is everything all right, Charlotte?" "No worries. I shall not be defeated by the same adversary again." "Is that so?" While Vegeto felt the power emanating from Charlotte and contemplated when to elevate the Super Saiyan training regimen, a horde of Frieza's minions suddenly surged towards them, loudly declaring, "Lord Frieza commands. Exterminate all Saiyan traitors." Chapter 87. The legendary Super Frieza TCH, how incessant. Surrounded by an overwhelming number of soldiers, Vegeto cursed Frieza in his heart, while Nappa and Vegeta wore expressions of disbelief. Just moments ago, they had been working for Frieza. Hey, have they made a mistake?" The bald-headed Nappa sprang to his feet, invigorated and devoid of fatigue. Vegeta, initially taken aback, then let out a cold chuckle. "That bastard. He never regarded us as his own." With Vegeta's fury igniting, an underestimated force transformed into waves of white energy, sending several assailants flying. Although utterly bewildered by the unfolding events, he declared, "I shall not fear battle." Charlotte also showcased her prowess, effortlessly launching a barrage of yellow energy blasts that dispatched several minions, while Zaha conjured a protective shield to fend off the attacks. "What a treacherous scoundrel. To betray us right after our collaboration," Zaha remarked, lamenting Frieza's capriciousness. Suddenly, Vegeto appeared to have an epiphany, grasping Charlotte's hand. "What's wrong? What are you planning?" "I have conceived a brilliant teaching plan. Come with me." An ethereal space materialized between them, whisking them away to confront the true instigator, Frieza. "Who are you?" Frieza, engrossed in his own schemes, was taken aback, not anticipating that these two would breach his defenses in mere seconds. "Frieza? What is he?" Charlotte was initially bewildered, for Frieza now lacked his short horns, and his body had transformed into a near-pure white form. This was Frieza's ultimate transformation. With his back turned to Charlotte, Vegeto smiled faintly. "Seize this opportunity. I shall teach you how to become a Super Saiyan." "Huh? What is a Super Saiyan?" Charlotte, already confused, found herself even more perplexed, while the once composed Frieza was rendered utterly astonished. A Super Saiyan. However, no matter how he wished to deny Veget's words, after a surge of overwhelming pressure, Veget instantly completed his transformation. The golden aura within the spaceship was remarkably radiant, introducing this most conventional form to Frieza. "Frieza, this is a Super Saiyan. What is this nonsense? It must merely be a tedious rumor." Unlike Frieza's trepidation, Charlotte felt a sense of admiration. "How impressive. His aura has transformed into gold." He was so astounded that he could hardly articulate his thoughts. Yet the transformation persisted. Only a single lock of hair remained at Veget's forehead, with the golden aura now entwined with lightning. "This is Super Saiyan 2. The power will continue to escalate." Just as Veget contemplated whether to ascend to Super Saiyan 3, Frieza, who had been observing this grand display, could no longer contain himself. "Enough of this, you insignificant Saiyan monkey." In his fury, the tremendous energy erupted into a blinding light, instantly breaking through the spaceship, resulting in the demise of the surrounding minions. Calm down. I merely wish for you to be an assistant. As the smoke cleared, both Vegeta and Charlotte within the shield remained unscathed, while Frieza was nearly apoplectic. Do not underestimate me. I am not the only one who possesses such advanced power. Frieza's muscles swelled rapidly, enveloped in a golden radiance. And soon the majestic golden Frieza made his entrance. Upon witnessing this familiar form, Vegeta tilted his head in confusion, while the Na'vi Charlotte boldly exclaimed, "Is that Super Frieza?" "Silence, you fool." Frieza's attempt to appear formidable was thoroughly thwarted by Charlotte's utter lack of awareness, rendering him utterly humiliated. Ha! Hearing Charlotte's astounding remark, Vegeta erupted into laughter, further exacerbating Frieza's embarrassment, as his newfound power had devolved into a source of ridicule. "Stop laughing. My power is genuine. Do not be stubborn. You merely forcefully wield this power. It does not belong to you. Is your body not crying out?" This statement rang true. The longer Frieza maintained this form, the more he felt his heartbeat racing uncontrollably. For a moment, even Golden Frieza felt a twinge of insecurity. "Even if you fully possess this power, you will never defeat me." Facing Golden Frieza, Vegeta displayed a radiant smile characteristic of the Sun family, while the yellow aura gradually began to take on a hint of red. What? Golden Frieza could hardly believe it, yet he understood that this scion seldom spoke deceitfully. Meanwhile, a scion clad in a red hood had long since arrived in the realm, sensing that potent divine energy. Is he playing house again? Chapter 88. Reunion. What is this? Upon witnessing Vegeta's hair and eyes turn crimson, Charlotte felt a surge of exhilaration, his tail twitching excitedly. "This is Super Saiyan God. Charlotte, do you not recognize this form? It seems I have heard this name before." The long-forgotten Frieza, now consumed by impotent rage, charged furiously at the seemingly relaxed Vegeta, exclaiming, "Do not ignore me." Vegeta, shedding his nonchalant demeanor, assumed a combative stance, a confident smile gracing his lips. He deftly evaded Frieza's punch, while the latter struggled to keep up. Just as Frieza sought to land a blow, a sudden, intense pain shot through his abdomen. Vegeta's foot had struck him. With arms crossed and a disdainful smile still upon his face, Vegeta taunted, "What? Are you still unwilling to concede?" Frieza, enduring the agony, distanced himself from Vegeta, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, a testament to his predicament. Damn it, just a mere scion, he thought, ascending into the sky. He gathered his energy to form an enormous energy sphere, preparing for a desperate final attack. However, just as he was about to unleash it, a beam of light pierced through his chest. In his final moments, he mechanically turned his head to see a man in a red hood standing atop the ruins behind him, surrounded by the bodies of fallen soldiers. The unique tail of a scion twitched behind the man, marking the end of Frieza's wicked existence. Upon witnessing this scene, Charlotte, who had regained much of his memories, felt a surge of excitement as he recognized the familiar aura. More importantly, he realized that the ominous presence surrounding Jeffret had entirely vanished. Jeffret, after dispatching the foe, Jeffret turned his gaze towards his twin brother, who remained silent until Charlotte eagerly approached him. "You're back to normal, right?" "Yes." Gone was the menacing aura from their last encounter. He merely responded with a subtle acknowledgement before turning to leave. Charlotte, bewildered by this abruptness, exclaimed, "What's wrong?" "Aren't you? This time, it is my own will, untainted by any interference. It is the essence of my true self. There's no need for doubt, Charlotte." Though Jeffret did not turn back, a hint of remorse lingered in his words. Yet, Charlotte's confusion deepened, transforming into a sense of urgency. "Hey, you need to explain yourself. Don't just walk away." Charlotte grasped Jeffret by the shoulder, a vein throbbing on his forehead from frustration. "Stop this. You don't need to know everything right now. Allow me to bear this burden alone." Jeffret, not one to express himself openly, resorted to enigmatic speech, confounding even the casually observing Vegeta. Is it truly so difficult to communicate clearly? As the two obstinate individuals appeared ready to clash, Vegeta, who had nearly turned to stone from their standoff, swiftly intervened, placing himself between them. "Stop. Is it really that difficult for you both to sit down and have a conversation?" Faced with this simultaneously familiar yet unfamiliar presence, Jeffret reluctantly halted his impending attack. But how can Charlotte possibly understand if we do not discuss these matters? Upon concluding his words, the somewhat speechless Vegeta playfully flicked Jeffrey's forehead with his finger. Meanwhile, The persistent Charlotte continued her inquiries, exclaiming, "Indeed. I simply wish to know what you have truly experienced. Jeffrey, please unveil the truth." Hearing his brother's relentless questioning, Jeffrey covered his forehead, and under the pressure of their combined scrutiny, he eventually capitulated. "Ouch. All right, Charlotte, I shall speak, but to be honest, I am uncertain whether my memories are entirely intact. Thus, what transpired that fateful day?" Each time she recalled the moments preceding the incident. The only thing Charlotte distinctly remembered was Jeffrey's desperate cry, urging her to flee. The sequence of events was quite straightforward. That day, as usual, we arrived at our familiar spot, the hillside. Jeffrey nodded, while he retained clarity on many details. Any mention of the sinister figure who had abducted him left him visibly troubled, for he had no recollection of the assailant's appearance. It was when we were preparing for our spar that the fiend appeared, and then it unfolded, as you know. How despicable. With memories flooding back, Charlotte clenched her fists, now acutely aware that this malevolent individual was toying with both her and Jeffrey's memories and psyches. The atmosphere among the three grew significantly tenser until a sudden gurgle emanated from Jeffrey's stomach. Ugh! In that instant, Jeffrey lowered his hat's brim, wishing to escape immediately, while Vijay chuckled thoughtfully. "Haha, it seems you had quite the enjoyable time with that fellow. Hunger is normal. After all, we are not in the realm of the abstract. Come now, let us tidy up and head for a meal." "Oh, we can eat now." At the mention of food, Charlotte brightened instantly, seizing the bewildered Jeffrey and leading him towards the gathering place. "Hey, Jeffrey, Vijay's cooking is absolutely delightful. It's nothing like the fare we used to have. Is that so?" Observing his cheerful brother, a rare smile crept onto Jeffrey's lips. He now understood that sometimes communication serves as a splendid solution. "What a hassle. You have disrupted my plans considerably, peculiar scion." In another obscure corner, the enigmatic figure in black rose in frustration but soon sneered dismissively. "But this matter will not conclude so easily, Jeffrey. Do you truly believe you can evade the destiny that is inexorably entwined with you?" Chapter 89. Given the circumstances. Let us dine first. After bidding farewell to the troublesome Frisia, the remaining soldiers swiftly scattered, a reality Vijay was well aware of. During times of peril, most would choose to flee. Observing the soldiers retreating, he leisurely sought a flat area to kindle a fire. "Charlotte, how do you feel about the recent battle?" Thus, amidst the chaotic remnants of war, the three scions gathered around the fire, discussing their current state. Incredible. Scions can possess so many forms. Upon witnessing the boundless potential inherent in the scions, Charlotte was utterly astonished. His thoughts soon shifted to his brother, Jeffrey. "Can you still transform into a super scion?" he inquired. "Indeed. Though I have lost some of my peculiar powers, I can still become a super scion," Jeffrey affirmed with a nod, removing his hat. He understood that he had certainly weakened somewhat, yet he felt no regret. However, the competitive spirit within Charlotte furrowed his brow. He seemed to be transported back to his childhood, a time when facing the exceptionally gifted Jeffrey left him with little hope of victory. When he finally managed to win against Jeffrey, they had both matured, only to find that the gap between them had widened once more. "Damn it. You are far stronger than I am now." Upon noticing Charlotte's momentary glum, Jeffrey hesitated before a slight smile crept onto his face. "Don't say that. In my eyes, your talent." Just as the somewhat prideful Jeffrey was about to reveal a hidden sentiment, Charlotte was distracted by the enticing aroma of barbecued meat. "Jeffrey, the barbecue is here. Let's hurry and eat." What were you about to say?" "Nothing. You misheard." After this important exchange was interrupted, an embarrassed Jeffrey chose to remain silent and put his hat back on. Observing this, the perceptive Charlotte appeared confused. "What's wrong? Did I do something wrong?" "No is simply no." As the two brothers, whose intelligence and emotional understanding were equally impressive, engaged in a nonsensical quarrel, Vegeta, who was enjoying the barbecue, could only shake his head in exasperation. "Come and eat." "Oh." Despite his myriad of doubts, Charlotte quickly approached the dining table, while the stoic Jeffrey casually grabbed a skewer of meat, displaying an air of indifference. Yet, when he truly savored the delectable barbecue, he fell victim to the classic scion tempest of gluttony. Soon, a fierce culinary battle ensued. "So delicious. Wait, save some for me, Jeffrey." Perhaps out of sheer curiosity or simply to seek amusement, Nappa and Vegeta approached the vicinity. "Another scion? Wait, the one with the scar and red attire. He must be the infamous red-clad figure rumored to be slaughtering scions," Nappa exclaimed in astonishment, while Vegeta remained outwardly silent. though internally he was quite alarmed. Did this fellow slay Frieza? He knew that both Jeffrey, who had defeated Frieza, and the bizarre individual claiming to be Vegeta were formidable adversaries, each more potent than the last. It would be wise to avoid disrupting this gathering. Let us leave, Nappa. Just as Vegeta turned to make his exit, a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. Don't leave so quickly, Uncle Vegeta. It's you again. We still have questions for you. However, ungrateful Vegeta wore an expression of shock and disdain, shaking off Vegeta's grasp and preparing to depart. Nappa, sensing the tension, hurriedly interjected. What do you wish to ask? Where has that rascal Zaha gone? Upon hearing the inquiry regarding Zaha, Vegeta replied to Veget with palpable impatience. That fellow abruptly fled after dispatching the adversary. So concerned about him, are we? What is the matter? Uncle Vegeta, have you uncovered something? Not necessarily a revelation, Vegeta retorted, but merely, for the sake of our kinship, a simple reminder. Never place undue trust in those of dubious origin. With that, the two departed together. Hey, Vegeta, why do you speak such peculiar words? This hardly aligns with your usual demeanor, queried Veget. It's merely that I find that individual named Zaha rather irksome. Fighting alongside him evokes a disquieting sense reminiscent of my dealings with Frieza and his ilk. Observing Nappa's puzzled expression, Vegeta furrowed his brow and continued. That fellow may very well be akin to Frieza, a wretched scoundrel. Chapter 90. Time for training. Noticing the younger Vegeta and Nappa departing, Veget pondered, bemused by his father's obliviousness to the schemes and malice of others. Vegeta, in his calm state, possessed an astute observational prowess. It seemed he must have discerned some detail. Yet, in the next moment, he redirected his focus to the matter of utmost importance. Hey, have you had your fill? Returning to the campfire, Veget greeted the Saiyan twins with his signature sun smile, to which Charlotte responded with a cheerful grin. Yes, I am rejuvenated and ready to go. Meanwhile, the more reserved Jeffrey offered a subtle smile, expressing gratitude. Thank you. You prepared this food, didn't you? It is quite delectable. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Now, let us hurry back and report our safety to Bulma and the others. At the mention of the wealthy young lady, Veget shrugged in resignation, urging the duo to hasten. En route, Charlotte suddenly recalled a pressing matter, a sense of foreboding washing over her. Oh no, what about Zaha? Uncle Vegeta mentioned he left on his own. He likely has matters to attend to. Veget responded, his indifference palpable. Jeffrey, wearing a puzzled expression, confessed. I do not recognize this individual. Charlotte, who is he? He is a competitor we encountered on the road, who has saved me several times. Reflecting on the companions she was soon to reunite with, Charlotte briefly recounted her experiences prior to meeting Jeffrey. I see, Jeffrey mused, yet as he absorbed Charlotte's narrative, an odd sensation lingered within him, prompting a silent lament. Isn't this all rather coincidental? Noticing his brother's sudden frown and troubled demeanor, the somewhat simple-minded Charlotte could only express her confusion. What is the matter? Nothing much, Jeffrey replied. I just feel that your acquaintance with Zaha is laden with peculiar coincidences. Quite strange, indeed. Oh, is it? Jeffrey's observation struck a chord with Charlotte, compelling her to contemplate for a brief moment, albeit only fleetingly. As for Zaha, my sentiments align with yours, Jeffrey. He harbors many mysteries. Veget interjected into the conversation. However, our current clues are scant, so I shall first guide you in becoming stronger, one step at a time. The two brothers concurred with this rather Saiyan-like conclusion. Indeed, I too yearn for newfound strength. After reassuring Bulma of their safety, Vegeta led them to the training ground he had established within the realm of imaginary space. Upon entering this entirely unfamiliar world, Charlotte wandered curiously, treading upon the blue long ladder while observing the peculiar landscape scattered with fragments of buildings floating aimlessly. Only Jeffrey appeared to be in a conflicted state, as he found himself back in this familiar yet unsettling territory, evoking some unpleasant memories. Had Jeffrey been here before? As twins, Charlotte quickly grasped Jeffrey's thoughts, and he nodded in affirmation. Yes, I encountered a remarkably powerful individual who bore an uncanny resemblance to Vegeta. That fellow must have given you quite a hard time. Vegeta smiled wryly as he introduced the aspect of himself that they could refer to as such. He is rather ill-tempered, so do pay attention during training. Although not quite on my level, he is indeed a formidable warrior. Enough of this. You've brought someone back again. Just as Vegeta intended to continue his introduction, a man who was his exact double in appearance and stature appeared. with the only differences being the colors of their attire and their facial expressions. Charlotte and Jeffret, is it? One weaker than the other. Unlike the mild-mannered Vegeta, this counterpart held no respect for the weak, sneering derisively as he provocatively eyed the twins. The most obvious reaction came from the rather simple-minded Charlotte. How dare you? Do you think you can defeat me? As the two were on the verge of an argument, Vegeta suddenly intervened, grasping the man and interrupting his taunts, pushing him in front of Charlotte while he was still in a state of confusion. All right. No need for squabbling. You are a teacher now, so do take the time to instruct him well. What? The peculiar arrangement left him utterly stunned. Teach Charlotte? Is this for real? Don't jest with me. I, Vegeta, would rather battle you for 500 years than train this big fool. Upon hearing this anticipated response, Vegeta's grin widened as he released his grip and took a step back. My apologies. The wind was too loud. I couldn't hear you. You. Before he could voice another protest, a snap of Vegeta's fingers sent him and the bewildered Charlotte away. As for Jeffret, he was left completely dumbfounded, having never witnessed such a bizarre scene. Would Charlotte be all right? Rest assured, this space will share my energy with everyone and will also provide healing and recovery. In short, Charlotte will be just fine. Is that so? Hearing Vegeta so casually claim he would bear the energy costs necessary for training left Jeffret astonished, for he understood that Vegeta possessed unparalleled strength far exceeding that of anyone present. Then shall I be trained by you? Indeed, let us commence from the most fundamental point. After a moment of contemplation, Vegeta resolved to employ a form he had never officially utilized, yet for the sake of instruction, he would learn and teach concurrently. Suddenly, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan God, enveloped in a crimson aura, before proceeding to an even further transformation. Layering atop the Super Saiyan God form was the Super Saiyan transformation itself. Chapter 91, The Unrelenting Truth. Layering? Precisely. Upon hearing this term, Jeffrey immediately propped his chin in thought, and with clear eyes, he inquired, what does layering mean? Taken aback by this unexpected question, Vegeta nearly stumbled, having overestimated the comprehension of this true novice. Ahem, in any case, simply follow my lead. He swiftly regained his composure, inhaled deeply, and gradually, a blue aura emerged within the red energy waves, beginning to expand. This, I understand now, Jeffrey exclaimed with enlightenment, promptly transforming into a Super Saiyan God and attempting to emulate Vegeta's method. However, as he endeavored to layer the Super Saiyan transformation, his body distinctly began to reject it, causing him intense pain. Thus, he was compelled to halt his transformation temporarily. Ugh, is it impossible? Kneeling on the ground, he realized that his current physical strength was insufficient to endure such a transformation. When he lifted his gaze, Vegeta had completed his transformation, the blue radiance fracturing into brilliance, revealing a Vegeta with blue hair and blue eyes. The name of this form is Koff. Though the tongue-twisting name left Vegeta feeling somewhat embarrassed, he decided to simply refer to it as Super Saiyan Blue henceforth. Meanwhile, on the other side, Charlotte was also training, and the unfortunate Charlotte found himself once again battered and bruised. I will not give up. The defeated Saiyan rose once more, his wounds slowly beginning to heal, resembling a cockroach in resilience. With disdain, he swiftly appeared behind Charlotte, delivering an elbow strike aimed at the back of his head. Thus, once again, the pitiful Charlotte fell. But before collapsing, he instinctively moved his head to evade the most critical blow. Oh, there is something there. So do not underestimate me. Charlotte rose again, and even earned a rare round of applause, indicating appreciation, with a playful smile adorning his face. You are far more durable than your brother. Charlotte, is it? I shall accept you as my disciple. By the way, who exactly are you? Are you Vegeta's brother? Once stabilized, Charlotte curiously inquired about his identity, instinctively believing him to be a similar being, given that they were born as twins. Brother? I am him. You are him. The riddle left Charlotte utterly bewildered, and growing weary of explaining to this dimwit, she disdainfully shifted the topic. You must have nearly been killed by Jeffret, your brother, right? Upon hearing this heavy subject, Charlotte's brows furrowed tightly. Don't speak recklessly. He was merely controlled by dark energy, fool. That kind of force only exacerbated his extreme thoughts. Enough. Charlotte's temper flared at the slander against her brother, her simple mind boiling with rage as veins throbbed on her forehead. That's the truth. With a look of utter disdain, she continued, that guy is not just a mere combat maniac. He is also an exceptionally skilled magician. Before she could unveil the entirety of the truth, a fist, as large as a sandbag, came hurtling towards her. Its owner was none other than an enraged Charlotte. You shall not speak of him that way. A golden aura gradually enveloped her, accompanied by a cascade of memories shared with Jeffret. Charlotte, sometimes I actually envy you. Why? You have always been the strongest. It's nothing, forget I said that. As if to validate the truth of her words. A subtle dialogue spontaneously emerged in Charlotte's mind. Humph, no matter how you fuss, the truth remains unchanged. With an impassive expression, she intercepted the fist, gazing at Charlotte with disdain. Unlike Vegeta, who would gently guide her to transform into a Super Saiyan, he believed that provoking Charlotte would yield faster results. Even so, I will not easily let you off. Born with immense strength, Charlotte reclaimed her fist, her anger and resentment igniting a fire within her. As she swung her fist once more, golden flames surged from her arm, enveloping her entire being, and the speed of her attack increased exponentially. Have I finally achieved it? Indeed, a fool must use foolish methods. A faint smile graced her lips, as the same golden light radiated from her. With a sidestep, she effortlessly evaded the strike. Congratulations. You have finally obtained a ticket to continue battling with me. What? It took a moment for the furious Charlotte to comprehend the change within her. This is a Super Saiyan. She clenched her fist, feeling an exhilarating surge of power coursing through her body, leaving her in disbelief. Chapter 92. Time to unleash Humph. This method is indeed effective. Brushing off the dust from her attire, she realized that despite successfully grasping the Super Saiyan form, the strength before her was still inadequate. As these words escaped her lips, even a fool like Charlotte recognized the true intention of her opponent. Hey, are you deliberately trying to provoke me? Indeed. But what I say is the truth, believe it or not. However, I am not as benevolent as that fellow. I lack the patience to engage in idle chatter, especially not with someone as feeble as you. Upon hearing the derogatory term feeble applied to herself, Charlotte fell silent, her righteous spirit momentarily dampened. Yet, the merciless instructor showed no leniency toward his distracted pupil, and a swift punch was soon aimed at Charlotte's face. Infuriating, just as the fist was mere millimeters from her. Charlotte hastily reclined to evade the blow, and their battle resumed with renewed fervor. In a different realm, Jeffrey, who was engaged in combat with Vegeta, suddenly sensed something amiss and halted his actions. He wondered if Charlotte was unharmed. As a twin, he was acutely aware of the tension that enveloped Charlotte's mind and body. More importantly, he feared that some hidden secret of his might soon be uncovered. Focus on your training. Your current dilemma is simply a lack of proper guidance, Vegeta remarked, resuming the fundamental instruction. Understanding, Jeffrey quelled his thoughts, nodded, and threw himself back into his training. Meanwhile, in the real world, Bulma and Gak found themselves in the city. How infuriating. One moment, everything is fine, and the next, they've vanished into thin air. What an absurdity. This was somewhat justifiable, considering the escalating danger of the competition. It was only natural for Charlotte and the others to train. Gak, feeling uneasy, noted recent changes in their vicinity, sensing a storm was brewing. Is that so? Now that you mention it, it does seem troubling, Bulma replied, her sixth sense as a woman predicting dire outcomes. As the two indulged in their anxious musings, a deep dimensional portal suddenly opened, and a figure was forcefully ejected from it. Wait! Before the unfortunate Gak could react, Charlotte, seemingly unscathed, collided with him, sending them both sprawling. Ouch! Gak, are you all right? With his impressive physical condition, Charlotte emerged unscathed, while Gak lay on the ground. How could this be? Are you truly unharmed? Is this your companion? Pathetic. A chilling voice echoed from the portal, sending a shiver down Bulma's spine. Why you are? Do not be afraid. That individual is my master. Despite the reassurance, Charlotte remained skeptical of this cruel and harsh presence. Without Vegeta's oversight, this being would likely have abandoned her entirely. Well, since I have this rare opportunity to breathe, I suppose I shall reluctantly act as your bodyguard. In the next moment, a man clad in black and red emerged slowly from the deep purple portal. As his feet touched the grass, the doorway vanished completely. He is Vegeta's brother. Bulma was momentarily rendered speechless, recognizing that this man was undoubtedly not Vegeta. Despite their identical appearances, those cold words could never have escaped Vegeta's lips. How annoying. I have no familial ties to that man. In the midst of this mundane conversation, there was an overwhelming sense of disdain. He detested being mistaken for Vegeta's brother. especially after being misidentified on numerous occasions. Just call me that. I am merely assisting that fellow. Upon encountering this entirely different Vegeta, it was evident that others felt a wave of pressure, retreating several steps. Only the headstrong Charlotte dared to continue challenging him. Hey, why did you suddenly arrive in the real world? Of course, to find you a more formidable opponent. This left Charlotte speechless, despite his considerable improvement. He was still just a slightly larger insect in the grand scheme. You are still far from being truly powerful. In other words, I am almost tired of merely beating you. For someone like Charlotte, who was akin to an illiterate student, words seemed futile. A few punches would be more effective. After contemplating, he decided it would be more beneficial to find an equally matched adversary, especially since it would allow him to vent his frustrations while Vegeta was preoccupied with educating Jeffrey. I understand. Charlotte was undeniably displeased. Yet he could offer no rebuttal to the person before him. What he lacked most was strength. Just understand. It appears something intriguing is approaching. As he rested his chin in contemplation, gazing into the distance, Charlotte sensed an unusual aura. This energy? Wait, what is that? It seems you've noticed too. Indeed. The mastermind has made an appearance, albeit briefly. He squinted his eyes. Unlike his usual self, who shunned malicious speculation about others, he was now more attuned to malevolence. Though he chose to remain silent, not inclined to speak further. Let us move quickly. As for those two weaklings, they can stay behind. Ignoring Bulma and Gak's dissatisfaction and fear, he swiftly soared into the distance. What a wretched character. Gak couldn't help but reminisce about a more amiable Vegeta, while Bulma merely cautioned her departing friend. Be careful, Charlotte. You still need to be my bodyguard when you return. I understand. After bidding farewell to his companions, Charlotte once again ventured towards the battlefield.